He became the Lord of the Fiery Array, Bai Li, among the 10 sovereigns of the divine proclamation. How does one escape the fate of death amidst calamity? Is the knowledge from a previous life truly beneficial? When faced with the passage of time and the bonds of affection, how should one choose? Through continuous experiences, he ultimately realized that this world of chaos was far more complex than he had ever imagined. The divine path of Tai and the immortal path of De Luo, the true powers far exceeded his comprehension. Since he had arrived in this vast world, he vowed to carve out his own domain and attain the state of boundless unity. Chapter 1. Bai Li's Introspection. Above the eastern sea lies the island of the White Deer, where 10 practitioners are engaged in the intricate formation, refining the array diagram, resulting in a series of extraordinary phenomena. The sky darkens with ominous clouds, cold mists waft through the air, flashes of lethal light streak across, and the winds carry a sorrowful lament as 10 streams of black energy surge into the heavens. As the practitioners conclude their efforts, a beam of celestial light descends from the sky, revealing a dark qilin, upon which stands a three-eyed deity, none other than Wenzhong, the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty. Upon seeing the 10 individuals, Wenzhong's face illuminates with joy, and he clasps his hands in salute, exclaiming, "Fellow Taoists, what a delightful gathering." The others promptly rise to greet him, but one remains at the back, sighing inwardly. So it has come to pass. This individual is none other than Bai Li, the Lord of the Fiery Array. Yet, he is not the original Bai Li, but rather a remnant soul from the Blue Star. The original soul had foreseen the fate that awaited him upon the list. In his eagerness for quick success, his primordial spirit underwent transformation. It was precisely this moment of transcendence that allowed him to seamlessly inherit the original's Taoist essence. Ever since he became aware of his identity as one of the 10 sovereigns, he began to experiment with the possibility of evading the calamity of the divine proclamation. With the experience of his past life, he understood that this tribulation was no trifling matter. When it escalated to the level of the extermination of immortals and the array of 10,000 immortals, it would invoke the intervention of the 5 great celestial lords, nearly repeating the cataclysms of earth, water, fire, and wind. He was merely a minor celestial being, ill-equipped to withstand such tumult. Thus, he had long awaited outside the Chuntang Pass, poised to intercept Nez's heaven-shaking arrow, hoping to alter the course of fate. However, the heaven-shaking arrow was ultimately a treasure from the time of the Yellow Emperor, and his utmost effort only succeeded in deflecting the arrow slightly. At that moment, witnessing the arrow veer away from Skull Mountain, he believed he had altered the trajectory that would have led to the demise of the Boy of Azure Clouds, thereby preventing Shiji from being listed. Yet, to his dismay, Shiji was ultimately refined to death by the true man of Tai. Shiji was among the few pure celestial beings of the GS school, having already gathered the 3 flowers atop and the 5 qi converging towards the origin. Although she had not yet attained the Tao fruit, she was indeed a golden immortal, having subdued Ma Yuan, who was notorious for his malevolent deeds on Skull Mountain, saving countless innocent lives. Such a figure ultimately could not escape her calamity. One can only ponder, could the fate be altered by mere mortals? After numerous failed attempts, Bai Li steeled his resolve to seek an audience with the Tongtian cult leader, hoping to glean some insights. To his surprise, upon reporting, the Water and Fire Boy relayed the Tongshan cult leader's message. "Since you have come, find peace in your presence." Upon receiving this message, he immediately knew his identity had been exposed. For several days, he lived in a state of anxiety, fearing that an inexplicable bolt of the pure Yang divine thunder would strike him, the extraterrestrial demon, only to find that he remained unharmed. Gradually, he regained his composure and began to contemplate. If the Tongtian was aware of everything, why did he not intervene? Was the failure of the GS school in the great calamity of the divine proclamation truly an absolute defeat? Bai Li was not one to impose hardships upon himself. Since he could not find a solution, he decided to cease his thoughts altogether, allowing himself to enjoy a carefree existence for many years. It was only recently, when Shun Gongbao came to summon him, that he realized calamity was imminent. At that moment, Master Wen was conversing with Qin Wan, the leader among the 10 in the formidable Tianjue formation, discussing matters related to the 10 absolute arrays. After instructing him on the whereabouts of the Golden Light Holy Mother, he happened to notice Bai Li, who was deep in contemplation and could not help but inquire, "What weighs on your mind, dear Taoist? Is there a dilemma troubling you?" All eyes turned towards Bai Li, yet he felt no embarrassment. Having shared a bond with these sworn brothers for centuries, they knew each other intimately. The treasures used in crafting array diagrams were acquired through their collective efforts, and they were as close as blood relatives. After pondering for a moment, Bai Li spoke. The master once stated that we are currently amidst a great tribulation. There exists a couplet at the entrance of Bo Palace. Tightly shut the cave door, quietly recite the Huangting scriptures in 3,000 volumes, plunge into the western lands, and be inscribed among the divine on the Fengshen List. Let us set aside the fact that we have disregarded the master's words. Now, as we willingly enter this tribulation, we may well face the fate of being listed among the dead. Bai Li initially believed that his words would elicit various reactions from the others, perhaps disagreement, or wavering thoughts about leaving the island, or even anger. To his surprise, their response was utterly unexpected. Laughter erupted among them. Qin Wan, the foremost among them, managed to quell the laughter slightly before adding with a smile, "The notion that our disciples of Jiet Jiao shall perish in this tribulation is something we have long understood. Do you truly think us ignorant, dear brother?" Bai Li was taken aback and quickly pressed on. If that is the case, why embark upon a course we know to be perilous? Why abandon the ease of our immortal forms to become subjugated gods under the heavenly court? Dong Tianjun, the master of the wind-howling array, clapped his hands in approval and exclaimed, "A splendid observation. With such insight, dear brother, you have already grasped the essence of our Jie Jiao teachings." Qin Wan shot him a glance, and Dong Tianjun immediately suppressed his desire to continue speaking. "The teachings of Jie Jiao do not hinge upon heavenly will, but rather upon one's true heart. This is precisely why I inquired if you were beset by difficulties. If you believe that remaining on the island does not hinder your Tao heart, we would not compel you otherwise. A true disciple of Jie Jiao possesses an internal compass. If there is dissatisfaction in the heart, one may take that grievance and transform it into a sharp blade, severing the inequities and seizing a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Even against 1,000,000 adversaries, I shall forge ahead." Bai Li fell silent, pondering deeply. Upon reflecting on the entirety of the Fengshen Great Tribulation, Bai Li felt that, aside from a few exceptions, the disciples of Jie Jiao had committed no wrongs. Many on the Blue Star claimed that the disciples of Jie Jiao were of mixed merit. This assertion holds some truth from a human perspective. Yuda's spreading of the plague and Luo Xian's burning of Shichi indeed confirmed that some disciples bore heavy sins. Yet, one must not forget that Jiang Zia had frozen Qishan long before these events transpired, and by the time of those two, the contradictions between Shan and Jia had already become pronounced. In comparison, which side is more comprehensible? The origins of Zhou's campaign against Zhou were rooted in the defilement of King Zhou by the poetry penned on the birthday of Nuwa. Regardless of the strange winds that accompanied this tumult, it was ultimately the doing of King Zhou alone, while Shang Rong stood by in council, bearing the burden of his folly alone. Perhaps Nuwa also intended it thus. Yet the misinterpretation of her decree by the 3 demons of Hunyuan tomb led to the subsequent tyranny and foolishness of King Yisun. In the discourse of the celestial path, the genesis of the Fengshen Bang lies in the transgressions of the 12 disciples of the Chan sect, who fell victim to the tribulations of the mortal realm, engaging in bloodshed. Furthermore, under the decree of the supreme deity, the 12 celestial beings were commanded to pay homage, thus initiating a dialogue among the 3 teachings and consequently unleashing the calamity of the celestial path. The disciples of the Jie sect remained true to their hearts and faithful to their principles. Bai Li could not help but ponder within himself. If he were to forsake the island, could he truly be free of remorse? The answer was evident. He could not. How could centuries of emotions be so easily erased? The bonds of brotherhood are not mere words. Moreover, one cannot escape the will of heaven. Should he choose to stand idly by, preserving his own life at the expense of his fellow disciples, what would happen the next time or the time after that? Ultimately, if fate decrees him to become the next Shurji, who would be there to assist him? The primordial realm does not conform to the notion of merit as a means of evading calamity. The concept of merit has always been a doctrine of the Western teachings. As Bai Li contemplated these matters, Master One and several other leaders awaited nearby. At this moment, as their fellow disciples were engaged in their quest for enlightenment, they did not feel urgency. Indeed, they wished for a slower pace, allowing for clearer and more profound contemplation. Eventually, Bai Li emerged from his reverie and, lifting his gaze to the assembly, broke into a smile. "Let's proceed to West Qi." The crowd responded in unison with acclamation. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on overcoming the tribulation of the heart. In the ensuing period, they would become the principal figures of the great calamity of the Fengshen. Qin Wan, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Brothers, is the formation diagram fully prepared?" The collective response rang out. "Indeed, it is complete." "Excellent. Now that it is finished, we shall embark on this sacred pact of deification." Chapter 2. Zia observes the formation. Due to the unique nature of the golden light array of the Golden Light Holy Mother, the 9 celestial lords proceeded ahead to West Qi for the rehearsal of the formation, their divine light soaring to the heavens, soon landing at the encampment of the Yinshang. After a while, Wenzhong led a female Taoist into the camp. This individual wore a fishtail golden crown and a vibrant red bagua robe, with 2 treasured swords at her back. She was none other than the Golden Light Holy Mother, the master of the Golden Light Array. Upon seeing the assembly, the Golden Light Holy Mother feigned reproach. "Why did you all not wait for your younger sister?" Understanding her jest, the crowd approached with smiles. When she laid eyes on Bai Li, her expression brightened, and she hastened forward. "Dear brother, you have also come. It is indeed a joyous occasion to see you overcome your tribulation." Bai Li, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. He had thought his concerns were well concealed, yet appeared his brothers were already aware, merely choosing not to speak of it. In response to the heartfelt congratulations from the Golden Light Holy Mother, Bai Li bowed respectfully. "I am truly grateful for your concern. Dear sister, I feel quite unworthy." After some cordial exchanges, Master Wen guided the group to confirm their numbers and launched an assault towards the city of West Qi, setting up camp outside the city before deliberating on strategies for confrontation. Lord Yuan remarked, "Jiang Zia belongs to the Chan sect, while we are of the Jie sect. As members of the Taoist tradition, we need not resort to the violence of the mortal realm, nor engage in brutal acts. The 10 absolute formation shall suffice to demonstrate the profundities of our 2 teachings." Before the others could respond, Bai Li interjected with a smile. "Oh, brother, how naive you are! The previous events concerning Sister Shiji and the 4 companions of 9 Dragons Island have already illustrated the Chan sect's stance. They seek to transcend the calamity of slaughter only by placing us on the roster. Who would still extend any leniency towards you?" Bai Li was acutely aware that they understood this implicitly. Otherwise, they would not have directly slain the one who dismantled the formidable formation behind them. Yet, this was precisely what he wished to avoid. With such sentiments in mind, it would be prudent to openly discuss matters and establish clear regulations. After a moment of contemplation, it was Qin Tianjun who first voiced his agreement with Bai Li's words. "Your insights are indeed astute, my dear brother. As we descend the mountain, our intentions are evident and do not require superficial displays. I trust you have your own calculations in mind. Please speak candidly." The others nodded in assent. Bai Li then turned his gaze towards the esteemed Wen Taisher. "Brother One, if those of the immortal path were entirely uninvolved and we relied solely on mortal soldiers to confront them, do you believe the Yinshang could secure victory over the Shiqi?" Wenzhong possessed unwavering confidence in his leadership and the capabilities of his troops. Given the disparity in numbers and the extensive combat experience of the Yinshang forces, he readily affirmed their chances of success. "Excellent. Let us separate the conflicts of mortals and immortals, thereby diminishing the opponent's celestial advantage. In truth, our descent is motivated by the bonds of brotherhood, for it is an undeniable fact that the Chan sect seeks to eliminate our disciple, the Lady Shiji, during her tribulation. Tomorrow, we shall confront them with this truth, targeting only those of the immortal path. If the calamity is indeed fated to arise from the Shang and Zhou, let it be dealt with by the mortal soldiers of Shang and Zhou. In this way, we shall stand firm, leveraging their own weapons against them. Our entry into the calamity is not an act of reckless folly. Thus, while our motivations may differ, the outcome remains the same, and we will have the moral high ground." His thorough explanation resonated with the group, who responded with enthusiastic applause. Seeing that his idea had been embraced, Bai Li continued, "Moreover, grievances have their origins, and debts have their rightful claimants. If the heavenly will intends for us to be listed as participants, it will inevitably produce those destined to breach the formation. We need only seize the opportunity against the Taiji Jinren. Should the adversary insist on shielding their own, let lower-tier opponents be drawn out and eliminated, while those of higher tiers engage in a fierce battle, regardless of life or death. In this manner, no matter who approaches, we shall stand resolute, aiding Brother Wen while also securing a glimmer of hope." As soon as his words concluded, The plan was solidified, and the group proceeded to cast aside the formation map outside the city, establishing the grand array. Bai Li gazed thoughtfully at the crimson formation map in his hands before ultimately casting it into the air, where it erupted into a brilliant red light. The formation gate bore the inscription of Fiery Array, awaiting the return of its master to erect the three-headed crimson banner and unleash devastation upon the immortals. Each person diligently refined the 10 absolute array. Meanwhile, within the city of Shiqi, the atmosphere was rather somber. As soon as the formation was established, the people of Shiqi sensed an unusual occurrence and emerged to investigate, quickly spotting the 10 beams of light rising from the Yinshan camp, leaving them momentarily speechless, devoid of any strategy. On the following day, as both sides prepared their formations, upon seeing the 10 heavenly rulers, Jiang Zia felt an unsettling premonition. Qin Tianjun was the first to step forward, bowing in greeting. After exchanging a few words, it was indeed stated that the timing was auspicious for the Zhou to strike against the tyrant. All eyes turned towards Bai Li, who recognized that it was his moment to take the stage. He stepped forward and declared, "What you say is indeed correct, Brother Dao." Upon hearing someone endorse his viewpoint, Jiang Zia felt a surge of joy, only to be taken aback as Bai Li continued. The rise and fall of dynasties is dictated by celestial will, yet this is a matter of mortals. You have yet to ascend to the immortal realm. Adhering to the edicts of the Jade Void, you may enter the tribulation. However, Neza and Leizhenzi, being accomplished immortals, perhaps should refrain from intervening. Do you, of the Chan teaching, intend to influence the mortal realm through your personal path to immortality? Moreover, we are not here to trouble you. The disputes of mortals do not concern us. There is but one point. My senior sister, Lady Shurji, did not actively enter the tribulation, yet your Taiji Zhenren took her life. Should we not seek justice for this? In that moment, Jiang Zia found himself at a loss for words. As a member of the human race, how could he dare to assert that the path of the Chan teaching impacts the mortal realm? Such an assertion would render him a traitor to humanity, and the three sovereigns of Hunyuan Cave would surely not spare him. As for the matter of Shurji, they were clearly in the wrong. He was well aware of his master's calculations, and at this moment, he was not yet the Jiang Zia who had developed a thick skin after numerous encounters with the disciples of the Jia teaching. He could not help but harbor some resentment towards Taiji Zhenren. Yet he also understood that the forces of Shiqi were not on par with those of the Yin and Shan. Preventing Neza and the others from intervening was utterly out of the question. He thus spoke up, "The matter of Daoist friend Shurji is also a matter of destiny," but before he could finish, Bai Li promptly interjected, "Dare you inquire of your own heart, Jiang? Is the affair of Shurji truly a matter of destiny?" A simple question, yet it resonated deeply within Jiang Zia, causing his heart to tremble. Unlike other disciples of the Chan teaching, he had not spent decades in cultivation without retaining a sense of mortal judgment. This answer was one he could not voice. Indeed, that event was a matter of destiny, but not one that had been decreed by those few. After a prolonged silence, he steeled himself and said, "What exactly do you wish to test, my friend? Please speak plainly." Bai Li took a step back, leaving the matter to Qin Wan, and both parties swiftly established a pact to test their formations. Before long, Jiang Zia arrived with Yang Jian, Neza, Huang Tianhua, and Leizhenzi to observe the 10 absolute formation. The four protected Jiang Zia as they approached the formation, where the entrance bore the names of the formations, concealing hidden intricacies and deadly traps. For a time, Jiang Zia and the others were left bewildered, and soon they retreated to the formation's entrance. Lord Qin inquired, "Zia, do you recognize this formation? Can it be broken?" Jiang Zia maintained a facade of calm as he replied, "It lies within the Tao, thus it can certainly be broken." They agreed to reconvene after the formation was set, promising that he would come to break it when the time arrived, and then each returned to their respective camps. When Taisher prepared a banquet to welcome them, offering a warm reception to wash away the fatigue of their journey. Amidst their revelry, glasses were raised and questions exchanged. "Esteemed friends, could you elucidate the intricacies of this 10 absolute formation?" Chapter 3. The Will of Heaven. The Will of Heaven. When discussing the 10 absolute formation, an expression of pride is evident on the faces of the 10 heavenly lords. Even Bai Li is no exception. Although the original text of Fengshen appears to depict the 10 absolute formations collapse rather hastily, the truth is that it was due to the corresponding sacrificial figure mitigating the formation's power. Otherwise, breaking the formation would not be a trivial task. Only his flame formation was dismantled by Luya without any sacrificial offering. The most compelling evidence is that when Qi Jingzi entered the fallen formation to steal the scarecrow containing Jiang Ziya's soul, he was first struck down by 2 protective lotus flowers, nearly succumbing to the fallen formation. Despite successfully stealing the scarecrow on his second attempt, he inadvertently lost the supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, within the formation. This illustrates the formidable strength of the fallen formation, and can the 10 absolute formation, being of similar renown, possibly be inferior? However, after a sacrificial offering was made during the third attempt, Qi Jingzi emerged unscathed, highlighting the advantage of the calamity. At this moment, they truly felt invigorated. Qin Tianjun was recounting the wonders of the heavenly absolute formation to Wenzhong. This formation, devised by the Tongtian sect leader, calculated the primordial numbers and utilized primordial pure energy as its foundational basis, incorporating the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity into a singular essence. When mortals and immortals enter the formation, they are met with thunder, reduced to dust, hence the name heavenly absolute. Indeed, heaven, earth, and humanity are overturned and pushed. Many complexities arise from profound calculations. Immortals tread upon a path of no return, while mortals are turned to ash within the formation. The 10 absolute formation they walk through represents the 10 calamities encountered by practitioners on their path, namely heaven, earth, water, fire, wind, and so forth. Thus, the Jia sect, being the orthodox of the Xianmen, naturally aligns its formations with the Great Tao. However, Bai Li suddenly felt a spark of alarm, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Just as when Taisher was extolling the might of the 10 absolute formation, the master of the fallen formation, Yao Tianjun, stepped forward to declare he had intercepted Jiang Ziya's aura within the formation and merely needed to enact a spell to quietly eliminate it. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Li urgently called out, "Brother, do not act rashly. We have already attained the celestial fruit of the Tao. Our thoughts and words resonate with spiritual response. We have spoken our intentions. If we resort to covert actions now, shall we not invite calamity upon ourselves?" The Chronicles of the Northern Travels recounts a tale wherein the Jade Emperor, surveying the treasures of the myriad celestial beings, developed a covetous desire for Lu Tianjuan's celestial treasure tree and sent emissaries to demand it. Unbeknownst to him, this tree was a family heirloom of the Lu clan, and Lu Tianjun steadfastly refused to surrender it. The Jade Emperor's thought, once ignited, gave rise to consequences, compelling him to divide a fragment of his soul and reincarnate in Lu Tianjuan's family. Though the 10 brothers are far from the dominance of the Jade Emperor, they too have attained the celestial fruit of the Tao. Now, in the face of calamity, Yao Tianjuan's actions undoubtedly push everyone into a pit of fire. The will of heaven. The will of heaven. Is it truly the will of heaven? Whose will could it possibly be? Upon hearing this, the others began to grasp the gravity of the situation, and Yao Tianjun hastily replied, "If that is the case, then foolish brother shall refrain from casting spells." Bai Li quickly shook his head with a wry smile, lamenting that if it were so simple, it would be a relief. Previously, in an effort to actively counter the calamity, he had attempted to acquire a primordial spiritual treasure, the falling treasure gold, from Wui Mountain. This treasure is a coveted item among predecessors of traversers, as its ability to manifest extraordinary effects is exceedingly defiant of fate. However, the results of his search left him shivering with dread. He scoured every corner of Wui Mountain using the method of the inquiring of the earth's spirits and various wandering immortals. Yet not a soul had heard of such treasures, including the so-called innate spiritual root of the Dahong Pao. Even the likes of Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao were oblivious. If the knowledge of his previous life held any truth, it could only indicate that figures like Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao emerged due to the necessities of the divine calamity and celestial will, perhaps even manifesting a treasure with such capabilities. The very presence of these entities did not arouse suspicion among those around. It seemed as if it were simply meant to be. Some matters, once justified, cannot be evaded at will. No, something must be amiss. Bai Li, in a state of agitation, tugged at his hair, letting his long locks fall, which caused concern among the onlookers. There is indeed one thing. He could strive to attain a supreme decree of celestial will. Bai Li gradually calmed himself and addressed Yao Tianjun. "Brother, can you place your trust in me?" Yao Tianjun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "We have been brothers for countless years, and are as one. Speak freely, and I shall obey." Little did he know, the words that followed from Bai Li left him dumbfounded. "Very well, since you trust me, proceed with the ritual. I shall assist you in overcoming your tribulations." The crowd was left perplexed, for Bai Li had just proclaimed that such an act would invite calamity upon oneself. Yet now he urged Yao Tianjun to perform a ritual to invoke spirits. Strangely, Yao Tianjun, the focal point of the event, seemed unconcerned, turning instead to Bai Li and saying, "All right, I await your aid in my tribulations." With that, he stepped into the desolate formation, constructing a soil platform, setting up an incense altar, and fashioning a straw effigy, placing 3 lanterns atop the effigy's head and 7 beneath its feet, corresponding to Jiang Ziya's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Each day he offered prayers and recited incantations, letting his hair down and wielding his sword. After 21 days, he had successfully summoned 2 of Jiang Ziya's souls and 6 spirits, yet the 1 soul and 1 spirit that was meant to be summoned today remained absent, causing Yao Tianjun's heart to sink. It seemed Bai Li's words rang true. He had anticipated that by eliminating Jiang Ziya, the one destined for calamity, he could navigate the divine tribulation and preserve the lives of many of his fellow disciples, but instead, he had endangered them. The desolate formation lay shrouded in darkness, save for the faint glow of 2 lanterns representing Jiang Ziya's remaining soul and spirit, their flickering light seemingly narrating a tale or mocking something. Unable to contain himself, Yao Tianjun gazed skyward, murmuring, "Celestial will, celestial will." Days passed, and Yao Tianjun remained in the formation, awaiting the arrival of the disciples of the Chan sect. Suddenly, a clear light erupted within the formation, dispelling the malevolent spirits, and from this light emerged 2 protective lotus flowers, upon which stood a figure clad in an 8-trigram purple robe, advancing toward the straw effigy on the incense altar. Having awaited this moment for long, Yao Tianjun recognized the figure as Qi Jingzi and bellowed, "Qi Jingzi, I have awaited your arrival here for quite some time. Today, you shall remain within the desolate formation." With that, he threw a handful of black sand into the air, creating a haze filled with the resentful energy of the underworld. The desolate formation conceals the path of souls, and the resentful energy within it emanates from the tormented spirits of hell, escaping during their punishment. The white paper banners within the formation are forged from coins exchanged in the underworld, circulating for millennia. In the nether realm, there flows the river of forgetfulness, teeming with forlorn souls unable to reincarnate, alongside the murky remnants of the world. The sand employed by Lord Yao at this moment is crystallized from the riverbed, known as soul-severing sand, capable of tainting even the protective treasures of celestial beings. For those of shallow cultivation, it would immediately lead to the dissolution of their souls, casting their essence into the abyss. In pursuit of the desolate formation, he labored for a millennium in the netherworld to acquire this precious portal, and spent centuries gathering various spiritual materials to fish out this dark sand, refining it into a wondrous artifact, capable of both release and containment, entirely at his whim. As the protective lotus fell, Qi Jingzi hastily waved his bagua purple robe, seizing an opportunity to escape from the desolate formation. Witnessing the successful strike of the black sand, he smirked at Qi Jingzi's retreating figure, then promptly returned to the camp to seek Bai Li, who awaited news. Upon hearing of Qi Jingzi's incursion into the formation, Bai Li grasped Lord Yao's shoulder, fixing his gaze intently into his eyes, as if to engrave his next words into his mind. "My dear brother, when Qi Jingzi next seeks to steal the grassman, he will undoubtedly bring with him a treasure of utmost significance, which is your sole chance of survival. You must grasp it firmly, do you understand?" Chapter 4. The return of Taiji. The words of Bai Li soon manifested into reality, when Qi Jingzi broke the formation again. He indeed brought with him a treasure, an innate supreme treasure, the power of which far exceeded his expectations. In the air, a treasure map unfurled, transforming into a golden bridge that spanned the entire grand array, emanating a radiant 5-colored light that enveloped it. All attacks within the formation faltered upon encountering the golden bridge, unable to shake it in the slightest. Yao Tianjun, concealed nearby, felt an involuntary surge of resentment. There were only a few innate supreme treasures in the vast wilderness, each renowned and identifiable. The Taiji diagram was a treasure of his esteemed master, so how could he not recognize it? Although the tribulation of the Fengshen involved the discussions of the 3 teachings, the human teaching had but one second-generation disciple, Xiandu, and he was certainly not among the illustrious. The contention between the Chan and Jie schools had persisted, yet now his master seemed to favor the Chan school, provoking his ire. Qi Jingzi seized the straw man, when suddenly a thunderous sound echoed through the void. The previously stabilized array, bound by the Taiji diagram, began to violently retaliate, and for some unknown reason, the diagram in his hand started to slip from his control. At that moment, Yao Tianjun leaped forth from the void, casting a handful of soul-shattering sand directly at Qi Jingzi. Seeing the straw man within arm's reach, Qi Jingzi faced a dilemma. To retreat now would mean losing the opportunity. In a flash, he chose to abandon the Taiji diagram, seizing the straw man and employing Earth Escape to flee from the chaotic array. Yao Tianjun paid no mind to the taken straw man and hastily retrieved the fallen Taiji diagram, racing back to the camp to seek Bai Li. The brothers beheld the innate supreme treasure for the first time, passing it around in awe until it finally rested in Bai Li's hands. Observing the curiosity and inquisitive expressions in their eyes, devoid of greed, Bai Li felt a sense of relief. Undeniably, this treasure was powerful, yet it was not potent enough to allow one to rampage through the vast wilderness, even against the likes of the celestial venerates, who had comprehended the boundless Tao. A mere flick of their fingers could extinguish those who wielded innate supreme treasures. This diagram, crafted by his master at the Eight Sceneries Palace of Shoyang Mountain, possessed the power to delineate the pure from the impure, governing earth, water, fire, and wind, encompassing the myriad wonders of existence. This diagram represented both a calamity and an opportunity. The Taishang used this treasure to lay the groundwork for future tribulations. The curse of the chaotic array upon Jiangxia was also the precursor to Zhao Gongming's encounter with the 7 arrows of the nail-headed. Every action and consequence is dictated by destiny. However, Bai Li was determined to use this tribulation to secure his brother's chance of escape. He solemnly returned the Taiji diagram to Yao Tianjun, stating, "Brother, take this diagram and return it to my master at the Eight Sceneries Palace of Shoyang Mountain. When you see my master, kneel and bow, pleading for his mercy. Do not utter anything else. Do you understand?" Yao Tianjun was momentarily taken aback. Lifting his gaze to Bai Li, it was evident that this instruction was aimed at preserving his life. But what of the other brothers? Noticing his hesitation, the others urged him to depart swiftly, their expressions revealing that they understood everything. He hurriedly began to speak, "Then you all," but was cut off by Bai Li's hand gesture. "As the esteemed brothers once guided me, dear younger sibling, your entrance into tribulation has indeed manifested your true intentions. In your quest to aid our brethren in overcoming their trials, you have valiantly defied your oaths to confront Jiangxia, and with the might of the Grand Formation, you have twice repelled Qijingzi, thereby asserting the formidable reputation of our. Having accomplished this, you have done more than enough. They are aware, they know everything." Originally, Yao Tianjun believed that the brothers would hold him accountable, yet they are fully cognizant of the truth. With a sudden thud, Yao Tianjun knelt before the assembly, bowing his head 3 times in reverence, before turning away resolutely towards the Banjing Palace on Mount Shoyang. Observing his departing figure, Bai Li turned to his fellow brothers. Now that Qijingzi has been driven back, it is certain that the 12 celestial immortals of the Chan sect will soon arrive. I beseech you all to return to the Grand Formation and prepare, for in a few days, let it be known that our disciples are not to be trifled with. The brethren complied and withdrew. Within a few days, indeed, the Dazhou side erected reed canopies, and 12 celestial beings, enveloped in the radiance of the jade purity, began to arrive at Shichi. Another beam of extinguishing celestial light descended from the heavens, accompanied by the sound of deer calls, presenting an otherworldly spectacle. With the melodies of celestial music filling the air, Bai Li gazed from afar, his heart sinking. The Taoist known as Ran Deng from Lingjiu Mountain had arrived. Meanwhile, Yao Tianjun, not daring to waste a moment, utilized his swiftest escape to reach the Banjing Palace. The Banjing Palace of Mount Shoyang, being the abode of the Supreme One, houses 9 extraordinary wonders: the vast ocean, the towering Kunlun Mountains, the divine elegance of the bell flowers, the brilliance of the moonlight, the shimmering illusions, the misty waters, the ethereal clouds, the celestial rivers, and the primordial chaos. Due to the significance of the number 9, which symbolizes extremity, the Supreme One refrained from naming his abode the Palace of 9 Scenes, preferring instead the title of Banjing Palace. For an ordinary celestial being, a single day of cultivation within this realm, steeped in the essence of the Tao, surpasses a century of practice in any common celestial mountain or blessed land. At this moment, Yao Tianjun paid no heed to the wonders surrounding him. He dared not linger or glance back. Even a brief pause seemed to echo with the voices of his brothers and sisters. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Banjing Palace, whereupon he beheld an inscription upon the grand doors. The Tao discerns the primordial chaos, having witnessed the Tai Chi give rise to the 4 symbols. The primordial chaos imparts the teachings, leading the Hu people across the Han Pass. Yao Tianjun stood outside, hesitant to intrude, and bowed respectfully towards the palace, holding the Tai Chi diagram aloft. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he spoke with a quivering voice. Yao Bin, an unworthy disciple of thee, has come to return the cherished treasure, the Tai Chi diagram, to the venerable master. A prolonged silence enveloped the air. Yao Tianjun, gazing at the tightly shut doors, fought back tears, trembling as he bowed 3 times, tightly clutching the Tai Chi diagram. Yao Bin, an unworthy disciple of the, has come to return the cherished treasure, the Tai Chi diagram, to the venerable master. Another silence ensued. Just as he prepared to announce himself for the 3rd time, a sigh emerged from within. Alas, foolish child. Enter. No sooner had the words been spoken than the grand doors of the Banjing Palace opened with a resounding echo. Inside, an elderly figure sat majestically upon a cloud platform, his hair and beard white as snow, a long beard cascading to his chest, his countenance benevolent, yet dignified. With lowered brows and gentle eyes, clad in the robes of Tai Chi, and holding a whisk, none other than the Supreme Lao Jun. Upon entering the palace, Yao Bin beheld the true visage of the Supreme One, feeling as though the Tao lay before him. Yet, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, he pushed aside the golden mountain and toppled the jade pillar, bowing deeply with his forehead touching the ground. The tears he had long suppressed finally cascaded down his cheeks, and after a tremor coursed through his form, he struck the ground thrice with a resounding thud. His voice was choked, akin to the pain of a knife's edge, as he slowly articulated the words dictated by the white ceremonial rites. I beseech the compassion of the esteemed master uncle. The Supreme One, with eyes that penetrated the 3 realms, glanced at Yao Tianjun and instantly discerned his origins. With a brief sigh, he shook his head and nodded slightly, extending his hand to point. In an instant, the Taiji diagram that Yao Tianjun held soared back into the hands of the Supreme One. This treasure, although a tribulation, also represents a fortuitous opportunity. The calamity of sealing the gods is a test for you, not mere idle talk. Though the disciples of the Tongtian master vary in character, you are blessed with a band of good brothers. Upon hearing these words, Yao Tianjun felt an even deeper sense of shame, lowering his head further. Observing this, the Supreme One tucked the Taiji diagram into his sleeve and addressed Yao Tianjun below, saying, "The master uncle is not a heartless individual. Now that you have returned this treasure, I present you with 2 choices. The outcome shall ultimately depend on the path you choose." Chapter 5. A just battle. Upon hearing this, Yao Tianjun was momentarily taken aback and prostrated himself, beseeching the Grand Master for clarification. The Grand Master waved his hand, his feathered whisk in motion. "One option is that the old Taoist will protect you, and you shall assist in alchemical pursuits within the 8 scenic palace, not permitted to leave until the conclusion of the divine ordainment. When the time comes, you may choose to ascend in flesh or embrace the carefree existence of an immortal." Without a hint of hesitation, Yao Tianjun pressed on with his inquiry. "If I may ask, Master, what is the alternative?" The Grand Master regarded him with a penetrating gaze before responding. "The other option is to return to the battlefield of Shang and Zhou. This time, I remain neutral. Your 10 brothers may face death or escape calamity. The outcome ultimately hinges upon your own capabilities." Instantly, Yao Tianjun chose the latter without a second thought. Observing his resolute demeanor, the Grand Master could not help but feel a twinge of regret. The 8 scenic palace was not a mere abode for ordinary immortals, and the alchemical arts practiced therein were indeed profound. "Have you truly considered this?" he inquired. Unmoved by the Grand Master's counsel, Yao Tianjun bowed deeply, his forehead striking the ground. "Thank you for your compassion, Master." The Grand Master shook his head, stating that each individual has their own fate and should not be coerced. "You may depart now." As his words faded, Yao Tianjun felt a gentle force propelling him away from Shouyang Mountain. He bowed thrice towards the mountain before setting forth towards the battlefield of Shang and Zhou. The Grand Master glanced at the battlefield, then at the unexpectedly spirited young man, before shifting his gaze towards the East Sea's Golden Tortoise Island, Kunlun's Jade Void Palace, and finally raising his eyes to the heavens. A faint smile gracing his lips, though he shook his head. At that moment, the previously predetermined celestial calculations began to shift, rendering the outcome obscured. The fates of the 10 destined participants in the sacrificial array also began to transform. As the celestial changes unfolded, several powerful beings observing the divine ordainment sensed the anomaly. In the Bayou Palace on Golden Tortoise Island, the primeval Lord of Heaven laughed heartily, waving his azure-sleeved robe, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into a sky filled with sweet dew and the fragrance of wine. He casually plucked a lotus leaf from the pond, transforming it into a cup, and scooped it into the void, filling the chalice with amber liquid. Raising it to his lips, he drank it all in one go and tossed the cup aside, brandishing his sword and singing. In Bai Li Palace, talents abound. Through the calamity of divine ordainment, they all are bound. Bai Li struggles to break free from his plight. Yao Bin, with honor, bids farewell to the light. Though fate seems preordained by celestial decree, only I, of the embrace true liberty. In the jade void palace of Kunlun Mountain, the primeval Lord of Heaven furrowed his brow at the shifting celestial intentions, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Shang and Zhou, both sides had already engaged. As the lamp igniter prepared to send Deng Hua to the heavenly absolute array, he sensed the changes in fate stirring a hint of unease within. He urged, Deng Hua, take my decree and swiftly disrupt the heavenly absolute array. Although Deng Hua was a disciple of the Chan teaching, he shared no connection to the immortal path like Jiangxia. With the opening of the divine ordainment list, death and dissolution could lead to his ascension on the list, presenting an opportunity he could not ignore. Thus, fully aware of the perilous path ahead, he resolutely proceeded, even mocking Qin Wan as a hindrance when asked for his name. Recalling Bai Li's words, Qin Wan paid no heed to the taunt, turning instead to enter the array. In the depths of his heart, Deng Hua felt a surge of joy and quickly pursued. As he entered the formation, he was immediately struck by a sudden shift in the surrounding scenery. Just as he pondered why the grand array had not yet been activated, he was startled to see Qin Tianjun materialize beside him, raising his sleeve. A beam of golden light shot forth, resembling a spirit serpent, coiling around him with remarkable speed, binding him tightly. Upon closer inspection, Deng Hua realized that this golden light was a resplendent rope. This rope was none other than the inferior postnatal spirit treasure. The binding celestial rope, meticulously crafted by Bai Li based on memories from a past life, specifically the binding immortal rope and the shining gold rope from the Taishan. There were 10 ropes in total, perfectly suited for the 10 brothers, each wielding one, now aptly employed. Before long, Qin Tianjun exited the formation, casting the tightly bound Deng Hua into the ranks of the Yin Shang, where 2 axe-wielding guards swiftly severed his head in front of the onlookers. Seeing this, Qin Tianjun erupted with laughter, brandishing the binding celestial rope and calling out to Ran Deng and the others. Who among the disciples of the Yushu sect dares to breach my heavenly absolute formation? The camp of Yin Shang erupted in cheers, while Bai Li felt a heavy weight lift from his heart upon witnessing Deng Hua's demise outside the formation. In stark contrast, the expressions of Ran Deng and his companions turned to shock as they observed that the heavenly absolute formation showed no signs of alteration following Deng Hua's death. Deng Hua had entered the formation not only to offer a sacrifice and diminish its power, but also to assist them in discerning the perils within, enabling one among them to breach the formation. This had been the predetermined script of fate, but now the narrative had taken an unforeseen turn. Particularly, after observing the shift in the calamity energy affecting all 10 masters of the absolute arrays, Ran Deng's countenance grew grave. The heavens no longer favored them as they had in the past. Just then, a dark radiance descended from the heavens, landing to reveal a figure. Bai Li and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Brother, how have you returned? The newcomer was none other than Yao Tianjun. Bai Li was momentarily flustered. Had he miscalculated, rendering his efforts futile? Yao Tianjun, stepping forward with delight, declared, Brother, I have returned, and I have restored fairness. Bai Li was taken aback, quickly realizing that Yao Bin must have restored the fairness bestowed by the Taishan, granting them a chance for a fair battle. This time, they need not fear the will of heaven. Their fates would be determined solely by their own capabilities. Then let us battle, a truly exhilarating clash, Bai Li proclaimed, eager to witness how their years of cultivation would measure against the calamity that bridged the gap in their paths. He patted Yao Bin's shoulder, saying, You have worked hard. Dear brother, should our companions emerge unscathed, your contribution will be monumental. With that, he bowed deeply to Yao Bin. The other celestial beings understood and collectively bowed to Yao Bin as well. Yao Bin was taken aback, hastily attempting to help everyone rise, but was met with a magical barrier that compelled him to accept their reverence. Let us depart. Brother Qin awaits us. They agreed, forming a single line behind Qin Tianjun. Noticing his brothers standing resolutely behind him, Qin Tianjun couldn't help but smile knowingly. The 10 of them spoke in unison, fellow Taoists of the Chan teaching. Who among you dares to challenge our 10 absolute formation? Their voices resonated powerfully, stirring up a cloud of dust. The celestial beings led by Ran Deng paled in response. The radiant lamp is a primordial divinity, having long attained the status of a past Buddha. This is because the primordial beginning serves as the cause for the heavenly realms, the most ancient source. It is for this reason that he has embarked upon the compassionate voyage, subverting cause and effect, to immerse himself in the teachings of the primordial beginning, as he is inherently a figure of grand mastery. The primordial lord has appointed him as the deputy leader of the teaching of enlightenment. Initially, he was the architect behind the 12 celestial immortals of the teaching of enlightenment undergoing tribulations. However, fate has taken an unexpected turn. What is more infuriating is that due to his seniority, he cannot personally intervene. Despite the leader of the interception teaching having hung up a couplet admonishing his disciples not to venture forth, this is merely a reflection of the greater will of the teaching of enlightenment. Now that the celestial mandate has shifted, should anyone dare to employ the large to dominate the small, one can only imagine that the imminent descent of the Qingping sword, embodying the intent to enclose all things in annihilation, could occur at any moment. He is not foolish. Why invite trouble upon himself? Chapter 6. The array broken by Manjushri Randang surveyed his surroundings, hesitating for a moment before ultimately selecting the individual he had originally designated to breach the array. Manjushri, I must ask you to undertake this journey. Manjushri, along with Puxian, Sihong, and Zhu Lusun, formed the core of his assembly, established during his time within the Buddhist realm. They had all attained the status of Golden Immortals early on, yet were still unable to realize their Tao fruits. The disparity between achieving a Tao fruit and not was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The three pure ones represent the origin of the immortal path. The initial realm of the immortal path, known as the celestial immortal, was established by the three pure ones themselves. The supreme one, embodying non-action, does not accept disciples, leading the others to seek a secondary path under the teachings of the Chan school, with the hope of returning together in the future. Guan Xingzi and his peers were favored by the primordial heavenly venerable and thus could not afford to take risks. Huang Long and his companions lacked sufficient cultivation, making Manjushri, the previously designated Lord of Vast Dharma, the most suitable candidate to confront the array. Calm and composed, Manjushri accepted the edict. He carried within him a sense of pride and confidence. The Golden Immortal status was a realm created by the two supreme Golden Immortals of the West, who comprehended the Tao fruit of the Great Tao, existing between the Celestial Immortal and the Great Tao fruit. In past calamities, he had been the auspicious Bodhisattva of the West, and even served as the teacher of Randang in a previous incarnation, having traversed far within the Golden Immortal realm. He was the teacher of the 7 Buddhas and the mother of all Buddhas, destined to attain the Great Tao fruit after this tribulation. How could he fear the 10 absolute array due to a lack of offerings? Upon receiving the edict, Manjushri prepared to approach the heavenly absolute array, and Randang cautioned him, be exceedingly cautious. Manjushri offered a slight smile, acknowledging with a simple, I understand, before advancing. Wishing to test his brilliance without hesitation, he ascended with the grace of a celestial dragon. Beneath his feet, a precious lotus shielded him, and a radiant light enveloped him as he moved. In the Golden Palace, they discussed virtue, while atop Yujing Mountain, they cultivated the peaches of immortality. Departing from the celestial abode under the Master's decree, he set forth to experience the heavenly absolute. As Manjushri entered the scene, he immediately addressed Qin Wan, you, of the, live without restraint and in carefree abandon. Why impose such a deadly array that harms living beings? I have come to enact a bloodbath, and pity your millennia of cultivation, which may end as mere dust. It is not our lack of compassion. It is the decree of fate. Qin Tianjun responded with a hearty laugh. You, Manjushri, originally a disciple of the West, entered our three pure ones teachings to realize your Tao fruit. Now, in order to traverse this calamity, you send your disciples to their deaths. The death of Sister Shurji is still fresh in our minds. Why feign such pretenses, claiming a lack of compassion? My brother has already contended for a fair fate. This battle of arrays will depend solely on our skills. Life and death are inconsequential. With that, he strode directly into the heavenly absolute array. As a celestial immortal, he could only hope to contest the golden immortal Manjushri within its confines. Upon hearing the resonant chime of a golden bell behind him, Manjushri understood it urged him to enter the array and confront the foe. He extended his hand towards the ground, summoning 2 floating lotus flowers beneath his feet. And with them, he stepped into the heavenly absolute array. Observing the figure upon the Dharma platform, Manjushri waved his whisk and declared, Qin Wan, I have entered your heavenly absolute array. What is your intent? Qin Wan, with a solemn expression, understood this was a battle of honor, a chance to establish his name. Although his path was shallow and his rank lowly, he sought to ensure that his name and the might of the resonated throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos. Raising the exquisite postnatal spiritual treasures of the 3-headed divine banner upon the law altar, it gently swayed, causing the heavens to rumble with thunder. From the three positions, upper, middle, and lower, descended the primordial essence of the three talents, merging into a singular, chaotic hue, advancing towards the venerable Manjushri, the great law of heaven. Manjushri's brow furrowed slightly, recognizing the formidable skill in reversing the chaos of the three talents. 5 beams of white light unfurled from his left hand, spiraling downward, atop which blossomed a lotus to protect and guide him. A celebratory cloud ascended above, its 5-colored brilliance adorned with precious gems, cascading strands, and a central pearl, illuminating the entire celestial annihilation formation. This was indeed the protective divine power of the golden lamp of celebratory clouds from the Jade Void Palace's teachings, capable of effortlessly dismantling the celestial annihilation formation under ordinary circumstances. Yet, now they were amidst a calamity, having incurred a deadly tribulation. The primordial chaos, reversed from the three talents, shook the celebratory cloud violently, causing the precious gems to become disordered, the cascading strands to whirl, and the central pearl to flicker. However, it ultimately failed to breach the celebratory cloud and the protective lotus. After a moment of flickering brilliance, they restored to their original state. This outcome greatly surpassed Manjushri's expectations. Observing this thwarted attack, Hunyuan atop the law altar unabashedly praised, "Excellent. Now receive my next strike, the upper clarity divine thunder." The thunder, a pivotal force of yin and yang, was wielded by the disciples of the three pure ones through their respective thunder methods: the great pure divine thunder, the jade pure divine thunder, and the upper clarity divine thunder. Although each disciple infused their unique elements, the essence remained true to its origins. The great pure divine thunder emphasized the Tao, focusing more on comprehending the transformations of yin and yang than on combat, rarely seen in the primordial chaos. The jade pure divine thunder emphasized might, instilling fear in adversaries even before its approach. The upper clarity divine thunder, marked by force and swiftness, was primarily designed for assault, thus appearing most frequently. Now, the upper clarity divine thunder, wielded by Lord Qin, incorporated the power of the primordial three talents, enhancing its might even further. Upon witnessing the formidable might of the divine thunder, Manjushri immediately formed a seal, summoning the corresponding jade pure divine thunder. The jade pure divine thunder shimmered in azure, while the upper clarity divine thunder glowed in yellow, intertwining to divide yin and yang, causing the very space to tremble. One was a bodhisattva of Buddhist Tao, an exalted being of the teaching, destined to attain the great Luo Tao fruit, while the other was a righteous figure of the immortal Tao, a disciple of the, both embroiled in their own tribulations, neither willing to concede. Thus, they engaged in an evenly matched contest. Seizing the opportune moment, Lord Qin altered his hand seals, stirring the three-headed divine banner, which moved of its own accord, erupting with clear light. At that moment, the upper clarity three talents divine thunder began to evolve the intricacies of chaos. In an instant, it pierced through the jade pure divine thunder, racing towards Manjushri's face with astonishing speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. Realizing the impending danger, Manjushri's golden immortal traits manifested to their fullest potential, responding with boundless wisdom to execute the swiftest of reactions. The golden lamp of celebratory clouds blazed with renewed brilliance, stalling the divine thunder momentarily, before swiftly retreating. Ultimately, though somewhat disheveled, it only resulted in the loss of 2 lotus flowers beneath him. Seeing the significant setback, Manjushri was immediately consumed by an unnamed fury, manifesting a precious Sarira pearl atop his head, radiating immeasurable light to stabilize the space. The recent strike of divine thunder had drained most of Hunyuan's magical power. He had initially hoped for a decisive blow, only to find that the venerable Manjushri had evaded it. At this moment, he could only rely on the might of the heavenly absolute formation to momentarily withstand the golden radiance. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to wield the three-headed divine banner, a wooden pillar suddenly emerged from below, revealing 3 golden rings that ensnared him, rendering him immobile. This artifact, known as the 7 Treasures Golden Lotus or the Dragon-Subduing Pillar, which he had acquired from the West, belonged to the innate realm and was capable of both protection and confinement. However, now bound by the 3 golden rings, he found himself unable to move. Seeing Hunyuan immobilized, Manjushri bowed towards Kunlun from afar, declaring, "Today, my disciple shall commence the slaughter." With that, he conjured a wisdom sword in his hand. Fixating his gaze upon Hunyuan, this sword was a magical treasure forged through his mastery of the path of wisdom, capable of severing all forms of vexation. What constitutes vexation? All that I despise is vexation. Qin, today you shall not escape. I must fulfill my murderous destiny. A fierce glint flickered in Qin eyes as he bellowed. Manjushri, do you truly believe you have secured victory? Chapter 7. Unyielding to death. Wen Shu sensed an ominous turn of events. Upon closer inspection, he indeed beheld Qin eyes ablaze with crimson fury. The entire Tianjue formation began to tremble violently, as the innate energies of the three talents surged forth, creating a tempestuous atmosphere and echoing with thunderous roars. The diagram of the Tianjue formation burst forth, shattering into countless fragments, as the spatial realm within collapsed, replaying a scene of chaos. Wen Shu, gritting his teeth in resentment, hurriedly retracted the escaped dragon pillar, along with various other means such as the celebratory clouds and lotus, to shield himself. In the next instant, the combined might of the Tianjue formation and Qinwan's celestial body and primordial spirit erupted explosively, transforming into a radiant beam that soared skyward. The resultant shockwave forced the spectators awaiting the outcome outside the formation to stagger back several paces. As the overwhelming force dissipated, the onlookers hastily approached to observe. They beheld Wen Shu Guangfa, the celestial venerable, in a state of utter disarray, the celebratory clouds atop him scattered in all directions, while the escaped dragon pillar lay fallen nearby, revealing a bodhisattva golden body that had inexplicably appeared atop it, crowned with 5 xinyans and wielding a wisdom sword. However, the original hair atop his head was missing half. His aura diminished, 5 energies in disarray, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. On the other side, there was no sign of Qin, only a lingering echo in the air. On the Fengshen platform, how can one avoid the tribulations of body and soul? Yet, if others dare to oppress my teachings, I fear not the shroud of death. The voice faded into the ether, as a remnant spirit surged toward the Fengshen platform. Hearing these words, Bai Li and the others were moved to tears. Their elder brother, the master of the Tianjue formation, Lord Qin, had ultimately perished, dying heroically within his own formation, leaving no remains for them to gather. Fortunately, there still existed the Fengshen List, though it remained uncertain how many among the 10 brothers and sisters would be able to retain their celestial forms. Upon witnessing Wen Shu Guangfa's grievous injuries, the disciples of the Chan sect were instantly consumed by rage, particularly Puxian and Zihong, who immediately sought to intercept Qin's true spirit, wishing to obliterate it from existence. I dare anyone to try? The movement of several individuals faltered as they turned to see that the speaker was Bai Li, the master of the flaming array, along with several other array masters, their eyes ablaze with fury. Bai Li continued with a commanding voice. The ancient masters have long proclaimed that those with profound roots shall ascend to the celestial path, those with lesser roots shall attain the divine path, and those with shallow roots shall achieve the human path, yet remain subject to the cycle of tribulation. This is the essence of the transformation of heaven and earth. My brother Qin now lies deceased. His name shall be inscribed upon the Fengshen List. Should you attempt to annihilate his true spirit, it would be a defiance of the ancient master's decree. I shall kneel before the 8th scenic palace with my brothers, beseeching the venerable master to deliver justice. At the mention of the esteemed name, the crowd immediately ceased their actions, obediently directing Qin's remnant spirit toward the Fengshen platform. At that moment, Zhao Tianjun, the master of the earthly fierce array, urged his plum blossom deer forward, his eyes ablaze as he proclaimed, Wen Shu has shattered the Tianjue formation. Who dares to breach my earthly fierce array? Han Dulong, a disciple under the celestial venerable Dao Xing, promptly stepped forward to volunteer himself, requesting permission to dismantle the earthly fierce array. Like Deng Hua, he found himself struggling to ascend the celestial path. Yet he was also a temporary disciple taken in by Dao Xing to withstand calamities, undeterred by the threat of death. Though Ran Deng had discerned the changes in fate, he saw no harm in testing the waters further, thus acquiescing to Han Dulong's earnest request. Han Dulong, upon entering the formation, inevitably followed in the footsteps of Deng Hua, bound by the celestial binding rope and subsequently slain outside the array. Ran Deng observed the Shang forces with narrowed eyes, although the heavens had shifted. The adversaries' actions clearly indicated their awareness of the method to breach the 10 absolute formation. Yet, the 10 participants possessed merely the cultivation of celestial immortals. Who could have discerned this? Scanning the remaining 9 within the 10 absolute formation, no remarkable traits were discerned. After dispatching Han Dulong, Zhao Tianjun advanced to challenge once more. Witnessing the bloodthirsty disciples of the remaining immortals of the could not help but feel inclined to withdraw. This frenzied group paid no heed to their years of cultivation. The formation was shattered at will, and the array threatened to explode. A moment's carelessness could easily lead to a place on the divine list. And even if they escaped that fate, injuries were inevitable. None wished to become the next Munjushri Guangfa Tianzuan. Seeing the reluctance to engage, Randang felt a tinge of disappointment. It was not that they lacked prowess in cultivation, but their courage and confidence paled in comparison to the revealing a profound mistrust. As a former Buddha and a being who had attained the great fruits of Tai and Luo, a primordial sage amongst the mighty of the wilderness, could it be that without the sacrificial offerings to the formation, no method to breach it existed? Zhiliu's son, you shall go and break the earthly fiery formation. Zhiliu's son paused, momentarily incredulous, yet he stepped forward to accept the decree. Observing the trust his followers placed in him, Randang nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving an item from his robes to hand to Zhiliu, his son gazed at the object in his hand, momentarily dazed. It was the primordial spiritual treasure, the purple gold bowl. Randang then whispered a few words into Zhiliu's son's ear. This treasure has had its mark erased. I now lend it to you for the purpose of breaching the formation. Hearing this, Zhiliu's son's earlier gloom lifted, and he began to sing with fervor. Refining gold with the light of the sun and moon, two spiritual pearls illuminate the chamber, manipulating the universe with knowledge and might, transcending life and death to witness success, leaving traces in the west, establishing a name in Xuandu. Ascending the clouds, the path is steady. How laughable is Zhao Zhang's light cultivation. Upon witnessing Zhiliu's son's approach, Zhao Zhang wasted no time in entering the earthly fiery formation. Zhiliu's son followed closely behind, raising auspicious clouds, the purple gold bowl in hand, also stepping into the formation. Upon seeing the treasure in Zhiliu's son's possession, Bai Li's heart sank. In the previous life as texts, this treasure had appeared twice. Once, it was lent by Randang to Yun Zhongzi, causing Wen Zhong to be trapped within the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield. The other instance was when Randang wielded it against Kong Xian, ultimately claimed by the five-colored divine light. What kind of individuals had this treasure confronted? Wen Zhong, the Grandmaster of Shang, still benefited from the protection of the human destiny, later being enshrined as the heavenly sovereign of thunderous transformation. Kong Xian, son of the Phoenix ancestor, was subdued only when Zhuan Ti personally intervened in the mortal realm. He was later revered as the Bodhisattva of the Peacock King, though one victor and one vanquished. The fact that Randang could employ this treasure against both figures speaks volumes of its formidable power. Indeed, as Bai Li anticipated, Zhu Lusun soon emerged from the earth flame formation, holding captive the bound Zhao Tianjun, ensnared by the celestial binding rope. A talisman affixed to his forehead anchored his primordial spirit, rendering him incapable of self-detonation. Zhu Lusun maintained a steady demeanor, his celestial robes slightly soiled, indicating a remarkably effortless victory. He did not forget to seize the 5 divine banners and the earth crack formation diagram before departing, thus reaping tremendous rewards. Zhao Tianjuan's eyes burned crimson, tears of blood trickling from the corners. He felt hatred for his own impotence, for being unable to self-destruct, for losing face for the Jie sect, and for elevating the enemy's prestige. Zhu Lusun brought him back to Lupo and raised his voice, declaring, I have broken the earth flame formation and captured its master, Zhao Jiang. I now present him for your command, esteemed teacher. Upon hearing this, Randang smiled, exuding tranquility, and replied, then let him be hung at Lupo to demonstrate the might of our Chan sect. Zhu Lusun laughed heartily at these words and commanded the yellow turban warriors to suspend Zhao Jiang beneath Lupo for the citizens of Shichi to behold. Upon witnessing this, the crowd surged forward, eager to fight, but was halted by Bai Li. Internally seething, Bai Li recognized the disparity in power and could only suppress his fury for future reckoning. He stepped forward, locking gazes with the venerable Randang. Senior, the disciples of the Jie sect must not be humiliated lightly. Should you dare to employ further treacherous tactics or engage in covert maneuvers, do not blame us for invoking the Bayou Palace and summoning the Qingping sword. At that point, matters will take an entirely different turn. Chapter 8. The Challenge of Dui. As Bai Li uttered these words, a sense of trepidation gripped his heart. Although the return of the Taiji diagram had secured a momentary neutrality from the Grand Supreme, he remained uncertain of Tongtian's disposition. After all, in the original text of the Investiture of the Gods, when Guang Qingzi made 3 visits to the Bio Palace, Tongtian had told him that should any of his disciples obstruct, they would face the consequences of Jiang Ziya's magic staff, having already issued an imperial decree. Those who refuse to heed the warnings are merely courting disaster. Yet, this did not deter him from waving a grand banner and invoking the tiger's skin. While he may be unaware, Randang was acutely aware of Tongtian's stance. The facts surrounding the investiture of the gods are intricate, and given the multitude of divine positions, it was inevitable that disciples of the wood dominate the list. Moreover, after the investiture, with the heavenly will favoring it was understandable that Tongtian appeared indifferent. Now, with the celestial balance shifting, should an opportunity arise, it was not beyond possibility for the opponent to wield the Qingping sword. Nonetheless, while this method could no longer be employed, he was not a mere junior who could be easily intimidated. Having already breached 2 formations, it would be wise for Bai Li to prioritize his own safety. Meanwhile, he was convinced that Bai Li was the mastermind orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Such a talent, if permitted to cross over to the west, could potentially lead to the emergence of another bodhisattva or even a Buddha. As the howling winds echoed, Master Dong Tianjun approached from behind, addressing the disciples of the. With 2 formations dismantled, which of my fellow Taoists would care to step into my wind-howling formation for a friendly exchange of celestial arts? Randang gazed skyward, contemplating the method to break the formation. After a brief moment, he turned to Bai Li and the others with a smile. The hour is late. We shall return tomorrow to dismantle the formation. With that, he disregarded the disciples and led Guang Chengzi and the others back to the Lupang. Bai Li understood that he intended to ascend to the Jioding Iron Fork Mountains 8 Treasures Cloudlight Cave to procure the wind-settling pearl to counter the wind-howling formation. And he did not intervene. For although Randang's words had been sharp, they precisely indicated his apprehension of the Qingping sword. To borrow the treasure, it was imperative to also bring along the Dui Jinren. Though Dui was also a Golden Immortal, he was considerably weaker than the 12 Supreme Immortals of the. Even if the wind-settling pearl countered the wind-howling formation, the outcome remained uncertain, and he had his own plans in place. Furthermore, having breached 2 formations, with Qin Tianjuan's self-detonation resulting in death and Zhao Tianjun being captured alive, the brothers were undoubtedly weary and deserved a respite. On the following day, as both sides faced off, Bai Li indeed spotted an additional figure among the ranks, Dui Jinren. However, one aspect puzzled him. Dui was a member of the carefree celestial lineage and was not bound by calamity. What had Randang offered that compelled him to take up the challenge? After sending the original sacrificial figure, Feng Bai, onto the investiture list, Master Dong Tianjun once again issued a challenge, and Dui stepped forward. Master Dong Tianjun, cease your arrogance. I, Dui, have come to meet you. Upon seeing an unfamiliar figure emerge from the opposite side, Dong Tianjuan's heart sank. Recalling Bai Li's words to him the day before, he immediately sought to counsel him. I know you are the Dui Jinren from the Jioding Iron Fork Mountain S8 Treasures Cloudlight Cave, a guest of benevolence and joy. This investiture is a discussion among the 3 teachings. Why must you wade through this murky water and inadvertently benefit outsiders? Dui merely shook his head in response. Esteemed comrades of the tranquil sect, you find yourselves entangled in the calamity of slaughter. Why do you seek to court such misfortune when you could instead embrace tranquility? I implore you, heed my counsel and withdraw to the sanctuary of the mountains, preserving your lives in the process. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the tranquil sect felt a surge of discontent. Just as the compassionate ones among them prepared to voice their thoughts, they were silenced by the gentle hand of the lamp of enlightenment, who gestured for them to remain still and observe. Both sides exchanged earnest entreaties, yet one party's retreat would mean a betrayal of their vows, while the other's withdrawal would cloud their resolve, ultimately leading to a confrontation. Lord Dong took the initiative to step into the formation, followed closely by the Taoist of Deliverance, who wielded a lotus flower. Soon, the onlookers outside the formation noticed the array swaying incessantly, an overwhelming aura emanating from within. Could it be that another explosion was imminent? The collective anxiety of the crowd rose palpably. Before long, the commotion within the formation began to subside, and the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. A resolution was at hand. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the wind howl array, brandishing 2 Teia swords. Though his attire was tattered and his body bore numerous wounds, his eyes shimmered with vitality as he proclaimed a verse. What worries can a sage have in a state of tranquility? The alchemical furnace and divine ox are perfectly matched. I have seen through the chaos of the world. My spirit remains unbound. Upon recognizing the figure, Bai Li and the others were overwhelmed with joy. The one who had emerged from the wind howl array was none other than Lord Dong. After dispelling the formation, he approached the group, offering them a respectful bow, and then saluted Bai Li and Yao Bin again. I am sincerely grateful for your assistance, dear brothers. I have now transcended the calamity. My master has just issued a decree, instructing me to return to Golden Tortoise Island for quiet contemplation. I shall await your return home. With that, A beam of celestial light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lord Dong and whisking him back to Golden Tortoise Island. The name of Dong Quan gradually faded from the divine list, replaced by the characters for deliverance. How could this be? Upon witnessing Dong Quan's emergence, Randang and the others were filled with disbelief. The wind-stabilizing pearl held by the Taoist of deliverance was the most effective counter to the wind howl array. Furthermore, although deliverance voluntarily entered into calamity due to his promise, he had not committed any acts of slaughter and thus had not been weakened as the disciples of the tranquil sect had been. In fact, he had even gained an advantage. Thus, why had he still perished within the wind howl array? Bai Li observed from a distance, delighting in the expressions of the opposing party. The wind within the wind howl array was not of this world. It was a primordial essence that escaped during the separation of earth, water, fire, and wind after the creation of the universe. Lord Dong fortuitously acquired this essence and forged it into the wind howl array. Once the black banner of the main array began to sway, a tremendous force was unleashed. This was aptly captured in the saying, "In the wind howl array, weapons are concealed, harboring mysteries like a celestial net." Conversely, the other four formations were significantly weaker. Although they boasted of fire and claimed to possess the three mysteries, in truth, they merely contained ordinary true fire. The most effective way to amplify the power of the array was to enhance the flames, a skill in which Bai Li excelled. The blaze array drew upon the three mysteries fire, aerial fire, and stone fire, merging them into a singular force, further augmented by a hint of primordial fire spirit. Had it not been for Liu Ye's mastery over the essence of fire and his profound cultivation, others might not have been able to breach the array as easily. Hence, he had spent the previous night imparting to Lord Dong the techniques for mastering flames, aiding him in achieving genuine three mysteries true fire. The heart is likened to the sovereign fire, also known as the divine fire, and is referred to as the upper obscurity. The kidneys represent the ministerial fire, commonly known as the vital fire, referred to as the middle obscurity. The bladder, the reservoir of energy beneath the navel, embodies the communal fire, termed the lower obscurity. Together, these constitute the true fire of the three obscurities. Wind fuels the flames, and fire enhances the wind's force. Thus, when the wind and fire intertwine, how could one merely rely on the wind-controlling pearl to withstand such a tempest? Yet, he succeeded. At long last, a brother has emerged from the tribulation. However, Bai Li raised his gaze, only to find the pair of eyes belonging to the lamp of enlightenment fixed intently upon him, and he could not help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that subsequent tribulations would grow increasingly arduous. As he had anticipated, the once formidable Master Zihong, who should have shattered the winds with a resounding roar, now found himself ensnared in the ice prison formation. The pure and serene glass vial he wielded, which was meant to counter the icy entrapment, could not save him, alas. After millennia of cultivation, Yuan Tianjun was reduced to naught but a puddle of foulness. Following this, Guang Chengzi intervened with overwhelming strength, employing the heaven-toppling seal to vanquish the Holy Mother of Golden Light, while Puxian wielded the Wu Hook sword to dismantle the blood transformation array, slaying Sun Tianjun. Learning from the previous experience of Wenshu, both practitioners first subdued the array master's primordial spirit to prevent self-detonation. Although they incurred minor injuries, they successfully acquired the array schematics and treasures, thus reaping a modest profit. In this battle, both sides sustained losses and agreed to a 3-day ceasefire. At last, it was Bai Li's turn to engage in the Inferno array. His opponent was none other than Tai Yizhenren. Chapter 9. An eye for an eye. Tai stepped forward, waving his dust whisk, and addressed Bai Li. "My friend, you are inherently pure. Why indulge in the folly of ignorance and seek your own demise? Both Shurji and yourself defy the will of heaven, ultimately leading to a fate of being enshrined among the divine. At that moment, do not accuse me of failing to forewarn you." Indeed, his arrogance was palpable. Yet Tai possessed the merit to be so. As one of the 12 upper immortals of the Chan sect, Tai Jinren's favor stood only beneath Guang Chengzi and Shijingzi, perhaps even surpassing Shijingzi, being second only to Guang Chengzi. Neza, the reincarnated spirit of Lingzuzi, faced a calamity of 1,700 killings, destined to be the vanguard against the tyrant Zhou, personally entrusted to be born from the womb of Lady Yin by Tai Jinren himself, who later accepted him as a disciple. Consider the sacred site, Hunyuan Mountain-esque Golden Light Cave, that the primordial heavenly sovereign arranged for Tai Jinren. Great is Hunyuan, the origin of all things, the ruler of heaven. Furthermore, behold the treasures bestowed upon Tai Jinren: the Qian Kuan circle, the mysterious heaven silk, the 9-dragon divine fire shield, the fiery spear, the golden brick, and the wind and fire wheel, among others, truly armed to the teeth. Although most were given to Neza, they undeniably remained the treasures of Tai. When Li Jing took Neza to the Skull Mountain's bone cave to seek atonement from Madame Shurji, she recognized the Qian Kuan circle as the treasure of Tai Jinren, revealing the favoritism of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Yet, Tai merited this favor. It is rumored that his origins are linked to an ancient supreme deity. In the primordial chaos, the principle of name and substance holds great significance. What entity bearing the title Tai could be simple. However, every gain comes with a loss. Unlike other Golden Immortals who may simultaneously seek the Deluo, Tai can only cultivate the Tai Dao fruit, confined to this era. Bai Li, undeterred, retorted promptly, "You permit your disciples to commit heinous acts, to extract the dragon tendons, and even to personally slay Madame Shurji. Each of these transgressions shall be reconciled in due time. You may find regret comes too late." At these words, Tai's heart sank. Yet he replied sternly, "Do not indulge in mere verbal sparring. Witness how I shall dismantle your blazing formation." Upon sensing Tai Jinren's intent to act, Bai Li swiftly vanished into the fiery array. Tai Jinren pointed to the ground, summoning a blooming blue lotus, as he sat upon the lotus platform within the formation. The moment he entered, a celebratory cloud emerged above him, enveloping him in protective radiance. Its hue was azure, and its essence was pure, clearly showcasing his unique path within the supreme divine art of the celebratory cloud golden lamp. Had Tai Jinren been the one to breach the dismal formation and steal the straw man, the soul-severing sand in the hands of Lord Yao might not have wielded such efficacy. Tai gazed at Bai Li on the Dharma platform from afar and proclaimed, "Let me witness the true prowess of your blazing formation." Bai Li smirked coldly, brandishing the three-headed fire banner in his hand, causing the heavens to tremble. Flames engulfed the scene. A torrent of primordial fire essence erupted from the array, radiating a crimson glow across 1,000 miles. The true fire of Samadhi, the fire of stone, and the fire of the air crackled as they consumed the space, with tongues of flames surging and devouring mercilessly. Should an ordinary immortal fall into this sea of fire, they would be reduced to ash in an instant. The blaze rapidly ensnared Tai Jinren, causing the celebratory cloud to writhe incessantly and the jade-clear celestial light to flicker unceasingly. Soon, the sound of crackling flames diminished, and Bai Li squinted at the blazing fireball before him. If the true man of Tai could be so easily incinerated, it would indeed render the teachings of Yuanshi Tianzuan over the years of futile endeavor unworthy of the title Tai. Before long, a hearty laugh resonated from within the fireball. One may not grasp the profound intricacies, yet can still sow blue lotuses amidst the flames. In the next moment, a clear light erupted from the center, revealing the verdant blue lotus beneath Tai's command, gracefully unfurling as if cleansed of all impurities by the fire. A beam of golden light shot forth from his hand, aimed directly at Bai Li's face. It was the Lingbao golden brick, forged from primordial red gold, immensely heavy, capable of shattering skulls and sending one to the netherworld in an instant. Bai Li was already aware of this ambushed treasure and had prepared accordingly. With a swift motion, he produced a handkerchief and tossed it into the air. The handkerchief radiated brilliant light, enveloping the golden brick and capturing it, landing in Bai Li's grasp. Upon witnessing the handkerchief, Tai was momentarily taken aback, the true name of the treasure escaping his lips, the Bagua Cloud Light Handkerchief. Bai Li proclaimed loudly. Indeed, it was the Bagua Cloud Light Handkerchief, a primordial artifact. Had it not been for Sister Shurji's protection of the nearly slain Caixia Tongzi with this treasure, you would not have been able to flaunt your prowess with the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire cover so effortlessly. This battle serves as retribution from those you and your disciples have slain. Initially, after he had deviated the Zhantian arrow, he intended to return to the mountain. But days later, unease crept in. What if unforeseen events arose along the way? Thus, he wandered to the White Bone Cave to assess the situation. There, he found Caixia Tongzi pale as gold leaf, bleeding profusely, with a trace of qi of heaven and earth eroding his flesh, nearly taking his life. Fortunately, a sphere of clear light sustained his vitality. Upon closer inspection, he realized the clear light was indeed the Bagua Cloud Light Handkerchief, the treasured artifact of the Lady Shurji. Encompassing the treasures of Can, Li, Zhan, and Dui, a medium-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Fortunately, he carried life-saving elixirs with him and administered one to Caixia, dispelling the qi of heaven and earth from the wound, thereby rescuing him and sending him to Golden Turtle Island for refuge. Just as he completed this task, the clear light from the Bagua Cloud Light Handkerchief dissipated and fell to the ground. Bai Li understood that Shiji had perished at the hands of Tai, consumed by the nine-dragon divine fire cover, and he honored Cai Xiaotongzi's words, claiming the Bagua cloud light handkerchief and promising to avenge Shiji when the opportunity arose. Now was indeed the opportune moment. However, having captured a golden brick, he found himself rather pleased. Previously, you scorched me with fire. Now, I shall return the favor. Tai hurled an ancient cover into the air, and Bai Li, unable to evade in time, was ensnared within it. The true man clapped his hands, and flames erupted within the cover, giving rise to 9 fiery dragons, their bodies aglow with crimson light, breathing divine fire. It was the superior grade primordial spiritual treasure. The 9-dragon divine fire cover. Bai Li, on that day, Shiji met her demise beneath this treasure, and today you too shall follow in her footsteps. Yet, Bai Li faced the 9 fire dragons without a trace of fear, stepping forward with a smile. Tai, your celebrations are far too premature. With a sudden gesture, he pointed upwards, causing a cerulean orb to burst in the air, from which the essence of water gushed forth in cascading waves, crashing violently against the interior of the 9-dragon divine fire shield. This orb was indeed the wave pearl formed from the essence of water discovered in the Eastern Sea. Although it fell short compared to the might of the 9-dragon divine fire shield, it was capable of momentarily restraining a significant portion of its power. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Li forcefully hurled the gold brick he had just retrieved to the side, causing the 9-dragon divine fire shield to tremble uncontrollably. With a series of hand gestures and incantations, the Bagua cloud-like cloth seemed to respond, emanating a spiritual radiance that coalesced behind Bai Li into the ethereal figure of a female immortal, synchronizing with his movements and intentions. Simultaneously, he pointed towards the apex and exclaimed, "If this object does not descend, when shall it?" This was the famed descending treasure technique, previously utilized by the celestial master Tai to summon the Bagua dragon whisk cloth. Crafted in imitation of the Bagua cloud-like cloth, it was indeed a tit-for-tat. Chapter 10. The Ascendancy of Tai. Originally, it was inconceivable for Bai Li, a celestial adept of the White Rite, to summon the 9-dragon divine fire shield. Yet, against all odds, he achieved this feat. The shield momentarily faltered, and the fiery dragon within vanished, contracting and cascading downward. Bai Li produced a talisman, affixing it to the divine fire shield, thereby sealing it. The art of summoning treasures does not equate to summoning wealth. It cannot erase the owner's mark from a magical artifact, but can only temporarily sever the connection between the artifact and its master, necessitating the talisman for future handling. The female celestial nodded at him, then turned to speak with a delicate parting of her crimson lips. Tai, I had proclaimed on the day you utilized this technique to seize my Bagua dragon whisk, that if you could claim my treasure, I too could take yours. My words remain steadfast, and Shiji shall honor her promise. As her voice faded, her figure swiftly dissipated, transforming into ethereal light that vanished within the formation, erasing Shiji's mark from the Bagua cloud light scarf entirely. Bai Li bowed deeply in gratitude to the place where the light had vanished. Thank you, Lady Shiji. He then turned to face Tai Junren, whose expression had turned a shade of deep indigo. Tai, apart from the Bagua cloud light scarf, allow me to present you with an unexpected surprise. Bai Li inhaled deeply, his chest gradually expanding, and then exhaled forcefully, summoning a gust of yellow wind from the heavens. This wind darkened the heavens and earth, obscuring the universe in shadow, rendering the sun a mere silhouette and causing the stars to whirl in disarray. It was indeed the divine wind of the way of wind, the Samadhi wind. Once this wind was unleashed, it merged with the flames within the fiery formation, akin to an alchemical furnace overturned, a volcanic eruption of undying flames. The convergence of wind and fire swiftly engulfed half of the auspicious clouds above Tai Junren, singeing his lotus seat to charred remnants. Tai, upon witnessing this, was immediately alarmed. He formed a fire-evading hand seal, summoning the luminous essence of jade purity to shield himself, intending to carve a path to safety. However, a gust of wind assailed him, causing discomfort in his head and eyes, and sparks from the flames leaped forth, igniting his robes. Realizing the peril, Tai severed a portion of his robe and retreated to his original position. Meanwhile, within the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the primordial supreme being observed the tumultuous scene within the fiery formation with a sigh. Just as he was about to rise, he sensed something amiss, quelling his previous intentions, and addressed the figure before him. Dear brother, what brings you here? From the void emerged a youthful figure, none other than the Tongtian Patriarch, who had just moments before been in the Bio Palace. A cloud bed unfurled, ascending into the air, where the Patriarch sat regally, level with the Primordial Supreme Being. Where are you headed, brother? After a moment of silence, the Primordial replied, it appears you have acquired a fine disciple, and it seems he will soon attain the Golden Immortal Tao fruit. Yet, it is a pity for Tai. Upon hearing this, the Tantian Patriarch offered his counsel. Tai is synonymous with Tai. The divine path of Tai leads to the celestial realm of Deluo. Tai embodies the primal essence of the universe, the primordial chaos before the division of heaven and earth. Though he is constrained from achieving Deluo, this does not hinder his potential to attain great supernatural powers. For him, becoming a deity is merely a return to his true path. Tai understands this well. The younger generation has their own opportunities, and why should an elder interfere? On the other side, Tai Jinren within the fiery formation found himself increasingly precarious, as the combined forces of the Samadhi wind, the fiery formation, and calamity converged into a singular, overwhelming pressure, threatening to topple him. The beads of sweat, as small as beans, evaporated before they could even roll down. Have we truly reached a dead end? Tai Jinren could not help but gaze upwards, then glance towards the direction of the eastern Kunlun. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts flickered through his mind, yet ultimately, it felt as though nothing remained. Suddenly, he erupted into hearty laughter and bowed solemnly towards Kunlun Mountain. Enough, enough. The great calamity has descended upon us, yet the vast mercy of the universe remains. I shall take my leave. Having uttered these words, the celestial light surrounding him vanished, his figure engulfed by flames, and his true spirit soared towards the Fengshen platform. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Bai Li barely had time to react. The celestial form of Tai Jinren had already turned to ashes. The Jiolong divine fire cover and the golden brick were collected by Bai Li, leaving nothing behind. In the blink of an eye, the world seemed expansive, and even his Tao cultivation had progressed slightly. Bai Li laughed heartily as he stepped out of the fiery array. I possess a heart of immortality, long shackled by the burdens of the mundane. Now, with the dust settled, light arises, illuminating the vast mountains and rivers. Upon seeing him emerge, the disciples of the Chan teaching were left in disbelief. Bai Li had returned. What had become of Tai Jinren? Was he truly dead? How could this be possible? Though Tai Jinren had not attained the Tao fruit of the Great Luo, he possessed unique advantages on the path towards the Tai Tao fruit, ranking among the most formidable figures among the 12 celestial beings of the Chan teaching. His insights into divine powers were unparalleled, and he was favored by the Yuan Shi, having been secretly bestowed the innate spiritual treasure, the Jiolong divine fire cover. Yet now, he had perished within the fiery array and found his name inscribed upon the Fengshen List. This was an unprecedented and significant loss for the Chan teaching since its inception. Previously, the disciples who had fallen in battle were merely outer sect members without celestial affinities, and the calamity was only a wandering cultivator, not bound to the Chan teaching. But now, a true disciple of Yuan Shi had fallen. The crowd glared angrily at Bai Li. Even Cihong and others were no exception. This outcome, while greatly surprising to Ran Deng, was not entirely unexpected. As a figure of the ancestral level, he had some understanding of Tai's status. Being listed on the Fengshen might expedite his attainment of the Tai Tao fruit. However, Ran Deng lifted his gaze to Bai Li before him. With Tai deceased, and no decree from Yuan Shi, it could only mean he had been intercepted, with Tantian being the only viable candidate. Conversely, Tantian was also detained. He could not act directly, but that did not imply that others were similarly restrained. Among the ordained heavenly will of the Fengshen, several powerful Golden Immortals had seized the opportunity to perfect their Tao fruit amidst the calamity, one of whom was the original instigator of the fiery array. Now, with fate altered and opportunities missed, this enmity would inevitably lead to a reckoning. Hence the protective celestial light ascending from Jineo Island could not descend. As the celestial light lingered, the remaining heavenly lords began to sense that something was amiss. Their initial joy and relief gradually faded, prompting them to urge Bai Li to hasten back to Jineo Island. Bai Li, harboring a sense of foreboding, summoned his escape light and flew towards Jineo Island at the swiftest pace. Observing the retreating figure of Bai Li, the remaining celestial lords gradually eased their anxious hearts, directing their gaze towards the members of the Chan sect opposite them. According to the seating arrangement of 10, it was now the turn of the fallen array. Lord Yao promptly stepped forward, confronting the remaining 11 immortals alongside the radiant lamp, his sword pointing accusatorily at the crowd. Qi Jingzi. It is time we brought this to a conclusion. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingzi was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, fury ignited within him. Oh, so you consider me an easy target. In his previous encounters with the array, He had been hindered by his ignorance of its intricacies and the necessity to seize the strong man, leaving him somewhat at a disadvantage. Now, fully prepared, he would not fear a mere fallen array. With a cold snort, he declared, "Humph, do you think I would fear you?" Chapter 11. The duel with Luya. Even as Bai Li soared towards Jinao Island with utmost speed, he was intercepted by a radiant arc of light along the way. As the brilliance faded, a figure leisurely approached. "Ah, young Bai Li, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Bai Li sighed deeply and bowed respectfully to the newcomer. "I have the honor of meeting Daojun Luya." Luya paused, momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands and laughed heartily. "I wander the 5 mountains and play in the 4 seas. Few of my peers recognize me, and even fewer are my friends. Yet, at such a tender age, you are able to discern my name with such clarity. Truly impressive." Bai Li inwardly sighed, recognizing that it was not due to any remarkable talent of his own, but rather knowledge from a past life. Daojun has already attained the Dao fruit. Why descend from the Xiandu and the Yusu only to trouble a younger generation? Luya shook his head. "Your words are indeed amusing. Were it not for the matter of the Fengshen, it is conceivable that we could have forged a friendship across the ages. Alas, your cultivation is still shallow, and the intricacies elude you. Though your intent is to survive, you have inadvertently obstructed my path, compelling me to come here today." Upon hearing this, Bai Li's heart plummeted. However, Luya's tone shifted. "Yet, I am not one to bully the young. Let us engage in a duel. Should you prevail, I shall allow you to return to the island, release you from your tribulations, and even grant you some favorable rewards. If you do not," though his words trailed off, the implication was unmistakable. Bai Li felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could roll his eyes skyward. Luya was at least a golden immortal who had attained the Tai Dao fruit, while he himself was merely a celestial being of a lesser rank. How could he possibly contend with such an opponent? Meanwhile, within the Yusu Palace, the Yuan Shi Tianzun and the Tong Tian Jiao master were engrossed in a game of chess, with Yuan Shi playing white and Tong Tian playing black. After placing a piece, Yuan Shi observed that the black pieces were in dire straits. "Luya possesses remarkable Dao skills and evasion speed. Might I inquire which disciple you have dispatched to assist?" Tong Tian smiled slightly, placing a piece that not only rescued the black pieces, but also posed a threat to several white ones. This time, Yao Bin shall also transcend his tribulation. However, the curse upon Jiangshang remains, and his destined calamity has already befallen. I have sent Zhao Gongming to aid him." Yuan Shi was somewhat surprised at this revelation and glanced at Tong Tian, who remained composed. His brother acted with remarkable decisiveness. Facing Luya, Bai Li steeled himself and spoke. "Daojun, you jest. How could I possibly match your prowess in combat?" Luya responded with a laugh. "Even if I wished to engage in a contest of skill, this esteemed companion beside me would not permit it." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed through the air, and a black tiger leapt forth, its back bearing a dark-faced Taoist with piercing eyes, wielding a steel whip, exuding an imposing presence. It was none other than Zhao Gongming, the foremost disciple of the. Zhao Gongming clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Taoist friend." Luya returned the gesture and then stepped forward, summoning a golden lotus beneath his feet, surrounded by layers of colorful mist. Behind him, a blazing golden tree reached towards the heavens, with a massive red sun suspended above it, its fiery radiance illuminating all directions. The Taoist friend has yet to attain the Deluo, and thus cannot ascend to the Zishao Palace to establish the celestial order. Yet, it is curious that amidst calamity, one can discern how the flame lamp orchestrates the tribulations for those destined to face them, and even independently comprehend the methods of overcoming such tribulations. Without ever having encountered this humble monk, you have effortlessly revealed my name, which is evidently a manifestation of a fraction of the great powers of the Tao. This truly piques my interest. Our wager shall not hinge upon magical prowess or the heights of our realms, but rather upon celestial calculations. Should you unveil my origins, my divine abilities, and my treasures, and subsequently deduce the reason for my obstruction of you here, I shall concede victory to you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming could not restrain his gaze from appraising his junior brother. To his astonishment, this disciple not only possessed the celestial realm capable of vanquishing Tai Jinren, but also wielded such extraordinary powers, indeed, a formidable talent. Upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words, Bai Li, who had previously eased his mind with half-hearted relief at the arrival of Zhao, now fully settled down. He sat cross-legged, conjuring the 3 mystical fires, fire from stones, fire from the void, into a singular cloud of flames that lifted him aloft. Though it bore the mark of a celestial being, compared to Luya, it was but a minor spectacle. Nonetheless, Bai Li's aura did not falter, and once both were settled, he spoke. The Tao Lord is a treasure within fire. The essence of the earth, the spirit of the three mysteries, adept in the grand evasion of the five elements, and the art of transforming into rainbows. You have also attained the Tao fruit of Tai and traversed this path extensively. Apart from a few primordial beings, it is likely that even those who have realized the two great Tao fruits of Tai and Deluo would find it difficult to contend with you. When Bai Li's words unveiled Lu Ya's origins, he did not react with anger, but rather chuckled. Well said, well said. Proceed. What formidable spiritual treasures do I possess? And why do I obstruct you here? Bai Li, feigning calculation, responded. The Tao Lord possesses but a few spiritual treasures, yet each is immensely powerful. One is a weapon of slaughter, known as the celestial slaying flying blade. Another is a treasure of incantation, called the seven-arrow book of nail heads, each containing profound mysteries. As for the reason you obstruct me here, it must be that you wish to intervene in the sealing of the gods. Yet by some twist of fate, I have disturbed your plans. At the mention of the seven-arrow book of nail heads, Bai Li instinctively glanced at Zhao Gongming beside him. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, it did not evade the keen gaze of Lu Ya, whose golden eyes delved deeper with curiosity. Once Bai Li finished speaking, Lu Ya fell into a thoughtful silence before suddenly bursting into laughter. What a fierce flame array master you are, Bai Li. Truly, you possess celestial foresight. This round is yours. He then retrieved an object from his bosom and handed it over. Bai Li accepted it, only to behold a withered branch, strangely adorned in golden hues and radiating warmth that almost scorched him despite being a master of the flame path. Its power seemed akin to the great sun. Fusang, it must be Fusang. In the primordial chaos, at the dawn of creation, the essence of the sun and moon manifested, giving rise to two opposing primal spiritual roots, the solar Fusang and the lunar Yuegawei. Fusang, as the root of the great sun, is likewise the ultimate root of fire, rumored to be the dwelling of the divine crow of the great sun, containing the renowned true fire of the sun, a fire seed of unparalleled caliber, known to be wielded by only a select few. However, long ago, a calamity befell the sun and moon. The lunar Yuegawei fell in rank, fracturing into thousands, while the solar Fusang vanished without a trace. Only after the sacred emergence in Tang Valley did Fusang reappear in the sight of the world. This divine figure is none other than the esteemed Emperor Daling of the Eastern Qi, the third-ranked water official of the five Qi, widely recognized by his familiar title, the Eastern Wangong. When practitioners ascend to the heavens, they must first pay homage to the Wood Lord, followed by a visit to the Golden Mother, before ultimately venerating the Supreme Laojun, the primordial heavenly sovereign, and the Lingbao Daojun, culminating in an audience with the heavenly emperor. Among them, the Wood Lord is none other than the Eastern Wangong. Presently, he is diligently cultivating in the vast and luminous heavens, with the sacred roots of Fusang in his possession. Only a single incarnation, the Eastern Hua Emperor, remains in the celestial court. Why does the Daojun lying possess the withered branches of Fusang? Could it truly be, as the legends of the past have suggested, that he is the offspring of the so-called Emperor Jun, the embodiment of the Golden Crow? Bai Li scrutinized the lying with curiosity, yet the latter merely smiled back at him. This object holds little significance for me. Thus, I bestow it upon you. It may aid you in progressing further, and perhaps even enable you to cultivate the true fire of the sun. Chapter 12. The celestial gift. Bai Li graciously accepted the withered branch of Fusang, expressing his gratitude. Lu Ya waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was merely a promise made, and not a matter of significance. If the young friend truly wished to show appreciation, he should not hesitate to assist when the Taoist has a request in the future. Bai Li nodded in acknowledgement, though he remained cautious. Should the matters sought by the Taoist not conflict with his own principles and be within his capabilities, he would certainly exert his utmost effort. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Li felt an unexpected lightness, realizing that the tribulation had passed, and he returned to a state of tranquility. Zhao Gongming, astride the black tiger, approached to offer his congratulations. Junior brother, having activated the formation to vanquish Tai Zhenren, and subsequently repelled the Tao fruit Golden Immortal, I believe it won't be long before your name resounds throughout the vast wilderness. I extend my heartfelt congratulations, now that you have transcended the tribulation. You should hasten back to Jineo Island. Upon hearing this, Bai Li sensed something amiss and immediately inquired, Elder brother, are you not returning to the mountain? Zhao Gongming chuckled in response. Since I have descended from the mountain, I have willingly entered the tribulation. I am well aware of the matters surrounding the 10 absolute array. Junior brother Qin met a heroic end, and junior brother Zhao is still suspended before the Reed Pavilion. The three teachings are essentially one. Life and death are dictated by fate. Our school should not suffer such humiliation from the Chan teaching. I must seek an explanation, lest I tarnish the name of the Outer Gate's elder brother. Recalling Zhao Gongming's tragic fate, Bai Li could not help but advise, elder brother. Entering the tribulation now carries the risk of death and being listed among the fallen. Zhao Gongming merely shook his head with a smile. I have attained the Tao fruit of great Luo. This is a fated tribulation, and I am not ignorant of it. However, to seek benefit and avoid harm is not the way of my sect. Do you believe I am inferior to you? Bai Li repeatedly waved his hands, expressing that he held no such belief. Eventually, under Zhao Gongming's persistent urging, he summoned a beam of celestial light and set off towards Jinao Island. After bidding farewell to Bai Li, Zhao Gongming turned to the still-present Luya and said earnestly, Tao friend, we shall meet on the battlefield. With that, he made his way towards the outskirts of Shiqi City. Luya watched Zhao Gongming's departing figure, lost in contemplation, before transforming into a rainbow and vanishing into the horizon. Before long, Bai Li beheld Jinao Island, where a fishing rock awaited at the edge. It was here that the celestial teacher once fished an ancient golden turtle, willingly transforming his corporeal form into Jinao Island as a place of cultivation for the sect of the intercepting teachings. Grateful for his sincerity, the teacher aided him in reconstructing his body, welcoming him into the sect and bestowing upon him the title of Hunyuan, making him an attendant deity. The profound aura of the Hunyuan Wujian Great Luo Golden Immortal continuously permeated the area, allowing even a small mound to transform into a paradise of hidden realms, let alone the physical form of the ancient golden turtle. Today, Jinao Island rivals Kunlun and Shouyang in grandeur. Mist and clouds coalesce, with the sun and moon radiating auspicious light. The ancient cypress stands tall amidst the mountain mists, akin to the autumn waters reflecting the expansive sky. Colorful spirals ascend, filled with the brilliance of virtue, while fragrant smoke wafts gently, exuding the essence of the primordial. From a distance, Bai Li noticed someone awaiting him at the island's edge. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the recently transcended Dong Tianjun and hurriedly flew forward. Brother, did you foresee my return and wait here for me? Dong Tianjun smiled at this. I possess no such extraordinary ability. I am here at the behest of the celestial teacher, awaiting your return. Now that you have come back, let us swiftly proceed to Bio Palace together. As it was the decree of the celestial master, Bai Li dared not delay. The two ascended the purple spire cliff without pause, reaching the sacred realm of the upper clear, beyond the celestial palace of the Blue Wanderer. After a brief moment, a young acolyte emerged from the palace, calling for them to enter. He was none other than the Water and Fire Boy, a close attendant of the celestial master. Upon entering the palace, they bowed deeply to the figure upon the cloud bed, proclaiming, "Disciple wishes for the eternal longevity of the master." A voice resonated from above, instilling enlightenment and aspiration within them. You may rise. As they stood, Bai Li's originally tranquil heart could not help but stir with excitement. It was his first encounter with the legendary celestial master since arriving in the primordial era, and he could not help but steal a glance. At first sight, Bai Li perceived the essence of the Tao, neither existent nor non-existent, formless yet profound, existing in the delicate balance between the marvelous and the mundane. In the next moment, the master's appearance seemed to transform. Clad in a green Taoist robe and adorned with a celestial crown, he appeared as a youthful figure, with a halo illuminating the heavens behind him, cradling a Rui in his arms. Bai Li was astonished. This was unmistakably the visage of the revered Lingbao Tianzuan from his past life. Just then, a voice whispered in his ear, "Enough of your astonishment. You shall understand soon." Bai Li trembled involuntarily and looked up at the celestial master, who smiled gently at him. Though fleeting, the smile was captured by Bai Li's gaze. The master then spoke with solemnity. "You too have not heeded my words and have entered into tribulations, yet your loyalty and righteousness remain intact, reflecting the essence of my disciples. You have sought life amidst the jaws of death, elevating the prestige of my sect, and have successfully extricated yourselves from your fated calamity. This is commendable." Hearing this, both men felt a surge of joy within. Who could have anticipated that the celestial master would not reproach them, but rather express great admiration? "In my teachings, merits are rewarded and faults are punished." Dong Quan, step forward. Upon seeing this, Dong Tianjun was filled with delight and hurriedly approached. The celestial master gestured with his hand, and a beam of spiritual light descended before Dong Quan, transforming into a feather fan, one side blue, the other red, with a taiji pattern adorning the handle. This treasure, known as the Wind and Fire Fan, was crafted as an imitation of the 2 banana leaf fans from the 8 scenic palaces. with its restrictions derived from the innate spiritual treasure of the wind and fire lotus. The blue side summoned the primordial winds, while the red side ignited the primordial flames. The convergence of wind and fire was formidable, rendering even treasures such as the wind-stopping pearl and fire-avoiding pearl nearly ineffective. This fan would serve as your protection and enhance the wind roar array, ranking among the finest treasures of the postnatal realm. Dong Quan received the treasure, nearly bursting into laughter. A spiritual treasure that referenced two innate ones was indeed extraordinary. While belonging to the postnatal realm, a supreme treasure forged by a Hunyuan Wuji de Luo Jingxian could not be compared to the ordinary. The Tao within innate treasures is born from the very fabric of the universe, while that within postnatal treasures is artificially appended. In essence, neither is superior or inferior. Yet the understanding of the Tao by the creator of a postnatal treasure varies greatly. Bai Li even felt that this wind and fire fan surpassed the 9 dragons' divine fire cover he had obtained from Tai Jinren. Enough, Dong Quan. You may return and refine the wind and fire fan. Should there be any further decrees, I shall send the water and fire boy to summon you. Dong Quan accepted the command and gradually exited the celestial palace, casting Bai Li a congratulatory glance before departing. In an instant, the entire Bo palace was left with only him and the heavenly teacher, a silence that sent shivers down his spine. After a considerable pause, the heavenly teacher finally spoke with a sigh. You have endured much. Upon hearing this, Bai Li respectfully replied, It is entirely due to Master S' immense blessings that we have escaped the clutches of death. I am profoundly grateful for your great kindness. The heavenly teacher smiled at Bai Li's words and nodded. Ah, you still speak insincerely in my presence. I am the heavenly teacher, the supreme treasure, the holy one of the upper clarity, and the lord of the jade chariot. Though I am aware of your origins, as long as you consider yourself a disciple of the, I shall continue to be your master. Chapter 13, Renowned far and wide indeed. It has been an eternity since I last felt such a profound sense of tranquility. Bai Li uttered not a single word, but bowed thrice before the exalted Tongtian Jiao master. With a gentle wave of his hand, the master summoned a palace lamp emanating a faint, ethereal glow, placing it before Bai Li. This treasure, known as the Bo Palace Lamp, serves as a beacon for the teachings of the master, standing alongside the Yushu Palace Lamp, the Baiyuing Palace Lamp, the Baoyan Lamp, and the Lingjiu Lamp in terms of significance. I hope you will wield it wisely. Bai Li's eyes widened in astonishment. The Bo Palace Lamp is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, far surpassing even the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. It harbors the potent Qi Hunzi fire, capable of incinerating demons and severing their sins, while its infusion with the essence of Tao allows it to conjure visions of teachings, making it a truly rare gem. Disciple expresses profound gratitude to the master. Bai Li exclaimed. The Tongtian Jiao master nodded in satisfaction. Now that you possess the Bo Palace Lamp, along with the Bagua Yunguang shawl bestowed by Shiji and the 9 dragons' divine fire cover acquired from Tai, these 3 innate spiritual treasures should suffice to contend with ordinary Golden Immortals. Yet, do not forget, while spiritual treasures are indeed valuable, they are ultimately external. It is the cultivation of your Tao that remains paramount. Bai Li acknowledged this with a respectful nod, intending to withdraw, but hesitated and turned back to inquire, Master, if I wish to. Before he could finish, the Tongtian Jiao master raised a hand to interrupt. Pursue whatever you desire. I shall not impede you. Just remember one thing. Exercise caution in your actions. Bai Li nodded earnestly and returned to his cave abode to refine the spiritual treasures, striving to comprehend the Tao of fire encapsulated within the Bo Palace Lamp and the withered branches of Fusang, hoping to transcend into the realm of the Golden Immortal. The Golden Immortal is truly immortal with boundless wisdom, significantly enhancing the potential for enlightenment. To ascend from the heavenly immortal to the Golden Immortal, one must cultivate their own Tao to a certain level, then discern the intricacies of the Tao, navigating through trials and tribulations, transcending in the infinitesimal, and refining the eternal golden essence to achieve success. The Buddhist path excels in this regard, which is why the Buddha is often referred to as the great enlightened Golden Immortal. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. A Taoist clad in crimson robes, holding a peculiar fishing rod, sat serenely upon the fishing rock, casting his line. Shortly thereafter, a streak of azure celestial light descended, revealing the figure of a Taoist in blue robes. Who would have imagined that the illustrious flame array master, famed throughout the primordial world, was here fishing, perhaps hoping to emulate the master and catch a golden AO? Bai Li chuckled in response. What do you mean by illustrious fame, brother? Are we not the same? On that fateful day, after Bai Li emerged from his tribulation, Yao Bin faced off against Qi Jingzi once more. Thanks to Bai Li's arrangements, they ended in a stalemate. As the saying goes, things come in threes. Ultimately, a nameless heavenly immortal from Kunlun fell into a dire array and was slain, taking Yao Bin's place on the divine ranking. Subsequently, Zhao Gongming arrived on the battlefield, questioning the disciples of the Chan sect as to why they had humiliated Zhao Jiang, a disciple of the. Initially, the Chan sect disciples harbored resentment towards the trio's emergence from tribulation, leading to a fierce confrontation. To their astonishment, Zhao Gongming, relying on his initial attainment of the great Luo Dao fruit and 24 Dinghai pearls, managed to overpower all the disciples of the Chan sect, even causing the venerable Ran Ding to retreat from the fray. The matter of the 10 absolute arrays has come to an abrupt halt, yet the news of this grand battle has gradually spread far and wide. The denizens of the primordial realm have been keenly observing this calamity of deification. The demise of Qin Wan, the disgrace of Zhao Jiang, the slaughter of the Taoist master Du Yi by Dong Tianjun, and the retreat of Yao Tianjun from the Red Essence. These scenes have begun to unfold vividly before the public eye. Among the most captivating figures, aside from Zhao Gongming, stands Bai Li. Despite being embroiled in disaster, he orchestrated strategies from the shadows, defeating the Taoist master Tai Yi and outmaneuvering the Golden Immortals. Such feats, remarkable in their own right, would be deemed impossible for any other celestial being. Yet Bai Li has accomplished them with remarkable finesse. The renown of these individuals has spread, invigorating the morale of the Jie Jiao sect. Now, merely stating one's affiliation as a disciple of Jie Jiao commands respect. Dong Tianjun, hearing these words, remained noncommittal. Those familiar with their own capabilities are often aware of their true worth. He understood that without the fortuitous influence of calamity, even with the formation, they would not stand a chance against these Golden Immortals. He was about to voice his thoughts when he inadvertently caught sight of the fishing rod in Bai Li's hand. Upon recognizing the object, he burst into laughter and chided. No wonder no fish took the bait. My dear brother, with a fishing rod crafted from the desiccated branches of Fusang, which fish would dare approach? Are you fishing or preparing a meal? If other cultivators of the fire path were to witness this, they would surely be infuriated. Bai Li suddenly grasped the reason for his lack of success in fishing since arriving in this realm, recalling that his only fruitful fishing experience in his previous life had not repeated itself here. It was indeed the rod's fault. His thoughts had been restless, in desperation. He had merely performed a rudimentary refinement of a spiritual treasure before exiting seclusion. He had come upon this fishing spot, hoping to experience the mindset of the heavenly teacher of yore, but had unwittingly chosen a branch of Fusang, blinded by the triviality of the moment and failing to perceive the greater truth. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise on the water's surface, and a youthful voice emerged from beneath the waves. May I ask if this is the esteemed Bai Li, master of the flame array? A delicate girl, resembling a finely carved jade statue, emerged from the water. She appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, her head adorned with 2 small protrusions, making her look utterly adorable. Dong Tianjun, witnessing this, chuckled and remarked, I was unaware that my dear brother was acquainted with such a charming little girl, and that she has ventured all the way to Jinao Island to seek you. Bai Li, unfazed by Dong Tianjun's teasing, replied, Brother, please do not jest. I, a humble disciple devoted to the path, have little leisure for such distractions. Moreover, those small bumps on the girl's head surely indicate her identity, do they not? Turning to the girl, he continued, You must be the dragon maiden of the East Sea Dragon Palace. While I cannot lay claim to the title of master, I am indeed Bai Li, master of the flame array. May I inquire as to your purpose in seeking me? The little dragon maiden appeared somewhat perplexed. Her father had merely instructed her to invite the esteemed Bai Li, master of the flame array, and while this individual before her was Bai Li, he did not seem to embody the title of master. Was he truly the one she was meant to find? Ultimately, she decided it mattered not, and offered Bai Li a respectful bow. My father has dispatched me to invite you to the East Sea Dragon Palace for a gathering. I had intended to arrive much earlier, but I inadvertently dropped something along the way, which became unbearably hot, hence my late appearance. I hope you can forgive me. Esteemed Bai Li. Well, it appears this is indeed my fault. Beside him, Dong Tianjun could hardly contain his laughter, while Bai Li felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks. Clearing his throat twice to mask the awkwardness, Bai Li adopted a serious demeanor. Since the Dragon King of the East China Sea has extended an invitation, it would be unreasonable for me to decline. You may return first. I shall follow shortly. The little dragon maiden acknowledged his command and withdrew. Dong Tianjun immediately stepped forward to inquire, My dear brother, do you know the reason for the Dragon King's summons? The Dragon Clan is not to be taken lightly. Bai Li nodded in understanding, aware that the Dragon Clan's wealth and power extend far beyond the ordinary. Their depths not easily fathomed by lesser forces. However, this time, the Dragon King's invitation bore no ill intent. Do not worry, my brother. I have already surmised the reason for the Dragon King's invitation. Even if he had not sought me out, I would have intended to visit him in a few days. Chapter 14. A feast at the East Sea. The Dragon Clan possesses vast riches across the four seas. Yet among the Dragon Kings of the East, West, South, and North, the East Sea is held in the highest esteem. When it comes to the profundity of Tao, countless dragon palaces pale in comparison to the Azure Palace. However, in terms of grandeur, the East Sea Dragon Palace is scarcely inferior to the sanctuaries of the sages. It is a realm where emerald moss merges with azure, and white clouds drift like jade, as light dances through the ethereal mist. The serene chambers and smooth benches blossom with inspiration, while the dragon pearls rest gracefully, surrounded by an abundance of rare blooms. Atop the palace, 9 dragons spiral majestically, guarding a magnificent azure gem, a relic from the ancient true dragon meant to calm the seas, exuding an inexhaustible aura that intimidates the aquatic beings across the four seas. The East Sea Dragon King, accompanied by his army of shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and the fierce shark spirits, awaited the arrival of the Dragon Prince and Princess. Upon the arrival of Bai Li, the East Sea Dragon King stepped forward eagerly to greet him. "Honored friend Bai Li, your presence in our Dragon Palace is indeed a profound honor," exclaimed the Dragon King. Bai Li humbly responded, feeling unworthy of such reverence, for the East Sea Dragon King was a being of golden immortality. Despite the cordiality exhibited at this moment, Bai Li understood that without invoking the illumination of the Azure Palace, he would likely not stand a chance against the Dragon King. This exemplifies the Dragon King's remarkable wisdom. Whether in investiture of the gods or journey to the west, the East Sea Dragon King consistently adheres to proper protocols. When Neza extracted Ao Bing's dragon tendons, the Dragon King initially sought an explanation from Neza's father, Li Jing. Realizing the futility of his endeavors, he contemplated reporting to the Heavenly Court, requesting the Celestial Emperor to issue a decree to retrieve the individual from Tai Jinren. Subsequently, as Neza obstructed him at the heavenly gates, the Dragon King followed all the visible procedures available to him. What followed was a display of power, as he allied with the other Dragon Kings to exert pressure, ultimately compelling Neza to take his own life. Had it not been for this, would the Celestial Emperor permit a Dragon King, appointed as a righteous deity by the Heavenly Court, to threaten the lives of mortals with impunity? This also subtly illustrates the Dragon Clan's depth. Otherwise, considering Neza's formidable background, would Tai and others allow the Dragon King to drive him to death? In Journey to the West, the same pattern emerged when confronting Sun Wukong. The Dragon King's first instinct was to report to the Heavenly Court, seeking the Jade Emperor's decree for resolution. Moreover, the East Sea Dragon King adeptly navigated the currents of power. Although the Dragon Clan primarily pursued the path of immortality, the East Sea Dragon King led them to the Heavenly Court, undertaking new divine duties. During the era of the Yellow Emperor, he collaborated with humanity, becoming a totem and securing a place within the human realm. Later, as Buddhism and Taoism flourished, he sent his daughter to be by Guanin's side as the Dragon Girl of Good Wealth, thereby entering the Buddhist fold. In retrospect, had the East Sea Dragon King, the current patriarch of the Dragon Clan, not intervened in the matter concerning the White Dragon during the journey to the West, Bai Li would have found it hard to believe. If the Dragon King is not cunning, then who is? The Dragon King is too gracious. "I am truly unworthy of such honor," Bai Li replied, feeling a sense of humility. The Dragon King simply smiled at this remark and led Bai Li into the Dragon Palace, where he took the first seat on the left. Beside him sat a Dragon Prince of nearly equal standing. Once everyone was seated, the East Sea Dragon King clapped his hands, and aquatic beings entered the hall, bearing exquisite wine and delicacies, presenting a lavish feast before them, each dish enveloped in a bubble to preserve its flavor. A number of enchanting clam maidens also entered and stood poised. With the sound of a bell, the banquet officially commenced, and the musicians, having prepared for some time, began to play. Bai Li gazed curiously at the delicacies ensconced in bubbles, intrigued as this was his first encounter with such gastronomic wonders. As he gently bit into one, the bubble burst, and the aroma of the food filled his mouth instantaneously, releasing an exquisite flavor that delighted his senses, leaving him in a state of astonished joy. He was never one to indulge in gluttony. Upon arriving in this world to pursue the path of immortality, he had long since embraced fasting, and it was uncertain how long it had been since he experienced such sensations. Bai Li gradually shifted his gaze towards the exquisite wine nearby and took a sip. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The maiden of the palace, meticulously selected, danced gracefully to the sound of the water bell, her figure enchanting and aesthetically pleasing. Bai Li could not help but inwardly marvel at how these ancient noble families truly knew how to revel in life. Clearly, this banquet had been thoughtfully arranged. Here's to you, my friend. Ao Guang raised his goblet towards Bai Li and then downed its contents in one go. Observing this, Bai Li reciprocated with a toast. With the Dragon King leading the way, others soon followed suit, approaching Bai Li to offer their toasts, leaving him both amused and bewildered by this sudden warmth. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, the two finally turned to serious matters. The East Sea Dragon King addressed Bai Li with a solemn tone. I am sincerely grateful for your assistance in avenging my son, Ao Bing. I, Ao Guang, offer my heartfelt thanks here. Should you have any requests in the future, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. He had 3 sons and 1 daughter, with Ao Bing being his youngest and most cherished. It was unimaginable for him that his beloved son met such a tragic fate, suffering a gruesome death after having his dragon sinews extracted. How could he possibly endure this? Let it be known that the origins of this calamity were clearly rooted in Nez's actions, as he had stirred the Crystal Palace with the mystic heaven silk, ultimately killing the appointed Sea Patrol demon and then slaying his son. Yet, Tai Jinren, favoring his disciple, had toyed with him using the arts of the Yusu, and afterward, he had joined forces with his brothers to end Nez's life. While he admired Nez's self-sacrifice, Tai Jinren then granted him a lotus reincarnation, truly infuriating. If Neza bore a share of the blame, then Tai Jinren was at least 6 parts culpable. However, as a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect, Tai Jinren was beyond reproach, and Neza was a reincarnation of the spiritual pearl. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances, fearing that revenge might forever elude him. Heaven knows how exhilarating it was to hear of Bai Li's decisive victory over Tai Jinren. The pent-up frustrations within him were significantly alleviated, prompting him to send the Dragon Maiden to invite Bai Li, eager to express his gratitude in person. Bai Li mused that he had indeed surmised the Dragon King's invitation was related to Ao Bing. The Dragon King speaks too highly of me. The essence of the water within the blazing formation also played a vital role. If we speak of vengeance, the Dragon King contributed greatly. Yet why did he suspect that I might confront Tai Jinren? After all, there is a unique satisfaction in personally avenging one's enemies. Initially, when Bai Li accepted the Bagua Cloud Light Silk at the request of the colorful Cloud Boy, he had intended to seek treasures in the East Sea. Whether it was the Luya who originally broke the blazing formation or the 9-dragon divine fire cover wielded by Tai Jinren, they all belonged to the fire element. Among the 5 elements, water extinguishes fire, so only water elemental treasures could provide him with a glimmer of hope. Thus, the East Sea was undoubtedly the optimal location for treasure hunting. It was during this quest that he encountered the East Sea Dragon King, who, despite being a practitioner of the fire path, seemed entirely convinced that Bai Li had come to seek water elemental treasures and consistently guided him towards the gathering places of the essence of water. At that moment, he found the situation rather peculiar. Now that he had avenged himself, he felt it was time to unveil the truth behind the treasures he had provided. For he certainly did not wish to fall unwittingly into the schemes of some unknown formidable being. The Dragon King of the East was momentarily taken aback. He clearly did not anticipate Bai Li would pose such a question. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. Alas, had it been anyone else inquiring, I would have certainly offered a vague response. However, given that you have rendered me significant assistance and are a disciple of a sage, it would be remiss of me to withhold information. He paused briefly before continuing. Upon learning of Nez's resurrection, I felt a sense of reluctance and sought counsel from an elder. It was she who directed me to wait at the location where you were on that fateful day, aiding you in the search for the aquatic treasure, thus enabling a remarkable achievement. As for the identity of this elder, it is not something I could easily divulge. The Dragon King intended to halt his words there, for this was a family secret too delicate to be shared with outsiders. Yet, he suddenly hesitated, shifting his tone to continue. Are you aware of the Dragon Mother? Chapter 15. The Dragon Mother. Bai Li was taken aback upon hearing the title Dragon Mother, as it was the first time he had encountered it in both his past and present lives. The East Sea Dragon King, observing his reaction, found it unsurprising. The Dragon Mother is a deity from ancient times, who has remained in seclusion in the East Sea since the disintegration of the ancient divine court and the retreat of the Dragon clan into the 4 seas. It is entirely reasonable that a young immortal like Bai Li would be unfamiliar with her. Are you aware that the dragon gives birth to 9 offspring, each distinct in nature? Asked the Dragon King. Bai Li nodded in acknowledgement. The first generation of dragons, led by the ancestor dragon, were born of innate divinity. Though the subsequent generations were conceived through later means, they retained their transcendent essence. As time passed, the dragon clan flourished, and the ancestor dragon, through profound magical prowess and unparalleled enlightenment, sought to elevate dragons to the status of primordial beings, fabricating 4 ancestral figures, feathers, fur, scales, and shell, to obscure his true intent. The ancient texts of the Bayou Palace contain relevant accounts. Feathers gave birth to the flying dragon, which spawned the phoenix birthed the luan, and the luan produced lesser birds. Fur gave rise to the ying long, which produced the jianma birthed the qilin, and the qilin generated lesser beasts. Scales birthed the jiao dragon, which spawned the kuan gave rise to the jianxia, and the jianxia produced lesser fish. Shells gave birth to the xianlong, which birthed the xiangui. The xiangui generated the spirit turtle, and the spirit turtle yielded lesser turtles. To accomplish this, one must cultivate the corresponding earthly bloodlines, thus leading to the saying that dragons are inherently lustful. This is akin to the prison bull born of cattle, the yazi born of wolves, the chow feng born of birds, the pu lao born of toads, the swan enai born of lions, the basya born of turtles, the bayan born of tigers, the fushi born of the azure dragon, and the qi when born of fish. These 9 offspring represent the first generation of earthly dragons, who, despite being the progeny of the ancestor dragon, lack the true form of a dragon. From this point, the dragon clan began to interbreed with other races. This is the legend of the 9 dragon offspring. As for what transpired afterward, the records do not provide clarity. It appears that their endeavors were unsuccessful, or the dragon clan would not have retreated into the 4 seas. Could it be? Bai Li suddenly raised his head. Disbelief etched across his face. Is it possible that the dragon mother is the mother of one of the ancestor dragon's 9 offspring? Could she be the mother of His Highness Fushi? Among the other offspring, the mothers were not of the dragon lineage, but Fushi's mother belonged to the Azure Dragon clan, potentially residing within the depths of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The East Sea Dragon King smiled and nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. The dragon mother is the mother of all the princes. Upon hearing this, Bai Li's immediate reaction was one of incredulity. As previously stated, the dragon births 9 offspring, each differing in nature, and their mothers are 9 distinct beings. How could they all be the same individual? If they were derived from transformation, the resulting species would not meet the ancestor dragon's criteria. Noting Bai Li's expression of disbelief, the East Sea Dragon King refrained from further elaboration. It is a matter of your current realm. Once you attain the corresponding level, you will realize that this is not as incomprehensible as it seems. It is still too early to disclose these truths to you. How about this? Shall I take you to meet the dragon mother? Bai Li was startled by the suggestion, not out of fear of the dragon mother, but rather because it seemed inappropriate to visit one of the dragon clan's foundational figures without prior consent as an outsider. The Dragon King of the East Sea discerned the thoughts harbored within Bai Li's heart at a single glance, and promptly reassured him. Rest easy, my friend. Since I have dared to bring you to meet the goddess, it is with her gracious consent. You may even find some benefits in this encounter. Bai Li naturally accepted with enthusiasm. Before long, the Dragon King guided him to a vast underwater cavern. There, the Dragon King reverently bowed his head and proclaimed, "Unfilial descendant Ao Guang seeks an audience with the goddess on behalf of the celestial master Bai Li." A gentle azure light faded away, revealing the Dragon Mother Palace, gracefully positioned atop the unfathomable abyss. Unlike the opulence of the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Mother Palace exuded a profound and ancient aura. From within, a soft yet authoritative female voice beckoned, "Come in." As the words resonated, the grand doors of the palace creaked open. The two soared inside, finding the interior adorned in a manner consistent with ancient traditions, harmonious with the exterior. Soon, they beheld the Dragon Mother herself. She sat regally upon a cloud bed, adorned with a 12-pronged golden hairpin and draped in a magnificent 9-colored dragon robe. Behind her, a halo of 9 colors concealed a miniature world of water elements, hinting at surging waves and the echoes of dragon roars. Ao Guang was the first to kneel in reverence, and upon being bid to rise, he retreated to the side. Bai Li, as a second-generation disciple of the, was not required to bow, yet he offered a respectful gesture. "Disciple Bai Li greets the Dragon Mother. May I inquire why you have summoned me?" The East Sea Dragon King would never have taken the initiative to bring him before the Dragon Mother, nor would he have confidently suggested that Bai Li might gain something from this meeting. The only plausible explanation was that the Dragon Mother herself wished to see him. The Dragon Mother slowly opened her eyes and smiled. "Indeed, young friend, you are astute. I chanced upon you while wandering beyond this realm as you struggled with the skewed heavenly arrow. A few days later, I noticed your visit to the Skull Mountain's bone cave. It is evident that although you are ensnared by tribulations, you possess the ability to transcend them. Your future holds immense potential, and your loyalty and camaraderie are commendable, making you a worthy ally. As fate would have it, Ao Guang sought me out, and I directed him to find you, both to aid him in avenging his son and to establish a benevolent connection with you. Bai Li's heart raced, realizing he had underestimated the situation. His every action was laid bare before these formidable beings, yet due to his status as a disciple of a student of the sage, few delved deeper into his affairs. You flatter me, esteemed goddess. I am but a humble celestial being, hardly deserving of your attention. The dragon clan is steeped in profound heritage. Any alliance should rightfully be with a golden immortal like Brother Gongming, who has attained the fruit of enlightenment. Presently, Zhao Gongming's reputation soared. Should he be able to leverage the Dragon Mother's influence to assist in transcending his calamities, it would indeed be a fortuitous event. However, to Bai Li's surprise, the Dragon Mother merely shook her head. Although Zhao Gongming attained the fruit of the great Tao early on, his enlightenment is flawed, and he will undoubtedly feature in the forthcoming calamity of the gods. Such a turn of events. The disciples of the outside the inner circle relied heavily on Zhao Gongming's guidance. Though he had only been here for a few hundred years, Bai Li had often sought his counsel on matters of cultivation. It was through Zhao Gongming's instruction that he mastered the 3 mystical divine winds. In light of this camaraderie and obligation, Bai Li hurriedly inquired, why does the Tao fruit of the great Luo possess flaws, and is there any remedy to rectify this? The Dragon Mother did not directly answer his query, but instead posed a counter-question. Do you know the origins of the sea-settling pearl? It appeared that the issue lay with the sea-settling pearl. Despite his deep contemplation, he could not discern any particular problem with it. All he understood was that this treasure would eventually transform into one of the 24 celestial beings of the Buddhist realm. What relevance could this have to the flaws of the Tao fruit of the great Luo? The junior only knew that the sea-settling pearl once radiated brilliance, illuminating the mystical capital. Afterwards, it faded into obscurity, and he was unaware of how it came into the possession of his master, who ultimately bequeathed it to his senior brother, Gongming. The Dragon Mother continued, indeed, you are quite knowledgeable, young friend. But are you aware that this treasure originally comprised 36 pieces? Although it is an innate spiritual treasure, it was actually forged by the one from the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 16. The Secret of the Sea Settler, Honored Ancestor Hongjun. Just as Bai Li was about to utter his true name, he found himself rendered speechless. Suddenly, he looked up to see the Dragon Mother making a gesture for silence with her right hand. Watching him gradually calm his emotions, the Dragon Mother finally spoke. The authority of the great Tao is invoked through the recitation of true names, thus eliciting a response. Moreover, in the presence of the boundless primordial great Tao, one may speak freely only when one's own elders are present. However, caution is paramount. Young friend, do not act as you did moments ago. Upon hearing this, Bai Li nearly broke into a cold sweat, immediately expressing his gratitude profusely. The Dragon Mother then spoke with gravity. Indeed, your thoughts were correct. That individual is truly the ancestor of the Tao. Yet, the source of the celestial path ultimately resides with your 3 esteemed elders. That individual defined and established the supreme Tao fruit of the celestial path. Hence the disciples revere him as the ancestor of the Tao. Bai Li was left in a state of shock for quite some time, as this revelation diverged significantly from his previous understanding. The 3 pure ones were the true pioneers of the celestial path, while others merely contributed to the foundation laid by them, with Hongjun being the consummate figure among them. What, then, is that sacred position? Is there primordial purple chi? The depths of the primordial wilderness are unfathomable. And what of the sea-settling pearl? The innate spiritual treasures arise in harmony with heaven and earth. How could they be artificially refined? Bai Li, possessing 3 innate spiritual treasures, was acutely aware of their essence. And thus he understood that the so-called Qian Kuan Ding, which allegedly reverses the postnatal to achieve the prenatal, could not possibly exist. The Dragon Mother merely smiled and shook her head. The celestial path speaks of 330 million layers of heaven and earth. The Buddhist teachings mention the countless sands of the Ganges, 3,000 worlds, all born of heaven and earth, and even of the primordial state is not a difficult feat. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the chaos of the primordial state evolved, refining the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, tracing back to the innate 5 elements, giving rise to a vast and boundless world, leaving Bai Li utterly astonished. With a simple gesture, the entire world condensed into a single pearl. After completing this, the Dragon Mother held the pearl delicately and remarked, "This treasure already possesses innate qualities. Though it is not an innate spiritual treasure, it may be referred to as an innate artifact. This is merely a manifestation of the profound applications derived from the attainment of the Great Tao Fruit, the one from the Purple Cloud Palace. As the originator of the Great Tao Fruit would find this task considerably easier, for him, embodying the principles of the Tao is not a challenge. But the difficulty lies in providing the corresponding origins for the innate spiritual treasures, namely their names and essence. The so-called 3 is inexhaustible, 6 is infinite, and 36 aligns perfectly with the boundless numbers. The Tao knows no end. That figure had long foreseen a great calamity in the primordial wilderness, necessitating the settling of the sea, and thus refined this sea-settling pearl, subsequently transforming it into an innate spiritual treasure. Thereafter, in the great battle between Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, Gong Gong was defeated, crashing his head against the pillars of heaven, causing the skies to collapse and the earth to cave in, with the waters of the Milky Way descending upon the world, resulting in untold casualties in the primordial wilderness. At this moment, 36 sea-settling pearls emerged from the Purple Cloud Palace, radiating brilliance and calming the rampaging floods. During this period, 12 pearls were lost to the 4 seas, their fates unknown. As she reached this point, the Dragon Mother suddenly shifted her tone, her demeanor growing increasingly fervent. "However, I have incurred guilt within the divine path. When the celestial intent was established by the Zixiao Palace, a multitude of Deluo and Hunyuan Wujis descended upon the divine path, diminishing its status. From that moment onward, the immortal path began to flourish." Bai Li inwardly sighed, pondering that if what the Dragon Mother stated was true, there must be many behind the scenes orchestrating the conflict between Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. Yet, as a beneficiary, he found it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. Realizing her momentary loss of composure, the Dragon Mother gradually regained her tranquility. The Ding Heizu, crafted by that esteemed figure, inherently contains the profound mysteries of the Great Luo. Zhao Gongming's enlightenment and initial attainment of the Great Luo's Tao Fruit, though unexpected, was nevertheless reasonable. The Ding Heizu, though flawed, naturally results in a Tao Fruit of the Great Luo with shortcomings. To remedy this, only the divine path's Tai Tao Fruit suffices. Thus, this sealing of the gods represents both tribulation and opportunity for him. He would neither retreat, nor could he. It is indeed ironic that the Ding Heizu, which marked the cessation of the ancient divine path's mainstream status, is now held by an immortal who requires its essence to perfect his immortal Tao Fruit. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Li tentatively inquired whether the 12 Ding Heizu, scattered across the seas, had been recovered by the Dragon Mother. The Dragon Mother, without hesitation, presented 3 Ding Heizu to Bai Li and stated, "Indeed, I have searched far and wide, locating 3 of the Ding Heizu. The Golden Immortal realm is established by 2 figures from the west. This treasure, though incomplete, is destined to journey westward and naturally contains the essence of the Golden Immortal. With this treasure, you can swiftly ascend to the Golden Immortal realm, and it will also allow your senior brother Zhao Gongming to depart with greater dignity. I offer this treasure to you, and in return, I only ask that you protect the Dragon Clan as much as possible in the future. How does this sincerity strike you? It is indeed sufficient." Despite holding 3 innate spiritual treasures, Bai Li understood that each innate treasure within the primordial realm is exceedingly precious, let alone the mysteries contained within the Ding Heizu. In a breath's time, Bai Li made his decision, acquiescing to the Dragon Mother's request. He had gathered enough information to ponder for a while, and the Dragon Mother had achieved her objective. Thus, Bai Li and the East Sea Dragon King exited the Dragon Mother's palace. The East Sea Dragon King had remained silent throughout their visit, observing with focused intent. And only upon their exit did he congratulate Bai Li, saying, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on acquiring a spiritual treasure. What are your plans now?" Bai Li raised his gaze to him and replied resolutely, "Having obtained this treasure, I shall proceed to Shiqi to rescue senior brother Gongming." The East Sea Dragon King did not hinder him, but instead bowed in farewell, saying, "This journey may be fraught with peril. I implore you, fellow Taoist, to exercise utmost caution." Bai Li returned the bow as a beam of pure celestial light departed from the East Sea, heading directly toward the battlefield of Shang and Zhou. At this moment, within the Yinshan camp, when Zhong was in a state of utter distress, not long after the conflict between Zhao Gongming and Luya began, he had become increasingly restless and distracted, compounded by Jiang Ziya's challenge. With the 10 absolute formation reduced to 2, they had no choice but to engage in battle. The Heng Shui formation was shattered by the celestial master Qingshu using the 5 fires and 7 birds fan, while the Hongsha formation was dismantled by the later arriving Nanji Xianwang with the 5 fires and 7 feathers fan, resulting in the 2 heavenly kings being listed. Now, Zhao Gongming's condition had worsened significantly, and he had fallen into a deep slumber, leaving Wenzhong in a dire predicament. At that moment, a sudden report came from outside, announcing that the fiery formations master, Bai Li, sought an audience. Wenzhong was immediately filled with joy and hurried to greet him. "Brother Dao, it is I, Wenzhong, who truly feels ashamed before you." Bai Li naturally understood that he was referring to the matters concerning his 2 younger brothers and let out a sigh. "Alas, among my 10 brothers, only 3 remain. Fortunately, they have been honored in the list of deities, and we shall surely meet again in the future. There is no need for the Grand Master to feel remorse. I have come today regarding matters concerning Brother Gongming, so I implore you to lead me inside swiftly." Upon hearing this, Wenzhong dared not delay and promptly took Bai Li to the bedside of Zhao Gongming. After a careful examination, he could not help but feel a deep sense of alarm. The 7 arrows of the nail head were indeed one of the 36 celestial wonders, and when used in conjunction with the treasured 7 arrows book, those afflicted by this divine technique exhibited no outward signs of distress. However, their primordial spirits began to dissipate. Even Zhao Gongming, a celestial being who had recently attained the great Tao of the Luo, would soon meet his demise. Chapter 17. Meeting Yunxiao resolute in his decision. Bai Li instructed Wenzhong to dismiss the crowd, while simultaneously erecting barriers around the tent to prevent any adept, like Yang Jian, who excelled in transformation, from intruding and causing disruption. Once these measures were in place, Bai Li summoned the Sea-calming Pearl, 3 perfectly rounded orbs hovering over Zhao Gongming's Niwen, Huangting, and Qihai, establishing a trinity of harmony, radiating 5-colored brilliance. Within Zhao Gongming, a profound aura of the Tao arose, resonating with the Sea-calming Pearl in the air. As the layers of Tao rhythm intertwined, Zhao Gongming's scattered primordial spirit ceased to disperse, and the agony etched upon his face faded away. Bai Li gradually withdrew his energy, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and gently nudged Zhao Gongming. "Senior brother, it is time to awaken." Zhao Gongming slowly opened his eyes, and upon recognizing that the person beside him was Bai Li, who had returned to the island, he was instantly taken aback. "Junior brother Bai, how did you come to be here? Has Wenzhong summoned you again?" This place is the epicenter of tribulations, a turbulent sea of worldly afflictions. Listen to your senior brother and hasten back to the island. Bai Li felt warmth in his heart at Zhao Gongming's concern, yet he shook his head and explained, "It is not Wenzhong who brought me here. I stumbled upon a treasure and learned of your peril from the nailhead array. How could I possibly turn a blind eye?" As Zhao Gongming pondered this, Wenzhong, hearing the conversation within the tent, was filled with joy and inquired loudly, "Brother Gongming, have you recovered? May I enter?" Upon receiving consent, Wenzhong entered the tent and, upon seeing Zhao Gongming unharmed, was overcome with tears of relief. "Brother, you have finally awakened. If anything had happened to you, I would truly have been unable to face our fellow disciples." Wenzhong then recounted the peculiarities surrounding Zhao Gongming during his absence. After listening intently, Zhao Gongming exhaled a deep sigh, his extensive experience allowing him to discern the nature of his affliction. Nailhead, 7 arrows. Had Bai Li not come, I fear I would have met a tragic end. Struck down by 3 arrows. While I am destined to be listed among the tribulations of the Fengshen, such a death is not fitting. However, he turned to Bai Li, determination solidifying in his heart. He conjured a pair of resplendent golden scissors, wrapped his Tao robe around them, and then pointed to a letter that fell into the bundle, which he secured with a silk cord. "Junior brother Bai, this treasure is known as the Golden Dragon Scissors, accompanied by a letter containing my life's essence. I implore you to ensure these items reach my sister, Yunxiao, at Sanxian Island's Sanxian Cave. She will know what to do." With that, he pressed the parcel into Bai Li's hands, gripping them tightly. "Junior brother, you must promise me." Seeing Zhao Gongming's earnestness, Bai Li felt a twinge of confusion but accepted the parcel, responding solemnly, "Senior brother, rest assured, I will deliver these items safely into Sister Yunxiao's hands." Upon hearing Bai Li's assurance, Zhao Gongming relaxed his demeanor and bowed deeply to him. "Then I can rest easy." Bai Li hurriedly helped him up. Zhao Gongming, as the outer sect's elder brother of the Jie sect, was the mentor to these disciples in the absence of the Tongtian patriarch, and it was unseemly for him to bow. However, at the moment Bai Li made contact, he felt an overwhelming force. Unable to do so, he could only bow slightly to the side and then return the gesture, which finally prompted Zhao Gongming to nod in satisfaction. At that moment, As Bai Li utilized the power of the Dinghai Pearl to invoke Zhao Gongming's Dao Fruit and dispel the 7 arrows of Nail Head far away, Luya slowly opened his eyes, feeling rather surprised. So it has been broken. I wonder whose handiwork this is. However, it truly is an unfortunate turn of events. Calculating with his fingers, he found the result made his eyes widen in astonishment. It is this little fellow again. He truly has a connection with me. After pondering for a moment, he chuckled. Ah, let it be. Zhangshang was saved back then, and now Zhao Gongming is rescued as well. Such is the cycle of heaven's justice. How could the illustrious Luya, the Tao Lord, along with the celestial beings of the Chan teaching, possibly be unable to deal with a single Zhao Gongming? With that, he transformed into a beam of rainbow light and headed westward to Qi. At this moment, Jiang Zia was atop Mount Qi, following Lu Ya's instructions to don his hair and wield his sword, stepping with grace and paying homage to the straw man. However, today felt slightly different. The profound sensation that usually accompanied these rites seemed to have vanished. Suddenly, a beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens, revealing Lu Ya's form. Jiang Zia hurriedly approached to greet him. It is not yet the 21st day, and the ritual is still incomplete. Has something occurred, Dao brother? Luya nodded. Indeed. My method has been disrupted by a disciple of the Jia teaching. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zia was taken aback. He had heard of the profundity of that method but did not understand how the straw man could be disrupted. Thus, he hastily inquired, who has broken it? Luya smiled and replied, do not worry, Zia. The one who disrupted it is not particularly formidable, merely a matter of coincidence. He has already departed and will not hinder you. I will take responsibility for my actions. You should send someone to challenge the Yinshan camp. I and my fellow Taoists of the Chan teaching possess ways to subdue Zhao Gongming. Meanwhile, Bai Li, having followed the direction he had calculated, finally reached the vicinity of Sanxian Island. There, he beheld swirling mists and auspicious vapors enveloping the entrance, with towering pines and cypress trees surrounding the abode. Birds carried red blossoms to the clouded ravines, while deer trod upon fragrant clusters over the mossy stones. The green willows by the embankment turned, and the peach blossoms on the banks fluttered with delicate butterflies. The Sanxian Island did not resemble Golden Ao Island, where the Dragon Mother Palace concealed its profound Tao essence, nor did it possess the opulence of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Yet, it held the mysteries of the 2 instruments and 3 talents, the profundities of the 4 symbols and 9 palaces, far surpassing their 10 absolute formation. Bai Li secretly admired the beauty of the island. Indeed, Yunxiao deserved to be called the foremost female immortal of the outer sect, even when considering both the inner and outer sects. She possessed the qualifications to compete with Jin Ling and others for the title of the foremost female immortal. Junior brother Bai Li seeks an audience with the 3 senior sisters. I implore you to reveal yourselves. After a considerable time, a steady female voice resonated from within the island. It is truly a matter for celebration that junior brother has transcended his tribulation. But we 3 sisters have never concerned ourselves with the affairs of the mortal realm. What brings you here, junior brother? Upon hearing this, Bai Li recognized it was Yunxiao speaking. She truly was a devoted practitioner, and had it not been for her 2 younger sisters, she would not have been entangled in the calamity of the Fengshen. I have come at the behest of senior brother to return the golden Jiao scissors and deliver a letter to senior sister. Then, 2 slightly anxious female voices echoed from within the island. You say you were sent by brother to return the treasure and convey news? Please, enter the island swiftly. The protective formation swiftly opened a passage, and Bai Li deftly slipped into it. Before long, he encountered the legendary 3 heavens goddesses. In the tales of the investiture of the gods, Yunxiao was depicted as composed and dignified, Qiongxiao as tempestuous and irascible, while Bixiao was characterized as straightforward and haughty. However, upon meeting the latter 2, Bai Li realized that the assessments were not entirely accurate. Both exhibited a clarity of spirit, embodying the essence of serene celestial beings. Yet they were tragically ensnared in the quest for vengeance for their brother, ultimately leading to their demise and subsequent immortalization on the list of the deceased. As his thoughts settled, Bai Li presented the bundle entrusted to him by Zhao Gongming before Yunxiao. This bundle contained his master's robe, the golden cicada scissors, and a letter. Prior to his departure, his master had conveyed that it encompassed his entire legacy in life. Thus, Bai Li, without a moment's delay, felt it was his duty to fulfill his master's wishes. Chapter 18. The formation of the 3 celestials. Yunxiao accepted the package with an expression of calm, yet her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. As a golden immortal who had attained the Tao fruit, how could she still tremble? She casually handed the Jin Jiao scissors to her 2 younger sisters and carefully extracted a letter from her robe, unwrapping it with great caution. The written words felt as though they were spoken face to face. Regrettably, I did not heed my sister's advice sooner. I insisted on borrowing the wondrous Dinghai Pearl to initially attain the great Luo Dao fruit. Yet now I can only patch the incompleteness with the Tai Dao fruit. To achieve the status of Heavenly Emperor, moving mountains and filling seas would be trivial. Previously, the Dinghai Pearl had caused the disciples of the Chan teaching to scatter in disarray and showcased the might of our. While the subsequent acquisition of the Lingbao had allowed my sister's Jin Jiao scissors to suppress the multitude of immortals. Yet just days ago, I encountered the calamity of the 7 nails and arrows, and it was only thanks to the timely rescue of Brother Bai Li that I narrowly escaped a tragic demise. However, becoming a deity is both a calamity and an opportunity that I cannot evade. Alas, this journey will surely lead to my demise and deification. I implore my sister to prioritize the greater good, to take care of our 2 younger sisters, and to refrain from seeking vengeance on my behalf, thus lightly treading upon the calamity. Brother Bai Li. Upon finishing the letter, Yunxiao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, gazing intently at Bai Li across from her. In that instant, the 3 pairs of eyes eagerly awaited her to elucidate the contents of the letter. Yunxiao said little, merely handing the letter to the 2 sisters for their perusal. Once they had read it, they immediately clutched their chests and wept bitterly, simultaneously realizing why Yunxiao had acted as she did. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the sky, and all 3 felt a sudden pain in their hearts, simultaneously expelling a mouthful of blood. In that instant, they comprehended the gravity of the situation, tears streaming down their faces. Even the usually composed Yunxiao's eyes turned crimson, rendered speechless by grief. Their elder brother, who had been with them for countless eons, was dead. Bai Li picked up the letter that had fallen to the ground, and, at this moment, there was no longer any doubt. Zhao Gongming clearly did not wish for him to intervene, deliberately sending him away while he faced his fate with equanimity. A wave of bitterness surged within him as he bowed reverently towards the direction of Shichi. Farewell to the master brother Zhao Gongming of the, may he rest in peace. After a brief moment of respite, the 3 calculated with their fingers and realized that it was Lu Ya who had slain their elder brother. Qiong Shao and Bai Shao, filled with righteous fury, were about to seek vengeance, but were halted by Yun Shao. Have my younger sisters forgotten the words of our elder brother? We are currently amidst the great calamity of deification. If we descend the mountain now, we shall surely be names on the deification list. After the calamity, I shall personally lead my 2 younger sisters to exact vengeance upon Lu Ya. With the Hunyuan Golden Dipper in hand, I fear not his capture. Qiong Shao and Bai Shao retorted angrily, Eldest sister, you are truly heartless. What does it matter if we are named on the list? Today, we shall descend the mountain to retrieve our brother's remains, honoring our kinship. With that, they mounted their Honghu and Huaying birds and departed. Seeing her 2 younger sisters act recklessly, Yunxiao pondered for a moment before sighing and addressing Bai Li beside her. Brother Zhao Gongming mentioned in the letter that we should teach you the formation techniques. Yet if we sisters venture forth now, we will undoubtedly be inscribed on that list. The time remaining is limited before we must fulfill our destinies as responding deities of the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Bai Li could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The celestial master once remarked, Thus it is not surprising that Yunxiao is aware of the disciples of the descending the mountain. But she is astonished that she knows the 3 will be conferred as the divine immortal of response and connection. To what depth has her cultivation reached? Paying no heed to Bai Li's astonishment, Yunxiao continued, At the behest of my elder brother, we shall certainly comply. Now, I present you with 2 choices. Bai Li immediately inquired, May I ask what these 2 options are? I beseech you to enlighten me, Sister Yunxiao. Firstly, I can offer you a tome containing the essentials of formation, which records the evolution of the 1, the 2 instruments, the 3 talents, the 4 symbols, the 5 elements, the 6 harmonies, the 7 stars, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces, forming the foundation of formations. It also includes numerous formations among which is the 10 absolute formation that you and your brothers have refined, as well as the rarely encountered primordial Taiji formation, the Yin-Yang 2 instruments formation, the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams formation, and more. With this compendium, you may return to the island and delve into profound contemplation. After countless years, you shall surely achieve remarkable success. One cannot deny this is an exceptional choice, devoid of tribulations and filled with opportunities. Although the notion that it may take centuries seems lengthy, the intricacies of formations are convoluted and demand great insight. Should this tome be placed in the outer world, it would undoubtedly be a coveted treasure. However, Bai Li was eager to hear the alternative, as if an unseen voice whispered to him that it was what he truly desired. Sister, I still wish to hear the other option. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao gazed intently at him, her clear eyes seemingly reflecting the depths of one's soul. The other choice is to remain by my side. By my calculations, it is destined that my sisters and I shall encounter tribulation within 20 days after descending the mountain. During this period, I will diligently teach you. At that time, we 3 sisters will arrange an extraordinary grand formation, and you may also partake in its setup and study. Ultimately, how much you comprehend will depend on your own aptitude, junior brother. Upon hearing this, Bai Li promptly declared his choice of the latter. What a jest! How could my self-study ever compare to your personal guidance, Yunxiao? Moreover, the grand formation you speak of must undoubtedly be the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, renowned for its might. For those who cultivate the art of formations, participating in its arrangement is a monumental opportunity. Noticing Bai Li's swift decision, Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with satisfaction, smiling. Very well, no wonder you are a disciple of. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety, junior brother. Let us depart. With that, she took Bai Li aboard the Qinghuan and pursued Qiongxiao and Bixiao. As they ascended, the scenery unfolded, with hair coiled in a celestial bun. Adorned in crimson robes with a white crane-esque crest, the silk threads binding the cosmos, and beneath their feet, the auspicious shoes of vibrant colors. Breaking the earth and opening the heavens to attain the Tao, refining true forms within the 3 immortal islands, casting aside all 6 energies and 3 corpses. Just a step away from the Qinghuan, departing from the Jade capital. Before long, they caught up with Qiongxiao and Bixiao, who were secretly delighted at Yunxiao's arrival. Though their lips inquired, Sister, where do you intend to go? Yunxiao, fully aware of their unspoken thoughts, chose not to chastise them. Seeing your lack of decorum, I feared trouble might arise. Thus, I have come to accompany you. Do not act rashly. They nodded in agreement. Initially puzzled by the presence of Bai Li behind their elder sister. Only when Yunxiao revealed Bai Li's choice did they understand, and along the way, they generously imparted knowledge of the art of formations. What is a formation? The foundation of formations, whether it be the primordial Tai Chi or the duality of the 4 symbols, constitutes the very roots of heaven and earth, the evolution of the Tao. In essence, a formation is the artificial manipulation of a space, transforming it into a realm of creation and annihilation under one's control, a manifestation of the Tao's derivation. Thus, when Jiangxia observed the 10 absolute formations, he could confidently proclaim that one is within the Tao, and certainly, the means to dismantle it. Qiongxiao presented a quintessential example, the 2 instruments and subtle dust great formation, fully named the life and death, obscurity and clarity, illusion and annihilation 2 instruments, and subtle dust great formation. This formation was crafted by the Supreme One and is rumored to encompass 6 gates of life and death, obscurity and clarity, illusion and annihilation, channeling the primordial yin and yang energies, orchestrating the cyclical flow of the 5 elements, and unfolding a world within the subtle dust. As the grand formation operates, the world oscillates between creation and destruction. Should one err in their steps, they would be refined into pure essence by the formation, their form and spirit obliterated. Yet, the Supreme One remains nonchalant, with only Xiandu among the disciples capable of wielding such a formation, which has not graced the primordial realm for an indeterminate span. Even Yunxiao, standing nearby, expressed her deep regret, for as the saying goes, understanding one principle illuminates 100, and the myriad transformations do not stray from their source. Perhaps it is precisely because of their profound mastery of formation arts that they can truly appreciate the uniqueness of these grand formations. Thus, the group continued their journey toward Shiqi, engaged in their dialogue, the outcome of their endeavor yet unknown. Chapter 19. Questioning Luya. The group arrived at the grand camp of the Yinshang, guided by Master One to the resting place of Lord Zhao Gongming. Upon unveiling the coffin, they were met with the sight of the once radiant celestial body now charred and unrecognizable, the head and body severed, with a section of the skull caved in and blood flowing incessantly. Master One lamented sorrowfully, stating, "Your brother possesses immense powers, but the disciples of the teaching are no match for him." It was Luya who devised a cunning plan, using the technique of transformation to lure your brother to a location where he was scorched by the true fire of the sun. Undeterred, the brother maintained a cold smile, employing his mastery of fire evasion to temporarily escape the sun's flames. However, unbeknownst to him, the lamp of illumination suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind. Using the calming sea pearl, and in the moment of disruption, Luya revealed a gourd-like treasure containing a 7-inch glimmer. With a command to the treasure to turn, Lord Gongming's head fell to the ground. Bai Li, upon hearing Master Wen's account, could vividly imagine the scene, the true fire of the sun, the surprise attack of the calming sea pearl, the flying knife that severed immortals, truly, a meticulous arrangement. It was astonishing that a group of elders had conspired to bully the foremost disciple of the Jiejiao. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao wept uncontrollably, while Yun Xiao, witnessing the tragic fate of her elder brother, felt a surge of anger. The true fire of the sun and the flying knife that severs immortals. I now understand the origins of Luya. In the primordial era, when the heavens and earth were first created, there existed a mountain known as Zhou Shan, a pillar supporting the sky. The name Zhou signifies completeness. However, due to the clash with the mountain by the deity Gonggong, the heavenly pillar was fractured, and thus the mountain was later referred to as not Zhou. Within Zhou Shan lay countless innate treasures, including the innate spiritual root of the gourd vine. It is said that when the gourd vine matured, many deities vied for it, ultimately resulting in the three pure ones, each obtaining one. The supreme deity at that time, Tai Yi, acquired one, as did Nuwa and the great immortal Hunyuan. The last gourd, however, suffered the jealousy of heaven, withering away before it could fully mature. The master uncle possessed numerous treasures. That gourd ultimately served as a vessel for elixirs, while the second master's gourd was refined into the Hunyuan treasure box. Their own master transformed it into the water and fire youth to serve at his side, and Nuwa fashioned hers into a banner to summon demons across the realm. The gourd belonging to the great immortal Hunyuan was forged into a protective talisman. The gourd in Luya's possession was the very one obtained by Tai Yi, later refined into the flying knife that severs immortals, a weapon of great slaughter, responsible for countless deaths of celestial beings. Little did they know, amidst the flourishing era of immortality, these ancient deities had re-emerged to cause turmoil. If a lesson were not imparted, they might truly believe that Jiejiao was without defenders. On the following day, Yun Xiao, riding the Azure Phoenix, brought the others to the Lu Peng, calling out, "Summon Luya to meet me at once." Luya felt a stirring within, and upon casting his gaze, he saw Lady Yun Xiao, his expression growing somber. Alas, this young friend Bai Li has truly brought me great trouble. With that, he ascended on a cloud and emerged from Lu Peng to meet the three Xiao. Upon seeing Lu Ya's arrival, Yun Xiao's eyes sparkled with intensity, and she coldly remarked, "Indeed, it is you, the Red Emperor. Do you believe that by changing your appearance, I would no longer recognize you?" Luya, startled by her words, quickly regained his composure. The former Red Emperor was no more, and now stood before her only the scattered celestial known as Luya, a being of the fire's essence and the earth's spirit. "Friend, what words are these? The Crimson Emperor of the ancient divine court has long since perished. This young friend beside you, Bai Li, is aware of this as well. I am known as Luya," Yun Xiao scoffed. "Others may be ignorant, but I would never mistake the Crimson Emperor. Now, in this calamity of conferring gods, you do not seek refuge and leisure, but instead conspire with Ran Deng to slay my elder brother Zhao Gongming. Today, I cannot let you go." With that, he waved his sleeve, and torrents of innate clouds and mist surged forth to envelop Luya. Observing this, Luya pointed skyward, and a flash of red light erupted as the innate fire spirit transformed into a blazing sun, its searing flames radiating golden light that repelled the encroaching clouds. At that moment, however, Luya furrowed his brow and turned to scrutinize the descending mist. The clouds were inexplicably eroding the brilliance of the sun. This technique feels eerily familiar, as if I have encountered it before, yet I cannot recall when or where. Luya then spoke, "Friend, your knowledge of the Crimson Emperor's name suggests a profound origin. You must also understand that those who align with the heavens prosper, while those who oppose them perish. The will of heaven decrees this calamity is to aid Zhou in overthrowing Zhou, and it is not I who seeks to slay Zhao Gongming. Rather, it is the decree of heaven that brings about his demise." At this, Qiong Xiao was immediately incensed, proclaiming loudly, "You vile scoundrel! Do not attempt to weave your cunning words to mislead us. We are well aware of the will of heaven. This calamity involves the three teachings, and even if my brother's fate has run its course, it should not be your hand that strikes him. Do not flee, receive my blade." Drawing her treasured sword, known for its illustrious reputation in the upper clear sword Dao, Qiong Xiao unleashed a formidable display of sword light, vibrant and dynamic, its lethal intent palpable, with innate sword energy surging forth in every direction. Realizing the peril of the situation, Luya prepared to escape in a flash of rainbow light. However, Bi Xiao had long been waiting, and a golden great cauldron, a divine treasure bestowed by the Tongtian master, hovered in the air. No matter how skilled Luya might be, he could not withstand the might of the primordial golden cauldron. as the golden light flickered. Luya was on the verge of being captured by the cauldron when a beam of yellow light shot forth from behind, striking him before Bi Xiao could react, sending her tumbling from her floral feathered bird. Yun Xiao hastily intervened, conjuring a cloud to catch Bi Xiao, ensuring her safe descent. Injured, Bi Xiao rendered the primordial golden cauldron powerless, and Luya seized the opportunity to transform into a streak of rainbow light and escape, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The onlookers seethed with resentment, only to see that yellow light rushing once more from below, aiming directly for Yun Xiao's face. Consumed by rage over her sister's injury, Yun Xiao grasped the incoming light and revealed its true form. The yellow light was none other than a wooden whip, measuring 3 feet and 6 inches. Divided into 21 sections, each adorned with 4 talismanic seals, totaling 84 seals. Indeed, the divine treasure known as the God-slaying whip. Initially hesitant, upon recognizing the God-slaying whip, Yun Xiao made a swift decision, breaking into a furious smile. Very well. We have not sought trouble with you, yet you dare to ambush us. Await your retribution for this insolence. With that, she swung the God-slaying whip back towards its origin. Jiang Zia, witnessing the whip strike Bi Xiao, while simultaneously aiding Luya, felt a profound sense of relief. It was only because, upon ascending Kunlun, my esteemed master bestowed upon me the divine whip, proclaiming that this whip would strike deities and immortals, but never mortals. All who fell victim to its lash were renowned figures inscribed upon the divine ranking. The celestial maiden before me, having been struck down by the divine whip, surely bears a name of distinction on that exalted list. Even Zhao Gongming, with his formidable prowess, ultimately met his demise. Thus, it stands to reason that those before me share a similar fate. Therefore, after casting down Bi Xiao, I once again invoked the divine whip to strike at the celestial maiden upon the Qinghuan. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I heard Yang Jian's urgent cry. Be cautious, Uncle Master. In an instant, a beam of yellow light descended from the heavens. Yang Jian swiftly transformed, employing the 9 transformations of primordial energy to manifest an indestructible golden body as a barrier. Although he absorbed the brunt of the force, he was still thrown aside, his countenance ashen. The residual power then struck Jiang Zia, who felt an overwhelming force surge upon him, causing excruciating pain throughout his organs. And he spat forth a mouthful of blood, narrowly escaping death. Chapter 20. The meandering yellow river beside them. Huang Tianhua hurriedly rescued the two. Upon seeing their injuries, Guang Chengzi and the others were instantly alarmed and rushed to inquire about the situation. Yuding Jinren produced medicinal pills to treat their wounds. The 3 celestial maidens, particularly the foremost one, caught the god-vanquishing whip with her bare hands, plunging everyone into silence. The Sanxiao sisters, notably Zhao Gongming's sister, displayed a prowess that seemed even greater than that of Zhao Gongming himself. Ran Deng perceived the situation with greater clarity than the others. Yun Xiao had attained the fruits of the Tao of Tai and Deluo. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback and urgently pressed Ran Deng for an explanation. He sighed deeply and remarked, the god-vanquishing whip is a treasure of the Fengshen, with its causal relations firmly established. Anyone named on the Fengshen List cannot be hindered. The leader of the Jie sect has long stated that his disciples face 2 fates when descending from the mountain, one to join the Western lands, the other to achieve recognition on the list. Yin Xiao is certainly among those recognized on the list, capable of catching the god-vanquishing whip with her bare hands. This indicates her attainment of both Tao fruits, granting her the ability to reverse causality, transcending the confines of past, present, and future, while reflecting the myriad heavens without desire. Even if she were to ascend the Fengshen List in the future, it would not impose any constraints upon her. In their hearts, the crowd collectively thought, all these years, our cultivation has gone to waste. The 12 immortals of the Chan sect were all carefully selected by the primordial supreme being, possessing exceptional talent and receiving meticulous guidance. Yet they had only achieved the status of Golden Immortals, with the Tao fruits still within reach. Conversely, the Jie sect, boasting countless disciples, had already produced Zhao Gongming, who initially attained the Great Luo Tao fruit, and now Yun Xiao, who had achieved both the Tai and Great Luo Tao fruits. Could it be that the disciples of the Jie sect truly surpassed those of the Chan sect? Guang Chengzi, however, did not react as strongly, for he was the favored disciple of the primordial being, a golden immortal of remarkable stature, destined to attain the Great Luo after the Fengshen. In a momentary contest of strength, what did it truly matter? The path of cultivation was about who could tread more steadily and journey further. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Master Ran Deng, Bai Li and the others managed to escape their tribulations. Could Yunxiao perhaps be similar? Ran Deng shook his head. I have consulted the headmaster regarding the matter of the 10 absolute formation. Due to unforeseen changes in the heavenly will within the 8 scenery palace, an accident occurred. Now that the 10 absolute formation has been broken, Yunxiao is not among its ranks. Furthermore, the treasure she holds, known as the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, was formed at the dawn of creation, containing the secrets of heaven, earth, and the 3 talents, as well as the mysteries of the primordial and postnatal. It is truly a nemesis for our kind. A wave of helplessness surged in the hearts of the crowd. How were they to contend with such a situation? Zhu Lushun could not help but sigh. If this is the case, does it not mean that our only strategy is to witness her sacrificial treasure and flee as quickly as possible? Qi Jingzi shook his head repeatedly. Are we, the immortals of the Yushu, reduced to mere fleeing? Though he spoke thus, the group genuinely had no idea how to respond. Ran Deng observed their reactions and then spoke. There is no need for you to feel disheartened. Since Yunxiao has attained the 2 Dao fruits, she must have inherited the legacy of some formidable being or perhaps has already manifested in the past. It is only natural that you cannot compare to her. Assisting Zhou and vanquishing Zhou is a matter of celestial decree. In due time, there shall be means to subdue her. However, at present, Master Xia has provoked her wrath, and she is certain to seek retribution. Thus, during these days, all must diligently conserve their energy in preparation for the impending confrontation. Upon returning to camp, Bai Li eagerly inquired, Sister, why has an ancient deity intervened in the Fengshen affair? What precisely is Lu Ye's identity? Within the realm of Fengshen, is he not a treasure of the fire and an essence of the earth? Previously, he acknowledged this during his divination. Why then has he become the ancient deity Qi Di? His reaction was clearly one of being struck by fate. In response, Yunxiao posed an unrelated query. Do you comprehend what constitutes heavenly will? Bai Li had long entertained suspicions regarding this matter and was taken aback to grasp its entirety at this moment. He promptly replied with solemnity, the boundless and formless essence is indeed heavenly will. Yunxiao nodded, albeit with a slight shake of his head. Your statement holds truth. Yet it is not entirely accurate. For example, our master and our esteemed seniors regard the boundless essence as heavenly will, but simultaneously, those who attain the fruits of both paths also embody heavenly will, who resides in the 9 heavens. There is also Ran Deng, and numerous decrees of heaven have established the great trend. The essence of this Fengshen event fundamentally constitutes the tribulations decreed by the celestial intentions of the immortals, deities, and mortals within the Zixiao Palace. It serves to repay a portion of the entangled karma from the primordial chaos and to redistribute the authority of the ancient deities, ushering in the new to replace the old. The trend is inexorable. The lineage of ancient deities cannot willingly submit to the path of immortality and actively participate in the listings. Thus, they can only engage in the sharing of celestial fortunes, seizing the opportunity to reinvent themselves and revel in freedom. Fengshen represents both tribulation and creation, for ordinary beings and extraordinary individuals. The severance of the path may indeed be a blessing. Yet for those who have attained success in their cultivation below the path of fruition, the demise of immortals and their subsequent listing is undoubtedly a calamity. Whether it is a blessing or a curse hinges upon one's cultivation. As for matters beyond the path of fruition, the mysteries of divine powers may perhaps even allow one to perfect the Tai fruit through the Fengshen process. Regarding the affair of Qi Di, it pertains to the esoteric secrets of the ancient divine path. It is premature to divulge this to you at present. In due course, when you attain the Tai, or perhaps the Deluo fruit, you shall undoubtedly comprehend. Bai Li acquiesced, understanding that there are times to be resolute and times to be cautious. As the saying goes, those who recognize the currents of the moment are truly wise. Sometimes, retreating can yield unexpected benefits. Very well, we have spoken enough here. It is time for us to embark on our formation. The 3 of them thus felt a surge of inspiration and promptly exited the tent. Outside, Wen Zhong awaited with 600 elite soldiers, prepared according to Yunxiao's arrangements. Yunxiao extended his hand, and countless rays of spiritual light emanated from his fingertips, carving out a spatial array from the fine dust. The assembly entered as commanded, with Bai Li trailing behind the 3, absorbing their explanations while simultaneously engaging in the formation, all the while responding to the occasional evaluations that arose. I have previously taught you the fundamentals of array formations. Can you discern the foundation of this array? Bai Li's hands remained in motion, and even without recollections from his past life, he was able to articulate. This array aligns with the 3 talents and corresponds to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. However, it differs from the common 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. If one were to follow the usual methods of breaking an array, they would undoubtedly trigger the life and death mechanisms and perish on the spot. The three, witnessing his progress, wore expressions of satisfaction. The advancements Bai Li had made in recent days were truly evident. If their prior teachings were motivated by Zhao Gongming's instructions, it could now be said that it was due to their shared path. Indeed, the profound mystery of this formation lies in its intricate twists, where no straight path exists within its winding course. Yet, at the culmination of its curves, there emerges a sense of directness. It embodies the sublime essence of my bio formation. Observe my prowess. With a grand sweep of his flowing sleeves, clouds of yellow sand surged forth, cascading in layers to forge a tumultuous river whose origins and destination remain unknown. Runes manifested, embodying the dual mastery of celestial and divine realms, from which emerged the elusive immortal elixir and the enchantment of immortality. As the brilliance illuminated the surroundings, the yellow river materialized, capable of obliterating the essence of immortals, extinguishing their spirits, ensnaring their forms, and diminishing their vital energies, ultimately leading to the loss of their true nature and physicality. Immortals entering this realm are rendered mortal, while mortals who venture herein face obliteration. This is the true mechanism of life and death in the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, comprehended solely by Yunxiao. With such formidable prowess, Yunxiao has laid down this grand array, complemented by the primordial golden dipper. Bai Li finds himself at a loss, pondering who among the disciples of the three teachings could possibly rival Yunxiao. Unbeknownst to them, a fortnight has passed, and the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation has been completed. Chapter 21. The Calamity of the Immortals. The three heavenly maidens, seated upon their steed, called out to the grand camp of West Qi, demanding, "Let Jiangxia come forth to meet us." After a brief interval, Jiangxia emerged from the camp, riding a strange creature, and respectfully greeted the three sisters, saying, "I have the honor to meet the three fellow Taoists." Yunxiao responded, "Jiangxia, we three sisters reside in the Three Fairy Island, within the Three Fairy Cave, and have never interfered in the affairs of the mortal realm. However, your teachings conspired with outsiders to slay my brother, Zhao Gongming. Thus, we descended the mountain to collect his remains and seek justice from Luya. It is only due to your adherence to the edicts of the Jade Void that I have refrained from holding you accountable. Yet, who would have thought you would dare resort to treachery, harming my sister and attempting to strike me with the God-slaying whip? Even the burning lamp would not dare to humiliate us so. Now, I shall set up a formation, regardless of the cycles of heavenly justice. If your teachings can break this formation, we shall settle this matter. If not, do not blame me for the consequences." Though directed at Jiangxia, her words were aimed at all the members of the Chan sect present in West Qi, including Burning Lamp. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned grave. While a battle of spells might allow for some maneuvering, Yunxiao's decision to set up a formation clearly indicated her serious intent. The Chan sect was renowned for its mastery of formations, and the previous 10 absolute formation was a prime example. The prowess of Yunxiao's cultivation and her magical artifacts far surpassed that of the 10 heavenly lords, making it evident just how formidable the formation she had conjured would be. At this moment, the question of whether they would be accused of overwhelming the few with the many was of little concern. Aside from Burning Lamp and Jiangxia, whose fates remained uncertain, the others were at the mercy of the situation. Burning Lamp then led Guang Chengzi and the other immortals before the formation, where they beheld the inscription above the formation gate, the primordial Tao text of the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Before entering, a chill crept into their hearts. Upon entering the formation, they beheld the three celestial maidens standing upon the law platform, with Yunxiao at the forefront, directly facing Burning Lamp, who led the Chan sect. She raised an eyebrow, lifted her hands, and the formation began to operate slowly, revealing its profound mysteries. "Burning Lamp, do you recognize this formation?" Burning Lamp squinted, scrutinizing and deconstructing the intricacies of the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, inwardly marveling at Yunxiao's extraordinary mastery of formation arts. Even before the formation's murderous intent was unleashed, its overwhelming power suggested that Guang Chengzi and the others would not escape this calamity. Indeed, Yunxiao's Nine Curves Yellow River Formation is formidable. Next time at the Purple Cloud Palace, the will of heaven shall surely grant you a place. However, we are all aware of the decree inscribed upon the God-slaying list. Why must you defy the will of heaven and invite calamity upon yourself? Yunxiao smiled and replied, "The will of heaven and affection are constant. My choices remain unchanged since ancient times. I am fully aware of the destiny set forth by the Purple Cloud Palace, so do not attempt to use it to pressure me." Burning Lamp was taken aback, for Yunxiao's words reminded him of an exceptionally talented innate deity among their peers. At that moment, Qi Jingzi suddenly made a move, brandishing a superior innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang mirror, directing its white face towards Yunxiao. Those illuminated by its light would instantly faint, reviving only when struck by its reverse side. Guang Qingzi then summoned the turning heaven seal, conjuring an ancient, wild mountain that came crashing down, while the soul-returning bell trembled incessantly. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure and summoned their treasured artifacts and signature spells. In a moment, the heavens trembled as the celestial treasures radiated a myriad of colors, illuminating the skies. The radiant lamp aimed to intervene, but it was already too late. Yunxiao, unfazed by the impending treasures, gazed upon them with resolute determination. "Come forth," she commanded, waving her hand as boundless clouds unfurled. Harnessing the wonders of the triad and the powers of the nonary, while the light of the dead mirror descended upon them like a stone sinking into the sea. Even the formidable treasures, such as the heaven-toppling seal, were held in place. The 9 curves of the Yellow River array was activated, and in an instant, yellow sand swirled into a great river, concealing within it the elixir of deception and the celestial closure technique. The crowd found themselves isolated by the formation, rendering their previously agreed strategies unfeasible. Immediately, auspicious clouds and golden lamps arose, along with protective lotus flowers and a host of defensive treasures like the scouring cloud garment and the 8 trigrams purple robe, all striving to withstand the array's formidable might. Just as they struggled to hold on, a brilliant golden light emanated from above. Looking up, they beheld the primordial golden dipper. Under its radiance, the yellow river surged forth. Sensing impending doom, the radiant lamp swiftly employed a technique of evasion. Suddenly, the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, cradled in Jiang Ziya's arms, emitted a soil-hued glow, enveloping him and extricating him from the array. After a gust of yellow sands, only 11 human-shaped statues remained within the 9 curves of the Yellow River array. The 11 celestial beings of the Chan sect had their 3 flowers atop their heads and 5 energies within their chests severed, closing their heavenly gates, thus becoming mere mortals. Upon returning to their camp, Wenzhong hosted a banquet in celebration. Throughout the gathering, Yunxiao maintained a serene demeanor, while only Bai Li, who had remained in the camp during the day, understood the underlying emotions. After the feast, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao returned to recuperate, leaving Yunxiao alone in the grand tent, lost in contemplation as she gazed towards Kunlun. Suddenly, she snapped back to attention and addressed a certain spot. "Junior brother, did you seek me out in the dead of night to discuss something?" Her words unveiled his hidden whereabouts, prompting Bai Li to emerge from his concealed space. "Are you troubled by the fate of the celestial beings of the Chan sect, senior sister?" Yunxiao teased lightly. "I did not expect you to have attained such penetrating insight." Bai Li, with a wry smile, shook his head, acknowledging his limitations. Yet, he recalled the purpose of his visit and articulated some ideas from his past life along with his reflections. The momentum of the Fengshen is inexorable. Yet perhaps we can alter the fates of our lives and deaths. Since you managed to fell Tai without consequence, why not allow 1 or 2 lesser favored disciples to ascend in your stead? Yunxiao shook her head, imparting earnest wisdom. As I have stated, the momentum of the Fengshen is indeed unyielding. The celestial beings of the Chan sect act in accordance with this grand design and cannot be easily slain. Your ability to fell Tai arises from a shift in the will of heaven within the 8 scenery palace. Tai is particularly unique, his path aligned with the divine. Under such circumstances, our master had just cause to intervene, which is why there were no repercussions. Moreover, what defines favor and disfavor? While Guang Qingzi and others appear favored on the surface, it is said that second uncle holds disdain for those born of the muddy waters and yet accepted the yellow dragon. Can you truly claim he is not favored? Remember, aside from what is decreed by the Zixiao Palace, do not trust all other rumors blindly. Yunxiao's words enlightened Bai Li. To elucidate for the masses, as per the teachings of past lives, it is akin to the concept of political correctness. Furthermore, let us not dwell on whether divine treasures might descend to provide salvation during the act of slaying, for even in death, one may be revived. Take, for instance, figures such as Neza and Huang Tianhua. Are they not examples of those who perished yet returned to life, their souls not destined for the Fengshen platform? As for the likes of Huang Long, their lack of favor is merely a conclusion drawn by others from previous incarnations. Upon reflection, despite Huang Long's repeated defeats, he has not incurred the ire of Yuan Shi. During the formation of the 10,000 immortal array, he intervened to provide assistance. Can he truly be regarded as one who is unfavored? Consequently, The initial intention to speak of the three great scholars has become unspeakable, for they are all aware that the three great scholars will ultimately journey to the west. Would Yuan be ignorant of this? Moreover, who can say what divine powers may manifest when the heart turns to slaying? Bai Li could not restrain his gaze from drifting towards Yuan, his eyes reflecting a singular thought. Is there truly no way out? After a moment of silence, Yuan finally spoke. In these recent days, you have grasped the essence of my formation's path. On the morrow, you must not leave the camp. Once second master has shattered the 9 curves Yellow River array and departed, hasten back to Jinao Island without looking back. Do you understand? Chapter 22. The arrival of the two saints. Bai Li nodded in acknowledgement, yet a clever idea brewed within his mind. While Tantian and others surveyed the world from lofty heights, embracing the grand path, he, in his previous life, possessed a deeper understanding of human nature, approaching matters from the subtleties of the small path. The grand path has its merits, yet the small path possesses its own exquisite nuances. Seated upon the cloud bed, the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Yushu Palace could not help but sigh upon witnessing his disciples ensnared within the 9 curves Yellow River formation. Alas, it seemed that his teachings fell short, compelling him to descend to the mortal realm. Nevertheless, all was in service of the great endeavor of immortality. With that, he commanded the white crane boy to steer the 9 dragons' agarwood palanquin toward Shichi. Before long, fragrant mists rose above Shichi, enveloping the land in an ethereal haze, accompanied by melodious celestial sounds. A resounding crane cry echoed as boundless auspicious clouds spread across the heavens, radiating a myriad of colors, with countless golden lanterns illuminating the surroundings. Bai Li's heart sank. The primordial heavenly sovereign had arrived. The chronicles of divine immortals records, without sect or superior, yet the sole origin of all things, hence named primordial, commanding the essence of all, residing in the dual purity, emerging from the heavens, thus titled heavenly sovereign. In every myth and legend, the primordial heavenly sovereign stands among the highest echelons of divinity, be it righteous or malevolent, never perceived as weak. Since Bai Li could see, it was certain that Yuan could also perceive the situation. She understood that calamity was imminent. The following day, the primordial heavenly sovereign arrived before the 9 curves Yellow River formation, and the white crane boy summoned the 3 heavens to present their respects. Yuan led her 2 sisters out of the formation to pay homage. Master Uncle, we, the disciples, have been most disrespectful, and we humbly beseech your forgiveness. The primordial sovereign regarded the 3 before him with a calm demeanor. The formation you have set was indeed a trial destined for my disciples. However, your master dares not defy the greater trend. How dare you disregard the established rules and oppose your master's words? You may enter the formation first, I shall follow. With this declaration, there was no room for negotiation. The primordial had resolved to breach the formation. Without descending from the 9 dragons' agarwood palanquin, the primordial sovereign circled the formation once, comprehending its intricacies, before taking his seat at the reed pavilion. Shortly thereafter, a resounding moo echoed from above, accompanied by radiant hues and auspicious purple mist wafting eastward, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance, heralding the arrival of the Taishang Laojun. Riding the azure bull from the 8 scenery palace, alongside the master of the mysterious capital, the primordial approached to greet them. It is a pleasure to welcome you, Dao brother. The 2 heavenly sovereigns seated themselves above the reed pavilion, discussing the 9 curves Yellow River formation and matters concerning Yuan. The young child of Yuan shares a lineage with our disciple, Yin Zhongzi. She has now attained the fruits of the Tai and Deluo paths, while the 9 curves Yellow River formation encompasses both the celestial and divine paths. Were I not to intervene, none among the disciples of the truncated teachings would stand as her rival. Yet, if I must act, I carry a sense of guilt for not aiding during the incident with Hunyuan, and I fear that my brother Tantian may harbor discontent. Ultimately, we have wronged him in the matter of the investiture of the gods, rendering the situation quite complex, which is why I sought your counsel, Dao brother. The Taishang shook his head nonchalantly. The Dao is characterized by non-action, yet achieves all. Your brother Tongtian understands the greater principles. There is no need for concern. As for allowing Yuan to escape, you should be wary of the little fellow who is about to arrive. The primordial's thoughts traverse time, and his right eye involuntarily twitched. On the following day, the supreme and primordial beings arrived before the 9-bend Yellow River formation. Before the Grand Master of the Xin Du could summon the 3 heavens goddesses to present themselves, a streak of light descended from the heavens and landed before the crowd. Clad in white robes, Bai Li, donned in mourning attire, bore a sorrowful countenance and prostrated himself before the 2. Bai Li, a disciple of the Jiejiao, greeted his esteemed uncles, wishing them boundless longevity. Nearby, the Lantern Master and the Grand Master of Xian Du were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by his actions. What could this mean? It seemed that the Supreme and Primordial had anticipated this scene, maintaining a stoic silence, observing with a meditative gaze. Bai Li was unhurried. Should the Supreme remain unresponsive, he would not dare to gamble on the Primordial's disposition. However, with the Supreme present, his worries dissipated. After a brief pause, the Supreme glanced at the Primordial and addressed Bai Li. Child Bai Li, having transcended your tribulations and not remaining in seclusion on the island, what brings you here? Bai Li, lifting his gaze, wore a mournful expression as he spoke with a choked voice. He expressed his gratitude to his esteemed uncle for his prior act of salvation, acknowledging the profound kindness of his senior brother Gong Ming and sister Sen Xiao, knowing that the disciples of Jie Jiao would undoubtedly be named in this divine calamity. He had come to await them, not wishing to impede the actions of his uncles, but merely to collect the remains of his brother and sister. With that, he bowed 3 times with great fervor. Lantern Master and Grand Master of Xian Du's eyes widened in disbelief, had they not restrained their identities. Their jaws might have dropped to the ground. This was utterly shameless, though the Supreme and Primordial had foreseen this occurrence through their supreme powers. Witnessing it firsthand rendered them momentarily speechless, especially the Primordial, who found himself in an even more perplexing predicament. The Supreme cast him a sidelong glance, and then signaled to Xian Du. Xian Du then called out to the 9-bend Yellow River Formation, 3 heavens goddesses. Quickly come forth to meet us. Bai Li inwardly lamented the dire turn of events, realizing he could neither move nor speak, rendered mute and deaf, a mere observer. As if the onlookers could not perceive him at all, suddenly, the 3 heavens goddesses emerged from the formation, standing without bowing, their previous courtesy now lost. The divine calamity, though a matter of discussion among the 3 teachings, primarily pitted the teachings of the Tracing and Jie Jiao against one another, leaving Lao Zi's teachings with but a single disciple under Xian Du, thus excluded from the divine list. Their descent from the mountain was initially to confront Lu Ya, incited by Jiang Zia's covert machinations. Enraged, the 3 sisters established the 9-bend Yellow River Formation. Now, however, their master uncle had allied with the second master uncle to confront them. Such betrayal was chilling. As the assembly entered the formation, Yun Xiao activated the full might of the 9-bend Yellow River Formation, summoning the infinite Yellow River, intent on vanquishing the saints. The Primordial pointed forward, causing a golden lotus to bloom, emanating light that birthed further lotuses, with auspicious clouds shimmering endlessly, the origins and conclusions unknown. From the essence of the Primordial, the Primordial 5 energies evolved, and as the cosmos unfolded, the 9-bend Yellow River Formation, though capable of erosion, found it difficult to achieve its aim. In response, Qiong Xiao summoned the golden scissors of the dragon, transforming them into 2 yin-yang dragons, exuding an aura of slaughter as they pierced through the realms of yin and yang, dividing earth, water, fire, and wind. The Supreme merely raised an eyebrow, seated atop the azure bull, and with a wave of his sleeve, the 2 yin-yang dragons were instantly subdued and drawn back into his garment. Bi Xiao once again summoned the primordial golden dipper, while Taishang casually cast forth an object, which was none other than his meditation mat, aptly named the Windfire Po Tuan. The ever-potent primordial golden dipper was subdued in the presence of this treasure, as it was taken by the Yellow Turban Might to the Jade Void Palace. The main formation, Yunxiu, appeared to have anticipated this moment. It extended a finger, and the billowing clouds and mist underwent a transformation, gradually taking on a crimson hue and coalescing into the shape of a fiery red gourd. At once, Yunxiu issued a command, and from the gourd's manifestation, flecks of red sand were scattered, permeating the myriad realms, disrupting the primal chaos of the Four Greats, and unsettling the yin and yang of the cosmos. In an instant, it resembled water splashing upon oil, with a cacophony of noise resounding. The lotus sea and auspicious clouds surged incessantly, as small worlds opened above only to dissolve in an instant, like fleeting shadows vanishing into the ether. Before long, 2 lotus flowers descended gracefully from the lotus sea, wilting and withering midair. Observing this, Taishang let out a sigh, retrieving the universe diagram from his bosom and shaking it into the air. The treasure unfurled, concealing within it the Tao of heaven and earth, forming an expansive cosmos of its own, into which the red sand fell without stirring even a single ripple. Chapter 23. The gathering of corpses back to the island before long. The Chinquan diagram expanded enormously, swiftly engulfing the image of the gourd along with the clouds below. dispatching the yellow turban warriors to press the Qianquan diagram in the clouds beneath the Qilin cliff of Kunlun Mountain. Upon witnessing this, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were filled with fury, momentarily blinded by rage, and they brandished their swords to confront the two celestial lords. Yuan Shi, intending to wield the three treasures Jade Rui to slay Xiong Xiao, suddenly recalled the earlier encounter with Bai Li. With a shift in thought, he exchanged the Rui for the dragon binding rope that Xiao Sheng had previously taken from Zhao Gongming, ensnaring Xiong Xiao instead. The warriors, following orders, escorted Xiong Xiao to the Ziji cliff on Jinao Island, awaiting the day when her physical form would ascend to divinity. The originally prepared primordial treasure box for Bai Xiao was also transformed into the Rui, which fell from above, a true spirit soaring towards the Fengshen platform. However, her body remained intact, spared from the fate of dissolving into putrid blood and leaving no trace. The three Xiao sisters faced capture or death, and thus the Nine Curves Yellow River formation was shattered. Yuan Shi observed his disciples within the formation and shook his head, releasing a radiant light of 72 colors to liberate them all. Tai Shan glanced aside, and Bai Li's figure re-emerged before everyone. You wretched being, how dare you return? The disciples of the Chan sect had now realized their predicament, and several, upon seeing Bai Li, who shared the same sect as Yun Xiao and had just slain Tai Yizhenrun, seethed with wrath, ready to confront him. Yet, Bai Li remained unperturbed. With the two celestial lords still present, how could they be allowed to act, especially since they were now no different from mortals? Who among them could truly kill the other? Stop! Yuan Shi commanded, instantly immobilizing the Chan sect disciples in place, casting a cool glance at Bai Li. You indeed. Bai Li's demeanor grew increasingly humble, a weight lifting from his heart, as he felt assured that this time he would surely succeed. What was the significance of having slain Tai Yi? What of driving back Leah? To shake the hearts of the saints was the true feat worthy of praise. The presence of saints far exceeded mere wealth, and with the aid of the Deluo Dao fruit, one could establish a grand momentum from the past. His resolve was as unyielding as a rock. The reason for his success this time lay in Yuan Shi's lingering consideration of fraternal bonds, red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves, revealing that the three teachings were originally one. Given the known intricacies of the Fengshen narrative, Yuan Shi must have taken into account Tong Tian's sentiments to some degree. However, this method must not be used again in the future. Bai Li understood this implicitly, bowing respectfully to Yuan Shi and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, second master uncle, for your benevolence. Your disciple is forever grateful. Yuan Shi nodded in acknowledgement and continued, the three Xiao have defied my command and descended the mountain. Out of consideration for their arduous cultivation, I have shown mercy. Xiong Xiao, along with Zhao Gongming's dragon binding rope, is now secured beneath the Ziji cliff on Jinao Island, awaiting her ascension to divinity. Yun Xiao is imprisoned beneath my Kunlun Mountain Qilin cliff, and her treasure, the primordial golden dipper, has also been retrieved to the Yushu Palace. In due time, they shall return to her hands. Do you understand? Ultimately, Bai Xiao met her demise. The saint's mention allowed her to survive, while her absence from mention signified her death and ascension. Nevertheless, the final dignity must be preserved. This was the best he could achieve, and the rest would have to be sought through other means. Bai Li again offered a deep bow. Thank you, second master uncle. This time, it emanates from the depths of sincerity, devoid of any pretense. Very well, you may go. Bai Li received the command to retrieve the lifeless form of Bai Xiao and return to the camp of Yinshang to bid farewell to Wenzhong. Master One, the Yellow River formation has been shattered. Henceforth, you must exercise utmost caution and never forget the words spoken to you by Sister Jean Ling in years past. Master Jean Ling, a revered disciple of thee and one of its four true successors, possessed profound wisdom. Long before the commencement of the divine investiture, she had foretold that Wenzhong would never encounter the character absolute in his lifetime, a prophecy that ultimately culminated in his demise at Julong Ridge. Having imparted his counsel, Bai Li took Bai Xiao and the remains of Zhao Gongming back to the Three Immortals Island, specifically to the Three Immortals Cave. Upon reflection, it had been nearly 20 days since their departure from the island. The words of Yun Xiao lingered in his ears, yet the reality had irrevocably changed. He placed the coffins of the two in the innermost sanctum of the cave, established protective spells, and offered 3 solemn vows. He would never forget the benevolence of Zhao Gongming's teachings and the guidance of the 3 Xiaos in the art of formations. Had it not been for the other 7 brothers who had perished, there would surely be 7 graves on Bai Lu Island. The realm of the carefree immortals and those inscribed on the divine registry are ultimately disparate. Brother, sister, and younger brother, my current abilities are insufficient to save you. But should there arise an opportunity in the future, and if you are willing, I shall surely assist you in escaping the divine registry. Please, be patient. Just a little longer. The intricate formations of the three immortals' island were not accessible to those unskilled in the art. It was safest to leave them here. Bai Li ascended, riding the light of escape, and made his way to Jin Ao Island to meet with the Tongtian. Disciple wishes the master boundless longevity. The Tongtian nodded in acknowledgement. I am fully aware of the matters concerning the three Shaos. You have performed admirably. Fear not. As long as you remain true to your heart and abide by the teachings, the will always be your sanctuary. As time flowed like a river in his mind, the near future materialized before him, yet Tongtian could not bear to continue speaking. The tide of fate was irreversible. But should my disciples and students defy this tide for the sake of camaraderie, even if they perish and are inscribed in the divine registry, in my heart, they shall forever remain disciples of. Bai Li remained silent, offering 3 deep bows to Tongtian before proceeding towards Ziji Cliff. At times, one truly needs someone to remind them that they have a home behind them. At the base of Ziji Cliff, Bai Li encountered Xiong Xiao, who, instead of merely leaving behind a head like the tail of Sun Wukong, had created a space at the cliff's foot, bound by chains around her ankles. Her spirit and powers were restrained as she meditated with closed eyes. Upon hearing a sound nearby, Xiong Xiao's eyelids fluttered, and a familiar voice reached her ears. She beheld a vague figure bowing toward her from a distance. Sister Xiong Xiao, how do you fare? Xiong Xiao offered an encouraging smile. Ah, it is you, Bai Li. Unfortunately, I am bound here and unable to return the greeting. Do you know what became of my younger sister in the end? Bai Li bit his lip in silence, unsure of how to respond. Yet, his silence served as the most eloquent answer. Xiong Xiao's expression darkened as she grasped the truth within her heart. Is that so? Bai Li sighed inwardly before speaking. Brother Bai Li has returned the remains of Master Gongming and Master Bixiao to Sanxian Island, allowing Sister Bixiao to rest assured. Sister Yin Xiao is presently trapped beneath the Qilin Cliff of Kunlun Mountain, but she will inevitably return once the Hunyuan Golden Dipper seals the gods. Master Erbo once proclaimed during the establishment of the sect that if anyone could surpass the 3 trials set upon the jade steps of Kunlun and sound the golden bell, they would be deemed a disciple of the Chan sect. Brother Bai Li wishes to attempt this, hoping to alleviate Sister Yunxiao's confinement. Upon hearing this, Xiong Xiao's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her voice trembling with emotion. That perilous place in Kunlun, I fear you may. She could not continue. Her voice choked with gratitude. Thank you, brother. With a farewell to Xiong Xiao, Bai Li ascended in a radiant light, speeding over the East Sea and stirring up waves. This time, he is indeed gambling, risking the favor of the sage, yet standing behind him are the Golden Ao Island of the Jie sect and the bonds of brotherhood. He is determined to break free from the shackles of emotional entanglement and hasten towards Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 24. The Pilgrimage Path Kunlun, the ancestor of all mountains. This sacred peak encompasses all things and is the dwelling place of myriad deities. The hills of Kunlun, some twice as high, are known as the Mountain of Cool Breezes, where one ascends and remains unscathed. Others, equally lofty, are called the Hanging Gardens, where one may attain spiritual abilities to command the elements. Yet others reach the heavens, where one may encounter the divine, known as the residence of the Supreme Emperor. The celestial palace of the primordial Supreme Being is situated atop Kunlun. Initially, Kunlun served as a shared sanctuary for the 3 purities, who pioneered the path of immortality. Eventually, the divine way receded, allowing the immortal path to flourish. As each of the 3 attained the boundless Tao, thus opening the mountain to gather disciples for the purpose of imparting teachings. The orthodox path of immortality is profoundly esteemed, and the disciples of the sages are held in high regard. Many beings from the primordial wilderness, drawn by reputation, journeyed here, giving rise to a pilgrimage path, the only route for fledgling immortals ascending Kunlun. This path encompasses the various practices of the pilgrims, their fervent aspirations, the bitterness of failure, and a myriad of sentiments. Along this pilgrimage trail lie the trials set by the celestial sovereign. The Supreme Being, embodying non-action, permits entry solely by fate, and now, there is but a single disciple of the mystical capital. The celestial path is severed, vowing to create a glimmer of hope for countless practitioners. Thus, the mountain gates are widely opened, allowing sincere seekers of the Tao to enter the teachings of the severed path, attracting multitudes of immortals. However, the trials established by the primordial being are the most stringent, namely the 3 barriers previously mentioned to Bai Li. Only by overcoming these barriers and ringing the golden bell can one gain the insight of the primordial being and be accepted into the teachings. Long ago, The first to pass this trial was Guang Qingzi, thereby earning his title as the true elder brother of the teachings, favored by the primordial being, even surpassing the status of the South Pole immortal, who was personally enlightened by the primordial being and accepted as a major disciple from the outer sect. To demonstrate respect, this path forbids clouds and mist and the use of divine powers. Many with wavering resolve falter midway. Even now, numerous immortals traverse this pilgrimage path. Although the gates of the teachings remain closed, they can still experience the sentiments of the ancient cultivators, greatly benefiting their future practice. A beam of celestial light descended from afar, revealing the figure of Bai Li. He first bowed respectfully towards Kunlun and then embarked upon this pilgrimage path. With each step, Bai Li was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of vastness and solitude, as if he had truly become one of those who once tread this path. After a long moment, he regained his composure. At that instant, a voice, resolute and assured, resonated nearby. "Fellow cultivator, I presume this is your first time traversing the pilgrimage path?" Bai Li turned to see a young man, strikingly handsome and spirited, bearing a sword on his back, looking at him with a warm smile. The glint of metal in his eyes hinted at a mastery of martial prowess. "This individual is remarkable." "Indeed, it is my first visit here," Bai Li replied. "I am unsure how you discern this. Neither his previous life nor his current self had ever visited this place, as his prior incarnation, the celestial master of heaven, only entered the severed path after establishing the Azure Palace on Golden Tortoise Island." The young man clasped his hands together in greeting. "You are too kind. I am Qiming. It is merely that the fervent aspirations of seekers on the pilgrimage path profoundly influence those who embark upon it for the first time. By the second visit, such feelings diminish significantly, and by the ninth visit, one may feel nothing at all. Hence, I deduce that you are indeed here for the first time. 9 is the ultimate number, and this pilgrimage path is an opportunity left by numerous seekers for those who follow. It is only reasonable that after 9 attempts, it becomes ineffective. So it is. Thank you for your guidance, my friend," the Qiming Taoist replied with a smile. "As fellow seekers of the way, we are comrades. There is no need to speak of guidance or enlightenment. I merely have spent a bit more time on this journey than you. Is your purpose in coming to this pilgrimage path to ascend Kunlun, pay homage to the sage, and enter the Chan teachings?" Originally, the sage of the Chan teachings had long ceased to accept disciples. Yet who could have anticipated that approximately 60 years ago, he reopened the gates to accept a disciple, none other than Shen Gongbao, who now presides over the Fengshen ceremony alongside Jiangxia. Many have come here yearning to witness the primordial one with their own eyes and ascend to great heights in a single step. Bai Li shook his head with a smile. "Indeed, I seek to ascend Kunlun and pay homage to the sage, but not with the intention of entering the Chan teachings." No sooner had he spoken than a voice from an old immortal nearby erupted in laughter. "Your words are rather peculiar, my friend. For us scattered cultivators, if we wish to meet the sage, we must pass through the 3 passes. Regardless of whether you can overcome these challenges, should you truly succeed and gain the sage's favor, how could you possibly refrain from entering the Chan teachings?" Many around him instinctively nodded in agreement, their hearts evidently aligned with his sentiments. Bai Li scrutinized the man. Though he had attained the status of a celestial immortal, his foundation was tenuous, and his spirit was waning, which rendered him seemingly aged. In comparison to the Qiming Taoist, he fell far short, explaining his audacity. The differences in height, circumstances, and perspectives naturally lead to dissimilar comprehension. How could a summer insect converse about ice? Bai Li paid no heed to the man's remarks, but instead bowed respectfully to Qiming. "I am Bai Li of the Jie sect, honored to meet you, Taoist Qiming. It is inconvenient to converse on this pilgrimage path, but should you find leisure in the future, please visit me on Golden Immortals Island. I will certainly welcome you warmly." This courtesy was not without reason. Rather, it stemmed from the striking resemblance Qiming bore to a renowned figure in the future wilderness. Qiming Taoist, taken aback by these words, was soon observed by many around him who turned their gazes in curiosity. Bai Li's name had become quite illustrious in the wilderness, with many having heard of him but never seen him. Now, amidst the dichotomy between the Chan and Jie sects, Bai Li had embarked on this pilgrimage path, which only heightened their intrigue. The old immortal who had just spoken was instantly overcome with embarrassment and indignation, his face shifting hues, and he abruptly turned to leave. Qiming Taoist quickly regained his composure, revealing no trace of displeasure, and merely stated with a smile, "Bai Li, your reputation among us is indeed widespread. It seems you have come here with significant matters in mind. I wish you a smooth journey. If time permits in the future, I shall surely visit Golden Immortals Island to discuss the way with you." After bidding farewell to Qiming, Bai Li took another step forward, feeling an ever stronger sense of pilgrimage. He welcomed this feeling wholeheartedly, immersing his entire being in the experience, his feet moving steadily onward, as if he had truly become one among the multitude of beings seeking the way. He beheld dragons, tigers, lions, and elephants. He witnessed the spirits of flora and fauna, as well as ordinary mortals. They were either adversaries or allies, yet on this path, they cast aside past grievances, refraining from bloodshed, and calamities did not arise. They shared but one identity, seekers of the way. He seems to gradually begin to comprehend the essence of to hear the Tao in the morning and to die in the evening. His resolve grows ever stronger. Yet the burdens he bears become increasingly weighty. The ancient cultivator's obsessions are excessively heavy, indeed. Like holding water in one's hands, the more one desires to possess it, the tighter one grips, causing the water to seep through the gaps of one's fingers ever more swiftly, ultimately leaving nothing behind. A paradox indeed. Just as Bai Li's steps grew heavy beneath him, a sudden illumination graced his vision. Among the throng of ancient cultivators ahead, a female practitioner clad in celestial garments adorned with the 8 trigrams turned to look at him, her face blooming with a smile. "Junior brother, come this way." Her words seemed to possess the power to calm the seas and steady the heart, as if a pair of great hands were assisting Bai Li in sweeping away the dust. After traversing a little further, another female practitioner, dressed in azure robes, crowned with a lotus and wielding a whisk, turned to him and spoke. "Junior brother, keep moving forward and do not look back." Chapter 25. The 3 passes of Kunlun. Bai Li's steps became noticeably lighter as he advanced further, soon encountering a female cultivator adorned in golden robes, embellished with constellations, who had been waiting for him ahead for quite some time. "Junior brother, this place is not one to confine you for long. Come forth, come forth." A violet star shone brightly above, illuminating the path ahead and guiding Bai Li's progress. Closer, ever closer, he was nearly there. Suddenly, a force propelled him forward from behind. Turning, he beheld a male cultivator whose smile was accompanied by an air of sovereign authority. "Junior brother, the path ahead lies beneath our feet. Hasten onward." Thus, he continued to walk, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself beyond the pilgrimage path, standing before the 3 passes. Reflecting on the scene he had just experienced, Bai Li turned and offered a distant bow in the direction of Golden Island. It was indeed the senior brothers and sisters from ages past who had assisted him, their ethereal presence manifesting not through the contemporary arts of divination, but through the timeless continuum of their past. "Thank you, esteemed senior brothers and sisters." Within the 4 caves of Golden Island, the 4 true disciples exchanged knowing smiles and inclined their hands in salute towards him, before resuming their transcendent pursuits in the quest for the ultimate Tao fruit of the Great Luo. Beyond the pilgrimage path lay the foot of Kunlun Mountain, ascending which was a celestial jade staircase, featuring 3 gates, each leading to a distinct trial. Surpassing all 3 gates would bring one to the front of the Jade Void Palace. Bai Li smiled faintly, stepping past the first gate, with his fellow disciples still behind him, as he took his first step onto Kunlun. Yet, as soon as his foot touched the staircase, Bai Li could not help but frown, for the pain was overwhelming. A sharp agony surged from his feet, engulfing his entire being in an instant, sealing his primordial spirit and mystical powers, rendering him incapable of even alleviating the pain slightly. Although this discomfort did not surpass his limits of endurance, each step upward intensified the suffering threefold. Looking up, Bai Li saw the jade staircase stretch endlessly before him. The pain he would face in the latter half of the ascent was indeed daunting. At this moment, atop Kunlun Mountain, before the Jade Void Palace, stood an elderly figure in white robes, possessing an ethereal youthfulness, with a pronounced forehead, accompanied by a finely carved young attendant, both observing Bai Li at the foot of the mountain. "Master, do you believe he can pass the first trial?" the young attendant inquired. The elderly immortal chuckled as he stroked his beard, replying, "Bai He, do you understand what this first trial tests?" Bai He shook his head. Originally a celestial white crane of Kunlun Mountain, he had been favored by his master, the Grand Elder of the South Pole, and taken as a disciple, serving at the side of the Primordial One, enjoying a smooth journey without having faced the trials himself. The Grand Elder had not expected Bai He to discern much, and explained confidently, "The first trial examines both willpower and the foundation of one's path. The jade staircase beneath one's feet is akin to a mountain of blades and a sea of nails. With each step forward, the pain intensifies thrice, while retreating will double the agony. Only those with a steadfast heart can prevail. However, those with a profound foundation will experience less pain initially, while those with a shallow foundation will suffer more acutely." Bai Li, being an ordinary mortal striving for immortality, will undoubtedly endure greater torment. This first trial will be particularly arduous for him. As soon as the words fell, the Bai Li youth beside him exclaimed, "Master, you must look." The South Pole Immortal focused his gaze and was astonished to see that Bai Li was swiftly advancing through the first trial, seemingly oblivious to the pain beneath his feet, on the verge of clearing the challenge. How could this be? Was he mistaken? What secret could possibly lie beneath Bai Li's feet? If Bai Li were aware of his thoughts, he would surely chuckle at the absurdity. His feet were as ordinary as could be, with no hidden mystery, merely benefiting from the light of future generations. The mind of a sage is serene, yet it is often troubled. The human heart yearns for tranquility, yet it is easily entangled by desires. One can frequently cast aside these desires, allowing the heart to find peace. By clarifying the heart, the spirit naturally becomes pure. Thus, the 6 desires cease to arise, and the 3 poisons dissolve. True constancy responds to external matters. True constancy attains its essence. In such constancy, there is perpetual tranquility. In this state of serene clarity, one gradually enters the true path. This is the essence of the classic of constant tranquility as expounded by the Supreme Old Lord, which holds a paramount position among the scriptures of the mystical school. Its significance is self-evident. It is said that those who comprehend this scripture shall be free from calamities, safeguarded by the multitude of saints. Relying on the principles of purity contained within this scripture, one can transcend worldly afflictions, remaining untouched by earthly pains. However, while this scripture may not be vocalized, there is always one who can sense its resonance. At this moment, within the 8 scenic palaces of Shouyang Mountain, the Supreme felt a stir in his heart. Instantly grasping the essence of the situation, the profound verses echoed in his ears, akin to a dialogue between 2 aspects of oneself, a rather novel sensation. The Supreme could not help but shake his head and remarked, "Remarkable, yet regrettable." The Grand Master of Xuandu, intrigued by these words, pondered how it was that his master, the progenitor of creation and the source of all things, could express such sentiments of wonder and regret. What had stirred his master's thoughts? The Supreme replied, "It is simply that I have just heard a passage from a future scripture of tranquility, rather profound indeed, spoken through my mouth, for we are connected. Hence I called it remarkable. As for the regret, it is regrettable that you are missing a junior disciple." The curiosity of Xuandu was piqued. Someone had indeed caught the Supreme's attention, yet when he sought to inquire further, the Supreme merely smiled and remained silent. Soon, Bai Li successfully passed the first trial, entering the gateway to the second trial without a hint of reduction in speed. Upon entering the second trial, Bai Li suddenly felt a lightness enveloping him. The jade steps beneath his feet vanished, and he found himself surrounded by an indistinct void, unseen by the eyes and untouchable by the hands, as if he had entered an unfamiliar realm. Suddenly, a beam of light shone forth, restoring clarity, and a law platform materialized before Bai Li. Approaching, he saw that the platform held only a mat and a jade tablet. He seated himself upon the mat and noticed an inscription on the ground before him, composed of primordial texts. Above the 3 realms, the Brahman, Amira. At the utmost, the Supreme, the heaven among heavens. There was a conspicuous gap between Brahman and Amira, suggesting that in order to clear the trial, he must fill this void, and the answer likely lay within the jade tablet. Bai Li's fingertips grazed the tablet, and instantly, an abundance of primordial texts soared forth, totaling 12,960. Arranged according to a specific order, they transformed into scripture. And Bai Li quickly discerned the answer. Above the 3 realms, the Brahman Chi Amira. At the utmost, the Supreme, the heaven among heavens. Yet, just as he intended to lower his head to recall the missing character, he found his mind a blank slate. The very way to write the character for emptiness eluded him completely. Even the innate script capable of forming the character for Chi was similarly inaccessible. Bai Li furrowed his brow, gazing upwards once more, attempting to engrave the character in his memory, only to forget it again upon lowering his head. Rising from the meditation cushion, the line of text with its vacancy vanished without a trace, and his recollection of that very line faded entirely. This predicament was troublesome. It appeared that only by sitting serenely upon the cushion could he fill the void. Yet, whenever he lowered his head while seated, he would forget the method of inscribing the missing character. Furthermore, he was unable to employ any spells or divine abilities in this place. What, then, was to be done? Chapter 26. Crossing the 3 passes, observing the unfolding scene. The White Crane Boy hastily approached the South Pole Immortal and inquired, "Master, what does this trial assess?" With keen eyes fixed intently on the figure of Bai Li within the trial, the South Pole Immortal replied, "This trial evaluates innate talent and comprehension. Each piece of innate scripture is a direct interpretation of the Great Way. If one can truly fathom its depths, one's supernatural powers will naturally manifest. Currently, most immortals merely skim the surface of these innate scriptures. This trial requires one to comprehend the character chi to a certain level within 49 days, lest one forgets it upon bowing. After speaking, a flicker of obscurity crossed the South Pole immortal's gaze, revealing an aspect he had not fully articulated. Chi is the primordial source, the foundation of all things. Formless, yet omnipresent, embodying the essence of the way. In terms of comprehension difficulty, it lies beneath only a handful of characters. Having experienced the first trial, he genuinely wished to see whether Bai Li could overcome this challenge. Master, do you recall how long it took the esteemed elders to pass their trials? The South Pole immortal paused, seemingly reflecting on the past. Once recollected, he smiled and responded, in those days, Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi were the swiftest, completing their trials in merely 9 days. Tai took 12 days, while the others required 30 or even over 40 days. Yet, one individual, whose talent was not on par with the rest, managed to surpass them all, coming in after Tai. Can you guess which of your uncles it was? The white crane boy pondered for a moment before arriving at an answer. Was it Uncle Huanglong? The South Pole immortal nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was Brother Huanglong. His immense will and wisdom earned him the 4th rank among the 12 Golden Immortals. When he faced this trial, he struggled for a long time without progress, and upon realizing that time was running out, he decisively manifested his true form and extracted 12,960 dragon scales to demonstrate the intricacies of Qi. This was how he ultimately succeeded in the trial. Each dragon scale is intrinsically linked to flesh and blood. Thus, the fortitude required to extract so many is unimaginable. When they witnessed Huanglong, who had nearly perished in his arduous journey, successfully ringing the golden bell after overcoming the 3 trials, none looked down upon him due to his origins. Only respect for a seeker of the way remained. Hence, there was no dissent regarding Huanglong's 4th position. At this moment, Bai Li was deeply furrowed in thought. Just moments ago, the space around him was contracting inward. Based on his calculations, this space would expel him within a maximum of 49 days, and to achieve his goal, he would need to engrave the character chi into his primordial spirit to retain it in memory. However, therein lay the difficulty. Neither in his past life nor this one had he possessed remarkable aptitude, making it nearly impossible to comprehend chi to the required degree within 49 days. Sighing, he resolved that while efforts are human, outcomes belong to the heavens. Bai Li calmed his mind and sat cross-legged on the mat, contemplating the mysteries of the innate scriptures. In his previous incarnation, he had encountered a plethora of texts elucidating Qi, such as the Yellow Court Classic, Supreme Taoist Text, Jade Pivot Classic, and Source of Qi. Although he had only skimmed these in his past life, he recalled them vividly in this one, thanks to the celestial fruit of the heavenly immortals. As time trickled by, he remained unmoving, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the task at hand. Approximately 20 days later, Bai Li suddenly stirred, instantly invigorating those observing the scene. Alas, ultimately, it is the wisdom of predecessors upon which one relies. Before the crowd could react, Bai Li bit his right index finger, allowing blood to flow, and inscribed the character Qi upon the palm of his left hand. Following the inscription, using blood as ink and his finger as a brush, he meticulously transcribed it into the void of that sentence. A radiant light erupted, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself before the 3rd gate. The onlookers, witnessing this, reacted in various ways. The South Pole immortal atop Kunlun Mountain displayed a flicker of disdain in his eyes. This was merely a clever trick, ultimately failing to grasp the profound subtleties of Qi writing, and was far inferior to Huanglong, deemed unworthy by the teachings of the way. In contrast, the Supreme One of the 8 Scenes Palace nodded slightly, then extended a finger, revealing the entire process of Bai Li's challenge before Xiandu. Except for Bai Li's visage being obscured, the scene was an exact replica of all that had previously transpired. Xiandu, my disciple, what do you surmise of this individual? Has he truly comprehended the essence of Qi to the extent of not forgetting it? Xiandu, recognizing that this was indeed the second of the 3 trials established by his second master, was thoroughly familiar with the examination at hand. After contemplating briefly, he spoke. I believe this person has indeed reached that level. Though he initially inscribed the Tao text upon his palm, I observe that his blood has manifested a certain transformation of Qi, which should suffice for him to pass. The Supreme One nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, my disciple, your observations are remarkably meticulous, far surpassing those of others. This individual has not only comprehended the intricacies of Qi to the point of not forgetting it during the trial, but he has also embodied it within himself. As a disciple of his performance amidst the challenges set by the saints is nothing short of striking. A veritable slap in the face to them. It seems he anticipated the presence of observers from during his trial. If Guangqingzi were present, he would undoubtedly discern the truth. Although the South Pole boy has initially attained the Great Luo, his past experiences have clouded his mind, causing him to miss the finer points by a narrow margin. The Supreme One proclaimed, "I possess 3 treasures. The first is compassion, the second is frugality, and the third is the humility to not strive to be the foremost in the world." He further stated, "Only by not contending can one avoid contention with the world." This act of Bai Li indeed aligns with the profound essence of the human teachings. Yet, alas, he has entered the portal of the Tongtian disciples. However, the 3 teachings are but one family, whose disciple is not a disciple. There will be opportunities in the future. Upon stepping into the 3rd trial, Bai Li found the environment transformed dramatically. A majestic, ancient mountain towered before him. Yet an unfathomable force collided against its midsection. A crack resounded, and the mountain, which had stood for countless years, split apart. In an instant, the heavens began to collapse. The waters of the Milky Way cascaded to the mortal realm, the 4 seas roiled, and tumultuous waves surged forth, causing violent tremors in the earth's veins. As dragons writhed beneath the ground, stones tumbled down, and the cries of living beings filled the air. At this moment, Bai Li stood atop a high mountain, surrounded by creatures ensnared in the deluge. Suddenly, a voice, calm and unruffled, resonated from above. "Bai Li, this is the ancient scene of the collapse of the surrounding mountains. The heavens falling and the earth sinking. Now you face 2 choices. If you retreat, you may yet preserve your own life. If you advance, whether you can save these beings remains uncertain. The fates of those you rescue are unknown, but should you become tainted by the waters of the weak, your path will be irrevocably obstructed, and you shall find no way forward. On the path of life and salvation, how would one choose?" Faced with this dilemma, Bai Li did not hesitate for a moment and laughed heartily. "Second Master, if this choice had been presented to me centuries ago, I would have been indecisive. However, at this moment, I can make my decision without a second thought." The interest of the Yuan Shi from the Yusu Palace was piqued. "Pray tell, which one will you choose?" Bai Li shook his head. "Neither. I shall choose neither." Having spoken, he formed a gesture at his chest, channeling his cultivation into a manifestation above his head. In the next instant, it disintegrated into countless flames of spiritual light, radiating outward from where Bai Li stood, striving to touch each and every being present. In times of peril, those with the will to save themselves would receive the aid of the spiritual light. Bai Li even went so far as to sever his own cultivation, placing the hope of survival back into the hands of the beings themselves. Chapter 27. Audience with the Primordial Beginning. The primordial beginning of the Jade Void Palace fell into silence for a few breaths before speaking. Very well. Though he had lost his path and his physical form began to decay rapidly, his eyes grew ever brighter. Bai Li, smiling, recited, "With hands that plant the green shoots across the fields, I lower my head to behold the heavens reflected in the waters. Tranquility within the heart is the true path. Retreating is, in essence, advancing." As soon as he uttered these words, the countless sparks he had just scattered converged anew, enveloping Bai Li. A crimson light soared into the sky, piercing the heavens, while the surrounding scenery began to collapse swiftly. When he opened his eyes again, Bai Li found himself standing in the sacred realm of Kunlun, the grand and exalted Jade Void Immortal Palace looming before him. Upon sensing his condition, Bai Li smiled knowingly. This time, having sought life through death, his cultivation had made great strides. He had already discerned the difficulty of merging with the Tao, understanding the interplay of illusion and reality. He merely awaited the opportunity that would arise post-catastrophe to step into the realm of the Golden Immortal. At that moment, a somewhat youthful voice reached his ears. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for passing through the 3 trials." Turning towards the voice, Bai Li discovered 2 immortals beside the golden bell. Judging by their features, the one who spoke was the youthful attendant, while the elder must be the esteemed Nanji Xianwan, the senior disciple of the outer sect of the Chan sect. Bai Li promptly bowed in respect. "Thank you, Brother Nanji, for your warm welcome." Nanji Xianwing merely nodded in acknowledgement, while the white crane boy observed Bai Li with keen interest. Bai Li chose to disregard their scrutiny and approached the golden bell. According to the rules set by the primordial beginning, anyone who passed the 3 trials was permitted to ring the palace bell and meet the primordial beginning. And the 2 immortals dared not impede him. With a resounding hum, the bell's chime echoed throughout the 3 realms and 10 directions. Reminiscent of the gathering fairy flag in the hands of the Queen Mother, or or the fishing drum and celestial flower banner wielded by the Lord of Heaven. All present understood that the Kunlun golden bell had tolled. Countless powerful beings directed their gazes toward Kunlun, their expressions peculiar as they beheld the figure before the bell. What brings the fierce flame array master of the teaching sect to Kunlun at this moment, having passed through the 3 trials and rung the Kunlun golden bell? Is he seeking to change allegiances, or perhaps to atone for the death of Tai? With their thoughts laid bare, Bai Li sensed the multitude of gazes upon him. Yet, he remained calm and composed, bowing towards the Jade Void Palace. I am Bai Li of the teaching sect, having traversed the 3 trials to rescue my fellow disciples. I humbly request an audience with my second master. His declaration clarified his stance and purpose, dispelling countless speculations, and the doors of the Jade Void Palace swung open. Bai Li bowed once more to the 4 directions before stepping gracefully into the palace. Upon entering, Bai Li's attention was irresistibly drawn to a lamp suspended above. The Jade Void Palace lamp, a treasure of innate origin, ranked alongside the 8 scenery palace lamp held by the Supreme One, the precious lotus lamp of Nuwa, the spirit coffin lamp of the flame lamp, and the Bayou Palace lamp in his possession. This lamp, resembling a golden octagonal lantern of exquisite glass, was also known as the Jade Void Glass Lamp. The light emanating from it protected the entire Kunlun sacred land, while the flame contained within was the primordial jade fire, capable of radiating boundless illumination and dispelling external evils. Bathed in its light, Bai Li felt a profound lightness throughout his being, as if he had attained a state of internal and external clarity, complete and unblemished. Indeed, the power of spiritual treasures is amplified by their wielder. He realized that his Bayou Palace lamp could not even begin to exhibit such strength. The grand hall exudes an ancient and solemn aura, with pairs of incense burners flanking the cloud platform, their purple smoke swirling gracefully. The sage sits high upon the cloud platform, embodying the infinite principles of the universe, cloaked in a resplendent radiance of 72 hues. The Primordial One, exalted, distant, and ancient, serves as the origin of all realms, having birthed countless epochs and worlds through the cycles of creation and destruction. Today, Bai Li stands before the Primordial One. Disciple Bai Li, I pay my respects to the esteemed second master uncle and wish you boundless longevity, he proclaims. The Primordial One nods slightly. Rise, he commands. As the words leave his lips, a gentle force lifts Bai Li from the ground. The soul from another realm, his thoughts in disarray, finds it remarkable that after merely a few centuries, one can cast aside distractions, delve into the path of inquiry, and attain the understanding of self-reliance and divine assistance. Truly, he is fated to connect with our 3 purities, yet it is regrettable that he does not enter our fold. Are you here seeking Yinshao? Indeed. Nothing escapes the keen perception of these great Luo Golden Immortals, yet they appear unconcerned. Such is the demeanor of the celestial master of the way and the primordial heavenly sovereign alike. The sage's magnanimity surpasses Bai Li's expectations. The master uncle, with discerning eyes, observes the intricate relationships among the red flowers, white lotus, and green leaves, revealing that the 3 teachings are indeed one family. Today, having passed the 3 trials, I seek not anything else but earnestly request that you, master uncle, spare sister Yunxiao from her suppression. For suppression is akin to punishment. And it is rumored that when Jiang Zia conferred the titles of gods, Yunxiao had perished. Bai Li harbors a deep wish to avoid such an unfortunate fate. The sage, perceptive of human hearts, discerns the truth behind Bai Li's words. The Primordial One replies, while my earlier words held ulterior motives, they were also sincere. When beings behold the Tathagata, they encounter the primordial, and in the divine, they witness the Supreme One. Once one enters the path of immortality, they step into my domain. Your insight is commendable. However, on that day, I showed mercy. I cannot acquiesce to your request, yet I permit you to visit the young one, Yunxiao, at your leisure. Will this sufficiency suffice for you? If you were to alter your request, even the lamp of the Jade Void Palace is not beyond my granting. Bai Li fell silent, bowing repeatedly. The lamp of the Jade Void Palace, despite its allure, was not what he sought. His choice was evident. The primordial heavenly sovereign merely remarked, very well, before extending his hand, a beam of spiritual light descending before Bai Li, transforming into a talisman. The front bore the words Jade Void, inscribed in primordial script, while the reverse depicted the scenery of Kunlun Mountain. This artifact, known as the Jade Void Talisman, allows one to traverse the eastern Kunlun as long as they are not within the confines of the Jade Void Palace. Of course, it also grants passage to visit Yunxiao beneath the Qilin Cliff at any time. Bai Li received the talisman with both hands. Recalling the Primordial's earlier statement, he tentatively inquired. Master Uncle, what did you mean by the Tathagata? The Primordial One cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Do you not already know? Whoever is the Lord of Buddhism is the Tathagata. Your sect's elder brother, Daobao Daoren, will one day assume this role as Shakyamuni. How can this be? It truly is him. Upon arriving in this realm, Bai Li deemed it highly improbable that Daobao would become the future Shakyamuni. Daobao's status is that of the foremost disciple of a true heir to the teachings. His entry into Buddhism would be akin to the likes of Guang Chengzi of the Chan school and Xuandu Dafa master joining the Buddhist path, an astonishing notion indeed. Moreover, the three pure ones possess profound knowledge of the past and future, orchestrating the grand design of eternity. How could they possibly allow a future destined to be a leader in Buddhism to become the heir to their own lineage? Even the Primordial One, while guiding figures like the enlightened lamp from the past into the teachings, would never permit them to become the foremost disciples of those teachings. Observing Bai Li's expression, the Primordial One discerned his thoughts. Although the boasts many exceptional practitioners among their peers, known for their formidable methods, most exhibit a certain impatience for quick success. Some even pursue the lofty doctrines of the upper pure grand cave, which, while potent, can easily lead to deviation. The teachings of Buddhism excel in resolving such obstacles. Hence the presence of 3,000 souls embarking towards the west. Upon hearing this, Bai Li nodded. Indeed, during the formation of the 10,000 Immortals array, the two saints from the west did indeed guide away 3,000 worldly disciples of the. Did Brother Duo Bao's eventual embrace of the Buddhist path not stem from a desire for these 3,000 fellow disciples? The Primordial One continued, is it not so? Do you not remember the changes in Buddhist doctrine that occurred after Duo Bao attained Buddhahood? Bai Li certainly recalled this, according to the predictions of his past life. After Duo Bao achieved enlightenment as Shakyamuni, the teachings of Buddhism exalted the Mahayana, emphasizing the universal salvation of all sentient beings. Chapter 28. The Ancestral Qilin. Suddenly, Bai Li became aware of something, gazing upward in astonishment as he noticed Yuan Shi nodding at him. The essence of Buddhism is indeed rooted in the Tao. The teachings of the Zhejiao are to seize a glimmer of hope for all sentient beings, embracing all without distinction. While the future Mahayana Buddhism advocates the salvation of all beings, how remarkably similar they are. Is it not true that the Spirit Mountain has effectively become a branch of the? Indeed, Buddhism is fundamentally the Tao, and the authentic teachings of the Tao are found in the Great Thunder Sound Temple. How could the two from the West possibly consent to this? If Yuan Shi can see through the matter, the two saints from the West must also perceive it. Why would they acquiesce to such an arrangement? In response, Yuan Shi posed a question. Why not? Ultimately, someone will occupy the position of Tathagata, whether it is the many treasures Buddha or another, the seat shall be filled. In the future, Buddhism will encompass the teachings of Chanjiao, and, along with its original doctrines, forming a triad of forces. If these three factions were to hinder one another, it would inevitably deplete the overall strength of Buddhism. Relying solely on force to persuade others is ultimately a strategy of the lowest order. The prowess, prestige, and methods of many treasures are sufficient to consolidate these powers, and the teachings of align perfectly with the needs of Buddhism at that time. Thus, Buddhism stands on the brink of a great flourishing. Why not embrace it? At our level, the ultimate outcome is merely a contest of wills. To see whether the two from the West can enlighten these disciples, or if we can surpass them by utilizing Buddhism to ascend to immortality. For instance, with my disciples such as Zihong, who can guarantee that upon their return to Buddhism, their hearts will not remain with my. Once they attain the Tao fruit of the great Luo, many matters will become murky. These formidable beings certainly know how to play the game. Bai Li was left speechless by Yuan Shi's words. It seemed that the threads of destiny had not been wasted over the years. Just as he was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by Yuan Shi. Enough. Today, due to your passage through the 3 trials, I cannot fully meet your requests. Hence I have spoken at length. You may retire now. Bai Li complied and withdrew, only exhaling in relief once he exited the Yushu Palace, hastening towards Qilin Cliff. Along the way, with the Yushu talisman in hand, none dared to obstruct him, and he arrived directly at this sacred realm of the Immortals. Mists and clouds entwined. The sun and moon shimmered. 1,000 ancient cypress trees, laden with rain, adorned the verdant mountains. 10,000 segments of bamboo, shrouded in mist, painted the path in shades of deep green. Outside the gate, exotic flowers were strewn like brocade, while fragrant herbs flourished by the bridge. On the ridge, the crimson peaches bloomed vibrantly, and at the cave's entrance, lush grass cascaded like emerald threads. It is said that this Qilin cliff was transformed from the corporeal form of the ancestral Qilin that perished in ancient times. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Just as he intended to probe further, a languid voice resonated from all directions. Who is this young one that has come? Let me take a look. As the words fell, Bai Li felt as if roots had taken hold of his feet, as though he were immobilized. This place still belonged to the Yushu Palace. How could such a fearsome presence exist here? In a moment of desperation, Bai Li raised the Yushu talisman high and called out, I have been granted the Yushu talisman to visit the Lady of Clouds and Skies. I beseech the Elder to grant me passage. There was a brief silence before the voice echoed again. Haha, rest assured, my friend Yuan sure would not hold this against me. A primordial force, born of the innate Wuji energy, manifested in the void, transforming into a grand hand of mysterious yellow, reaching out to envelop Bai Li. In a moment of desperation, Bai Li had no choice but to produce the Baiyu Palace lantern. The limitless crimson and purple fire erupted forth, overwhelming the surroundings with its brilliance, saturating the air with hues of deep red and violet. It possessed the formidable power to incinerate mountains and boil seas, transcending the realms of yin and yang. And in an instant, it intertwined with the Xian Huang Great Hand. Yet, to Bai Li's dismay, this was his first attempt to wield the spiritual treasure, and it bore no fruit. The once mighty crimson and purple flames extinguished almost as swiftly as they had ignited upon contact with the Xian Huang Great Hand. How peculiar it is that a disciple of the Jie Jiao sect has caught the attention of the Yuanshi Taoist, remarked the elder, his interest piqued. Though Yuanshi had ascended to the state of Hunyuan Wuji, his standards remained exceedingly high. In the investiture of the gods, the Taoist of Duobao remarked that the disciples of the Chan sect looked down upon beings like those with fur and horns, and while this sentiment was not entirely unfounded, it was not without its basis. When the myriad celestial array was shattered, and during the submission of the lion and elephant, Yuanshi Tianzuan mocked the Tongtian, saying, Your disciples possess such creatures, yet you still strive to maintain an air of moral superiority. How laughable. Later, when subduing the turtle spirit, he further commented to Taishang and Juandi. With such beings, how could one hope to achieve true enlightenment? Truly amusing. It is essential to recognize that although the holy mother of the turtle spirit took the form of a turtle, she had once aided Sanjie in the creation of characters and assisted Fuxi in establishing the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Thus, she could only be categorized as such. This illustrates Yuanshi's attitude towards most disciples of the Jiejiao sect. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, Senior, please, no more jesting. Junior brother Bai Li, do not resist, come quickly. Upon hearing Yunxiao's voice, Bai Li immediately lowered his guard. In a flash, he found himself in an unfamiliar little realm, filled with exquisite flowers and rare herbs, suffused with the essence of immortality, rivaling the outside world in beauty. Once he regained his composure, Bai Li was instantly captivated by a stone platform at the forefront. Upon it lay a majestic Xian Huang Qilin, its form resembling a mountain, though it merely lay languidly. The power and weight emanating from its closed scales commanded respect, evoking the grandeur of vast landscapes. Surrounding it were various smaller Qilins. Yunxiao was nearby, though similarly restrained, yet in a far more favorable condition than Xiongxiao. Junior brother Bai Li, do not hesitate to pay your respects to the ancestral Qilin. Bai Li was taken aback, for the divine being before him was none other than the legendary Qilin ancestor, said to have transformed into Qilin Cliff. How could he still be alive after all these years without any word? Suppressing his astonishment, Bai Li respectfully bowed and said, Disciple Bai Li of the Jie Jiao sect pays his respects to the ancestral Qilin. The ancestral Qilin opened its crystalline eyes, scrutinizing Bai Li from head to toe. Then, it rolled over, shaking off the smaller Qilins surrounding it. These little creatures, resilient as they were, quickly scrambled back to their feet. You, as a disciple of the Jie Jiao sect, have garnered the favor of Yuanshi and transcended this calamity. Your future is indeed boundless. Why not choose one of these small Qilins to take back with you? As the divine way waned and the celestial path flourished, humanity had become the main protagonist of the heavenly realm. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had long lost their ancient dominion, yet the flame of their lineage would never be extinguished. The dragon, as the leader of aquatic beings, the phoenix, as the leader of avian creatures, and the Qilin, as the leader of terrestrial beasts, had their ancestral bloodlines inscribed deep within the great Tao, enabling all of their descendants to undergo transformation in accordance with their heritage. In a certain sense, they are also one of the origins of all things, and therein lies the essence of their Tao fruit. To revitalize the Qilin clan, he transformed the Qilin into an auspicious symbol, a representation of sacred virtue, assuming the identity of the supreme Tao fruit and the progenitor of origins, sending his descendants into various powerful factions. This was not only a means to secure a prosperous future for them, but also an endeavor to elevate his kin. However, to his dismay, these descendants proved to be ungrateful, completely forgetting their lineage once they found themselves in the company of a good master, which was truly infuriating. Bai Li glanced at the group of little Qilins rolling on the ground, and to be honest, he felt a twinge of desire. Among the four sacred beings, Qilin, Fengwang, Gui, and Long, the Qilin is regarded as the foremost. It is both a spirit of auspiciousness and a beast of inner sanctity and external sovereignty. Those who are fortunate enough to have a Qilin willingly follow them invariably possess extraordinary identities. For instance, the young Qilin, for notions, served as the mount of the Primordial One and later accompanied Jiangxia in the grand endeavor of canonization. The Mo Qilin was the steed of Wenzhong, who was subsequently revered as the heavenly master of thunder and transformation. The Fire Qilin served as the mount of the Flame Emperor. Although the Jade Qilin was the steed of Huang Tianhua, it did not voluntarily come forth, but was bestowed upon him by the true monarch of clear virtue, who ultimately faded into obscurity after being enshrined as the spirit of the Three Mountains. The ancestral Qilin, under the protection of the teaching, seemed to have no choice in the matter. As Bai Li approached, he slowly crouched down, and the colorful little Qilins immediately gathered around him with curiosity. Is there anyone among you who wishes to accompany me? Chapter 29. Two blocked paths. A majestic Jade Qilin emerged proudly from among a group of younglings. Will there be innate spiritual fruits to eat if I follow you? Bai Li shook his head in response. The innate spiritual fruit is born from the innate spiritual roots, which in turn are nurtured by the primordial essence. They are not as commonplace as one might think. Having arrived in this world for only a few hundred years, he indeed possessed none of such treasures. Upon hearing this, several young Qilins immediately lost interest in following Bai Li and retreated a couple of steps, engrossed in their own playful antics. The Jade Qilin then inquired, "What about innate spiritual water?" Bai Li again shook his head, prompting more young Qilins to withdraw. Finally, the Jade Qilin, unwilling to concede, asked, "Surely you must have a millennium spiritual fruit." This was already the lowest demand he could fathom. Yet Bai Li still shook his head. Though Tianjun was not skilled in cultivation or husbandry, he had carved out a unique paradise for himself. However, he mostly spent his days on White Deer Island practicing formations and engaging in philosophical discussions. While he did have some millennium spiritual plants and fruits, they were insufficient to satisfy even the smallest of the young ancestors. With no choice left, the Jade Qilin returned to nestle beneath the stone platform of the ancestral Qilin along with the remaining few. Bai Li observed this scene without disappointment. After all, this was a mutual selection, and it seemed he was fated to be apart from this group of Qilins. Just as he was about to rise, a fiery red figure suddenly darted out from the side, snuggling against his feet and nuzzling him. When Bai Li crouched down again, he saw a small Qilin, its entire body of vivid crimson, with scales shimmering as if flickering with flames. Its glass-like eyes bore a faint resemblance to the ancestral Qilin and looked up at him with an innocent gaze. "Little one, do you wish to accompany me? I have none of the treasures the Jade Qilin mentioned." The Fire Qilin simply blinked and asked, "Will there be spiritual fire to eat if I follow you?" Bai Li chuckled and allowed a wisp of purple flame to emerge from his fingertips, a strand of crimson mixed purple fire conjured through his magic, derived from the Bayou Palace lamp. Upon seeing this, the Fire Qilin's eyes widened in astonishment. It leapt forward and bit down on Bai Li's finger, swallowing the wisp of fire. Instantly, the creature appeared a bit dazed, reflexively licking its lips and letting out a burp. Bai Li found its foolishness endearing and turned to the ancestral Qilin. "Esteemed ancestor, I wish to take this little one with me. I kindly ask for your approval." The other young ones, witnessing this, felt a twinge of regret. The fire Bai Li conjured was evidently an innate treasure of high quality, indicating he possessed valuable items. They gazed longingly at the ancestral Qilin. The ancestral Qilin merely snorted, sending them flying, and then spoke. "Young friend Bai Li, I entrust this little Fire Qilin to you today. You must treat him well." Bai Li nodded in acknowledgement. The ancestral Qilin then expelled a burst of red light that enveloped the Fire Qilin. The tiny creature rolled on the ground and began to grow rapidly, soon reaching a height suitable for a person to mount. Yin Xiao, witnessing this transformation, clapped in delight. "Junior brother, you are fortunate. The Fire Qilin will surely assist you in your cultivation. You can now release your deer to the southern mountains." Bai Li nodded in gratitude and inquired about Yun Xiao's circumstances, simultaneously conveying the details regarding Qiong Xiao, Bai Xiao, and the arrangements for Zhao Gongming's remains. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao fell silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. acknowledging the cruel twists of fate. My junior brother has endured much hardship on this arduous journey. Securing the talisman from our second master to visit me must have been no small feat. I apologize for the burden placed upon you. Bai Li repeatedly expressed his reluctance to accept such apologies. As he prepared to depart, Yun Shao presented him with a jade talisman, instructing him to deliver it to the esteemed Hunyuan Wuji at Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple. Bai Li recognized the necessity of compliance and carefully stowed the talisman before stepping out of that space. However, upon emerging, he unexpectedly encountered two individuals he would rather not see. The larger one adorned a fan and cloud crown, dressed in flowing water attire, with a silk belt cinching his waist and straw sandals upon his feet. A mystic eye graced his forehead, accompanied by a slender black dog. The smaller figure bore a complexion as fair as powdered rice, lips like painted vermilion, with eyes sparkling with intensity. Standing at a height of 16 feet, he wore a cosmic circle on his shoulders, was enwrapped in heavenly silk, wielded a fire-pointed spear, and stood upon a wheel of wind and fire. Though his expression was marred by an unmistakable rage, Bai Li could not help but let out a soft sigh as he approached them. "Have you informed the master of the Jade Void of your arrival?" Neza scoffed in response, declaring, "You killed my master and seized the 9 dragons' divine fire cover from the Golden Light Cave of Hunyuan Mountain. How dare you come to our Chan School's Jade Void Palace? Today, we have come seeking vengeance, which is only justifiable. There is no need to inform our ancestral master." Since his birth, Neza had been taken under the wing of the Supreme One, who imparted spells and bestowed treasures upon him. Aside from the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, he had received all that could be given, including assistance against the formidable Shiji. After his self-inflicted demise, the Supreme One even aided in reconstructing his corporeal form, making him irreplaceable in Neza's heart. Thus, it was tragic that such a good master had been slain by the villain before him. Bai Li shook his head and replied, "Neza, you are perhaps the least qualified to speak of justice. You first shot and killed the Bai Yun boy of Sister Shiji with your heaven-shaking arrow. When your father took you to atone, you recklessly injured the Kai Yun boy instead. In this manner, is it not justifiable that you should be taught a lesson? Yet, the Supreme One deemed it fate that you killed Sister Shiji's disciple. Now, with the Great Lord establishing a fair destiny, is it not also justifiable for me to slay the Supreme One?" Neza was immediately incensed, nearly wishing to stab Bai Li with his fire-pointed spear, but was restrained by Yang Jian, who stood nearby. Bai Li turned to Yang Jian, feeling sympathy for his plight, yet maintaining the principle. "Yang Jian, as the 3rd-generation disciple of the Chan School, with great expectations upon you, how could you stoop to join Neza in this folly?" Yang Jian clasped his hands in respect. "Great Immortal Bai Li, my master, the Jade Dingjun Run, was stripped of his 3 flowers atop his head and 5 energies within his chest amidst the 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation. I have brought my junior brother here to seek justice. We are all 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan School, while you are a 2nd-generation disciple of the Jie School. Surely, this cannot be deemed an act of bullying the lesser." Bai Li could only find amusement in this assertion. "Justice? My Jie School has yet to demand justice. Well then, I do not wish to pursue this matter today. You may leave." At the sound of these words, Neza could no longer contain himself. He immediately manifested his 3-headed, 8-armed form, brandishing his fiery spear, surrounded by a blazing inferno. The misting celestial silk split into myriad threads as he surged forward. Hidden within the flames and crimson clouds was a glimmer of golden light, a harbinger of death. Yang Jian swiftly reacted, employing the transformations of the 8-9 profound art, weaving through the gaps of the celestial silk, and soon stood before Bai Li, wielding his trident-bladed knife with the might of a cleaving mountain. Bai Li, having attained a complete mastery of his celestial path, was bolstered by the treasures of the Bio Palace Lantern and the 9-dragon divine fire cover, augmenting his innate power. Were it not for the current calamity plaguing the primordial realm, he would have long since ventured forth in pursuit of opportunities to transcend into a golden immortal. Even Yang Jian, on his celestial journey, had merely traversed a little over half of the path. With a wave of his hand, Bai Li summoned the Bagua cloud light to envelop the impending golden light, wielding the precious Qiankuan circle from Hunyuan Mountain. Pressing this treasure down, he pointed upwards, and a celestial lotus of the upper purity blossomed, showering beams of ethereal light that enveloped him, rendering Yang Jian's trident-bladed knife unable to descend. In the next moment, Yang Jian channeled the 8-9 profound art, transforming into a vital essence that vanished, only for a massive, blood-soaked maw to materialize before Bai Li, exuding a foul stench. It was the howling celestial hound. Chapter 30. The The rules of the Primordial era employing the profound transformations of the 8-9 mystical arts as a diversion. It is the howling celestial dog that serves as the true weapon hidden up one's sleeve. Truly, he is destined to become the future Erling Shun, the Lord of Manifestation. His prowess in battle is indeed remarkable, which explains why so many disciples of the have met their match beneath the jaws of the howling celestial dog. This creature is an extraordinary being of the Primordial era, possessing a unique divine ability that specializes in dismantling the protective auras of immortals and spatial barriers, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Should such a strike land, it could very well tear flesh from one's face. However, Bai Li had anticipated this maneuver upon encountering Yang Jian. He not only guarded against the howling celestial dog, but also against the previously unmentioned puny eagle from the original text of the Investiture of the Gods. The golden brick was unleashed at will, flashing by to strike the howling celestial dog squarely on the snout, sending it tumbling into the dust. The slender, black canine covered its face with its forelegs, howling in distress. Then, an ancient and grand canopy descended, perfectly enveloping the charging Neza and the newly transformed Yang Jian. As if all had been meticulously calculated in advance, Neza and Yang Jian attempted to rise in resistance, but were halted by Bai Li's cold voice resonating in their ears. Do not move. This is the innate spiritual treasure, the nine-dragon divine fire cover. Neza, you should be aware of its might. Upon hearing this, both ceased their movements. Neza had witnessed his master use this treasure to incinerate Lady Shurji, and Yang Jian understood that this artifact was the guardian treasure of the Golden Light Cave on Mount Hunyuan, making its power all too clear. Now, let us discuss the rules properly. The two were momentarily taken aback. Discuss rules? As you have stated, I am a second-generation disciple of the, while you are third-generation disciples of the. Despite belonging to two different sects, we share the same reverence for the Zixiao Palace. By seniority, I am your master uncle. Thus, your initial aggression towards me is a transgression against propriety. Neza, growing impatient, retorted, what do you mean by that? Bai Li's expression darkened, and the nine-dragon divine fire cover flickered incessantly, heightening the pressure upon the two. You represent the image of the. Do you not understand that you must pay respects to your elders upon encountering them? Their blood surged, faces flushed with a mix of shame and anger, yet ultimately, they begrudgingly bowed to Bai Li. Seeing this, Bai Li nodded and summoned the nine-dragon divine fire cover back. This is Kunlun Mountain, the Yushu Taoist temple. It would be inappropriate for me to overstep my bounds. I shall spare you today, but I hope that when next we meet, you will not disgrace yourselves. The two departed in indignation, heading straight for the Yushu Palace. From the side, the fire Qilin emerged, revealing its true form, regarding Bai Li with concern. My lord, are you not afraid? Bai Li smiled and shook his head before inquiring. Little fire Qilin, do you know why everyone in the Primordial era possesses vast powers? Earthly and heavenly immortals can use the potential of heaven to create their own paradises, while those of the great Luo Dao fruit can effortlessly manifest worlds, yet still adhere to established rules. Having spent much time in the small realm created by the ancestral Qilin, little fire Qilin was unaware of such matters and shook its head in confusion. Bai Li gently patted its head and explained, rules are established by the strong for the weak. Their purpose is both to restrain and to protect. As long as the weak adhere to the rules, they will be sheltered by the strong who set them, allowing the emerging talents of the Primordial era to flourish endlessly. Among the myriad of rules, the most paramount dictates that respect flows from the superior to the inferior. For instance, when my esteemed senior sister Yun Xiao and the others encountered the second master uncle personally arriving to dismantle the nine, they were the first to pay their respects. However, upon the arrival of the grand master uncle, the three senior sisters felt a chill in their hearts and thus refrained from bowing. Though their actions may have strayed from the established decorum, they resonated with human sentiment. Otherwise, to act in defiance of one's superior would be a grave disrespect, bordering on treachery. The fiery Qilin, seemingly grasping the nuances, nodded in understanding and subsequently posed a question. Why did the elder not take action against these two who acted against decorum? Bai Li, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, this is the domain of the Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace. The transgressors shall receive their due reprimand from their master, even if he is not present. The second master uncle oversees the situation. Would it not be inappropriate for me to intervene and thus become one who flouts the rules? Moreover, rules exist only within the realm of human sentiment. Did not the two master uncles show leniency towards Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao out of compassion? Many matters hinge upon a single thought. As his words fell, a harmonious resonance echoed within the hearts of the two sages in the Yushu Palace and the Eight Scenery Palace. What a clever lad. Particularly, the primordial heavenly master of the Yushu Palace, for this sentiment was directed not only at the fiery Qilin, but also at himself. The crux of the matter lies in the protection afforded to the weaker by the stronger who established the rules. During the 10 Absolute Array, the Chan and Jie sects occupied their respective ends, with the Chan school embodying heavenly principles and the Jie school representing human sentiment. The Supreme One's decree of fairness raises the question, what constitutes fairness? Fairness is the absence of grievances, regardless of heavenly principles or human emotions, life or death. Bai Li's slaying of Tai Yi was within the bounds of fairness and decorum. The subsequent instances of defiance served to exonerate the three sisters. Initially, they adhered to the rules, but the transgressions of the two old geezers prompted their departure from propriety. They deftly concealed their influence, suggesting that compassion guided their leniency towards the two. Thus, it became difficult for the two to voice any dissent, as this so-called decorum was crafted by their own hands. Now, when others act according to these rules, they ought to receive their protection. Otherwise, what value lies in the adherence to rules? Indeed, it is remarkable how he delves into the subtleties of human sentiment, a skill sorely lacking among his disciples. At this juncture, the South Pole Immortal, accompanied by Yang Jian and Neza, entered the Grand Hall to meet the primordial heavenly master. Disciple brings Yang Jian and Neza to confess their wrongdoings. The primordial heavenly master regarded the assembly below. Neza wore an expression of defiance, while Yang Jian appeared contemplative. Only the South Pole Immortal maintained a placid demeanor, as if this matter bore no consequence for him. The primordial heavenly master did not reproach Neza or Yang Jian, since their defeat in the 9. The second-generation disciples of the Chan school had been reduced to mere mortals, fortunate to have received the supreme golden elixir, allowing them to return to their mountains for cultivation. The third-generation disciples remained unscathed, continuing to assist Jiangxia. It was only recently that the calamity at Julong Ridge, where Wen Zhong was vanquished, afforded them a brief respite. How could it be mere coincidence that they appeared at Kunlun Mountain, fully aware of Bai Li's presence beneath the Qilin Cliff? The boundless and formless insight of the Hunyuan Wuji can perceive all realms and illuminate the entire Yanfua world, encompassing past causes and consequences while foreseeing the future. Moreover, as the source of all results, what could possibly remain hidden from him? His disciple may one day, with the aid of the primordial one's transformation and the esteemed Jade Clear True King as a reference point, initially attain the Tai Yi, combining his own Tao fruit of the great Luo, thereby ascending to the ranks of the mighty. His foundational aptitude cannot be deemed lacking. However, his disposition ultimately falls short by a narrow margin. Although he is wholeheartedly devoted to the propagation of the teachings, he remains unable to relinquish superficial concerns and fails to adopt a comprehensive approach, revealing a somewhat self-serving demeanor. The primordial one sighed, and then spoke. Nanji, do you recognize your error? The celestial elder of the southern pole seemed to have anticipated the primordial lord's inquiry, and with a thud, he knelt upon the ground. Disciple acknowledges his mistake. The primordial lord shook his head. The eternal life emperor governs all beings, wielding the power of fortune and misfortune. One must attain impartiality and universality in order to benefit all sentient beings. If you do not awaken to this truth, you may find yourself unable to realize your true self. This time, your actions have indeed fallen short. You shall reflect upon your past in solitude. Chapter 31. Wanshou Wuzhuang Bai Li rode the fire Qilin and swiftly arrived at the territory of Wanshou Mountain. Before the cliff, the grass flourished, and on the ridge, the fragrance of plum blossoms wafted through the air. Thickets of thorns stood dense and formidable, while the fragrance of orchids lingered faintly. In the deep forest, eagles and phoenixes gathered, a myriad of birds took flight, and ancient caves were home to countless beasts. The stream meandered with affection, twisting and turning, while the peaks rose and fell in a continuous dance of overlapping grandeur. It was indeed a place of carefree bliss. In truth, this was the domain of Zhen Yuanzi, the master of Wuzhuang Temple, a rare and truly carefree immortal. He was the progenitor of Earth Immortals, having pioneered the realm of Earth Immortals in the path of immortality. The three pure ones and others did not designate the realm of Earth Immortals as the foremost in the path of immortality without reason. The Earth Immortal realm heralds blessed lands and hidden heavens, enhancing one's cultivation while transmuting primordial energy in the void, thus nourishing the primordial chaos. Therefore, the path of immortality is not a devourer of the mysteries and transformations of the primordial world, but rather a benefactor to heaven and earth, receiving celestial favor in the unseen, thereby earning the right to supplant the divine path and become the legitimate authority among the heavens. Immortals thus reap benefits, gradually reducing their tribulations and continuously transcending. Consequently, every immortal who enters the realm of Earth Immortals automatically shares a portion of their vital energy with the great immortal Hunyuan, with the sole exception of disciples trained under the same immortal lineage. Furthermore, he enjoyed exceptional rapport among the beings of the primordial chaos, counting the three pure ones, the two saints of the West, and the goddess Nuwa among his peers. He was an unparalleled being who had simultaneously attained the supreme fruits of Tai and Deluo. Yet, it remained a mystery how Yin Xiao came to know him. In a prior existence, there was a saying that Hunyuan de Xian's close friend, Hongyun Laozu, had fallen and reincarnated as Yin Xiao. However, as a primordial divine being, Hongyun had never established a fixed gender, and even if he had, it was male. Yin Xiao, on the other hand, was truly female. Moreover, after glimpsing a mere fraction of this world's iceberg, it was indeed difficult to fathom how a being of such stature as Hongyun could meet his demise. It is worth noting that Hongyun had at least achieved the formidable fruits of both Tai and Deluo, and as one of the celestial intentions of the Zixiao Palace, he would have certainly foreseen his own fate. How could he not be aware? Upon reaching the mountain gate, Bai Li dismounted from the fire chelan and noticed a stone tablet beside the gate, inscribed with the characters Wanshou Mountain Blessed Land, Wuzhuang Temple Hidden Heaven. Bai Li offered a respectful bow towards the mountain. As a disciple of the, he had come at the behest of his senior sister Yin Xiao to seek an audience with the great immortal Hunyuan, respectfully requesting a meeting. As soon as his voice faded, the scenery before him began to shift rapidly. Wanshou Mountain soared in Bai Li's vision, piercing the heavens, crowned with a radiant display of five-colored brilliance illuminating all directions. This was the true Wanshou Mountain. A stone staircase descended, landing before Bai Li. Stepping onto the staircase, he felt the weight of the mountains and rivers beneath his feet. Fortunately, this staircase did not present the myriad trials typical of Kunlun, and soon Bai Li beheld the second portal. Above the doorway, a couplet was inscribed, "The immortal abode of eternal life, dwelling in harmony with heaven." In the primordial chaos, only a select few could rightfully use such couplets, each one embodying the celestial intentions of the Zixiao Palace. This heaven was not an ordinary heaven, but the primordial heaven of each epoch. Before he could advance further, two young attendants, strikingly beautiful with their hair tied in knots, hurriedly emerged from within the door. Their spirits were vibrant, and they were none other than the celestial youths Qing Feng and Ming Wei, who served alongside great immortal Hunyuan. Despite their appearance as mere disciples of the Five Zhuang Temple, Bai Li, with his discerning vision, perceived that these two youths had traversed great distances on their path to earth immortality, judging by the celestial favor evident upon them. Their evolution within the realms of blessed lands and hidden heavens likely surpassed that of many heavenly beings. In a lesser domain, they would undoubtedly be esteemed figures. "Might I inquire if you are the revered Bai Li mentioned by my master?" Bai Li nodded in affirmation, and the two youths led him into the main hall, while the fire chelan was stored within Bai Li's own cultivated realm, accompanying him to the Five Zhuang Temple. There, at the center, sat the Grand Master Hunyuan, adorned with a purple golden crown and draped in a carefree crane cloak. His feet were shod in elegant footwear, and a silken ribbon encircled his waist. He bore the visage of a youthful lad, yet his countenance was that of a striking beauty. 3 wisps of beard flowed beneath his chin, interspersed with crow feathers at his temples. In the ethereal realm, Bai Li seemed to behold countless fates surging from the primordial chaos, coalescing into a sea of 5-colored clouds suspended above Hunyuan's head. The vastness of this cloud sea exuded an overwhelming aura, inscribed only with the words heaven and earth. Is this truly the Grand Master Hunyuan, renowned for receiving a full salute from the heavens while only accepting a half salute from the earth? Bai Li reflected within his heart. The 3 pure ones are friends of my master, the 4 emperors are acquaintances, the 9 luminaries are juniors, and the Yuan Shun is a guest of lower status to my master. Such is the weight of the earth immortal Hunyuan. Regaining his composure, Bai Li respectfully bowed to Hunyuan. Disciple Bai Li pays his respects to Grand Master Hunyuan. Hunyuan smiled gently, his imposing aura gradually softening, imbued with vitality. Young friend Bai Li, please rise. Your formation has surpassed Tai, and you have thwarted Luya. Now, you endeavor to rescue your fellow disciples through the 3 trials of Kunlun, ringing the golden bell. You are truly a talented individual among my celestial path. Flattered by the praise, Bai Li felt a sense of elation yet remained focused on his purpose. Your Excellency's compliments are excessive. I am but a humble practitioner, unworthy of mention. I have come at the behest of Sister Yin Xiao to deliver this item. He then produced the jade talisman entrusted to him by Yin Xiao. Hunyuan extended his hand, and the talisman shifted into his grasp. Closing his eyes for a moment, he comprehended the contents within the talisman. Upon finishing, Hunyuan seemed to recall a bygone memory and sighed softly, appraising Bai Li from head to toe. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Your elder sister treats you exceedingly well. While Bai Li found this remark perplexing, Hunyuan summoned Qingfeng and Mingyu. Qingfeng, Mingyu, please go to the back courtyard and fetch some ginseng fruits. The two were momentarily taken aback, for the man before them was merely an unremarkable second-generation disciple of the Zhejiao. Regardless of the merits of the second-generation teachings, he was still considerably inferior to even the most distinguished disciples, let alone the likes of the three heavens. Although he had recently gained fame, even defeating Tai Yi, one of the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan teaching, it had been noted that his victory relied heavily on fortuitous circumstances. He was merely an earth immortal in cultivation. Why would the master bestow such precious gifts as ginseng fruits upon him? Despite such thoughts, they recognized that their master had his reasons, and reluctantly proceeded to the back courtyard to retrieve the ginseng fruits. Before long, they returned, presenting a tray of elixirs before Bai Li. On the crimson platter lies a silken handkerchief, adorned with 2 fruits, reminiscent of a child yet to reach the age of 3, complete in all its limbs. These are the primordial spiritual fruits known as ginseng fruits, also referred to as herbal elixirs. They are born from the supreme innate root of the ginseng fruit tree, held by the illustrious Hunyuan Wuji. This root was conceived during the cosmic separation of chaos, a relic from the dawn of creation, and has found its way into the hands of Xunyuanzi. It blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and reaches maturity only after nearly 10 millennia, producing merely 30 fruits at a time. Merely inhaling the fragrance of these celestial beings can extend one's life by 360 years, while consuming a single fruit can grant an astonishing lifespan of 47,000 years. Such is the rarity of this primordial treasure. It is said that Xunyuanzi only presents these fruits to esteemed guests or during the once-in-millennium ginseng fruit banquet. To his astonishment, today he has partaken in this extraordinary gift. Hunyuan Wuji then spoke, noting the rarity of this item and advising that the time for consumption is optimal now. Should one delay, the spiritual essence within will gradually dissipate. Chapter 32. The Time Candle Dragon. Bai Li immediately seized a ginseng fruit and placed it into his mouth. Before he could savor its flavor, the ginseng fruit transformed into a pool of ethereal liquid. Unable to resist, Bai Li swallowed, and the liquid glided down his throat into his abdomen. The rich, innate vital energy exploded within him, coursing through his entire being. Bai Li felt a warm sensation enveloping him, reminiscent of returning to the womb, gradually reaching a state of fetal breathing, akin to an infant. His physical form began to undergo a metamorphosis. After a considerable time, Bai Li opened his eyes once more, a radiant brilliance emanating from them as he gazed at the remaining ginseng fruit. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole and commenced the operation of the celestial jade scripture of the. A blaze erupted from his crown, illuminating a crimson blessed land, where a stone tablet stood inscribed with the words Extreme Flame Cave of Chi Fu Mountain. Within it resided the innate fire spirits, the true flame of Samadhi. The Chi mixed purple fire, and the 3 fires subtly intertwined, forming an immense formation. Additionally, several strands of innate spiritual light flickered, though they were difficult to discern clearly. Crackling sounds emanated from Bai Li's corporeal form. Layers of impurities that had yet to solidify were incinerated into fine ash by the flames. After a long duration, Bai Li gradually withdrew from his cultivation, reopening his eyes. This time, he had truly struck gold. The effects of the ginseng fruit surpassed all his expectations. This sacred object was not merely a means to prolong life, but rather it served to replenish one's innate origin, thereby enhancing longevity. Bai Li's original form was that of an ordinary mortal on the path to immortality. Though he had undergone significant transformation after joining the and embarking on the journey of ascension, he still fell short compared to the 12 Golden Immortals of the 4 true disciples of, and the 7 Immortals. Now, having fortified his origin with the ginseng fruit, he had cultivated a jade-like immortal body and a pure Dharma body. Although he was still not on par with the innate deities of the primordial era, he was certainly comparable to ordinary innate beings. This enhancement was comprehensive, representing a true elevation in the realm of existence. Regrettably, ginseng fruits were rare, and consuming more would only diminish their efficacy. Bai Li sincerely bowed to Xunyuanzi. Thank you, great immortal Hunyuan, for your generous bestowal. He had not anticipated that senior sister Yunxiao would possess such formidable prowess. He wondered what she had communicated within the jade slip that could persuade Zhen Yuanzi to grant him such a remarkable boon. Zhen Yuanzi nodded in acknowledgement and then smiled. Young friend Bai Li, your extraordinary talent warrants the full utilization of those 2 ginseng fruits. Now that you have feasted well, let us depart. Upon hearing this, Bai Li's heart sank. Depart? Where were they going? Could it be that the ginseng fruit was merely an advance reward? Indeed, one does not receive blessings from the heavens without merit. Noticing the calculations swirling in Bai Li's mind, Zhen Yuanzi smiled gently, then waved a hand. The surrounding environment began to shift rapidly, countless scenes intertwining and overlapping, an infinite power enveloping him. Bai Li felt as if the very heavens were spinning. A large hand suddenly clasped his shoulder, stabilizing him. When Bai Li turned to see, Zhen Yuanzi had inexplicably appeared beside him. Just as Bai Li was about to speak, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head, signaling him to observe his surroundings. Bai Li focused his gaze and was instantly astonished by the spectacle before him. A vast, eternal river stretched across the myriad realms, containing boundless power, impervious to yin and yang, irreversibly entwined with the 5 elements. Though the waters occasionally surged, they continued to roll forward like a wheel. Where was this? As soon as the 2 individuals took their positions, a subtle ripple unexpectedly spread across the expanse of the long river, its reach far surpassing Bai Li's imagination, as if an unimaginable colossal creature were shifting its form. Soon, Bai Li comprehended the true nature of the magnificent being before him, a deity with the visage of a human and the body of a serpent, resplendent in crimson. Its elongated form coiling and twisting, nearly enveloping the entire firmament. It possessed vertical eyes, its gaze enigmatic yet illuminating, heralding winter with its breath and summoning summer with its call. He was the god of Zhongshan, the master of time, known as Zhu Jiuyin, also referred to as Zhu Long. Zhen Yuan de Xian inclined his hands toward Zhu Long. Friend Zhu Long, it has been an age since we last met. Upon hearing this, Zhu Long appeared to experience the passage of time, the shifting of days and months, and turned to Zhen Yuanzi. Indeed, it has been quite some time. Have you come on this occasion to further your cultivation, seeking a suitable anchor point to attain the great Tao and return to the boundless void? Zhen Yuanzi chuckled as he stroked his beard. You jest. Dear friend Zhu Long, I possess no such capabilities. I have merely come for this little fellow. Zhu Long's gaze sharpened, finally noticing the diminutive figure beside the imposing Zhen Yuanzi. His vast form suddenly transformed into a human-like figure, garbed in resplendent crimson robes. Appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, his countenance bore an air of authority, and a halo flickered behind his head, embodying the vastness of time and the indifference of the ages. Zhu Long walked upon the long river, his gaze brazenly resting upon Bai Li. Bai Li felt as if he were utterly exposed, as if every layer of his being were laid bare. After a moment's observation, Zhu Long offered him a meaningful smile, then turned to Zhen Yuanzi. Judging by his cultivation, it seems he has yet to reach the realm of enlightenment. What brings you to my river of time with him? The river of time. This was indeed the river of time. Although Bai Li had formed a conjecture upon witnessing Zhu Long, understanding the reality was an entirely different matter. The river of time was the very source of time across countless realms, and to think that such a formidable being from the primordial chaos could traverse it with ease, even bringing others along, this was simply astonishing. Zhen Yuanzi promptly replied, I have come at the behest of Yun Shao, to take this young man on a journey to the era of the Earth Emperor and the Divine Farmer. And it is not truly for the sake of attaining the great Tao. He continued, to my knowledge, both Yuan Shi and Ling Bao have undertaken similar endeavors. I beseech your assistance, dear friend. Upon hearing this, Zhu Long's eyes narrowed slightly. Such an action would be tantamount to preordaining a position within the great Tao. This young celestial being was indeed fortunate to warrant such attention from Yun Shao. Among the disciples of the celestial path's 3rd generation, the highest cultivators were Xian Du. Yun Shao, Duo Bao, and Jinling Xian Du had previously entered the Purple Cloud Palace, becoming one of the many embodiments of celestial will. While Duo Bao and Jinling had begun their rigorous cultivation of the great Tao, the outcome of their strengths still uncertain. Yun Shao had already begun to substantiate 2 aspects of the Tao. It was certain that he would secure a place in the next celestial decree of the Purple Cloud Palace. What was it about this individual that warranted such significant regard from Yun Shao? Contemplating this, Zhu Long could not help but inquire. Why did Yun Shao not bring this little one herself? Would it not be most fitting for her to do so, especially since they are headed towards the time of Shinnong? Zhen Yuanzi merely reflected, considering that the friend, Zhu Long, has been in slumber for far too long. Now, as the time of the great calamity of the canonization approaches, Yun Shao descends the mountain to face the tribulation. Being currently trapped beneath the Qilan cliff of Kunlun Mountain, she finds it inconvenient to take action, leaving it to this old fellow to intervene on her behalf. Upon hearing this, Zhulong was momentarily taken aback. With a casual flick of his hand, he stirred the void, revealing a silver thread that shimmered before his eyes, thus grasping the events that had transpired. He immediately burst into hearty laughter, remarking on how the esteemed Taishang and Yuan Shi, having reached such heights, still resorted to bullying the less powerful. When next he encounters the true essence, he shall be sure to tease them thoroughly. Chapter 33. The Past in the Clouds. Bai Li stood by, inwardly astonished. It seemed that only the likes of Zhu Long and other supreme beings would dare to express such sentiments. Were it any other individual, the recitation of the true name of the Tao would likely invoke a response, resulting in the immediate descent of a primordial treasure to obliterate them. Zhu Long chuckled for a considerable time before regaining his composure. He then addressed Zhen Yuanzi, stating, "Since a fellow Taoist is here to offer protection, I have no reason to impede your passage. Please, proceed." After speaking, he appeared to lose interest, transforming back into his original form and becoming formless above the river of time. Whether he had succumbed to slumber or was merely toying with time to observe scenes of his choosing remained a mystery. Zhen Yuanzi, witnessing this, could not help but reflect on the past glory of Zhu Long, who once reigned as the master of time during the flourishing era of the divine way. Now, however, he had long ceased to make an appearance, which was indeed a source of lamentation. "Very well, let us depart," Zhen Yuanzi declared, leading Bai Li as they ascended against the current, moving with both steadiness and swiftness. Bai Li could not resist glancing down at the waters of the river, where the scenery within the river of time depicted not only the primordial world, but also myriad other realms. He beheld a young child with an affinity for beast's milk, ascending step by step to quell the source of darkness, a wretched youth emerging from a secluded cave, wielding a sword to cleave the heavens, and a destitute clan scion, aided by ancestral talismans, achieving mastery in martial prowess, breaking through the expanse of the cosmos. Each realm unfolded tales of countless prodigies and heroes. Among these worlds, the primordial realm held a predominant position, not due to quantity, but rather quality. Scattered across the river of time, numerous luminous points represented the flow of time itself. The further one gazed, the more radiant these points became, their brilliance casting ethereal impressions upon countless other universes. These impressions varied in strength, yet they continuously nurtured the luminous points that resided within the primordial realm, suggesting that it was these very points that elevated the primordial world above all others. While lost in contemplation, Zhen Yuanzi abruptly halted, causing Bai Li to nearly collide with him. "We have arrived." Bai Li then discerned that they had reached a location abundant with luminous points, presumably the era mentioned by Zhen Yuanzi and Zhu Long, where the Earth Emperor Shenong resided among the three sovereigns. However, he pondered how to enter this place. Each droplet in the river of time represented a distinct world, a different temporal segment. If he were to plunge in recklessly, he might find himself lost in uncertainty. Yet, he soon discovered precisely how he would descend. Suddenly, Zhen Yuanzi bestowed upon him a gentle smile, followed by an irresistible force emanating from behind. In an instant, Bai Li transformed into a streak of light, traversing the river, vanishing without a trace, not even stirring a ripple upon the surface. Zhen Yuanzi, observing this, nodded in satisfaction, and with a mere thought, returned to Wuzhuang Temple, where the gentle breeze and bright moon remained oblivious to his recent departure, as if the events that had transpired were but a fleeting moment. Nonetheless, Bai Li's disappearance was a genuine occurrence, prompting Qing Feng and Mingyu to inquire about it. Zhen Yuanzi merely chuckled in response. He is currently embarking on a wondrous journey, and just wait until he returns. Whoosh! A brilliant light suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing into the ground and creating a deep, humanoid pit. Ahem, the great Master Zhenyuan's strike is indeed quite forceful. I wonder where he has cast me. Bai Li, covered in dust and dirt, crawled out of the pit, casually gestured a spell to cleanse himself of the grime, and began to survey his surroundings. Upon closer inspection, he soon discerned his location. A magnificent river roared beside him, its thundering sound reverberating like mighty thunder. Had he not been so disoriented moments before, he would have certainly noticed this place earlier. The Yellow River, an indispensable source of sustenance for humanity. However, this was not the Yellow River of his previous life. The one before him descended from the heavens. In ancient times, when the mountains of Zhou collapsed and the heavens fell, the river of heaven and the weak water poured down upon the world, causing tumult across the seas and plunging countless beings into despair. It was then that Nuwa fashioned 5 colored stones to mend the heavens, and the black tortoise of the northern sea sacrificed its body, giving up its 4 limbs to stabilize the 4 corners of the earth, thus halting the source of this calamity. Yet, the weak water continued to ravage the land, and even the shadow of the river of heaven cast down upon the world, causing the weak water to emerge spontaneously, originating from Kunlun, making it difficult to eradicate completely. Consequently, numerous celestial saviors opened waterways, infusing them with the primordial energies of Wu and Ji to combat the menace of the weak water, ultimately guiding it into the eastern sea, thereby forming this Yellow River. This is what Bai Li understood about the origin of the Yellow River. However, whether this understanding holds true under the current circumstances remains uncertain, as the mighty beings of the primordial era often delight in inverting cause and effect. In Bai Li's awareness, there was no mention of the 36 pearls of the sea stabilizing the disturbances of the weak water and the 4 seas. Was there? Just then, a familiar voice echoed. "Junior brother, since you've arrived, come quickly. I've been waiting for you." Yin Xiao, to be precise, the past Yin Xiao, seemed to know of his coming, which was surprising considering they had yet to meet at this time. Following the sound, Bai Li soared down the Yellow River, witnessing the waters growing increasingly turbulent, until they peaked and began to wane. There, on the riverbank, sat Yin Xiao atop a massive, peculiar stone. Bai Li approached to pay his respects. "Greetings, senior sister Yin Xiao." Yin Xiao smiled, pointing at Bai Li. "Why so distant, junior brother? The Yin Xiao of the future is still the Yin Xiao of the present." Indeed, the past Yin Xiao possessed memories of the current existence. What characteristic of the Dao fruit could this be? Perhaps the Luo or Tai? What purpose did Yin Xiao have in bringing him back through time? At this moment, Bai Li was not merely his future soul, he also possessed a spiritual treasure, and his steed, the fire Qilin, was indeed a significant matter. Yin Xiao, discerning his thoughts at a glance, reassured him, "Junior brother, do not worry. Our master is aware of the affairs here, and all will be well. As for you, who is yet to be born, when you return, the great power of time will naturally assist in creating a coherent narrative, covering the timeline and fabricating your origins. The fire Qilin will be the same. However, those primordial treasures are unique, so it would be best not to reveal them." Upon hearing this, Bai Li felt a sense of relief, since Tongtian knew of this matter. It seemed that there would be little cause for concern. "The elder sister instructed the great immortal Hunyuan to bring me to this moment, but what must I do?" Yin Xiao gazed at Bai Li, who accepted the reality with such swift ease, and nodded in satisfaction. However, the ensuing words struck Bai Li's heart like a thunderclap. "The purpose of this visit is to bestow upon the junior brother a great opportunity. Upon your arrival, you must have noticed the myriad points of light along the river of time. These are the grand trends established by the primordial Luo, illuminated by supreme magical power, which we refer to as anchor points. Anchor points represent the grand trends, the inevitable events that cannot be altered. Thus, even if Luo meets death due to reasons other than the path of transformation, they can still return from the source of time, reach the anchor point, and reaffirm their status as Luo. Although your current cultivation is insufficient to attain the fruit of the path, you can nonetheless lay the foundation for it in advance. However, whether you can achieve it ultimately depends on yourself." Chapter 34. The great matter of food. It is no wonder that Jin Yuanzi remarked upon witnessing the jade slip that Yin Xiao treats him exceptionally well. "Initially, I presumed it was merely due to the 2 ginseng fruits that compensated for the innate essence, yet I was unprepared for the astonishing fortune that lay therein. The principle of determining the fruit before establishing the cause, akin to boarding a train before purchasing a ticket, has indeed been masterfully employed by the great beings of the primordial era. Such a splendid opportunity is not one to be overlooked." Bai Li respectfully bowed, expressing gratitude for the aid in his path to enlightenment. "Thank you, senior sister. I wonder how I may solidify the foundation of the Dao fruit." Before him, Yin Xiao inscribed the words Emperor Master in the air. The great momentum established by senior sister upon her initial attainment of the great Dao fruit is none other than the Earth Emperor, Shennong. His mother, Ren Si, conceived him amidst the dragon energy of the Jiang River, and due to her unwed pregnancy, she was exiled from the Lushan tribe. It was only after I sent beasts from the mountains bearing fruits that she safely gave birth, later accepting him as my disciple. Shennong is still but a child. He shall commence his studies with me at the age of 9. You, junior brother, may remain by my side, seizing opportunities as they arise. The greater the impact you create, the more weighty your influence will be, ultimately benefiting your future endeavors. However, you must bear one thing in mind. The products and civilizations that have already been established in the course of human development must not be actively altered by you. Instead, you may only assist from the sidelines, To act otherwise would defy the natural order and might lead to your demise. Bai Li observed Yunxiao's serious demeanor and nodded solemnly in agreement. Subsequently, he constructed a humble thatched hut beside the peculiar stones for temporary respite. During the day, he accompanied Yunxiao to contemplate the mysteries of the Yellow River. When fatigue set in, he returned to the simplicity of mortal existence, eating and sleeping, living quite leisurely. In the blink of an eye, 9 years slipped by, and Bai Li finally encountered the legendary Earth Emperor, the ancestral master of medicine, the progenitor of agriculture, the Flame Emperor Shinnong. Yet, no matter how formidable he may become in the future, at this moment, he is merely a child. Wait. If Yunxiao of the past could possess memories of the present, what of Shinnong from the past? Bai Li could not help but scrutinize the young Shinnong before him. A 9-year-old boy with rosy lips and white teeth, delicate and tender, his eyes sparkling with innocence, devoid of the majesty that would later characterize the three sovereigns. As he examined Shinnong, the boy too was observing him. His mother had merely mentioned that he would seek his master at the banks of the Yellow River upon turning 9. Yet he had not anticipated the presence of a male celestial by his master's side, and was curious about his origins. Disciple pays respects to the master and acknowledges this esteemed immortal. Yunxiao nodded in response, while Bai Li discreetly averted his gaze. The individual before him is destined to become one of the three sovereigns of humanity, having attained 2 Tao fruits and traversed far along both paths. Though whether he has achieved the state of Primordial Wuji remains uncertain. Regardless of the present circumstances, his future status will far surpass Bai Li's own. Although Bai Li has taken Yunxiao as his master, he has not entered the teachings of and thus, this gesture of respect is one he cannot accept. At that moment, Yunxiao's voice echoed in his ear. Junior brother, there is no need for such formality. Shinnong is unlike me. He has yet to awaken his true spirit, transcending the past, present, and future to become the true Earth Emperor. As long as you do not overstep your bounds and attract the attention of the future Shinnong, who might traverse the timeline to eliminate you, you shall be unharmed. Bai Li turned to Yunxiao and saw her smiling warmly at him, before she waved to Shinnong. Although Shinnong did not fully comprehend the intentions of his revered master, he recalled that his mother had spoken highly of the master as a benefactor to their family, asserting that without him, they might have perished from starvation. She urged him to diligently acquire skills and to be respectful and obedient. Little did he anticipate that as he stepped forward, a delicate hand would pinch his cheek. Bai Li, observing from the side, was taken aback. The demeanor of this Earth sovereign was exceedingly gracious. Should anyone witness this, it would surely become a part of his indisputable past. However, Bai Li soon grasped that Yunxiao's actions were intended to delineate the boundaries of propriety. Noticing the change in Bai Li's expression, Yunxiao recognized that her aim had been achieved, allowing Shinnong to escape her grasp. Disciple, this is Bai Li, a close friend of my master, endowed with extraordinary talents. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek his counsel. With this, Yunxiao was bestowing upon Shinnong a rightful recognition. Without a proper name, words would falter, but with a rightful name, actions would flow smoothly. Upon hearing this, Shinnong bowed respectfully to Bai Li, expressing his desire for guidance in the future and offering his gratitude. Bai Li did not shy away from the gesture, understanding that in the pursuit of knowledge and enlightenment, such respect necessitated a commitment to diligence. He returned the bow, signifying his promise of steadfast support in the days to come. Observing this exchange, Yunxiao nodded, satisfied that the matter had been settled. Thereafter, she commenced instructing Shinnong in the ways of humanity, governance, and the natural order, yet refrained from teaching him the methods of cultivation, nurturing instead his sincerity and moral integrity. Simultaneously, Bai Li bore witness to the formidable potential of the Earth's sovereign. During the process of education, Shinnong absorbed knowledge like a sponge, often able to draw insightful connections and propose ideas that left Bai Li astounded. Years swiftly passed, and as Shinnong matured and displayed remarkable talents, the Lianshan tribe summoned him back. Ultimately, through his virtue and abilities, he ascended to the position of chief of the Lianshan tribe. With authority comes responsibility, and soon he faced the tribe's most pressing challenge, food scarcity. In a time when the very survival of the people hinged upon sustenance, especially during this harsh era, food became a matter of life and death. In ancient times, when humanity first emerged, the Sage of Fire discovered the method of creating flames, marking the dawn of civilization. Prior to this, humans lived in a primal state, subsisting on raw flesh and hunting like beasts. With Fushi's invention of the bagua, civilization began to take shape, further aided by the teachings of the great ancestor, leading humanity to settle and witness a rapid population increase. Yet, this growth brought its own challenges. An expanding population meant an increased demand for food. Despite fishing nets and the domestication of livestock providing some relief, it was ultimately insufficient, rendering food the foremost dilemma for humanity at this stage. Shinnong found himself in a state of desperation, particularly after the human realm had recently endured a harsh winter, leaving the land blanketed in snow and wildlife in hiding, which hindered hunting and resulted in many deaths from starvation. Although the Lianshan tribe fared better under Shinnong's leadership, another catastrophe could spell disaster. Since returning to the Lianshan tribe, Shinnong had seldom sought counsel from Yunxiao or Bai Li, as he understood that for humanity to thrive, it must rely on its own efforts. The achievements of today were the fruits of their own labor. Yet now he simply cannot bear to witness his subjects descend into the abyss of starvation. He has seen the wretched souls who succumbed to hunger, emaciated figures resembling mere skeletons, enduring excruciating agony yet unable to utter a single sound. It is precisely because he has witnessed such despair that he is determined to avert it. As he gazes down upon the unhesitating figure of Shinnong, kneeling and pleading, he had long anticipated this display of compassion. He strides forth and, for the first time, affectionately ruffles Shinnong's hair, revealing the silver strands that have already begun to sprout. Alas, my disciple, you have suffered greatly during this time. The ancient people are blessed with longevity, often living for hundreds, even nearing 1,000 years, each possessing robust physiques and immense strength. Should they embark on the path of cultivation, living for 10,000 years would be a trivial matter. Yet, Shinnong, despite being in the prime of his life, is already graced with a full head of white hair. What a burden this must be for him. With a sigh, he continues, "You are endowed with extraordinary gifts. In the future, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force that dominates the heavens. It is time for you to embrace your destiny." Chapter 35. The spark of fire. Upon hearing these words, Shinnong could not help but caress his own belly. Born with a crystalline abdomen, he could see his internal organs without obstruction. He had previously inquired about this matter with his master, but Yunxiao had always remained tight-lipped. Little did he expect that this knowledge would soon prove invaluable. Yunxiao extended his right hand, and a crimson divine whip materialized within it. Shinnong felt a stirring in his heart, as if this divine whip were destined to belong to him. Holding the whip, Yunxiao spoke. "What you seek lies among the grasses and woods. Yet, the myriad beings of the earth far exceed what can be consumed by humankind, and the edible offerings are fewer than 1 in 10,000. This treasure is called the Red Whip. With this divine whip, you may strike the divine wood to discern its properties of poison, cold, and warmth, thus aiding you in your quest." Overjoyed, Shinnong knelt before him, bowing thrice with resounding thuds, and then hastened to seek out a certain individual. "What? You wish for me to temporarily assume the role of leader?" Bai Li regarded the earnest Shinnong with a fleeting suspicion, wondering if he had consumed some peculiar fungus. After listening to Shinnong's explanation, Bai Li understood that this was indeed the moment when Shinnong, the herbalist, was about to embark on his journey. However, as a tranquil immortal, he knew that becoming a leader would easily attract worldly troubles. Assisting in development was the wisest course of action. "Oh, esteemed immortal, you will assist me, will you not?" For reasons unknown, as he gazed at Shinnong, Bai Li recalled their first encounter and reflected on his own roots. Unconsciously, he smiled. After all, he too was a part of humanity, was he not? "Very well, I shall assist you this once, but before you depart, you must ensure that all matters are addressed with the tribal members, lest I encounter complications upon my arrival." Shinnong nodded in agreement and promptly returned to the tribe. The following day, Bai Li arrived at the Lushan tribe. Due to Shinnong's prior notice and the fact that the human race was in the process of establishing itself, the tribal officials displayed little surprise. Instead, they exhibited a mixture of respect, curiosity, scrutiny, and a few slightly malicious glances. Bai Li paid little heed to this. One in a high position must bear burdens that others cannot. Different perspectives lead to different opinions. However, should anyone engage in nefarious acts, he would not hesitate to sever any outstretched claws. Thus, Bai Li spent several tranquil days in the Lushan tribe, doing nothing in particular but wandering amidst the tribe, observing their daily lives and the livestock they were rearing once more. The people of the Lushan tribe remarked that their new leader was an immortal who seemed to do nothing all day. Yet, after several dozen days, matters inevitably reached his doorstep. One day, the fire officer and others came seeking him. "Esteemed immortal, previously the Lushan tribe suffered from the calamity of severe cold. While we managed to preserve many lives, our livestock suffered significant losses, and our homes sustained considerable damage, which we can still remedy. However, recently our source of fire has extinguished, and the cold wave has not yet completely receded. Without fire, Our hunting and warmth will become a dire challenge. We must borrow from other tribes, but the mountains are high and the roads are long. How shall we proceed? We beseech your guidance." Although Swerin invented the method of creating fire through friction, the circumstances of his time starkly contrast with those of later generations. Every flame bore a hint of divinity, rendering fire a precious resource, fiercely protected by every tribe, which appointed a fire keeper to safeguard the embers. Should a spark be lost, the fire keeper would promptly dispatch skilled members of the tribe to attempt the arduous task of friction firemaking. If they failed, a team would be sent to neighboring tribes to acquire fire, essential for sustenance and hunting. Bai Li, with a flick of his fingers, discerned that they had already attempted to create fire through friction, and unsurprisingly, all efforts had ended in failure, which led them to seek his assistance. Understanding the urgency, he nodded. Indeed, this matter was pressing. The source of fire was critical to their food and hunting endeavors and could not be delayed. However, with his presence, there was no need to traverse mountains to other tribes. Suddenly, someone leaped forth, joyfully inquiring, "Might the esteemed immortal be willing to employ his celestial arts to procure fire for us?" The gathering, despite their diverse motivations, could not suppress their hopeful gazes towards Bai Li, for many tribes had reaped significant benefits from the immortal's teachings. Bai Li, with a subtle smile, gradually shook his head under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Summoning fire with a mere thought was a trivial feat, even capable of igniting mountains and boiling seas. Yet, this power was solely his own. While it could alleviate their immediate plight, it was not a sustainable solution. Impatience grew among the onlookers. "Then what do you propose we do? Shall we idly wander in the tribe?" This remark plunged the room into silence, with many casting furtive glances at Bai Li's expression, which remained unchanged, as though he had not heard the comment. The speaker soon realized his misstep, yet found himself unable to retreat, standing stiffly with a flushed face and silence. Bai Li surveyed the assembly and, with a gentle smile, addressed the individual. "When one's own strength is insufficient, it is wise to refrain from crossing boundaries with those who wield greater power. I perceive your intentions are for the tribe's benefit. Thus, I shall overlook this instance." Turning his attention to the others, he raised his voice. "I am aware that some of you harbor discontent regarding my temporary leadership, perhaps believing you could manage without my presence. However, having accepted the trust of Shinnong, I shall not treat this matter lightly. Firekeeper, lead me to where the fire is preserved." Relieved that Bai Li would not chastise them, the crowd exhaled. Their curiosity piqued about what this Bai Li, the immortal master, intended to do. Soon, they arrived at the storage place for the fire. The ground was strewn with ashes, and several dry branches bore charred hollows, the evident result of friction firemaking. Bai Li produced 3 items from his sleeve, a pair of dark red circular stones and a transparent, thin sheet. He set the transparent sheet aside, piled a small heap of kindling, and with each hand gripping a dark red stone, he struck them together near the kindling. Sparks cascaded onto the twigs, igniting a flame in an instant. The spectators were left speechless, and the firekeeper hurried to add more wood to sustain the fire. All eyes swiftly turned to the pair of dark red stones in Bai Li's hands, and an exclamation erupted from the crowd. "Look quickly." Unbeknownst to him, the dark red stone in Bai Li's hand suddenly emitted a brilliant flame. Bai Li himself manifested the essence of the immortal path, as crimson clouds enveloped him, and the firelight radiated in all directions, revealing a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise before the onlookers. The quintessence of virtue transformed into a luminous halo above his head, casting a resplendent glow. The postnatal fire path, the technique of igniting fire from stone, unexpectedly supplemented the postnatal fire path. This method holds merit within the great Tao and benefits the heavens and earth, thus attracting divine favor and earthly blessings, culminating in a unique aura of vitality. Merit originates from the west, virtue from the supreme, virtue from the underworld, and fortune from the celestial palace, while the sacred virtue is exceptionally unique, stemming from the purple clouds and numerous celestial beings. Though each of these 5 virtues possesses its own exquisite utility, one may attain a carefree existence through them. Yet, to regard them as the foundation of existence or a means of evading calamity is to court one's own demise. Only the aura of vitality is bestowed by heaven and earth, conferred by the great Tao, and is the elusive pursuit of all practitioners. When the aura descends, all 5 virtues coexist harmoniously. With the final opportunity now complete, he merely awaited the return to the mortal realm. After the calamity of the sealing of the gods, he would stand to attain the status of a golden immortal. The firestone in his hand had also undergone transformation, evolving into a treasure that harbored the essence of the fire path. Chapter 36. The unified path, he cultivated the path of fire, mastering the blazing formations, and thus possessed profound knowledge of the myriad fires of the primordial world. The fire within stones of this realm did not arise from mere friction, but rather emerged from the depths of the earth's veins. Otherwise, how could it be wielded against the celestial beings? Only the fire originating from wood was crafted by the ancient sage Sueren. It was he who kindled the very first ember of postnatal fire, birth from wood, and henceforth, all subsequent postnatal fires paid homage to Sueren, with wood fire being the most revered. He speculated that this might be one of the inherent characteristics of Sueren's Tao fruit. In a previous existence, this technique possibly stemmed from two figures, Sueren and Zhu Rong. Yet, Sueren, as the progenitor of postnatal fire, forged a supreme treasure of humanity, the Sueren lamp, with no records of other fire-making methods ever emerging. Although Zhu Rong had entered the human realm, it was merely to reaffirm his role as the fire god and concurrently validate his position as the summer god, remaining firmly rooted in the primordial path without delving into postnatal authority. Therefore, he dared to attempt this method, initially intending to leave his own mark, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a tremendous fortune. Bai Li gradually withdrew his extraordinary aura, and the crowd immediately gathered around him. What sacred relic did the immortal possess? Amidst their fervent gazes, Bai Li chuckled and shook his head. This item is not a sacred artifact. At least, it was not before I revealed it. It originates from the mundane world, often found near volcanoes. One can discover it south of the lush mountains, where two stones colliding can produce sparks. Out of gratitude for the fire-forging prowess of the venerable Sueren, I have named this item Stone Fire. As soon as he finished speaking, someone gasped in astonishment. Does this mean our human race has gained an additional method of creating fire? The crowd quickly recognized the significance of this revelation. If this were indeed true, it would not only be a boon for the Lush Mountain tribe, but also a fortune for the entire human race, ultimately benefiting countless future generations. Before they could fully awaken from their delightful reverie, Bai Li dropped another bombshell. In addition to stone fire, I also possess a golden fire, which can also yield flames. Coincidentally, it was noon, and Bai Li gathered a pile of kindling, raising a transparent thin sheet above his head. As the crowd focused intently, they noticed the sheet was intricately contoured. The sunlight, when passing through the sheet, converged into a beam, becoming increasingly radiant as it fell upon the kindling. In less than a moment, wisps of blue smoke began to rise, and soon a cluster of flames ignited. Prior to this, the fire officials had already been exhilarated by the discovery of stone fire, and to their astonishment, the emergence of golden fire meant that humanity had gained two methods of fire creation. If what the immortal has stated is true, the human race shall no longer need to worry about sources of fire. This time, golden fire did not bestow upon him the cosmic fortunes as stone fire had. It merely yielded some benefits on its own. Upon reflection, golden fire borrowed its essence from the sun's flames, thus granting him a significant advantage. The crowd surged forward, with many eager to touch the treasures. However, Bai Li clenched his hand, and stone fire and golden fire instantly vanished from their sight. These two were treasures of origin. As the methods of fire creation continued to spread, an abundance of cosmic fortunes would gather, growing ever stronger. According to legend, Sueren's Sueren lamp and Sueren drill were born of this nature. Ancient tales recount how Sueren once used these treasures to summon boundless fire, forging a sanctuary for humanity amidst the thorns and rampant demonic spirits of the great wilderness. At this moment, these two treasures cannot be compared to the Firestarter. Yet who can predict what the future holds? Attend to my command. Instantly, the crowd transformed their demeanor, standing tall and eagerly awaiting orders. Where is the fire officer? Lu Shanyan? The fire officer stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Bai Li. Upon witnessing this, Bai Li nodded in acknowledgement. You shall lead a select group of 10 elite individuals south of Lushan until you encounter a large reddish-brown mountain. Gather 3 pairs of stones resembling the one in my hand, but do not collect more than that. Simultaneously, dispatch another team of 10 elite members to the banks of the Yellow River to search among the sand and gravel for 3 transparent crystals. These, when polished to resemble the object in my hand, will become the golden fire starter. Again, do not collect more than that. Can this be accomplished? The fire officer bowed deeply. I shall obey the leader's command. He then departed with a portion of his team. Where is the livestock officer? A burly man stepped forward from the crowd. Whatever the leader requires, I shall fulfill to the best of my ability. His rough voice and straightforward nature elicited a smile from Bai Li. Rest assured, I do not ask you to traverse perilous paths. Over the past few days, I have gleaned insights from observing the tribe's livestock management and have compiled a scroll detailing my findings, which may aid in the planning and raising of livestock. Take this and implement it swiftly. After speaking, he handed the livestock officer a scroll of animal hide, illustrating strategies based on the experiences of those from previous lives, adapted to the current reality. Though fragmented, it should suffice. The livestock officer quickly grasped the scroll, recognizing its significance despite not being on par with the previous treasures. He opened it immediately, glancing through it and forming a rough understanding. Upon finishing, the burly man's face flushed red. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, anxiously scratching his head, prompting Bai Li to chuckle. Very well, you may go. Accomplishing your tasks is of utmost importance. The livestock officer nodded, clutching his newfound treasure as he retreated with another group. The remaining members resumed their duties. For the tides of fate were shifting. Soon, visitors from surrounding tribes would arrive. Feel free to share your experiences here to aid our brethren. The crowd collectively bowed in respect. We shall heed the leader's command. Indeed, as Bai Li anticipated, surrounding tribes, some severely afflicted and seeking aid. Others like the Lushan tribe who had lost their fire, and those with practitioners who sensed unusual omens, came to seek counsel. Thanks to his prior arrangements, the Lushan tribe managed to respond to all visitors with great propriety. In no time, the reputation of the Lushan tribe began to spread, and several severely affected tribes sought to merge with them. Consequently, the Shinnong tribe grew significantly, its members gradually engaging in cultivation, displaying a promising trajectory. Bai Li's name also began to circulate widely. The tribe's people slowly recognized that although this acting leader had not wielded a shred of magical power, nor took the initiative in daily affairs, he could always provide effective solutions in times of genuine crisis, earning their increasing respect. Flylight, I urge you to partake in another cup of wine. I am unaware of the vastness of the azure sky and the depth of the yellow earth. I can only perceive the chill of the moon and the warmth of the sun, which serve to prolong human life. On this day, Bai Li was diligently cultivating in the blessed land he had established, when suddenly his brow furrowed as he gazed toward the north. Shinnong has returned, and with him comes the calamity. Through the lens of the law, it was evident that the aura representing Shinnong was advancing towards the abode of the clouds. Yet its essence was chaotic, suggesting considerable harm had been endured. Behind him trailed a substantial mass of black mist, exuding formidable power, and it was entwined with strands of calamity. Bai Li looked at the dark cloud and murmured, "This is truly a significant predicament." Chapter 37. The plague of misfortune. A beam of light was racing towards the banks of the Yellow River, with the figure within glancing back intermittently. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, yet with a fleeting glance, he propelled himself forward with renewed urgency. A swirling mass of black mist pursued relentlessly, accompanied by a menacing hum. Wherever it passed, the earth lay barren, birds plummeted, and beasts fled in terror. An eerie, dark green vapor seeped from the carcasses of the deceased, beginning to spread in all directions. Suddenly, a small cluster of black mist accelerated, dispersing into countless emerald specks that lunged toward the beam of light. The figure within merely flicked his hand, unleashing a barrage of crimson luminescence from the void, striking each emerald speck with precision, reducing them to ash. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he scattered a fine white powder, causing the sinister green mist to retreat immediately. His movements were so adept that they clearly indicated he had undergone this ordeal multiple times before. However, summoning such spiritual treasures again placed an even greater strain on his already wounded body. His eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and prolonged flight had drained his stamina. Exhaustion consumed him, as if a voice whispered incessantly in his ears, urging him to surrender. No, he could not afford to fall. His seeds had yet to be returned, and countless kin were suffering from hunger. In a daze, he envisioned the 5 crops he had sought, flourishing across the human realm, towering and robust, ensuring that humanity would never again know the pangs of hunger. Generations to come would no longer worry about sustenance. It was this belief that spurred him to endure thus far. At that moment, a piercing ray shot forth from the heart of the black mist, its speed eclipsing his perception. This was dire. He channeled all his magical energy to evade, narrowly missing a fatal blow, yet feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder. A tingling ache radiated from the injury, spreading throughout his body, causing him to crash to the ground, carving a long furrow. Unsteadily, he rose, blood dripping from his arm and splattering onto the earth, causing the surrounding flora to wither instantly. The black mist above began to churn, coalescing into the visage of a beast, adorned with long whiskers, beady eyes, and a pair of green pincers at its mouth. Ha! After fleeing for so long, you have finally fallen into my grasp. The figure on the ground bore no fear upon his face. A faint azure glow pulsed within him, temporarily suppressing his discomfort. The creature in the sky, noticing this, glared fiercely, its pincers quivering as drool dripped from its maw. Just as he prepared to wield his crimson divine whip once more, a massive hand reached out from the side, startling him into a cold sweat. My fate is sealed. A gentle, warm force caressed his injured shoulder, stabilizing his condition, while a familiar voice, tinged with mirth, echoed in his ear. Shen, it has been a long time. How have you come to be in such disarray? Instantly elated, Shen turned to face the newcomer, recognizing a familiar visage. Bai Li, it truly is you. Bai Li smiled and nodded, retracting the hand resting on Shen shoulder. Indeed. But now is not the time for reminiscence. Look, following the direction indicated by Bai Li, one could see that the monstrous entity above had long since lost its restraint. Countless dark green lights coalesced into a massive, clawed maw descending from the heavens, devouring the vitality of all beings, heralding calamity upon the world. Shen promptly spoke, Bai Li. Be cautious. The number of these vile insects is overwhelming, their movements unpredictable, and their methods devious. More insidious still is the dark green miasma, even a divine body, rooted in blessed ground, would find its strength sapped upon contact. Before he could finish, Bai Li produced two items with a deft flick of his wrist, one radiating a crimson glow and the other a golden luminescence. The very essence of stone fire and gold fire. He then gently tapped them together. The flames of stone and gold burst forth, alongside the fires of the earth and sky, and the true fire of Samadhi coalesced into one. In an instant, the sky was awash in red light, fire dragons danced, and the celestial expanse transformed into a sea of flames. As the monstrous maw collided with the inferno, the flames surged forward uncontrollably. Each wave crashing down released countless orbs of light that plummeted from the sky, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning. Before the dark green miasma could manifest, it vanished like frost before the sun. All things, both tangible and intangible, could not escape the searing fire wielded by Bai Li. Oh, the pain of the flames pierced deep into the lungs. Being of the insect kind, how could the creature withstand such searing heat? It let out a series of wretched cries, its protective shell, cultivated over years, crumbling before the myriad true fires. More terrifying was the fact that this fire showed no signs of abating, consuming everything in its path. If left unchecked, it would surely lead to an end engulfed in flames. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through the air, as nearly 90% of the light points fell from the sky, with only a mere 10% fleeing into the distance. Truly decisive, the creature, realizing its plight, chose to sacrifice 9/10 of its essence to preserve its life. A testament to its status as a celestial being of an extraordinary kind. Bai Li raised his hand and formed a seal. Just as the monstrous insect was about to escape, for crimson beams of light erupted from the north, south, east, and west, forming an array that ensnared Bai Li, Shen, and the beast within. The intense heat was indistinguishable from that of the earlier fiery sea, compelling the creature to hesitate. Though I am no master of formations, Bai Li declared, I have received ample guidance from my master and senior sister, and among my peers, I hold a respectable standing. If you escape now, they would surely mock me. This 4 crimson flame array has been specifically prepared for you. Enraged and humiliated, the beast retorted fiercely, I hold no grudge against you. Do you truly wish for mutual destruction? You may have your sect, but do I not possess support as well? Bai Li chuckled, amused by the creature's naivety. Oh, how limited is your perspective? How dare you speak of mutual destruction, when your so-called backing may pale in comparison to my master's elders? I doubt you could contend with even my senior brothers and sisters. Upon hearing this, both Shen and the pestilential locust were taken aback, their faces awash with disbelief as they gazed at Bai Li. He knows the origins of this insect. Realizing the nature of the dark green miasma, Bai Li recalled having encountered this pestilential locust on Jiulong Island, where its master was none other than his senior brother, Lu, with his true nature exposed. The pestilential locust panicked, glancing at the crimson pillars of light surrounding it. Resolute, it dispersed its body, unleashing a torrent of pestilential energy that enveloped its form into a spherical shape, and then it charged fiercely outward. Meanwhile, behind Bai Li, Shen let out a painful cry as the previously suppressed injuries erupted with ferocity. The plague energy that had been concealed within his body surged towards his chest and abdomen, coalescing under the influence of an immensely powerful force into a. Bai Li focused his gaze, his expression grave. The power of this was of unknown origin and possessed exceptional quality. Even the flames in his hand were insufficient to dispel it, save for the use of the Bayou Palace lantern. Ha ha ha, this plague seal originates from the ancestor. If you wish to aid him, you cannot kill me. Once I summon the ancestor, I shall make you into my lair, for the consumption of my descendants." The pain was palpable, causing its voice to grow increasingly shrill. Bai Li narrowed his eyes. A three-headed fire banner manifested at the heart of the formation. As it waved and undulated, 3 additional crimson beams of light shot forth, uniting the power of the 4 directions. A pillar of divine fire soared into the heavens, incinerating the once arrogant plague locust into ashes with a force that could shatter the very foundations of the earth. Chapter 38. The Ancestor of Panwang, 3 Fiery Banners. A rare spiritual treasure that Bai Li could wield in this world were sufficient with just a single strike. Although the plague locust had been vanquished, the pestilential mark upon Shinnong could not be delayed. It must be eradicated swiftly, along with his profound cultivation. Bai Li observed Shinnong, whose brow was furrowed and expression pained, with a sense of inexplicable foreboding. With his keen insight, he could discern that Shinnong had already embarked upon the path of enlightenment and had even begun to attain the status of a celestial being. Yet, Yin Xiao had not imparted to him the methods of cultivation. From whence, then, did his powers originate? It was impossible that he had awakened true spirit. If that were the case, how could the Earth's sovereign Shinnong fear a mere locust? Surely, Yin Xiao could not be unaware of this, yet she did not intervene. Moreover, regarding the previous encounter with the locust, if Yin Xiao had not acted, would Shinnong not have perished in the original timeline? Suppressing his perplexities for the moment, Bai Li enveloped Shinnong with the blazing formation diagram, summoned the light of escape, and shattered the fabric of space as he journeyed towards the Yellow River. Before long, he arrived at Yin Xiao's abode. Upon his arrival, he found Yin Xiao had long awaited him. He hurried forward to recount the events leading up to this point. "Sister, Shinnong has recently encountered a calamity with the plague locust and has been afflicted by its peculiar pestilential mark. This mark bears a striking resemblance to the plague seal practiced by Brother Lu, yet is far more profound. I, as a junior, am at a loss. I implore you, sister, to employ your adept skills to rescue him." Expecting that Yin Xiao would require some time to assist, he was astonished when she merely raised her hand and brushed across Shinnong's chest. The arcane pestilential mark seemed to sense a formidable adversary, unleashing an endless torrent of innate pestilential poison that materialized into 12 venomous insects, determined to bring about Yin Xiao's downfall. Bai Li, witnessing this, felt a surge of terror. Fortunately, he had refrained from recklessly attempting to remove it himself. Should the 12 poisonous insects descend upon any other universe, they would likely plunge it into utter catastrophe in an instant. Though he bore the protective light of the Bo Palace, he could not evade severe injury. Yin Xiao merely cast a glance at the 12 poisonous insects. "Ancestor, even if your true form were to confront me, the outcome would be no more than a 50-50 chance. How much less so for a mere pestilential mark?" Her hand advanced slowly, and Bai Li watched in astonishment as the once formidable pestilential mark was gradually erased by Yin Xiao, until the final vestige of innate pestilential poison attempted a futile resistance, only to be extinguished by her palm. Witnessing this scene, Bai Li could not help but swallow hard. Yin Xiao, having attained 2 fruits of the Tao, exhibited such formidable prowess. It was no wonder that the primordial supreme being had chosen to intervene personally. Thus, one could only imagine the immense power possessed by those of the Hunyuan Wuji. With the pestilential mark dispelled, Shinnong's expression gradually softened, and it seemed he would soon awaken. Bai Li then stepped forward to inquire about the earlier events. Yin Xiao regarded Bai Li's auspicious aura with satisfaction and nodded. "Do not fret. This is a destined tribulation for Shinnong and the human race, and it bears some connection to you." Upon hearing this, Bai Li was taken aback. What role did he play in this matter? Yin Xiao chuckled softly and began to elucidate the intricacies. In the original timeline, Shinnong, in his quest for grains and diverse herbs, not only pioneered the path of agriculture but also laid the foundations for medicine, bestowing blessings upon countless beings. Yet, in the natural order of the cosmos, where all things coexist and counterbalance, with the presence of light, there must also be shadow. For every remedy, there exists an ailment. The path of the plague has ascended to the pinnacle of affliction due to the existence of a formidable being. Hence, both Shinnong and the entire human race must endure the calamity of the plague. However, according to the original trajectory, this disaster was destined to strike when Shinnong ascended to the position of the human sovereign during the dissemination of agricultural and medicinal knowledge among humanity. At this juncture, Yin Xiao pointedly glanced at Bai Li and remarked, "This matter has experienced certain alterations due to your involvement, hastening the tribulation. Thus emerged the calamity of locusts. This is your karma, as well as your opportunity, and it is not within my purview to intervene." Bai Li promptly realized the implication and exclaimed, "It is because of Shi Hui and Jin Hui. along with those methods of managing livestock. Yunxiao nodded in affirmation, expressing admiration. Indeed, it is for this reason that my intention in bringing you here was to afford you an early glimpse into the mysteries of the great Tao, preparing you for the path to enlightenment. I had not anticipated your remarkable fortitude, attracting heavenly fortune, with the 5 virtues in harmony. As your senior sister, I am genuinely pleased for you. Consequently, the fortunes of the human race began to accelerate beyond the predetermined trajectory, prematurely triggering the impending tribulation. The formidable being adeptly harnesses this calamity, and the alterations in fate brought about by this shift in circumstances might render even the future Earth sovereign powerless to intervene. Thus, it becomes clear that, as per Yunxiao's account, he initially intended to remain a mere observer, at most a facilitator, yet serendipitously found himself as a direct participant. Could this be what one refers to as the butterfly effect? Bai Li could not help but reflect upon this term from his world. Realizing that this small butterfly had indeed stirred up a tempest, he hastily inquired, "Might I ask the name of this formidable being? And what further changes might the tribulation entail?" Yunxiao pondered for a moment before ultimately revealing the name of the powerful entity. This being is known as King Pan, the master of the left path, from whom all corpses, poisons, curses, and manipulations arise. The nailhead 7 arrows, one of the 36 celestial powers, originates from him. Yet, due to the overwhelming presence of the celestial, divine, and Buddhist paths, King Pan, as the sovereign of the left path, finds it challenging to advance in his cultivation, drawing strength solely from the universe engulfed in the final tribulation, while our revered master presides over the end. Upon hearing this, Bai Li was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. It was indeed a lamentable fate. However, Yunxiao did not share the same sentiment, stating that to embark on the path of cultivation in the myriad worlds is already a blessing from the heavens. Even within the realm of the left path, countless beings strive yet fail to attain such a path. Otherwise, how could King Pan have achieved his status? Though lacking significant influence within the Zixiao Palace, King Pan remains one of the players in the grand game, surpassing countless beings. As for whether the tribulation will undergo further changes, Yunxiao could not help but gaze upward, his eyes momentarily reflecting the passage of time, the primordial division of the 3 powers, and the transformations of cause and effect. After a prolonged silence, he gradually withdrew his divine perception. This tribulation will extend its reach beyond the original timeline, and when the time comes, King Pan shall have his means to address it. It is likely that 2 individuals destined to confront the calamity will emerge from his ranks, corresponding to you and Shinno. However, given your cultivation of the fire path and the numerous treasures at your disposal, you should encounter no significant obstacles. Upon hearing these words, Bai Li momentarily set his mind at ease, yet he remained vigilant. Recognizing the need for preparedness, he recalled the wise words of a great figure from his past: "One must disdain the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically." How it pains me. At that moment, Shinong finally regained consciousness. The remnants of his previous agony lingered, and it took him a while to gather his senses. Upon seeing Bai Li and Yunxiao before him, he immediately expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Immortal Bai Li, for your rescue." Yunxiao nodded in acknowledgement, and Shinong, with tears of joy brimming in his eyes, rose unsteadily from the ground. He knelt before them, trembling as he lifted his hands. In his palms appeared 5 multicolored seeds, the very precursors of the grains to come: green wheat, white millet, yellow sorghum, black beans, and red millet. "Master, I have finally, at long last, succeeded." Chapter 39. The origin of the red pine. Though seemingly an ordinary spirit seed, Bai Li perceived boundless potential within it, resonating subtly with the essence of Shinong. The 5 grains, the very root of Shinong's name, have sustained humanity for innumerable eons. Shinong's fingers gently curled, cautiously placing the seed alongside a scroll of scriptures, supported by ethereal light, before gradually recounting his experiences over the years. With the aid of his ochre whip, he traversed the renowned mountains and rivers within the human realm, enduring swollen and broken feet, only to heal and endure once more, perpetually driven by the desire to find sustenance for his kin. In his quest to discern the properties of flora, he astoundingly discovered that poisonous plants invariably harbored their antidotes nearby, prompting him to experiment meticulously. Fortuitously, with the assistance of the crystalline belly, he documented the mechanisms of toxins and antidotes on the human body. Thus, while in pursuit of the 5 grains, he meticulously recorded the medicinal properties of these plants, ensuring that his unsuspecting brethren would not fall victim to lethal misadventures. Moreover, he was fortunate to have encountered a primordial spiritual root on Wui Mountain, previously mentioned by his master, bestowed the divine name of tea, known for its ability to clear heat, detoxify, and foster tranquility in the pursuit of enlightenment. He had relied on its detoxifying properties in the past. Bai Li cast a complex glance at Shinnong, reflecting on the ancient legend that spoke of Shinnong tasting 100 herbs and encountering 72 poisons, only to be cured by tea, now revealed to be true. Initially, he had sought the famed Dahong Pao tea trees upon arriving in this world. In retrospect, it seemed somewhat ridiculous, for while Wui Mountain indeed possessed primordial spiritual roots, it was not the grand Dahong Pao, but simply the ancestral tea tree, which had long since been claimed by Shinnong. Truly, the Earth's sovereign Shinnong was worthy of such an enlightened root seeking him out. At that moment, Shinnong's tone shifted. However, despite the assistance of the tea tree, there was a day when I nearly perished while testing poisons. One day, I came across a highly toxic plant with bifurcated leaves and clusters of pale yellow flowers. After tasting it, I experienced unbearable abdominal pain. Even the tea leaves could not counteract the poison, and before long, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Thankfully, I was rescued by the immortal Qi Songzi, which allowed me to survive. Before departing, my master had mentioned that I would face a tribulation, but fortune smiled upon me, granting me the means to cultivate my path. Subsequently, while searching for red millet, I fell victim to a hidden calamity, which led me to flee to this place. Now, I have discovered the 5 grains and compiled the properties of the flora I encountered into a scripture. I humbly request your guidance, master. Yin Xiao, upon hearing this, chuckled and shook his head. Since this is your own idea and your own achievement, what guidance could I possibly offer? As long as you ensure that each illustration and every postnatal principle is infused with your heartfelt effort, you may proceed as you wish. Time will certainly validate everything. Shinnong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shimmering with emotion as he bowed deeply to Yun Xiao. He then took up his heart's labor, the hope of humanity, and prepared to journey to the Lushan tribe. Wait. Shinnong turned back, realizing it was Bai Li who had called out to him. I have temporarily assumed the role of chief at your request, and now that my mission is accomplished, I must withdraw. However, the tribe has undergone certain changes, which may lead to unnecessary complications. I have entrusted all matters to the fire officer. You may seek him first. Shinnong bowed respectfully before swiftly making his way to the Lianshan tribe. Observing Shinnong's departing figure, Bai Li was overwhelmed with emotions. He feared that when they met again, Shinnong would have become the sovereign of humanity, awakened to his true spirit, and their current camaraderie would be but a distant memory. Yun Xiao's voice came from behind. A single leaf heralds the arrival of autumn. Among the 36 celestial powers, the ability to foresee the future is a profound gift, capable of discerning the heavenly mechanisms and predicting the fates of beings. If his junior were to cultivate this ability, it would surely be much easier for him. Bai Li pursed his lips, ultimately deciding not to dwell on this topic, and instead posed another question. Chisongzi. This name was unfamiliar to Bai Li, yet it bore a striking resemblance to that of the renowned Chijingzi of the Chan teaching, prompting him to ponder further. Moreover, according to Shinnong, Yin Xiao had already been aware of this matter. This individual was the master who transmitted the law of the Earth Emperor, effectively sharing a portion of the Imperial Master's achievements. Bai Li had initially presumed Yin Xiao intended for Shinnong to retrieve the grains before imparting the teachings, but it appeared another person was to be the one to do so. Yin Xiao immediately teased. I thought my junior had finally managed to contain his curiosity this time, yet it seems my sister overestimated the situation. Do you realize that sometimes curiosity may not be a virtue? Bai Li contemplated for a moment before responding. Under normal circumstances, I would not inquire further. However, my sister is present. And given that Shinnong just spoke his true name without consequence, I trust my sister, who is my closest kin among the same sect. Yin Xiao was taken aback by Bai Li's words, and she clasped her hands with a smile. Indeed, as fellow disciples, we ought to share such trust. She then adopted a solemn tone. Chisongzi is a manifestation of the Grand Master of the 8 scenic palaces, who has descended into the mortal realm. Although the Heavenly Emperor Master resides in Xuandu, the master who transmits the teachings is still our Grand Master Yuhua. As for the similarity to Chijingzi's name, Yin Xiao sighed, glancing in a certain direction. The path of the immortals ultimately favors the teaching of our second uncle. If it is indeed the way of the immortals, it is also the path of the Supreme. At this moment, Chisongzi is the embodiment of the Supreme entering the mortal realm, yet in the future, he may very well become Chijingzi. Who can truly say? However, if this matter does not receive the Supreme's approval, Chijingzi would be utterly incapable of accomplishing it. Bai Li gazed towards the direction of Shouyang Mountain, remaining silent for an extended period, as if he sensed a pair of emotionless eyes observing all living beings from above. The Supreme. Yin Xiao gently cleared her throat, bringing Bai Li's thoughts back. There is no need for you to ponder too deeply, my junior. We are ultimately disciples of the immortal path. Soon, Fuxi will attain the Heavenly Emperor's Tao and thereafter the Great Luo. I shall go to witness this momentous occasion. You should remain here to cultivate diligently and prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. Fuxi is about to attain the Tao. Bai Li hurriedly inquired, sister. With the Heavenly Emperor's impending attainment, might you take your junior along? Yin Xiao smiled at his words and replied, you have traversed the river of time. Where do you think Fuxi will achieve the Heavenly Emperor's Tao? His attainment will not occur in the mortal realm, nor in the heavenly realm, nor even in the primordial chaos. Bai Li suddenly raised his head to meet Yin Xiao's smiling gaze. The essence of the Tao, which reflects the myriad heavens, transcends the earthly realm and the primordial chaos, existing above time and destiny. In the enigmatic and obscure void, the light of the Tao illuminates the cosmos, accessible only to those truly capable of attaining the dual fruits of the Tao, an achievement even my elder brother cannot witness. My junior brother possesses extraordinary talents and profound fortunes, as he expands the path of postnatal fire, having received the esteemed gift of the azure lantern from our master. He is destined to attain the grand Tao fruit in the future. However, his current cultivation is somewhat lacking, rendering him unfit to partake in this journey. Alas, I never anticipated that I would lack even the qualification to witness the ceremony. Thus, the days passed by, one after another. Thanks to his arrangements, Shinnong swiftly assumed control of the tribe, and as he gazed upon the revitalized Lushan tribe, he could not help but recall a phrase once spoken by Yin Xiao upon their first encounter. The immortal Bai Li possesses the talent to shape the heavens and the earth. Chapter 40. The Plague Monarch. On this day, Bai Li was diligently practicing by the banks of the Yellow River when, suddenly, a frown crossed his brow and he opened his eyes to behold a fierce blaze erupting in the southeastern direction of the Lushan tribe. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, painting the heavens with a radiant crimson hue that stretched across the firmament. This fire was no ordinary blaze. It embodied the hopes of humanity for sustenance. The Swearin lamp, a treasured artifact of the Swearin clan residing within the Fire Cloud Cave, sensed the moment and descended, igniting the earthly flames. A magnificent aura surged amidst the inferno, drawing the gaze of all humankind, including the powerful beings from the primordial wilderness, toward the figure who held the torch aloft. Thus began the renown of the Flame Emperor. Bai Li understood that Shinnong was about to embark on his path as the Earth Sovereign. After Shinnong ignited the Swearin fire, transforming vast tracts of land, he turned to the cattle among the domesticated animals to plow the earth, carefully sowing the grains he had gathered. These grains, though mere ordinary spiritual seeds, were meticulously selected by Shinnong and possessed the ability to enlighten the mind and clarify the heart, beneficial to humanity's essence without overwhelming it, perfectly balancing the meat consumed daily. Those who consumed meat exuded courage and valor. Those who partook of grains embodied wisdom and vitality. Those who ingested qi became divine and long-lived, while those who abstained from consumption remained immortal and transcendent. Thanks to Shinnong's diligent care, he trod barefoot upon the earth beneath the scorching sun, and the spiritual seeds, upon being planted, took root and sprouted instantly. In 9 days, the crops ripened. After another 9 days, they were ready for harvest again, repeating this cycle for a total of 9 times, perfectly aligning with the count of 81 days. At this moment, a robust man with a coppery complexion and disheveled hair slowly raised his head from the earth, with tears of joy welling in his eyes. He gazed upon the seemingly endless fields of yellow millet, gently plucking a small handful. With a flick of his fingers, he removed the husks and placed the grains into his mouth, savoring their taste. As tears streamed down his cheeks, he realized he was no longer the Shinnong of before. My path is complete. Thereafter, Shinnong began to disseminate the cultivation of grains throughout the territories of humanity, and more people came to know the name of the Flame Emperor, Shinnong. His spiritual practice flourished, and within a few short decades, he attained the status of a Golden Immortal, coinciding with Fuxi's reign of 129,600 years, reaching the primal unity. Not long ago, Fuxi had invited Shinnong to the capital. Bai Li, observing the immense and immeasurable aura above the human city through his mystical vision, recognized that Fuxi would attain enlightenment that very day. From the boundless void descended 9 divine dragons, which, after Fuxi bestowed his position upon Shinnong, carried him away in a majestic chariot. Bai Li seemed to glimpse countless formless and ethereal figures transcending all beings, where the vast cosmos appeared as mere twinkling stars. The great Tao lay within their grasp, and two rivers flowed beneath their feet, one named Time, the other Destiny. That vision flickered before Bai Li's eyes, only to vanish without a trace. The path. The path. He could hardly contain his eagerness to resolve matters here and return to the present world, to traverse the divine and attain the golden immortal state. He yearned to witness that supreme landscape. After assuming the role of the human sovereign, Shen ardently promoted the cultivation of grains, marking humanity's transition from a nomadic lifestyle to an agrarian era, celebrated by countless souls. Alongside the propagation of grain cultivation, he also disseminated his compendium, the Shenong Ben Chao Jing. This text not only detailed the interplay of flora and fauna and the properties of toxicity and benefit, but also provided methods for detoxification and healing, encapsulating the marvels of medicine. Within this narrative lies the essence of 365 common herbs, corresponding to the number of days in a year, alongside an astonishing collection of 129,600 rare herbs, embodying the principle of unity, signifying a completion of divine purpose as envisioned by the revered Shenong. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains in the northwest of the primordial wilderness, a powerful being opened his eyes. This formidable figure, appearing as a robust middle-aged man clad in a resplendent crimson robe, sat atop a violet cloud bed surrounded by a profusion of vividly colored flora, enchanting and mysterious. If one were to overlook the serpentine pests occasionally emerging from the verdant surroundings, he might indeed resemble an enlightened cultivator. Behind his head, a tricolored halo of black, green, and purple emanated, within which were illusory worlds, each a manifestation of the collapse of celestial principles, where heretical paths thrived. Threads of fate nourished the unseen fruits of the Tao, though the majority flowed towards a grander, more expansive silhouette, representative of the ultimate end of all things. The boundless chaos of the primordial void. This individual was none other than the master of the heretical path, the revered Pangu Wang. Upon sensing Shenong's ascension, he smiled widely and summoned a plump, youthful acolyte from the nearby blossoms. Jean Canner, go summon your two elder brothers. The boy, upon receiving the command, transformed into a streak of golden light and swiftly departed. Before long, two figures entered the hall of Pangu Wang. These two individuals appeared quite peculiar. One bore a complexion reminiscent of indigo, with hair like vermilion, draped in a deep green robe, while the other possessed a complexion of bluish-purple, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, dressed in a deep yellow ceremonial garb. We pay our respects to our esteemed master. Pangu Wang regarded his disciples, now certified as Golden Immortals, with a satisfied nod before inquiring, "My disciples, have you completed the refining of your spiritual treasures?" In unison, they affirmed. The 6 treasures of the Plague Lord and the 5 banners of the epidemic demon have been successfully refined. The path of plague established by Pangu Wang was vast and profound, elevated to great heights. Thus the two brothers could only choose their respective paths of cultivation, that of plague and epidemic. The 6 treasures of the Plague Lord and the 5 banners of the epidemic demon were their protective treasures, embodying their respective paths and wielding power comparable to innate spiritual treasures. Now that the Earth's sovereign Shenong has ascended, the path of medicine is on the verge of unfolding, and calamities are brewing. This is your moment to showcase your abilities. I shall also personally attend, and during this time, you may exercise your paths across the primordial lands, ultimately reconvening with the human race. This aligns with the celestial order, free from karmic entanglements. Whether you can attain the fruits of the Tao will depend on your own capabilities. The two disciples' eyes widened in astonishment, their bodies trembling with excitement. After years of cultivation, they had finally awaited this opportunity, an undeniable shortcut to achieving the Tao amidst the calamities in the primordial realm. They received their orders and descended from the 10,000 mountains, commencing the spread of plague in all directions. Due to the nature of this grand contest of paths, and in accordance with the heavenly tribulations, the other powerful beings turned a blind eye to their actions. The dragon pearl of the 4 seas offered its protection, and the 8 sceneries, alongside Yushu and Bio, shone with palace lanterns, free from any trace of dust. Boundless Buddha light ascended, preventing the plague from infiltrating the west. In the south, a phoenix cry resounded, halting the advance of the plague by any measure. Numerous powerful beings, employing their supernatural abilities or spiritual treasures, safeguarded their domains. The Plague Lord and the epidemic demon understood well that the path of cultivation was not one of recklessness. They circumvented the territories of those unparalleled beings when met with resistance, and none dared to voice their objections. In an instant, the beings of the primordial depths found themselves ensnared in a cataclysm. countless souls began to seek refuge among the great powers. The avian creatures ascended to the southern heavens. The aquatic beings plunged into the seas. The ancestral lands of the Qilin lay lost, and the Kunlun Mountains became perilous to traverse. Many terrestrial creatures journeyed towards the eastern sea to align with the heavens, too, took advantage of this calamity to cleanse the myriad beings. Those burdened with grave sins and devoid of benefit to the cosmos perished swiftly under the plague, reincarnating to live anew. Meanwhile, those who nurtured their essence and harbored the faintest vestiges of virtue managed to endure the affliction, or perhaps stumbled upon fortuitous opportunities to dispel ailments and misfortunes. Soon, the Plague Lord and the epidemic demon arrived at the borders of the human realm, their combined presence reaching an almost apocalyptic zenith. As an unspoken premonition stirred within them, should they succeed this time, they would undoubtedly attain the fruits of enlightenment. Yet, Chapter 41. The tension mounts as the impending success loomed near. Why did my senior brother linger here? The Plague Demon, observing the stagnation of the Plague Monarch, felt a twinge of anxiety. The opportunity for the Dao fruit was within their grasp, yet his senior brother remained indecisive. Just one more step, and they would ascend to the realm of the Golden Immortal, a realm vastly superior to their current state. Only by attaining the Tai or the Deluo Dao fruit could one truly qualify as a supreme practitioner. The Plague Monarch, upon hearing this, instinctively pressed a hand against his chest. He could clearly sense that their arch-nemesis was just ahead, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. Was it excitement or trepidation? At that moment, a purple cloud rose above them, radiating 3 beams of light, from which emerged a figure. The two hurriedly approached and prostrated themselves. We have seen our master. The sovereign of the Pan nodded, his gaze remaining fixed upon the female immortal seated upon the weathered stone by the Yellow River. Yunzhao, like him, had simultaneously attained the Tai and Deluo Dao fruits. He had witnessed Yunzhao's prowess when they eradicated the Plague Seal and later during the intricate 9-bend Yellow River formation. A pang of resentment stirred within the sovereign as he reflected on this. Had it not been for certain individuals, particularly the celestial master of spiritual treasures, blocking his path, he would not find himself now positioned alongside a junior. However, the sovereign's attention shifted downward to the Plague Demon. The arrival of that disciple from the intercepting sect had altered their predetermined course. If the Plague Demon could eliminate that celestial youth first, the tides of fortune would shift in his favor. Not only would he fortify the Plague Dao he had cultivated, but he could also alleviate the pressure he had endured for years. This thought ignited a flicker of fervor even within his eternally stoic heart. While you unleash the plague within the domain of humanity, the foe awaits you ahead. I shall detain a formidable entity for you. During this interval, no significant power will obstruct your path. Do not let me down. Glimpsing the cold light in the sovereign's eyes, the two hastily expressed their obedience. And in the next instant, the sovereign vanished from sight. With the sovereign's assurance, their worries dissipated. The Plague Monarch gazed down at the scattered tribesfolk tending to livestock and tilling the fields, and a knowing smile crept across his face. The chaos of the heavens birthed the 6 plagues. The interplay of cold, heat, dryness, and humidity intermingled, giving rise to a murky green miasma that silently infiltrated the livestock and the people below. A mere breeze swept through, and countless beings began to feel feverish, weak, and lethargic, collapsing to the ground in a matter of moments. Seeing this, the Plague Demon chuckled softly, gesturing downward. The discord of the earth births the 5 pestilences. A dark light surged from the ground, coalescing in the Plague Demon's palm into a small mouse, merely 3 inches in size. The Plague Demon gently tapped the mouse's head with a fingertip, infusing it with tendrils of deep yellow miasma until its eyes were completely engulfed. My little companion, this time, it is your turn. With that, he cast the mouse back to the ground, and the miasma rapidly spread among its kin. A legion of infected rodents emerged from the earth, seeking out living beings to bite. The afflicted beings immediately exhibit symptoms of fever, cough, and excruciating pain throughout their bodies. Even a mere sip of water feels like daggers slicing through their throats, leading inevitably to death within 7 days. Even the robust ancient tribes cannot evade the devastating onslaught of the plague. What is more terrifying is that their corpses, once lifeless, become sources of contagion, spreading the affliction to countless others. In a heartbeat, the human race suffers grievously, and the celestial beings who once guided them have retreated, foreseeing the calamity. The human realm's own celestial beings, including Earth Immortals, Heaven Immortals, and even those on the cusp of the Golden Immortal stage, find themselves powerless against the Plague Lord and the Pestilence Demon. While these two spread their plagues, the esteemed ancestor of the Pangu clan arrives at the banks of the Yellow River. Yintian, gazing at the celestial figure above, remarks with a smile, "My friend, you have finally arrived. The path of healing was destined to unfold. Why cling to it so tightly?" The Pangu ancestor responds with a cold smirk, retorting, "If we were to follow your reasoning, why then do you cling to your role in the future ascension of the gods?" Surprisingly, Yintian does not take offense. Instead, he nods in agreement. "Indeed, we are both tenacious individuals, yet we stand on opposing sides now. It appears this battle is unavoidable." With a wave of his hand, the Pangu ancestor unleashes 12 pestilent poison worms, each exuding a formidable aura. Remarkably, this ancestor is indeed a being of exceptional talent. Faced with obstacles on the path of the great Tao, he has, over endless time, forged a new path, merging the arts of plague, goo, and curses, resulting in the creation of these 12 pestilent worms. Each worm embodies the power of one of the 12 innate paths: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, poison, time, and space. While their combat prowess may not be unparalleled, their tenacity ranks the Pangu ancestor among the most formidable of his peers. Let me test the renowned Nine Curves Yellow River formation, which will echo through the ages. Yintian chuckles, raising his hands slowly as the space around him begins to expand boundlessly, enveloping the Pangu ancestor within. The vast yellow river swells, surging to the heavens, its currents twisting in 9 intricate loops, accompanied by the tumult of wind and thunder, forming a natural array. Were Bai Li present, he would undoubtedly be astounded to discover that Yuntian alone can conjure the 9 Curves Yellow River formation, a feat that previously took half a month to achieve. Likely to deepen his understanding, the boundless Yellow River serves as the essence of the 9 Curves Yellow River formation, and its deployment here amplifies the array's power beyond previous bounds. The Pangu ancestor gazes coldly at the formation, which will soon gain renown in the primordial realm, pointing his sword forward. Attack! The 12 poison worms, infused with 12 divine powers, charge through the formation, unleashing a plague wherever they go, creating widespread devastation. Clouds of dust swirl, river waters overturn, and the innate 3 talents cycle in calamity, while the chaotic energies dissipate the plague, causing the great Tao to falter. In this clash, one is a master of the left-hand path, a seasoned power, the other, a disciple of the divine agricultural master. For a moment, neither can gain the upper hand. The Plague Lord and the Pestilence Demon finally confront their destined adversaries, as countless crimson whips emerge from the void, blanketing the skies with vibrant life. Wherever the whips strike, the 6 plagues are instantly swept away. Once again, the void ignited with flames as the fires of stone. The flames of the air, the fire of samadhi, the spark of stone, and the brilliance of gold transformed into 5 majestic fire dragons. These dragons, exhaling and inhaling fierce flames, illuminated the sky, reducing the malevolent energies of the 5 plagues and the army of pestilence to mere ashes. The Plague Lord focused intently, discerning that his fated adversary, as dictated by his destiny, was a middle-aged man, presumably of the same celestial level. Yet, inexplicably, upon laying eyes on him, his heartbeat quickened. At his level of attainment, such an involuntary reaction was unfathomable, and the Plague Lord's expression grew increasingly grave. Just then, the raucous laughter of the Pestilence Demon echoed in his ears. "Ha ha ha, so my destined foe is merely an incomplete celestial being. Truly, the heavens have shown me favor." Chapter 42, The 5 Fires of Yang. Yen the Plague Lord cast a sidelong glance. The companion of the middle-aged man was merely a celestial, seemingly on the verge of ascension, yet until one achieves it, they remain unproven, and thus cannot be compared to their caliber. The Plague Lord could not help but steal a glance at the nearly frenzied epidemic demon beside him. Is this truly a case of the foolish being blessed? However, it appears I have overthought this. It is likely that the epidemic demon will soon conclude their business. Together, could they not subdue a Golden Immortal? Shenong observed the reactions of the two and shook his head in disapproval. The Plague Lord was relatively composed, having steadily navigated challenges until this catastrophe, but the epidemic demon, having relied on the fortunes of Bai Li, had cultivated to this extent, ultimately with a shallow foundation. They benefited from the calamity, yet were also exploited by it. The principles of yin and yang correspond with each other. Since their destined adversary is Bai Li, it naturally implies they possess combat prowess to match. Which immortal, renowned in the vast wilderness, is easily trifled with? Shenong's discerning gaze swept over the human realm, and after a brief sigh, he bellowed, "Wretched beings! You recklessly harm my people. Today, you shall face the calamity of demise." The Plague Lord smirked coldly, transforming his form to reveal a three-headed, six-armed manifestation. Each arm wielded a spiritual treasure: the plague sword, the plague seal, the plague umbrella, the pain bell, the dispersing plague whip, and the calming plague banner, totaling 6 items. These were the treasures of life and death, the embodiment of his Tao, the plague lord's 6 treasures. Is that so? That depends on your capabilities. The pain bell rang, summoning the eastern plague. The surrounding air echoed with cries of anguish as several individuals tumbled from the void. Shinnong merely closed his eyes, savoring the intricacies within, and then, with a flash of azure light, dispelled them into nothingness. Remarkable, yet regrettable. The brilliance lies in the Tao, but the sorrow resides with humanity. The path of plague contrasts with the path of medicine, possessing unique insights, yet the application of sound was regrettably crude. The progenitor of the sound Tao was the ancient divine sovereign Tai, who wielded the Eastern Emperor Bell, a supreme treasure of the divine path, capable of commanding the heavens and serving as the source of all sound. Its resonance was vast and powerful, capable of disrupting yin and yang, creating and destroying worlds, and subduing the primordial chaos. Subsequently, Fuxi derived the path of music, producing the Fuxi divine melody that resonated through heaven and earth, encapsulating the strengths and weaknesses of the 5-stringed music. The essence of the Tao is that great sound is often subtle, the grand elegance is without melody, and the Tao is without strings. Having witnessed the musical paths of the two in countless pasts, he found the pain bell before him to be unworthy of his attention. However, upon their descent, the individuals writhed upon the ground, their heads pounding, faces pale, and soon they perished, their paths extinguished. The plague lord sneered downwards. Dare to pry into our battle of spells. Truly, they have brought misfortune upon themselves, deserving their fated demise. After speaking, he cast a fierce gaze at Shinnong. This individual indeed possessed some skill, having effortlessly thwarted the pain bell. It seemed the ensuing confrontation would be a fierce struggle. The two exchanged glances, and suddenly, brilliance erupted in the plague lord's eyes. With a barely perceptible flick of the calming plague banner, the celestial conditions surrounding Shinnong instantly fell into chaos. As the innate plague energy surged forth from the west, invading the celestial body and becoming increasingly unbearable. In an instant, the plague seal vanished, only to reappear atop the Shinnong peak, transforming into the plague mountain, which descended with overwhelming force, confining space and rendering all paths feeble under the rampant plague energy. Observing this, Shinnong chuckled. The western plague is agitated, the plague seal descends, and my cultivation in the plague path has reached an exquisite state. Alas, it cannot harm me. As he spoke, a beam of azure light shot into the sky, morphing into a celebratory cloud canopy, which not only aligned with the celestial timing, but also restrained the plague mountain. From this, countless herbal forms emerged, corresponding with the celestial timing and the properties of the plague, alleviating various ailments. The plague sovereign silently lamented this turn of events, brandishing the plague sword with a distant sweep, unleashing plagues from the south, blindingly fierce and overwhelming, causing dizziness and confusion, while from the north, a bone-chilling cold surged forth, inducing frothing at the mouth and tremors throughout the body. The plague energy erupted skyward, spreading across the heavens, and the suppressed plague seal immediately responded, capable of contaminating a small universe with innate plague energy that seeped forth, giving rise to a void plague disaster. The myriad medicinal forms born from this chaos were consumed by the plague energy, leading to a cycle of decay and revival. The celebratory cloud canopy was eroded, its radiance flickering uncertainly. Shinnong furrowed his brow and retrieved the ochre whip, an artifact of innate origin, which had become a fated medicinal treasure after he had tasted countless herbs. The shadows of the whip spread like a vast canopy, causing the innate plague disaster to retreat wherever it passed. Yet the remaining innate plague energy continually evolved under the medicinal aura imparted by the whip, giving rise to even stronger plagues. The two forces clashed fiercely, while the situation for Bai Li was no less dire. At the onset of the confrontation, Bai Li regarded the plague demon with a smile. Friend, you are a seasoned golden immortal, poised to attain Tao fruits, while I am merely a celestial immortal. How about we change our method of competition? The plague demon erupted in laughter, his murderous intent undiminished. In the realm of the Tao, it is merely a struggle for dominance. It is either your demise or mine without any reservations. Remember, I am the plague demon. Should I perish, I shall enter the underworld as a clear-sighted spirit. With that, he waved his sleeve, casting out a 5-colored banner that stood at the 5 cardinal points, encircling Bai Li. From it, 5 types of plague insects surged forth, multiplying into thousands, carrying the innate energies of the five elements. Bai Li nodded in acknowledgement, and his figure vanished in an instant, summoning 5 fiery lights that soared into the heavens. As the space beneath him began to rotate with the duality of yin and yang, the 4 images, and the 5 elements, the plague demon was taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly fallen into Bai Li's formation. What an intense light! A great sun rose above the formation, radiating scorching brilliance, a true nemesis to his kind. Accompanied by boundless flames and soaring heat waves, Bai Li's voice resonated from all directions. You are correct, friend. Beneath the Tao, it is merely a contest. Should we engage in a singular method of combat, it would be a grave misjudgment of your status as a Golden Immortal, regardless of magical power. Even the wisdom and nature of a Golden Immortal in comprehending the Tao far exceed my own. Thus, I have long ago set up this 5 fires of Yang Flames formation here. This formation derives from my early years of refining the Blazing Flame Array, which has since undergone numerous improvements, receiving insights from a master of formations, and has finally reached fruition not long ago. Plague Demon. Today you shall not escape the calamity of fiery destruction. As the words fell, a magnificent blaze erupted, stirring the 5 flames within the formation. A spark of primordial fire surged forth, engulfing the surroundings in a torrent of flames and molten earth. This was the fire technique of a perilous method that left no escape for those who tread the path of darkness. Where the flames passed, gold and wood, along with the pestilence-infested insects, were instantaneously reduced to ash. The pestilence demon, witnessing this, was struck with terror and hastily summoned the 5 banners of pestilence to his side. He observed that the banners of water, fire, and earth remained unscathed, while the banners of gold and wood were ultimately tainted by the searing heat. This treasure was entwined with his very life, and the pestilence demon's face flushed crimson, his body ablaze with heat, his heart aching with loss. How could this person's flames be so formidable? The Lord of Pestilence's path was intricately woven into the cycles of time, profound and unfathomable. Yet it was most vulnerable to fire. However, his own pestilence path was aligned with the 5 elements, which should not have succumbed to the flames with such intensity. Chapter 43. The Fall of the Plague Demon. The voice of Bai Li echoed in his ears. Plague Demon. May I seek your guidance on the flavor of this 5 fires Yang Flame formation? The Plague Demon glared fiercely, gritting his teeth in response. Yet, relying on the power of this formation, let me demonstrate how I shall break you. He momentarily suppressed his discomfort, using the water plague banner to shield himself with the scaled insects, while the fire and earth banners fluttered. The feathered insects and bare insects spread out in all directions, as fire nourishes the earth, thus leaving the 2 insects unharmed. The innate fire plague energy began to silently diffuse with the flames of the formation, soon enveloping the entire array. Though the flames roared, a hidden poison lurked within, vying for control of the grand formation. Bai Li, standing atop the law platform, sensed the changes in the formation and smiled faintly. After all, a Golden Immortal possesses some skill. Just as the Plague Demon detected the law platform, poised to unleash a maniacal laugh, a brilliant light erupted from the sun above, accompanied by a cry reminiscent of a return from the ancient wilderness. The innate plague energy within the formation was swept away, and the feathered and bare insects within the flames became limp and paralyzed, reduced to charred remnants by the intensified 5 fires. Only a few managed to escape back to the Plague Demon's side. Gazing upward at the radiant sun, the Plague Demon exclaimed, "True Sunfire, how is this possible?" The true Sun Star and the Moon Star had long before become forbidden grounds in the wilderness. Any outsider daring to approach would be annihilated by supreme power, their true spirit extinguished, leaving no chance of reincarnation. Since the fall of the Sun Mother Shihi, the wilderness had been devoid of true Sunfire. How could such a phenomenon appear before him? Impossible, impossible. No matter how he tried, he could not accept that the person before him had indeed cultivated true Sunfire. Yet the sound of that cry was unmistakably from the Golden Crow of the Great Sun. The Golden Crow is the spirit of the Great Sun, the essence of the sun, embodying utmost brightness and greatness, wielding true Sunfire. It is the nemesis of the Plague Path, equally formidable as the 7 birds' restraint upon them, perhaps even surpassing it. In truth, the Plague Demon was correct. The great sun in the sky was indeed the manifestation of true Sunfire. On that day, when he calculated the retreat of his enemies, Luya had gifted him a branch of the withered Fusong tree, which contained the essence of the great sun. Though it could no longer rejuvenate life, it could be used to comprehend true Sunfire. His opportunity to refine this grand supernatural ability lay in that golden flame, which ignited through the light of the great sun, allowing for reflection. With the assistance of the withered Fusong branch, he had finally evolved true Sunfire, now perfectly suited to repel his adversaries. Beads of sweat rolled down the plague demon's forehead. This was a sign of fire entering his body, his essence becoming unstable. Could it be that he was truly to perish here, at the hands of a mere celestial being? No, absolutely not. He still sought to attain enlightenment and stand atop the myriad heavens. With gritted teeth, the plague demon summoned forth the 4 plague banners, excluding the water plague banner. They transformed into 4 radiant rainbows, white, red, blue, and yellow, soaring into the sky, only to explode above. The explosive power of the 4 spiritual treasures, embodying the plague path, caused the 5 fires yang flame formation to tremble violently, creating a momentary stagnation, revealing a weakness in the grand array. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, the plague demon wrapped himself in the water plague banner, transforming into a blue light that shot forth. This time, the enmity was duly noted, and he vowed to exact a thorough retribution next time. Upon hearing this, Bai Li couldn't help but chuckle. The sound seemed capable of shattering even the molars at the back of one's mouth. Alas, deeply ensnared in calamity, how could one simply walk away? I have once seen a great celestial being meet their demise in this very predicament. Thus, the death of my companion here is not a disgrace. Suddenly, a strange beast emerged at the weak point of the formation, its head resembling that of a dragon, its eyes akin to a tiger's, adorned with deer antlers, cow ears, horse hooves, a deer body, and a lion's tail, its entire form covered in scales, glowing a fiery red. It was none other than Bai Li's steed, the fire Qilin. With a mighty breath of Qilin's true flames, it obstructed the plague demon, severing its last thread of life. Cursed beast. Witnessing the severance of its vitality, the plague demon's 3 corpses raged, its eyes ablaze with fury. Just as it prepared to strike, Bai Li had already appeared behind it, unfurling the 3-headed fire banner in his grasp. 5 fire dragons soared into the heavens, engulfing the blue light transformed from the plague demon, reducing the water plague banner to mere ashes. As he observed the spirit light entering the netherworld, Bai Li sighed, Go, in your next life. May you be a nameless wildflower or weed, and avoid the entanglements of calamity and cause. With the death of the plague demon, the calamity's aura dissipated by a third. At that moment, the plague lord and Shinnong were engaged in a fierce battle, with the plague lord's 6 treasures responding to the harmony of heaven and earth, continuously igniting the path of medicine. Above Shinnong's head rested a 4-legged treasure vessel, abundant with myriad herbs and medicines, grains and livestock. This was the Shinnong Ding, a supreme treasure forged by Shinnong, embodying the essence of humanity, impervious to all laws. With the Shinnong Ding atop his head and an ochre whip in hand, Shinnong established an invincible position. The Plague Lord's law form seemed boundless, with his innate pestilential energy inexhaustible, attacking instead of defending. The void was filled with pestilence, and the shadows of the whip clashed fiercely, shaking the heavens and rendering many laws ineffective. At that moment, the Plague Lord suddenly felt his form weaken. Seizing the opportunity, Shinnong lashed down with the ochre whip, striking the Plague Lord on the shoulder, forcibly casting him down and stripping away all the cultivation gained from the calamity. With the Shinnong Ding inverted, an immense suction erupted, drawing the Plague Lord and his 6 treasures into its depths. With the Plague Lord and the Plague Demon vanquished, the celestial timing and earthly advantages were swiftly restored, and the calamity began to dissipate. The 2 combatants still locked in conflict by the Yellow River sensed this shift immediately. Yunxiao glanced at the opposing Pan Wang Laozu, a smile gracing her lips. Elder, now that the calamity has been determined, do you still wish to continue our duel? Pan Wang Laozu, filled with rage, ground his teeth in frustration. Such a splendid opportunity wasted. This fool of a plague demon, more hindrance than help. That disciple of the was clearly just a celestial being. Although unaware of the reasons behind it, they could have proven themselves a golden immortal, yet did not. They should not have been a match for the plague demon, especially after having loosened the restrictions on the plague path, aiding it in forming the 5 plague banners. This was indeed a miscalculation. I never anticipated Yunxiao's combat prowess to far exceed my expectations, nor did I realize she was a half-source undergoing tribulation. Relying on the 9 Yellow River formation, not only could I not contend with her, but I also suffered a covert loss. As he beheld the 3 poisonous goo being forcibly cast down to the mortal realm, Pan Wang's unwillingness reached its zenith in that moment. Why not fight? Today, I shall determine a victor. He had already been suppressed by her master for so many years. How could he endure being subdued by her once more? This time, he was determined to take a chance. A luminous sphere appeared behind his head, manifesting the profound arts of the celestial left path. With a mere gesture, a river of light surged forth, unleashing the forces of the dead, the poison, and the curse, wreaking havoc and calamity upon the lives of the wicked. Yet, should even a trace of energy escape into the primordial void, realms would plunge into chaos, intertwining the plagues and pestilences of time and the five elements, giving birth to the innate five primordials. From the chaos of the primordial void, a realm of the sinister left path was forged, shattering the intricate nine curves yellow river formation. Witnessing the obstinacy of the king of the clouds did not intervene, but merely shook their heads, proclaiming, "The nine curves are boundless. The path transforms into the void." Chapter 44. The ceasefire of Xuandu. At this moment, the unparalleled might of the nine yellow river formation reached its zenith. An endless expanse of yellow sands surged forth as the yellow river, embodying the essence of the three talents, began its reverse course towards the two instruments. In a transformation of unity into duality, it ultimately transcended the tangible, morphing into a whirlpool akin to the eye of the sea, continuously devouring the powers of existence until it reached infinity. The revered King Pan gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this. The return to the void. The return to the void signifies the end of all things, the ultimate destination for all that exists. Among the myriad realms, every shattered universe and lifeless entity ultimately meets its fate by plunging into the return to the void. The celestial treasure is the embodiment of the ultimate path, and the return to the void represents one of its profound manifestations. As a disciple of the Yunxiao naturally possesses the genuine teachings of the celestial treasure. The nine yellow river formation epitomizes the pinnacle of formations, and it is within the return to the void that this array reveals its deadliest potential. The moment the left path realm encountered the return to the void, the surrounding space collapsed under an overwhelming force, shattering and ceaselessly converging towards the core of the void. As one realm diminished, the other grew, and the world was disintegrating at a visibly accelerating pace, soon to be entirely consumed by the void. King Pan, with a piercing gaze fixed on Yunxiao, spoke. "It is said in the annals that you cultivate the path of the three talents rotation. I never imagined you to be the one who grasps the true essence of the celestial treasure. Were it not for today's events, it would remain unknown until you attain the second generation of the celestial treasure." Yunxiao smiled and shook his head. The three talents rotation can indeed forge the return to the void. This is the ultimate mystery of the nine yellow river formation. The yellow river reflects the heavens, transcending the void. Today, I merely harness the power of the yellow river. If you were to conclude that I am the one most favored by our master, it would be an underestimation of my senior brothers and sisters. Each seeks to attain the second generation of the celestial treasure, but it is a matter of personal merit. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in King Pan's eyes. Absolutely not. Having been suppressed by the celestial treasure for immeasurable epochs, he cannot allow the birth of the second generation of the celestial treasure. Just as he prepared to exert his full strength, an emotionless voice resonated through the void. The great Tao of Yin and Yang, the supreme ultimate of two instruments. A colossal taiji diagram appeared instantaneously between the two, resembling two fish of black and white pursuing one another, separating the return to the void from the left path realm. A young Taoist clad in yin-yang robes materialized in the sky. The moment the taiji diagram emerged, Yunxiao had a glimmer of insight regarding the visitor's identity. Now that he discerned who it was, Yunxiao promptly withdrew his hand, and the formidable return to the void gradually faded into nothingness. Yunxiao bowed in reverence, addressing the newcomer. "I pay my respects to Brother Xuandu." With this greeting, he unveiled the identity of the visitor. The Taoist in yin-yang robes was none other than the sole true disciple of the Supreme One, the illustrious Master Fuxi, the esteemed elder brother revered by the three teachings. Master Xuandu returned the gesture of respect and turned to King Pan. "Elder, on that day, you carved a new path, establishing the left path distinct from the celestial way, maintaining a connection with our celestial teachings. I have come today to broker peace with you and Sister Yunxiao." Though he spoke of reconciliation, he had no reason to anticipate discord. The prowess demonstrated by Master Xuandu had already been observed. While his combat strength may not surpass that of Yunxiao, his mastery of the Tao was undoubtedly deeper. Despite his utmost efforts and the sacrifice of these pestilential creatures, he could hardly hope to subdue Yunxiao, especially with the formidable presence of the Grand Master Xuandu by his side. The King of the Pans felt a growing inclination to retreat. Should he choose to stay, he would face the combined might of both Yunxiao and Xuandu, the latter possessing the treasured Hunyuan Golden Dipper and enjoying the exclusive favor of the Supreme. However, to withdraw now would be a bitter pill to swallow. Xuandu sighed upon hearing his thoughts and remarked, "Why must the ancestor be so obstinate? I have come as a representative of my master." The king of the Pans subtly twitched his index finger, reflecting on the supreme, one of the few who stood at the pinnacle of all realms. A towering figure in the hearts of the ancient powers. Casting a glance at both Yunxiao and Xuandu, he could only snort coldly before departing. Yunxiao clasped his hands in gratitude towards Xuandu, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance." Xuandu waved his hand dismissively. "Sister, there is no need for such formality. I am also of the human race. Previously, I could not intervene due to the calamities. But now that fate has been sealed and the king of the Pans remains obstinate, it is only natural to seek the master's aid." Xuandu, being one of the first generation of innate humans created by Nuwa, felt the struggle of humanity in the wilds and sought enlightenment by reverently approaching the mountains, ultimately becoming a disciple of the Supreme. Thus began the intertwining of the human race with the fate of the Supreme. Although Xuandu often refrained from direct involvement, he remained a cornerstone of human heritage. Now that this matter is concluded, I must return to Shoyang Mountain. However, I must remind you of one crucial point. The Plague Lord is fated to be a disciple of the, yet with this calamity descending from heaven, though he may not bear the karmic burden, the sentiments of the beings may inadvertently implicate your sect. Thus, exercise extreme caution in handling this matter. With that, Xuandu turned back to Shoyang Mountain for his cultivation. At that moment, Bai Li encountered Shinnong, who smiled and halted him as he attempted to pay his respects. "There is no need for such excessive courtesy, my friend. As we share a bond akin to that of half-master and disciple, and you have contributed greatly to the welfare of humanity." Sensing the determination in Shinnong's eyes, Bai Li acquiesced. Satisfied, Shinnong then summoned the Plague Lord, whose spirit and powers had been sealed by him. "This individual is destined to be associated with. Today I entrust him to you, hoping that you will aid the development of our human race during your journey home." As the earthly sovereign of humanity, Shinnong's priorities naturally revolved around human advancement. By handing the Plague Lord over to Bai Li, he not only solidified his goodwill, but also facilitated the expansion of humanity's potential, a veritable twofold benefit. Bai Li understood the underlying rationale and recognized that this Plague Lord would likely evolve into the future Brother Lu of the. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Shinnong and accepted his invitation. However, before heading to the human capital, he sought out Yunxiao, recounting the entire affair in meticulous detail. "Sister, with the plague demon now vanquished, and with the assistance of His Majesty Shinnong in capturing the Plague Lord, how should we proceed?" As he was now part of it was not for him to decide his fate. Yunxiao reached out, grasping the Plague Lord, and with a swift motion, cast him away. In an instant, the Plague Lord found himself on a desolate island, ensnared beneath the weight of a towering mountain. This mountain is extraordinarily peculiar. Should one find oneself crushed beneath its weight, one would endure the searing flames of the sun for 9 days, followed by the thunderous strikes of lightning for another 9 days, and thereafter, the divine winds would scour the flesh for yet another 9 days. Such tribulations are numerous, amounting to a total of 9 calamities, each lasting 9 days, culminating in a grueling cycle of 81 days before one must once again face these 9 tribulations, which is truly a harrowing ordeal. I have duly informed my master of this matter, and he has determined that the Plague Lord suffers punishment beneath the 9 calamities mountain, enduring a cycle of 9 to preserve his life today, only to re-enter the path of cultivation. As for the future, each individual shall pursue their own cultivation journey. Regarding the invitation from Shinnong, upon hearing Yunxiao abruptly halt, Bai Li's heart leapt into his throat. Could there be an unforeseen complication? Chapter 45. The name of the sage. Yunxiao glanced at the somewhat anxious Bai Li and smiled gently. "Do not worry. Pursue whatever you desire, for with master behind you, what is there to fear?" Bai Li, suddenly enlightened, feigned annoyance. "This matter is of great significance to you, dear sister. How can you jest at a time like this?" Yunxiao chuckled in response. "It matters not. If it were any other issue, there might be some obstacles, but this endeavor is indeed foolproof. Had you returned from this journey with little to show, I would have arranged for Shinnong to take you to the capital to handle some administrative affairs. This would be the best way to leave a mark in this era without meddling in significant matters. However, since Shinnong ascended, he has awakened to true spirit. Even I, as the imperial tutor, can hardly sway his opinions." Seeing Bai Li's incredulous expression, Yunxiao felt an impulse to give his head a playful tap. As a being of immense power, having attained mastery over 2 great Tao, how could such a trivial matter be beyond my grasp? Do not doubt, dear brother. My position as the imperial tutor is not solely due to being a disciple of our master. It is because of the intricate ties between Xinnong and myself that I can maintain this esteemed role. Bai Li's curiosity was piqued, and he hurried over, his eyes gleaming with eagerness to know more. To quell his wild imaginings, Yunxiao quickly interjected, "Do not overthink it. Are you aware of one of the Earth Immortal ancestors, the venerable Hunyuan? While many are familiar with Hunyuan Wuji as the progenitor of Earth Immortals, and it is he who established the first realm of immortality, the Earth Immortal realm, few speak of another ancestor, Hunyuan. It is said that Hunyuan Wuji and Hunyuan shared a profound friendship, co-creating the Earth Immortal realm as fellow masters of the Tao. At a time when the divine path dominated, an unexpected event led to the sudden demise of Hunyuan, leaving few to mention him thereafter. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of Hunyuan? Yet, according to legends, Hunyuan was male. Moreover, he also attained mastery over two great Tao. Should he not have returned from the source of time after his fall? With Hunyuan Daxian's current abilities, surely no one could thwart his reincarnation? Yunxiao shook his head. The innate divine beings transcend the duality of yin and yang. The circumstances surrounding Hunyuan's fall were particularly unique. Upon his demise, his essence split into two, manifesting in different realms. Through the nurturing of heaven and earth, both I and Yun Changzi came into being. Due to the connections between our master, our second uncle, and Hunyuan, one of us entered the, while the other entered the. Xinnong is the last remnant of Hunyuan's fragmented true spirit, making us both his descendants, yet not. This is why I can serve as the imperial tutor while maintaining a close rapport with Hunyuan Daxian. Is that so? How astonishing. As Bai Li absorbed this revelation, in the present-day Hunyuan cave, the Earth Emperor Xinnong suddenly sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow. The root has been uncovered. I wonder which old friend has revealed it. With a mere thought, his consciousness traversed the myriad worlds, through past and present, ultimately locating the one who had leaked the secret during his own time of enlightenment. Yunxiao was acutely aware of the fluctuations in time and space, as well as the profound gaze that radiated virtue and nourished all things. With a smile, he bowed towards the direction of the gaze. Bai Li, witnessing this, mimicked Yunxiao's gesture of respect. Observing the interaction between Bai Li and Yunxiao, Xinnong instantly discerned the reason behind it, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was evident that Yunxiao and this young lad had formed a bond. Thus he refrained from further interference, allowing the radiant light of the Tao fruit to momentarily obscure the scene in time. Once the gaze had departed, Yunxiao turned to Bai Li. "Senior sister, was that the Emperor of the Earth just now?" Yunxiao nodded. "Indeed. Today, having shared this with you signifies that I consider you family. However, what passes my lips must remain within your heart. Do you understand, junior brother? Only by sharing a common secret with others can one truly integrate into this circle, thus ensuring one's safety. After all, is not the grandest circle in the primordial world the Purple Cloud Palace?" Bai Li promptly nodded in agreement, and once Yunxiao had conveyed all necessary matters, he soared towards the capital of the human race. At that moment, Xinnong had completely opened the path of medicine. A vast river of healing began to manifest in the void, illuminating the myriad worlds. Countless herbs floated within this river, while innumerable figures moved about, some practicing medicine, others concocting remedies, extending far into the distant future. Xinnong's divine form stood at the river's source, inscribing the characters for medicine with innate Taoist script. In an instant, the river began to reverse, an infinite power condensing into a cerulean halo that hovered behind his head. He halted. At this moment, Xinnong could have attained the Tao fruit of Tai, but chose to restrain himself. As the extraordinary phenomenon subsided, Bai Li, who had been watching from the side, stepped forward to offer his congratulations. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on successfully opening the path." The crowd below, witnessing their sovereign manifesting boundless wonders, were filled with excitement. Suddenly, they spotted a somewhat familiar figure stepping forward to extend his congratulations, prompting them to joyously exclaim, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on successfully opening the path." Xinnong raised his hand to calm the crowd, then turned with a smile towards Bai Li. "My friend, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I would have sought out Master Yunxiao for assistance. Come, let me introduce you to the leaders of the various tribes and the officials. A few of them are your old friends." The two descended from the clouds and returned to the capital. Upon seeing their sovereign accompanied by that familiar figure, the crowd hurriedly approached to greet them. As they recognized the visitor's appearance, two individuals in the crowd gasped in astonishment. "It is the sage. It is our wise one, Bai Li the Immortal." This declaration sent ripples through the crowd. Over the years, the new method of igniting fire and the regulations for domesticating livestock had permeated the tribes of humanity, benefiting countless individuals. Additionally, The tales of their heroic deeds in combating plagues had circulated widely, and Bai Li's name had become renowned among the people, gradually earning him the title of the Wise One. Now, with their sovereign's further advancement in the Tao, the return of the sage heralded a promising future for humanity, evoking visions of swift and remarkable progress. Truly, it was a momentous occasion for the human race. Bai Li fixed his gaze, and to his surprise, the first to recognize him were the fire officer and the livestock officer from the Lushan tribe. Perhaps due to their dissemination of new methods for kindling fire and the principles of livestock management, both had deepened their connection to the human essence, and had now embarked on the path of enlightenment, achieving the status of Earth Immortals. You two possess remarkable fortunes, having followed His Majesty Shinnong to the capital to assist in governance. If you remain diligent in your public service and devoted to the welfare of the people, there is surely a place for you among the sages in the Fire Cloud Cave in the future. The Fire Cloud Cave has become a sacred site in the hearts of humanity, rumored to be where Emperor Fuxi took a host of human sages. The two understood that they owed this fortune to the blessings of Shinnong and Bai Li, and immediately expressed their profound gratitude. The fire officer stepped forward, his voice trembling with excitement. We are eternally grateful for the wisdom you have bestowed upon us. We kindly request your presence, as we have an item for you to examine. Chapter 46. Return to the mortal realm. Bai Li was stirred by curiosity, yet despite his calculations, he could discern nothing, as if veiled by a higher power. However, he sensed a faint connection to himself and smiled, proclaiming, if that is the case, I must observe closely. Thus, the group set forth, a grand procession towards the ancestral grounds behind the human capital. Before long, they arrived at their destination, and Bai Li was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. It was a mural, an extraordinary mural that encapsulated the passage of time and the fate of humanity. The rough engravings upon the stone wall depicted the history of the human race, beginning with Swerin, who first kindled fire, marking the dawn of civilization. The initial mural, illuminated by the ancestral land as flames, shimmered with a unique brilliance. It portrayed an elder seated upon a wooden platform, wielding a wooden drill, from which he conjured the very first ember of post-creation fire. The flame appeared almost sentient, seemingly alive, as if it were truly ablaze, despite being merely a stone carving. The subsequent image depicted the elder raising a torch, igniting an endless sea of flames across the vast expanse, securing a foothold for humanity. Ultimately, that torch transformed into a lantern. Following this were the achievements of generations of human sages, culminating in the modern era with Fuxi's establishment of the Bagua. And finally, Bai Li beheld 3 depictions of himself. The first illustrated him wielding a stone striker, igniting a new flame that illuminated the frostbitten populace. The second showed him with a golden striker, beckoning the light of the sun. The last mural depicted him astride a fiery Qilin, conjuring a towering inferno to vanquish the plague. The first 2 images were understandable, but the last one. Suddenly, Bai Li grasped something profound and turned to his side, meeting the smile of Shinnong, who winked at him. Indeed, it was this Earth's sovereign who had aided him. Otherwise, how could such a final image have been passed down? The humanity of the present was so pure, and those who contributed greatly deserved to be remembered for generations. To claim he was not moved would be a falsehood. He had never forgotten that, in both his past and present lives, he was human, and he had never lost sight of his roots. He bowed respectfully towards the mural, honoring not only the sages of humanity, but also himself. The others followed suit, including Shinnong, who was no exception. Having observed enough, Bai Li noted that humanity had just endured a devastating plague, suffering immense losses, and it was imperative for all to unite and strive for the advancement of the human race. He then gestured, and a green light dispersed into countless motes, landing in the hands of each tribal leader, transforming into elixirs. Upon your return, dissolve these elixirs into the water sources. Any infected, whether human or livestock, who drink this water for 7 days shall be healed. After the plague has been eradicated, a pharmaceutical officer must be appointed to ensure that the tribes are prepared for any future ailments. As the group prepared to take their leave, Bai Li called them back. When administering treatment, ensure that the healthy are separated from the severely afflicted, and cover your mouths and noses, especially when dealing with livestock, to prevent the plague from recurring and to avoid unnecessary complications. The assembly was momentarily taken aback, while Shinnong internally marveled at having chosen the right person this time. With Bai Li, this sage, in their midst, he knew they would save untold effort. The sage's words resonate with reason. Heed them well, he instructed. After the crowd firmly etched Bai Li's words into their hearts, they departed one by one to return to their respective tribes. Shinnong patted Bai Li on the shoulder, letting out a deep sigh as he spoke. Let us be off. There are numerous state affairs that await our attention, and we must not complain of fatigue when the time comes. Bai Li immediately responded with a smile. That is precisely my wish. I would not dare to impose upon you. The two walked side by side back to the main hall of the capital, immersing themselves in the boundless development of the human race. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Some individuals had departed from their sides, while new faces had arrived, creating a cycle that heralded the prosperity and advancement of humanity. As dusk settled, having concluded a day's work, the two stood atop the capital, observing the fluctuations in the fortunes of the human race. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years have elapsed. Our people no longer suffer the bitter chill of winter, nor do they endure the pangs of hunger. Everyone has ample food and medicine. Everything is on a proper course, thus realizing my initial aspirations. Even Bai Li, standing beside him, could not help but acknowledge Shinnong's adept governance of the human race at this stage. All credit belongs to your majesty. It is through your remarkable efforts that the human race enjoys such flourishing progress today, with auspicious signs all around. When your majesty attains the title of Earth Sovereign, our people will surely witness another splendid era. Upon hearing this, Shinnong felt a twinge of regret. Bai Li was indeed a master of state affairs, and the developments of this period were inseparable from his contributions. It was truly difficult to part ways now. Alas, dear friend, your journey is about to conclude, and I fear I shall not witness the day you achieve enlightenment. Despite this imminent departure, Bai Li jested with a newfound enthusiasm. I am but a humble practitioner. Even if you were to attain enlightenment now, it would be beyond my grasp to witness. Moreover, the Earth Sovereign of that time is the same as the Earth Sovereign of now. What is there to lament? The two exchanged smiles, and as Bai Li gazed at the setting sun, he sighed and bowed to Shinnong. 3,000 years have passed. I thank your majesty for aiding my path and establishing my name as a sage. Shinnong graciously accepted the gesture and returned the bow. I thank the sage for assisting our human race for 3,000 years. The sovereign of humanity offers his gratitude here. A gentle breeze swept through, and in an instant, Bai Li's figure vanished from the spot. Just then, the fire official arrived to report on the conditions of the various tribes. Seeing only Shinnong present, he inquired about Bai Li's whereabouts. Shinnong gazed at the heavens, looking upon the figure carried back by the powerful flow of time, and sighed. The sage has returned, back to where he belongs. In the present realm, Bai Li slowly opened his eyes, discovering that he had returned to Golden Tortoise Island. It seemed that the heavenly master had summoned him back. As soon as he contemplated this, he felt a sudden tremor throughout his body. In the depths of his being, countless strands of human aura descended upon him, and he felt a lightness envelop him. A halo of milky white light formed behind his head, inscribed with the characters for sage in fiery script. This was the recognition of humanity, marking him as one of the esteemed ancestors of the human race, entitled to the offerings of human fortune, thus laying the foundation for his future attainment of the grand Tao. The power of time exceeded Bai Li's imagination. He had become a primordial being born in the extreme flame cave of Red Floating Mountain, with a depth of magical power far surpassing his former self. Meanwhile, both stone fire and golden fire radiated their brilliance, from the era of Shinnong to the present day. Ordinary mortals still employ the methods of igniting fire using these ancient flames, which as ancestral sources have undergone a transformation beyond recognition. Deep within the fire cloud cave, an elder clad in a beast-skin feathered robe felt the shift in the postnatal fire path and smiled faintly. What an intriguing little fellow. I shall lend you a hand. With that, he picked up a dimly lit oil lamp, its flame no larger than a bean, yet capable of incinerating the world. The elder flicked his finger, and a wisp of flame darted from the lamp into the void. Just as Bai Li was pondering how to swiftly convert his recent gains into combat power, a flame descended from the void, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment as he proclaimed the true name of this fire. Human Path Fire. Chapter 47. The calamity of the extermination of immortals. Bai Li grasped the ember of the swearing fire with both hands, and a voice, steeped in the passage of time, resonated in his ears. Young one, this spark of fire shall be your reward for broadening the path of the postnatal fire. Bai Li was instantly elated. In the vast cosmos, the only entity capable of bestowing upon him the human path fire was likely the venerable ancestor of humankind, Swearin. With this fire, he could intervene in significant matters concerning humanity to a certain extent. He bowed toward the direction of the Hunyuan cave, expressing his gratitude to the venerable Swearin. The Swearin fire, being the essence of the human path, resonated with the stone fire and golden fire in his possession, coupled with the true fire of the sun. The innate fire spirit and the red mixed purple fire from the lantern of the Bo Palace. Bai Li was suddenly struck with inspiration. He envisioned forging a treasure that would certify his path to enlightenment. Such a treasure would align with his own grand path, serving as a vessel of enlightenment, growing ever stronger with the advancement of his spiritual journey, transcending both the innate and postnatal realms, unleashing its utmost power in the hands of its master. Strictly speaking, the 6 treasures of the Plague Lord and the 5 banners of the Pestilence Demon can also be categorized as treasures of enlightenment. However, the truly consummate treasures of enlightenment within the primordial chaos are those in the possession of the esteemed celestial beings, such as the 7 treasures marvelous tree of the Zhuan-Ti and the guiding banner of the Jieyin. Yet, due to the multitude of spiritual treasures held by the 3 pure ones, the true nature of their treasures of enlightenment remains undetermined to this day. Now, Bai Li aspired to forge an unprecedented fire banner as his own treasure of enlightenment, one that harmoniously encompassed the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, enveloping the fires of both the innate and postnatal realms. This banner, during his future enlightenment, would possess the might to dominate all paths and ignite the forces of the cosmos. He envisioned standing at the source of the fire path, at the pinnacle of the heavens, admiring the breathtaking vistas of the boundless primordial void. Thereafter, Bai Li immersed himself in seclusion. This time, shielded by the presence of humanity and the auspices of the postnatal fire path, he did not experience any disturbances that forced him out of his retreat. Simultaneously, the calamity of the Fengshen was unfolding in full swing. The disciples of the Chan teaching had already been stripped of their 3 flowers atop their heads and 5 qi within their chests by the 9 curves yellow river formation wielded by Yunxiao, casting them down to the mortal realm. Yet, to ensure the smooth progression of the calamity, the Supreme One personally intervened, concocting an 8 transformations pill to aid them in restoring their spiritual paths. After this confrontation, the disciples of the Chan teaching became increasingly ruthless, and the conflict between the Chan and Jie teaching escalated. However, the 4 great disciples of the Jie teaching and the 7 accompanying immortals refrained from intervening until Guangqingzi, wielding the heaven-overturning seal, struck down the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, taking with him the innate spiritual treasure, the Golden Cloud Crown, bestowed upon her by the Lord of the Celestial Teachings, to the Bio Palace. Such an overt insult was indeed intolerable. Moreover, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was no ordinary being. She was the sole direct disciple of the 2nd-generation master of Jie teaching, the Taoist Duobao, and the most favored disciple of the Lord of Celestial Teachings among the 3rd generation. In an instant, the disciples of the Jie teaching were filled with righteous indignation. United in their cause, led by Duobao, they marched toward the Bio Palace. Outside the Bio Palace, Duobao remained silent, his eyes gleaming crimson as he knelt on both knees. Behind him, the other 3 true disciples, who had watched the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit grow, along with the 7 accompanying immortals, also knelt in unison. After a prolonged silence, a sigh echoed from within the Bio Palace, the grand doors swung open, and the assembly entered in turn. The Lord of Celestial Teachings, seated upon the cloud bed, gazed down at his disciples and inquired, "Have you all come today concerning the matter of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit?" Upon hearing this, Duobao prostrated himself deeply. He is the elder brother of the Jie sect, and at this moment, he ought to lead by example, urging everyone to return to the mountains. Yet, recalling the poignant words of his devoted disciple before their departure, a wave of sorrow washed over him. The usually formidable Daobao Taoist, revered among the Jie sect disciples, spoke for the first time with a hint of hoarseness in his voice. "Master, it was said that Huling, before descending the mountain, had posed a question to her disciples. One disciple, unable to fathom its meaning, sought guidance from the master. Strangely enough, Huling had encountered Daobao before her descent. Thus, why did Daobao not prevent her from leaving?" The crowd could not help but turn their gazes toward Daobao. Daobao lifted his head, locking eyes with the celestial master above. On that fateful day, when Huling's disciple perished, she had come to Jinao Island, grasping her disciple's hand, and questioned, "Why should it be our Jie sect that appears on the list?" Her inquiry struck a chord within everyone, and the others trembled imperceptibly, a bittersweet feeling swelling within their hearts. Indeed, why should their Jie sect be the one to claim a place on the divine list? Aside from a few disciples facing an uncertain future, their cultivation lacking, and thus seeking opportunities through tribulations, what justified the notion that it was their Jie sect disciples destined for the divine ranking? Was it merely due to their numbers? Is there a sin in being numerous? The celestial master remained silent for a long time. It was not that he could not answer the question, but he chose not to speak, for uttering the truth would render the principles of immortality and enlightenment a mere farce. It is my fault toward you all, Dao Bao said, bowing deeply 3 times to the ground. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, demonstrating a sword technique devoid of celestial light or supreme power, but instead radiating an indomitable will, asserting that even those of humble origins could rise above all. This technique, wind rising on green rushes, was the first sword move taught by the master, a lesson he would never forget. Now, to trouble the master again would be an unfilial act. The gratitude for the master's teachings would remain etched in his heart forever. I beseech the master to allow us to descend the mountain. The disciples behind him were deeply moved, collectively exclaiming, "Please, master, grant us permission to descend the mountain." The celestial master gazed at Dao Bao and the others below, feeling a surge of admiration. Truly, they were worthy disciples, worthy students. Thus, he had consistently yielded regarding the matter of the divine ranking, allowing the likes of Shun Gongbao from the Chan sect to entice GS sect disciples to descend for tribulation. The GS sect disciples, seeing through the fade of divinity, fearlessly faced the ranking. Yet now, with the deaths of the 3rd generation's true heirs, they were unjustly burdened with the blame of harming sentient beings. Labeled as cruel and unprincipled, it was time to seek an explanation from his second brother. He was eager to discern whether his concessions during the discussions at Zixiao Palace were right or wrong. Then so be it. I shall accompany you on this journey. The crowd, initially bracing for reprimand, was astonished to find a turn of events leading to hope. Ignoring their astonished gazes, the celestial master extended his hand, causing 4 innate swords to descend before the 4 foremost disciples. He then handed the diagram of the extermination formation to Dao Bao, saying, "Dao Bao, my disciple, you may take these 4 swords of extermination to set up the extermination formation at the boundary gate. I am eager to see who from the Chan sect dares to enter this lethal array. If your second master uncle comes personally, I shall speak with him." The 4 great truths gazed intently at the swords of Zuzhen, Luxian, Xianxian, and Juexian before them. They had not anticipated that their master, when he chose to act, would unleash the most formidable killing formation in the world, one that could only be breached by the 4 adept cultivators, embodying the power of slaughtering Dao fruit. This weapon, neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, had once been concealed beneath Mount Shumi. It required no reversal of yin and yang for refinement. Was there not a way to temper its edge with water and fire? Zuzhen slays, Luxian perishes, Xianxian radiates crimson light, and Juexian manifests boundless wonders. Stained with the blood of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the disciples, their faces aglow, withdrew with the 4 swords of Zuzhen and the formation diagram. In the near future, a great battle was destined to unfold. Regardless of the outcome, victory or demise, they would face it together as comrades. Time passed, though the duration was uncertain. Bai Li, who had been in seclusion refining treasures, slowly opened his eyes. Before him hovered a divine banner, entirely crimson and standing approximately 9 feet tall. He had fused the stone fire, golden fire, and human Dao fire into a singular essence, creating a new flame, which, along with the true fire of the sun and the crimson purple fire, transformed into 3 tails of the banner, perfectly embodying the number of the 3 talents. Once this banner unfurled, the 3 fires could gather or disperse at will. When united, they would spring forth a new flame rooted in the primordial fire spirit, capable of refining the strengths of all fires and devouring them for advancement. Bai Li named this flame Chiming Yuanyan. Red signifies the color of fire, while Ming represents the nature of light. Thus, this banner was called the Chiming Banner, although, at this moment, its power was somewhat constrained by his cultivation level. There would come a day when this treasure would stand at the pinnacle of the path of fire. Bai Li felt elated upon refining this treasure. Just then, he suddenly tensed, as if a blade of murderous light hovered above him, causing him to furrow his brow and glance into the distance. Chapter 48. The celestial convergence before one's eyes lay an ancient and resplendent formation that enveloped the universe. Within it, 4 radiant pillars rose, each containing a primordial sword, exuding a fierce aura that surged towards the heavens. The crimson light illuminated the cosmos, disrupting the balance of yin and yang, halting the flow of time, and unleashing boundless calamities. The sword formation of extermination of immortals. Time indeed passed swiftly, before the formation could unleash its formidable power. An endless expanse of auspicious clouds and lotus seas enveloped the entire array. 4 indescribably majestic figures emerged through the mysterious gates of the formation from the cardinal directions. Alas, Bai Li looked on with mounting anxiety. Despite the assistance of this unparalleled killing formation, his master stood no chance against the combined might of the 4 celestial sovereigns. The fate of the was grim. As foretold, It was not long before blood rain descended, and the heavens and earth trembled violently. Even Jinao Island felt the repercussions. Bai Li felt a sharp pang in his heart, nearly toppling to the ground, as a wave of profound sorrow surged within him. He lifted his gaze to witness the formation begin to collapse. The four exalted figures wielded their primordial swords, and the silhouette of the Tongtian patriarch manifested. Seated atop the Kuainyo, Tongtian regarded the four with a cold grunt, as behind him trailed 2 formidable and 7 lesser figures, vanishing into thin air. Ultimately, the sword formation of extermination was shattered, overwhelmed by the assault on his master by the 4 supreme celestial sovereigns. Yet, why were there only 9 figures behind him? In light of the sorrow that had surged within him earlier, Bai Li was gripped by a disquieting premonition. Without delay, Bai Li departed from his cave dwelling, hastening towards the Bayou Palace. Before he could reach the purple orchid cliff, a voice resonated across the realms, accompanied by an enigmatic banner that unfurled, causing the heavens to shimmer and the universe to blur in a haze. The fisherman's drum, the celestial flower banner. These 2 primordial treasures, though not comparable to the 4 swords of extermination, held significant status within the sound of the fisherman's drum heralded the gathering of immortals, summoning all disciples of to the Bayou Palace for reverence. Those who failed to attend would be expelled from the sect. The simultaneous use of these 2 treasures was unprecedented since the founding of, and it was unlikely to occur again in the future. This was a momentous event. The entire primordial realm trembled. Disciples from the 2nd and 3rd generations of, as well as those fortunate enough to hear the celestial sovereign's teachings, spontaneously made their way to the palace. Ancestors with their own legacies abandoned their scrolls to rush towards the eastern sea. Great demons hidden in the deep mountains ascended towards the sacred ground of Bayou. Even the exotic beasts lurking in the depths of the ocean and disciples spreading teachings among mortals, as well as chi refiners from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Road dragons and cross tigers, or road deer and phoenixes, their treasures paving the way, all hurrying towards Jinao Island. In that moment, they bore but one identity, disciples of. The celestial light of the primordial realm filled the skies, and the world witnessed, perhaps for the first time, the immense weight of. At this juncture, the fortunes have reached their zenith, drawing the attention of all mighty beings. Bai Li, no longer daring to delay, sped towards the purple orchid cliff. On the way, he encountered his only remaining brothers, Feng Ho, the main host, and the fallen array master, Yao Bin. Both wore expressions of profound grief. Bai Li urgently inquired about the unfolding events. Upon seeing him, their sorrow erupted forth, and they embraced Bai Li, weeping bitterly. Dear brother, senior brother Duobao has been captured, and sister Gui Ling. She has perished. Upon hearing this, Bai Li's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be possible that the tortoise spirit had perished? Just as the celestial extermination array was breached, they had returned to the Green Immortal Palace and encountered several of the 7 fairies in attendance, who relayed this devastating news. The Supreme One, employing unparalleled divine abilities, had inflicted a grievous defeat upon the sect leader by transforming the essence into the 3 purities. Unable to bear the humiliation of his master, Duobao took the initiative to confront the Supreme One, only to be captured by the wind and fire mat. In the wake of the arrival of the 4 heavenly lords, even with the advantage of the celestial extermination sword array, the sect leader found it challenging to achieve victory. Just as he was fully engaged in combat against the 4 great lords, the lamp of illumination, wielded by the Taoist of burning lamps, launched a surprise attack. Witnessing this, the tortoise spirit mother sacrificed herself to thwart the oncoming assault, intercepting the lamp of illumination, but was ultimately overwhelmed by Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Yu Ding Zhenrun, who collectively extinguished her life using the lantern of the Jade Void Palace. In the aftermath, while Duobao ascended to prominence in the west, the tortoise spirit remained nameless on the divine list, leaving her fate uncertain as to when she might return from the very source of time. No wonder the Tongtian sect leader resorted to employing the fishing drum and the heavenly flower mystical pendant. It seemed he was truly enraged, and a confrontation in the 10,000 immortals array was inevitable. Soon, all the immortal beings of the GS sect gathered beneath the purple bamboo cliff. Seated according to their levels of Tao attainment, Earth Immortals, Celestial Immortals, Golden Immortals, Golden Spirits, and others, stood flanking the Tongtian sect leader, whose disciples numbered in the tens of thousands. The crowd eagerly awaited the pronouncement of their esteemed leader. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. The events concerning Duobao and the tortoise spirit swiftly circulated among the disciples of the Jie sect. Their own master uncle and second master uncle, along with 2 outsiders from the west, had conspired against their master. Their true inheritance sister had also perished, falling victim to an ambush by the disciples of the Chan sect. Each disciple harbored a deep-seated frustration, yearning for retribution. The Tongtian sect leader, with a grave expression, stepped forward and addressed the assembly. This time, I have suffered defeat in the celestial extermination array, but our GS sect has not been vanquished. I intend to initiate the 10,000 Immortals Great Array and engage in a contest of strength against the 4 heavenly lords. Are you afraid? Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid. The resounding chorus grew louder as the disciples voiced their pent-up frustrations, expressing their fervent desire for vengeance for their brethren. Very well. Let your 2 master uncles and the various heavenly lords from the primeval era witness that our GS sect shall never be inferior to others. The 10,000 Immortals Array was a grand formation composed of the collective powers of the GS sect's immortals, encompassing the Primordial Taiji Array, the Yin-Yang Duality Array, the 4 Symbols 8 Trigrams Array, along with the 4 Symbols 28 Constellations Array, and the Celestial and Earthly Spirits Array, an all-encompassing structure, intricately linked. In the battle of the 10,000 Immortals Array, 1 disciple defected, while the remainder either fell in battle or were captured. For the sake of their comrades and the ardor within their hearts, their lives were not in vain. Beneath the Tong Pass, they feared not death. The world shall not forget the immortals of the GS sect. This is the true spirit of the GS sect disciples. Once all matters were addressed, the Tongtian sect leader produced a treasured banner, named the 6 Souls, which he had cultivated day and night, a rare artifact of the Tao. It bore 6 tails, upon which names could be inscribed. Once the banner was waved, the souls of those inscribed would meet their demise. Though it appeared to pertain to the curse of the Tao, it was, in truth, an ultimate treasure. As soon as the banner was unveiled, many disciples felt a chill run through their bodies, as if merely gazing upon it would plunge them into silence. The Tongtian sect leader summoned the long-eared bright light, immortal, to his side. The celestial being of steady light. This treasure is known as the 6 Souls banner. Presently, only 4 tails are taken. During the grand formation of the myriad immortals, you shall witness as I engage in a fierce battle with the 4 great heavenly lords. And at that moment, I will wave this banner. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment, simultaneously directing their gazes towards the long-eared celestial being of steady light, invoking a curse upon the boundless chaos of the universe. The intricate web of causality here, the long-eared celestial being appeared oblivious to the crowd's attention, calmly stepping forward to take the 6 Souls banner. Master, I, your disciple, humbly request to wield the 6 Souls banner. Suddenly, a voice arose from among the throng, expressing the desire to handle the 6 Souls banner on behalf of the long-eared celestial being. Everyone turned in surprise to see that it was the disciple clad in a vibrant red Taoist robe, Bai Li, who had shone brilliantly during this calamity. The expressions of Dong Quan and Yao Bin, sitting beside Bai Li, shifted to one of alarm upon realizing that Bai Li was intent on claiming the 6 Souls banner. Dear brother, Bai Li offered them a reassuring glance, then, avoiding the crowd's gaze, stepped forward and bowed respectfully towards the celestial master of heaven, resolutely reiterating his earlier declaration. Master, I, your disciple, humbly request to wield the 6 Souls banner. Chapter 49. The humiliation of the teachings in the next moment. Bai Li appeared atop the Zizi cliff. He surveyed the surroundings and fixed his gaze upon an individual. It was the long-eared Dingguang immortal. This marked his first encounter with this figure, the sole traitor of the GS sect, who had stolen the 6 Soul banner during the battle of the 10,000 Immortals and subsequently ascended in the West to become the Dingguang Happy Buddha. The monk bore a virtuous halo behind his head, with long ears cascading over his shoulders and a pair of keen, crimson eyes that sparkled with cunning, yet also bore the countenance of one favored by fortune. Who could have anticipated that such a devoted disciple would forsake his sect and even abscond with its treasured relic? Though the reason behind the Tongtian Patriarch's decision to entrust the long-eared Dingguang immortal with the 6 Soul banner remains a mystery, Bai Li resolved to seize this precious artifact to prevent any potential mishaps. At that moment, the Tongtian Patriarch was watching him. The true disciples on the Zizi cliff were observing him, and the tens of thousands of GS sect brethren below were also fixated on him. With a thud, Bai Li knelt upon the ground and, for the 3rd time, proclaimed aloud, Master, I request to wield the 6 Soul banner. The crowd was taken aback, and cheers erupted from below. Only then did the Tongtian Patriarch slowly respond, Bai Li, my disciple, you are now a being of purity. The battle of the 10,000 immortals poses little threat to you. As long as you survive the tribulation of becoming a deity, you shall attain the Golden Immortal status. But do you comprehend what it means to wield the six-soul banner? It entails the risk of offending the four primordial deities, potentially leading to fatal repercussions. The annihilation of both body and soul. Bai Li was well aware of these risks. Yet he gambled on the belief that the Tongtian Patriarch would never allow his disciples to bear such grave consequences. This treasure was crafted and consecrated by the Patriarch, with the burdens largely borne by him. After the long-eared Golden Immortals' defection, the four great heavenly lords had once commanded him to shake the six-soul banner to ascertain whether it could inflict harm upon them. Yet no adverse effects were reported thereafter. Many thus concluded that the six-soul banner posed no threat to the four great heavenly lords. But Bai Li scoffed at this notion. The six-soul banner was designed for surprise attacks, rendering direct confrontations and thorough preparations entirely incomparable. With utmost respect, Bai Li bowed, affirming, "I understand." Those four words carried the weight of mountains, and the expressions of Jin Ling and the others revealed their astonishment. Regardless of Bai Li's motivations, this singular act set him apart from ordinary individuals, and his extraordinary fate was apparent to them. He would undoubtedly become one of the pillars of the Jie sect in the future. At that moment, the long-eared Golden Immortal approached Bai Li and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Junior brother, this treasure is not for you to wield, nor should you." With that, he turned to the Patriarch, stating, "Master, I request that my junior brother assist and protect me during the battle of the 10,000 immortals." Bai Li abruptly looked up at the long-eared Golden Immortal, yet found his expression unchanged. The Tongtian Patriarch nodded in acknowledgement, and the arrangements for the battle of the 10,000 immortals were thus established. On this day, the Jie sect's 10,000 immortals emerged from the Golden Turtle, setting forth towards Tongwan. An endless cascade of pure yang celestial light surged forth from the eastern sea, momentarily painting the vast expanse of the primordial sky in hues of blue. Standing atop the clouds, Bai Li felt the overwhelming momentum unleashed by the Jie sect's 10,000 immortals, and his heart surged with fervor. This is the essence of his heart's belief in the gathering of myriad immortals. Although the quality of individuals varies, and some may lack virtue, with many destined to meet their demise shortly, we stand united as even in the face of unimaginable foes, even confronting the four great heavenly lords. We harbor no fear. Should we perish, we shall do so together. He cannot forget the earnest teachings of his fellow disciples, nor the figures of the four great disciples on the pilgrimage. After traversing through life and death tribulations, he strategizes meticulously. His battles against the Taiji are all to survive and to save more of his brethren. He has faced perilous situations, yet relied on various supports, be it the heavenly Lord or the promises of celestial beings. Now, however, he swears by his Tao heart that this time, regardless of life or death, it is all for the. In just a few days, an unparalleled formation arose before Tongwan. Immortals, countless immortals, whether from West Qi, Yinshang, or wandering cultivators, even ordinary folk, it is the first time they witness such a multitude of immortals, though named the array of myriad immortals. The number of those arraying it far exceeds a mere 10,000. Layers upon layers of grand formations, profound and unfathomable. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things, commencing from the primordial unity, evolving into the dualities, the four symbols, the six harmonies, and the 8 trigrams. Encompassing the 3 talents, 5 elements, 7 stars, and 9 palaces, extending to the myriad phenomena of the cosmos. Radiant blue light obscures the heavens, drawing the gaze of all-powerful beings from the vast wilderness. As this immortals mobilized, the primordial heavenly lord foresaw the impending calamity of the myriad immortals and commanded Jiangxia and others to prepare a thatched pavilion to await their arrival. Before long, the disciples of the Yushu school, led by the burning lamp, arrived from various celestial mountains. Despite the formidable aura of the array of myriad immortals, the disciples of the felt no trepidation. Having encountered formidable figures along their journey, their hearts were accustomed to such challenges. If any true danger arose, the 4 great heavenly lords would surely respond, and they merely needed to obey orders. At this moment, they even had the leisure to observe the array. A surge of excitement swept through the crowd, eager to witness the array, and even the burning lamp could not deter them. He had no choice but to ascend the auspicious clouds alongside them, prepared to act should any unforeseen circumstances arise. As they gathered to observe the array, they beheld layers upon layers of portals, with countless lethal formations intricately interlinked. The power of this many immortals coalesced into a singular force, shocking even the burning lamp. It became evident that even the humble could obscure the sky. Thieving rodents of the daring to spy on our formation, come to meet your doom." Upon hearing this, the burning lamp's expression stiffened. Their unannounced arrival to observe the array was indeed against protocol. His gaze involuntarily darted to the disciples beside him, recognizing that it was their mischief that had led to this predicament. Yet, retreat was no longer an option for him. The burning lamp immediately manifested the 3 flowers atop his head, summoning boundless auspicious clouds, and a radiant beam shot skyward, illuminating the heavens. Embodying the might of boundless light and the power of immeasurable longevity, truly befitting one of the celestial lineage, a guest of the purple cloud's palace. Esteemed fellow Taoists, please. As his voice fell, an immense force surged from the array, as if the very heavens were collapsing, pressing down upon the burning lamp. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he enveloped himself in the light of annihilation, shielding his entire being. As the disciples of the Chan teaching witnessed the spectacle, they immediately advanced, summoning auspicious clouds. Their magical artifacts aided in igniting the lamp of enlightenment. Yet, despite this, they were still forcefully repelled. After all, they were not merely contending against an individual, but rather the overwhelming aura emanating from numerous celestial beings of the, combined with the profound intricacies of various formations. In this vast domain, aside from a few exalted beings of boundless virtue, who could possibly withstand such a force? Should the disciples of unite to unleash the celestial thunder of the supreme clarity, even the mightiest of the primordial beings would find themselves regretfully vanquished. Amidst the chaos, as the disciples of the Chan teaching were sent flying, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted from the of myriad celestial beings, a blend of exhilaration, indignation, and sorrow resonating within. It was the clandestine deployment of the sea-calming pearl by the lamp-bearer that precipitated the ensuing tragedy. It was the encirclement by the Chan disciples, accompanied by the bestowal of the jade light from the primordial lord, that led to the fall of the divine mother of the turtle spirit. Upon hearing the laughter, the faces of the Chan disciples turned ashen with fury. The lamp-bearer, suppressing his wrath, stepped forward to inquire, which esteemed friend currently presides over. Chapter 50. The sword that reaches the heavens. With a thunderous roar resonating through the air, the clouds parted, and a celestial figure emerged. Draped in a robe adorned with stars and dawn, the revered Golden Spirit Mother, one of the 4 true disciples of the, destined to become the future deity of Kongguang Demo. She cast a fleeting glance at the burning lamp and spoke with a serene demeanor. "Fear not, fellow Taoist. Our sect does not resort to the treacherous tactics of others. With the 4 heavenly lords yet to arrive, we shall await our master before deliberating further." Her words undeniably struck a harsh blow to the burning lamp and the members of the Chan sect, who prided themselves on being righteous and virtuous. In the midst of the fierce battle between the Tongtian sect leader and the 4 heavenly lords, they had resorted to ambushes, ultimately surrounding and slaying the turtle spirit mother. In stark contrast to they had the means to subdue their adversaries in one fell swoop, yet chose restraint, not out of inability, but rather disdain. The Chan sect members felt a lump rise in their throats, their faces flushed with indignation, yet they could do nothing but endure. Their impotence and lack of combat prowess were glaringly apparent. Without the support of the primordial heavenly lord, they would stand no chance against the disciples of the. After a prolonged silence, the burning lamp exhaled deeply and shook his head. "Let us depart and reconsider our strategy once the 2 venerable ones arrive." Moments later, a resounding bellow echoed from the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the realm. The celestial beings brightened with joy, gazing skyward as radiant beams of light descended, heralding the arrival of a figure seated upon a majestic chinyo. The disciples of the maintained their composure in the presence of the Tongtian sect leader, rising in unison to pay their respects. "We pay our respects to our master." The Tongtian sect leader graciously dismissed their formalities and approached the central 8 trigrams platform of the myriad celestial formations, where the long-eared and illuminated light immortal stood ready with the 6-soul banner, while the white right held the crimson bright banner at his side. Both fell to their knees, the long-eared immortal bowing 3 times in reverence. A flicker of compassion crossed the Tongtian sect leader's gaze, ultimately manifesting as a long, sorrowful sigh. "Foolish child." He then assisted them to their feet and ascended the central altar, closing his eyes in silent anticipation of the arrival of the 4 heavenly lords. Before long, heavenly music descended, filling the air with enchanting fragrances, while the sound of dragon roars echoed. A figure, riding upon a 9-dragon agarwood palanquin, appeared as if emerging from the very source of the heavens, gracefully alighting before the thatched pavilion. The primordial heavenly lord had arrived, prompting the Chan sect members to hurriedly advance to greet him. The primordial lord cast a glance towards the myriad celestial formations, where the Tongtian sect leader was evidently ablaze with righteous fury. In that moment, a flicker of regret stirred within him. He could not help but feel remorse over the incident involving the turtle spirit mother, a matter that had indeed weighed heavily on his conscience. Years ago, when the three of them had opened the gates wide, allowing the four true disciples of the to enter Kunlun and pay homage to the Tongtian. It was only the turtle spirit mother who had attained enlightenment through unconventional means. His disdainful remark, suggesting that such a being could not aspire to the Tao, had led him to dissuade the Tongtian from accepting her. This had resulted in the turtle spirit mother developing a mental obstacle, hindering her progress in cultivation. It was only after the Tongtian sect leader's persistent encouragement that she was able to dispel her inner shadows, strive forward, and ultimately attain enlightenment. Upon reflection, it seemed that the rift between him and the Tongtian had begun at that very moment. During the last battle against the Immortals, he had bestowed the Yushu Palace Lantern upon his disciples for protection, which they subsequently used to inadvertently cause the death of the turtle spirit mother. A true disciple of the. It was no wonder that the Tongtian now bore such resolute determination. The overall strength of the is formidable, if not diminished at this opportune moment, that would surely find itself at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. All previous events, including this one, have been well within his calculations. Yet this very calculation has increasingly led him to disdain the situation. After a brief interval, celestial flowers drifted down from the heavens, and an auspicious purple aura emanated from the east, heralding the arrival of the Supreme Lord, who rode the azure bull. Upon entering the Lu Peng, he observed the troubled, whose thoughts were well known to the Supreme Lord. Yet, what was done could not be undone. The immortal and indestructible would endure through countless epochs to mend their ties. Why, then, cling to the grievances of the moment? In the blink of an eye, the two arrived before where they found the already waiting outside, sword in hand. As he gazed at the Supreme Lord, and disappointment grew in his eyes. Once brothers, the elder now always stood with the second, just as it had been on Kunlun Mountain, leaving him feeling like an outsider. They had drifted apart long ago. Countless epochs would eventually heal the wounds, but scars would remain, serving as reminders of past injuries. The bond of brotherhood would gradually erode beneath the relentless passage of time. Observing the silent, the Supreme Lord furrowed his brow. Dear brother, you show great disrespect. The calamity of was predetermined within thee, aimed at the greater pursuit of the celestial path. Your disciples have indeed gained opportunities from it. Why harbor resentment towards your two elder brothers? Slowly, he turned his gaze towards the Supreme Lord. Only Zhao Gongming and Lu remain. The Supreme Lord, and were taken aback by his words as he continued. Wen Zhong was originally a divine figure of the ancient, destined to be the master of the Jin Ling, an incarnation of Dongmu, firmly holds her position even without entering the tribulations. Our celestial path is not devoid of methods to resolve the challenges faced by our 3,000 disciples. Why venture to the west? Only Zhao Gongming and Lu have truly benefited from. But what of Gui Ling? Upon mentioning this name, this voice involuntarily rose, tinged with sorrow. Gui Ling could have leveraged the fortune bestowed by her mother to achieve great power. Now, she lay deceased, her path extinguished, with no knowledge of when she might return from the source of time. The other disciples who had not attained immortality, yet perished, would find their paths stymied, only to be branded with ignominy by posthumously. Were they not disciples of the celestial path? Silence enveloped them, and after a long moment, the Supreme Lord inquired, "Do you truly wish for it to be this way?" With a cold laugh, that drew forth its humming resonance echoing like the sound of creation itself. He thrust the sword forward, and countless blades followed in a relentless wave, an inexorable force of slaughter. This sword transcended the boundaries of yin and yang. It was a weapon of time that could not be reversed, a harbinger of cause and effect that would not ensnare him. Even the four swords of extermination could not rival its divine might. The winds arose from the very tip of the path, emerging from its essence. The sword path indeed originates from the minutiae, as the wielded rising step by step to achieve the grand Tao. Those who cultivate the sword path are resolute and unyielding, striking only at the mightiest of foes. This embodies the true spirit of the progenitor of the sword path. Witnessing the impending slaughter wrought by this sword, both the Supreme Lord and were compelled to unleash their divine powers in defense. Atop the primordial supreme being, a magnificent golden lamp manifested amid auspicious clouds, with myriad lotus lights swirling in a celestial dance. Pearls ascended from the lotus sea, transforming into worlds that dispelled the essence of violence. The Supreme Lord unveiled a resplendent pagoda, known as the Celestial and Terrestrial Exquisite Pagoda, which radiated primal protective energy. Additionally, A Taiji treasure map morphed into a golden bridge beneath their feet, stabilizing the chaotic primordial void and providing unparalleled defense. As the three figures engaged, they began to rise. Not due to any external power, but because of their profound mastery of the Tao. The celestial master of heaven burst into laughter, brandishing his sword as he charged at the two. Boundless sword energy rampaged, weaving through the realms, causing the celestial and terrestrial exquisite pagoda to flicker uncertainly, and shattering the pearl worlds above the primordial supreme being, causing the golden lotuses to wilt. In terms of Tao attainment, the celestial master of heaven may not be the highest among the deities, yet in the art of combat, he undoubtedly reigns supreme. The Supreme Lord and the Primordial Supreme being found themselves momentarily overwhelmed, igniting an unquenchable fire of rage. Brother, do not be so arrogant. Witness how I shall teach you a lesson. Chapter 51. The struggle of the great path. The Supreme One's gaze sharpened as chaos and the duality of yin and yang gave rise to a vital essence. From the primordial five elements emerged three strands of pure qi, manifesting in the air as the three pure ones, Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shanqing. Each wielded a treasure, a fan, a scepter, and a sword, advancing with intent. Seeing this, the Master of Heaven scoffed. Supreme One, as the respected sovereign of the world, your ability to comprehend creation and dissolution, to transform a singular essence into the three purities, is commendable. Yet, this technique was employed during the last extermination of the immortals. To invoke it again now reveals a lack of ingenuity. The intent of the Qingping sword descended from the heavens, swift and eternal. Yet it struck the avatars of the three purities, which, although manifestations of a singular essence, were utterly obliterated upon contact. This sword severed the path and extinguished the law. The incarnations of the three purities were ultimately not their true selves. Now, having pierced through their essence, a single strike sufficed to eradicate their doctrines. However, at their level, even a momentary hindrance was sufficient. The Supreme One brandished his flat staff, summoning the yin and yang of the great path into a taiji that pressed down with an intensity 1,000-fold greater than the taiji he had previously manifested against the war god and the celestial realm. The Master of Heaven remained unfazed. A surge of azure light ascended, manifesting as three azure lotuses, perfectly aligning with the path of the three purities and anchoring the taiji diagram firmly in place. At that moment, a blade of creation sliced through the realm of the great path, aimed at the Master of Heaven. The primordial heaven's lord had made his move. In his grasp was the Pangu banner, a treasured artifact of creation. In the primordial chaos, the primordial heaven's lord had used the colossal form of Pangu to carve out the heavens and the earth. This banner was born from the first ray of light of the creation axe, its power unfathomable. Once celebrated in ancient times, this treasure was seldom seen due to the primordial heaven's lord's aversion to conflict. Yet, its resurgence against his own kin was indeed poignant. Should this strike land, it would surely inflict harm, compelling the Master of Heaven to defend with his sword, transforming the dynamics of attack and defense. A slight smile graced the lips of the Master of Heaven as he forcefully swung his sword toward the Supreme One, showing no intent of defense. The two were taken aback. The sword light and the blade of creation collided simultaneously, dispersing the Supreme One's power. The strike reverberated through the cosmos, causing the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth to tremble, while the remaining peril of destruction was contained by the golden bridge of the taiji diagram. Yet, astonishingly, the Master of Heaven remained unscathed. Both beings, endowed with supreme powers, deduced the unfolding events in an instant, gazing in disbelief at the myriad array of celestial beings below. Until now, it had been the Master of Heaven engaged in a battle of wits with them. Little did they know, the myriad array had already been activated. Within the myriad array, the unmatched Holy Mother commanded the celestial forces from her chariot drawn by 8 tigers, while the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit rode the 7-star chariot, wielding a jade scepter adorned with dragons and tigers, crowned with a pagoda of the 4 symbols. Overseeing countless nested formations within the myriad array, the cloudy hand of the immortal wielded the primordial hammer, stationed at the heart of chaos. While the dragon-headed immortal manifested the taiji, the spirit tooth immortal differentiated the dualities, and the golden light immortal birthed the 4 symbols. Layers upon layers converged into a singularity, both a force of destruction and a means of evolution. The myriad array, one in many, encapsulated the entirety of the S-might, reaching the level of the boundless chaos, far surpassing the ancient powers. As the leader of the Master of Heaven could summon this array with a mere thought, rendering his defenses unparalleled, even against the blade of creation unleashed by the Pangu banner. This is the power of the capable of even the smallest ant overshadowing the heavens. Today, the disciples of shall rely on the and join forces with their master to confront the four revered celestial beings. Therefore, in this, need not defend but only attack, unleashing their full destructive potential. The astonishment in their eyes deepens. Their junior has matured to such an extent unbeknownst to them, mastering not only the ultimate path, but also the swordsmanship and the art of formations. Although he excels in aggression, he is deficient in defense, yet with this vulnerability addressed, an overwhelming force is unleashed, momentarily suppressing, and, fellow Taoists, we have come to assist you in subduing a grand golden lotus of the Tao blossoms in the void. A celestial tree rises into the sky, radiating the pure light of wisdom across the heavens. It is upon closer inspection, countless faintly visible threads intertwine upon connecting the worlds of infinite sands and the vast heavens, embodying the essence of causality. Causality breeds affliction, and affliction is. The power of causality descends from the void, striking at the directed at, and causing it to instantly disintegrate. Threads of causality entwine around and a multitude of rises from the west. Shaking the hearts of the sacred, the snorts coldly, raises his hand, and with a tremor, the sword light stirs, instantly reducing all causality threads to powder. Humph, and you have arrived as well. Two figures slowly emerge from the void, an abundance of illuminating the surroundings, with countless disciples of the chanting in unison. One holds a seven-treasure mystical tree, while the other sits upon a golden lotus. They are the two saints of the West, and, without hesitation, he abandons and turns his attack towards who possesses the weakest cultivation among the four. If the situation is to be broken, it must be through this vulnerable point. Seems to have anticipated this moment, wearing a smile as three manifest above him, the momentarily halting Subsequently, the seven-treasure mystical tree in his hand sweeps forth, shattering the into fragments. You are dignified. How can you be so filled with wrath? We have already determined the fate of you must understand. The trend is irreversible. The turns sharply. The river of swordsmanship spanning the ages transforms into a surging torrent directed towards the four. As the master of the ultimate path, I can only watch as my disciples either perish or fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Truly, a folly of a teacher. Countless eras have passed, and this time, I shall no longer endure. The agreement made in the regarding was a concession for the sake of yet I now discern that this concession may have been misguided. The trend is irreversible. Today, I shall test whether I can carve a path for my disciples amidst this overwhelming tide. With that, the begins to ascend continuously. Seated at the edge of an infinite realm, an endless universe, a boundless manifesting behind him, surrounded by the ethereal essence of the Tao body slowly speaks. In an instant, all phenomena return to silence. This is the power of the ultimate path. The primordial figure began to ascend infinitely, seated at the dawn of the heavens, transforming into the very source of all things. Behind him lay the manifestation of the cosmos, and his entire being radiated with the profound essence of the highest celestial Tao. The call to creation echoed forth. At this moment, the exalted beings of the highest order began to reveal their own paths. The boundless nature of the Supreme, the existence of the world, the causality of Zhuan-Ti, and the destiny of Jie-In converged, transforming the battle among the five saints into a contest of great principles. Amidst this, the Taoist of the burning lamp within the reed canopy received a transmission from the primordial sovereign. Burning lamp. Swiftly lead the disciples of the Chan school to break the 10,000 immortals formation. Once this formation is shattered, the calamity will cease. The burning lamp was instantly struck with alarm. To break the formation, given the formidable power of the 10,000 immortals formation, was it not tantamount to walking into death for them? Chapter 52. The choice of Dingguang. At that moment, a golden lotus descended from the void, manifesting the form of the Zuni Taoist. The crowd hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. The power of the vast immortal array, bolstered by the presence of Tongtian, restrained most of our strength. However, the monk was well prepared. This was the golden body Dharma form cultivated by the monk using the golden lotus, capable of shielding you. And together we will break the vast immortal array. Instantly, the group felt a surge of confidence, as the vast immortal array still needed to assist the Tongtian leader. With the aid of the golden body of the Zuni heavenly sovereign, they were certain they could achieve great success this time. Armed with spiritual treasures, they charged toward the vast immortal array. Upon entering the array, the golden lotus transformed into the golden body Dharma form, featuring 24 heads and 18 arms. Wielding various Western treasures such as necklaces, umbrellas, floral ornaments, fish intestines, golden bows, silver halberds, divine staves, precious phials, and golden vases. If the vast immortal array were at its peak, it would not fear even a single avatar of Zuni. However, most of its power was currently concentrated on the Tongtian leader, leaving them in a precarious situation against the Hunyuan avatar. Following the golden body, the 4 disciples of Guangchengzi, who had previously seized the 4 swords of the immortal execution, launched a ruthless assault, venting their pent-up fury by ruthlessly slaying thousands of disciples in an instant. Only Huanglong, the least skilled among them, lingered at the back, adhering to his principle of never striking down those of lesser cultivation, and thus did not personally kill anyone. Witnessing the opportune moment, the Zundi golden body produced a tattered gray cloth pouch, the very treasure that would later belong to Mithriya, the Western spiritual artifact known as the human seed bag. Untying the drawstring and turning it upside down, an immense suction force erupted from the bag, drawing forth a divine crimson light condensed from the 3,000 disciples of the Jia sect, intertwining with the human seed bag, and in an instant, they were absorbed into the bag, later to be sent back to the west by the White Lotus. Above, the Tongtian leader immediately sensed the anomaly within the vast immortal array and, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly. Good. You play the role of the first day, and I shall be the 15th. From the 8 trigrams platform, the sound of Taoist incantations resonated as the 4 saints summoned the soul banners of calamity. Dingguang, shake the 6 soul banners. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the figure of the long-eared Dingguang immortal atop the 8 trigrams platform, including the 5 heavenly sovereigns above. Zunti glanced at the Tongtian leader with a smile, as if holding a precious insight. They had long been able to plan for the future. The true nature of that future depended on the finesse of their strategies. Countless outcomes pointed to their victory. Whether for the Tao or for emotion, the choice was evident. Bai Li also heard the Tongtian leader's command. He turned to the long-eared Dingguang immortal, his gaze filled with complexity. Senior brother. Deep down, he hoped that Dingguang would not make the choice he dreaded, for if that were the case, he too would have to take action. Who would have thought that as soon as he spoke, the mother of No Demand and the mother of Golden Spirit suddenly graced them with their presence, temporarily halting the onslaught of the Chan sect disciples. They turned through the space to address the long-eared Dingguang immortal, saying, Dingguang, junior brother. Their voices seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as voices from Jia sect disciples echoed throughout the vast immortal array, including the last words of a Jia disciple who had just fallen to the hands of the Chan disciples, also calling out to Dingguang, senior brother. In the next instant, a brilliant light radiated from the crown of the long-eared Dingguang immortal, overwhelming the Buddha's light with an endless celestial glow. His crimson eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, and his half-Buddhist, half-Taoist attire transformed in an instant. With his long ears cascading to his shoulders and a compassionate expression upon his face, he donned a Taoist robe, embodying the essence of the Dingguang immortal from the. With a hearty laugh that resonated with unparalleled joy and ease, he exclaimed, "Ha! How fortunate to be remembered by my fellow disciples of. There is no need to exert oneself to abandon the teachings. The Dingguang immortal has embraced the celestial path, rendering the joy of the Western Buddha unnecessary." Upon concluding his words, he summoned the 6 soul banner and, channeling his entire magical prowess, gave it a vigorous shake. The vast river of the end manifested in midair, releasing an inexhaustible stream of black smoke from the 6 soul banner, which entwined around its 4 tails. Inscribed with the names of Taishang, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Zhuani Taoist, and Jain Taoist. Simultaneously, the 4 celestial venerables shuddered in unison, a faint aura of decay emanating from within them, resonating with the terminal aura of the Tongtian, thereby diminishing their power by a third. The celestial venerables immediately sensed the events transpiring in the mortal realm. Zhuanti Taoist fell into a profound silence. They momentarily halted their actions. Among the myriad of celestial formations, the long-eared Dingguang immortal was a focal point of their strategy. Yet in this instance, they had succumbed to his prowess. Zhuanti Taoist bowed deeply to the Tongtian, expressing admiration for his profound teachings. Your guidance is indeed commendable. The sage acts without action, imparting unspoken teachings. Tongtian, through years of enlightenment, has led the long-eared Dingguang immortal to forsake the glorious path of becoming a Buddha in the West, choosing instead to wholeheartedly embrace the celestial way. It is Tongtian's teachings that have triumphed over mine. Unlike other formidable beings and celestial venerables, who often cling to their pride and face, he bore no unnecessary reservations regarding the Western Buddhist teachings. A loss is merely a loss, and there is no shame in acknowledging it. Yet, he harbored no fear of defeat. For eons, he had shared a relationship with the Tongtian that was both adversarial and amicable, engaging in countless contests, most of which he had lost, yet he had never allowed fear to take root within him. However, today's defeat was one he accepted with utmost sincerity. After shaking the six-soul banner, an overwhelming wave of calamity descended from the void, instilling trepidation in those who beheld it. Bai Li then comprehended the gravity of the situation confronting the long-eared Dingwang Immortal and immediately sought to assist, only to be forcefully repelled by the celestial light emanating from Dingwang. Looking at him, Bai Li felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. He had already made a resolute decision when the long-eared Dingwang Immortal had invited him to protect him, yet he had harbored doubts. The long-eared Dingwang Immortal gazed at him with a gentle smile, his eyes conveying 1,000 unspoken words that coalesced into 4 simple characters: do not approach. The disciples within the formation seemed to foresee the dire fate awaiting the long-eared Dingwang Immortal, and tears began to cascade down, creating a torrent of sorrow within the myriad of celestial formations. As the long-eared Dingwang Immortal closed his eyes in preparation to embrace his fate, he suddenly heard the voice of the Tongtian emanating from the six-soul banner. My disciple is not yet subjected to your calamities. Return whence you came. The river of the end reappeared, rolling back to conclude all tribulations and myriad adversities. A phantom figure slowly emerged from the six-soul banner, approaching the long-eared Dingwang Immortal and tenderly ruffling his hair. Good child, I have put you through hardship. This turn of events is your opportunity. When you return, it shall be the day you attain the great Tao. With sincere reverence, the celestial being of long ear bowed, and in the next instant, he spontaneously transformed his fate. Though his body perished, he left a seed within the hearts of all. In an instant, the morale of the surged. With the master behind them and fellow disciples by their side, this battle would surely result in victory. The golden lotus body of Zhuan Ti in the formation was also influenced by the true essence. Its power diminished significantly, rendering it incapable of displaying the same ferocity as before. The myriad immortals have collectively unleashed the pure celestial light, summoning the divine thunder of the upper pure realm. The sound of the heavenly palace resounded as the celestial beings have fought valiantly, undeterred by death, resulting in extensive damage to their golden forms, with strands of terminal energy entwining them, continuously corroding the essence of the golden lotus. Master Randang, what shall we do? Just as the disciples of were once formidable, they now found themselves in utter disarray, confronted by the bloodthirsty immortals of. They dared not escape from the protection of Zhuan Ti's golden form, let alone take lives. At this moment, Randang too refrained from rash actions. He noticed that Jin Ling and Wu Dang were both fixated on him. Observing the current state of, he realized that should they venture out, Jin Ling and the others would activate the Great Formation, uniting the strength of all immortals to avenge their fallen comrades. What means could he employ? What boldness could he muster? Chapter 53. The might of Bai Li. Below, the situation for the Jiejiao was exceptionally favorable, while above, the Tongtian Jiao Master was equally undeterred. Although the fluctuations from the Wu-Nexian formation had impacted his defenses, the influence of the six-soul banner on the 4 heavenly venerables was far more significant. The Tongtian Jiao Master, who had previously been relegated to a defensive stance against the 4, began to seize the initiative. The expressions of Yuan Shi and Tai Shang darkened. The choice made by the long-eared Dingwang Immortal had ultimately disrupted their carefully laid plans. If they were to falter against 4 adversaries, the humiliation would be monumental. With this thought in mind, the Zhuan Ti Dao Run shifted his focus. The disciples of were fully engaged in battle. With the golden form of teetering on the brink of collapse, 20 of its 24 heads had been shattered, and out of 18 arms, 12 lay in ruins, leaving the subsequent disciples of the Chuan Jiao in a precarious state. At that moment, the golden form of suddenly radiated an overwhelming Buddhist light. The Golden Spirit Mother and the Wudong Mother immediately sensed impending doom and rallied all available forces from them to shield their comrades. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, an unimaginable force surged through the entire. Fortunately, the Golden Spirit Mother and the Wudong Mother reacted swiftly, and the disciples have suffered minimal damage. Although a portion of the was obliterated, losing its former potency, the shaken Bai Li rose from the Bagua platform, glaring resentfully at the epicenter of the explosion. Truly, the Hunyuan Heavenly Venerable was decisive, bringing such a formidable figure to the east. One could only wonder if Tai Shang would come to regret it. As the radiance dissipated, a golden lotus spun chaotically in the air, its descending Buddhist light enveloping the likes of the burning lamp and his companions, leaving them utterly unscathed. Once their safety was assured, the golden lotus swiftly turned to ashes. Witnessing this, the golden spirit furrowed her brow. The restoration of the wood required time, during which all its power needed to be concentrated on the Tongtian Jiao master to sufficiently hold back the 4 heavenly venerables affected by the 6-soul banner. Yet, without the formation's support, they were at a disadvantage. Let us not forget that the still possessed a figure of patriarchal stature, the burning lamp Dao Run, one of the heavenly wills within the Zixiao Palace. Currently, they relied solely on her and the Wudong Mother to have attained the great Luo Dao fruit. Having traversed the path of the great Luo most deeply, she continuously hold back the burning lamp with the aid of her disciples. While the Wudong Mother could withstand the Southern Polar Immortal, the remaining Golden Immortals were limited to just 6, including the 7 Immortals. And now the absence of the long-eared Dingguang Immortal meant that their fighting force at this level was diminished. In stark contrast, the boasted 11 Golden Immortals, excluding the Tai Yizhen Run, who had been felled by Bai Li, thus shifting the balance of offense and defense drastically. Even if the 6 of the Wu Yun Immortals could barely hold their own against the 11 from the, someone would still need to repair the formation. Otherwise, as time passed, defeat would be inevitable, for ordinary disciples lacked the requisite mastery of formation techniques. The burning lamp, having sensed this shift, burst into laughter. Golden Spirit, today you shall meet its downfall. Guang Qingzi and others promptly produced their spiritual treasures, their gazes burning with intensity as they fixed their sights on the disciples. After enduring a prolonged barrage, the tables were now turned. Burning lamp, your elation is perhaps premature. At that moment, a voice resonated from the Bagua platform, akin to a celestial proclamation. The crowd turned towards the source to behold a figure clad in a resplendent crimson robe, wielding a scarlet banner, standing with an air of defiance. The speaker was none other than Bai Li, prompting the celestial beings of the Chan teaching to burst into laughter. With the calamity of the 10 absolute array now behind them, Bai Li was merely a day immortal. Even with the addition of the flame array, he posed no challenge to any of them. However, Jinling felt a surge of secret delight, recalling their previous encounter with Qiong Xiao, who was trapped beneath the Ziji cliff. From her, they learned that Bai Li had sought her guidance on array formations. And given that Yun Xiao was a master of the craft, as long as Bai Li had grasped even a fraction of her skill, he could potentially fulfill the role of mending the 10,000 immortal array. She immediately conveyed a message to the 6 accompanying immortals, urging them to protect Bai Li and to delay the disciples of the Chan teaching. Just as Ran Dang was about to act, darkness enveloped the surroundings, followed by a brilliant array of starlight shimmering through the endless black. Jinling, seated in the center of the purple rose, waved her hand, causing a multitude of starlight to cascade down. The purple gold bowl appeared in Randang's grasp. With a flick of his wrist, the starlight transformed into a shimmering pool of celestial water. Jinling then manifested her Dumu form, her hands poised with the dragon tiger scepter, her gaze fixated on the Taoist Randang. Randang, with this poor priest here, you shall not advance a single step. As Randang was drawn into Jinling's celestial sea of stars, the Antarctic immortals' gaze turned steely, preparing to intervene when a white rainbow descended from the heavens, cleaving through both sky and earth with unparalleled dominance. The Antarctic immortal's expression grew grave. He brandished his whisk, meeting the white rainbow in a clash. Boom, boom, boom. The Antarctic immortal staggered back 3 steps, the white rainbow rebounding into the hands of the Wudong Holy Mother, transforming into a Wudong sword. Antarctic immortal, you are the foremost disciple of the Chan teaching's 2nd generation, and your master holds you in high regard. It is said that he will aid you in attaining the divine path of Tai Yi. Come, let us engage in a contest. The Antarctic immortal snorted coldly. I fear not. With both factions of the Jia teaching momentarily occupied, the 11 gold immortals of the Chan teaching surged towards the Bagua platform, their target fixed upon Bai Li. This man defies the will of heaven, having slain the true man of Tai Yi, a scourge upon the world. To eliminate him is to rid the realm of a blight. The 6 accompanying immortals of the Jia teaching swiftly encircled Bai Li, initially believing they were on the verge of defeat. Jinling's words undoubtedly provided a glimmer of hope. Their success now hinged upon their resolve, and today, they must not allow the celestial beings of the Chan teaching to prevail. With the convergence of the 3 talents, the cosmos resonated with exquisite melodies, summoning the 9 curves yellow river array. The surroundings transformed rapidly, resurrecting the nightmares within the hearts of the Chan teaching immortals. An endless expanse of yellow sand enveloped the scene, manifesting the intricate workings of the 3 talents, the cyclical tribulation of the 9 curves, ensnaring both the Chan teaching celestial beings and the Jia teaching's attendants within its grasp. It is the 9 curves yellow river array. How could he possibly wield the 9 curves yellow river array? The disciples of Guang Chengzi gazed in shock at the grand formation before them, unable to shake the memory of that fateful day when Yun Shao unleashed her formidable power, manifesting the yellow river from boundless yellow sands, illuminating with the radiance of the primordial golden measure, reducing them to mere mortals. Bai Li, upon hearing their words, could not suppress a disdainful smile. He had previously collaborated with the San Shao to arrange the 9 curves yellow river array, deeply comprehending its nuances. Furthermore, he had reversed time to return to the era of the Earth's sovereign, where he sat in profound contemplation by the yellow river alongside Yun Shao, gaining even deeper insights. Although he has not mastered the mystic golden dipper nor comprehended the profound intricacies of the bewildering immortal elixir and the closed immortal technique, he has nonetheless established a formation that possesses 1/3 of the formidable power of the legendary 9 curves yellow river array. Though it is merely a fraction, it is more than sufficient for the present moment. The celestial beings, including Wu Yun, within the array are filled with astonishment. They have always known that Yun Shao is a master of formation, yet the extent of her prowess remained obscure until the Battle of the 9 Curves Yellow River, where they truly understood what it means to be a master of formations. The reputation and achievements of the 9 Curves Yellow River array have spread throughout the vast wilderness. To their surprise, this junior brother Bai Li is capable of deploying such a grand array. At that moment, Bai Li's voice resonated. Esteemed senior brothers, this formation, while not comparable to that crafted by senior sister Yun Shao, is perfectly suited for our current needs. Shortly, I shall disclose certain pivotal strongholds within it to all of you. With this formation, you may unleash your full powers, and it shall not be inferior to the 11 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect. Chapter 54. Each holds strengths and weaknesses. Initially, the crowd felt a tinge of disappointment, aware that this formation paled in comparison to the original. However, upon learning that this array could contend with the 11 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, their spirits soared with joy. As Bai Li's words settled, a beam of spiritual light descended from the void, splitting into 6 fragments that nestled into the foreheads of 6 individuals. In an instant, the dynamics of the formation became clear, revealing how to dismantle the foes within. Under the endless shadows of yellow sands, the grand array began to activate. The figures of the 6 were elongated infinitely, transforming into 6 colossal beasts of the wild. Their eyes shone with brilliance as they gazed upon the Chan sect's 11 Golden Immortals, who appeared like startled birds. Having dealt with many disciples of the Chan sect, Bai Li exhaled a breath of turbid air while observing the incomplete Wanxian array before him. Time was of the essence. Every second counted, for time equated to life. Gently, he waved the crimson Ming banner, summoning boundless flames that enveloped the entire Wanxian array, isolating it from any potentially adverse external influences. Only then did Bai Li commence the repair of the Wanxian array. The complexity of the repair exceeded his wildest expectations. The self-detonation of the Taoist of purity had not only obliterated parts of the array diagram, the foundation, and the array's components, but had also disrupted the foundational principles. Moreover, the Wanxian array was known for its intricate design, whereas the extermination sword array epitomized simplicity and lethality. The Wanxian array represented extreme complexity, where a single thread pulled affected the entirety. Seated atop the 8 trigrams platform, Bai Li began to take control of the grand Wanxian array, crimson blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. The weight of the array was overwhelming, excessively burdensome. Instantly, the crimson Ming banner fluttered vigorously, strands of humanistic energy merging into Bai Li to help him withstand the pressure from above. Moments later, he moved. Bai Li continuously formed seals with his hands, imbuing the Wanxian array with numerous mystical symbols. From the primordial unity, he delineated the dualities and triad, guiding the individuals within the array toward transformation. The disciples of the Jia sect, still engaged in the formation, suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. They activated the grand array, beginning to adjust according to Bai Li's guidance, channeling the missing principles to fill the void. The repair of the array immediately resonated with the upper realm. The 4 great heavenly lords, who were locked in a stalemate with the Master of Heaven, sensed that the previously waning power of Tantian was gradually strengthening, even allowing him to wield the Qingping sword with renewed vigor. The 4 lords, with a mere shift of their thoughts, discerned the cause. It was him. Should he succeed, the hard-earned opportunity that Zhuanti had fought for would surely be squandered. Yuan Shi promptly conveyed a message to the array's participants. The lamp of illumination and the Grand Elder of the Southern Pole. Lamp of illumination, Grand Elder, exert yourselves with all your might. That lad Bai Li is repairing the Wanxian array. If he succeeds, This battle may well lead to our defeat. The lamp of illumination was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the once inconsequential little celestial being he had dismissed would emerge as the pivotal figure in this great conflict. He had calculated that the combat strength the Jie sect could muster would never rival the 11 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect, which is why he had refrained from unleashing his full power. He did not wish to offend the Master of Heaven too gravely. Yet now he had no choice. Immediately, he unleashed his full might, summoning a brilliant lamp that soared into the sky. This was none other than the Lingjiu Palace lamp, famed alongside the lamps of the Bio Palace and the Yushu Palace. This treasure, born from the essence of heaven and earth, had endured through countless epochs, shining eternally amidst the silence of all laws, serving as a source of boundless light. The name of the Lamp of Enlightenment derives from this precious artifact. The Lingjiu Palace lamp illuminates the depths of the netherworld, igniting ghostly flames that arise from within, capable of revealing one's transgressions in the afterlife, scorching the soul's essence, and guiding spirits into the abyss. Remarkably, this fire does not require contact with the living. Merely observing a dozen or so disciples of the is enough to feel its searing intensity. Fortunately, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit acted swiftly, allowing the four symbols tower to radiate brilliance, manifesting the divine forms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, demonstrating the wonders of the four symbols and forcefully suppressing the might of the ghostly flames. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, sensing the power of the ghostly flames, realized that the Lamp of Enlightenment was preparing to unleash its full force. Thus, she took the initiative, casting her dragon and tiger Rui to manifest the powers of Yin and Yang, using the forces of the trigrams to firmly suppress the threat. The Lamp of Enlightenment raised an eyebrow, retrieving an object from within his robes and waving it into the air. The power of the universe immediately sent the dragon and tiger Rui hurtling back, revealing the treasured universe measuring ruler that accompanied him. He then summoned the universe measuring ruler into the air, fingers weaving intricate gestures, as 24 sea-calming pearls flew forth, revolving around the ruler, each projecting the shadows of 24 celestial realms. This was alarming. The Lamp of Enlightenment's mastery over the two Dao fruits was indeed superior to theirs, explaining why he was a guest at Purple Cloud Palace. Had he attained enlightenment now, he would not fear them, but regrettably, his cultivation fell short. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit wielded her flying golden sword, continuously drawing upon the celestial ocean to unleash beams of starlight. While the sword's brilliance was formidable, it merely slowed the descent of the 24 celestial realms. Bai Li, you must hasten. The situation here was dire, in stark contrast to another scene unfolding elsewhere. Within the 9 set by Bai Li, 6 celestial generals of the were skillfully maneuvering around the 11 immortal figures, with Guangqingzi and others managing to cope with their spiritual treasures. However, the situation was dire for the Yellow Dragon. The Yellow Dragon, deeply versed in the earthly path of the Yellow Dragon, emphasized the self as a treasure with no magical artifacts in hand, his own body serving as the most suitable treasure. Yet, the 9 was particularly effective against such brute force, especially since one of the 6 celestial beings possessed a treasure that countered him effectively. In our sect, it is often said that we are of diverse forms, some with fur and horns, and yet, do we not have similar anomalies among our ranks? The facts speak for themselves. My master's teachings epitomize the righteous path. The Yellow Dragon suppressed his weariness, turning to the source of the voice. Who goes there? A figure clad in blue, holding a 5-flower whisk, approached. Singing loudly, the horse laughs, and thus the foolish immortal appears. Within the foolish immortal lies profound truths. The path of true profundity is one seldom trodden. Only I, bearing the peaches of immortality, can brave the journey. I am Jin Gu Xian Ma Sui, here to bring calamity to my fellow Taoist. The Yellow Dragon's gaze sharpened, though his tongue remained unyielding. You of the defy heavenly will. The 4 heavenly lords will assuredly suppress your sect's master. When calamity strikes, you shall find no escape from demise. How dare you brazenly proclaim to bring misfortune upon me? How laughable. Ma Sui, unfazed, merely chuckled. Whether I am destined for calamity remains uncertain, but today, dear friend, you cannot evade the misfortune of the golden hoop. With that, he produced an object from his robes, gleaming gold and yellow, shaped like a hoop, and tossed it into the air. This treasure transformed into a beam of yellow light, seemingly with a will of its own, rushing toward the Yellow Dragon's crown. Despite his desperate maneuvers, he ultimately found his head ensnared by the golden hoop. A searing pain instantaneously radiated throughout his entire body from the constricted area. The golden hoop embedded itself deeply into the flesh, tightening progressively, causing the yellow dragon to feel as though his 7 orifices were on fire. He writhed upon the ground and tumbled in the air, his hands desperately gripping the ever-tightening golden hoop, yet the agony showed no signs of abating. Although this hoop was forged postnatally, it belonged to the realm of extraordinary treasures. This particular piece was crafted from precious materials accumulated over countless millennia, following the demise of the tortoise spirit, making it a masterwork, a fusion of metal, restraint, and prohibition. Once it encircled the head of an adversary, even an immortal who has just begun to attain enlightenment would find it impossible to remove, only able to prevent it from tightening further. Let you suffer a little to alleviate the resentment in my heart. Chapter 55. The arrival of Hunyuan, the Yellow Dragon. Suffering under the constraints of the golden hoop, now felt an excruciating pain, unable to resist revealing its true form. The dragon possessed the ability to grow large or small, to soar or to conceal itself. When grand, it could stir the clouds and exhale mist, and when small, it could hide away from the world. It could ascend, soaring through the cosmos, or hide, lurking beneath the waves. The yellow dragon, having cultivated as a golden immortal for ages, bore a body that extended for thousands of feet. Yet the golden hoop remained firmly affixed to its head, adapting to its transformations, akin to a maggot clinging to bone. As he beheld the tumultuous yellow dragon in the sky, Ma Sui clasped his hands in laughter, ready to take action when suddenly, his pupils constricted, his expression turning complex. The hand he had just raised slowly fell back down. Upon the dragon's body, numerous sections devoid of scales were visible, each area where scales had been forcibly removed revealing a scarlet primordial script, merging with the dragon's form, etched into its very bones and blood, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Seeing this, Ma Sui exhaled a breath of foul air. In light of the fact that you have not truly harmed or killed any of my fellow disciples from the Jia sect, I shall spare your life. After uttering these words, he chanted an incantation, and countless runes emerged from the golden hoop, resembling black tadpoles, swiftly enveloping the yellow dragon, stripping it of its cultivation and sealing it within the formation. Bai Li, now in command of the 10,000 immortal formation, could naturally perceive the situation within the array, including the celestial sea of stars and the 9-bend yellow river formation. He gradually lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Although the 5 celestial venerables were engaged in combat, they remained vigilant regarding the situation here. As the 10,000 immortal formation gradually restored itself, the ominous aura transformed incrementally. He was waiting, as was the Tongtian Patriarch, and the 4 celestial venerables, all engaged in a contest against time. If Randang could first suppress Jinling, the 10,000 immortal formation would surely collapse, resulting in a defeat for the Jia sect. Conversely, should he succeed in restoring the formation, it would be the Chan sect and the 4 celestial venerables who would face defeat. Time. He had never felt time to be so interminable. As the moon waxed and waned and the sun set, Randang had yet to extricate himself from the celestial sea of Jinling. Yet the restoration of the 10,000 immortal formation was imminent. Ultimately, this battle would conclude with a victory for the Jia sect. Just as everyone from the Jia sect was about to breathe a sigh of relief, time suddenly froze. That final moment stretched infinitely, becoming an insurmountable abyss. A profound sound of Tao resonated from beyond the 9 heavens, descending from the ethereal void. High above the clouds, I rest upon the lotus seat of truth. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall oversee the teachings. Pengu birthed the Taiji, the 2 forms and 4 symbols follow suit. One path conveys the 3 friends. The 2 teachings of Chan and Jia diverge. The Xianmen leads the way, a singular breath transforms into Hongjun. The Tao ancestor Hongjun has arrived. With Hongjun's presence, this battle was unlikely to continue. Bai Li felt a surge of fury, yet found himself powerless, for they had been so close to victory. If Bai Li could discern this, how could the 5 celestial venerables remain oblivious? They all withdrew their efforts. In the next moment, the 10,000 immortal formation was fully restored and taken by the Tongtian Patriarch. A multitude of Jia sect disciples stood behind their master, facing the 4 celestial venerables, with Randang and a host of Chan sect disciples behind them. In this instance, no one from the Chan sect suffered casualties. The Yuan Shi Tian Zun merely raised a finger to lift the confinement from the yellow dragon's head. However, the 9-bend yellow river formation, accompanied by the 6 immortals, had severely injured the master of spiritual treasures and the Jade Dingzhun Run, who would likely be absent for a considerable time, while the others suffered minimal damage. The fall of the has resulted in the loss of approximately 10,000, including a multitude of celestial beings who aided Jin Ling in resisting the burning lamp. 3,000 disciples were taken by Zhu Ti, yet the vital forces of, such as Jin Ling, Wu Dang, and the 6 accompanying immortals, were preserved. In this battle, aside from Tong Tian and Jin Ling, the most resplendent presence was Bai Li, who, merely holding the red bright banner, drew the gaze of all. A figure, a Taoist with a bamboo staff, gradually emerged before the crowd, devoid of auspicious clouds, fragrant aromas, or any fluctuations of law. He appeared abruptly, like light or dust. It was Hong Jun, the initiator of the Tao fruit of the great Luo and a paragon of the celestial path, one of the founders of the celestial decree at the Zhixiao Palace. With the Tao ancestors' presence, both sect leaders of, and, along with their disciples, approached to pay their respects. Hong Jun nodded in return. In this realm, although Hong Jun is the teacher of the various celestial venerables, he also originates from the celestial path and shares a mutual teaching relation with the 3 purities. However, Hong Jun often embodies the will agreed upon by the people of the Zhixiao Palace, thus holding a slight elevation above the rest. He turned his gaze towards the 5 individuals and spoke. The celestial decree to confer divinity has been established and is unalterable, despite numerous tribulations. This calamity has reached its fulfillment. His gaze rested upon the Tong Tian sect leader. Tong Tian, you were present at the Zhixiao Palace's decree to confer divinity. Now, you provoke true fire and engage in a great conflict with the 4 of Yuan Shi, strongly opposing the trend of conferring divinity. What do you have to say to me? As Hong Jun represents the will of the Zhixiao Palace and the prevailing trend, his inquiry to Tong Tian is equivalent to the collective will of the assembly questioning him. Tong Tian bowed deeply and then replied, Tao ancestor, if I may explain. The decree to confer divinity was established to delineate the powers of the divine path within the celestial path, replacing the old divine order with a new one, thereby stabilizing the primordial order. By leveraging the changes in the mortal realm, we categorized immortals into 3 ranks, establishing the list of deities with 365 rightful gods and 129,600 lesser gods, thus aligning with the grand trend. I understand that this catastrophe, involving the 3 teachings, necessitates that our bear the brunt of such numbers. Yet, for the greater cause of the celestial path, I had no choice but to acquiesce. My heart aches for this. Hence, the list of deities bears no names, and those who ascend are manifested through calamities. At this point, Tong Tian glanced at the 4 great celestial venerables before returning his focus to Hong Jun. It is precisely for this reason that disciples under Yuan Shi have actively drawn calamity upon my sect, including his personal descent to bully my 3 disciples, which I have reluctantly turned a blind eye to. However, here, Tong Tian paused. Since the immortals are divided into ranks based on merit, we must speak candidly. Our promotion of the 5 virtues is precisely for this reason, to be determined by past merits. Might does not fear the list of deities, but cannot tolerate their slander. In ancient times, it was that contributed the most to the propagation of the celestial path, yet now we are met with slanderous accusations. Where lies the will of heaven? Where's the justice? Tong Tian's voice grew increasingly fervent, laced with a touch of sorrow and hoarseness. This is not merely about the grand trend. Just days ago, I set up the extermination of immortals formation, seeking an explanation from Yuan Shi. Even a mere apology would suffice. Instead, he entangled Tai Shang with 2 outsiders to strike against me. The events of today are but a fade of suppressing my under the guise of the grand trend of conferring divinity. The formation remains unestablished. As divine powers cannot surpass the decrees of heaven, the disciples of the, devoted to their shared cause, willingly sacrifice themselves, defying the impending wrath of destiny in a desperate bid for survival. This embodies the true essence of our teachings, and I take great pride in them. The disciples, shielded by their leader, fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces, as the pent-up grievances within them erupted at that moment. In the eyes of these formidable beings, who truly cares for their fates, long live our revered master. We pledge to follow you unto death. The fervent cries seemed to tear apart the last veil of pretense. Yuan Shi's expression froze, words lodged in his throat. This conflict among disciples held little significance for them. Throughout endless epochs, countless disciples have come and gone. Why should it matter so much now? Tai Shang gazed at the solitary figure of Tong Tian, lost in contemplation. The youngest brother, though, is the most ambitious. The path of immortality requires balance and wields great influence. As the elder brother, he has indeed assisted Yuan Shi more often than not. Across innumerable eras, Hong Jun, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment. The fate of the gods is a grand undertaking, Yet the other matters remain unresolved. The actions of Yuan Shi and the others have not transgressed any rules. He lifted his gaze towards Tong Tian. Both sides possess their own rationale. How do you wish to proceed? Chapter 56. The true legacy. Tong Tian respectfully bowed to Hong Jun, his demeanor profoundly solemn. Daozu, with the completion of the Fengshen calamity, it is evident that those disciples already listed cannot be compelled. However, henceforth, in the discussions of the Zixiao Palace, the three pure ones shall no longer advance or retreat together. I stand for Lingbao, and even more so for Tong Tian. Yuan Shi and Tai Shang were visibly incredulous, while the two saints from the west were equally astonished. Tong Tian's words clearly delineated a boundary between himself and the two, thereby diminishing their influence in the Zixiao Palace's future deliberations. At that moment, Daozu embodied the will of the Zixiao Palace, which had always allowed for freedom of choice in its discussions. Previously, due to the unity of the three pure ones, Tong Tian's absence or silence was assumed to align with the positions of Tai Shang and Yuan Shi. The weight of a Hunyuan Wuji celestial intention in the discussions of the Zixiao Palace was not to be underestimated. Now that Lingbao had expressed dissent, this rule was naturally rendered void. Hong Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, his purpose for coming was solely to conclude the Fengshen calamity and restore the balance of power. Since matters had been resolved, he would not pursue further inquiries. As his words fell, a wave of clarity washed over the calamities of the Honghuang realm. The grand calamity involving the three teachings and several Hunyuan Wuji, celestial beings, thus reached its conclusion. After speaking, Hong Jun paid no further heed to the assembly and returned to the Zixiao Palace. Tong Tian turned his gaze towards Tai Shang and Yuan Shi. Gentlemen, though Buddhism and Taoism stem from the immortal path, they have also evolved into distinct branches. Your confidence is noted. I shall observe how you will advance the immortal path when Buddhism flourishes in the future. In due time, our respective methods will reveal who is right and who is wrong. After addressing Zhuanti and Jane with a respectful gesture, the two understood and would treat the 3,000 disciples of the Jie sect with due care. Having completed these formalities, Tong Tian turned and led his disciples back to Jinao Island. Watching Tong Tian depart, Tai Shang and Yuan Shi were filled with mixed emotions. Had they emerged victorious or defeated? Had they acted out of self-interest? Only they knew the complexity of their feelings. With a sigh, they each returned to their mountains, while Zhuanti and Jane exchanged knowing smiles before heading back to the west. Ran Deng observed their departure and could not help but touch his sleeve, where a golden lotus petal flickered momentarily. Jinao Island, once a sacred ground of the Jie sect, now appeared particularly sorrowful. Tong Tian gazed down at the noticeably diminished number of disciples and sighed, recognizing that the larger picture had been set and could not be altered. He had separated himself, creating a balanced division of 2 against 2 with Tai Shang, Yuan Shi, and the two from the west. At this juncture, his decision was of utmost importance, as it would secure the greatest benefits for the Jie sect. This divine ability is beyond the decree of heaven. It is not a fault of war. You need not grieve excessively. In the future, during the Fengshen ceremony, there will be a time for reunion. Jinling, where are you? Jinling emerged from the side, kneeling to hear the master's decree. For this Fengshen, you shall sit in the Qin Palace and attain the position of Dumo. Among the Jie sect disciples, your divine rank is the highest. In the celestial court, your fellow disciples shall look to you for guidance. Jinling, the Holy Mother, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Master, no one shall bully the disciples of the Jie sect. Tong Tian nodded in affirmation and then cast his gaze around, landing on Bai Li. Bai Li, what matter do you wish to convey to your master? Observing this disciple, Tong Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Without him, the Jie sect would have been in dire straits. Bai Li, your mind is agile, and you possess exceptional skills. I wish to accept you as my true disciple, placing you alongside Gui Ling. Are you willing? Upon hearing these words, Bai Li was initially taken aback, but soon elation engulfed him. The distinction between a true disciple of the Jie sect and an outer disciple is as vast as the heavens and the earth. A true disciple is recognized by the sect leader as the inheritor of the doctrine. Do you not see that the Jie sect has but 4 true disciples, each one a treasure of the celestial master? Even the 7 immortals who attend to him are merely equivalent to true disciples, not true disciples in the fullest sense. The recent activation of the true fire in the 10,000 immortals array was triggered by the death of Gui Ling, a true disciple, who was ambushed and killed by the 4 immortals of the Chan sect. As a true disciple, as long as one refrains from self-destructive actions, the vast wilderness is a paradise. Bai Li knelt in gratitude. I thank you, Master, for your grace. The celestial master extended his hand, summoning an object and presenting it before Bai Li. Although the GS sect has suffered significant losses, the passing down of the teachings cannot be interrupted. Since you are now my true disciple, you must undertake this responsibility. I have previously bestowed upon you the lamp of Bo Palace for protection, and now I present you with this sword to aid you in your endeavors. I hope you will bring glory to our GS sect. Upon seeing the object the Celestial Master had produced, everyone gasped in astonishment. The Qingping sword. He is bestowing upon him the Qingping sword. This item is a personal possession of the Celestial Master, a treasure of the swordsmanship, and a symbol of the sect leader. To the disciples of the GS sect, seeing this sword is akin to witnessing the Celestial Master in person. Previously, the Celestial Master had only allowed this sword to be wielded by one person, the Master Brother. Daoren Duobao. Bai Li, upon seeing the Qingping sword, was equally astonished. Although he had been accepted as a true disciple, the significance of this item was immense. It surely was not meant for him. Master, I am but a novice and truly unworthy of wielding this item, especially since there is still Senior Sister Wudong above me. Before Bai Li could finish, he was interrupted by the Celestial Master raising his hand. In the future, Jin Ling will attain the Tao of Dumu and will need to oversee the stars, making it unfit for her to wield the Qingping. Wudong's temperament is straightforward. While she might handle it well under stable circumstances, she is not suited for such a responsibility in this situation. As for the Celestial Master glanced at the 6 individuals nearby, including Wu Yunxian, who either averted their gaze or remained silent. He sighed deeply, thinking that had these individuals been of unblemished character, he would not have needed to keep instructing them closely. Alas, it is better left unsaid. Reflecting on the Jia sect, which has cultivated 4 true disciples, all of whom have attained the Tao fruit, and the 7 immortals who have also achieved the Golden Immortal status. Alongside disciples such as Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos who have attained the Tao fruit, it is disheartening that, after the calamity of the Fengshen, the vast Jia sect has no one left to rely upon. A subtle tinge of bitterness crept into his heart. Jin Ling and Wudong stepped forward at the opportune moment. Junior brother, you are now the only one suitable to wield the Qingping within our Jia sect. Please accept it. The others, including Wu Yunxian, echoed in agreement. Yes, accept it. Bai Li found it difficult to refuse, bowing 3 times toward the Celestial Master, taking a deep breath. The Qingping sword represents not only authority but also responsibility. He slowly raised his hands above his head and accepted the Qingping sword from the Celestial Master. With a crack, in the astonished gaze of Bai Li, the Qingping sword, which he had just taken into his hands, shattered into countless pieces, transforming into a beam of azure light that vanished into Bai Li's body. What is this? In the original text of the Investiture of the Gods, it is mentioned that the Supreme Being, Zhuanti, shattered the sword of Tantian with the 7 treasures mysterious tree. Could it be that the Qingping has been destroyed? This seems implausible. How could the Tantian leader have orchestrated such a thing? Observing the expression on Bai Li's face, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could not help but chuckle. Silly junior brother. Qingping is not merely an object, it embodies intent. The Tantian leader smiled and nodded. Your senior sister speaks wisely. Although Qingping is my personal sword, it transcends the material. Its essence was originally forged from ordinary golden energy, long since obliterated in the endless past. Yet, the indomitable will to traverse the heavens and carve a path remains, coalescing into the form of a sword. As the wind stirs Qingping, so too does the Tao arise from it. The reason why the sword of Qingping commands the respect of all disciples of the Jia sect is not solely due to its power, but because it represents the will of the Jia sect. The bearer of Qingping is a pioneer and leader for our sect, blazing a trail for all disciples, which is why they all revere it. Chapter 57. The Grand Ceremony of Deification. Bai Li urgently inquired. In that case, esteemed master, please enlighten me on how to activate the Qingping. The Tantian cult leader gestured towards Bai Li's chest. The Qingping resides within you. As long as you desire to summon it, it shall naturally manifest. In an instant, Bai Li comprehended the meaning. The Qingping was indeed a manifestation of intent, emerging from the heart. With a surge of energy ready to be unleashed, he raised his hand, and a flash of green light appeared, revealing the ancient sword Qingping in his grasp. The Tantian cult leader nodded approvingly, recognizing Bai Li's potential for growth. He then turned his attention to the assembled disciples of the. Now that our disciples have endured the calamity, let it be known that unless faced with a great tribulation, I shall not emerge from the bayou. You may return to your sanctuaries for quiet cultivation, remain here at Jinao Island, or elevate your celestial abodes to Yu Heaven. Although Bayou Palace was situated within Yu Heaven, it also rested atop Jinao Island. Disciples who entered Yu Heaven found tranquility and remained untouched by karmic entanglements. but they faced challenges in departing, thus dedicating themselves to earnest cultivation. Following this conflict, some disciples of the disheartened ascended their spiritual mountains to Yu heaven, achieving significant progress on their path. The remaining immortals returned to their sacred abodes, leaving the once bustling Bai Li palace desolate and forlorn. As the grand gathering of immortals concluded, the process of deification progressed swiftly. Jiang Shang soon found himself besieging the city of Chaoga. Witnessing the imminent collapse of his reign, King Zhou resolutely chose to end his life in flames atop the star-collecting tower. In his final moments, he gazed skyward and towards the direction of the Nuwa Palace, ultimately bursting into laughter. The Star of Joy. Ha ha ha, the Star of Joy. In an instant, flames engulfed him, reducing both the extravagant star-collecting tower and the king himself to ashes, leaving only remnants of shattered walls. With the campaign against Zhou complete, the following day, Jiang Zia sought counsel from the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. After bathing and changing his garments, he prepared offerings of wine and flowers, holding the primordial decree to announce the deification. As he stood before the solemn and imposing deification platform, Jiang Zia couldn't help but exhale a long-held breath. Years had passed since he descended from Kunlun to undertake this sacred duty, fraught with challenges and tribulations, yet he had finally fulfilled the task assigned by his master. A wave of nostalgia washed over him for the days spent cultivating in Kunlun Mountain. Jiang Zia began to recite the primordial edict, the supreme, infinite, and primordial heavenly venerable decrees. The paths of the immortal and mortal diverge. Without a solid foundation, how can one traverse them? The realms of gods and demons are distinct. Can one gain favor through deceit and treachery? Even if one cultivates on the islands, without severing the three corpses, one shall ultimately face calamity after 5 centuries. Thus, I decree this with utmost reverence. Suddenly, the deification list radiated brilliant light, hovering above the deification platform. As the surrounding scenery shifted rapidly, 9 beams of light ascended, manifesting banners inscribed with divine symbols and edicts, while the 33 layers of cloud platforms rose, placing the deification list at the summit. Countless divine mandates emerged, settling upon the 33 cloud platforms, transforming into various divine positions. With sincere intent, Bai Jianfu wielded the 100 Spirits banner. In that moment, the true spirits of those immortals who perished during the deification gathered at the deification platform, suspended in the void. Jiang Zia held the apricot yellow flag in his left hand, and the divine whip in his right, ready to commence the deification. By the command of the Supreme Primordial. Before he could continue, a true spirit floated forth, interrupting with a sharp inquiry. Why is it that under the command of the Supreme Primordial Lord, the investiture of the gods speaks of the convergence of the 3 teachings? With the majority of those conferred being from my, yet there is no directive from our. We only revere the Master Tongtian. The voice belonged to Zhao Gongming, who, despite being deceased, had begun to comprehend the great Luo Dao fruit and was undeterred in his understanding of the events of the primordial chaos. Moreover, the Master Tongtian had publicly communicated the division of the 3 pure ones, making it impossible for him to remain unaware. He could hardly have anticipated the vast scope of this investiture calamity, nor the grievous losses sustained by, with both the fire spirit and the turtle spirit having fallen. It was lamentable that he could not intervene at the time. Otherwise, he would have fought tooth and nail against the. Jiang Zia shook the god-slaying whip in his hand, the runes upon it shimmering with light, causing the true spirits of the disciples to waver, yet none retreated. Yours has already been defeated. How dare you still flaunt your ferocity here? At that moment, 2 piercing female voices echoed through the void. When did my ever face defeat? Upon seeing the newcomers, Jiang Zia was nearly overwhelmed with cold sweat, tightening his grip upon the Xinghuang banner, for one of them was the master of the 9, unfazed by the god-slaying whip. The immortal Yunxiao. The investiture had arrived, and Yunxiao was to assume the position of the responding celestial goddess, as had been previously decreed by the primordial lord, who had harbored thoughts of reconciliation, thus releasing Yunxiao unharmed, albeit the treasured primordial golden dipper had yet to be returned. Yunxiao, Taoist friend, and Xiongxiao, Taoist friend. Why must you cling so tightly? Regardless of the process, the outcome remains unchanged. Ran Deng emerged from the void, approaching Jiang Zia, the implications of his presence being self-evident. Yunxiao snorted coldly, clearly prepared for conflict at the slightest provocation. She had sensed the extermination of the immortals and the great battle of the myriad immortals. Lamenting her confinement beneath the Qilin cliff, and now that she had been released, there was no reason to fear a confrontation. My junior sister speaks truly. Just as the tension escalated, another female immortal arrived from beyond the heavens, Mother Jinling. clad in a robe of starry patterns and treading upon the Milky Way. Her presence was awe-inspiring. First, there was Yun Xiao, then Bi Xiao, and now Jin Ling, all her elder sisters arriving in succession, instilling a sense of resolve within the spirits of, while the expressions of Ran Deng and the others grew increasingly grave. The Xianmen lineage shares a common origin. The blood upon the banner has yet to dry. To dare contend against the heavens for victory, let the bones be the foundation of the divine altar. Cast into the flames of tribulation, the heart bears no regrets. The soul resides upon the list, its aspirations unfulfilled. Even if the bones lie by the investiture platform, they will still heed the master's command to protect they. The voices drew closer, though soft. They resonated within the hearts of every disciple, and the investiture platform was soon filled with sorrow. Even Yun Xiao and Jin Ling could not help but feel their eyes moisten. Until a figure appeared before the assembly. It was none other than Bai Li. Now wielding the Qingping sword, Jin Ling timely remarked, "In the battle of the myriad immortals, Bai Li, my junior brother, rendered great service and has been taken as a direct disciple by the, ranking immediately after Sister Gui Ling and assuming control of the Qingping sword." Bai Li comprehended her intent. Jin Ling was vindicating him. With this thought, the Qingping sword materialized in his hand, and upon seeing it, the disciples were moved to tears. Kneeling in unison, the has not forgotten them. Bai Li, holding the Qingping sword, gazed toward the opposing Ran Deng, the lamp of flame. I had previously proclaimed during the great defeat of the 10 absolutes that my disciples of the must not be easily insulted. Otherwise, I would ascend to the Azure Pool Palace and summon the Qingping sword. My words still resonate in the air, and now the sword rests in my grasp. You are well aware of the events that transpired that day. Should you persist in claiming that the has been vanquished, I would not hesitate to unleash the myriad immortals once again after the canonization of the gods. The masters of each sect would refrain from intervening, and I am eager to witness what you shall say then. Upon hearing these words, the expression of the lamp of flame turned ashen. Yet, with Bai Li now wielding the Qingping sword, his words are not without credence, prompting only a cold snort before he averted his gaze. Bai Li raised the Qingping sword high above his head, declaring, "I serve at the behest of the Tongtian Patriarch of the and the Lingbao Tianzuan to assist in the canonization of the gods. The disciples of are to be arranged in order, and the divine positions must not be disrupted. Jiangxia, should I uncover the slightest hint of partiality in your dealings during the canonization, I warn you." Chapter 58. The four sovereigns of Fengshen Jiangxia gazed at the Qingping sword held by Bai Li and then glanced at the nearby Ran Deng. Ultimately, he swallowed his frustration, resolving to return to Kunlun Mountain to diligently hone his skills and reclaim his honor. Among the 365 righteous deities, the foremost was Bai Jian, the master of the 100 Spirits banner. Originally, he had been a great general during the reign of the Yellow Emperor Hunyuan, achieving minor military accomplishments during the campaign against Qiyu. However, he perished after being cast into the North Sea. Now, he returned to assist in the construction of the Fengshen platform, opting not to partake in the conflicts between the Shang and Zhou dynasties, thus enjoying a life of tranquility and virtue. Zhang Zia cast another glance at Bai Li and then intoned, "By the decree of the leaders of the three teachings, I hereby bestow upon Bai Jian the title of Supreme Leader of the Three Realms and the position among the 365 righteous deities of abundant blessings. May it be acknowledged." At that moment, the divine decree representing the position of righteous deities of abundant blessings atop the 33 layers of clouds shone brilliantly, summoning Bai Jian's soul to ascend and take his rightful place among the deities. Following this, Huang Tianhua was conferred the title of the Three Mountains righteous deity, Binglingong, while Huang Feihu and 4 others were bestowed the titles of the 5 mountain emperors. Although titled as emperors, their roles were akin to local deities, their status lower than that of the celestial deities. Among the 5 mountains, Huang Feihu held the highest and most unique position as the Eastern Mountain Taishan's heavenly virtuous sage emperor. In ancient times, beneath the Eastern Mountain Taishan lay the realm of the underworld, making the Eastern Mountain Emperor a formidable deity, only slightly inferior to the ancient heavenly emperor. However, after the Eastern Mountain Emperor's enlightenment, this divine position remained vacant. With Huang Feihu's recent elevation to Eastern Mountain Emperor, the primordial heavenly sovereign issued an additional decree granting him authority over the 18 layers of the underworld. Yet, this title was merely nominal, for the actual power dynamics were quite different. Without delving into the realms of the underworld and the Queen Mother of the Earth, one must consider the Fengdu Emperor, the 5 ghost emperors, and the 6 heavens of Fengdu, who had long since solidified their control over the underworld, leaving no room for external authority. Huang Feihu soared forward, and a pure essence emitted from the primordial talisman on Jiangxia's altar, drawing Huang Feihu upward to merge with the divine position. The divine seat representing the Eastern Mountain Emperor radiated a brilliant light, elevating itself several tiers. Upon witnessing this, Bai Li could not help but raise an eyebrow. The Chan sect served as the earthly representatives of the heavenly order, and with the primordial one's capabilities, it was easy for them to justify Huang Feihu's suitability for this position. This act of delegating a fragment of their authority to another was something that could not be easily contested. Was the Chan sect attempting to assert dominance, seeking to grasp the power of the underworld to counter the future authority of the Earth Store? After bestowing the title upon Huang Feihu, Jiangxia glanced at Bai Li, noting his lack of action, which put him at ease. Next, when Zhong was conferred the title of the Nine Heavens Responding Thunder, the Divine Master of Universal Transformation, the Lord of the Thunder Department, overseeing life and death, the cycle of growth and decay, the reward and punishment of good and evil, the orchestration of clouds and rain, and the vanquishing of demons. He would illuminate the heavenly heart of the great way above and alleviate the suffering of the underworld below. At the moment of his consecration, Wen Zhong immediately reclaimed his past life's Tao fruit, and the sound of thunder resonated through the void. A magnificent thunder pool materialized from the thunder path, embodying the primal explosion born from the union of yin and yang. Thus, the manifestation of thunder was ubiquitous. A colossal deity with a dragon's head and a human body, wielding thunder, appeared before the assembly. Indeed, it was the primordial divine Thunder Zhe. Before long, the extraordinary phenomena subsided, and Thunder Zhe reaffirmed his identity as Wen Zhong, who then bowed respectfully to the four cardinal directions. I extend my gratitude to all fellow practitioners. In the past, I traversed the Thunder Marsh, and today, I find myself in the company of Wen Zhong. I shall take the lead and await my esteemed companions. Subsequently, I seated myself upon the lofty heights of the 33 heavens, where a divine edict manifested as a thunder lotus beneath my throne. Following this, the 7 heavenly lords of the 10 absolute array, along with 4 subordinates of Wen Zhong, including the immortal Han Ji, were conferred the titles of the 24 heavenly lords of the Thunder Department. Bai Li noticed that his position had been usurped by a fallen comrade from the myriad of immortals, causing his fingers to twitch involuntarily. It appeared that his suspicions were indeed correct. Tai Yi was to assume the position of the Lord of Compassion. The fallen immortal from the Chan teaching took the place of Yao Bin, while Du Yi replaced Dong Quan. However, observing the expressions of Randang, it seemed that the two harbored some clandestine plans. Bai Li had initially anticipated their immediate actions, but was surprised by their restraint. Thereafter, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit revealed her Daodu form, firmly establishing herself in the Qin Palace, becoming the second-generation Daodu and the foremost among the celestial constellations. Having attained Tai, she became the second formidable being to simultaneously achieve 2 great Dao fruits, following Yun Shao. Given her extensive journey along the Great Luo Path, it is likely she will have a seat at the next assembly in the Zishao Palace. Zhao Gongming ascended as the master deity of wealth, the Golden Dragon's Rui. Yet he did not immediately attain the Dao fruit of Tai Yi like his predecessors, as it seems his cultivation still has deficiencies, necessitating a prolonged period of comprehension and rectification. Yun Shao and her 2 sisters assumed the positions of the sensory world immortal god, a title neither grand nor diminutive, overseeing matters of childbirth and the celestial sequence. However, the trio appeared indifferent to their divine ranks, patiently awaiting their roles. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, which Yun Shao promptly grasped. It was the primordial golden Daodu. Among the multitude of disciples from the, aside from Lu exhibiting some peculiarities, the rest remained stagnant in their spiritual progression as long as they remained on the divine list, burdened by their divine duties with little respite. The conferral of the 365 true gods was nearing completion when Jiangxia took a deep breath and produced a talisman from his bosom. The moment the talisman was unveiled, it hovered in midair, radiating divine light and enveloped in celestial aura. The seals of the Supreme and the Primordial simultaneously surged into the divine list, causing 4 exalted ranks to ascend to the pinnacle of the 33 heavens. Their height and distance far surpassed ordinary divine positions, even rivaling the authority of the Daodu. Bai Li felt a weight in his heart. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The 4 sovereigns, the Supreme, and the Primordial were partitioning the ancient divine authority, replacing the old with the new while simultaneously suppressing the expansion of the new divine path. Yet, Bai Li gazed upward. Would the celestial and underworld goddesses idly watch as 4 outsiders ascended to equality with themselves? Jiangxia, unaware of the intricacies, merely acted in accordance with the commands of the Primordial. As the cycles of evening tribulations turned, the ancient deities withdrew, the celestial path flourished, and now, with the calamity of the divine conferral, new gods supplanted the old, necessitating the Force sovereigns to manifest in the world, safeguarding all beings across the realms and stabilizing the primordial chaos. For beams of light soared into the sky, and the divine list shifted accordingly. With the four sovereign ranks being established in an instant, the four sovereign deities must hasten to their rightful places. Upon the altar of divine ordination, a true spirit radiates with resplendent purple light, embodying the utmost nobility and grandeur. Above, a magnificent and boundless galaxy manifests, revealing the original form of Ji Chang's son, Boikao. Clad in celestial robes adorned with stars, a singular star firmly rests at the center of his crown, eternal and unchanging, signifying the majestic Zi-Wei among the celestial bodies. As the heavenly constellations revolve, beams of starlight descend, and in an instant, Zi-Wei reaffirms its connection to the great Tao, embodying the dual fruits of Tai. A celestial tree of stars rises to the heavens, elevating Zi-Wei to the highest echelon of the divine platform. Now, with the four sovereigns gracing the mortal realm, I embrace the virtues of Zi-Wei. Inheriting the ancient divine essence, I shall be known as the Supreme Emperor of the North, the Tai Huang of Zi-Wei, residing in the celestial realm, governing myriad stars, serving as the progenitor of all phenomena, establishing the order of the four seasons, presiding over the deities of the three realms, and overseeing the fortunes and misfortunes of the heavens, bestowing grace upon all living beings. Chapter 59. The Sovereign of Heaven and Earth. As Zi-Wei took her seat, a divine essence descended from the celestial heights, manifesting as a sacred being. It was none other than the Supreme Celestial Emperor, the Grand Emperor of Longevity in the Southern Pole. Ascending to the divine throne with a single step, he sat high above, surveying all sentient beings. I am the Grand Emperor of Longevity in the Southern Pole, sovereign over all spirits. I command the seasonal climates, able to summon winds and rains, wield thunder and lightning, and govern the fate and fortune of all things. In the midst of his speech, he cast a casual glance at Bai Li, sending a chill down his spine. Bai Li tightened his grip on the Qingping sword. The primordial celestial venerable was truly cautious. This moment was ideally suited for the Southern Pole's immortal to ascend to the esteemed position of the Grand Emperor of Longevity, a fact beyond reproach. Yet, to prevent any interference from Tai, the timing was intentionally delayed. The Northern Pole's Zi-Wei and the Southern Pole's Grand Emperor of Longevity were perfectly aligned, soon to be followed by the Western Pole's Emperor of the Upper Palace. The four sovereigns had taken their places, with only the Eastern position remaining. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Tai Yi's true spirit seemed to resonate with the Eastern throne. A nine-colored lotus flower blossomed beneath him, radiating billions of auspicious lights. As if the true path lay before him, Tai Yi ascended to the 33rd cloud platform, offering a sincere bow to the Grand Emperor of Longevity in the Southern Pole. The Grand Emperor nodded and spoke. Tai Yi, with your accomplishments today, this position is still beyond your grasp. If you do not awaken now, when will you? The stern admonition pierced deep into Tai Yi's heart, stirring the ancient roots of his existence. In that moment, a luminous compassion enveloped the surroundings, permeating the three realms and illuminating the heavens. He vowed aloud, pledging his great compassion. I, Tai Yi, the celestial venerable of deliverance, now embrace the virtue of Tai Yi, making a great vow of compassion to rescue all beings. Throughout countless eons, I shall guide the unnumbered souls, if only they can turn towards me. Even with a single thought of faith and devotion, calling upon my name, I shall respond and extend my mercy. I am the celestial venerable of deliverance for the 10 directions. As his voice echoed, boundless willpower drew beings towards him. Figures from the 10 directions appeared around Tai Yi, seeking out the suffering of all creatures and hastening to their aid. With this vow proclaimed, should it remain unfulfilled, he would surely transform into dust to atone for the transgression of his promise. Bai Li, still gripping the Qingping sword, ultimately relaxed his hold. Regardless of the past, Tai Yi's current position in the eastern extreme of Qinghua was indeed sufficient. With a resounding roar that shook the heavens, a lion's cry reverberated, resonating with the three saints above and reaching the depths of the underworld. Before the crowd could react, a 9-headed lion manifested beside Tai Yi, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The Grand Emperor of Longevity in the Southern Pole looked at Tai Yi with a smile and said, "This beast is a long-cultivated true spirit, known as the 9-spirit primordial sage. Moved by your compassion, it willingly follows you." Celestial Venerable of Deliverance, do not hesitate to accept it. Tai. The Celestial Venerable of Deliverance smiled and gently patted the head of the largest lion. Primordial Sage, let us depart. With that, he mounted the nine-spirit Primordial Sage, taking his place as the Eastern Extremes Emperor of the Nine Suns. A divine river flowed from the beginning of time, seemingly the ultimate embodiment of Tai. As a radiant light descended, forming a nine-colored halo behind his head, surrounded by a myriad of auspicious energies, accompanied by a host of immortal true beings. The four sovereigns returned to their rightful positions, aligning themselves with the center of the 33 heavens, dividing the myriad beings, spirits, stars, and divine authorities. The primordial Tao brother possesses quite the lofty ambition. Such a grand appetite could lead to overindulgence. The voice emanated from the depths of the netherworld, a vast river of the Tao flowing directly into the divine sealing platform, where the divine forms manifested, issuing a collective command that interrupted the actions of the four. It was the Earth Mother. Indeed, she had taken action in the realm of the Nether. The only entity who could exude such divine might besides the Earth Mother was hard to fathom. Unexpectedly, it was the Earth Mother who struck first, even before the Celestial Emperor. The primordial Taoist, embodying the Emperor of Longevity from the South Pole, maintained a calm demeanor, merely stating, "I am the source of the divine laws." As his words echoed, the figures upon the Tao River quivered for the primordial Taoist. Inverting evidence to claim the cause of the heavens was indeed encroaching upon the divine authority, which naturally influenced the divine realm. His disciples mirrored this. For how else could the Celestial Emperor allow the 12 immortals to submit, creating such a tumult? However, the Earth Mother was no pushover from the divine river. A thread of primordial yellow energy emerged, evolving into the cycle of reincarnation, within which a decree manifested, adhering to the heavenly principles and the Earth Mother's divine essence. As the virtues of the earth and the brilliance of primordial yellow instantaneously displaced the four sovereigns from their positions. All sentient beings' lives and deaths stem from the tribulations of reincarnation, as epochs alternate in the cycle. The primordial Taoist pondered, hesitating, when a voice of authority resonated from above the heavens. The heavens possess the virtue of nurturing life, and the earth bears the weight of all things. The virtues of heaven are vast and unyielding. The virtues of earth are tranquil and gentle. The Celestial Emperor and Earth Mother protect all beings across the heavens, while the four sovereigns reign beneath. A surge of primordial azure energy intertwined with the earlier primordial yellow energy, manifesting the supreme Jade Emperor of the Golden Palaces, the great heavenly sovereign, and the exalted Emperor of the high heavens, corresponding to the Earth Mother's divine principles, forcefully attempting to displace the four sovereigns from the 33 heavens. The Emperor of Longevity from the South Pole side, ultimately refraining from forcibly elevating their positions, instead establishing the four sovereigns at a moderate distance from the center of the 33 heavens, subtly lower than the Jade Emperor. The contention above came to a close, and regardless of the outcome, Jiang Zia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he prepared to declare the completion of the divine sealing, Bai Li retrieved a spiritual treasure decree from his bosom. As the cycles of calamity repeat, during the divine sealing catastrophe, the heavens sense the incompleteness of the divine path. The four sovereigns descend to respond to the four directions, and likewise, the five elders from the five directions emulate the ancient divine emperors to oversee the affairs of the five elements, harmonizing the five energies. Thus, how commendable! As he spoke, the spiritual decree radiated brilliance, descending upon the divine sealing list, giving rise to numerous transformations, with five divine positions appearing on the 33 heavens, manifesting in the colors of blue, white, black, red, and yellow, aligning with the five elements of heaven and earth. You dare, illegitimate child. The expressions of Randang and the others darkened with fury, as Bai Li audaciously altered the divine sealing with the spiritual decree. Bai Li coldly smirked, just now. You all imposed the four sovereigns with the decrees of two celestial sovereigns. Why can I not establish the five elders with my master's decree? The divine sealing list is indeed meant for such matters. They wished to express further thoughts, but were silenced by a mere glance from the Emperor of Longevity in Antarctica. The manifestation of the five elders' esteemed positions is one matter, yet solidifying their authority is an entirely different endeavor. This maneuver bears a striking resemblance to his establishment of the four sovereigns. At this moment, Bai Li embodies the will of Tong Tian. He cannot take action to propel Tong Tian towards the west. Given the current circumstances in the primordial chaos, the Eastern Qing Emperor, the eldest among the five elders, is of paramount importance, which is what they vie for. However, It remains uncertain how this young one will contend with Hunyuan and Hutu. Bai Li then directed a respectful gesture towards the resplendent Hunyuan position, shimmering with azure light, at the center of the 33-layer cloud platform. Great Heavenly Sovereign. The position of the Western White Emperor, the seventh Lord of the Qi Tians, among the 5 elders of the 5 directions, rightfully belongs to the Heavenly Court. The entire Fengshen platform fell into silence for several breaths, until once more, the voice of Hunyuan resonated from above. Indeed, Brother Tong Tian possesses remarkable prowess. Chapter 60. The true elder of the Red Emperor of the West is indeed the land of Gung Metal. Yet the esteemed positions of the 5 elders belonging to the West have been granted to the Heavenly Court, a situation that is rather intriguing. However, should the Metal Sovereign refrain from taking action amidst the clamor of warfare, the repercussions from the West could be dire. Presently, having acquired such power, he can cultivate a capable faction to bolster his authority, a strategy executed with remarkable finesse. The azure aura that had previously repelled the 5 elders from the 5 directions swiftly dissipated, as another cerulean essence descended from the void, securing the position of the White Emperor, the Elder of Radiance, representing the West. The connection between the Sovereign of Heaven and the Earth was disrupted. The Earth's Sovereign acted decisively, enveloping the position of the Yellow Emperor, the Elder of Mystical Luminescence, representing the center, in a swirl of dark yellow essence. Bai Li, alongside the South Pole Emperor of Eternal Life, refrained from intervening. The Earth's Sovereign, having opened the cycle of reincarnation, attained the divine status of the Earth, akin to the ancient contest for the title of Mother Earth with the great goddess Nuwa, who, despite her efforts, ultimately fell short. Nuwa subsequently sought other opportunities, achieving the title of Master of Creation, a classic case of fortune arising from adversity. From that moment forth, the Earth's Sovereign firmly grasped the core authority over the land, with no rival capable of contesting her dominion. Even if the position of the Elder of Mystical Luminescence, representing the Earth, were to be assigned to another, it could not encroach upon the authority of the Earth's Sovereign, allowing her reign to remain unchallenged. In an instant, the sovereigns of heaven and earth receded, and the path of the new ancient divine way faced no obstacles, with the positions of the 5 elders firmly established. At present, the only unoccupied positions remained those representing wood, fire, and water. The Eastern Azure Emperor, associated with wood and life, was not his concern. The Northern Black Emperor, representing water, had his own plans. Thus, his current ambition was to seize the position of the Red Emperor, the true Elder of Fire, in the Southern Realm. Bai Li produced the Crimson Bright Banner and stepped forth, manifesting the fiery peaks of Chi Fu Mountain behind him, which lifted him towards the 33 layers of cloud platforms. Just as he was about to step onto them, a lion's roar resounded, conjuring a blue light that obstructed his path. The Celestial Master of Great Compassion had appeared before him, observing him with a cheerful demeanor. My friend, virtue must align with position, and thus I harbor great aspirations. Although the positions of the 5 elders may originate from you, your merits and path do not suffice. You are unfit for the position of the Red Emperor. His words, sincere and heartfelt, seemed genuinely concerned for Bai Li's welfare. Bai Li chuckled and shook his head. I possess the merit of passing down the fire, assisting the Flame Emperor, earning the title of the Wise, and enjoying the offerings from humanity. As a true disciple of the, inheriting the celestial destiny, I have received the favor of spiritual treasures and am enveloped in the purity of the celestial path. How could I be deemed unworthy? Upon finishing, the scenery of the blessed land behind him transformed into a wheel of 5 virtues, as the Crimson Bright Banner in his hand manifested the essence of humanity. A flicker of divine fire emerged from the banner, embodying the light of civilization, harmoniously reflecting the name of the Wise within the wheel of 5 virtues. Simultaneously, the 3 murals that had been revered for years at the ancestral ground of the human race soared into the sky, entwined with the long river of humanity, directly entering the divine ceiling platform. Above the river, Bai Li's merit of passing down the fire was vividly illustrated, showcasing his virtue of vanquishing plague and evil. In the fire cloud cave, the Earth's Sovereign Shinnong's lips curled into a slight smile. When the Wise faced difficulty, how could I, as the Sovereign of humanity, refrain from restoring his honor? He retrieved the Shinnong cauldron, giving it a gentle flick, causing the vision of 3,000 years of governance to manifest in the void, casting it into the divine ceiling platform. Beside him, Fuxi and the Yellow Emperor Hunyuan exchanged knowing smiles, jesting, "Dear brother, you certainly show great concern for this disciple of the." Shinnong remained silent, a smile adorning his face, for his journey was ultimately distinct from that of the 2 brothers. In an instant, The surroundings of Bai Li were filled with extraordinary phenomena. The entirety of the Fengshen platform echoed with Bai Li's illustrious achievements. The 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors, through countless epochs in the primordial wilderness, had witnessed the profound significance of Bai Li's mastery over fire and the reverence bestowed upon him by humanity. Furthermore, the Qingping sword soared skyward, manifesting the unique celestial essence of the Jie sect, with Bai Li exalted above all, standing at the forefront among the multitude. Tai Yi's expression stiffened, and even the nearby Ran Deng and Jiang Zia were taken aback, for it was a widely transmitted tale among humanity that during the era of the Earth Emperor, there existed a sage, a precursor of the human race. Yet, none had anticipated that this sage was Bai Li himself. When did he attain this enlightenment? How could it be that I have accomplished such feats in the past, and that these merits will persist through countless epochs to come? Though my fellow Taoist has made grand aspirations, which I deeply admire, there remains unfinished business. If I am unworthy to ascend, then surely my fellow Taoist cannot either. Though your accomplishments are undoubtedly sufficient, the esteemed positions of the 5 elders and the 4 sovereigns are of such high regard and value. It seems implausible for one of your celestial cultivation to occupy such a seat. Upon hearing this, Bai Li smiled and nodded. You are correct, my friend Tai Yi, but I have never claimed that I must attain the status of the Scarlet Emperor through the realm of the Celestial Immortal. As soon as he spoke, the Qi Ming banner stirred in response. The true fire of the sun occupied the heavenly position. The Qi Hun purple fire claimed the earthly seat, and the Sui fire presided over the human domain, perfectly aligning with the principles of the 3 talents and adeptly transforming into the Qi Ming Yuan Yin, which was the foundation of Bai Li's fire cultivation. The Qi Ming Yuan Yin entered Bai Li's brow, and in an instant, he merged into an immeasurable space, scattering countless thoughts, transcending within, and coalescing into an immortal essence, before swiftly returning to the present realm. A flicker of flame ignited in his eyes, and a fiery pattern coalesced upon his brow, with his cultivation of fire manifesting as a crimson wheel that filled the void between the 5 virtues and the esteemed position of the sage. Today, I have attained the Golden Immortal. At that moment, the entire Fengshen platform erupted in astonishment, save for the few, including the Polar Emperor of Longevity and Yun Shao, who had already discerned Bai Li's imminent ascension to the Golden Immortal, held back only by the calamity of the Fengshen. The disciples of the Jie sect rejoiced in unison, extending their heartfelt congratulations to Bai Li for his achievement. When Bai Li turned to regard Tai Yi again, he found him with a face as pale as water. When you attained the title of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, you were merely a Golden Immortal, yet I have now achieved the same rank. What do you think? My friend, if I am still unworthy of this position, then I humbly request that you relinquish your title as the Qinghua Emperor. I also respect your compassionate heart. Tai Yi snorted coldly and swept away his sleeves. Bai Li chose not to engage further. At this moment, despite Tai Yi's initial compassion, which stemmed from the virtues of Tai Yi, he fell far short of the future's great compassion embodied by the Tai Yi savior of suffering. Future tribulations would inevitably arise. Bai Li ascended to the 33rd tier of the cloud platform, gazing upon the venerable position of the true elder of the Red Emperor among the 5 elders, and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, subsequently speaking. Herein lies the disciple Bai Li of the born of primordial essence, inheriting the sacred teachings of the Lingbao, and upholding the aspirations of the Swerin. He disseminates the knowledge of fire among humanity, incinerating the malevolent forces to save sentient beings, assisting the Yin Emperor in governing the realm with tranquility. Through the trials of he attains purity, contributing to the mortal realm while securing a place within the celestial domain. His designated sanctuary is the of the, where he is destined to embody the esteemed rank of the Southern Red Emperor, the true elder of the 3 Qi, the celestial monarch. In an instant, the radiance of the true elder of the Red Emperor surged forth, enveloping Bai Li. The of the ascended directly into the 33 heavens, transforming into the sanctuary of the true elder. In that fleeting moment, he beheld an endless crimson river, teeming with countless figures. This is the river of the fire path, where every apparition signifies a celestial being who has made significant strides upon this fiery journey. This is the realm of celestial beings, where the primordial ancient deities of the divine path do not emerge lightly. The foremost figure of the postnatal fire path is none other than Swerin, who, wishing not to contend with Bai Li, along with the support from both the mortal and celestial realms, firmly establishes him in the position of the true elder of the Red Emperor, becoming one among the multitude of figures. I am Bai Li, the Southern Red Emperor, the true elder of the 3 Qi, the celestial monarch. Chapter 61. The conclusion of the canonization as the crimson light suddenly dispersed, Bai Li reappeared, transformed in countenance. Adorned with the crimson jade crown and draped in the ethereal garments of the three Qi, he commanded the vermilion flag and rode the fire Qilin. Accompanied by an army of 300,000, guiding the spirit of Taiqing, Hunyuan above, and harmonizing the three Qi below, ensuring the eternal existence of all things, and channeling the celestial essence of Nansha. The fire Qilin beneath him had also undergone various transformations, successfully attaining the status of a celestial being. While he clenched his fist, ultimately, his cultivation fell short. Within the 33 heavens and the celestial court, he could wield the power of the Tai Dao fruit, remaining undying and returning within the Dao. However, once he stepped beyond that realm, the authority he wielded would diminish. Fortunately, his insights into the fire path were genuine and substantial. Though such power was beneficial, it was not what he sought. It would merely serve as a means of self-preservation. Once he resolved the matters at hand, he would condense a manifestation using the crimson primordial flame to oversee the extreme flame cave. After Bai Li attained the position of the true elder of the Red Emperor, all eyes turned towards the other two esteemed positions. The authority over the five elements, parallel to the four sovereigns, who would not covet such power. The East was the realm of the immortal path, and the Eastern Green Emperor was destined to return to our immortal way. The Southern Polar Longevity Emperor merely cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, decisively determining the allocation of the Eastern Green Emperor's position to the Green Spirit. The Ninth Qi Celestial Monarch, as if merely stating an established fact, before reaching out towards the esteemed seat. A golden lotus blossomed upon the canonization platform, radiating layers of Buddhist light that obstructed the Southern Polar Longevity Emperor's advance. Brother Yuanshi, your words are misguided. The East is the realm of birth and creation. My senior brother's disciple, the medicine master, is the leader of the Eastern pure, glazed world, who once vowed 12 great vows in the past to alleviate the suffering of all beings, ensuring they attain the roots necessary for liberation. He is indeed well suited for the position of the Eastern Green Emperor. The figure of Zhuanti appeared atop the golden lotus, smiling as he regarded the Yuanshi transformed Southern Polar Longevity Emperor. It was one thing for others to weigh in, but the position of the Eastern Green Emperor was perfectly aligned with the medicine master's path. Securing it would be akin to driving a stake into Eastern territory, facilitating the future flourishing of Buddhist teachings. Currently, a rift had emerged between Lingbao, Taishang, and Yuanshi, and with Bai Li at the helm of he would certainly not align with Yuanshi. It was likely that due to the 3,000 disciples' partiality towards the Buddhist sect, such a golden opportunity could not be missed. As the two exchanged glances, poised to act, the canonization platform suddenly trembled, and the principles of heaven and earth became chaotic. The sound of waves and the roars of dragons echoed through the void. The Northern Black Emperor, symbolizing the north and the element of water, unexpectedly flickered before the eyes of all present, then transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing into the void, its whereabouts unknown. Even the Yuanshi transformed Southern Polar Longevity Emperor and Zhuanti were unable to react in time to halt the occurrence. What was happening? In the 33 heavens, there was one who sensed the changes in the cosmos before the two primordial beings. That was the Eastern King, who was cultivating in the great Yukong Ming heaven. As a third-grade water official of the 5 Qi, he immediately recognized that something was amiss in the great cycle of the primordial waters, and in an instant, he discerned the turbulence occurring at the 4 CCIs. Even the body of Shun Gongbao, which had been buried in the Northern Sea during the canonization, was reduced to ashes. Could it be that some unforeseen calamity has befallen the myriad water origin worlds connected to the primordial wilderness? Or has a formidable master of the waterway perished? Why is it that only the 4 CCIs are in turmoil, while numerous other water veins remain unaffected? Is it possible that someone is orchestrating this chaos? With such conjectures in mind, he cast a glance toward the direction of the 4 Cs, pondering who could execute such deeds with greater ease than the Dragon Clan. A flicker of thought propelled him through the 3 realms and 10 directions, delving into the void to investigate the numerous water origin worlds linked to the primordial 4 Cs. He discovered that while there was indeed agitation among them, it was not sufficient to disturb the sea eyes of the primordial wilderness. Yet, he found no evidence of human intervention. At that moment, a series of dragon roars resonated through the 4 Cs, as the sea suppression dragon Pearl manifested its boundless might, forcefully quelling the unrest of the sea eyes, and the triadic cycle of the primordial wilderness gradually began to restore itself. Truly, it was a most peculiar affair. Just then, his gaze shifted toward the direction of the Fengshen platform, a smile playing upon his lips. It appeared that someone had set their sights on the esteemed position of the Northern Black Emperor. Alas, there are only a handful of mighty beings capable of stirring such commotion. I shall refrain from mingling in this tumult. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Mother Palace, Ao Guang reported to the Dragon Mother regarding the turmoil of the Four Seas. Upon hearing that no losses had occurred, the Dragon Mother nodded in acknowledgement. Ao Guang, this is a splendid opportunity presented by our young friend Bai Li. The position of the Northern Black Emperor is of paramount importance to our Dragon clan. You must search far and wide throughout the realms to unearth this hidden position. In the days of yore, during the flourishing of the divine path, your dragon ancestor once served as the Black Emperor. Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and took his leave. Observing the remains of Shun Gongbao, reduced to ashes in the Northern Sea's eye, the Tongtian master, from another realm, shook his head and turned to smile towards the Fengshen platform. The sea eyes of the Four Seas are indeed a terminal point. It's remarkable that you could conceive such a plan and even enlist the cooperation of the Dragon clan. Should this endeavor succeed, it might just prompt the Turtle Spirit's early return. Those two hold the Eastern Primordial Elder in high regard. Even if they suspect my involvement, they will not delve into the reasons behind it. Truly, human sentiment is deserving of the title calculating the heavens. Upon the Fengshen platform, the esteemed position of the Northern Black Emperor had been lost, causing a ripple of unrest among the 5 elemental positions. Hunyuan intervened to stabilize the esteemed position of the Western White Emperor, while the shimmering of the Xian Huang Qi secured the position of the Central Yellow Emperor. The esteemed position of the Southern Red Emperor had been affirmed by Bai Li, and with numerous fires safeguarding him, he remained unscathed. However, the esteemed position of the Eastern Green Emperor remained unoccupied and began to sway precariously, seemingly on the brink of fleeing like the Northern position. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Shi and Zhuan Ti sprang into action, yet a sigh echoed from beyond the heavens. A stream of limitless energy surged forth, breaking through their obstruction and casting the Eastern Green Emperor's esteemed position into the void, its whereabouts unknown. Dao brother, the voice of the Supreme echoed across the Fengshen platform. There is no need for you two to contend. The esteemed positions of the Green Emperor and Black Emperor will naturally seek their destined individuals. For now, let your positions remain in suspension, as the sealing of the gods has concluded. All deities, swiftly return to your rightful places. Do not delay. As his words resonated, the 2 esteemed positions on the Fengshen list momentarily faded from view, awaiting the emergence of those destined to manifest in the future, aiding them in their ascent to the heavens. Thus, all divine ranks were established, with the esteemed position of the Western Emperor entering the heavenly court and the Central Yellow Emperor descending into the underworld. The investiture of the gods ascended as a radiant beam of golden light, seamlessly merging into the entirety of the new celestial court. The ancient divine pathways, once unclaimed by any deity, now surged towards this newly established realm. The god-slaying whip struck directly into the Lingxiao Palace, landing upon the jade table before Hunyuan. Upon witnessing this treasured artifact of divine retribution, Hunyuan shook his head and sighed. The teachings of the Chan school, originating from the Primordial One, emphasize the enforcement of celestial principles and inherently possess the capacity to manipulate divine authority. Consequently, the disciples of the Chan school regard the celestial court with disdain. Initially, Hunyuan intended to utilize the investiture of the gods to admonish a few Chan disciples and simultaneously consolidate divine power, only to find that the Primordial One had relegated this matter to a discussion in the Zixiao Palace, thus ensnaring the Jie school in the process. Presently, the Chan school has few disciples on the roster. Among the 12 disciples, while the Great One of Tai is listed, he has become one of the 4 sovereigns. Although his rank is marginally inferior to Hunyuan's, he remains beyond his jurisdiction. The rest are all from the Jie school, and leaving aside other considerations, Brother Tongtian is currently not to be trifled with. The god-slaying whip, though tasteless when consumed, it is too precious to discard. Chapter 62, Ascending to the Celestial Heights. Brother, are you troubled by the matters concerning the ascension of the deities? Spoke a woman clad in elegant court attire, exuding an air of grace and authority. Upon seeing her, Hunyuan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he responded, Sister, you have arrived. Alas, when it comes to the matter of bestowing divinity, it seems that my esteemed Taoist brother of primordial origin surpasses us all. The celestial beings of thee are now enshrined on the divine list. And with the 4 sovereigns and 5 elders currently positioned in the heavenly court, they indeed pose a significant hindrance. Having served alongside one another for many years, managing the affairs of the male and female celestial beings in the heavenly court, they had long referred to each other as brother and sister in private. The Queen Mother of the Yaoqi smiled and remarked, "Brother, you are blinded by the current predicament. It is indeed challenging to contend against various forces alone, rendering the god-smiting whip ineffective. However, is there not an available ally at hand?" Hao Ian's eyes brightened as he realized. "Are you referring to them?" The Queen Mother nodded in affirmation. "The offer from the Western Emperor to bestow upon you the esteemed title was clearly an indication of his desire to keep the Buddhist sect at bay. Many of the deities on the divine list are disciples of the. If we were to ally with them, there would be no need to worry about those disciples. And the affairs of the underworld, belonging to the old gods, can be managed with the assistance of a few reliable figures. The allegiances of the Eastern and Northern elders remain uncertain, but our primary concern should be the four sovereigns." Hao Ian nodded in agreement, noting that the four sovereigns had been introduced by primordial origin. Zy and Goqing evidently leaned towards primordial origin. While the Southern Emperor of Eternal Life is expected to be succeeded by the Southern Immortal, and Tai has become the Eastern Emperor of Qinghua, the four sovereigns may lean towards the or belong to its followers, which presents the most pressing issue we must address. Despite the substantial authority of Zy and Goqing, they cannot overshadow Dumu in name, and Jin Ling, having attained the fruits of two great paths, undoubtedly possesses the capability to subdue them. Currently, among the 8 celestial deities in the heavenly court, the majority of the great powers belong to thee. If we were to forge an alliance with thee, it would certainly facilitate our dealings with the four sovereigns." Hao Ian nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Seizing this opportunity, I shall also nurture some of my own people. Where is the Star of White Venus?" A young Taoist, bearing a treasured sword, approached from outside the hall. If Bai Li were present, he would certainly recognize this individual as the Qiming Taoist who had once offered him a warning on the path of pilgrimage. The Star of White Venus entered the hall and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, what is your command?" Seeing this, Hao Ian nodded, recognizing that Tai Bai embodies the morning star, a celestial figure of gold, and the White Emperor. He is perfectly suited to assume the position of the Western Emperor. Hao Ian was willing to invest significantly in this alliance. With the calamity of bestowing divinity now concluded, the positions of the four sovereigns and the 5 elders are established. Among them, I have obtained the esteemed title of the Western White Emperor of the 7 Qi Heavenly Lord. I shall now bestow this title upon you. But it cannot be given freely. Do you understand? Tai Bai Jin Xing was instantly elated, comprehending the implication and kneeling in gratitude. "I am deeply grateful for your recognition and favor, Your Majesty. I pledge to serve you faithfully from this day forth, repaying your kindness with unwavering loyalty." With that, a flash of golden light enveloped Tai Bai Jin Xing, transforming him into an elderly figure with a youthful visage, kind brows, and gentle eyes. He removed the sword from his back, transforming it into a whisk held in his hand, embodying the appearance of a celestial messenger. Hao Ian, witnessing this transformation, was filled with joy, as he had indeed chosen wisely. He then pointed his hand, and the decree embodying the title of the White Emperor descended before Tai Bai Jin Xing. "I shall temporarily seal a portion of this position's power to avert calamities that may arise due to your insufficient cultivation. This will also serve to conceal certain aspects of your being. Once your cultivation reaches its zenith, you will be able to fully occupy this position. Until that time, you shall possess the capabilities of a Golden Immortal." Tai Bai Jin Xing gazed at the resplendent divine status before him with fervent eyes, for it represented his ladder to ascend to the heavens. The investiture of the gods and the god-slaying whip have returned to the heavenly court, and the deities, inspired by this, have swiftly entered the various celestial realms, attending to their respective divine abodes. The Xinghuang banner and the 4 non-attributes, having been temporarily entrusted to Jiang Zia for the monumental task of the investiture, have now returned to the Yushu Palace, as the divine appointment has concluded. After 4 decades of cultivation and countless years dedicated to the divine task, enduring numerous tribulations and experiencing life and death, he finds himself with a lightened spirit, with none of the divine statuses above him resonating with his fate. The departing Xinghuang banner and the 4 non-attributes starkly revealed the outcome, did they not? Jiang Zia bowed thrice towards Kunlun Mountain, then slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. As this breath escaped, his form involuntarily stooped slightly, and he appeared considerably aged, murmuring with a smile, "Ah, with the Grand Duke here, there are no taboos, none at all." With the assistance of King Wu, Jiang Zia was appointed as the king of Qi in the mortal realm, enjoying decades of earthly riches before succumbing to death and entering the cycle of reincarnation, never to regain the glory of divinity. Upon ascending to the heavens, Bai Li immediately noticed that someone had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon recognizing the visitor, he smiled and said, Taoist Qiming has also ascended to the heavenly court. How is it that you have transformed into this appearance? At their level, one does not judge by outward appearance, but rather by the radiance of the spirit. Although the person before him appeared aged, their essence could not be concealed from Bai Li's discerning eye. It seemed his earlier predictions were accurate. Qiming was indeed destined to be the Bai Jinxing beside the Jade Emperor in the future. Such jest, my previous appearance was indeed too ostentatious. Now, this demeanor is more congenial and fitting, Bai Li remarked, lightly gesturing with his fingers as he examined him closely. The Lord of the Stars, known for his martial prowess, willingly adopting this present form indicated that the heavenly sovereign had indeed bestowed considerable favor upon him, an outcome that was unmistakable. It appears the great heavenly sovereign treats you exceedingly well. Have you come to discuss matters with me on his behalf? Bai Jinxing nodded with a smile in response. The great heavenly sovereign sent me to seek true elder for a discourse. Bai Li, upon sensing the underlying significance, promptly accepted Bai Jinxing's invitation. With Bai Jinxing leading the way, their journey was unimpeded, and they arrived at the Lingxiao Treasure Hall without hindrance. At that moment, it was not the time for court sessions, and this matter was not to be disclosed to outsiders. Thus, within the hall, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were already seated, and beyond them, it was empty. Additionally, with the new divine order and the entire heavenly court's aura concealing their presence, even if others sensed something amiss, they would remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Bai Li stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I pay my respects to your majesty and your grace. Now one of the 5 elders. His rank was comparable to that of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Coupled with his authority over the Qingping sword, his gesture of respect was entirely appropriate. The heavenly sovereign gestured with his hand, designating a seat to the left of the throne, with exquisite wine laid out upon the table. Once Bai Li was seated, the heavenly sovereign began to speak. What are your thoughts on the current situation in the heavenly court, my esteemed friend Bai Li? Bai Li set down his wine goblet. The Grand Supreme Elder wanted to establish the 12 Immortals as vassals, yet now the heavenly court's teaching faction holds the reins of power, while the 4 sovereigns divide authority among themselves, all the while watching with keen interest. The 8 departments of the heavenly court are all disciples of my sect, with several esteemed senior sisters like Jin Ling and Yun Xiao present. It would indeed be a formidable challenge to issue commands to them against their will. To consolidate authority and counter the 4 sovereigns, my sect is undoubtedly the most advantageous ally. Engaging with intelligent individuals is truly a pleasure, declared Hunyuan. You speak wisely, my friend. It is clear that the only viable strategy in the current situation of the heavenly court is for our 2 factions to join forces. Should you have any thoughts, please feel free to express them. Chapter 63. The method of escape within Bai Li's heart. A spark of joy ignited. Though his visage remained impassive, a faction of disciples from the had now aligned with the Western domain, with the future sovereign of Buddhism being the former elder brother of Duobao. Another segment had pledged allegiance to the heavenly court. Should an alliance be forged with the sovereign of the heavenly court, the prospects for maneuverability in the days to come would be immensely expansive. The great celestial sovereign speaks with weighty significance, Bai Li mused. Since our disciples have already been inscribed upon the divine list, it is only natural that we assume our respective duties. Observing that Bai Li still showed no signs of acquiescence, Hunyuan revealed a bombshell revelation. I am aware, my friend, of your deep sense of loyalty and your earnest desire to aid your fellow disciples in liberating themselves from the shackles of the divine list. Am I not correct? Upon hearing these words, Bai Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that the great celestial sovereign possessed knowledge of the method to extricate oneself from the constraints of the divine list? After the conclusion of the divine ordination, Bai Li had inquired with the Tongtian Patriarch regarding the means of liberation from the divine list. The Patriarch had elucidated that each divine position and its corresponding spirit within the list represented a pivotal transition of ancient divine authority towards the new divine path. As the new divine path adheres to the post-heavenly decree, it does not perpetuate the ancient divine path's mastery over the primal source, with its foundation still rooted in the celestial realm. Consequently, a portion of the accrued essence remained with the heavenly court, while a significant fraction flowed back into the celestial domain. Thus, the divine ordination served as a process of severing the divine authority of the ancient deities, replacing the old with the new. It is not that one cannot transcend, but rather that transcendence is rendered impossible. Should an outsider attempt to extricate a true spirit from the divine list with great magical power, the calamities arising would far outweigh the costs of maintaining the status quo, rendering such a method impractical. An alternative exists in the comprehension of the Taiji Dao fruit of the divine path, a creation of the supreme deity Taiji. imbued with profound mysteries, allowing for ascension without impacting the divine list. However, if one possessed such capabilities, why would they require assistance from others? Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to await the next calamity to reopen the divine ordination, thereby liberating the ancient deities. Yet, it appeared that Hunyuan possessed an alternative approach. Upon hearing Bai Li's musings, Hunyuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I surmise that you have gleaned the essence of the divine positions from Brother Tongtian. They are not easily manipulated, save for one exception, the divine whip. In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck Bai Li, and he uttered 3 words, the divine whip. He suddenly recalled the legends from his previous life, wherein Jiang Zia, despite his disconnect from both the celestial and divine realms, wielded the divine whip, which had not been bestowed upon the heavenly court, but rather remained under his dominion. When the need arose, local deities were compelled to yield to him. Indeed, it is the divine whip. While other methods of extracting the true spirit are impractical, the divine whip can temporarily substitute for the deities inscribed upon the divine list, serving as a pivotal conduit. Though the duration may not be prolonged, as long as a suitable replacement is identified, a mere instant would suffice. Upon concluding his thoughts, he gestured with his hand, and the divine whip promptly materialized in Hunyuan's grasp. Pointing towards the heavens, 84 talismans erupted from the whip, hovering in the air and shimmering with divine radiance. This method is feasible. Bai Li sensed the profound essence emanating from the divine whip and felt a growing conviction. Moreover, since Hunyuan had voiced it, he harbored no fear of attempting it. Should he dare to deceive him, the alliance of the and would not find it difficult to render him powerless, even if they could not facilitate his transcendence. Observing Bai Li's reaction, Hunyuan smiled knowingly. When the Zixiao Palace devised the Fengshen List and the God-subduing whip, there was a sense of foresight in their actions. The path of supremacy inherently transcends generations. Yet who would willingly forsake a high station to occupy a position of lesser standing unless absolutely necessary? Since the great heavenly sovereign is well informed on the matter, let us discuss the alternative in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Hunyuan cast a beaming glance towards Bai Li, the implication unmistakable. Bai Li promptly responded with a smile, stating that as disciples of the Jie sect, they must adhere to the edicts of the heavenly palace, and it is only fitting that they assist each other under the guidance of the great heavenly sovereign. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes locking in mutual agreement to forge an alliance. The Fengshen List serves to consolidate the authority of ancient deities. Thus, the most suitable alternative is the forge from the primordial essence of these ancient gods, which would greatly benefit future comprehension of the Tai. In the present era, those who cultivate the ancient divine path are largely reclusive powers, rendering such an endeavor impractical. Only in the vast void beyond the primordial realm might one uncover the divine world. Hunyuan's strategy is indeed well suited, yet fraught with challenges. The formation of divine worlds in the void can be attributed to 3 primary causes: natural emergence, ancient deities from the primordial era creating worlds detached from the primordial realm, and worlds birthed from the resonances of the divine path in the primordial realm. The first category is often the most pure and operational, yet it diverges significantly from the primordial hierarchy, necessitating an immense quantity of divine essence. The second category possesses both quality and quantity, yet it often harbors the risk of ancient deities returning, which could inadvertently lead to missteps on the path. The third category is the most desirable, but it closely resembles the second, making it difficult to distinguish. Another complication lies in the requirement for the divine essence to correspond precisely with the divine positions. The higher the divine rank, the greater the amount of divine essence needed. Bai Li could not help but sigh, regardless of the challenges. A journey beyond the realms is ultimately unavoidable. Thank you, great heavenly sovereign. I shall remember this matter. Should I find the alternative, I humbly request the use of the God-subduing whip, he expressed. Hunyuan nodded in agreement. That is only natural. The alliance was formed to mutual satisfaction. Nearby, the Yaoqi smiled, and then summoned her maidservants to retrieve 3 peaches from the innermost part of the peach garden. Many speak of the peach tree's spiritual roots in the western Kunlun as the ancestral root. However, what I possess here is merely a branch, which is a grave misunderstanding. Deep within my peach garden lies an ancestral root from which 3,600 peach trees have thrived, all originating from the same root as that in the hands of the figure from the western Kunlun, both tracing back to the ancient divine path. Through Yaoqi's narration, Bai Li learned of the hidden intricacies. The ancestral root of the peach trees was once cultivated in the ancient heavenly court, infusing the divine essence with enigmatic qualities. After the divine path receded, This spiritual root fell from the 33 heavens, inciting a rivalry between Yaoqi and the Queen Mother of the West. Ultimately, the Queen Mother, a formidable ancient deity and warrior, far surpassed her in Tao attainment and combat prowess, thereby claiming the majority of the ancestral root's essence, which was then planted in the secret realm of Western Kunlun, nourished by the countless divine worlds she had gathered, resulting in the present circumstances. The Yaopool, having been visited by Hunyuan, saw a small portion taken away, now nurtured by the new heavenly court, hidden deep within the peach garden. Its yield is exceedingly rare, producing only once every eon, yielding a mere 12 peaches, seldom revealed and reserved for critical moments. These peaches originate from the ancient divine path. Should one seek a suitable realm of divine existence amidst the void, this fruit may offer assistance, even if one does not reach the desired state. Whether bestowing it upon others, cultivating it, or consuming it oneself, it remains a precious treasure, never to be underestimated. Bai Li accepted the peach, expressing gratitude to Hunyuan and the Yaopool before departing from the Lingxiao treasure hall, preparing for his journey beyond the realms. His elder brother remained unconcerned about Bai Li's potential realization of the matter. Upon hearing the Yaopool's concerns, Hunyuan chuckled softly, then composed himself, gazing towards the direction in which Bai Li had departed. "Oh, dear sister, do not underestimate our friend Bai Li." Chapter 64. Departing to the outer domain after leaving the Lingxiao treasure hall, Bai Li proceeded to the Ziwei Star Dumu Palace to seek the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Upon recognizing Bai Li's presence, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother beamed with delight and remarked, "What brings you here, junior disciple?" Bai Li surveyed the surroundings, drew forth the Qingping sword, and with a swift motion, illuminated the fabric of time and fate, encapsulating their conversation in a moment that rendered them impervious to prying eyes. Observing this, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's expression shifted, her brows furrowing as she subtly gestured, causing a slight deviation in the celestial alignments. The Dumu Palace, unbeknownst to the onlookers, slipped into a state of ethereality. "Such caution, junior disciple, suggests you have significant matters to discuss with me?" Bai Li replied with earnestness, "Sister, your intuition serves you well. The Grand Celestial Sovereign recently summoned me to the heavens, proposing an alliance with my sect. From him, I learned of a method that could liberate our fellow disciples from the constraints of the divine list." He then elucidated the plan articulated by Hunyuan, along with the particulars of the alliance. Upon hearing this, a gleam sparkled in the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's eyes. The one from Kunlun, who prides himself on his thoroughness, has surprisingly been outmaneuvered by Hunyuan. This approach is indeed feasible. Hunyuan would hesitate to offend our sect amidst various pressures. However, are you aware that he might also leverage this method to consolidate more power for himself? Bai Li chuckled, "Sister, you have discerned the essence of the matter. As it is mutually beneficial, sincerity must be demonstrated, especially since I have my own strategies in place." He then produced 3 precious orbs, the sea-calming pearls he had previously acquired from the Dragon Mother. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's eyes widened in astonishment. "The sea-calming pearls, how could they be in your possession?" "The 24 are the designated treasures of heaven, meant to be transformed by the burning lamp into the 24 celestial beings of the Buddhist realm." As the realization dawned upon her, she quickly corrected herself. "No, these 3 are among the 12 that were lost." Bai Li nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, by chance, I obtained these 3 sea-calming pearls. In the past, they aided me in dispelling the 7 arrows lodged within senior brother Gongming. The remaining pearls, to my knowledge, are scattered across the seas or linked to various aquatic realms. I have other plans for that matter. This treasure originates from the purple cloud and connects with the celestial cycle. If we could gather all 12, it would undoubtedly assist our outstanding disciples in comprehending their Tao fruits. These 3 have been stripped of their markings and are now entrusted to you, sister. How they are utilized depends upon your arrangement." Having contemplated the intricacies of these pearls for some time, he had gleaned considerable understanding from them. As their essence did not resonate with him, he felt no regret in offering them, for he possessed ample spiritual treasures. Thus, the sea-calming pearls would serve their purpose well. Seeing Bai Li so readily offer even the sea-calming pearls, a primordial treasure, brought a warm sense of satisfaction to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. It was clear they had not misjudged him. Without pretense, she accepted the 3 pearls from Bai Li and bowed deeply, to which Bai Li gracefully evaded but returned a half-bow in acknowledgement. "When does junior brother intend to set forth into the realms beyond? Should you be absent for an extended period, the disciples of the Chan sect will undoubtedly become aware of your departure. This matter is of utmost importance. Has junior brother sought the counsel of our master?" "Rest assured, sister, with the Qingping sword in my possession, our master has certainly been informed of this situation. Upon my return to the extreme flame cave, I shall refine an avatar based on the Qi Ming Yuan Yin, protected by the 9 dragons' divine fire. As for the other matters, I shall rely on your assistance, dear sister." Upon hearing that Bai Li had made thorough arrangements, Jinling nodded in agreement. "You may proceed without concern. Matters concerning the heavenly court will be overseen by me in collaboration with the great heavenly sovereign. Now that the deification has recently concluded and the calamity within the primordial chaos has dissipated, significant upheavals are unlikely to occur." After addressing all matters, Bai Li returned to the extreme flame cave, retrieving the Qi Ming banner, with the mysterious fire wheel hovering behind his head. Times have changed. It was only after attaining the status of a Golden Immortal that Bai Li comprehended why the 2 saints of the West are also considered ancestors of the immortal path. Each stage of cultivation is not arbitrary. The myriad beings of the primordial chaos progress in their cultivation of the immortal path methodically, ascending from Earth Immortal to Heaven Immortal to Golden Immortal. The great sects represent the orthodox path of immortality, possessing the most comprehensive understanding of cultivation, far surpassing ordinary practitioners of the same level. The 2 great Tao fruits of Tai, Yi, and Deluo belong to the realms of divine and immortal, representing the highest expressions, positioned above the Golden Immortal. One may attain both, yet not solely after achieving Golden Immortal status. The 2 saints of the West, based on the teachings of Hong Jun the Tao ancestor, defined the Deluo Tao fruit as the foundation for the Golden Immortal realm. Prior to this, all who attained the Deluo Tao fruit were referred to as Deluo Heavenly Immortals, including Hong Jun himself. The consensus among these powerful beings to insert the Golden Immortal realm between the 2 was due to its ability to connect boundless thoughts to the Prajna wisdom system established in the West, allowing for the sharing of infinite wisdom and enhancing the potential for attaining the Tao fruit with immortal authenticity and boundless insight. How vast and expansive is the Tao? Without such means, how could later generations hope to compete with the innate divinity that opened the heavens, altered time, and shaped causality? It is unclear how much time passed, but from the mysterious light behind Bai Li's head fell a flame, transforming into his likeness. The 2 exchanged smiles, and Bai Li, with a grin, addressed his avatar. "Dan Ling, I shall trouble you to guard the Qi Fu Mountain's extreme flame cave henceforth. Should there be any need, you will instinctively sense it. Here is this spiritual treasure for your protection." With a gesture, Bai Li conjured a flickering red light, the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, which he had previously acquired from Tai Yizhen Run, manifested in his palm and was entrusted to his avatar. Dan Ling's avatar accepted the innate spiritual treasure with a smile. "This is my duty. I shall attend to my responsibilities." Bai Li nodded in acknowledgement. Now everything was prepared, and it was indeed time to venture into the realms beyond. The realms beyond refer to the boundless void outside the primordial chaos, the abode of myriad worlds. Within this infinite expanse, the universe is as numerous as the grains of sand, some shining brightly while others are mere illusions. However, where beings of equivalent Tao fruit reside, the world shines resplendently. Such realms often surpass many others, referred to by beings from other worlds as the upper realm. When beings of the lower realms reach a certain level of cultivation, they may transcend their original world and have the opportunity to ascend to the upper realm. The primordial chaos is the most magnificent, sacred, and unfathomable realm, situated above all heavens and encompassing countless powerful beings of immense Tao fruit. It transcends many worlds. Among these, those who have attained the supreme Tao fruit bear marks that reflect upon the heavens, casting their shadows into other realms, continuously elevating them, consolidating concepts, or directly encompassing worlds, thus becoming the sovereign of their own domains. The celestial beings seeking to descend into foreign worlds have 3 primary pathways. The first is the reflection of true spirits, a transformation of self and other, akin to a rudimentary version of the supreme Tao fruit. A thread of spiritual light inhabits another being, rendering their own cultivation and powers ineffective, forcing them to adhere to the laws of that foreign realm from the very beginning. The extent of one's accomplishments depends solely on personal capability. Ultimately, this fragment of spiritual light may return to the original self or remain in that world for other purposes. This method, although exceedingly time-consuming and laborious, is the most reliable, ensuring no damage occurs, making it a universally accepted approach. Chapter 65. The arrival of Lu Yi. The second method, the simplest yet most direct and brutal, involves the direct descent of one's true form, wielding immense magical power and divine abilities to forcefully dominate everything, overwhelming the realms. This approach yields the greatest rewards. allowing one to directly acquire the entirety of a realm's creations, yet it bears the highest risks. If one's strength is significantly inferior to that of the targeted world, even success would yield little benefit. Conversely, if one's strength is vastly superior, it is a certain path to demise. Therefore, those celestial beings who opt for this method typically possess strengths that are either comparable or slightly superior to their own. Yet such actions invariably provoke the full wrath of the world. A single misstep could lead to disaster, and merely preserving one's life would be a fortunate outcome. One fears that instead of mastering the heavens, they might inadvertently become a stepping stone for the world's ascension. The final method entails sharing a portion of one's own principles in exchange with the cosmic consciousness, weaving the fabric of destiny to manifest one's true form and become an alternative native. This approach not only safeguards one's own cultivation and magical prowess, but also circumvents the risks associated with the second method. As long as one refrains from wantonly wreaking havoc upon the world, the cosmic will would remain indifferent, possibly even offering protection. Ultimately, the extent of what one can extract from the world depends on the merits accumulated within it. This method is often employed by those who descend from higher realms and are distinguished disciples, as the world they arrive in possesses a higher capacity than that of the arrivals. To attain sufficient divine source for refining one's legal body in the primordial chaos, simply descending with spiritual light is utterly unfeasible. The consciousness of such primordial worlds is not easily swayed. Only through the physical form can one succeed. Among the remaining two methods, the second is too ostentatious and ill-suited for him at present. Thus, the third method is most appropriate. Bai Li performed a hand gesture to conceal his form within the fabric of time and space, exiting the extreme flame cave and heading towards the outer realms. As he traversed the depths of the star sea, nearing the boundary of the fetal membrane, Bai Li suddenly furrowed his brow, glancing towards a nearby location. Since Daojun has arrived, why hide in shadows? A light chuckle echoed through the void, followed by a flash of crimson light that revealed a figure, none other than the Daojun Luya, who once calculated the heavens alongside Bai Li. Upon having his covert actions exposed by Bai Li, Luya bore no anger. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly trivial move from years past would prove useful. My dear friend, you were once deeply ensnared in tribulations, and now you have not only forged a formidable reputation, but have also attained the status of a Golden Immortal. Furthermore, you preside over occupying the esteemed position of the Southern Red Emperor, the third celestial lord of the primordial divine emperors. Truly, what a grand fortune you possess. Bai Li narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. He recalled that Yun Xiao had once mentioned Luya was the Red Emperor of ancient divine teachings. Could it be that his arrival was to claim the venerable position of the Southern Red Emperor? Seemingly divining Bai Li's thoughts, Luya chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Do not misunderstand, my friend. Although the position of the Southern Red Emperor is derived from the 5 divine emperors, it ultimately belongs to the celestial path. I am not interested in such a post, especially as I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life and prefer to avoid drawing attention. Bai Li regarded this statement with skepticism, yet he sensed that Luya's visit was unlikely to be for this purpose. In that case, has your arrival been commanded by someone? Luya smiled and shook his head, refuting Bai Li's assumption. Do not worry, my friend. With the Qingping sword in your possession, unless one is particularly observant, they would remain oblivious to your whereabouts. Moreover, at this critical juncture, Guang Qingzi and the others are preoccupied and unwilling to divert their attention here. I have come to seek the fulfillment of the promise you made years ago. Bai Li cast a deep glance at him. In the past, he had believed himself to have outsmarted Luya through his foresight, yet, in light of Yun Zhao's later words, it was evident that the outcome he proclaimed was precisely what Luya wished others to know. He had clearly fallen into a trap. Naturally, he remembered that the Taoist Lord had bestowed upon him the Fusang tree, and in return, he had vowed to undertake a task that aligned with his true intentions, which he was indeed capable of accomplishing. Though gratitude existed, resentment lingered as well. Luya was momentarily taken aback. Resentment? What grievance could there be between us? I now wield the Qingping sword, and regardless of the matter concerning Zhao Gongming, the Taoist Lord has also descended multiple times to assist the Chan teaching during the Fengshen calamity. My sister Jinling's disciple, Yu Yuan, perished under the Taoist Lord's celestial slashing knife, and my disciple Qiu Yin also met his end at the hands of the Taoist Lord. How could I harbor no resentment? Luya's expression stiffened, realizing that these matters had ultimately circled back to him. Bai Li seemed intent on forcing him to make a choice. Would he balance the scales of gratitude and grievance, or insist on seeking his assistance? It appeared that Bai Li had surmised much of what had transpired. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a decision. Very well, after this encounter. All debts between us shall be settled, and our future meetings will be marked solely by conflict. Bai Li nodded, acknowledging the resolution of their enmity, and then inquired, "What task does the Taoist Lord wish for me to undertake?" Luya did not directly address Bai Li's question, but continued with his own thoughts. "You are here seeking the divine realms beyond, are you not?" Bai Li was taken aback, wondering how Luya had come to this knowledge. Despite his meticulous efforts to conceal his intentions, had a celestial being caught wind of his purpose? Nevertheless, he maintained a composed facade. "Why do you say such things, Taoist Lord?" Luya chuckled. "There is no need for pretense between us. Our conversation is not overheard. Ever since you attained the position of Wulao, I have been monitoring your movements. I happen to possess a rare treasure capable of temporarily countering the influence of the Qingping sword. Although I am unaware of your ultimate intentions, I surmise they are related to the ancient divine realm, which is why I await your arrival. Let us speak plainly. I know of a divine realm whose origins trace back to the primordial chaos, yet it vehemently rejects those few reflections. It will undoubtedly meet your requirements, and the path to it is straightforward, with the entrance located within the primordial chaos. However, I face certain obstacles, and my purpose in seeking you is to have you accompany me there." Bai Li could not deny that he felt a stir of interest. Other realms might very well harbor reflections of those beings, making their actions easily detectable. If that realm is indeed as Luya described, it would serve as an exceptional target. However, Luya had also attained the Tai Dao fruit and had ventured far along this path. While he had merely wielded Tai powers within the 33 heavens, what challenges might he face alongside Luya? Yet, Luya's approach suggested he possessed some degree of confidence. After considerable deliberation, Bai Li finally resolved, "Very well, I shall accept this matter. However, if the means of traversing is too arduous, I reserve the right to withdraw at any moment. After all, if there exists a more secure method, why should he bear such significant risks? As for the exposure of his whereabouts, since Luya has chosen him alone, it is likely that his actions will also remain shrouded in secrecy. In this regard, they are equally matched. Who truly fears whom?" The two, employing their respective strategies, followed Luya's lead to conceal their tracks, swiftly arriving at their destination. Contrary to Bai Li's expectations of a desolate, uninhabited place, they found instead a gathering of numerous primordial immortals. Is this truly the fabled Zhou Mountain? Alas, the vicissitudes of time have transformed the once mighty pillar of heaven into merely an unremarkable name. The great deities have retreated into obscurity, which indeed evokes a sense of melancholy. Chapter 66. The sound of the bell in the realm of divine paths. Patience may be required from the elder beings. As it unfolds the secrets surrounding the collapse of Mount Zhou and the acquisition of authority against the four sovereigns by Bai Li, observing the celestial beings traversing below, some even engaged in cultivation, Bai Li could not restrain his curiosity and turned to inquire, "Why has the Tao Lord brought me here? Is the entrance located at Mount Buzhou?" Before them stood an ancient, majestic mountain, its imposing presence reaching for the heavens, yet severed midway, revealing the former primal pillar of the universe, Mount Buzhou. In epochs long past, this mountain was the source of all mountains, situated at the heart of the primordial cosmos, incomparable even to Kunlun. However, following the wrathful clash of Gonggong, the mountain's might diminished, its authority waned, never to regain its former grandeur. Consequently, the inner pathways of Mount Buzhou became exceedingly chaotic. A moment's carelessness could lead to obliteration by the turbulent laws, with the best outcome being a disarray of one's foundation and the loss of one's Tao, rendering the mountain a forbidden realm. It was not until 333,000 years prior that an individual, through contemplation at the foot of Mount Buzhou, attained the status of a Golden Immortal. It was then that others recognized the chaotic laws, though tumultuous, were paradoxically closer to understanding, concealing opportunities within tribulations. A group of wandering cultivators spontaneously banded together to safeguard this place, limiting their explorations to the outer layers, which ultimately led to the current state of Mount Buzhou. Originally, Mount Zhou was the ancestral root of the divine court, constructed atop it in ancient times. This mountain represented the very essence of the divine path, heavily tainted by its influence, casting reflections upon the void. Regrettably, such divine mountains succumbed under the machinations of the celestial path. Bai Li's heart stirred. Once again, both the Dragon Mother and the present Luya seemed to harbor a profound disdain for the celestial way, perpetually reminiscing about the grandeur of the ancient divine era. It is uncertain whether to regard their nostalgia as an obsession with bygone glory or to acknowledge the divine path's merits as worthy of reflection. Regardless of past occurrences, the present is undeniably an era of celestial paths, The Tao Lord should not forget the purpose of our visit. After expressing this thought, Bai Li detected a fleeting chill in Lu Ya's gaze, leading him to ponder that this Tao Lord might not be as benign as he appeared. Naturally, my friend, you need only follow my lead, Lu Ya replied. With a wave of his hand, a divine seal of the path fell into Mount Buzhou, momentarily halting the chaotic laws of fire. Under the intertwining influences, a passage leading deep into the mountain was subtly formed. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Ya transformed into a radiant light and slipped inside. Bai Li, almost simultaneously, morphed into a blaze, closely following him into Mount Buzhou. Due to their superior cultivation, neither was noticed by the multitude below. Rather, the fluctuations of the laws within the mountain caused several celestial beings engaged in comprehension to retch and spill their heart's blood, further enhancing the mountain's formidable reputation. Bai Li followed Lu Ya into a mysterious space, advancing until he encountered an unexpected figure. Before him stood a sacred being with a serpent's head and a human body, adorned in black scales, standing upon a black dragon. With a green serpent coiling around his arms, a figure of immense power, though bound, still radiating an aura of boundless waters. Gonggong. To his astonishment, Gonggong resided within the heart of Mount Buzhou. Observing Bai Li's incredulous expression, Liao broke into a smile. Fear not, for Gonggong perished in ancient times. Following his collision with Mount Zhou, the divine beings of the heavenly court united their powers to seal his true spirit, the essence of his Tao, and the entirety of his cultivation within this corporeal form, forging chains to prevent his resurrection. As long as we can invoke the principles underlying Gonggong's physical body, I shall escort you to that realm. Bai Li focused intently, and indeed found that there was no true spirit within Gonggong's physical form. Yet he could not suppress a glance at Lu Ya. Are you jesting, Daojun? How can our mere strength possibly challenge the might of the ancient deities? Moreover, how can I be certain there is no deception at play? Lu Ya had evidently anticipated such skepticism from Bai Li. Rest assured, my friend, I swear upon my own cultivation of the Tao that there shall be no hindrance to you, and I will assuredly lead you to that realm. Should I falter in this promise, may my path be obliterated, and may I be condemned to eternal descent. If you place your trust in me, then commence the operation of the Shangqing celestial technique. Bai Li found this hard to dismiss, not out of trust in Lu Ya himself, but in the solemnity of his vow to the Tao. In this primordial expanse, every word and action resonates, and to violate an oath sworn upon one's Tao would surely invoke consequences, especially one as dire as eternal damnation. Furthermore, with the Qingping sword in his possession and the celestial teacher still at large, what was there to fear? Resolutely, he began to channel the Shangqing celestial technique. An luminous halo formed behind his head. Instantaneously, the sound of clashing chains echoed around them, as if the once defunct Gonggong had come to life. Ripples emanating from beneath his feet, reflecting countless chaotic fragments of divine pathways beneath the waters. Excellent. Lu Ya's brow emitted a crimson radiance, and the light from his divine halo penetrated the water. He then pointed downward, and from the void emerged the shadow of a long river, instantly illuminated by the brilliance of innumerable cosmic lights shimmering within the depths. Let us proceed. In a mere breath, Lu Ya was beside Bai Li, seizing him and plunging into a realm of overwhelming luminosity. Just as they entered, Hongjun, stationed in the purple cloud palace, slightly opened his eyes, only to quickly succumb once more to his meditative pursuits. In the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the Primordial Supreme being scoffed. These remnants attempting to restore the ancient divine pathways have resurfaced. Manifesting his primordial Dharma body, his vision soared to unfathomable heights. As if surveying the cosmos from an immeasurable altitude, time and space flowed in reverse, and just as the Primordial was about to glimpse the scene he yearned to witness, the void resonated with the sound of a bell. The sound was vast and majestic, emanating from beyond time itself, suppressing all disobedience and transcending all beings. It was the supreme sound, the sound of infinity, the sound of the boundless Tao, as if all celestial paths resonated beneath this harmonic vibration. The Primordial was momentarily shaken back by this bell toll, his gaze icy as he slowly uttered 3 words. Eastern Emperor Bell. Unable to restrain his gaze, the Primordial looked toward the void, where a divine river of pathways flickered into existence, its source originating from the creation of the heavens and the Tao itself, where stood a sacred ethereal figure. This divine entity, adorned in the imperial garb of the divine Tao, was surrounded by myriad spirits and pathways, seemingly concealing the secrets of boundless Tao behind its head, exuding an overwhelming presence that commanded reverence, cradling a grand bell. As the Tao proclaimed its name and manifested its truth, All things emerge from the primordial unity, which is the mother of heaven and earth and the source of all creation. This primordial unity, which encompasses the cosmos, embodies the unformed essence from which all entities arise. It is referred to as the Tai. This sacred entity is none other than the venerable Donghuang Tai, the sovereign of the divine path that transcends the heavens of antiquity. How lamentable it is, indeed, that the echoes of the Donghuang bell still linger in this world. Originally, as he immersed himself in the river of the divine path, he sought to usurp the position of the source of divinity through the method of reverse verification, hoping to turn cause into effect and establish himself as the true origin of celestial beings. However, Donghuang outmatched him, exchanging a fraction of divine authority for a glimpse into the secrets of the celestial hierarchy. Thus, although Donghuang Tai has plunged into the currents of the divine path, he is able to exert influence over the mortal realm through the lingering resonance of the Donghuang bell. In those days, Donghuang Tai was their greatest obstacle, and now, astonishingly, he continues to hinder him. Chapter 67. The Divine Lord of Crimson Radiance. To avoid confusion in titles, the protagonist will be referred to as Crimson Radiance from this chapter onward. After a prolonged moment, the primordial heavenly sovereign exhaled a breath of murky air. With the Buddhist sect eyeing the throne, the Lingbao faction becoming estranged from them, and now the ancient deities stirring trouble, it truly is a season of turmoil. In the Eight Views Palace of Mount Shouyang, the Supreme Elder shook his head upon witnessing this scene. In the Azure Pool Palace of Golden Ao Island, the Lord of Tongtian glanced towards the direction of Mount Buzhou, a faint smile gracing his lips, evidently pleased. Meanwhile, upon entering the New World, Bai Li immediately sensed a powerful repulsion. Yet, this aversion was not due to his origin from a different realm, but rather because he was a being of the immortal path, and this world was rejecting the immortal Tao. Bai Li made a decisive choice, centering his essence on the Crimson Radiance primordial flame, channeling his entire cultivation of the immortal path into the Tao, and dismantling numerous pure principles of the fire Tao to offer to the will of this world. The sensation of repulsion dissipated in an instant, as the subtle energies of this realm favored him, transforming his state with an enigmatic force, bestowing upon him a new identity, embedding his fate within this world. His eyelids grew heavier, and his consciousness became increasingly hazy as Bai Li gradually succumbed to slumber. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 129,600 years had passed, coinciding perfectly with the number of the primordial assembly. In the south, a volcano erupted with fierce flames, intense principles of the law saturating the surroundings, fiery light radiating in all directions. Countless figures had long since gathered above the volcano, most clad in crimson robes, divine halos of condensed flame shimmering behind their heads. Lord Zhu Yan, it appears that yet another innate deity from my Crimson Emperor lineage is about to emerge, exclaimed one of the deities, who appeared middle-aged, adorned in red scales, with fiery serpents piercing his ears and treading upon a fire dragon. An air of authority emanating from him, embodying the summer of the four seasons. Zhu Yan, upon hearing this, revealed a rare smile. Indeed, the Azure Emperor wields the dominion of life, making it most conducive for the birth of sentient beings, thus having the largest following. The Black Emperor and the Yellow Emperor are not to be outdone either. Aside from the White Emperor lineage, which struggles with the generation of vitality, it has been quite some time since our Crimson Emperor lineage birthed an innate deity. Moreover, this individual before us likely surpasses me and is quite possibly in harmony with the essence of the Crimson Emperor's throne. The deity who had spoken earlier was instantly filled with joy. In that case, I am eager to witness the majesty of this esteemed being. Another deity, standing upon a cloud, chuckled, I see you're just looking for a beating. Laughter erupted among them. For the Crimson Emperor lineage possessed this singular virtue. They were straightforward without any ulterior motives. At that moment, the sky was engulfed in a vast sea of clouds, with rays of dawn illuminating the horizon, painting the sky a brilliant red. It has arrived. A pillar of crimson flame surged from the volcano's mouth, a torrent of primal fire energy converging from all directions, transforming into a tidal wave. Even the surrounding fire trees and silver flowers burst forth in resplendent bloom. Before long, a primordial deity emerged from the column of light, clad in a magnificent scarlet robe, appearing youthful. A fiery mark manifested at his brow, and flames seemed to flicker within his eyes. Merely gazing upon him felt akin to descending into a molten hell, as though engulfed in flames. A beam of light and the emanating divine might coalesced behind the head of this primordial deity, transforming into a crimson divine wheel that spun incessantly, akin to the sun's ascent at dawn. A divine bridge arose from the void, connecting heaven and earth, resting at the deity's feet. The divine being slowly spoke. I am chiming. This proclamation served to assert his existence in this world and to affirm his name. Chiming, synonymous with the white rite, had once forged a pact with the will of this realm. The essence of the chiming primordial flame was rooted in his very being. Now, having undergone the baptism of this world's will, he naturally ascended to become a primordial sanctity nurtured by the cosmos, a divine entity born of the chiming primordial flame. From the revelations of the world's will, it was apparent that this realm lacked a path to immortality. All adhered to the ancient divine doctrines, albeit with slight variations. The levels of cultivation were roughly categorized into earth deities, sky deities, true deities, divine lords, and Tai divine sovereigns. Presently, Chiming found himself at the threshold of the true deity realm, and according to titles, others ought to address him as divine Lord Chiming. Surrounding him, a multitude of deities of lesser standing reverently proclaimed, "We have witnessed divine Lord Chiming." Chiming nodded in acknowledgement, and the surrounding phenomena receded. Yet none dared to underestimate this newly ascended true deity. The foremost among them, divine Lord Zhuyan, stepped forward with a respectful gesture, his demeanor notably amiable. Divine Lord Chiming. I am divine Lord Zhuyan. We are both deities birthed from flames, belonging to the lineage of the Red Emperor. My lineage has not seen a true deity born of primordial essence like you for several cycles. Allow me to escort you to meet the Red Emperor. I am certain you will secure a distinguished position in the divine court. Through Zhuyan's narrative, Chiming began to grasp the general circumstances of this realm. This world predominantly followed the ancient divine path, with the 5 sovereign emperors presiding over the cycles of fate. The 5 elemental deities governed the 5 directions, representing the highest divinity. Due to the interdependent and conflicting nature of these 5 deities, none yielded to the other. Thus, the 5 sovereign emperors resolved to alternate their governance of this realm, overseeing myriad gods and spirits, changing every 12 cycles. Currently, it was the Eastern Azure Emperor who held sway. The volcano that birthed Chiming was located in the southern region, within the territory of the Red Emperor. Amidst the 3,000 flame mountains, being a fire deity, he was indeed a legitimate descendant of the Red Emperor's lineage. Divine Lord Zhuyan, your assertion is flawed. The Azure Emperor currently governs. When has the divine court's esteemed position been determined by your Red Emperor lineage? Furthermore, every primordial deity faces a trial at birth. Divine Lord Chiming has yet to transcend this, and you hasten to bring him to the Red Emperor's palace. Are you attempting to evade this calamity? A voice echoed from afar, as gentle as a spring breeze, causing all flora below to stretch upward, seemingly welcoming the arrival of this deity. Chiming focused his gaze and beheld a figure clad in azure divine robes, a smile gracing their lips, with a radiant divine light emanating from behind. Though a hint of darkness in their brow marred their overall gentle demeanor. Upon sighting this individual, Zhuyan immediately advanced, exclaiming, "Zhuyin, this territory falls under the jurisdiction of the Red Emperor. You have overstepped your bounds." Zhuyin maintained their smile, replying nonchalantly, "I am the Inspector Divine Officer, tasked with patrolling and rectifying violations of divine regulations. Where am I barred from going?" As the two sides stood in confrontation, Chiming sifted through the chaotic information in his mind, uncovering the rule regarding the trial at birth. At the moment of their inception, the primordial deities manifest as the embodiment of the ordered forces within the universe, endowed with pristine wisdom and wielding the authority of the origin, representing divine sovereignty. Yet, as with all things, where there is light, there must be shadow. Where there is goodness, evil inevitably follows. The birth of order naturally incites the descent of chaos. The chaotic forces give rise to beings with tumultuous consciousness, possessing formidable destructive power, symbolizing divine strength, and are commonly referred to as ferocious beasts. The emergence of each primordial deity signifies the advent of such a ferocious beast. Ultimately, only one can prevail, and outsiders are forbidden to intervene. The victor shall claim everything from the vanquished, merging authority and power to become a truly complete divinity. However, as an outsider, he initially disregarded this rule, which is why it momentarily eluded him. It seems that Lord Zhuyan intended to escort him to the Crimson Emperor's palace to gain a temporal advantage, seeking some method from the Emperor to help him navigate his tribulations. Upon reflecting on this, he proclaimed loudly, "What is this calamity of birth? I can effortlessly overcome it." There is no need for Lord Zhuyan to waste words on such irrelevant matters. Chapter 68. The Fiendish Beast and the Calamity of Do. The deities of the Crimson Emperor lineage erupted into applause, exclaiming, "Indeed, this embodies the sanctity of our lineage. However, Jun Yin's expression darkened, as though struck by an unseen anguish. He admonished, "You foolish child, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. When the fiendish beast arrives, you shall find yourself in tears, unable to weep." Zhu Yan, standing in opposition, felt a mix of joy and concern at the emergence of such a primordial deity from the Crimson Emperor lineage. He took a few steps back to join Qi Ming's side. "Do not underestimate the fiendish beast of this sacred tribulation," he cautioned. "The beast is of a realm akin to ours and symbolizes divine power, often surpassing our own. Junin, like you, believes he can confront the beast alone, which has led him to be frequently influenced by the chaotic consciousness of these fiends. In order to prevent the chaotic force from taking precedence, newly born primordial deities must first bear a portion of the karmic burden caused by the fiends before seeking guidance from the five-vein sovereign. Only then can they decisively vanquish the beasts. Though this entails accepting a share of karma, as long as one continuously fulfills their divine duties, they can eventually atone for it. This is a time-honored convention among the five veins. Currently, Jun Yi merely resents the prominence of the Crimson Emperor lineage, which is why he has come to obstruct us." As the conversation unfolded, a sudden sensation swept through the crowd, prompting them to gaze towards the distant sky. A black hound approached, ominous omens radiating from its form, as it exhaled sparks of starlight. It sought the birthplace of Qi Ming, and should it fail to find him, it would wreak havoc and harm living beings. Upon seeing the beast, Zhu Yan's brow furrowed in concern, slowly uttering two words, "Calamity Do." No one anticipated that the fiendish creature Qi Ming would contend with was indeed the Calamity Do, a true deity of formidable power. Calamity Do possessed the ability to consume flames, thus posing a significant threat to fire deities. Beside the Crimson Emperor stood a subdued, true deity of Calamity Do, and many deities within this lineage had learned valuable lessons from this elder. Jun Yi chuckled derisively at this sight, having heard of the infamous Calamity Do. How could Qi Ming possibly prevail? If he were to be defeated by Calamity Do, it would incite chaos, and I would take great pleasure in scrutinizing the Crimson Emperor lineage. Curiosity piqued, Qi Ming observed the fiendish beast before him. Although records of this creature existed within the Baiyu Palace, he had never laid eyes upon it until now, thus expanding his understanding. The Calamity Do, spotting Qi Ming below, charged as eagerly as a dog would upon seeing a bone, flames erupting from its mouth, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Qi Ming, eager to test his strength, extended his hand, and the crimson flame transformed into a vast sea of fire, unleashing waves that surged towards Calamity Do. The brilliance and ferocity of the flames causing even Zhu Yan, a fellow fire deity, to raise his hand in awe. Someone nearby could not resist jesting. "Yin Guang, do you still wish to take a beating?" Yin Guang's eyes widened, filled with visions of a fiery abyss. By heavens, how could Qi Ming be so formidable? Undeterred, Calamity Do plunged into the sea of flames, trampling the waves of fire with its four limbs. Its massive jaws opened wide, drawing in the inferno with astonishing valor. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Yin burst into laughter, while Qi Ming cast a sidelong glance, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. This individual was indeed boisterous. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would ensure Zhu Yin faced a reckoning, seizing his very essence. It was fortuitous that the lineage of the Azure Emperor was associated with wood. As for the others, it was certain that several disciples of the Eastern 28 constellations would find it beneficial. For now, however, a lesson must be imparted. With a subtle motion of his fingers, Qi Ming summoned a torrent of flames that recoiled violently, a strand of Qi Ming's primordial fire hurtling towards Zhu Yin's face. A startled cry escaped him, and a flash of azure light swept by. Although he narrowly avoided injury to his visage, his hair was singed and curled, eliciting peals of laughter from the followers of the Red Emperor. How did our esteemed Inspector God find himself in such a predicament? Perhaps it would be wise to return and compose oneself before facing the Azure Emperor again, lest you bring shame upon him. Zhu Yin, filled with humiliation and anger, was about to retort, but was silenced by the icy glare of Qi Ming. Having grasped the principles of Huido's fire-devouring technique, Qi Ming withdrew his flames. The primordial fire dissipated, and Huido immediately swelled, opening its mouth to expel a more potent version of Qi Ming's fire. Riding the fiery tempest, Huido charged at Qi Ming. Internally, Qi Ming contemplated the creature's nature. It was no wonder it was the nemesis of fire deities, capable of not only consuming flames, but also amplifying them, resembling an enhanced version of the flame-spitting technique from the 72 earthly fiends. Without additional means, it would be easily ensnared. As the blazing tide surged towards him, Qi Ming waved his sleeve and commanded, "Return." Astonishingly, The Inferno, along with Huidou, was drawn back. An exhibition of his authoritative power. The primordial fire was of his own making. In this realm, even creatures born of chaotic power could not contend with him. Now that Huidou had exhausted its tricks, it was time for Qi Ming to reclaim his strength. Overindulgence in the wrong sustenance could lead to dire consequences. With both hands forming seals, the belly of Huidou shimmered with golden, purple, and red light, intertwining in a dance that caused the beast to wail in agony. Blood seeped from its limbs, transforming into cascading flames. This is dire. We must act quickly to quell the fire, otherwise, the flames born of this calamity will taint the earth and its creatures, and the resulting karma will fall upon Qi Ming. Upon hearing Zhu Yan's words, the deities were alarmed, ready to intervene, when they noticed that the flames born from Huidou's blood seemed to be drawn towards a certain direction by an unseen force. Following the trajectory, they beheld a crimson banner rising behind Qi Ming, which welcomed the flames with open arms, absorbing them entirely. A companion treasure. It was no wonder Qi Ming dared to confront the calamity alone. He possessed a spirit treasure. Qi Ming, a true god by birth. With a spirit treasure at his side, it was unfathomable what lofty status he would attain in the future. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the crowd, the tricolored radiance within Huidou's belly coalesced, and Qi Ming's primordial fire erupted forth, incinerating the beast into a mass of its original essence. Qi Ming reached out. Grasping the essence in his hand, sensing its power, he chuckled and shook his head, as the primordial fire refined the essence, absorbing its most exquisite part. The extraordinary powers contained within were dismantled and integrated into the crimson bright banner, while the remaining essence was transformed by him into the purest primal energy, returning to the heavens and nourishing the land that nurtured him. Witnessing this scene, Jun Yin let out a cold snort and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. Zhu Yan promptly stepped forward to offer his congratulations, noting that even before the fusion of authority and power, Crimson Bright exhibited such formidable might. Now that these forces are united, along with the emergence of accompanying spiritual treasures, it is conceivable that he may one day attain the status of the supreme deity of Tai, perhaps even rivaling the esteemed Crimson Emperor. With Crimson Bright joining the lineage of the Crimson Emperor, their prospects of securing the highest divine authority have significantly increased. Before he could voice his thoughts, he heard Crimson Bright address the departing Jun Yin, inquiring, "Zhu Yan, is there a prohibition against bloodshed among the 5 factions?" Chapter 69. Audience with the Crimson Emperor Bai Li, now known as Qi Ming, had not forgotten the purpose of this journey, to gather the essence of divine pathways. The most straightforward method to achieve this was through godslaying. Observing the current situation, it was evident that the 5 factions were rife with conflict. However, to minimize complications, it was prudent to initially follow the conventional approach. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yan was taken aback, realizing that Qi Ming clearly intended to eliminate the dark figure. He chuckled, remarking that had he not witnessed the birth of the divine monarch firsthand, he might have doubted the lineage of the divine monarch belonging to the Bai Li clan. Amidst the mutual slaughter between the 5 factions, direct confrontation was only permissible when the adversary encroached upon one's territory. Otherwise, one could only engage enemies of equal rank. Furthermore, when the adversaries held positions of authority within the divine court, they seldom fought to the death, except for one specific occasion. "When is that?" Qi Ming inquired eagerly. Zhu Yan replied earnestly, "During the rotation of the 5 sovereigns. At that time, an endless battlefield will be opened, and the 5 powers will emerge unreservedly, seizing territories. Ultimately, the faction that acquires the most land will grant its emperor the highest divine authority during this rotation. Additionally, those who perform exceptionally well in battle may receive a portion of fortuitous destiny, which does not originate from the 5 sovereigns, but from the very fabric of this realm." Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully, formulating a plan in his mind. For now, their focus should be directed towards the fallen deities. Fallen deities can be categorized into 2 types. The first consists of innate divine beings who were consumed during their mortal tribulations, overtaken by chaotic forces. The second comprises deities who willingly descended into ruin. The intertwining of these 2 categories represented the most formidable adversary currently faced by the divine court. As the 2 continued their discourse, they unknowingly ascended into the southern celestial realm, heading towards the lofty Crimson Emperor Palace. Along the way, many individuals bowed in reverence to Zhu Yan, indicating his significant status. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Crimson Emperor Palace. The palace bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon Mother Palace they had previously encountered in the East Sea, seemingly due to their shared affiliation with the divine paths. Both exuded an air of ancient solemnity, adorned with divine inscriptions that directly elucidated the principles of the Great Way. One belonged to the water element, while the other was aligned with the fire path. Zhu Yan presents the newly reborn innate divine being, Qi Ming, to pay respects to His Majesty the Crimson Emperor. No sooner had the words left his lips than a commanding voice resonated from within the palace. Enter, for we are all kin. The crimson-hued doors of the divine palace swung open with a thunderous sound, and the two entered, soon encountering one of the 5 most exalted beings in this realm, the Southern Crimson Emperor. The innate divine being, with great authority, sat regally upon the divine throne, his scarlet robes barely enveloping his form. His expression bore wrath, and a hint of divine majesty radiated from his brow, while a halo of fiery light encircled his head, expounding the profound truths of the fire path. Is he strong? Yes, but his strength is quite limited, given the power held by the venerable Crimson Emperor. It was apparent that this realm's Crimson Emperor surpassed him considerably, yet he was insufficient to repel the celestial beings led by the esteemed ones. As Li had stated, this world could indeed reject the reflections of those celestial beings. Even the Qingping sword duel had fallen into silence between the two, suggesting that this realm harbored secrets unknown to him. Moreover, what was Liu Ye's true purpose in coming to this realm? We pay our respects to His Majesty the Crimson Emperor. Temporarily suppressing the doubts that weighed upon his heart, the foremost objective was to navigate through the present circumstances. The Crimson Emperor nodded, gesturing for the two to rise, and turned his gaze toward Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan, you performed admirably this time. Later, you may select a single treasure from the treasury. Remember, only one piece. Do not overindulge, lest I summon Huodo to deal with you. His tone bore a hint of fondness, suggesting that the Crimson Emperor was more benevolent than Zhu Yan had anticipated. Looking at Zhu Yan, his expression was nearly shattered, and it took him a considerable time to utter a few words through gritted teeth. Your Majesty, the Divine Lord Qi Ming is still present. Please grant me some measure of dignity. The Crimson Emperor waved his hand with a smile, and Zhu Yan, understanding the unspoken cue, stepped aside, resolutely planning to later join forces with the Divine Lord Qi Ming to thoroughly plunder the Emperor's treasury. The Crimson Emperor then turned his attention to Qi Ming, scrutinizing him for a while before nodding in satisfaction. You must be Qi Ming. Indeed, you are impressive. I am already aware of what transpired earlier. You are truly a congenital deity of our lineage. Proceed boldly, as long as you possess the capability. You may even teach a lesson to the deities of the other 4 lineages. Should any old coot dare to act without honor, it will depend on whether I consent. Qi Ming could not help but inwardly marvel at the Crimson Emperor's protective nature. It was no wonder that such a leader fostered harmony within his lineage. Zhu Yan, noticing the Emperor's inclination toward combat, immediately cleared his throat. Your Majesty, the Divine Court's duties. The Crimson Emperor then seemed to regain his focus, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Qi Ming, ordinarily, the deities of the 5 lineages serve under the 5 sovereigns of the Divine Court, each belonging to the domains of the 5 directions. However, I perceive that you possess a combative spirit, and there is a more suitable option available to you. I wonder if you would be willing to consider it. Qi Ming promptly replied, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind intention, but may I inquire about this option? The Crimson Emperor smiled and continued, apart from the positions within the domains of the 5 directions, the Divine Court also encompasses the departments of heaven and earth. The Earth Department oversees the realm of the underworld, which is fraught with burdens and harsh conditions. Only the god of harvest from the Yellow Emperor's lineage has willingly established the cycle of reincarnation there. While he is revered, very few deities serve in that capacity. At this point, the Crimson Emperor glanced at Qi Ming, and upon seeing no indication of reluctance, he proceeded. Little did he know that the mention of the god of harvest stirred tumultuous waves within Qi Ming. Associated with the ancient divine path and tasked with establishing the cycle in the underworld, he could think of no other than the Earth Mother. It seemed that the god of harvest present here was a reflection or thought of the Earth Mother, though he was uncertain if true consciousness had awakened. The Heaven Department, on the other hand, is notably more prestigious, comprising primarily of elites from the 5 lineages and other unaligned deities. It is meritocratic, where the capable ascend. For instance, the Department of Wealth is jointly overseen by the White Emperor and the Black Emperor. The position I envision for you is that of the Divine Officer of the Heaven Department. Qi Ming was taken aback at this revelation. The Divine Officer of the Heaven Department? If memory serves, wasn't the troublesome Jun Yin a Divine Officer as well? Is this position perhaps a collective one? The Red Emperor, observing the expression of Qi Ming, descended from his throne and placed a reassuring hand on Qi Ming's shoulder. There is but one inspector deity, he began. And I am aware that trouble has sought you since the moment of your birth. You have been subjected to bullying, and how could I, as a descendant of the Red Emperor, refrain from retaliating? The Inspector deity wields authority over the four corners, and if one cannot maintain fairness within oneself, how can one expect to garner trust from others? If you are willing, I have my methods to orchestrate this matter. In the end, it will likely come down to a contest between you and him, with the victor ascending as the new Inspector deity. The Azure Emperor's lineage may grant some divine powers or treasures temporarily. What say you? Do you possess the confidence to prevail? Qi Ming met the Red Emperor's scrutinizing gaze without flinching, a smile gracing his lips. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's favor. How could I possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Chapter 70. The Treasure Vault of the Red Emperor in the Divine Palace of the Heavenly Court. Beneath the Grand Sacred Hall, Jun Yin knelt humbly, providing a detailed account of the birth of Qi Ming, along with subsequent developments. Your Majesty, as I perceive, that Qi Ming possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of contending with the ferocious beasts of Huodou's form. He must undoubtedly be an immortal from another realm. Suddenly, a gentle sigh resonated from above, akin to a spring breeze caressing the face, evoking a vision of nature awakening. Alas, Junin, your heart is troubled. Startled, Junin raised his gaze towards the exalted figure seated in divine splendor above, clad in a verdant robe adorned with scenes of rejuvenation. A shimmering azure light emanated from behind his head, his countenance radiant and warm, exuding a natural kindness. In our world, there exists an endless battlefield. The celestial powers from beyond cannot intrude. Moreover, with the presence of the esteemed Tianzuan Hoji, any unusual movements will surely be signaled to us. My intention in sending you was merely to ascertain the situation, not to command you to intervene. Noticing a flicker of disappointment in the eyes of his sovereign, Jun Yin bowed deeply, ultimately refraining from uttering a word. The Qing Emperor gazed at Jun Yin's bowed figure, his heart filled with compassion. Very well. The Red Emperor will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to press his case, likely seeking to strip you of your position as a divine inspector. Subsequently, I urge you to select a divine art and a spiritual treasure from my vault. How the matter unfolds rests solely in your hands. Junin longed to express more, but saw the Qing Emperor raise his hand. Go forth. With a respectful bow towards the Qing Emperor, Junin exited the Grand Sacred Hall, making his way to the Qing Emperor's treasure vault, acutely aware that this was his final opportunity. The Qing Emperor watched his departing figure, shaking his head in dismay. Initially, he had taken pity on Junin, harboring a measure of compassion for the suffering beings afflicted by ferocious beasts, and thus had taken him under his wing, not realizing it would lead to his increasing radicalism. Was that initial decision right or wrong? Within the Red Emperor's palace, the Red Emperor had imparted lengthy instructions to Qi Ming before finally departing alongside Zhu Yan. Upon exiting, Zhu Yan immediately embraced Qi Ming. Come, I shall take you to His Majesty's treasure vault. There are many wondrous items within. Do not hold back, choose the finest. And make him envious. Even Qi Ming could not help but marvel at how swiftly this individual had embraced his liberated nature. Lord Zhu Yan, did not the Red Emperor just mention that you could only select one treasure? Moreover, His Majesty did not state that I was permitted to enter. Zhu Yan laughed heartily. Rest assured, His Majesty has long declared that the treasures within the vault are meant for our use. The reason for such a statement was to prevent us from making ill-suited selections, wasting time, and hindering our divine paths. In my youth, I often snuck in with the token, unafraid. As they conversed, the two arrived at the Red Emperor's treasure vault, where a large black hound lay lazily at the entrance. The disaster beast Huodou, which had been subdued and had pledged allegiance to the Red Emperor. Upon seeing it, Zhu Yan approached with a respectful bow. Greetings, esteemed Huodou. Huodou slowly opened its eyes, languidly yawning, and upon recognizing the visitors, smiled warmly. Ah, it is you, Zhu Yan. What brings you back to peruse His Majesty's treasures? And who might this be beside you? Zhu Yan quickly stepped forward to provide an explanation. The esteemed Lord Chiming is a newly born primordial deity, belonging to the lineage of our Crimson Emperor. His Majesty has instructed me to escort him to the treasury to select divine abilities and treasures. Upon hearing this, Chiming stepped forward and performed a respectful bow, signaling his acknowledgement. At that moment, Huodou narrowed his eyes. Ah, so you are the young deity whom the little ones have been extolling. It is said that your tribulation of birth took the form of a fearsome beast shaped like me, which you dispatched with ease. Quite impressive. The tone hinted that Huodou might harbor resentment over this matter, perhaps even feeling threatened. Lord, you flatter me, Chiming replied modestly. It was merely a tribulation of birth, a natural occurrence. Regardless of what comes, it cannot escape the fate of annihilation. How can evil suppress righteousness? The atmosphere between them suddenly grew delicate. Zhu Yan, sensing the tension, wished to intervene, as one was a seasoned elder closely associated with the Crimson Emperor, while the other was a vital new strength of the same lineage. The loss of either would be detrimental. Unexpectedly, Huodo snorted and lazily laid down. Enough, you may enter. A crimson edict soared from above his head, landing squarely upon the entrance of the treasury, transforming into a spatial passage leading into the realm of the treasury. The two expressed their gratitude and stepped into the passage. As Huodo observed Chiming's retreating figure, a spark reignited in his eyes. The tribulations faced by primordial deities correspond to their inherent powers. Huodo was acutely aware of his own abilities, which encompassed the devouring and manipulation of flames. The beast Chiming faced, taking the form of Huodo, indicated that he possessed both capabilities. While the latter was inconsequential, the former, if revealed, could indeed cause significant upheaval. After contemplating for a moment, Huodo couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Why should he, an old black dog guarding the treasury, concern himself when the ancient rascal, the Crimson Emperor, showed no worry? With that, he turned and dozed off again. Chiming and Zhu Yan soon arrived within the treasury. The space here was markedly different from the outside world. They floated in midair surrounded by radiant colors. Divine abilities manifested as ethereal fish swimming through the void, while countless materials and spiritual treasures sparkled like stars around them. Most of these divine abilities and treasures were crimson, yet there were also hues of blue, black, and other colors. Strikingly, Chiming sensed the power of the divine origin emanating from many of the high-grade materials and treasures. Some could hardly be termed treasures at all, appearing almost as remnants of fallen deities. Lord Zhu Yan, what are these materials and treasures? Chiming inquired. Zhu Yan immediately responded, Ah, indeed. A substantial portion of these high-grade materials and treasures originates from the essence of foes slain by our Crimson Emperor lineage in the Endless Battlefield. The Endless Battlefield is a place that dissolves causality, so there is no need for concern. Every faction has their share. Now I understand. It is no wonder that, besides the crimson light, there are many other luminous manifestations representing the 5 elements, all of high quality. Zhu Yan continued, Well, these matters will become clear to you in due time, but for now, let us select treasures. This treasury contains all manner of treasures. Yet whether we can acquire them depends on our abilities. After demonstrating to Chiming, he casually reached out towards a radiant crimson fish swimming nearby. Remarkably, the fish seemed to sense Zhu Yan's intent to capture it, gliding through his grasp in an extraordinarily elusive manner. The more extravagant the phenomena of treasures within the vault, the higher their grade, which naturally renders them increasingly difficult to procure. If one were to force the issue, the treasures might scatter chaotically. So what do you think? Lord Chiming, would you care to give it a try? Observing the treasures gliding in the air, Chiming couldn't help but smile faintly. It appeared that acquiring a treasure from this place would require considerable thought and effort. Chapter 71. The Crimson Sun Treasure Mirror. Chiming reached out towards a flickering crimson light nearby, and, indeed, felt a resistance that seemed to be pushing the treasure away. However, as the treasure within the light was of a rather low grade, he merely exerted a gentle force to break through the resistance and grasped the treasure in his hand. Zhu Yan approached, observing the object in Chiming's palm, and remarked with a smile, This item is primordial red copper, typically birthed near volcanoes. For the younger generation, it can barely be considered a precious material, suitable for forging some handy divine weapons. Yet, for us, it truly holds little significance. Here, if one does not desire a treasure, simply releasing it allows it to return to its original state. Upon hearing this, Chiming relaxed his grip, and the primordial red copper indeed began to shimmer anew, soaring into the air amidst the ebbing crimson river. Isn't it fascinating? My ultimate goal within this treasury is to obtain the divine power of the Tai Chi Vanyang body left by His Majesty the Crimson Emperor. Should I master this divine technique, I shall undoubtedly achieve the status of a Tai Chi divine sovereign, he continued, observing Zhu Yan's face radiating with intense confidence. Inwardly, Chiming mused, No wonder the Crimson Emperor holds Zhu Yan in such high regard. Such a promising junior is indeed admirable. Having spoken, Zhu Yan pointed upwards, where several radiant crimson orbs hovered, dazzling like a series of great suns suspended in the sky. He gestured towards one of the brilliant suns, stating, Look, those magnificent orbs above are the finest treasures in the Crimson Emperor's treasury, and the grand Tai Chi Vanyang body resides among them. It has been many years since anyone has approached these treasures. With your prowess, it won't be long before you can claim one. His words brimmed with confidence in Chiming, almost as if he were boasting of his own capabilities. Yet, it was still premature to speak so freely. As the divine monarch was about to contend with Zhu Yin for the position of the, it would be wiser to choose treasures of the fire or metal element. The fire element aligns with Qi Ming's own cultivated path, enhancing his combat strength while aiding his journey, whereas Zhu Yin, a deity of the Green Emperor lineage, presides over the authority of the wood element. In this realm, the 5 elements are predominant, with metal overcoming wood. Thus, treasures of the metal element would greatly benefit one's magical duels. Qi Ming gazed at the radiant suns above, then smiled. Why do you worry for me? Go on and select what you desire. I have a plan. Seeing Qi Ming's calm demeanor, Zhu Yin ceased his chatter and eagerly set off to seek his desired treasures, dashing about the treasury, causing a flurry of starlight and fish-like forms to dart about, creating a lively scene. Time passed, and Zhu Yin returned with a face full of satisfaction. Recognizing by the brilliant aura and fiery energy emanating from Qi Ming's head that he had surely gathered a bountiful haul. Observing that Qi Ming remained in place, devoid of any signs of having selected a treasure, Zhu Yin inquired, "What is the matter? Did you not find anything to your liking? I have many fine items. Perhaps you could choose one for me to save yourself the trouble of searching everywhere." Qi Ming smiled faintly. Zhu Yin was indeed warm-hearted. He wished for him to remain this way but shook his head, politely declining Zhu Yin's kind offer, and pointed once more towards the suns above. "The treasure I seek is right there." Zhu Yin opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Qi Ming. With a graceful flick of his wrist, Qi Ming summoned forth the chiming banner, a flash of crimson light illuminating the air as it transformed into a fishing rod of considerable length. A pure essence of chiming primordial flame shot forth from the tip of the rod, manifesting into a lengthy line of fire adorned with a hook. With a deft motion, he extended the fiery line, directing it towards a resplendent sun hanging in the sky. As he cast the primordial flame and the divine hook, he aimed to reel in the innate treasures of the Red Emperor's divine vault. No sooner had he spoken than the primordial flame hook ascended towards the celestial sun, which trembled and, after a moment, morphed into a precious mirror that Qi Ming deftly retrieved. The mirror, perfectly round, bore the shape of the sun etched in innate divine patterns on its reverse side, while its front frame was adorned with flames. Upon grasping it, Qi Ming felt an intense warmth radiating from the artifact. His eyes darkened with realization. Indeed, this was an innate spiritual treasure of this realm, possessing the essence of the sun itself, which he had sensed before. Simultaneously, the Red Emperor in his palace sensed the shift in power. Observing Qi Ming with the mirror in hand, he smiled knowingly. It seemed that another figure of great prowess was emerging from his lineage. However, the authority this treasure commanded was considerable, leaving him to ponder whether Qi Ming could truly wield it. Beyond the Red Emperor, another presence felt the disturbance in authority. A deity, adorned in crimson with an exposed torso, wielding the sun's wheel in one hand and a red lotus in the other, suddenly opened his eyes. What is amiss with the sun's power? He pondered. In response, a deity clad in pure white, holding the moon's wheel and a white lotus, arrived. Brother of sunlight, has there been a mishap in the dominion of solar authority? The moonlight deity inquired. The sunlight deity nodded gravely. Indeed, as I gathered the solar authority as per my usual practice, I sensed an unexpected turbulence. I sought you out to inquire whether the lunar authority has encountered similar disturbances. The moonlight deity shook his head in negation. The sunlight deity furrowed his brow, realizing that a new deity, or perhaps a spiritual treasure symbolizing solar authority, must have emerged in this realm. Otherwise, the balance of yin and yang would not allow for such anomalies to occur solely with the sun. With this realization, anxiety gripped the sunlight deity. This realm, rich in divine pathways, was indeed a prime location for consolidating authority and comprehending the essence of the Tai Dao. They were engaged in practicing a profound technique passed down from their master, and by mere chance, they had attuned to this realm, only to find it gradually slipping from their perception. Thus, they chose to venture into it. Despite being primarily governed by the 5 elements path, where the status of the sun and moon was diminished, it was precisely this circumstance that had prevented the emergence of primal deities. They believed that once they fully consolidated the solar and lunar authority, they would undoubtedly attain the culmination of the Tai Dao. Furthermore, they discovered that they could not reach their master within this realm, hinting at deeper secrets. Should they uncover these, they would surely ascend to greatness. Yet, this vision that once seemed unattainable now faces obstacles, and it is solely due to the issues surrounding his solar authority that his anger is ignited. The enmity born from obstruction is irreconcilable. One must ensure he never discovers the identity of the offender. At this moment, Qi Ming remains oblivious to these developments. as he is preoccupied with the exquisite mirror he holds. Just moments ago, after undergoing divine refinement, he learned its true name, the Qiyang Mirror, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure of this realm. It symbolizes the authority of the great sun, capable of illuminating all things, possessing the remarkable abilities to immobilize and manifest. It can even evoke the great sun to vanquish foes. However, if placed in the primordial chaos, its rank may experience a certain decline. Truly a remarkable treasure, indeed. Chapter 72. The struggle for divine position beside him. Zhu Yin gazed with evident envy. Only moments ago, he remarked that the treasures among the great suns in the sky were still beyond their reach. To his astonishment, Qi Ming effortlessly retrieved a treasure from one of the great suns, exhibiting a remarkable ease. Qi Ming turned to Zhu Yin with a smile, asking, "So, would you like me to help you fish down the great Qi Brahman Yangdao body?" The Qi Ming banner would serve as his future instrument of enlightenment, while the Qi Ming Yuan flame was the foundation of his being. Moreover, having undergone the baptism of the true elder status of the Red Emperor, he felt assured in his ability to draw forth this unclaimed treasure. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of desire involuntarily sparkled in Zhu Yan's eyes, yet he soon chose to shake his head in refusal. "Never mind, what is not obtained by my own hand will never truly belong to me. I yearn for that divine art, but I desire even more to acquire it through my own efforts." Qi Ming nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, you possess ambition. Would you care to examine this Qiyang treasure mirror?" Zhu Yin's face lit up with joy as he carefully accepted the Qiyang treasure mirror from Qi Ming, handling it with great reverence. "I have never before encountered a spiritual treasure of this caliber in the fire path. His Majesty possesses a primordial treasure of the fire path, yet he has never permitted us to touch it." Qi Ming could not help but sigh inwardly. In this world, where the 5 emperors served as the foundation, the authority of the great sun had been forcibly suppressed, subservient to the fire path. Were it not for this, how could the solar treasure be acknowledged as one of the fire path? It remains uncertain whether deities have emerged from the sun itself. After a brief moment of admiration, Zhu Yin promptly returned the Qiyang treasure mirror to Qi Ming. Indeed, it is a magnificent treasure. With the Qiyang treasure mirror, contending for the divine position of the inspection officer should pose no difficulty. Qi Ming, however, shook his head. He held no regard for that individual, and regardless of whether the Green Emperor was just or unjust, the matter was far from being as simple as a mere contest between him and that person. Having each selected a satisfactory item, they soon exited the treasure vault. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot down from the sky. With a swift glance, Qi Ming extended his hand to catch the light, which transformed into a token inscribed with the words Fire Virtue. The voice of the Red Emperor then resonated. "Qi Ming, with this token, you shall possess your own divine palace in the realm of Fire Virtue. During this period, you shall cultivate in the realm of Fire Virtue. Once the matter of the inspection officer is settled, I shall notify you." Zhu Yin, listening from the side, was instantly thrilled. "Wonderful. My divine palace shall also be in the realm of Fire Virtue, allowing us to grow closer in the future." Before long, a Qi Ming divine palace emerged in the southern celestial domain of the realm of Fire Virtue. The deities of the Red Emperor lineage were aware that they had gained another Qi Ming divine lord. From time to time, deities of the Red Emperor lineage would approach Qi Ming in the realm of Fire Virtue to seek guidance, yet none succeeded without exception. For those who faced defeat, he generously offered insights and advice. Gradually, Qi Ming's reputation began to spread. Alongside his ascent, tales of his birth circulated, reaching the domains of other emperors. Coupled with the enmity Zhu Yin had accumulated over the years, the entire divine realm became a flurry of speculation. And even demigods and the colorful human race in the lower realms caught wind of the news. Within the divine hall of the heavenly court, the 5 sovereigns were seated, each in their designated place. The Azure Emperor occupied the central throne, while the Crimson and Black Emperors, among others, took their seats flanking him. Suddenly, the Crimson Emperor struck the armrest of his throne with force, exclaiming, "Azure Emperor, this matter has escalated beyond control. The deities under my command demand accountability. The accusations against Jun Yin must warrant severe punishment." The Black Emperor, observing the irritable Crimson Emperor, allowed a sinister smile to grace his lips. "Crimson Emperor, it was you who spread the incident concerning the God of Radiance in the southern domain, was it not? Why do you come here, brazenly seeking trouble? I never expected to see you employing strategy for once." The Crimson Emperor cast a disdainful glance at the Black Emperor, snorting coldly, "Who could possibly rival your cunning? You know full well how this matter escaped from my southern domain and spread with such swiftness elsewhere. Among us 5, who possesses more guile than you?" The Azure Emperor, Witnessing this exchange from his elevated seat, felt a flicker of fatigue in his eyes. The long-standing animosity between the Crimson and Black Emperors was well known. Whenever an opportunity arose, they would inevitably engage in conflict, rendering the atmosphere quite tense. The central Yellow Emperor, adorned in a robe of dark yellow, saw fit to intervene at this juncture. Gentlemen, please cease your quarrel. While Junin may be at fault, it does not warrant harsh punishment. After all, the God of Radiance has incurred some risk and should be compensated accordingly. The Azure Emperor will handle this matter with due diligence. Let us not allow this dispute to mar our harmony. The Crimson Emperor was about to retort when a cough from the Azure Emperor interrupted him. I am fully aware of the intricacies of this situation. Given that the controversy is rooted in the established customs of our 5 factions and the authority of the Heavenly Department's inspectors, let us lay this matter bare. We shall utilize the position of the inspector as leverage and set a trial for both parties. Should Junin prevail, he shall retain his role as inspector, and my faction will provide the God of Radiance with suitable compensation. Conversely, if the God of Radiance triumphs, the position of inspector will be his, and Junin shall return to ponder his actions. Does this arrangement satisfy you, Crimson Emperor? Upon hearing this, the Crimson Emperor chuckled. Your Majesty's fairness leaves me with no grounds for dissent. I am eager to know the nature of this trial. If it involves combat, my faction shall not hold back. At that moment, the Black Emperor interjected with a smile. Well spoken. In that case, let each of the 5 factions present a disciple to compete for the position of inspector. The Crimson Emperor's face flushed with anger. This dispute concerns only the God of Radiance and Junin. What right do you have to meddle? The Black Emperor disregarded his outburst and turned to the Azure Emperor. Your Majesty, as you rightly stated, the conflict is a matter of established custom among the 5 factions. Now that all deities are aware of this, let us direct the trial towards the 5 factions. Should someone lose, they can only lament their lack of skill, leaving no room for further complaints. A surge of primordial energy rose into the sky, and the usually reticent White Emperor also turned to the Azure Emperor, his intentions unmistakable. Seeing the White Emperor align with the Black Emperor, the Crimson Emperor's fury reached its peak. However, the Yellow Emperor, who had always maintained a neutral stance, rendered the odds 2-1, leaving the Crimson Emperor powerless to contest. The Azure Emperor regarded the 4 of them, nodding thoughtfully as he prepared to render his final decision. Very well, in that case, 3 months hence, each lineage shall nominate 1 representative to partake in the trial, which will consist of 2 segments. One will be a contest of magical prowess, while the details of the remaining segment shall remain undisclosed for the present. On the day of the trial, all divine lords and revered deities from each lineage shall be present to witness, ensuring fairness. This outcome is indeed a most judicious decision. Yet it is evident that only the Red Emperor bears a hint of displeasure. As the meeting adjourned, the 5 heavenly emperors returned to their respective celestial domains to arrange matters concerning the contest for divine positions. Today, the Red Emperor, having finally liberated himself from the throngs of younglings in his divine palace to engage in secluded cultivation, was refining the newly acquired Red Sun treasure mirror. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the palace exterior and gestured with his hand. A talisman promptly materialized in his grasp, followed by the Red Emperor's voice echoing forth. The contest for divine positions has been determined. In 3 months, each lineage shall present 1 contender for the trial. The victor shall assume the role of the divine inspector. Prepare well. Chapter 73. The search for the 4 fiends. Before long, 3 months had swiftly passed. All the divine lords and deities of the 5 veins, led by their respective sovereigns, proceeded to the supreme divine court. The 33 heavens are interconnected by the 5 divine bridges. Should any divine beings or demigods from the lower realms, along with the colorful human tribes and all sentient beings, ascend the divine bridges with great determination and wisdom, they may join the realm of the 5 divine domains. In the highest heavenly realm, where the divine court resides, a verdant leaf hung high, extending for countless miles, upon which a multitude of deities stood, each radiating immense power. The ethereal glow around their heads painted the sky in hues of green. With the Qing Emperor leading the assembly, flanked by several figures, also esteemed deities, standing above the rest. Before long, the primordial energy of Wuji transformed into a towering mountain, descending from below, whereupon its summit stood the Yellow Emperor, accompanied by his divine lords and deities. As his words echoed, the sound of a treasured blade being unsheathed resonated from the west, and the primordial energy of GNGXN surged into the heavens, a blinding white light piercing the air, causing discomfort to the senses. A group of divine beings clad in white robes arrived riding upon a magnificent blade, forcefully cleaving through the azure and golden light, claiming dominion over a portion of the heavens. The White Emperor has arrived. True to form, the White Emperor remained as taciturn as ever. Accompanying this statement was the sound of crashing waves as a dragon boat, forged from the primordial energy of Orngu, broke through the sea of clouds. Though it appeared delicate, it swept away the divine lights from the north with overwhelming force. The Black Emperor has arrived. Oh, how splendid that you all have arrived so early. A wave of heat surged forth, flames blazing as the primordial energy of BNGD transformed into fiery clouds, carrying a host of deities, igniting the southern skies into a sea of flame. The leading Red Emperor bowed slightly to the assembly. The Red Emperor, accompanied by his divine lords and deities, has arrived. Observing this, the figure of CHM behind him gained a clearer understanding of the strengths of the five veins. The Qing Emperor excels in creation, thus his kin are numerous, yet they are not particularly adept at combat. The White Emperor is a master of slaughter, with the fewest followers, yet unmatched in individual prowess. The Red Emperor's lineage specializes in area damage, while the Black Emperor's lineage, second in numbers only to the Qing Emperor, is most adept at transformation. The Yellow Emperor's lineage is renowned for its defensive capabilities. Seeing that all had gathered, the Qing Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. It is clear that you are all aware that this trial serves to select candidates for the role of responsible for overseeing the four directions and preventing any disturbances caused by fallen deities. As the elite among the five veins, you are naturally tasked with eliminating these fallen beings. Among the fallen deities, the most cunning and ferocious are known as Chaos, Xiongqi, Taowu, and Taotai. Successfully locating and eliminating these four fiends will count as a victory, while failure to accomplish this will result in a draw. The divine beings of the five veins erupted into a flurry of discussion. For the task of eradicating the four fiends is both challenging and straightforward. It is straightforward because their identities and general locations are well known. Chaos typically resides within the central chaotic mountains, resembling a dog or a bear without claws, possessing eyes yet blind, ears yet deaf, a belly devoid of organs, and moving without feet. It embodies disorder, capable of disrupting the divine authority of deities and obscuring perception, making it the strongest among the four fiends. In the northwest, the creature known as Xiongqi resembles a tiger, possessing wings that enable it to soar through the skies. This beast preys upon humans, comprehends their speech, and excels at beguiling the hearts of men, reveling in the creation of warfare while detesting the consumption of the deceased. It possesses the power to invert truth and falsehood, ensnaring the minds of others. Taowu roams the western wasteland, resembling a large tiger, with fur spanning 2 feet in length, a human face, and tiger's claws. Its mouth is filled with formidable teeth, and its tail measures 18 feet in length. Among the four fierce beasts, it boasts the greatest physical strength. Taotai lurks near Mount Go-Wu, taking on the form of a sheep with a human face, its eyes positioned beneath its armpits, with tiger fangs and human-like claws. Its cries resemble those of an infant, and it possesses the ability to consume all living beings. The difficulty in dealing with these four fierce creatures lies in their extreme cunning. They can sense the approach of deities and either flee in advance or set traps. If a powerful divine entity approaches, the four beasts will instinctively unite to resist or evade. The Yellow Emperor, among the five emperors, could not bear to see living beings suffer, dedicating years to arrange the separation of these beasts. He personally engaged in combat against Chaos, ultimately inflicting significant damage, yet failing to eradicate it entirely. Even the esteemed deities of the five emperors were left powerless, let alone the lesser gods. The true intention behind the Azure Emperor's trial remains uncertain, whether it is genuinely to eradicate the four fierce beasts and elevate the seeds of divinity, or if ulterior motives are at play. Otherwise, why would he compel all participants to a standoff? Juyin stepped forward from the assembly of deities. "I, your humble servant, accept the command," he proclaimed, then summoned a beam of azure light and descended into the mortal realm, journeying westward in search of the four beasts. The Yellow Emperor glanced at one of the divine beings behind him. "Haud, you shall undertake this task, merely as a trial. Proceed according to your strength." Haud accepted the command and transformed into a beam of yellow light, descending to the lower realm. Following this, the White Emperor merely cast a glance, prompting the nearby deity Ruheo to also descend. The deities Gongzhuan and Chiming, beside the Black Emperor, likewise ventured into the mortal realm. All five figures from the five meridians chose to head west, for the four fierce beasts predominantly appeared in that direction. Once the five had descended, the Azure Emperor wielded his authority, tracing a design in the air. Above the 33 heavens, the cloud sea parted, transforming into 5 sacred mirrors that reflected the circumstances of the 5 individuals below for all to behold. Upon arriving in the western lands, Chiming did not rush to seek out the 4 beasts. If these creatures were truly so easily vanquished, they would have been slain countless times by now. Since arriving in this world, he had primarily remained in the southern domain, seldom venturing into other realms. Chiming gently placed his hand upon the ground, taking a moment before slowly rising. It seems his suspicions were indeed correct. The external conditions of this world closely resemble those of the primordial chaos, or perhaps even the ancient times of chaos itself. He had noticed the heavenly pillar resembling the surrounding mountains when he followed the Red Emperor to the 33 heavens. Yet, what exactly caused the formation of this world? Was it merely a realm that evolved from the ancient divine imprints? From what he observed, this world's limits were insufficient to evade the awareness of several celestial beings. In the 33 heavens, upon witnessing Chiming's unhurried demeanor, Zhu Yin grew somewhat anxious. Among the 4 fierce beasts, there were those who were strong and those who were weak. With the easiest to contend with being Tao Wu, due to its formidable physicality yet comparatively lower intelligence. In the other mirrored reflections, the remaining individuals swiftly advanced toward Tao Wu, aided by their divine authority and powers. Should they succeed in capturing it, the other fierce beasts would prove far more challenging to confront, leading to a potential defeat in this trial. He stepped forward a few paces and approached the Crimson Emperor. "Your Majesty, Qi Ming." Before Zhu Yin could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the Crimson Emperor raising his hand. "Oh, you are too concerned and thus flustered. Have you forgotten what treasures he obtained in my treasury that day? What did he acquire?" The Qiyang mirror. Zhu Yin suddenly realized that, according to Qi Ming, this mirror possessed the ability to illuminate all things. Thus, it follows that with this spiritual treasure in his possession, Qi Ming could ascertain the movements of the 4 fiends at any time. He understood the situation well. This trial merely required him to contemplate how to eliminate the 4 fiends. While it may be easy to inflict severe damage upon the 4 beasts, killing them would pose a significant challenge. Just then, the being born from the west, Ru Hao, stepped into the western wasteland. He slowly raised his head, his sharp brows revealing a hint of fierce determination, and calmly uttered 2 words: "Arrived." Chapter 74. The Great Battle with Tao Wu. The White Emperor reigns as the sovereign of the Western Divine Realm, wielding the power of gold and autumn. The lands of the West remain perpetually in a state of autumn, with golden energies saturating the atmosphere, resulting in scant vegetation. The Earth's veins, for reasons unknown, have fractured, rendering the Western territories desolate, gradually giving rise to vast stretches of wasteland. Ru Hao formed divine seals with his hands, a radiant aura illuminating behind his head, causing the omnipresent golden energy to sink slightly, as if subjects were bowing to their sovereign. The influence rippled outward, but upon reaching a certain boundary, it encountered an unimaginable obstruction, halting abruptly. A glimmer of determination flashed in Ru Hao's eyes. He had found it. He swiftly transformed into a beam of white light, racing towards his target. Zhu Yin followed closely, stepping into the western wasteland. Upon entering this domain, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if a sharp blade hovered above, ready to descend. Frowning, he summoned azure light that flickered around him, isolating the golden energy. He then exhaled a cloud of turbid air, silently grateful for his preparations. Pointing upwards, a brown seed levitated in midair. The vitality of Eastern Azure would surged into the seed from all directions, causing it to sprout, bloom, and bear seeds, resembling a cluster of white fluff. "Go forth, may you find Tao Wu," he declared. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering countless tiny white tufts with seeds in all directions. As they touched the ground, they rapidly underwent growth once more, forming white streams that converged in the skies above the wasteland. Zhu Yin then darted towards a specific direction. Following his arrival in the wasteland, Hode observed the white streams above in silence, employing his dominion over the earth to sense his bearings. He plunged into the streams, emerging from the ground where the earth's veins had fractured, repeating this cycle as he swiftly advanced towards a certain destination. Gongzhuan regarded the white streams above with raised brows. With the spirit seeds combined with the celestial perception techniques from the Azure Emperor's mystical records, Zhu Yin had indeed made ample preparations. Regrettably, he lacked intellect. Such efforts should not go to waste. Meanwhile, deep within the wasteland, a tiger-like beast seemed to sense something. Abruptly opening its eyes, golden pupils emanated boundless ferocity. It was none other than Tao Wu, one of the 4 fierce beasts. Tao Wu stretched its body, and an ominous thunderclap echoed through the void. Harnessing its instincts, it surged towards a direction with astonishing speed, surpassing the typical escape velocity of divine beings, yet producing not a single sound, compressing all its power into its corporeal form. Midway, Tao Wu suddenly halted. A flash of blade light descended from the heavens, slicing through the air to leave an exceptionally fine yet profound gash before it. A beam of white light descended, revealing Ru Hao's figure, a long sword in hand. Glinting coldly, its sharpness daunting and unapproachable. Ru Hao cast a frosty gaze at Tao Wu. "Beast, meet your demise." A flicker of disdain crossed Tao Wu's eyes as it raised a paw, unleashing an immense gust of wind that tore through the earth, charging towards Ru Hao. This strike was not a divine technique, but a sheer manifestation of physical power, rivaling Ru Hao's earlier blow. Ru Hao's expression sharpened, gathering his strength, drawing his sword. Roar! A colossal phantom of a white tiger stood proudly, its face fierce, and its golden eyes radiating a menacing aura. With a thunderous roar, its voice collided with the gale, causing the earth to tremble. The essence of metal surged forth, slicing through all laws of nature before erupting in a deafening explosion. As the smoke cleared, Ru Hao's hands trembled uncontrollably, the sound of his blade ringing incessantly. Glancing down, he noticed that his feet had carved a profound trench into the ground. Raising his gaze, he saw that the formidable creature, the Tao Wu, had not even flinched. Very well, once more, Ru Hao summoned his strength for another strike, transforming a single blow into a barrage of 1,000, and then into the infinite, vowing to sever all ties. The corners of the Tao Wu's mouth twitched upwards, and in an instant, it shattered the space locked by the blade's light. With a surge of energy, it lunged forth, arriving at Ru Hao's side in the blink of an eye. Ru Hao's pupils contracted as he twisted his waist, slashing his long blade to intercept the Tao Wu. But time was not on his side. With a ripping sound, the air was tainted with the scent of torn flesh, yet Ru Hao was unscathed. Unbeknownst to him, a yellow figure had appeared beside the Tao Wu, hands weaving intricate seals, summoning yellow ropes from the earth to ensnare the massive beast's limbs. This newcomer was none other than the illustrious descendant of a Yellow Emperor. Ru Hao's blow struck true, but lacked its full force due to the unexpected nature of the encounter, leaving merely a thin cut upon the Tao Wu's body, inadvertently awakening its ferocity. In an instant, the beast's eyes turned blood red, and with immense power, it broke free from the earth's constraints, tearing apart the visage of the Qilin. The descendant barely had time to blink before the Tao Wu was upon him, a single palm striking out, rending space and unleashing a tremendous roar, leaving no trace of the descendant behind. When he turned back, he found the descendant had somehow appeared beside Ru Hao. With a cough, he spat forth divine blood, having narrowly escaped the previous assault. Their eyes met, and in that shared glance, they silently agreed. They must not allow the Tao Wu to close the distance. Just then, wisps of down floated through the air. The Tao Wu, ever vigilant, dodged, yet inadvertently brushed against a few. Little did it know, these seemingly innocuous tufts had a will of their own, gravitating towards the wound Ru Hao had just inflicted. Upon contact with flesh, they unceremoniously began to siphon the immense vitality from the Tao Wu, swiftly taking root and blooming into vibrant red tufts that scattered into the air. The excruciating pain compelled the Tao Wu to flail its massive paws in all directions, fracturing the ground and throwing the wasteland into disarray. The descendant hurriedly produced a small seal and cast it into the sky, where a phantom Qilin manifested, anchoring itself to the earth's foundation, resisting the relentless gales from all sides. Just as they began to stabilize, a beam of azure light descended beside them, revealing Zhu Yin, a figure of the Azure Emperor's lineage. "I have encountered both divine lords," he announced. Almost immediately, another voice chimed in. "Indeed, your prowess is commendable, Zhu Yin. It must stem from the supreme divine arts contained within the Azure Emperor's sacred texts. Yet, by provoking the Tao Wu so recklessly, are you not disregarding the safety of your companions, Ru Hao and the descendant?" As the words hung in the air, a dark divine light descended, materializing into a formidable presence. Zhu Yin, upon hearing these words, let out a cold snort. This trial is fundamentally aimed at vanquishing the four malevolent entities. Even the formidable prowess of Lord Ru Hao struggles to achieve success. Without employing some extraordinary means, it is utterly impossible to inflict harm upon the present beast, the Tao Wu. Confronting the other fiends would be an even greater challenge. This is far preferable to those who do nothing but hide away and engage in mere verbal sparring. Gong Zhuan could not help but darken in countenance. Had it not been for Zhu Yin inciting the Tao Wu into such a frenzy, disrupting his plans, he would not find himself in this hiding place. These brutes lack any semblance of strategic thought. He then surveyed his surroundings, noting there were only 4 individuals present, and felt a surge of covert joy. It appears that this chiming is merely a figure of great power, a striking yet ultimately ineffective embroidered pillow. Chapter 75. The unyielding Taowu. A few individuals ascended to a lofty height where the fierce gale had yet to approach, only to be incinerated entirely by the radiant flame. Qi Ming observed the tumultuous clash below with a detached gaze, taking in every reaction of the combatants. Among the 4, it seemed that only Hoda possessed a semblance of sincerity. However, there was an uncanny resemblance between Hoda and Ru Hao, reminiscent of the White Tiger and Qilin among the 4 spirit sovereigns. The techniques of the 5 veins appeared strikingly familiar, while Zhu Yin seemed to be devoid of intellect, albeit wielding the extraordinary Qingdi Miao Lu. The orthodox protective methods of the primordial immortal path are well known, encompassing the 36 celestial forms and the 72 earthly techniques. These were said to be a synthesis of the strengths from both the celestial and divine realms, crafted by the ancient masters and great powers of the immortal path. The 72 earthly techniques serve as protective arts, with disciples of the 3 teachings typically selecting several to study deeply, or even innovating unique spells, thus creating their own signature techniques. For instance, the golden cudgel refined by the immortal horse Sui serves as both a magical artifact and a divine power, rooted in the art of qi binding, capable of restraining the flow of primordial energy. The golden cudgel immortal derived the method of binding the flesh from this, utilizing it to safeguard himself. Qi Ming, akin to Bai Li, primarily practiced the arts of flame expulsion and the technique of the pot heaven, which provided the foundation for his understanding of the fiery formation. The 36 celestial techniques far surpass the earthly techniques in magnificence. Each technique embodies supreme divine prowess, linking to the ultimate path and pointing directly to the source. Among these, the foremost is the art of transformation, which possesses the ability to create something from nothing, altering the essence of matter, fashioning all things, and redefining the rules. It was by this divine art that Nuwa created humanity, when Zhao Gongming, the outer sect elder brother, often guided the cultivation of the outer disciples of the Bai Li, inquired if, apart from Nuwa, there were others who had mastered the art of transformation. Zhao Gongming merely smiled and posed a question in return. Is there any race in the heavens that could supplant humanity? The implication was unmistakable. As for the other prominent divine arts, Qi Ming knew that among the disciples of the 3 teachings, only Jin Ling had successfully mastered the art of shifting stars, while Xuandu often inverted yin and yang. The blossoming flower before him was indeed one of the 36 celestial techniques. Despite being positioned somewhat lower among the 36, this technique intertwines the paths of time and life. The protective method of Qingyun from the teaching of revelation intricately melds the marvels of this technique with the acceleration of time, while Zhu Yin employed its most primal application. It siphons the flesh, lifespan, and true spirit of living beings, converting everything into nourishment for the flower, which may be an authentic spiritual root of a plant or something else entirely, wielding dominion over the essence of life. However, as Qi Ming gazed upon the Taowu below, he pondered, if this beast were merely of such caliber, how could it have survived to this day? At the moment of pain, the flesh of the Taowu suddenly collapsed inward, coalescing, as a peculiar force emanated from within its being, rooting itself within its flesh. The tendrils of life seemed to strike an impenetrable barrier, ceasing to grow even a fraction more, while simultaneously being expelled from the Taowu's corporeal form by this force. The wounds inflicted during the scuffle began to heal after just a fleeting moment. Upon witnessing this, Qi Ming's expression revealed a sense of anticipated understanding. In the realm of myth and legend, the creature known as the TNGW is a stubborn beast. Beyond its formidable physical strength, it is the power to resist external forces and its indestructible corporeal form that truly vexes its adversaries. It appears that the 4 divine beasts did not anticipate inflicting such damage upon it. The TNGW slowly exhaled the stagnant, murky energy within, a dense white mist coalescing and escaping from its mouth, entwining around its massive body. Its overwhelming vitality transformed into a radiant pillar that soared skyward, almost resembling flames, causing even the celestial entity above, CHM-ing, to cast a glance of astonishment. In an instant, the TNGW's form crashed through the Qilin sacred mountain, casting the smaller figure of Hunyuan aside. Yet, the moment the 4 divine beasts made contact with their assault, their energies dissipated. Indeed, the ferocity of the beast prevails. No amount of strength can alter its inherently foolish nature. If the supreme deity of Taiji were present, One doubts they would be so reckless. The voice of Ji Engzu-in echoed from afar, and as he spoke, the ground beneath the TNGW began to crumble. A bottomless pit yawning open like a ravenous black maw, engulfing the creature. Before it could regain its footing, an endless torrent of dark water, transforming into a black dragon, surged forth. This water, known as weak water, is highly toxic. To touch it is to invite death. Light as a feather, even the celestial beings cannot traverse it. The poison of weak water can nullify various powers, assimilating those who oppose it. As the weak water was unleashed, wisps of green smoke and the TNGW's anguished cries resonated from the abyss. In the blink of an eye, silence enveloped the scene. For beams of divine light descended from the heavens, and Ji Engzu-in, peering into the pit, turned with a triumphant smile. Well then, my method proved effective. Did it not? This round is mine. At that moment, Ji Engzu-in sensed a gust of wind sweeping past him. Facing the others, he clearly witnessed the expressions of terror on their faces, including the monstrous figure reflected in their eyes. In the next instant, an overwhelming force struck him, violently tearing through his divine domain and directly impacting his body, sending him crashing backward. Pain, excruciating and all-encompassing, surged through him, causing his divine light to waver. Struggling, Ji Engzu-in turned to see the TNGW soaring from the pit, utterly unscathed. How is this possible? With the nature of weak water, even the supreme deities of the other four clans, caught off guard, would not emerge unscathed. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. The TNGW's assault was imminent once more. RHO positioned himself before the others, the power of GNGJ, and instantly ignited with a crimson hue. The form of the white tiger flickered, transforming into a sacred ethereal shadow that ascended, standing upon a black lotus. With a single stroke, he unleashed a wave of murderous intent. This strike annihilated time itself, severing the space between him and the TNGW, leaving a deep gash upon the beast's flesh, visible to the bone. Beside him, JYN and HUD could not help but exclaim their admiration. However, in the next moment, they realized the reason for the TNGW's apparent invulnerability. The wound left by RHO was slowly healing, revealing that Ji Engzu-in's earlier method had indeed inflicted damage, but it had not obliterated the creature. It had merely restored itself in a fleeting moment. Just as the TNGW regained its form, the previous wound re-emerged. This strike had conceptually severed that portion of its corporeal existence. In the eyes of the three, hope ignited as they turned their gaze towards Ru Hao, only to discover his countenance pale as parchment, evidently incapable of launching an attack akin to the earlier one. This is dire. We must flee. In the arena, the remaining forces of Hoda and Ju-in exchanged a glance, silently reaching the consensus to escape. Hoda took along Gong Zhuan, while Ju-in assisted Ru Hao as they hastened towards the western wilderness. Due to the presence of the White Emperor, the Taowu dared not recklessly step beyond the wilds. Once they escaped the wilderness, their lives would be spared. However, their speed could hardly rival that of the Taowu. In the blink of an eye, the quartet was overtaken, a nauseating stench enveloping them as the gale wrought by the colossal beast's paw struck them painfully. Should that blow land, they feared. At that moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens, precisely striking the Taowu, immobilizing it. If you were to slay a few divine lords, I fear the sovereigns would come seeking retribution. The group turned towards the source of the voice, where a crimson figure stood beneath the luminous glow. Qiming, Chapter 76, The Four Fiends and the Celestial Pillar. The beast, trapped in midair, was not one to be easily subdued. Its primal strength began to stir, emanating a divine radiance, accompanied by ominous creaks and groans, as it prepared to break free. Upon witnessing this, they immediately shouted, "Lord Qiming, be cautious. The beast is formidable." Qiming grasped the Qiyang mirror, infusing it with boundless divine power. The authority of the great sun began to surge, and a beam of sunlight shot forth from the solar star, reaching the mirror. Empowered by the sun's might, the Qiyang divine light became exponentially more potent, establishing a pillar of light that connected heaven and earth, firmly binding the beast in midair, rendering it immobile. However, this commotion caught the attention of another. At the moment the sunlight surged, the sunlight god sensed the shift, and upon seeing the Qiyang mirror, he recognized its name. Unable to contain his excitement. It is the supreme treasure of the sun, the Qiyang mirror. How splendid. If I could seize this treasure, it would significantly shorten my time in consolidating the authority of the great sun. The moonlight god arrived just in time, having observed the unfolding scene from the lunar star. Brother, the individual wielding the Qiyang mirror must be the renowned Qiming, affiliated with the lineage of the Red Emperor. If one wishes to obtain this treasure, careful deliberation is essential. The sunlight god dismissed his concerns. The opportunity to attain enlightenment is at hand. How could we let it slip away? As far as I know, this trial is to assess the divine positions of the celestial officers. Whoever prevails will take on the responsibility of overseeing the realms. With all 5 paths present, we must refrain from direct confrontation, but once I fulfill my duty, I shall not fear the time to act. The moonlight god expressed his worry. Nevertheless, Chiming's methods are not to be underestimated. We must remain vigilant. The sunlight god waved his hand dismissively. My dear Junior, your words are misguided. He is merely a deity born of this realm. No matter his strength, how can he rival the primordial beings such as us? When the time comes for me to act, the Qiyang mirror will not be able to channel the authority of the great sun, and victory shall be assured. Though the moonlight god harbored reservations, he ultimately chose not to voice further objections. Meanwhile, Chiming, seeing the beast immobilized, seized the moment to unleash an overwhelming torrent of chiming primordial flames from above, painting the skies over the western wasteland in hues of crimson. The fiery columns surged upwards, harmonizing with the Qiyang divine light. Originating from the true fire of the sun, the chiming primordial flames, infused with purple and human fire, surpassed even the weak waters they had previously encountered, possessing an innate ability to incinerate all. As the Qiyang divine light held the beast's form in place, it simultaneously confined its essence, and combined with the earlier vulnerabilities left by the figure of Raheo, wisps of smoke began to rise. The beast's corporeal body started to undergo subtle transformations, divine patterns emerging upon its bones and flesh. Perhaps others could not perceive it, but Chiming saw clearly that the source of power manifesting on the beast undoubtedly came from the 5 emperors. What schemes are the 5 emperors concocting? What is the true purpose behind the Qing emperor's trial? Perhaps realizing the gravity of its situation, the beast summoned all its strength, allowing a portion of the chiming primordial flames to scorch its flesh in a desperate bid to regain even the slightest mobility. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated across the realms, reaching even the heavens of the 33 skies. The 5 emperors exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable, yet the Azure Emperor's eyes betrayed a flicker of inexplicable emotion. Though the reason behind the Tao Wu's choice to sacrifice part of its corporeal defenses for this furious outcry remained a mystery, Chiming sensed an underlying disquiet. The chiming banner emerged from the divine wheel behind his head, its undulating form intensifying the chiming primordial flame, which blazed ever more fiercely, causing the earth beneath to erupt in streams of magma. Thus, with heaven and earth as the crucible, creation as the craft, and yin and yang as the carbon, all things became the copper. The searing chiming primordial flame caused the superfluous elements within the Tao Wu's body to begin peeling away, and gradually, the formidable beast's massive form began to solidify and elongate, transforming into a towering column. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events ensued. 3 colossal figures appeared in the blink of an eye, revealing themselves to be the remaining members of the 4 fierce beasts. The recent roar from the Tao Wu had indeed been a summons to these other ferocious creatures. To the east lay the chaos, to the south stood the Qiongqi, and to the north loomed the Tao Tai. Each beast exuded a formidable power that surpassed that of the Tao Wu, especially the chaos, whose mere gaze upon Chiming made him feel as if authority was slipping from his grasp. At that instant, the Tao Wu had fully transformed into a towering black-green pillar, and as Chiming retracted his flames and precious mirror, tumultuous waves surged within his heart. He understood the purpose of this pillar at first sight: to prop up the heavens. This column, forged by the Tao Wu, was intended to support the sky. Chiming could not help but glance back at the distant pillar resembling the ancient Mount Zhou. Did this world reflect the long-lost secrets of the collapse of the ancient Mount Zhou during the cycles of divine and immortal paths? Unlike Chiming, the 4 individuals below were engulfed by a wave of despair. Merely dealing with the Tao Wu, the least formidable of the 4 fierce beasts, had resulted in significant losses for them, let alone the others. Although the Tao Wu had now been transformed into an unknown entity by Chiming, they still faced 3 fierce beasts. The 3 slowly advanced, encircling the group, their eyes fixated on Chiming in the air. This diminutive figure had slain the Tao Wu. Hode glanced at the 3 injured companions beside him, then back at the airborne Chiming, gritting his teeth. Chiming, you and the other divine lords should depart first. I will hold them off for now. With that, a radiant light of profound yellow enveloped Hode, and a familiar illusion of a Qilin emerged. Chiming's eyes narrowed at the sight. He would recognize the Qilin's form anywhere. Suppressing his rising doubts, Chiming smiled at Hode. No need. The fish are already on the hook, and the lords are preparing to reel them in. The others remained bewildered by Chiming's words, when suddenly, 5 beams of light descended from the 33 skies, shimmering in the colors of blue, red, white, black, and yellow, from which emerged 5 primordial divine beings. These creatures were exceedingly cunning. Without these little ones, they would have truly been difficult to capture. Chiming couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the Black Emperor, who, unbeknownst to him, bore a hint of draconic features between his brows. Upon turning to gaze at the remaining 5 emperors, it became apparent that their appearances had undergone a certain degree of transformation, as if they had amalgamated numerous distinct features from various individuals. When Chiming locked eyes with the Qing Emperor, he could not suppress a tremor that coursed through him. Those eyes were familiar. Hongjun, why in this realm, which ostensibly rejects the Tao of immortality, did the Qing Emperor exhibit characteristics reminiscent of Hongjun? Those eyes, those unmistakably indifferent eyes, could not be mistaken. The Qing Emperor gently raised his hands, allowing a sprinkle of azure light to cascade down upon the likes of Haud and the others, infusing them with a rich vitality that rapidly mended their prior injuries, even rejuvenating Gongzhuan's complexion to a healthy flush. In unison, the 5 sovereigns unleashed their powers, weaving the quintessence of the 5 elements into an immeasurable river that sealed this space, rendering the 5 emperors the absolute masters of this domain. The Grand Formation of the 5 Elements. Chapter 77. Victory without battle. The 3 ferocious beasts seemed to sense the peril they were in, instantly becoming agitated. They howled at the heavens, their powers intertwining as if originating from a singular source, rapidly escalating to a level comparable to that of the 5 emperors. Chaos unfurled its 2 pairs of wings, its 6 legs treading upon the void, and in its movements, the elemental rules within the Grand Formation began to shift from order to chaos. Observing this, the Black Emperor let out a cold smile. Humph, the forces of chaos. Do they not know that those who align with me shall flourish, while those who oppose me shall perish? Water is ever-changing. It can be as gentle as mist, nourishing without a sound, or as fierce as the vast ocean, capable of obliterating everything in its path. Boundless waters transformed into a vast ocean, where within its depths lay a colossal beast, surging skyward, summoning the waters of the 9 heavens to spiral back, heralding an endless dragon's roar, reigning supreme over the world. The Black Emperor's divine visage materialized behind him, adorned in a robe of 9 dragons, his brow radiating an overwhelming majesty. With the dominion of water resting in the palm of his hand, he gazed upon the 3 beasts with a frigid stare, akin to observing mere ants. With a divine gesture, the black dragon extended its claws, forcefully sending chaos flying, compelling the altered rules to realign involuntarily. A tumultuous wave surged forth as Tao Tai soared into the air, opening its cavernous maw, seemingly harboring an unfathomable abyss within. A deluge of water, as if summoned, rushed into Tao Ye's mouth, yet its form showed no signs of alteration. To borrow a phrase from the young Qi Ming, indiscriminate consumption is hardly a commendable act. The Red Emperor smiled faintly, his divine form manifesting behind him, clad in a robe of 9 phoenixes, where all flames bowed in reverence before his figure. For he was the innate sovereign of fire. The onlookers were momentarily engulfed in darkness, only to be illuminated anew as a figure replaced the celestial light, becoming the new source of brilliance. This was the phoenix, whose cry resonated through the 9 heavens, with blazing flames sweeping across the entire space. The aroma of charred flesh wafting from Tao Ye's form in an instant. Xiongqi immediately soared forward, as yin and yang began to reverse, black and white shifting. At that moment, a blade of slaughter sliced through the air, severing one of Xiongqi's limbs. The White Emperor's divine form also ascended, manifesting that which Raheo had previously unveiled. Though the White Emperor's visage was much clearer, his sacred countenance embodying both his essence and features of many others. The boundless aura of slaughter began to corrode Xiongqi's strength along the wound. A fierce glint flickered in Xiongqi's eyes as he ruthlessly tore off a large chunk of his flesh, then inverted the concept, allowing his blood and meat to regenerate. The combat prowess of the 5 emperors far exceeded their individual capabilities. Even as the battle within the formation reverberated with thunderous echoes, it did not affect Qi Ming, who stood beside the heavenly pillar transformed from the Tiao Wu. It was unclear whether this was a deliberate act by the 5 emperors or an inherent ability of the pillar itself. Chaos and the 3 beasts seemed to harbor a fear of some sort, refraining from approaching the pillar, allowing Qi Ming to observe the true extent of everyone's abilities. When the Black Emperor and the Red Emperor engaged, Qi Ming's heart was already tumultuous with waves of astonishment. The ancestral dragon, the ancestral phoenix. Though their appearances had altered, Qi Ming was certain that the manifestations of the Black and Red Emperors were indeed the forms of the ancestral dragon and the ancestral phoenix. For reasons unknown, the expression of the Green Emperor grew increasingly indifferent, and the gaze that had once favored Hong Jun deepened, as if embodying the vastness and remoteness of the heavens. Or perhaps it was simply the heavens. The time has come. The Azure Emperor spoke, and the other four nodded in agreement. Together, they channeled their energies, and multiple figures emerged behind them. The power of the five elements array began to swell, exerting a formidable pressure that felt as if the heavens themselves were descending. This immense force caused the three ferocious beasts to undergo a transformation reminiscent of the earlier Tiao Wu. With a shared glance among the five emperors, the dynamics of the formation began to shift, with the balanced energies tilting towards the Crimson Emperor. The flames surged to unprecedented heights, transforming the array into a molten inferno. Amidst the relentless wails, the physical forms of the three beasts began to elongate and refine, ascending into towering pillars akin to the Tiao Wu. Having completed their task, the five emperors withdrew their energies, returning to their original appearances. The Azure Emperor raised his hand, and the four pillars were diminished and stored within his sleeve. The five elements array concluded, marking the demise of the four ferocious beasts that had plagued the five meridians. The Azure Emperor gazed at the Crimson Emperor and the others, letting out a faint sigh. Let us depart. When the five opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the 33 heavens. The five emperors remained seated in the high heavens, as if everything that had transpired was but a dream. Yet, the lingering pain served as a stark reminder that it was no illusion. Once everyone was settled, the Azure Emperor spoke slowly. This trial was designed to draw forth the four ferocious beasts through your hands, and then we five would sever their connections, eliminating them entirely. I did not expect that one among you could completely vanquish the Tiao Wu, transforming it into a pillar, thus fulfilling our unfinished task. Truly commendable. At this point, the Azure Emperor turned to the Crimson Emperor and remarked, "Indeed, your lineage has produced an extraordinary individual." The Crimson Emperor beamed at the praise. His gaze towards Qi Ming filled with pride. This child had brought him honor, and among the five emperors, it was rare for one to genuinely admire another. Receiving commendation from the Azure Emperor was no small feat. The Azure Emperor then addressed the others. In this trial, it was Qi Ming of the Crimson Emperor's lineage who contributed the most, achieving the most remarkable results. I hereby declare Qi Ming the victor of this trial. Do any of you dissent? The divine beings of the five meridians bowed in unison. Your Majesty's judgment is fair. We have no objections. The Azure Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, then let us commence the second round of competition. The crowd was taken aback. The earlier confrontation with the Tiao Wu had already been displayed through the five-element mirror, showcasing Qi Ming's overwhelming advantage in terms of authority, divine abilities, and spiritual treasures. Was there truly a need for a second round of combat? The other four, including Junin, were well aware of this fact. Huda stepped forward, bowing to the four directions before taking a deep breath and addressing the Azure Emperor. Your Majesty, this trial for my Huang Emperor lineage was merely for testing. I believe that Qi Ming's capabilities far surpass my own during the earlier siege of the Tiao Wu. I willingly withdraw from the second round of trials, and I hope your Majesty will grant my request. Upon hearing these words, the Green Emperor nodded in acknowledgement, acquiescing to Hoda's request. Upon returning to his own camp, the Yellow Emperor refrained from uttering a single reprimand. Instead, he patted Hoda on the shoulder, offering him abundant praise. Observing this exchange, Gongzhuan leaned closer to Ru Hao, intending to voice his thoughts. However, Ru Hao paid him no heed and stepped forward to bow before the Green Emperor. Ru Hao, you are dismissed. The Green Emperor responded affirmatively. Witnessing this, Gongzhuan felt a surge of resentment, yet he had no choice but to withdraw, leaving only Qi Ming and Zhu Yin on the stage. Zhu Yin, perceiving a flicker of disappointment in the Green Emperor's eyes, found himself beset by a myriad of unwilling sentiments, which ultimately coalesced into four simple words: Zhu Yin, withdraw. Thus, Qi Ming emerged victorious without contest. Just as the dust began to settle and Qi Ming assumed the role of the inspecting deity, an unfamiliar figure descended from the lower realms, surveying the surroundings before proclaiming, "Which one among you is Lord Qi Ming? I am here on the orders of the god of agriculture, Hoji, to invite you for a discussion in the netherworld." Chapter 78, The Earth and the Nine Springs. In an instant, the divine beings present engaged in fervent discussions. It is worth noting that the revered deity, Hoji, although publicly recognized as a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, possesses origins shrouded in mystery. He has been known to exist since the birth of the five emperors. Known for his profound compassion, he has long resided in the realm of the underworld, rarely intervening in worldly matters. Consequently, the deities of the underworld seldom manifest in the mortal realm. Thus, it was perplexing that this great deity showed such keen interest in the newly emerged Qi Ming, even inviting him to converse in the underworld. Upon hearing this news, Qi Ming was taken aback. He speculated that the esteemed Ji was none other than the Earth Mother, and perhaps this deity had already awakened to his true essence. Sensing his presence and thus seeking to address him, unable to suppress his gaze, he turned towards the Red Emperor. To his surprise, the Red Emperor merely smiled gently, offering him a reassuring look. At this juncture, the Green Emperor spoke. Qi Ming, rest assured, for Ji is a deity of great compassion, presiding over the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld. As long as you harbor no ill intent towards the cosmos, he shall not trouble you, and may even bestow upon you opportunities unforeseen. Qi Ming could not help but internally scoff. It was unfortunate that his arrival in this realm was solely to seize the essence of the divine path. Nevertheless, he now understood that what is fated cannot be avoided. Today, he could not evade this encounter, and thus he accepted Ji's invitation, accompanying the divine official to the underworld. The underworld, a realm depicted in ancient mythology, is the domain of life and death. Through the passage of time, the deities overseeing this realm have changed, including figures such as the Earth Lord, Shen Tuyule, the Lord of Mount Tai, and the Emperor of Fengdu. However, in this era, even amidst the primordial chaos, only one deity holds the supreme authority over reincarnation, Mother Earth. Upon arriving in this underworld realm, Qi Ming was astounded by the sights before him. No wonder the deities of this world are reluctant to serve in the underworld. Unlike the primordial realm, this underworld lacks the familiar landmarks such as the Platform of Longing, the Yellow Springs Road, the Bridge of Forgetfulness, and the Ghost Gate. Instead, all that met his eyes was an unfathomable abyss of black water. This black water is a conglomeration of all the grievances, malice, and negative energies amassed since the world's creation, surpassing even the waters beneath the Bridge of Forgetfulness in the primordial realm. Any mortal, or even demigod who merely gazes upon it risks being drawn into its depths, becoming one with the tormented souls within. Upon the few patches of nether soil amidst the black waters, several figures diligently directed the flow of the black water, suppressing the rising waves to prevent the malevolent energies from crossing into the mortal realm, while guiding the souls towards the depths of reincarnation. This cycle, performed day in and day out, is why those who undertake the duties of the underworld command such respect. Even Qi Ming could not help but feel a sense of reverence for their compassion. After leading Qi Ming to this place, the divine official spoke. The revered Ji has commanded me to bring you here. The affairs of the underworld are numerous and complex. I ask for your understanding, esteemed deity. The black waters are perilous. I implore you to exercise utmost caution. Without waiting for Qi Ming's response, the divine official saw a petal of lotus gracefully descend from the divine light behind his head, transforming into a small yet remarkably stable boat upon the black water. The divine official seated himself upon it, and the vessel began to glide smoothly, soon arriving at a realm of the underworld to fulfill his divine duties. Qi Ming stood frozen in place, bewildered by this turn of events. What was the purpose of summoning him without guiding him to the destination? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Young one from the Lingbao family, do you dare to traverse this boundless black water? A chill ran through Qi Ming's heart. Indeed, this voice was the same one he had heard on the day of the Fengshen platform. He bowed deeply towards the depths of the black water, and with a thought, a fire lotus blossomed beneath him, its 12 petals suspended above the dark waters. With a gentle leap, Qi Ming ascended to the lotus platform, enveloped in a protective divine light. As he traversed the black water, vengeful spirits and malevolent entities occasionally lunged at him, but they were all incinerated into wisps of blue smoke by Qi Ming's primordial flames. Yet, amidst the fiery destruction, he seemed to hear mournful wails, as if witnessing the lives of these beings from an observer's perspective. The complexities of human emotion intertwined, stirring a bittersweet sensation within Qi Ming. Despite knowing this was the influence of the black water, he remained silent, the fire lotus hovering in midair. Progress was deceptively simple, just a single step, but also profoundly difficult, for it was precisely that step that was lacking. After a lengthy pause, Qi Ming smiled and shook his head. Had the answer not been determined long ago? Otherwise, he would not have been so resolute during the final trial at Kunlun. He retrieved 3 peaches from his bosom, gifted to him by the Queen Mother on that day. Perhaps aware that his mission was at hand, the 3 peaches radiated a vibrant life force, shining brilliantly above the black water. He pointed to one of them, proclaiming, 3 is the ultimate number, the essence of all things. The peach pits began to dissolve, gradually merging with the peaches to form the source of vitality, which, under Chiming's command, divided into 9 portions, perfectly aligning with the ultimate principle of numbers. Chiming then declared loudly, O black waters of the underworld, where vengeful souls find it hard to cross. Today I acknowledge the hardships of the underworld and the suffering of all beings. With boundless vitality, I establish the 9 springs, elevate the fertile soil of the underworld, and guide countless souls towards reincarnation. 9 springs arise. In an instant, his voice resonated throughout this realm, and innumerable beings, including the divine officials in the underworld, bowed in unison towards Chiming. Compassionate Lord Chiming. As soon as his words fell, 9 orbs of vital essence, seemingly summoned, plunged into the black water. The divine power hidden within the peaches erupted forth, opening the 9 springs and 9 realms. Fengquan, Yak, Huangquan, Hongquan, Yingquan, Yuquan, Shachuan, Kuchuan, and Mingquan, each flowing sequentially to ferry souls into reincarnation. The water level of the black water began to recede for the second time since the formation of this realm, revealing the underworld's essence, which lay bare and was laden with negative remnants from the black water. Chiming summoned the Chiming banner, and his primordial flames swept away all negative forces and vengeful energies from the exposed soil of the underworld. Though the emerging land could not form a complete passage, it significantly alleviated the pressure of the underworld. The essence of the underworld surged by 30%, even surprising Hutu in the Palace of Reincarnation, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Ah, my dear lad, your actions align perfectly with the original vision of the ancient deity, yet alas, having stepped onto the path of immortality, we are ultimately not destined to be comrades. Nevertheless, allow me to lend you my assistance. With a mere gesture, a sphere of the primordial essence of the heavens materialized in my hand. This treasure, an embodiment of the innate quintessence of the earth, was utilized by Nuwa during her creation of humanity. As the 9 springs emerge, the 9 hells shall inevitably manifest. These 9 hells include the hell of the Fengquan's decree, the hell of the heavy springs execution, the hell of the yellow springs pursuit of souls, the hell of the cold springs poison, the hell of the Een springs cold nights, the hell of the ghost springs slaughter, the hell of the lower springs endless nights, the hell of the bitter springs carnage, and the hell of the fiery springs trial by fire. All transgressors and lost souls shall face the penalties of the 9 hells. The 9 springs, within the 9 realms, unveil the 9-fold infernos, administering judgment and absolution. The cosmic essence and providence bestowed upon this realm shall promptly descend. This cosmic essence and divine favor serve as the currency for his transcendence from this realm, exchanging for the source of divine authority. The heavenly bestowment of such authority encompasses 2 aspects, one for purification of the world, and the other for alleviating suffering. It is due to his divine essence, the conflation of the fire deity and the black water source, that the heavens grant him the authority of purification, enabling him to refine the tainted. Henceforth, it is only fitting that all shall address him as the radiant Lord of purification and alleviation. Chapter 79, Secrets of Zhou Mountain. With a knowing smile, Qi Ming gazed upon the 9 springs and 9 hells, his resolve firmly established. Advancing was no longer a daunting task. The boundless dark waters of the netherworld swirled around him, while the waves of the 9 springs reflected the past transgressions, guiding him towards the cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, Qi Ming no longer required the red lotus to traverse the waters. The radiance of the compassionate deity illuminated his path, allowing him to tread lightly straight into the palace of reincarnation. Upon reaching the entrance of the palace, Qi Ming halted and bowed respectfully. He had encountered the divine lord of the netherworld, the god of reincarnation. A voice of compassion echoed from within the palace. Though the heart may not align with the words, the Earth Mother is indeed the Earth Mother. In this world, you are known as Qi Ming. Yet you also embody the essence of the white ritual of the. Very well, please enter. The grand doors of the palace opened quietly, and Qi Ming bowed once more before stepping inside. Within the palace of reincarnation, he beheld for the first time the revered figure of the Earth Mother, known for her boundless compassion and grand aspirations, who emulated the celestial authority of the earth deities. She stood at the pinnacle of the ancient divine path, representing the depths of the netherworld, governing the dualities of life and death, and embodying the beauty of all things and the majesty of the mountains. Seated upon a cloud bed, adorned in robes woven of dark and ethereal hues, a divine light radiated from behind her head, while an immense wheel of reincarnation loomed behind her. On closer inspection, the 6 dark holes of the wheel contained infinite cycles of existence, Her countenance exuded kindness, epitomizing compassion. Qi Ming paid his respects to the Earth Mother, who nodded slightly and spoke with gravity. You possess great audacity to dare enter this realm. Qi Ming clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. Your Grace, I come only to rescue my fellow disciples. As I am bound by the karmic debt owed to Lord Luya, thus fulfilling his request to journey to this world, I beseech your understanding. The Earth Mother squinted slightly at his words. It appeared Luya had also arrived, likely through the passage at Mount Buzhou. Had he yet to relinquish that burden? In a mere breath, the Earth Mother's divine awareness scanned the entire realm, yet she could not ascertain Luya's whereabouts. Very well, she mused. Luya still possesses the chime left by the Eastern Emperor. If he wishes to conceal his presence, he can certainly evade my perception. However, this is of little consequence. He will inevitably reveal himself once the endless battlefield opens. Setting aside her concerns for Luya, the Earth Mother turned her attention to the disciple of the who stirred the winds and clouds of the primordial world. Rise. Had I truly wished to hold you accountable, I would have acted long before you arrived in this realm. You would not be standing here in safety, nor would I have assisted you just now. Qi Ming, relieved, felt a weight lift from his heart. Upon entering this world, his greatest fear was the possibility of her intervention. Now, to coexist in peace was indeed a fortuitous outcome. Thank you, Your Grace. The Earth Mother shook her head gently. There is no need for such gratitude. If thanks are to be given, let it be for your connection to the revered Lingbao Taoist. He did not involve himself in the matters of the past. Indeed, long ago, he fostered an alliance with the supreme deity Tai Yi. The teachings of the upper clear Tao that you follow stem from this bond. Tai Yi, recognizing his forthright nature, once invited him to the position of the 5 emperors. Yet as he belonged to the lineage of the celestial path, this matter ultimately came to nothing. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished to discover that his savior was none other than his own master. Even more surprising was the intimate relationship between the supreme being of the Tao of the gods, Tai Yi, and the revered Lingbao Tianzuan. A connection so profound that it warranted an invitation to share the position of the 5 emperors. It is noteworthy that while Tai Yi presides over the Tao of the gods, the myriad affairs of divinity are entrusted to the 5 emperors, who wield considerable power. However, the words spoken by Hodo earlier hinted at a hidden truth regarding the ancient events surrounding the collapse of Zhou Mountain and the cyclical nature of immortals and deities. This secret may indeed serve as one of the reasons for the evolution of this realm, yet it was not a matter that could be directly inquired about. After much contemplation, Qi Ming cautiously posed a question. Your Highness, previously the Qing Emperor commanded us to vanquish the 4 fiends, and ultimately, their corporeal forms were refined into the divine pillars. I perceive that these pillars are intended to support the heavens. Might I inquire? Though his words trailed off, the implication was unmistakable, and Hutu, astute as she was, discerned the underlying meaning. There is no need for such caution. Conveniently, I have a case I wish for you to adjudicate, Hutu remarked. Resolute, Qi Ming responded. Your Highness, your words are too weighty. Yet my humble cultivation may render my judgment less than perfect. Hutu nodded. And thus the ancient scroll of the cyclical events of immortals and deities began to unfurl before Qi Ming. In ancient times, Tai Yi governed the Tao of the gods, supported by the 5 emperors. Though the 3 pure ones forged their own celestial path, they ultimately could not rival the dominant position of the Tao of the gods. It was not until the emergence of Hongjun, who achieved the pinnacle of the immortal way and established the great Tao fruit, that the mainstream status of the ancient Tao of the gods began to waver. Tai Yi, endowed with exceptional talents, opened the Tai Yi Tao fruit from the great Tao fruit, thereby halting the decline and ensuring that immortals and deities flowed together thereafter. Indeed, it was the Tai Yi Tao fruit and not the Tai Yi Tao fruit that emerged, a doctrine that surpassed the primordial and boundless essence of the present realm. However, as Tai Yi nurtured the celestial Tao, immersing himself in the flow of divine principles, the Tai Yi Tao fruit gradually transformed into the Tai Yi Tao fruit. Following this unification, the primordial realm enjoyed a period of stable development. To fortify the foundation of the primordial realm, the ancient Tao of the gods set its sights on the heavenly pillar that supported the not-so-distant Zhou Mountain. The original plan entailed the gradual dismantling of the Zhou Mountain's authority by the deities, pooling their collective power to forge the 4 Yin and 4 Yang 8 heavenly pillars from the treasures amassed over generations, thereby replacing Zhou Mountain in its celestial duty. Little did they know that Hongjun had foreseen the intentions of the ancient Tao of the gods, thus giving rise to a scheme wherein the immortal way would usurp the divine way. Hongjun approached Tai Yi, and a wager was struck between them, the nature of which remains shrouded in mystery. It is known only that they did not reappear until the collapse of Zhou Mountain. Initially, none perceived any irregularities, until Zhurong and Gonggong clashed over an unknown dispute. Gonggong, upon his defeat, crashed into Zhou Mountain, which had not yet been fully dismantled, miraculously shattering it with a single blow. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled, the weak waters surged, catching the deities entirely off guard. While the divine pillars were still incomplete and ill-equipped to assume their heavenly role, thus leading to a monumental blunder within the Tao of the gods. In that moment, the deities initially believed a miscalculation had occurred within their own ranks until 36 stabilizing pearls ascended in the Zixiao Palace, illuminating the mysterious capital and halting the relentless waters. Only then did they realize they had been outmaneuvered by the immortal Wei. The mastermind behind this affair was none other than the venerable Hongjun. At that time, the celestial master of Lingbao was preoccupied in another realm, and given his temperament, he would undoubtedly refrain from direct involvement in such matters. Thus, the true instigators became evident, Taishang and Yuanshi. Subsequently, a multitude of powerful beings convened at the Purple Cloud Palace, demanding accountability from the divine path, leading to a significant decline in its mainstream status. In an act of resolute sacrifice to protect the celestial divine path, Tai unflinchingly assumed full responsibility, immersing himself in the currents of divine destiny to safeguard the celestial beings. This act was both a retreat and a subtle threat, leaving others with little room for dissent. The deities, disheartened, chose to retreat into obscurity or venture into the void, while the weaker gods, save for a few fortunate souls, found themselves shunned. Upon his return, the celestial master of Lingbao, moved by compassion, welcomed them into the fold of the, thus bringing a semblance of resolution to the matter. Though it inadvertently sowed the seeds for the cycle of celestial and divine calamities to come. Chapter 80. Only competition remains. It seemed that the matter had been pent up within her for far too long, and now, unable to contain her feelings any longer, the Lady of the Earth exhaled a long, heavy sigh after recounting the past. After a brief moment of reflection, she continued. This world is an evolution born from the unfinished matters of the ancient divine way and the imprints left by the great deities. The 5 emperors of this realm are the manifestations of those who once held the title of emperor in the divine way, nurtured by the heavens and the earth, while the 4 fiends represent the 4 pillars of the Yin element. Upon concluding her words, the Lady of the Earth turned to Chiming and inquired, "What are your thoughts after hearing this?" It was no wonder that the Mother of Dragons and Luya held such nostalgia for the era when the ancient divine way reigned supreme, leading to their disdain for the immortal path. Naturally, the methods employed by the 5 emperors would manifest the ancestral dragon and the ancestral phoenix, for it was evident that these beings once served as the Black Emperor and the Red Emperor. However, if that were the case, did it not imply that the venerable Hongjun was the Azure Emperor of the divine way? Faced with the Lady of the Earth's question, Chiming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Calculations, blatant machinations, turning the divine way's original intentions into the very roots of its downfall. The malevolence of Hongjun and his 2 elder disciples was undeniable. After a long pause, Chiming slowly exhaled a breath of resignation. Your Grace, as a beneficiary, it is indeed inappropriate for me to say much. Yet, if I may express my sincere thoughts, the divine way bears no fault. As for the schemes at play, they are merely a matter of competition. Though he did not directly address the lady's inquiry, his meaning was clear. The divine way was without blame, while the immortal path was the one at fault. Ultimately, the conclusion remained that it was merely a matter of competition. Upon hearing this, the Lady of the Earth burst into laughter, her eyes glistening with emotion. Only competition remains. What a delightful notion. Suddenly, she paused, and her gaze fixed intently upon Chiming. The second matter I sought you for is to propose a transaction between you, or rather, your sect, the Jiejiao, and myself. Chiming was taken aback for a moment, yet quickly composed himself and replied, Your Grace, please feel free to speak. Although he was uncertain of her methods, he surmised that her purpose in visiting this realm was to gather the essence of the divine way and to rescue her fellow disciples from the divine list. Was he not correct? She had indeed surmised his intentions. For these deities, deducing unknown objectives from known outcomes was an effortless task. Your Grace, you are correct. That is precisely my intention. I humbly request your assistance in this matter. The Lady of the Earth nodded, acknowledging that Chiming's objectives were clear to her. There is no need for such formalities. You have been in this realm for a considerable time, and I trust your focus has long been set on the endless battlefield. Now that you also hold the position of a patrol officer among the gods, the essence of the fallen deities is at your disposal. I shall not only refrain from obstructing you, but will also lend you my support. Your recent venture into the underworld aligns perfectly with the initial endeavors of the gods to resolve the issues of the netherworld, marking a connection with our divine way. In this realm, you have already acquired the authority to purify and alleviate suffering. Before you depart from this world, I can assist you in obtaining the powers of the East and South, while your sect merely needs to unite with Hunyuan to confront the four sovereigns. The rest shall be arranged at my discretion. Considering the passage of time, the Emperor of Longevity in the South has transformed into the Southern Immortal, making matters even more manageable. How does this transaction strike you? Certainly advantageous, even without the present circumstances that has already allied with thee. The enmity between thee and thee is inextricable, and a confrontation with the four sovereigns is merely a matter of time. Now that there is salvation, the authority of the East and South can directly influence or even usurp the esteemed positions of the Eastern Emperor Qinghua and the Southern Emperor Chongqing. This is a venture with boundless profit. Immediately nodded in agreement. Satisfied with having achieved her objective, gave a slight nod and reminded him before departing. Above the sun and moon, two diminutive beings from the western wilderness have taken an interest in your. Due to past events, the two in the west have refrained from meddling, and have devoted themselves to the divine river. The five elements restrain the sun and moon, and this realm lacks the primordial deities of the sun and moon. Thus I have refrained from intervening. Now, how the two are dealt with is entirely up to you. To my surprise, there are indeed individuals from the west who have entered this realm. The sun and moon. It must be the sunlight bodhisattva and the moonlight bodhisattva from the west. It is rumored they are the manifestations of the postnatal light of the sun and moon, presumably seeking to consolidate the authority of the sun and moon to attain the path of. These two can undoubtedly be considered pillars of the Buddhist order. In the original timeline, the sunlight bodhisattva and the moonlight bodhisattva served as the left and right attendants of the medicine Buddha in the eastern lapis lazuli world, together known as the three saints of the East. Now that he has established a partnership with, he has no reservations about taking action. The battle of the myriad immortals has already claimed many of his peers at the hands of the golden body of. If these Western bodhisattvas dare to provoke him, they shall not blame him for being ruthless. The combination of the five elements with the sun and moon is more than sufficient for the 28 constellations to break free from the. Expressed his gratitude to the goddess and, after another bow, departed from the. Once left, the once again fell into silence. After a long while, suddenly furrowed her brow and gazed at a corner of the hall, then coldly smiled. Since you have come, why bother concealing yourself? The events of the past have long since transpired. Why still cling to face? A sigh resonated through the void as a figure slowly materialized. The events of the past are already bygone. Why must you remain so obstinate? Upon seeing the visitor, let out a cold snort. Once upon a time, placed immense trust in you. After the ascension of the Emperor of Heaven, he appointed you as the second, allowing you to transcend from divinity to immortality, forging to contend against the divine path. Never uttered a word of reproach, even praising your insight before us on numerous occasions. Who could have imagined that you would exploit trust to commit those transgressions? We are ashamed to have once worked alongside you. S. gaze began to waver. S. words evoked memories of a distant past. Yet, in an instant, he regained his customary indifference. The ancient divine order has governed the heavens for eons, with the deities wielding the essence and controlling the source, rendering it difficult for the lower beings to emerge. This stagnation has commenced the decline of the primordial universe, and the retreat of the divine path is an inevitable consequence. Scoffed at this notion. Do not seek excuses. Establish the method of divine cultivation, constructing a heavenly ladder. Any being with a steadfast will and exceptional talent may ascend directly to the azure skies, reversing the source. It is your own development that suffers from stagnation. What constitutes the rightful essence? You are the second celestial emperor, thus your thoughts are confined to this realm. Perpetually tasked with the monumental duty of upholding the heavens, a reminder of the transgressions you once committed. Though your true self is aware, you are forbidden from revealing even the slightest secret of this realm, such as the rightful essence. Silence, an extended silence, as Hongjuan's figure gradually faded into the void. After dismissing Hongjuan, Huta slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, then turned her gaze towards Chiming, murmuring, "You must not disappoint me." After speaking, she seemed to recall something. Alas, Tai, what a pity. Yuanshe. Chapter 81. Sunlight ambush in the northern region of Yanshan. Beside the Ishui River, a shadow raced swiftly, twisting as it advanced. A beam of crimson divine light followed closely, accompanied by 5 colors of divine light manifesting from 5 spirit children. As the distance between them shrank, the shadow abruptly halted, revealing its true form. A creature with the face of a human, the body of a jackal, the wings of a bird, and the movement of a serpent. It let out a long cry directed at its pursuers, its voice akin to the wailing of an infant, causing the waters of Yishui to churn violently, unleashing boundless waves towards the group. Undeterred, the pursuers maintained their speed. Among them, a spirit child clad in a black robe, with ebony hair and azure eyes, possessed an unnaturally pale complexion. Grasping a black purification vial, he glared at the fallen deity ahead and bellowed, "Wretched creature, dare you flaunt your ferocity?" The spirit child inverted the vial, unleashing a powerful suction that drew in the tumultuous waves, stabilizing the chaotic waters of Yishui with a decisive command. The fallen deity had assumed the form of a serpent, a fearsome beast of the marshlands, capable of extraordinary speed in such an environment, and it swiftly vanished from sight. Enraged and humiliated, the black-robed youth extended his hand, casting a divine edict, chanting, "By the decree of the Black Emperor, let all mountain gods and land deities, as well as the water marsh gods, stabilize the divine realm here and ensure the fallen deity does not escape." Divine light rose ahead, anchoring the elemental energies of the mountains and waters, impeding the serpent's advance. Observing the pursuit of the fallen deity, one deity could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of an elder deity beside him. Who is the bearer of that crimson divine light? Why does he refrain from intervening? And who is that black-robed youth, to command the authority of the Black Emperor? The elder deity chuckled, stroking his beard. "I surmise you are a newly ascended deity, or else you would not be unaware of these esteemed figures." The younger deity chuckled in acknowledgement, for he had recently attained the status of Earth deity upon ascending the Five Directions divine bridge. The elder deity waved his hand dismissively, recognizing the youth's potential far exceeded his own, and sought to foster a positive connection. "That crimson divine light belongs to the revered Lord Chiming, who aided the five emperors in vanquishing the four fiends thousands of years ago, subsequently assuming the role of a patrol deity. Later, invited by Lord Huji, he ventured into the underworld, establishing the Nine Springs with great compassion, earning the title of Chiming, the purifying and suffering-saving deity. As for his accompanying spirit children, they are the Five Directions spirit children. As for why the deity refrained from direct action, it is likely to nurture the Five Directions spirit children, I presume." Lord Chiming, observing the northern black spirit child, could not help but jest. "High thoughts. Merely a minor hindrance. Why so vexed? Ever since the eradication of the four fiends millennia ago, scarcely any fallen deities have posed a challenge to me. Over these thousands of years, I have gathered sufficient elemental divine essence from the fallen deities and subsequently requested the establishment of the Five Directions spirit children to be governed by the patrol deity. The Eastern Azure spirit child spreads vitality and creation, guiding virtuous souls into the underworld. The Southern Crimson spirit child incinerates sin and malevolence, suppressing the wrath of evil deities. The Western White spirit child slays fallen deities and ferocious beasts, upholding divine law. The Northern Black spirit child harmonizes the energies of yin and yang, quelling disturbances in the mountains and waters, while the Central Yellow spirit child oversees all logistical matters, coordinating the Five Directions spirit children. The five spirit children each fulfill their respective duties, their divine roles spanning the realms of the underworld, the mortal world, and the divine court. They not only alleviate the pressures of order across these three realms, but also cultivate successors for themselves. The Northern Black spirit child pouted, unable to contain a mutter of discontent. This shape-shifting serpent frequently wreaks havoc in the northern territories, slippery and elusive. It is enough that the elder refrains from intervening. Yet he still finds time to jest at my expense. I shall ignore you." Hearing this, Qiming shook his head, recognizing that Gao Si was still as childish as ever. However, the deities of the Black Emperor lineage have always been contemplative, and having someone like Gao Si is indeed rare. It was precisely this quality that led to his selection. "Very well, this shape-shifting serpent has approached true divinity, and capturing it in this water-rich northern realm will indeed pose a challenge for you. For now, I shall let you off the hook. The rest will be handled by me." The five spirit children rejoiced at this declaration, with the Northern Black spirit child nearly leaping for joy. Only the Yellow spirit child, Yin Zhang, expressed concern. "That shape-shifting serpent is truly formidable." Before he could finish, the Red spirit child interjected, "What are you worried about, Yin Zhang? Even one of the four fiends, the Taowu, was no match for the elder. Moreover, with the Red Sun mirror in hand, what event in the three realms could escape the elder's scrutiny?" Qiming smiled as he ruffled the tousled hair of the Red spirit child, instructing Yin Zhang to lead the others away. He then retrieved the Red Sun mirror, a treasured artifact he had not utilized in some time. Upon realizing that the two beings from above the sun and moon had set their sights on him, he had often employed this artifact to lure them into action, even pursuing fallen divine beasts to remote locations. To his surprise, they had managed to restrain themselves from acting. He had indeed underestimated these two bodhisattvas of Buddhism. With a faint smile, the radiance of the great sun gently descended, and the red sun mirror shimmered with light, revealing the shape-shifting serpent's flight as it desperately fled forward. Without the presence of the five spirit children, Qi Ming's speed allowed him to swiftly outpace the serpent, positioning himself directly in its path. With a flourish of his sleeves, the primal flames of Qi Ming enveloped the surroundings. The serpent attempted to summon tidal waves in resistance, but beneath the searing inferno, the roaring waters were reduced to mere bubbles. The serpent did not even emit a cry of despair before being incinerated to ashes by Qi Ming's primal flames. After vanquishing the serpent, Qi Ming summoned the vast sea of flames inward, capturing a source of water essence in his grasp. Once everything was tidied up, just as he was about to return to his divine palace, a sudden frown crossed his brow as the environment began to shift rapidly around him. Layers of swastika seals rose from the ground, encircling Qi Ming entirely, and amidst the flickering golden light, he found himself transported to a small world. Golden lotuses blanketed the ground, and within this sea of lotuses sat numerous monks chanting the mantra of the Sunlight Bodhisattva, extinguishing all sins and averting calamities. In this small world, Qi Ming represented the sin and the calamity. Boom! The blazing light of the sun transformed into a monumental beam, descending from the heavens and crashing violently into Qi Ming's physical form. A divine figure emerged from the great sun suspended above this small world, its radiance illuminating the 10 directions of the 3 realms, bathing all beings in light, yet within its gaze lingered a trace of regret. Alas, you possess a heart of great compassion akin to that of the 9 springs. It is with great reluctance that I contemplate taking your life. However, it is regrettable that you have acquired treasures not meant for you, obstructing my path. Fear not, for upon my return to the primordial chaos, your true spirit essence shall be enshrined within the realm of the Buddha, becoming a disciple beneath my guidance, where you shall revel in boundless bliss. Just as I was poised to claim your true spirit essence and the radiant sun mirror, my subordinates suddenly halted. Clap, clap, clap. A resounding applause accompanied by a familiar voice emerged from within the sun pillar. How eloquently you speak. If that is the case, should I not thank you? I had thought you could withstand temptation, yet it seems I overestimated your resolve. What a pity, what a pity. Would you not agree, O sunlight? Bodhisattva. Chapter 82. The light of the sun and moon, the radiant figure of Qi Ming gradually emerged from the sun pillar, astonishingly unharmed. Upon witnessing this, the sunlight Bodhisattva was struck with disbelief, for this Qi Ming had unveiled his very essence. Who are you? You cannot possibly belong to this realm. You hail from the primordial chaos. Qi Ming responded with a smile. Regardless of my identity, I am certain that the feng shui here serves perfectly to bury you. Rest assured, I shall make full use of your essence. As for your true spirit, though I lack a Buddhist realm, in the void of reincarnation, who can predict what may transpire? His words conveyed an air of confidence that incited the sunlight Bodhisattva's fury. This realm repels the ways of immortality. Your cultivation, if you even possess any, is hardly commendable. How dare you speak so boldly, especially while in my diamond realm? It is likely that you shall be the one to face destruction here today. Qi Ming surveyed this small world, recalling the legend of a certain branch of Buddhism known as esoteric Buddhism, which traces its lineage back to ancient Buddhists. This tradition boasts 2 fundamental great supernatural powers, endowed with supreme wisdom and unparalleled magical prowess, bolstered by the blessings of various Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. These 2 principal supernatural powers manifest as 2 mandalas, one representing the diamond realm and the other the womb realm. The diamond realm, as its name suggests, embodies the wisdom and virtue of the Tathagata's inner realization, possessing a sharpness capable of shattering delusions to affirm the truth. Its essence is unyielding, impervious to all afflictions, akin to the indestructibility of a diamond, unaffected by external forces. Thus, the diamond realm encompasses meanings of wisdom, fruition, initial enlightenment, and self-realization. The Tathagata here is not to be confused with the later manifestation of the precious teacher or Shakyamuni. Rather, it refers to the title of the principal figure in Buddhism. Whosoever is the leader of Buddhism at that time is deemed the Tathagata. The ancient Tathagata could only be the 2 revered figures of Zhuanti and Jijin, whose Dharmakaya manifested. Hence these 2 great supernatural powers hark back to the primordial, boundless source, transmitted from the sages. Sunlight and moonlight are disciples of the great teachings and naturally possess mastery over these formidable powers. Although this realm rejects the ways of immortality, the principles and truths underlying supernatural techniques remain consistent. They merely require adaptation to conform to the rules of this world. While the Diamond Realm is indeed a great supernatural power of your Buddhism, its efficacy depends on the practitioner. Your mastery of the Diamond Realm mandala is evidently insufficient. Having encountered the 5 revered deities in their contest of powers, I have also met with the past Buddha, the lamplighting Buddha. In comparison, the methods of the Sunlight Bodhisattva truly seem trivial. With the Qi-Yang treasure mirror in hand, Qi Ming cast his gaze upwards, and the congregation of monks upon the golden lotus instantaneously vanished into nothingness. The Qi Ming banner stood tall behind him as an infinite sea of flames surged skyward, momentarily draining the pond and wilting the golden lotus, revealing an ethereal great Buddha aflame. This was the great Sun Tathagata, the master of esoteric Buddhism, or perhaps the manifestation of the Sunlight Bodhisattva as the great Sun Tathagata. At this juncture, Shakyamuni had yet to assume his rightful place, and Buddhism remained centered on individual practice, advocating the Eightfold Path and the Four Noble Truths to sever afflictions and attain self-realization, cultivating the paths of the hearers and solitary realizers. The great Sun Tathagata within this diamond realm was indeed the manifestation of the Sunlight Bodhisattva's Dharma identity. However, Qi Ming's assertion that the Sunlight Bodhisattva's supernatural cultivation was lacking was no idle boast. The diamond realm pertains to the mind aspect within the duality of form and mind, specifically the consciousness among the 6 great elements of earth, wind, water, fire, void, and consciousness, relying on the practitioner's disposition, thus embodying a form of mind-centric supernatural power. The steadfastness of one's heart determines the stability of the Vajra realm. If the revered celestial guide were to manifest this realm, few in the primordial chaos could ever hope to shake it. Yet, upon realizing that chiming hails from the primordial chaos, the composure of the Sunlight Bodhisattva began to waver, causing the Vajra realm to falter. In the backdrop of the fiery sea manifested by chiming's primal flame, he cast the radiant sun mirror into the air, which instantly radiated a brilliant golden light. A great sun rising high, eclipsing even the might of the sun conjured by the Sunlight Bodhisattva. How is this possible? Although the radiant sun mirror is a treasure of the sun, you are merely a deity of fire. How could your manifested sun surpass mine? The Sunlight Bodhisattva gazed wide-eyed at the great sun above, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his pupils constricted. Around the great sun, a ring of crimson golden flames flickered, an indelible image seared into his memory. It was the true fire of the sun. The true fire of the sun. The Sun Mother Shiha has long since perished, and no solar beings have emerged in the primordial chaos since. Even I, as the sunlight, do not possess such a divine power. How could you? As the Sunlight Bodhisattva's thoughts began to tremble, the Vajra realm grew increasingly unstable. Chiming silently smiled. The great sun poised to descend, when suddenly another voice resonated from the side. Hold your hand, my friend, and behold my prowess. The lunar star manifested in midair, shining alongside the sun as the world began to evolve. If the previous Vajra realm was a mere construct of mind and perception, this new world encompassed both heart and form, the 6 elements united. The lunar star sprinkled droplets of true water, which, upon contact with the true fire of the sun, temporarily subdued it with the power of the world. Seeing this, Chiming proclaimed loudly, the mandala of the womb realm, the moonlight illuminating all, the authority of the lunar. You must be the Moonlight Bodhisattva of Buddhism. Since you have arrived, reveal yourself. I have no fear facing to. From within the moonlight emerged a divine being, the Moonlight Bodhisattva. The Moonlight Bodhisattva joined his palms in reverence towards Chiming, then approached the Sunlight Bodhisattva. One Mani Padme Hum. The 6-syllable mantra, also known as the Great Illuminating Dharni, is imbued with the infinite blessings and compassion of all Buddhas, possessing remarkable efficacy. In an instant, the Sunlight Bodhisattva regained his composure, recalling his earlier disgrace, and was seized by a flush of anger, ready to strike, only to be halted by the Moonlight Bodhisattva. Taking a step forward, the Moonlight Bodhisattva addressed Chiming. My friend, this incident is a fault of my brother, the Sunlight. I stand here to offer my apologies on his behalf. I implore you to forgive him for the sake of the 2 revered masters of the West. I assure you that we shall not interfere with one another in the future. Chiming could not stifle a laugh. The Moonlight Bodhisattva was clearly at a disadvantage and sought to employ the authority of the 2 saints of the West to intimidate him. My friend, you have miscalculated. The sunlight bodhisattva covets my spiritual treasure and has ambushed me. Do you truly believe this can simply be brushed aside? The method of attaining enlightenment in your Western teachings cannot be wielded in such a manner. Upon hearing this, the sunlight bodhisattva was instantly enraged. And even the moonlight bodhisattva's countenance darkened. Chiming's words clearly mocked them for dreaming. When have they, as disciples of a great teaching, ever endured such humiliation? Brother, what are you still discussing with him? Together we shall shine like the sun and moon. Do we fear him? The moonlight bodhisattva nodded in acknowledgement, standing alongside the sunlight bodhisattva, both revealing their true forms. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously cast forth their respective treasures, the sun wheel and the moon wheel. These two sacred artifacts were crafted as replicas of the primordial treasures, the sun and moon essence wheels, and they represented the ultimate treasures of their future enlightenment, embodying their ambition to govern the celestial bodies of day and night. The sun wheel took the shape of a sphere, while the moon wheel manifested as a hollow ring. Together, they harmonized with the principles of heaven and earth, yin and yang, thereby amplifying their formidable power. In an instant, even a typical golden immortal would find themselves obliterated by the force of yin and yang, the radiance of the sun and moon. Facing this onslaught, Qiming merely let out a cold snort. Even a tiny pearl of rice can shine with brilliance. Chapter 83. The Fall of the Bodhisattva. All things are imbued with yin while embracing yang, harmonized by the interplay of energies. In the discourse of the great principles of yin and yang, who could rival the Supreme One? Beneath the Supreme lies the mysterious capital, and below that, opinions abound. Yet neither the sunlight nor the moonlight bodhisattvas hold any significant standing. With a mere gesture from Qiming, a radiant lamp materialized in his grasp, an illustrious gift from the celestial master, the lamp of Bio Palace. The power of this treasure far surpassed the combined essence of the sun and moon. As he caressed the lamp of Bio Palace, a violet flame lotus blossomed in the air, unleashing torrents of crimson and purple fire. The brilliance of the sun could not overshadow it, nor could the moon diminish its heat. The waters transformed into magma, boiling with fervor, an unstoppable force of yin and yang, compelling even the celestial bodies to retreat. At the moment Qiming, Bai Li, received this treasure, he was merely a celestial being. Following the conclusion of the investiture of the gods, he ascended to the Golden Immortal realm and claimed the esteemed position of the Southern True Spirit, the third Qi Heavenly Sovereign. Now, he stood as the divine embodiment of the fire path in this realm, and the spiritual treasure finally revealed its fierce aspect in his hands. The sunlight and moonlight bodhisattvas found their respective solar and lunar wheels ignited by the crimson and purple flames emanating from the lamp, producing a cacophony. Upon seeing this, they exclaimed in astonishment, "A primordial spiritual treasure." It is indeed a primordial spiritual treasure. Since the Western realms had not engaged in the investiture of the gods, they had entered this domain through the transcendental dream of 3,000 visions before hearing of Bai Li, and thus had no inkling of Qiming's true identity. Exchanging glances, they chanted incantations in unison. The sun radiates 1,000 lights, illuminating all under heaven. The moon disperses 1,000 lights, shattering the depths of darkness. Their divine light erupted from behind, illuminating the world of Yanfo and manifesting a pure land of solar and lunar lotus blooms. Utilizing the clarity of the crystal light to shield against the crimson and purple flames of the lamp, Qiming smirked inwardly and released a beam of golden light. Sunlight, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt it was too late. The golden light swiftly approached, revealing itself to be a golden brick. Struck squarely in the face by the heavy blow, Sunlight felt stars erupt before his eyes, flames bursting forth from his orifices, plummeting from the sky. In an instant, Moonlight was startled and attempted to reach for him, but with Sunlight incapacitated, he alone could not maintain the dual wheels against the full force of the lamp of Bio Palace. The combined might of the two spiritual treasures shattered in an instant. Recognizing the futility of the situation, Moonlight hastily gathered the two treasures and moved to Sunlight's side, momentarily stabilizing the power of the moon to resist the crimson and purple flames for several breaths before releasing the two mandalas and retreating towards the sun and moon. The light of the sun and moon illuminates all. Although their status in this realm had diminished, they remained exceedingly significant. As long as they could reach the moon star, the sun star would dare not provoke them, regardless of Qiming's prowess. Should he take forceful action, the catastrophic backlash of their destruction would be sufficient for the heavenly consciousness to cast Qiming into the dust, especially since he was not one of this world. If I allow you to escape like this, then I might as well abandon my place in the primordial chaos, a cold voice echoed. akin to the tolling of a bell from the netherworld. 9 pillars of divine fire surged into the sky, sealing the path before them as a formation swiftly took shape. The Qi-Ming Yuan Flame Purification Great Formation, refined through Qi-Ming's numerous modifications. As they turned back, they beheld Qi-Ming, lamp in hand, drawing ever closer with deliberate steps. After several breaths, Moonlight Bodhisattva spoke with unwavering certainty. With such formidable cultivation, you must be a disciple of the. Upon hearing this, Qi-Ming smiled. Whether or not one is a disciple of the matters little. It does not alter the inescapable truth of their impending demise. The Bodhisattva of Sunlight took a deep breath and continued, Friend, do you not fear the retribution of the two masters should you slay us? Qi-Ming's smile widened. This realm is severed from the perception of the celestial beings. Who could discern my hand in this matter? As he spoke, the deadly aura of the grand formation manifested, the lantern of Bai Li Palace illuminating with crimson-purple flames, intertwined with the true fire of the sun and the human fire of Su. The three forces converged, and in an instant, the heavens reverberated with a resonant sound. Red light flooding the sky, flames dancing like the sun, and crimson clouds casting a grand reflection upon the earth. Vaguely, a long river of crimson emerged from the void, suppressing all doctrines and principles with its flames. Here, in this space, fire reigned supreme, the sole path and sovereign. The divine light of the two dimmed gradually, ultimately fading into oblivion. Their essence of the sun and moon, cultivated in this world, refined by Qi-Ming and collected into his grasp. Left behind were 3 golden and 3 silver relics, which Qi-Ming seized with a firm grip. These relics represented the very foundation of Buddhism. As long as the relics endure, the disciples of Buddhism can connect to the 8 treasures pool of merit in the West, allowing them to escape and, with the aid of the pool's waters, reconstruct their physical forms and resume their cultivation. Alas, the two met their end in this realm. Qi-Ming drew forth the Qing-Ping sword, completely erasing the marks of sunlight and moonlight from the relics, and subsequently infused them with the essence of the Bai Li Palace lantern, transforming them into 2 pure sources of sunlight and moonlight. After the demise of the two, the Buddhist cultivation in the void dispersed instantly. In the eastern pure glazed world, the medicine Buddha was expounding the Dharma when suddenly he furrowed his brow. The 2 bodhisattva manifestations beside him crumbled in an instant, countless temples collapsed, and the source of the Buddha's disciples disintegrated. The assembled monks, Vajras, and protective deities were thrown into a state of alarm. Dare we inquire, Master, what has transpired? The medicine Buddha, sensing the gravity of the situation, took a moment before responding gravely. The bodhisattvas of sunlight and moonlight have passed into nirvana. This matter is of great significance. Do not disturb the order of your seats. I shall proceed to Mount Sumeru to consult our 2 revered masters. On Mount Sumeru, the bodhisattvas of Guanyin and Jiejin had already sensed the disturbance. As the 3,000 worldly guests of the were gradually guided to enlightenment, they kept a watchful eye on the rising fortunes of Buddhism. Just moments ago, the fortunes waned, and 2 golden lotuses symbolizing the bodhisattvas of sunlight and moonlight in the 8 treasures pool withered, clearly having perished before returning to the pool. A Bodhi tree that suppresses the heavens stood tall in the void, the echoes of causal connections reverberating throughout the cosmos, the threads of fate entangled, incessantly seeking the cause of the bodhisattva's demise. What is happening? How could this be? Moments later, Guanyin opened his eyes, astonished, unable to discern the reason for their passing, as if they had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Beside him, Jiejin wore a sorrowful countenance and sighed softly. To shield my brother's perception, it must be that those few have intervened. Guanyin grasped the implication and began to deduce the relationship between the 2 bodhisattvas' demise and the celestial beings. If anyone could not ascertain the cause, it was likely the one who acted. In a fleeting moment, a conclusion emerged. They had not even taken measures to obscure the causal connections. How could this be possible? The 2 individuals exchanged a glance, each perceiving the incredulity reflected in the other's eyes. Concealing the truth may be simple, yet doing so without leaving a trace proves to be a formidable challenge, particularly when it comes to deceiving them. Besides, there exists a slight possibility concerning the figure within the Purple Cloud's palace, though that individual has no motive to act against 2 junior disciples. At that moment, the medicine master ascended Mount Sumeru to pay his respects to the revered figures of Zhuanti and Jian. Masters, just now, the sun and moon have fallen. Jian sighed softly. I am already aware of this matter. Alas, my teachings are on the brink of flourishing, attracting numerous onlookers. The few from the light of lamp must swiftly return to their positions to avert unforeseen complications. You should return for now, and once the past Buddha resumes his place, The brilliance of the 24 heavenly lights will surely illuminate the eastern pure land of glazed treasures, replacing the light of the sun and moon. Chapter 84. Undercurrents. Upon hearing the words, the apothecary felt a tightening in his chest. It seemed unlikely that the sunlight and moonlight bodhisattvas would return. In the Western realms, all venerated positions adhered strictly to doctrine. These two bodhisattvas epitomized the luminous teachings of the pure, glazed world, aiding him in the fulfillment of his 12 grand vows. The radiance of the 24 heavens paled in comparison to that of the two bodhisattvas. How could such a disparity hinder his path? Glancing up at his master, he discerned with a mere look that he could not intervene in this matter, and thus retreated. After addressing the affairs concerning the sunlight and moonlight, Qi Ming returned to the Qi Ming Palace to enter seclusion. Following his report to the Azure Emperor, the task of patrol was entrusted to the 5-element spirit children. Should formidable beasts wreak havoc, they would often receive assistance from spirit children of other divine realms, thereby easing the relations among the 5 pulses. Last time, I was humiliated before Lord Qi Ming due to the mischief wrought by the transforming serpent beast. There is no way I will let you escape this time. The northern black spirit boy glared at the transforming serpent beast ahead and declared fiercely. He then pointed towards the sky, summoning a black water lotus, which spiraled down towards the serpent's head. Cascades of black water divine light descended, causing the space around the serpent to become oppressively heavy, drastically reducing its speed by 30%. The black spirit boy erupted into hearty laughter. This divine technique took me years to comprehend in the netherworld, specifically to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident. You, wretched creature, shall submit to your punishment. With that, he grasped the Gue water purity bottle. The serpent, already hindered by the black water divine light, was instantly ensnared by the bottle's pull. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it was in vain, and ultimately, it was confined within the vessel. After capturing the serpent, a faint black light emanated from the Gue water purity bottle. The black spirit boy shook the bottle by his ear, satisfied by the sound of water sloshing within. If I can acquire a few more bottles of this caliber, I shall ascend to greater heights. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause rang out nearby. The black spirit boy instantly became alert, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound, and barked sharply, "Who goes there?" Step forward. A familiar figure emerged. It was the southern red spirit boy, Yuheng. Upon seeing him, the black spirit boy relaxed his guard and inquired, "Yuheng, why are you not in the southern divine realm capturing beasts? Have you come to assist me at the behest of Yinzhong, fearing I could not handle the serpent alone?" The red spirit boy chuckled and shook his head, then flew to stand beside the black spirit boy. "I have come to kill you." Before the black spirit boy could react, he was met with a wide grin from the red spirit boy. A searing pain suddenly surged through his abdomen, overwhelming him entirely. The Gue water purity bottle fell to the ground, and divine blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the bottle. In disbelief, he looked down to see a hand engulfed in divine fire piercing through his body, grasping his essence. The flames unmistakably belonged to the red spirit boy's signature red spirit, true fire. WY. Divine blood continued to gush from his mouth, yet he received no answer. The red spirit boy slowly withdrew his hand from the black spirit boy's body, and, with a flick of his wrist, vanished from sight. The black spirit boy fell to the ground, bereft of his essence. He could distinctly sense the ebbing of life, and his heart brimmed with resentment as he beheld the Guishui pure bottle lying nearby. In that moment, he crawled towards the bottle, inscribing a single character upon it with the last vestiges of his divine power. Before long, deities from the Black Emperor lineage were summoned to the scene, led by the formidable Gong Zhuan. Upon discovering the lifeless form of the black spirit boy, horror gripped them. Upon closer inspection, they noted a gaping crimson wound in his abdomen, the surrounding area charred by true fire. "My lord, look!" exclaimed a deity, picking up the Guishui pure bottle and presenting it to Gong Zhuan for examination. The bottle bore a large crimson character. Fury ignited among the gathered deities. With flames searing and the red character glaring at them, the implication was clear. It was the Red Emperor's faction that had slain the black spirit boy. There were no signs of struggle, and the perpetrator could only be the red spirit boy. "Let us seek out His Majesty the Black Emperor. We must demand justice for this." The group, bearing the corpse of the black spirit boy alongside the Guishui pure bottle, marched resolutely towards the Black Emperor's palace. Though the 5 emperors and their factions had often clashed, even resulting in fatalities, such tragedies had never before befallen the divine court. The disciples of these factions were elite, and battles were typically conducted with restraint. Thus, the occurrence of such an event was unprecedented. Humph. The Black Emperor glared at the corpse of the black spirit boy and the Guishui, a pure bottle, his fury surging uncontrollably. Divine water light soared into the heavens, causing the very fabric of the world's waterways to tremble. The Black Emperor's divine form pierced through the 33 heavens, and all beings witnessing this scene understood that the Black Emperor, standing atop the pantheon of gods, was enraged. "Old Red Ghost, come forth and face me." His voice echoed across the 10 directions and 3 realms. The Red Emperor's response was swift. His divine form materialized, opposing the Black Emperor in the south. "Black Old Ghost, what madness is this?" The Black Emperor's countenance darkened as he projected the images of the Black Spirit Boy and the Guishui, pure bottle, into the heavens. "Old Red Ghost, who would have thought that your lineage, seemingly righteous, would resort to such treachery, surreptitiously slaying the divine officials of the court? Now that the evidence is irrefutable, will you not surrender the culprit?" The assembly of gods gasped in astonishment as their attention was drawn to the confrontation. Though the Red and Black Emperors were sworn enemies, they had never breached the regulations set forth by the Divine Assembly. The death of the Black Spirit Boy, particularly at the hands of the Red Emperor's faction, was a shocking breach of protocol. The Red Emperor felt a sinking sensation as he beheld the celestial projection. With his profound understanding, he recognized that the Black Emperor's manifestation was not an illusion. The marks upon the Black Spirit Boy's wound indeed resembled the fiery essence of the Red Spirit Boy's true flame, an undeniable reality. Suppressing his mounting fury, the Red Emperor concentrated, directing a beam of crimson divine light into the Red Spirit Palace, only to find it utterly deserted. His divine consciousness swept over the southern divine realm, yet there was no trace of the Red Spirit Boy. Subsequently, he summoned the Yellow Spirit Boy to inquire about his assignments, only to discover that no recent missions had been dispatched to other divine realms involving the Red Spirit Boy. With a grave expression, the Red Emperor turned to the Black Emperor and declared, "Black Old Ghost, there must be some unseen hand at play here. Once I locate the Red Spirit Boy and uncover the truth, I shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Upon hearing this, Di let out a cold snort. "Umph, I believe you are merely attempting to shield him. Perhaps it was you who concealed him." Di was instantly engulfed in fury. "You speak nonsense. I, of the Di lineage, am not one to shy away from responsibility. I would never stoop to such despicable acts. Do not defame the virtuous. The evidence lies before us. Is there any need for me to slander?" Retorted Di. "A barbarian is a barbarian. I suspect that the young Ling was slain by your hands due to a mere disagreement. What? Can you no longer contain yourself and wish to confront me?" Di's face turned crimson with anger. "I believe you have employed some cunning means to ensnare Qi Ling and fabricated this entire charade. If it is battle you desire, then let it be so, though I fear you may lack the courage." With these words, the atmosphere between the two parties became charged with tension. Chapter 85. The endless war shall commence. As both parties were on the verge of conflict, a ray of azure light descended from the heavens, landing between them. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Celestial Emperor, all present promptly paid their respects. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Celestial Emperor nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze toward the irate Crimson Emperor. "Crimson Emperor, regardless of the grievances stemming from the Black Emperor's lineage, you must recognize that the true culprit lies within your own disciples. Even if there are hidden truths, your reaction is unwarranted. Should you truly wish for a contest, I remain at your disposal." The Crimson Emperor, aware of the validity of the Celestial Emperor's words, felt a surge of anger from the Black Emperor's provocations, but chose to remain silent, simmering in frustration. Having quelled the Crimson Emperor's fury, the Celestial Emperor then addressed the other side. "Black Emperor, do not be relentless in your pursuit of vengeance. We have coexisted through countless epochs, and you are well aware of the Crimson Emperor's character. There must be underlying factors at play. If you intend to instigate further conflict, I am more than willing to engage." The Black Emperor, initially reveling in the Crimson Emperor's discomfiture, realized he was now the target of the Celestial Emperor's scrutiny. Although the Celestial Emperor had seen through his intentions, the Black Emperor maintained a facade of composure and tactfully restrained his subordinates. Thus, a potential cataclysm was averted. The Celestial Emperor then summoned the Yellow Emperor and the White Emperor, combining the strength of the 5 emperors to conduct a thorough search for the whereabouts of the Scarlet Spirit Child. The 5 were to work in unison, monitoring each other closely, and any discoveries were to be immediately reported to the nearby teams. The Scarlet Spirit Child was located, yet the matter was far from resolved. Rather, the tensions between the Crimson and Black Emperors flared anew. The child had been found in the northern divine realm, but half of his body had been dissolved by the waters of divine passage, rendering him irrevocably deceased. This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. The Crimson Emperor's faction insisted that the Black Emperor's lineage orchestrated this tragedy, manipulating the death of the Black Spirit Child to frame them, while the Black Emperor's faction accused the Crimson Emperor of abandoning the Scarlet Spirit Child in a moment of desperation. When the two factions encountered one another, the animosity was palpable, and the long-standing rivalry erupted into conflict, disregarding the edicts of the five emperors. Fortunately, the five emperors arrived in time to suppress the altercation, resulting in minimal casualties. However, this only served to stoke the flames of animosity, and while the immediate threat was quelled, the potential for catastrophic consequences loomed ominously. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the Celestial Emperor convened an urgent meeting of the five emperors in the Hall of the Supreme Deity. Unlike the reactions of the common folk, the Crimson and Black Emperors, seasoned beings of considerable age, quickly discerned that someone was attempting to incite their conflict upon learning that the Scarlet Spirit Child had been discovered in the Southern Divine Realm, slain by the waters of divine passage. However, it was too late to act on this realization. The collective outrage had been ignited, resurrecting all past grievances, and halting the tide of animosity was no simple task. Unless the true instigator could be uncovered, there was little hope for reconciliation, and time was no longer on their side. Observing the silence of the two leaders, the Celestial Emperor sighed deeply. Alas, since matters have escalated to this point, we must preemptively open the endless battlefield. After this battle, there shall be no room for resentment. The remaining five emperors were taken aback. They understood that the endless battlefield could only be activated during the cyclical rotation of the five emperors, determining the causalities within that period. With the Celestial Emperor's reign still ongoing, initiating it now would disrupt the natural order of his dominion. The Yellow Emperor attempted to interject, but was promptly silenced by the Celestial Emperor. The four fiend celestial pillars have been forged, and the four divine pillars are nearing completion. In the boundless battlefield, those who have accomplished great deeds in the realm are as if aided by the heavens, able to obtain the essence unraveled from the Zhou Mountains, to consolidate power further. Conversely, those burdened with sins will encounter misfortunes, facing death and dissolution, serving as a means to select the master of the celestial pillar. I have played a pivotal role in this matter. As the world's essence increases, it will also compensate for my own losses. After speaking, he turned to the Black Emperor with a smile. Black Emperor, have you not always desired the highest divine authority? The opportunity now lies before you. Whether you succeed or fail depends solely on your own abilities. Even the Black Emperor could not help but feel a flush rise to his cheeks as he respectfully inclined his hands towards the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor surveyed the assembly, noting no dissent among the gathered, and decisively confirmed the matter. The five sovereigns returned to their respective domains, for the boundless battlefield had opened prematurely, leaving many unprepared, especially since it pertained to the grand task of supporting the heavens, a calamity as much as an opportunity, demanding utmost diligence. In the Crimson Emperor's palace, he felt a profound unease. Ultimately, this was the Azure Emperor cleaning up their mess. Suddenly, he slammed his thigh in frustration. Damn it, I might as well concede to him this time. The confrontation between the two emperors had stirred the elemental balance of this realm, drawing the attention of the reclusive Crimson Ming, yet he did not emerge immediately. Only upon receiving news of the Crimson Spirit Boy did he confirm his suspicions. It is likely that the one instigating the turmoil is Lu Ya. His purpose for coming to this realm will soon be unveiled. At that moment, a crimson banner soared from the Crimson Emperor's palace, billowing and swirling as if igniting the heavens, its fiery light radiating the profundities of the fire path. The voice of the Crimson Emperor followed, proclaiming, "The boundless battlefield shall open. All tasks and meditations above the divine level of the Crimson Emperor lineage are suspended. Come to the Crimson Emperor's celestial domain and await the decree. There must be no errors." Similar occurrences transpired in other celestial realms. As the deities of the five pathways converged upon their respective highest heavens, divine light flashing like a river of five colors surging into the sky. Witnessing this, Crimson Ming transformed into a streak of red light, soaring into the Crimson Emperor's domain. The assembly of deities arrived at the highest celestial realm of the southern domain, the Crimson Emperor's domain, taking their seats on the clouds in order of authority. At the forefront sat only a few Tai divine lords, followed by Crimson Ming and other divine monarchs, and finally the heavenly and earthly deities. While non-divine beings were sheltered by the five pathways in their respective regions, they were not included in the five pathways and were thus uninvolved in the battlefield matters, which could be seen as a modicum of mercy from the five emperors. Once all the deities were seated, a long river of the fire path descended from the void, transforming into a crimson cloud bed upon which the Crimson Emperor sat. The red light burst forth, repelling all evil, impervious to myriad laws. Observing the deities below, the Crimson Emperor nodded and spoke. In light of previous events, we, the five emperors, have decided to open the boundless battlefield in advance to settle grievances through combat. The assembly erupted in excitement. The Crimson Emperor's lineage was known for its martial spirit, and with the accumulated grievances from recent times, they finally had a venue to unleash their pent-up fury. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Crimson Ming could not help but feel a weight of solemnity. The boundless battlefield would permit unrestrained slaughter, and he could already envision the ferocity of the impending conflict, especially between their lineages and the Black Emperors, leaving the deities present uncertain of how many would ultimately survive. Rising, Crimson Ming bowed to the Crimson Emperor and inquired further. "Your Majesty, I am uncertain about the limitations of this endless strife, its duration, and what constitutes victory." The Crimson Emperor gestured for him to take a seat, then spoke. "This endless strife will last for 49 years. Whichever faction first ascends to the summit of the simulated Zhou Mountain in the battlefield shall be deemed victorious. Should no one reach the summit, the victor will be determined by which faction occupies the most territory. There are few restrictions on the battlefield. However, if you encounter the Azure Emperor's faction, you must show restraint beyond the contest for the summit." Upon hearing these words, the assembled deities stirred with agitation. When has there ever been a decree to show restraint in the endless battlefield? A cold scoff resonated from above. "The Azure Emperor has suffered considerable losses in this round of the endless battlefield. If you disregard my command, do not blame me for settling accounts afterwards." Chapter 86. The Five Directional Treasure Flags. Witnessing the genuine wrath of the Vermilion Emperor, the assembled deities suppressed their discontent and acquiesced to the matter. The Vermilion Emperor nodded, then led the divine assembly to the highest heavens of the divine court, where the other four divine lineages gradually arrived. In an instant, the highest heavens were illuminated with myriad divine radiances, and billowing clouds adorned the skies. The deities clustered in pairs and groups, as the boundless battlefield concealed immense power. Each time it opened, apart from the five lineage immortals, other entities such as the celestial star gods and the deities of calamity participated. In this realm, the five elements of the five directions dominated, overshadowing all paths. If these deities did not join the five lineages, they could only remain in their place of origin, sustaining the world's balance and gradually augmenting their power. The boundless battlefield was their sole opportunity for rapid ascendance and authority, which is why the five emperors did not hinder their entry. Should any of them distinguish themselves, the five emperors would not hesitate to offer assistance. In the depths of the netherworld, divine officials merely needed to continuously fulfill their sacred duties to receive the protection of heaven and earth, remaining untouched by karmic retribution, thus maintaining an extraordinary purity. Only they would abstain from participating in the ceaseless struggles. It can be said that the opening of the boundless battlefield is when the divine beings of the world converge most fully. Observing the grand spectacle of deities paying homage, the Azure Emperor could not help but nod, stepping forward. The five emperors, having cycled through countless primordial gatherings, have witnessed the gradual evolution of the world's essence, which now finds itself at an impasse. We, the five emperors, have resolved to replace the Mount Zhou's role in supporting the heavens with the four yin and four yang 8 pillars of heaven, enabling the world to advance further. The early commencement of this boundless contest serves not only to delineate merit and sin, but also to select from among you the 8-pillar deities who shall govern the celestial columns. We hope you will exert your utmost efforts to bear the weighty responsibility of the 8-pillar deities. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Although the five emperors had subtly hinted at the uniqueness of this boundless contest prior to their arrival, none had anticipated such a profound divergence. The 8 pillars of heaven, substituting for the Mount Zhou, implied an exalted status for the 8-pillar deities. The deities beyond the five lineages gazed on with fervent eyes. Should they become one of the 8-pillar deities, they would secure a position within the higher echelons of the divine court, no longer relegated to their previous status, potentially becoming deities second only to the five emperors. After capturing the attention of all, the Azure Emperor exchanged glances with the Vermilion Emperor and others, proclaiming with great vigor, "The boundless battlefield is now open." Behind the five emperors, each raised a treasure flag, standing in the 5 cardinal directions, east, south, west, north, and center, radiating the 5 colors of azure, crimson, white, black, and yellow, manifesting the quintessence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This prompted the Vermilion Emperor to recall the renowned set of artifacts from the Primordial era, the innate 5 directional flags. Just moments ago, the Vermilion Emperor felt a sense of familiarity with the flag in the Vermilion Emperor's grasp. He had not recognized it earlier due to its differing functionality from that of the Southern Flamelight flag in the Primordial era. The innate 5 directional flags of the Primordial era each possessed their own unique capabilities, wielded by the formidable beings of that time. The Eastern Azure Lotus flag, held by the Celestial Lord of Guidance, could emit the light of relics, rendering it invulnerable to all methods. The Southern Flamelight flag, in the hands of the Supreme One, likely conferred to the mysterious capital, could invert yin and yang and disrupt the 5 elements. The Western Plain Cloud flag, held by the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool, produced wondrous phenomena, illuminating heaven and earth, typically employed for gathering immortals. The Central Earthly Yellow flag, known for assisting Jiangxia during the canonization of deities and repeatedly rescuing him from peril, was thus the most renowned among the people of the Primordial era. Once unfurled, it manifested countless golden lotuses, rendering it invincible, before being reclaimed by the primordial celestial lord. The Northern Hunyuan water-controlling flag is rumored to be in the possession of the ancestor of the underworld river, yet no one has ever witnessed its use. Casting doubt upon the authenticity of this information, Yunxiao once remarked that, in the vast wilderness, only truths personally witnessed can be deemed absolutely real. The same applies here. For to place blind faith in others may lead one into a snare. The reason Qi Ming did not immediately grasp the situation was that the function of the 5 directions flags here diverges significantly from those in the wilderness. However, upon reflection, it seems that the 5 directions flags here are more aligned with the principles of the 5 elements. In the wilderness, the 5 directions flags appear to merely bear the name, with their respective powers seemingly tied to their true bearers. The Eastern flag, in the possession of a Western sage, astonishingly emits the radiance of relics. As Hutu has stated, this world is born from the unfulfilled matters of the divine path and the imprints of mighty beings, suggesting that the 5 directions flags in the wilderness have likely transformed into their current forms after being acquired by several celestial powers. The 5 directions and 5 emperors flags morph into 5 pillars of divine light that reach the heavens and penetrate the earth, with the forces of the 5 elements evolving into primordial chaos. An endless battlefield is instantly forged, at the center of which stands a colossal mountain, indistinguishable from the surrounding peaks of this realm. Additionally, 5 towering gates of light manifest, welcoming all within. The leading figures of the 5 veins, the Tai divine sovereigns, exhibit a fierce brilliance in their eyes. Let us proceed. Countless divine lights respond to their command, plunging into the boundless battlefield. Ha ha ha. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. The position of the 8 pillars of God shall surely be mine. In the blink of an eye, innumerable figures rush toward the surrounding mountain, their eyes ablaze with a frenzied light, devoid of their usual composure, unaware of their own transformation. Oof, a bunch of fools, non-initiates of the 5 veins, solitary and foolish. Dare to venture forth first. Disciples of the Black Emperor lineage, take your positions that rightfully belong to us. Any obstruction shall be met with death. The leading Tai divine sovereign of the Black Emperor lineage coldly chuckled before issuing the kill order. The disciples of the Black Emperor lineage moved in unison, countless black divine lights coalescing under his command, a dragon's roar reverberating through the 9 heavens. Not good, the Black Emperor lineage is attacking. Run. The deities in the sky attempting to seize the advantage saw their pupils constrict in terror, and before they could retreat, the dragon's roar overwhelmed them. In an instant, they fell like dumplings from the sky, their hearts shattered, their lifeblood spilling forth and pooling upon the ground. The azure dragon descended from the heavens, coiling around the surrounding mountain, claiming roughly 1/5 of the territory, before opening its maw to consume the divine essence of the fallen deities. Observing the rising azure dragon, the leading Tai divine sovereign of the Red Emperor lineage scoffed, then commanded, "Disciples of the Red Emperor lineage, do not allow those little black pests to act too brazenly. Take action." The deities of the Red Emperor lineage unleashed a radiant crimson light, which transformed into the shape of a phoenix in the air. A piercing cry echoed, igniting a conflagration that lit up the sky. The phoenix opened its beak, drawing in the essence refined from the fallen deities, and then landed on one side of the surrounding mountain, standing defiantly against the azure dragon. The lineage of the White Emperor has always been terse in their proclamations. The leading deity, with deliberate grace, uttered a single word of death, as boundless white divine light and the aura of slaughter coalesced into a colossal white tiger. Streams of golden light transformed into lethal blades, piercing through the surrounding mountains and mercilessly slaying several hidden figures. Observing the standoff among the three factions, the chief deity of the Azure Emperor lineage could not help but shake his head. The Azure Divine Light manifested an abundance of vitality, morphing into an ancient tree that towered towards the heavens. This tree, devoid of branches and leaves, bore the essence of all things under the heavens upon its bark. The cascading azure light, reminiscent of falling stars, formed a luminous barrier before the surrounding mountains, obstructing any deity's intent on ascending. Yet, those who remained obstinately ignorant would ultimately transform into mere patterns upon the ancient bark, fading into silence. That tree, it must be the tree of creation. The Red Emperor recognized its origins at a glance, suggesting that the tree of creation may have once held the esteemed position of the Azure Emperor. Chapter 87. A gift of catastrophe. The Jinmu, an ancient tree that connects heaven and earth, stands in the vast expanse of the Duguan Fields, serving as a celestial ladder for the gods to traverse between realms. It is said that the most ancient Jinmu was born at the dawn of creation, coexisting with the primordial entity Tai. After the demise of each generation of Jinmu, a new one would emerge, inheriting the essence of its predecessor, ensuring the cycle of life continues. However, by the later stages of the era of divine paths, for reasons unknown, no new Jinmu had appeared after the fall of the last one. The lineage of the Yellow Emperor took decisive action, manifesting the sacred image of the Qilin, utilizing the divine might of the sacred path to compel the deities within the defined domain to retreat, without causing harm to anyone. Consequently, the 5 divine lineages each claimed a fifth of the territory, encircling the surrounding mountains, while those deities of considerable cultivation concealed themselves, awaiting the opportune moment. There remained a slight deficiency. Qi Ming observed as the leading Tai deity waved his grand sleeves, scattering countless crimson lights through the air. Fire-affiliated spiritual plants took root in the soil, swiftly gathering the essence of fire from the infinite battlefield, while numerous temples arose, resembling a microcosm of the southern divine realm. The other lineages followed suit, their actions exhibiting remarkable proficiency, evidently born from extensive experience. Well, the foundation has been laid. Now it is up to you, Qi Ming remarked, unable to restrain his curiosity as he noticed the eager expressions of the deities beside him. Zhu Yan, what does the deity intend by this? Zhu Yan replied with a smile. Qi Ming, you are a deity birthed from this epoch. No wonder you are unaware. Tai governs the path. As long as the path exists, there is no death. The supreme deity stands as the highest authority beneath the 5 sovereigns. Their primary task within the boundless battlefield is to delineate the divine realm and secure the rear, providing us with a robust shield. Should they encounter insurmountable odds, they can retreat to their own divine domains, a lesson learned through the experiences of our venerable predecessors in countless engagements on the battlefield. The main strength on the battlefield is indeed us divine lords. As Zhu Yan spoke, several divine lights from the 5 lineages ascended towards the surrounding mountains. Observing this, Zhu Yan felt a pang of urgency. Let us hurry. Apart from the rewards set by the 5 emperors, every time the boundless battlefield opens, the surrounding mountains give birth to numerous treasures. We must not allow others to seize the advantage. With that, he transformed into a streak of crimson divine light and departed. Qi Ming, using his divine sight to survey the surrounding mountains, indeed noted several primordial authorities drifting about, though they were sparse and rapidly dispersing outward. The aura of slaughter and calamity intertwined with the brilliance of treasures and the crimson glow of blood above the surrounding mountains. Qi Ming could not help but lick his lips. It was indeed a splendid place, one that could significantly bolster his foundation, comparable to that of the primordial Tai celestial family. Although he had previously harbored disdain for Shingongbao, it seemed he would have to assume the role of a calamity deity this time. Regrettably, this was not the primordial realm, where within the teachings of there existed a method known as the limitless calamity of spiritual treasures. This approach directly addresses the essence of calamity, and if applied here, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Nevertheless, the imminent battle was upon them. Even if he did not seek it out, others would inevitably come searching for him. As Qi Ming stepped into the surrounding mountains, he was immediately encircled by a dozen black divine lights. At the forefront stood a diminutive figure, a gnome-like man bearing an enormous, obsidian turtle shell on his back, with beady eyes darting about and a pair of small mustaches above his lips, exuding a shrewd demeanor. The individual known as Qi Ming was recognized during his tenure as a patrolling divine official. He was none other than the revered Xian Gui, a deity of the Black Emperor lineage, who had cultivated the true water of the Heavenly One, capable of amalgamating all things and rejuvenating life, particularly adept in the art of defense. However, These individuals were unaware of Chiming's true origins and genuinely believed they could hinder him with their numbers. Stepping forward with a jovial demeanor, the Xiangui deity proclaimed, yet in the presence of the Chiming deity of the Red Emperor lineage. I am well aware of your prowess. I have gathered 36 celestial beings here to await your arrival. This locale is ideal for ensuring you remain here. Having uttered these words, he took action. The 36 celestial beings formed a formidable formation, while the Xiangui deity hovered in midair, channeling his divine might to transform into a colossal tortoise, its 4 limbs pressing down to stabilize the surrounding space, the sound of surging tides resonating from the void. Chiming raised an eyebrow. In this realm, few dared to flaunt their formations before him, especially among peers in the primal wilderness. With a mere gesture, he summoned his banner into his grasp, gently shaking it to envelop himself in a protective crimson glow. The cascading tides summoned by the Xiangui deity could not disturb him in the slightest. Subsequently, Chiming unleashed his primordial flames, directing them towards the nexus of the formation. The Xiangui deity was instantly alarmed and had no choice but to retreat, using his tail to stir the true water of the Heavenly One, creating rippling barriers to deflect the flames and momentarily stave off disaster. The assembly of gods hastily rearranged their formation, narrowly escaping the searing onslaught, their bodies drenched in cold sweat from the intense heat. Observers deemed Chiming unfathomable, unaware of the ferocity of the Xiangui deity. Water extinguishes fire. As a deity of the Black Emperor lineage, the Xiangui, supported by 36 celestial beings, found himself caught off guard by a single strike from the deity of the Red Emperor lineage. The Xiangui could sense the unusual gazes directed at him, igniting both shock and fury within him. The true water of the Heavenly One surged forth, viciously charging at Chiming. This strike was imbued with tremendous force, at times. The pinnacle of defense also manifests as the zenith of offense. Observing this, Chiming felt a surge of exhilaration and advanced rather than retreating, exclaiming, Xiangui deity, I have already spared you once. Your ignorance of prudence heralds your impending doom. With that declaration, he unleashed a beam of golden light from his hand, revealing the previously established wondrous spirit treasure, the golden brick. This artifact proved remarkably effective, targeting the face and back of opponents, functioning as a tool for stealthy ambushes. Caught unawares, a single blow could lead to the loss of dignity or, worse, one's very life. The Xiangui deity's beady eyes lit up at the sight of the approaching golden light, initially believing Chiming possessed some extraordinary prowess, only to realize it was merely a spirit treasure. He had cultivated the Xiangui manifestation, his shell forged from the true water of the northern Xiansha, rendering his defenses unparalleled. If he merely tucked his head in, most spirit treasures would prove ineffective against him. However, just as the Xiangui deity reveled in his confidence, he was abruptly met with a sharp crack, followed by an excruciating, penetrating pain as the golden brick struck him, shattering the very shell that had brought him fame. With his manifestation destroyed, the Xiangui deity quickly revealed his true form, contorting his visage as he cried out, "The pain is unbearable." Seeing this, the Xiangui deity attempted to abandon the assembly of celestial beings and flee, but Chiming would not let him escape easily. "Since I have declared your doom, how could I go back on my word?" Once again, the golden brick struck forth, arriving ahead of its time, and landed squarely upon the back of the Xiangui deity, sending him crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. The 36 celestial beings, witnessing the swift downfall of the Xiangui deity, were thrown into disarray, breaking their formation and scattering in panic. Observing this chaos, Qi Ming chuckled softly as the Qi Ming banner beside him began to expand, its tail extending to envelop every last one of them. In a flash of fire, only the remnants of divine essence remained scattered across the ground. Qi Ming leisurely approached the lifeless form of the Xiangui deity and remarked with a smile, "How audacious to flaunt the tortoise-breathing technique before me." Just as the Xiangui deity attempted to rise for a desperate fight, a pillar of divine fire erupted skyward, and amidst his anguished cries, he met his demise. All of his essence, true spirit, and everything he had cultivated were refined by Qi Ming into the shattered turtle shell, restoring it to its original state and enhancing it further. Qi Ming picked up the turtle shell, a smile gracing his face. This item boasts excellent quality, if properly refined. It could become a superior postnatal spiritual treasure. Even if I have no use for it myself, it would serve well as a gift for a junior or another. Entering the Zhou Mountain has indeed bestowed upon me a remarkable treasure. What a promising omen this is. After this journey, it seems wealth will come my way with ease. Chapter 88. Ascending the summit of Zhou Mountain, the commotion in this vicinity had long attracted the attention of numerous eyes. Witnessing the Xian Gui Divine Lord and his 36 celestial beings effortlessly vanquished by Qi Ming, it became patently clear to everyone that he was a formidable adversary, prompting many to hastily retreat. In that moment, the entire Zhou Mountain was engulfed in relentless conflict. Some engaged in fierce competition for the resources produced atop the mountain, while others sought to settle personal grievances. The air was thick with a lang of factions, radiating divine light and reverberating with authority. Many audacious souls seized the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, even resorting to clandestine tactics to ambush renowned powerhouses, hoping to ascend to greatness should fortune favor them. Among them were numerous individuals contemplating the prospect of targeting Qi Ming. However, given the current precarious situation, they dared not act, instead preferring to withdraw quietly, a wish thwarted by the unfolding chaos. Since they had come this far, why rush to leave? It was a rare occasion to encounter such calamity deities. They ought to relish the moment. Layers of fiery energy unfurled with the sound, compelling the divine beings hidden in the void to manifest their forms. A flash of red light signaled Qi Ming's sudden appearance before one of the deities, and upon closer inspection, he could not help but chuckle. To his surprise, the individual before him was a celestial adept in the path of thunder. How curious it was that such a promising practitioner would forsake diligent cultivation in favor of treachery. Alas, the time of reckoning had arrived for this friend. The thunder, a pivotal force of yin and yang, could indeed manifest as the 5 elemental thunders in the world. Although Qi Ming wondered why this individual had not entered the 5 emperors' lineage, the very fact that he stood here now indicated a fateful connection to Qi Ming. The 10 divine lords had recently returned to the realm of thunder, suggesting that this deity's divine essence would be compatible. Upon hearing Qi Ming's words, Lei Yun was instantly filled with shame and rage. The implication was as if it were written across his face. I am your doom. Even the other 5 pulse divine lords extended their invitations to him to join the 5 emperors' path. Having cultivated his divine path for so long, he had never endured such humiliation. Anger surged from his core, fueling a reckless boldness. At some unknown point, a small purple drum had appeared in Lei Yun's hand. With a gentle tap, the air erupted with the sound of thunder, a vibrant spectacle of colors cascading from the heavens, aimed directly at Qi Ming's celestial essence. The spectacle was grand, far surpassing that of an ordinary celestial being. Yet, even as Qi Ming stood motionless, allowing the 5 elemental divine thunder to strike, it could not breach the defenses of his banner. Consequently, with a flicker of gold, Lei Yun followed in the footsteps of the Xian Gui Divine Lord, losing all his treasures and essence to Qi Ming. With his prize secured, Qi Ming swiftly sought his next target, and the mountain reverberated with muffled groans. Word spread among the divine beings that Qi Ming of the Qi Emperor lineage roamed Zhou Mountain, declaring to all that their doom was nigh. Armed with a golden brick, he targeted the faces and backs of those who crossed his path. Those struck, should they survive, would find themselves engulfed in boundless divine flames, reduced to ashes. Originally a tool for ambush, the golden brick now served with a sense of honor in Qi Ming's hands, often offering a warning beforehand, leaving no room for dissent. The assembly of divine beings, including the 5 pulse divine lords, could not help but feel a tinge of dread. Though they had entered this endless battlefield without fear of death, they certainly did not wish to perish in such a humiliating manner. As time inexorably progresses, even Qi Ming finds himself weary amidst the endless carnage. This moment underscores the significance of the designated divine realms established by various factions. After numerous revisions and digestions of his experiences, Qi Ming ascends the mountain once more. Having ceased to collect spoils after delivering others to their fates, he now only takes notice of those treasures of exceptional quality or extraordinary utility. As for the essence of the divine path, it has long been gathered, primarily from deities burdened by sin or those who actively sought trouble, alongside the fallen gods he had previously slain and those acquired through exchange, aligning with the 8 divisions of thunder, fire, plague, and combat. Upon his return, his planned disciples of the can finally break free from the constraints of the divine ranking. Qi Ming cannot help but gaze upward, where a misty veil obscures clarity. It is no wonder the endless battlefield is opened for a duration of 49 years. The surrounding Zhou Mountain is revealed in stages, with only the final layer remaining. Should any lineage of deities progress significantly ahead of the others, the remaining 4 lineages would unite to thwart them, preventing the forceful advancement to the next level. During this period, Qi Ming has faced countless ambushes. The quality of treasures birthed within Zhou Mountain increases with each layer's opening. Recently, One of the deities from the Azure Emperor lineage obtained a superior innate spiritual treasure, eliciting envy from all. Qi Ming's expedition has proven immensely profitable. In addition to gathering materials for refining spiritual treasures, he has invested all the fire-related resources he collected into the Qi Ming banner, significantly enhancing its power, allowing it to rival even the superior innate spiritual treasures. Look, the summit of Zhou Mountain is about to unveil. A cry of astonishment rang out, and the remaining deities in the endless battlefield stirred restlessly as the mist above began to churn, gradually revealing the scene atop the mountain. Through the lens of his divine perception, Qi Ming observed that the essence of Zhou Mountain within the endless battlefield was nearly depleted, fearing that thereafter, Zhou Mountain would cease to tower within this realm. Finally, as the clouds fully dissipated, the contest for the summit commenced in earnest. Streams of divine light surged skyward, racing toward the peak of Zhou Mountain. Ascending the summit not only signified surpassing others, but also represented the ability of their emperor to wield the highest divine authority, as well as the positions of the 8 pillars. This contest was a struggle for status, a contention of paths, and a quest for transcendence. The treasures hoarded by your 5 lineages for so long are due for our claim. A deity emerged with unexpected prowess, transforming into a scintillating star, swiftly surpassing the multitude. How easy it is for an ant to shake a tree. The one who made his move was Zhu Yin. With a mere flick of his hand, countless flowers erupted forth, vibrant and dazzling, imbued with life, seemingly embodying a healing divine ability, yet none dared to underestimate him. Zhu Yin, wielding this blossoming technique, had unknowingly decimated numerous deities from other paths. However, those who have survived such prolonged conflict are not to be taken lightly. That deity immediately invoked his power, manifesting a stellar void, where starlight descended, barely displacing the path flowers, yet ultimately impeded their progress, allowing several streams of divine light to surge past. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. As the stars twinkled, the starlight multiplied, cascading down in pillars, disrupting the path ahead. One individual, caught off guard, was obliterated by the starlight, losing half of their form. With unyielding speed, Ruheo executed a stroke, rendering all within his sight into nothingness. Jun Yin's form flickered in and out, petals drifting in his wake, like shadows entwined, embodying the essence of transformation, formless as water. The star pillar could not even graze his shadow. Zhu Yin manifested the nascent form of the great red Brahman Yang Dao, incinerating the star pillar to ashes. Subsequently, the ethereal visage of the divine Qilin enveloped him, charging forth with reckless abandon, impervious to the starlight's harm. These 5 individuals had undeniably become the epitome of the divine sovereigns from the lineage of the 5 emperors, prompting the disciples from other factions to pave the way for them, ensuring their ascent to the pinnacle remained unimpeded by rivals from other paths. Among the 5, Ruheo's mastery was unparalleled, consistently leading by a half-step. Just as the confrontation neared its climax, suddenly, 9 pillars of divine fire surged skyward, coalescing into a radiant sun suspended in the heavens, its boundless brilliance cascading down, immobilizing an assembly of deities mid-air. Even those possessing innate spiritual treasures found themselves unable to react, ensnared by an overwhelming force. The resonant voice of Qi Ming echoed through the air. I apologize, esteemed guests, but you have all lost. A figure clad in a crimson divine robe ascended to the summit of Zhou Mountain, stepping against the sunlight. Chapter 89. The gateway of all wonders. At the moment when Qi Ming ascended to the pinnacle, the surrounding Mount Zhou and the boundless battlefield began to tremble violently. His previous conjecture proved accurate. The spiritual essence and authority within Mount Zhou had been entirely depleted. A sense of urgency arose. Mount Zhou was on the verge of collapse. The deities hastily withdrew from the realm of Mount Zhou, only to discover that not just Mount Zhou, but the entire boundless battlefield was shaking. In that instant, the 5 directions banner emerged from the void, riding the currents of the 5 elements, enveloping all the deities. When they opened their eyes again, they had returned to their original world, where the 5 emperors held aloft their vast manifestations, seated high in the heavens. The endless contest had come to a close, yet the story was far from over. Look, a keen-eyed deity exclaimed, observing that Mount Zhou in their realm had collapsed with a thunderous roar. The reason the current world remained unaffected was solely due to the support of the 5 emperors' manifestations and the 5 directions banner. With a wave of his grand sleeves, the Green Emperor summoned forth the 4 fiends and 4 gods, alongside the 8 pillars of heaven representing the 4 yin and 4 yang. Though diminished in size, these pillars still radiated a brilliant light, reflecting their sacred mission. The yellow emperor pointed, revealing the world's topographical map before the deities. The 8 cardinal points, east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest, sparkled with a mystical yellow light, guiding the assembled deities. "Listen well to my final decree," declared the Green Emperor. "All Tai divine sovereigns shall join me in stabilizing the heavens. We must prevent the celestial dome from collapsing. Shortly, the pillars will select worthy individuals based on their performance in the boundless battlefield. Upon receiving the pillars, you must promptly establish them at the Xianhuang nodes without error." The assembly of deities immediately bowed in response, affirming, "We heed your command, your majesty." The Green Emperor. The 5-element Tai divine sovereigns soared into the sky, aligning themselves behind the 5 emperors, wielding their powers to assist the 5 directions banner in temporarily securing the celestial dome. The mission of the pillars had arrived. Though they were cultivated after the fact, they defied their origins, achieving the status of innate spiritual treasures, destined to select the guardian pillars from the gathered fates of the battlefield. What transpired next was unexpected. As the guardian pillars were determined, all deities gazed enviously at Chiming. For he was the divinity who had conquered Mount Zhou, thus deserving a place among the 8 pillar gods. However, no one anticipated the unfolding of the current situation. Each of the 8 pillars had selected its master. It was undoubtedly expected that Chiming would be chosen by the Supreme Yang pillar, and the Supreme Yin pillar had descended into the realm of the underworld, which was also anticipated. Yet, one of the 4 Yin pillars astonishingly chose both Chiming and his fellow kin, Zhu Yan, of the Red Emperor lineage. Chiming effectively occupied 1.5 positions, a turn of events that took everyone by surprise, even himself. Such fortune, while unwelcome in excess, was nonetheless a blessing. He turned to Zhu Yan, the deity he first encountered upon his descent, the guide into the Red Emperor's lineage, who was now looking at him with a beaming smile. His eyes filled with congratulations and devoid of jealousy or resentment. This alleviated Chiming's concerns. The 5 emperors had not anticipated this scene either. The Green Emperor, after a moment of contemplation, swiftly made a decisive resolution. "Qiming, first proceed to the due south to establish the Pillar of Yang. For shortly thereafter the god of the underworld shall ascend to the north to establish the Pillar of Yin. Once the dualities of Yin and Yang are firmly set, the remaining deities shall position the other 6 pillars, and at that time, you shall join Zhu Yan in the east to establish the final pillar." Receiving the decree, Qiming set forth with the Pillar of Yang towards the south, where the primal energies flowed and the nexus of the earth's veins was located. Having observed the affinities of the 8 pillars and their placements within the geomantic chart, Qiming discerned that these pillars were aligned according to the primordial 8 trigrams. No wonder Fuxi was once one of the 5 emperors of the divine court. The primordial 8 trigrams differ from their postnatal counterparts. Qian represents the utmost yang, reaching towards the heavens, situated in the south, while Kuan signifies the utmost yin, penetrating the earth, located in the north, thus belonging to the realm of the underworld. The remaining 6 pillars correspond to the trigrams Zhen, Kan, Jin, Sun, Li, and Dui, with Qian and Kuan in harmony, and Yin and Yang in unity. Should these 8 pillars be perfectly established, their efficacy may surpass, or at least rival, the 4 extremities pillars of the primordial era. Suppressing any distracting thoughts, Qiming waved his grand sleeves, unleashing boundless divine power to disrupt the earth's veins. Columns of primordial spiritual energy surged forth from the ground, as purple thunder roared in the sky. As the karmic retribution poised to descend upon the disordered earth, he cast the Pillar of Yang downward, where it landed precisely at the shattered nexus. With the Pillar of Yang as its core, it began to devour the celestial energies from countless miles around. The pillar expanded continuously until, in mere moments, it stood towering amidst the brilliance, a magnificent silhouette unfurling in the radiant light, a terrifying aura sweeping across the entire world. The Pillar of Yang began to manifest its true form, transforming into a bridge connecting heaven and earth, becoming a vital link in the circulation of the world's energies, drawing forth the immense powers from the void. Waves of chaotic light cascaded down, gradually solidifying the foundation of the realms. In an instant, the Pillar of Yang erupted with myriad colors, truly replacing the surrounding mountains in its role of supporting the heavens. Simultaneously, the Pillar of Yin had also been established. But Qiming was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the deity of the Pillar of Yin was none other than the revered god of agriculture, Huji, also known as the Earth Mother. With her divine capabilities, stabilizing the underworld while establishing the pillar was no formidable task. As the Earth Mother, her prowess in erecting pillars far surpassed that of Qiming, She skillfully commanded the earth's veins, placing the pillar of Yin directly within, condensing countless essences of the land, and even Qi Ming could feel the grandeur and majesty of that pillar. Fortuitously, as the energies flowed and time passed, the disparities between the two pillars began to harmonize. Otherwise, an imbalance would have been unsightly. With the duality of Qian and Kuan firmly established, Qi Ming hurried eastward to join Zhu Yan in erecting another pillar. The six divine beings simultaneously exerted their powers to position the remaining pillars, causing the world's essence to surge significantly. The energies of the entire world began to circulate through the 8 pillars, initiating a grand cycle. The deities watched in anticipation. Once this grand cycle was completed, the task of supporting the heavens with the 8 pillars would be deemed a monumental success. What is that? As the world's energies began to flow ceaselessly, myriad deities and paths converged, a radiant light stretching for billions of miles towards the heavens. Amidst the celestial stars and primordial chaos, the divine essences of the gods coalesced into an ethereal portal at the center of the world, appearing almost as if the Tao had descended upon the realm, floating as if from the source of myriad wonders. The gate of all wonders has finally manifested. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, a radiant beam descended from the heavens, akin to the graceful horns of an antelope or a shooting star from beyond the skies. Its origins and destination unknown, ultimately landing beside the portal. Those who beheld it gazed upon the gate with a sense of nostalgia, yet more so with an insatiable fervor. Temporarily suppressing their restless hearts, they turned their attention to the distant figure of the deity Hoji. Luya approached the goddess of the earth, Ho-Tu, to pay his respects. The expression in Ho-Tu's eyes was complex, eventually transforming into a long sigh. Luya, you have not relinquished your ambition regarding the gate of all wonders, have you? Upon hearing this, Luya responded with a smile, my lady. After the demise of Zhu Rong, I have become the last Red Emperor. The lingering chimes left by His Majesty Tai Yi have chosen me, affirming my intentions. The gate of all wonders is the source of the divine path. I intend to utilize it to restore the glory of the divine realm. I trust you will not impede my efforts? In response, Ho-Tu shook her head. Your ambitions are too radical. However, the gate of all wonders cannot overturn the grand order of the immortal realm. While I shall not hinder you, you shall inevitably be unable to take the gate with you. Chapter 90. Confrontation with Luya. Upon hearing these words, Luya remained utterly unconcerned. The sole uncertainty of this journey was Ho-Tu's day. Although his initial intention was to pursue the divine path, if Ho-Tu were to insist on taking action, he would have no choice but to abandon his plans. After all, Ho-Tu was the strongest among the ancient deities of the present day. While the world believed that the Lady Ho-Tu had yet to attain the state of Hunyuan Wuji, only possessing Hunyuan abilities within the netherworld, what they were unaware of was that she had already achieved the true Tao fruit of the supreme unity. If it came to a confrontation, she would not be inferior to any of the Hunyuan celestial lords of the immortal path. Now that Ho-Tu had promised not to intervene, he had already succeeded in a significant way. All the deities above the Tai Yi realm in this divine path world needed to facilitate the great cycle of heaven and earth to ensure the elevation of the world. At present, only a series of divine lords, akin to the Golden Immortals of the Primordial era, were capable of taking action, and how could they possibly be his adversaries? Contemplating this, Luya turned to the side and smiled at Qi Ming. Friend Bai Li, I must extend my gratitude to you. Were it not for your assistance, I would not have been able to locate this world with such ease. How does it feel to have personally participated in the monumental task of upholding the heavens and to sense the elevation of the world's essence? Do you not find the immortal path exceedingly hypocritical? What? He is one of the immortal path. In an instant, the entire realm of deities erupted in discussion. Even the 5 emperors had not anticipated that the strongest among the divine lords of this era, the 8 pillars of deity, innate beings nurtured by heaven and earth, were actually practitioners of the immortal path from another world. Moreover, it was he who had allowed this enigmatic individual to enter this realm. Zhu Yan, standing beside Bai Li, took several steps back in disbelief. From the moment of his birth, he had been inundated with tales that painted the practitioners of the immortal path as a group of treacherous individuals, driven solely by self-interest. Now, he was told that his closest friend belonged to this very category, and how could he possibly believe it? Is what he said true? Witnessing Zhu Yan's incredulous expression, Bai Li could not help but sigh. Instead of providing a direct answer, he took a few steps forward, gazing at Luya. Dao Jun, have you forgotten that I came to this world at your invitation? As for the matter of upholding the heavens, the lady had long made her intentions clear to me. The divine path was not at fault. It was merely the immortal path that sought to vie for dominance. Now, Dao Jun, in pursuit of this myriad wonders gate. You are willing to slay the 5 spirits' young master, inciting conflict between the 2 factions and forcing the Green Emperor to prematurely open the endless battlefield. Is this not reminiscent of the actions taken by the formidable beings of the immortal path in the past? Luya, unfazed by the exposure of his scheme, merely smiled. You speak the truth. It is indeed a matter of competition. What I am currently pursuing is simply a contest. This treasure is the primal treasure of the divine path. With the myriad wonders gate, I can act on behalf of heaven according to the ancient rules of the divine path. At that time, when Tai returns, with a mere call to arms, the deities will unite, and the primordial era shall undoubtedly return to the grandeur of the ancient divine path. Before that, what is a little sacrifice worth? What? He truly killed Qi Ling and He Ling. In an instant, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and the members of the Red Emperor and Black Emperor factions immediately prepared to strike. Do not act rashly, Luya cautioned. Having already attained the Tai realm, even the 5 emperors may not be his match. Confronting him directly would only lead to needless death. Luya coldly smiled in response to the crowd's reaction. As long as the divine glory can be restored, I would not hesitate to fall myself, let alone the 2 celestial beings. Were it not for your lack of enlightenment, I would not have resorted to covert tactics. Now, with those above the Tai unable to intervene, how could you possibly contend with me? As soon as the words left his lips, a great sun rose behind Luya, piercing through the cosmos, and the path of fire in this realm immediately responded. A river of flames erupting from beneath his feet, radiating myriad resplendent lights. The overwhelming pressure swept across the entire world, suppressing nearly all below the Tai divine sovereign, especially the lineage of the Red Emperor, whose authority was nearly rendered ineffective. Seeing this, Bai Li produced the Bayou Palace lamp, enveloping himself with boundless Tao rhythms, rendering him impervious even to Luya's formidable might. What? Do you intend to obstruct me, my friend Bai Li? If this were the primordial chaos, with the support of the true elder of the Red Emperor and this Bayou Palace lamp, you might have been able to contend with me to some extent. Alas, this is not the primordial chaos. This lamp can at most provide you with self-preservation, but it lacks the power to confront me. With that, he turned and reached for the gate of all wonders. Just as he was about to touch the gate, a sword's cry echoed, illuminating the entire world with a chilling radiance. This sword was untouched by causality, transcending fate, and even the Tai de Luo would need to evade its sharpness. Luya was compelled to withdraw, and upon seeing the azure sword in Bai Li's hand, he coldly uttered 3 words, Qingping sword. Bai Li advanced, wielding the Qingping sword. Indeed, did the Tao sovereign forget? My master entrusted me with the transmission of teachings, instructing me to take charge of the Qingping. With the Qingping sword in hand, I dare to challenge the Tai and de Luo at any time and place. Luya, unaware of the profundities of the Qingping, believed it to be an external object. Had it been a treasure forged by other celestial beings, its power would surely diminish in this realm. However, the Qingping sword, being a manifestation of intention, was not bound by such limitations. Seeing this, Luya's rage turned to a sardonic smile. Very well, I underestimated you. Yet, the Qingping sword is ultimately an external object. How long can it truly stand against me? I possess the art of transformation into a rainbow. You cannot harm me. When your spirit wanes, you shall find yourself unable to escape your doom. Bai Li shook his head. I need not hinder you for long. As soon as the great circulation of the world is completed, the 5 emperors and the Tai divine sovereigns will be able to intervene. Although one of the 5 emperors may not be your match, united, they should be more than a match for you, or else why would you scheme to restrain them? With that, Bai Li retrieved a handkerchief from his bosom, adorned with the treasures of Can, Li, Zhen, and Dui, encompassing myriad wonders, perfectly resonating with the 8 direction celestial pillars. This was the Bagua Cloudlight handkerchief, obtained from Shiji, which he had seldom utilized since the Battle of the 10 Absolutes, but now it proved invaluable. He tossed the Bagua Cloudlight handkerchief into the air, and in an instant, radiant treasures burst forth. The hexagrams of Can, Li, Zhen, and Dui emerged, rapidly expanding into a vast expanse, transforming the tangible into the intangible, reflecting with the 4 direction celestial pillars, significantly accelerating the world's vital circulation. This is dire. Luya had never anticipated that Bai Li possessed not only the formidable Qingping sword, but also a corresponding innate spiritual treasure aligned with the Bagua. As Bai Li has just articulated, should the 5 emperors strike simultaneously, even he would find it arduous to contend. For it is a divine force derived from the amalgamation of several imperial seals. He is well aware of the capabilities of those earlier 5 emperors within the primordial divine path. In an instant, Luya conjured a crimson gourd, which he reverently offered in the air, and from it surged a beam of white light, manifesting a creature adorned with brows, wings, and eyes, the legendary flying sword of slaying immortals from the investiture of the gods. Please, my dear, turn around. Two beams of white light were unleashed, but were thwarted by the lamp of Bio Palace. The blade's radiance approached swiftly, targeting Bai Li's head. When Luya waved his hand again, unleashing the raging true fire of the sun towards the Bagua cloud light scarf, while he himself transformed into a long rainbow, darting toward the gate of all wonders. Chapter 91. Returning with abundance, the speed of the celestial slaying flying knife was astonishingly swift. So much so that Bai Li could not swing the Qingping sword in time and was forced to rely on it for defense. Despite the protection of the Bio Palace lantern, he could not suppress a surge in his chest and a dull pain in his palms. Upon closer inspection, he was secretly astounded. Truly, this was a treasure of Tai's circulation. The Qingping sword had merely deflected the celestial slaying flying knife without inflicting any damage upon the spiritual treasure. The celestial slaying flying knife effectively halted Bai Li momentarily, leaving the Qingping sword's light to choose between obstructing Luya or blocking the sun's true fire that was directed towards the Bagua cloud light. Pa quickly stop him. As the two combatants clashed, the five emperors, guardians of the world's stability, were the first to react. Although Bai Li was a being of the celestial path, he had not committed any acts that endangered this world since his arrival. In contrast, the individual before him had meticulously orchestrated everything. The portal in the sky manifested as it propped up the heavens, revealing wondrous phenomena, faintly connected to the world's essence. It was evidently a treasure that embodied the origin of the world, even the very foundation of existence. How could it be taken by others? The divine beings of the five meridians immediately surrounded the gate of all wonders, with Ru Hao and others taking their positions in the five directions, standing resolutely before the assembly of gods. This time, they faced an unprecedentedly formidable foe, yet retreat was not an option. As futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot, all of you shall be cast down. Luya regarded these divine beings with utter disdain. As his radiant light swept through, all the deities fell from the celestial vault. Fortunately, with the care of the Earth Mother, he did not dare to strike lethally until a spiritual treasure in the hands of the god of the Azure Emperor emanated a nine-colored brilliance, halting Luya's advance. The nine-colored lotus seat, a treasure of Tai. This treasure was originally a lotus flower beneath Tai's feet, later tainted by the supreme divine path. In gratitude for Tai's governance and the compassion bestowed upon the heavens, it transformed into a congenital spiritual treasure. Only deities with a profound heart of great compassion could wield its power. Previously, he had clearly observed that the deity wielding the nine-colored lotus seat could not utilize the treasure. It had autonomously come forth to impede him. Realizing this, Luya's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. I am the inheritor of Tai's will. I possess the celestial slaying flying knife left by His Majesty Tai and have received the acknowledgement of the echoes of the lost era. How could the nine-colored lotus seat obstruct me? A voice arose from beside him. It is precisely because His Majesty Tai does not recognize your current actions. Bai Li, hastily arriving with the red bright banner that had gathered the sun's true fire, swiftly pierced through Luya's delusions. Luya, enraged by these words, retorted, "How dare you? A being of the celestial path, presume to interpret Tai's intent." Bai Li shook his head at Luya's stubbornness. Facts speak louder than words. Were it not for His Majesty Tai's disapproval of your actions, this nine-colored radiance, light of the divine path, light of compassion, would not be present. His Majesty once immersed himself in the divine river to protect you all, and perhaps it was also to prepare for the cataclysmic battle between celestial beings. Your current actions likely run contrary to Tai's will, hence this treasure has manifested to obstruct you. As Bai Li spoke, he silently rejoiced. Had it not been for this spiritual treasure, Luya might have truly succeeded. No sooner had he finished speaking than the nine-colored lotus seat descended into his hands of its own accord. Meanwhile, a sudden chime resonated through the void, akin to the primordial sound echoing across the entire world. The world was momentarily purified, and the deities stirred as if they had heard the way within this bell toll. The Dongwang bell's resonance. How could this be possible? If the recognition of the lotus seat was of little consequence, then this chime was undoubtedly the most profound response to Luya, opposing his intentions. Under the influence of the bell's sound, the great circulation of the world's vital energy commenced its rapid operation, nearing completion. Naturally, Luya sensed the shift in the world and shot a resentful glare at Bai Li. This time, I have succumbed to the mercy of His Majesty Tai. Wait and see. Next time fortune will not favor you so. With that, he transformed into a streak of rainbow light, vanishing without a trace. Bai Li gathered the 9-colored lotus seed and various spiritual treasures, watching Lu Ya's departing figure with a shake of his head, lamenting, a touch of spiritual brilliance remains eternal. In the unseen, there exists causality. In the next moment, the great circulation of the world's vital energy finally culminated, and the 8 heavenly pillars fully integrated into the world. Instantly, the vast realm trembled, the cosmos roared, and boundless vital energy surged forth. Ethereal melodies resonated in the void, celestial flowers fell, and golden lotuses emerged. In the unseen realm, a colossal accumulation of cosmic energy descended, dividing into several portions. The largest portion settled upon the heads of the 5 emperors, their divine majesty renewed, their features becoming clearer, each seemingly harboring a world within the radiance behind their heads. Subsequently, a second portion, just shy of that of the 5 emperors, descended upon Bai Li, enveloping him in the garment of the great Tao. Boundless energy coursed through the starry rivers, forming a halo behind him, and with every gesture, innumerable celestial phenomena accompanied him, the azure light illuminating the entire world. A piece of information descended from the world's essence, presenting Bai Li with 2 choices. First, if he remained here for but a moment, he could achieve the status of Tai E Divine Sovereign, perhaps even ascend to a new imperial throne. Second, he could depart. Bai Li smiled and shook his head, rejecting the heaven's goodwill. Authority is not my desire. Where my heart finds peace is my homeland. The voice of Hutu echoed thereafter. Indeed, this is the Bai Li I know from the Jiejiao, worthy of being a disciple of the Lingbao sect. Were it not for this, I would not have chosen to collaborate with you. Since you are resolute in your intentions, I shall fulfill my promise made long ago. Hutu stepped through the void to stand before the Gate of Wonders, extending her hand to open a crack in the door. Bai Li, with a mere fleeting glance, froze in place, as if he had glimpsed the source of the Tao, the boundless sea of the Tao, the origin of non-being, where countless magnificent figures transformed into a long river, profoundly enigmatic, ineffable. Regaining his composure, Hutu's voice instantly roused Bai Li. You do not intend to become an ancient deity, do you? Realizing what had just transpired, Bai Li broke into a cold sweat. Had he gazed any longer, he might have truly entered the divine path and become an ancient deity. Yet, risk often begets reward. The Golden Immortal comprehends the great Tao and attains mastery. Achieving Tai E, what method of understanding could be swifter than confronting the Tao directly? Now, with his Golden Immortal's boundless wisdom still underdeveloped, he has indeed taken a significant step towards the Tai E Tao fruit, which is both amusing and exasperating. Upon regaining his senses, Bai Li beheld Hutu holding 2 divine edicts in her hands. You are the deity of the 8 pillars. When you depart from this realm, these 2 divine decrees will enable you to imprint the eastern and southern powers concealed within the heavenly pillar, along with the 9-colored lotus seat. I hope you will utilize them wisely. Now, with matters here concluded, it is time for your return. Bai Li nodded, then turned to Zhu Yan with a smile. After my departure, I entrust the oversight of the Qianyang Heavenly Pillar and the Lihua Heavenly Pillar to you. Without waiting for the others to respond, Bai Li retrieved his celestial cultivation from the Void Avenue. In an instant, his figure grew immensely, and an infinite halo manifested behind his head, radiating brilliance like a great sage descending from the heavens. As if sensing Bai Li's imminent departure, the 9 springs of the underworld trembled. The 8 pillars showered down auspicious light, and the energies of the heavenly realm flowed harmoniously, with the sun and moon shining together. Bai Li laughed heartily, connecting with the primordial marks of the primordial chaos, bearing the essence of divine path, and transforming into a streak of red light, vanishing through the vastness. Dear ones, should fate allow, may we meet again in the primordial chaos. The assembly of deities felt a profound connection and bowed in unison. We humbly bid farewell to the red radiance, the purifier and savior of the world. Chapter 92. The might of authority. The reason lies in the fact that this world is situated beyond the realms, and returning to the primordial chaos requires traversing through the void, transcending the constraints of dimensionality to reach the ancient times. Such immense power, if solely reliant on an individual, would entail countless ages to return to the present world. Amidst the vast expanse of the void, numerous cosmic realms exist, and one could easily lose their way. Fortunately, celestial beings possess the ability to sense one another. Bai Li, being a sage of the human race from the primordial chaos and the esteemed Red Emperor of the Heavenly Court, bears his mark within that realm. These marks transform into guiding light, a mighty torrent that carries him back to the primordial chaos. due to the unique nature of his approach to that world. His return coordinates are not located at the Mountain of No Return, but rather in the endless starry expanse near the primordial membrane. Upon sensing the changes in his own destiny, Bai Li's expression momentarily stiffened, nearly unable to suppress a curse. Darkness enveloped him. How profound was the darkness? What he brought back, apart from numerous divine sources, included the Crimson Sun treasure mirror and various precious materials, spiritual treasures, and authorities gathered from the endless battlefield. Aside from the eastern and southern realms, there were only the authorities of purification and suffering relief, which would be essential in confronting Tai Yi and the southern pole, thus necessitating their return. The nine-colored lotus seat, being a treasure of the primordial chaos, had already recognized its master and was not subject to the exchange of destiny. As for his own fire authority, including the status of the innate deities, all were relinquished back to that world. Even so, taking these items had drained him of 60% of the destiny he had acquired from that realm. One must not underestimate this 60%. It represented a considerable amount. As he had perfected the underworld, established the virtue of the nine springs, solidified the heavenly pillar, and elevated the world. This deduction was indeed excessive, but fortunately, although the power of the Crimson Sun treasure mirror was somewhat diminished, it had not fallen in rank, providing a modicum of solace. Meanwhile, a dispute was unfolding outside the True Elder Palace. Jinling, what is the meaning of your interception? Are you intending to sever ties with my Xianmen celestial path? Jinling, confronted by two aggressive figures, coldly chuckled. Oh, now you acknowledge the Xianmen celestial path? Why didn't you mention it during the time of the Fengshen? I reiterate, my sect is currently under the stewardship of disciple Bai Li. If he does not consent, this matter is non-negotiable. Then, why do you obstruct our entry? Red Essence exclaimed, attempting to force his way through. Observing this, Jinling snorted coldly, and a magnificent river of stars descended from the heavens. Within this celestial river, the stars of the Zhou Tian shimmered brilliantly, yet concealed boundless peril, effectively barring the group before her. Red Essence, do not presume that your connection with the Eight Scenery Palace and your reversal of time, along with your achievements during the reign of the Earth Sovereign, elevate you to a position of audacity before me. You are still unworthy. Enraged by her words, Red Essence was about to strike, but was halted by the Southern Pole Immortal beside him. Disciple, Jinling has now attained the second-generation Demo, possessing both Tai Yi and Luo's great fruits. At the next assembly in the Zixiao Palace, she shall undoubtedly have a place. You, having only recently achieved Luo, are not her match. After speaking, the Southern Pole Immortal offered a respectful gesture to Jinling. Dear Taoist Jinling, we are all aware of the purpose of our gathering here. The influence of Buddhism is steadily growing, and if not curtailed, it may lead to calamity. Those few traitors have repeatedly slaughtered disciples of the during the enfeefment of gods. It is time for you to lend your strength. Your repeated obstructions to our endeavors suggest. The eyes of the Antarctic Immortals sparkled with intent. Is Taoist Bai Li truly absent from the primordial chaos? Jinling's expression flickered with concern. The matters pursued by the Antarctic Immortal and his companions were of great significance, far beyond what a mere embodiment of Bai Li could brush aside. Should they discover Bai Li's absence from the primordial chaos, they might trace the matter back to its source, understanding their intent to leverage the essence of divine pathways to escape thee. Such a revelation would be disastrous. Although this momentary unease quickly passed, it did not escape the keen perception of the shrewd Antarctic Immortal, whose smile deepened, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes blooming like a flower. Bai Li's absence from the primordial chaos at this juncture raised questions. Where could he possibly be? Jinling silently lamented the predicament. Though his demeanor remained composed as he coldly remarked, I have mentioned several times that Bai Li is in seclusion. Do you intend to disturb his path to enlightenment? Should such malicious intent be harbored, do not blame me for being ruthless. Jinling's demeanor only served to further convince the Antarctic Immortal of Bai Li's non-presence in the primordial chaos. If Bai Li were truly in the Zhenlao Palace, I would be willing to offer compensation. Yet, I fear this may merely be a fade. As soon as the words left his mouth, the gates of the Zhenlao Palace creaked open, and 9 pillars of divine fire erupted skyward, enveloping all within an intricate formation. Above, a radiant sun illuminated the celestial light, and the might of the fire path descended from the void, as a familiar voice resonated in their ears. Oh, I wonder what kind of compensation the great Emperor of Longevity can provide. Jinling, the Holy Mother, was suddenly elated, while the expressions of the Antarctic Immortal and his companions stiffened. Could they have misjudged the situation? From within the sun emerged a figure clad in a crimson robe, the celestial light radiating from behind him stronger than during the time of his enfeefment. The aura surrounding him surpassed even those of the esteemed immortals who had genuinely attained the realms of Tai and Deluo, let alone the formation before them. This formation was not the 9 curves yellow river array set up previously by Bai Li, nor was it the restored 10,000 immortals array. It was evidently derived from the flame array, yet its power exceeded that of the 9 curves yellow river array he had previously established. Such mastery could not be achieved in a day nor acquired through external means. Could it be true, as Jean Ling had suggested, that Bai Li had been in seclusion all this time? Otherwise, how could he have made such significant progress, having managed the affairs of the for many years? The Antarctic immortal quickly suppressed his doubts, smilingly addressing Bai Li. I apologize for the offense, but we have urgent matters to discuss, which has necessitated this course of action. I hope for your understanding. Bai Li waved his hand dismissively. Let us dispense with idle chatter. I was on the verge of comprehending the key to the Tai Dao fruit when you disturbed me. If your compensation does not meet my satisfaction, I fear that none of you will leave here unscathed today. Qi Jingzi snorted coldly, yet relying on the position of the 5 elders to wield Tai's power. Bai Li, you are being overly presumptuous. In the midst of conversation, the yin-yang mirror materialized in his hand, its shadowy side directed towards Bai Li, casting a beam of light that transformed the power of Yin into a harbinger of death, swiftly advancing towards Bai Li. Should even a trace of it touch him, his primordial spirit would be sealed in an instant, leaving him at the mercy of others. Before Jean Ling could utter a warning, the great sun above erupted with brilliance, casting a radiant beam that dispelled the mirror's shadowy light. With a mere thought, the true fire of the sun surged forth, the crimson brilliance spiraling upward, shattering the auspicious clouds atop Qi Jingzi's head in a single blow. Qi Jingzi was immediately taken aback, frantically waving his sleeves, encasing himself in a protective barrier of azure light and strands of violet mist, which spared him from public humiliation. Bai Li responded with a chilling smile. The 8 trigrams purple robe of immortality could withstand this assault, but next time, fortune may not favor him so generously. A crimson banner stood tall behind Bai Li, fluttering in the wind, its flames so resplendent that even the South Pole would cast a glance in awe. Such formidable power suggested that Bai Li was indeed deciphering the essence of the Tai Dao fruit. Disrupting his path to enlightenment was fortuitous, especially at this critical juncture. He had miscalculated. Prior to this encounter, he had confidently asserted that there were issues within the true old palace, and Qi Jingzi had accompanied him. Should any unforeseen events arise, he would bear the blame. What, dear friend, do you truly desire? Chapter 93, Bloodshed in the Antarctic. Bai Li, with an air of curiosity, gently waved the chiming banner, and then turned to the Antarctic immortal with a smile. Naturally, compensation is in order. As a distinguished disciple of the Chan teaching and a formidable figure, your words carry weight. You just stated that if I were within the true old palace, you would indeed provide compensation. Surely, you would not go back on your word. The Antarctic immortal's expression shifted to one of discomfort, but having already uttered those words, he found himself unable to refute them, thereby conceding his position. He then retrieved a handful of crimson dates from his robe. Upon seeing them, Bai Li could not suppress a scoff. I, at the very least, am a prominent figure among the Jie teaching, wielding the Qingping sword. Do you truly think to placate me with such trifles? This is a grave underestimation of my standing. However, those dates were not as insignificant as Bai Li suggested. They were fire dates produced by the medium-grade innate spiritual root, the fire date tree. In both Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West, there are tales of the Antarctic immortal enhancing the fire dates. Jade nectar and golden syrup, alongside pear and fire dates, are the elixir for soaring. The cloud script of the 7 seals lists fire dates among the 9 transcendent celestial fruits. This rare fruit bears fruit once every 3,000 years, making it a coveted item. Grasping the opportunity, Bai Li was determined to extract a substantial price, well aware of the treasures the Antarctic immortal possessed. Sensing the impending bloodshed, the Antarctic immortal sighed inwardly. Please, speak candidly about your desires. Bai Li laughed heartily. Ah, how refreshing. I shan't make it difficult for you. Leave behind an innate spiritual treasure or an innate spiritual root. However, let us not bring forth anything of inferior quality, lest it become a source of ridicule. Before the Antarctic immortal could respond further, that could no longer contain himself, and interjected sharply, what a grand appetite you have. Both innate spiritual treasures and roots are treasures born of heaven and earth. To demand one, and one of medium quality or higher, is indeed audacious. Bai Li frowned slightly, gently waving the chiming banner in his hand. The chiming yuan flames purifying formation instantly activated, and the light of the great sun descended. engulfing the area in a boundless sea of flames. The entire formation radiated a red glow, akin to descending into the eternal volcano of the south. In response, the Antarctic Immortal's back was illuminated by a resplendent Tao image, embodying the position of the Antarctic longevity emperor inherited from the primordial heavenly sovereign. A towering peach tree sprouted, laden with large, succulent pink peaches, intertwining the lifespans of countless beings. This was the superior innate spiritual root, the longevity peach tree. Celestial light cascaded down, and golden blossoms unfurled. Even the fiercest chiming yuan flame could not encroach upon it. The red essence was not as adept in the Tao, and with Bai Li's formation particularly targeting him, the celebratory cloud golden lamp was swiftly transformed into part of the sea of flames, with golden lotuses wilting and turning to ash in the air. Witnessing this, the red essence conjured a phantom behind him, holding a command flag. As the flag waved, an endless stream of sweet dew descended from the heavens, akin to the vast and pure essence of the cosmos. Its lofty intent even overpowered Bai Li's chiming yuan flame. Yet, the red essence's comprehension fell short, and with the aid of the 8 trigrams purple robe, he barely withstood the formation's might. Yet, all knew that prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss. As time progressed, it was certain that the red essence would succumb to the sea of flames. Upon perceiving the ethereal shadow behind Qi Jingzi, Bai Li immediately discerned that he had acquired the mark of Qi Songzi, which had been previously discussed with the Earth Sovereign during the Shennong period. He shook his head in dismay, lamenting the favoritism displayed by the esteemed lord, and comprehending why his master had once felt such profound disappointment. It was a pity that disciples like you were lacking in ambition. Had my senior sister Gui Ling obtained such fortune and engaged me in combat, she would undoubtedly have dismantled the formation with ease. As these words left his lips, a certain figure atop the 8 scenery's palace fell to stirring. The actions of the supreme alchemist faltered momentarily, resulting in the destruction of an entire furnace of golden elixirs. He then sighed deeply, waving the fan in his hand, causing time to reverse, and the elixir within the furnace restored to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing Qi Jingzi ensnared in peril, the South Pole Immortal was poised to intervene, only to be halted by an imposing figure. "What do you intend to do, South Pole friend?" The Golden Spirit Holy Mother inquired with a smile, as the tides of fate shifted, allowing her to vent her frustrations. The moment the Taoist manifestation of Dumu arose, the celestial river transformed, with the stars obediently heeding her command. Its might and authority surpassed that of the South Pole Immortal's own Taoist manifestation of eternal life. Not due to Dumu's superiority over the South Pole, but rather because the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was more formidable than the South Pole Immortal. The South Pole Immortal glanced between the Golden Spirit and Qi Jingzi, gritting his teeth as he addressed Bai Li. "I shall comply with your request, dear friend. Please cease the formation and release him." Bai Li snorted disdainfully and shook his head. "The circumstances are different now. Your sex attitude leaves me quite displeased. I demand 2 innate spiritual treasures or primordial roots. Otherwise, Qi Jingzi shall remain here today." Enraged by Bai Li's words, the South Pole Immortal was about to retort when Bai Li's next statement silenced him. "You understand how critical this seclusion is for me. Should there be any further dissent, I shall require 3 innate spiritual treasures and primordial roots. I have ample time to engage in this stalemate." Aware of his own shortcomings, the South Pole Immortal ultimately managed to force a reluctant agreement from his throat. In the end, the South Pole Immortal compensated with a primordial root and an innate spiritual treasure. The Fire Jujube, a manifestation of primordial yang energy intertwined with primordial fire energy, resonated perfectly with Bai Li. Not wishing to grant Bai Li undue advantage, the South Pole Immortal instead chose to offer the corresponding Jiao pair. Although the Jiao pair also possessed the efficacy of prolonging life and nurturing one's essence, it was formed from primordial yin energy interwoven with primordial metal energy. While its effects might have harmonized with Bai Li's golden celestial essence in the past, its benefits were now minimal, though he bore no significant concern. The innate spiritual treasure was a pure dust whisk, which could be adjusted in length and size, embodying the essence of purification. Bai Li found considerable satisfaction in this treasure, as it rendered him akin to a wise immortal when held in hand. The South Pole Immortal had indeed made significant sacrifices, although he possessed numerous treasures, such as the coiling dragon staff and the primordial treasure box. They were either of too high a grade or intimately tied to the Tao. Thus, the only offerings he could make were limited, and to part with 2 at once was a painful concession. Now that the items had been transferred, may we withdraw the formation, dear friend? Sensing the suppressed fury of the South Pole Immortal, Bai Li smiled faintly. It is only natural. I shall not behave as you do, engaging in endless repetition. With a mere wave of my hand, I dispelled the grand formation, liberating the tormented Qi Jingzi from the inferno at last. He immediately soared to the side of the South Pole Immortal, his face a mask of indignation as he spoke. Brother South Pole. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the South Pole Immortal, who cast a profound glance at Bai Li and his companion. We have thoroughly communicated the matters we came to discuss to our esteemed friend, Jinling. I urge the Jie sect to deliberate with due consideration. Farewell. With that, he departed, taking Qi Jingzi with him, leaving without a backward glance. Chapter 94. The betrayal of compassionate navigation. As Bai Li watched the departing figures of the two, he could not help but reflect inwardly. When he first arrived in this world, he was merely a day-old immortal, needing to rely on the power of calamity and formations to contend with the 12 immortals of the Chan school during the conferral of deities. Yet, time has passed, and now, in the 33 heavens, outside the extreme flame cave of Shifushan, he found himself capable of thoroughly suppressing Qi Jingzi. Even the South Pole Immortal was within his reach. Those he has surpassed now fall behind him, and he is destined to gradually exceed them all. It seems that my junior brother has gained quite a lot from this journey. Upon hearing the voice of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Bai Li felt an inexplicable sense of calm and immediately responded with a smile. Indeed, this trip has yielded remarkable rewards. I kindly invite my senior sister to enter the palace and share the details with me. The two entered the true old palace, exchanging laughter and conversation. Once seated, Bai Li addressed the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. It seems that I have never properly entertained you, dear sister. It is indeed time for me to make amends. Today is a joyous occasion, so let me extend my hospitality with a cup of fine tea and some fruits. I hope you will not find them lacking. With a wave of his hand, a steaming cup of tea and a platter of spiritual fruits appeared on the table, the finest among them being the pear he had just acquired from the South Pole Immortal, thus presenting a flower to the Buddha. Master, don't forget about me. A crimson figure suddenly dashed in from the side, leaping into Bai Li's embrace. Upon closer inspection, Bai Li recognized it as a delicately crafted little boy in a scarlet robe, none other than the Fire Qilin. Due to the numerous inconveniences in the outer realms, Bai Li had left this little fellow in the true old palace, and to his surprise, it had now taken form. With a solid foundation and significant progress in its cultivation, Bai Li playfully tapped the little one's nose. No one would miss you, my dear. He then produced 2 pears from his robe and presented them to the Fire Qilin. Having tasted some with the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, he knew that a few would suffice for him. Excess would be of little enjoyment, but for the Fire Qilin, it was indeed a delightful treat. After all, the first question posed by the leading Jade Qilin among the little Qilins had been whether there were any innate spiritual fruits to savor. The Fire Qilin joyfully took the pear and began to munch contentedly by the side. Seeing this, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could not help but chuckle, taking a sip of the tea before her. Upon tasting it, her eyes lit up with delight. You truly are humble, junior brother. If this is merely a cup of tea, then I fear there are no fine teas left in the primordial wilderness. The tea leaves from the ancestral tea tree are rarely found outside the hands of the Earth Emperor, and yet here I am, enjoying them at your place. It seems I shall have to visit you more often. Bai Li, hearing this, laughed and pleaded for her understanding. Senior sister, please have mercy on me. My humble fortune merely allowed me to acquire a small amount of tea leaves from the ancestral tea tree through a fortuitous connection with the Earth Emperor. There is not much here, and each cup diminishes the supply. I cannot bear the thought of you depleting it. As he spoke, with a flourish of his sleeves, several precious orbs appeared before the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, causing her to exclaim in surprise. Indeed, junior brother possesses remarkable skills in such a short time. You have gathered so many sources of divine power, perfectly aligning with the 8 divisions of heaven. This journey must have been quite arduous. In a light-hearted exchange, Bai Li and Jinling recounted their experiences from that distant realm, deliberately omitting pivotal matters such as the schemes of Zhou Shan from years past and the enigmatic gate of all wonders. Whether the Holy Mother Jinling genuinely lacked knowledge of these matters is inconsequential. It is far more prudent for such secrets to remain unspoken. Sister, all the disciples of the heavenly court and they are under your command. Please take these divine essences back with you. Shortly, I shall provide you with a list. When the opportunity arises, allow them to cultivate their divine forms. In due time, I will arrange for their liberation from the investiture of the gods. Jinling nodded solemnly. The gravity of the situation allowed no room for error. Once this matter was settled, Bai Li remembered to inquire about the reason for the arrival of the disciples from the Chan sect. The Holy Mother Jinling appeared to recall something amusing. holding back her laughter for a moment before speaking. This is indeed a rather comical affair. That figure from Kunlun Mountain managed to outsmart the two from the west. Bai Li paused, taken aback. Could it be related to the defection of Ran Deng and others? When he first ascended Kunlun, the Primordial One had already made it clear that he was aware of the impending betrayal by Ran Deng and his companions. After all, they had long ago been guided into the mystical path by the Primordial Tao. The only question lay in whose teachings, those of the Primordial One or the two celestial beings from the west, were more effective. The location of the individuals was secondary. What truly mattered was the alignment of their hearts. As the Primordial One once stated, once they attained the Great Luo, many complexities would become indefinable. Had something unforeseen transpired? Observing Bai Li lost in thought, Jin Ling laughed once more. Do not dwell on it. You cannot possibly fathom the intricacies. Upon learning the details from the Holy Mother, Bai Li could not help but admire the remarkable cunning of the two celestial beings from the west and the audacity of C.I. Hang and his companions. The Primordial One had suffered a significant defeat, losing considerable face. There was no need to elaborate on Ran Deng, who was inherently the past Buddha of the West, holding a revered position within Buddhism. Having acquired 24 sea calming pearls, his destiny was now fulfilled, and he naturally returned to the West. The Primordial One had anticipated this outcome. Hence he had never invested effort in him. However, he had indeed exerted effort on C.I. Hang and others. Not to mention the treasures in C.I. Hang's possession, such as the jade pure bottle, the mirror of revealing, and the long rainbow lock held by Pu Xian, were all bestowed by the Primordial One, with C.I. Hang receiving the most favor among them. The two celestial beings from the west were well aware of this, which is why they first approached C.I. Hang. To ensure that this future Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was properly positioned, the celestial guide pledged to accept him as a disciple and transformed a portion of his essence into Amitabha Buddha, fabricating a lineage through countless pasts, thereby establishing him as the leader of the Western Pure Land. Avalokiteshvara became the left attendant of this Buddha, the foremost Bodhisattva of the Western Paradise, collectively known as the Western Three Saints alongside the Great Strength Bodhisattva. This singular position holds extraordinary doctrinal significance within Buddhism. And it does not end there. The two also promised that once Avalokiteshvara occupied the Great Compassion Doctrine, following the return of the Tathagata Shakyamuni, Avalokiteshvara's standing would be second only to that of the Buddhist sovereign, possessing a degree of decision-making authority within the Buddhist framework. Such immense fortune has befallen him. Not to mention that Sihong was on the verge of attaining the Tao of the Great Luo. Even achieving the second or third certification of the Great Luo is not beyond reach. The act of spending a fortune to procure rare bones pales in comparison to this. Upon witnessing the generosity of the two divine beings from the West, although it may not be overtly apparent, when Shu and his companions found their hearts drawn ever closer to the West. However, this bright future did not come without its drawbacks. As the two saints of the West put forth a request, after much contemplation, Sihong ultimately yielded for the sake of the Tao. At the moment of his betrayal to enter Buddhism, he used the primordial lotus seeds bestowed by the two saints of the West to manifest an incarnation known as Tsihong Pudu Yuantong Zizai Zun, which carried the essence of Tsihong's connection to the Chan teachings, retreating into the realm of pure clarity, becoming an existence akin to the ancient deities of the upper purity. Tsihong's actions effectively severed all ties with the Chan teachings, delivering a significant blow to the dignity of the Primordial Supreme. Enraged, the Primordial Supreme was poised to punish this traitor, only to be halted by the intervention of Zhuani, who remarked, when Randing and others entered the Chan teachings, my brother and I refrained from making much of it. Is it that today, you, brother Yuanshi, can no longer bear to play this game? Chapter 95. The Return of the Four Swords. How ruthless. This remark struck at the very core of the Yuanshi Tianzuan's being, and Bai Li could almost envision his expression at that moment. However, he could only swallow his bitterness and accept defeat. Despite his loss, it was not without justification. In a bid to salvage what little dignity remained, Yuanshi transformed the affair of the Chan sect into a matter of the Xianmen, asserting that as the bearer of the three teachings' divine powers, it was essential to address the karmic ties of the three sections. Ultimately, the two sides agreed to a decisive battle, wherein disciples would engage in a contest of 5 rounds, with the victor being the first to win 3. Should C.I. Hang and others emerge triumphant, they would safely navigate to the west. If defeated, they would relinquish their spiritual treasures and fall into obscurity. This arrangement could be seen as a makeshift veil of shame. Since the decisive battle was deemed a matter of the Xianmen, the presence of all 3 teachings was requisite, necessitating participation from each sect. The human sect posed no challenge. while the Taishang had consistently sided with Yuanshi, likely seeking to weaken the Buddhist faction and would probably send representatives to counter Randang. However, the situation was complicated by the schism that arose after the canonization of the gods between the Jie sect and the Chan, particularly with the Chan sect, which had evolved into a life-and-death rivalry. One could only hope that the Jie sect would not find amusement in the mess created by the Chan sect, let alone extend a helping hand. Thus, figures such as the Nanji Xianwen and Guang Qingzi successively approached to deliberate on this matter. Initially, their demeanor was one of utmost respect, promising substantial rewards, yet time and again, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother met them with disdain. Eventually, they sought out Jinlao Palace, but Bai Li was in seclusion during their visits. The Chan sect members began to harbor suspicions that if they could uncover the underlying reasons, they might leverage this to compel the Jie sect into action. Little did they anticipate that at a critical juncture, Bai Li would return, thwarting their designs. What are your thoughts, junior brother? Should we merely observe the conflict from afar? Bai Li chuckled and shook his head. Why would we pass up a golden opportunity? This time, we must exploit the Chan sect for all it is worth. Golden Spirit could not help but inquire. What do you mean, junior brother? Although the Chan sect harbors enmity toward us, we cannot allow the Buddhist faction to grow unchecked. Their mutual strife ultimately benefits our Jie sect. My intention is to seize this opportunity to exact justified vengeance while draining the Chan sect's resources. Upon hearing this, Golden Spirit raised an eyebrow, sensing that her junior brother's notion of draining resources might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Indeed, Bai Li's subsequent words left her astonished. Our intervention represents the Jie sect. Thus, we cannot undervalue our price. The individual from Kunlun, who is quite concerned with his reputation, is currently eager for the decisive battle to restore his pride, making him more amenable to our demands. If the Chan sect is willing to offer the Central Wuji apricot yellow banner, the Hunyuan treasure box, and the Yushu palace lamp, 3 exceptional spiritual treasures, we shall agree to intervene. Should they refuse, they will have to contend with the Buddhist faction on their own. These 3 innate spiritual treasures are extraordinary. The Central Wuji apricot yellow banner is one of the 5 innate directional flags, ranking among the finest. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, it aided Jiang Zia in fulfilling his divine mission, rescuing him from peril on multiple occasions. Once unfurled, it summoned myriad golden lotuses, rendering all that opposed it powerless, only to be reclaimed by Yuanshi Tianzuan thereafter. The Primordial treasure box, crafted by the Primordial Supreme being from the primordial gourd of the unreachable mountain, is indeed formidable, akin to the illustrious Supreme Purple Gold Red Gourd, the demon-summoning banner of Nuwa, and the immortal-slaying flying dagger of Luya. It is known that any celestial being confined within it would swiftly dissolve into pus. Even the likes of Tai and Deluo harbor a deep-seated apprehension towards this treasure. As for the final item, the Jade Void Palace Lantern, it is somewhat inferior to the aforementioned treasures, yet it is by no means a trivial spirit treasure. Apart from the Panga banner wielded by the Primordial Supreme Being, the 3 treasures Jade Rui at his side, and the rumored pearl containing the Dao fruit, these items rank among the most significant treasures of the Chan school. What an audacious demand! Could the Chan school acquiesce? Bai Li bore an expression of shameless persistence. That is their affair. It is not that we refuse, but rather they are unwilling to part with it. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother could not help but chuckle, playfully nudging him. You, indeed, are a mischievous rogue. Bai Li merely smiled, then bowed respectfully to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, saying, since it has been decided, I must trouble you, senior sister, to make a trip. To soothe the hearts of our fellow disciples, please add a word. If Guang Qingzi is willing to apologize for the matters of the divine sealing, he may be permitted to forego one of the treasures. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother smiled gracefully, as radiant as a starlit river. My junior brother remains as he ever was. Thus, the matter of the door breaking was settled, and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother departed from the True Elder Palace to the Southern Pole Palace. No one knew what transpired within the Southern Pole Palace. Only that after the departure of the Dumu of the Qin Palace, the Southern Pole Immortal and Tai, the heavenly sovereign of suffering relief, alongside numerous disciples of the Chan school, ascended Kunlun Mountain together. Before long, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother returned to the True Elder Palace to seek out Bai Li, informing him that she had acquiesced to the Chan school's request. Bai Li was quite taken aback. Such a swift response was unexpected. He had initially presumed that the Chan school members would hesitate for a time, until the Golden Spirit Holy Mother presented 2 spirit treasures. One was the Central Wuji apricot yellow flag, and the other was the Jade Void Palace Lantern, both radiant and imbued with primordial principles. However, where was the primordial treasure box? Had Guangqingzi agreed to apologize? Given his understanding of the Chan school's celestial beings, this seemed utterly improbable. His initial resolution had been to obtain those 3 spirit treasures. Moreover, observing the golden spirit's demeanor, it did not seem to reflect the appropriate response. Faced with Bai Li's puzzled gaze, the golden spirit Holy Mother sighed. Then with a flourish of her sleeve, 4 primordial swords emerged, their brilliance overwhelming and blinding. One glance sent a shiver down his spine, as though he had fallen into the void of extinction, the realm where all things cease to exist. The 4 swords of immortal execution. The golden spirit had previously wielded this treasure, and sensing the resonance of the upper clear Tao, the swords gradually retracted their radiance. As he had been in seclusion during the battle of the immortal execution, this was Bai Li's first encounter with this treasure. The 4 swords hovered silently in the air, a manifestation of the path of annihilation. Their engravings seemed to narrate the infinite principles, and the murderous aura contained within, if unleashed into the outer world, could lead countless realms to descend into oblivion, with many fortunate souls thereby realizing their dominion over their own world's destruction. Upon witnessing these 4 swords, Bai Li understood everything. He could not help but silently admire the Chan school's ingenious response. The 4 swords of Zhu Xian, in a certain sense, symbolized the treasured possessions of the Jiejiao sect. The Battle of Fengshen culminated in the triumph of the Chanjiao sect, leaving a lingering thorn in the hearts of the Jiejiao disciples, who yearned for the return of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian. However, in reality, these swords are treasures of the Tongtian sect. The Tongtian master did not engage in trivial disputes during the tribulations of Fengshen. Now that the divine decree has been fulfilled, who among the 4 esteemed disciples, such as Guangqingzi, dares to wield the 4 swords of Zhu Xian? This artifact is akin to the Panga banner of the Yuan Shi Tianzun. Even if offered to Bai Li, he would hesitate to accept it, wishing to prolong his existence. Unless he stands on par with Yuan Shi, he would not dare to seize it by force. To the Jiejiao disciples, this object is a cherished treasure and a source of spiritual solace, while for the celestial beings of the Chanjiao sect, it is a veritable hot potato, providing a perfect opportunity to return the 4 swords. Presently, the Zhu Xian formation diagram lies in the hands of Taishang, and even if the swords were returned, they could not summon the Zhu Xian sword formation. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother understands this crucial point and is compelled to acquiesce. Firstly, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian possess a rank superior to that of the primordial treasure box. Secondly, should she refuse, the collective disdain of the Jiejiao disciples could easily overwhelm them. Chapter 96. Outside Mount Lingjiu, Bai Li gazed at the silent demeanor of Jin Ling and offered a comforting smile. Sister, your successful retrieval of the 4 swords of extermination is truly commendable. You may later convey this accomplishment to our fellow disciples. I have successfully brought back the sacred artifact of the Jiejiao, which should serve as a satisfactory explanation for them. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a strand of the primordial jade fire flew out from the lamp of the Yusu palace, which he grasped firmly. Then, with a wave of his hand, he presented the central Wuji apricot yellow flag along with the Yusu palace lamp before the Holy Mother Jin Ling Jr. Brother. What is the meaning of this? Jin Ling began, but Bai Li raised his hand to interrupt her. Sister, there is no need for further words. I already possess an abundance of spiritual treasures. However, the primordial jade fire within this lamp will aid me in comprehending the way of fire, so acquiring a strand of its essence is quite sufficient. You alone must contend with the Emperor of the North, the Purple Micro, and the Emperor of the West, the Gochun. It would be prudent for you to have more protective items. The central Wuji apricot yellow flag is quite suitable, since you seldom leave the Taoist temple. It would be ideal for you to take this lamp and deal with those who lack foresight. Having obtained the 4 swords of extermination, which provided a satisfactory account for the disciples of the Jiejiao, along with 2 top-tier spiritual treasures, Jin Ling felt a wave of emotions wash over her, realizing none were reserved for herself. Little did she know that Bai Li's thoughts were different. For him, the quality of spiritual treasures mattered more than their quantity. He already possessed the Taoist treasure, the Qi Ming banner, which would undoubtedly rival the central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag in the future. Furthermore, with the Qiyang mirror to illuminate and perceive objects, and the Bagua cloud light veil assisting the 8 pillars and supporting the heavens, his status had indeed elevated, especially when combined with the recently acquired pure tranquility dust to ensnare and confound others, not to mention the golden brick for ambushes, and the 9 dragons' divine fire shield entrusted to his avatar. The Yusu palace lamp was rather unique. In a previous life, some speculated that a few divine lamps in the universe shared a common origin and could devour and merge with one another. Upon arriving in this world, Bai Li scorned such notions. There was no Pangu in this realm, or rather, Pangu was merely the exalted deity of the past, a figure anyone could inhabit. The Taishang, Yuanshi, and Lingbao were all forms of Pangu, including Tai, Zhulong, Hutu, and even Fuxi. Pangu represents the Tao, the sovereign of creation, yet is not a specific divine entity. The intricacies of this matter are ineffable, and the ramifications are beyond estimation. Without a specific Pangu, there naturally cannot be any primordial chaotic green lotus. The formation of the several divine lamps is akin to the 9-color lotus seed in Bai Li's possession, emerging in resonance with the celestial essence of the Tao and birthed from the innate Great Way. It is rumored that the treasure lamp held by Nuwa is a manifestation of the earth-embracing golden lotus, crystallized at the dawn of creation. Only the lamp of the Lingjiu Palace, held by the burning lamp, is of a different nature, as it was birthed by the heavens themselves. This lamp bears the responsibility of illuminating life and death, guiding souls back to the underworld, and is among the earliest treasures of the underworld. In the realms of antiquity, one lamp can illuminate the darkest abyss. Thus, the burning lamp is also known as the universal light Tathagata in Buddhism. Each innate spiritual treasure uniquely embodies the Great Way and possesses singularity, making it impossible for them to devour or merge. However, the palace lamps held by the 3 pure ones are an exception, not that these innate treasures can fuse, but rather that the primordial fire born from the resonance of the Tao can indeed do so. The crimson and violet flames of the Bio Palace Lantern, the ethereal jade fire of the Yushu Palace Lantern, and the serene and tranquil fire of the 8 Views Palace Lantern are aligned with the 3 pure ones' grand pathway. Resonating with the primordial essence of Tao, the crimson primordial essence of the supreme void, the jade essence of the mysterious cavern, and the tranquil essence of the ultimate clarity. Although they are referred to as 3, they are essentially one in Tao. Thus, Bai Li has taken a strand of the mysterious cavern jade fire from the Yushu Palace Lantern. Should he also acquire the serene fire from the 8 Views Palace Lantern, he would undoubtedly manifest an unparalleled Daoic presence, elevating his foundational crimson primordial flame to an extraordinary pinnacle. With the flame secured, the intrinsic value of this spiritual treasure diminishes significantly. The two have established the terms for their impending battle to breach the door. And upon the Golden Spirit Mother conveying the news of the 4 swords of extermination to the many disciples of the Jia sect, a wave of excitement surged through the ranks of Jia sect disciples in the heavenly realm, all eager to return to Golden Island. Hunyuan, too, was pleased to oblige this request, yet the myriad deities of the 8 departments must each fulfill their duties to maintain the cosmic order. Hence, with a grand gesture, he granted leave to those Jia sect disciples who could temporarily depart. Bai Li, cradling the 4 swords of extermination, was accompanied by the Golden Spirit Mother as they set forth in a grand procession towards Golden Island. Countless celestial lights from the upper pure descended upon the eastern sea, as the denizens of the primal wilderness seemed to witness the unfolding of the investiture of the gods. With myriad immortals of the Jia sect converging, life and death intertwined in a spectacle of unity. In stark contrast, the Chan sect, claiming celestial will, faced a rebellion among its disciples. The superiority of one over the other was evident. Standing at the forefront, Bai Li seemed to overhear the murmurs of the myriad beings of the wilderness. He discreetly cast a glance toward Mount Kunlun, pondering if there were other avenues to reclaim his standing despite having been outmaneuvered. Soon, the group returned to Golden Island, the long yearned for home. The water and fire youth awaited their arrival, hastening forward to greet them. The Lord foresaw the young master's return and specifically sent me to await your arrival. I kindly invite all fellow disciples to gather at Ziji Cliff. Once they were seated beneath Ziji Cliff, the celestial master of the way manifested his Tao form above. Accompanied by the Wudong Holy Mother, Bai Li approached the celestial master, bowing with the 4 swords of extermination in hand. Disciple has brought back the treasured artifacts of the master. I humbly request your guidance. The celestial master gazed at the 4 swords before him, his expression intricate, and with a deep sigh, he uttered, "My child, you have endured much." This was not only in recognition of Bai Li's stewardship over the Jia sect's affairs, but also for his efforts to help many disciples extricate themselves from the investiture of the gods. All of this was known to him. He then addressed the assembled disciples below. "Children, you have all toiled as well. I take great pride in you." The Jia sect disciples, their eyes aflame with fervor, bowed deeply to the ground. "Long live our master." On this day, led by the celestial master, the disciples chanted the Huangting scripture, and for a time, the entire Golden Island was enveloped in celestial energy, with purple mist swirling around. an abundance of Daoic resonance emanating, attracting dragons and carps to offer pearls, and monkeys to present fruits, continuing until the dawn of the next day. The appointed day for the breach of the door soon arrived, with clouds of auspiciousness billowing in the sky and auspicious energy flowing. Several celestial beings gathered at a renowned mountain, known as Lingjiu Mountain, a site straddling the eastern and western realms, characterized by towering peaks and rugged cliffs, and adorned with fragrant flowers and vibrant fruits. Before the precipice stands an ancient tree, its frost-kissed bark glistening in the rain, encircled by a 40-zhang embrace. Outside the gate, a towering azure pine ascends 3,000 feet into the sky. 2 wild cranes frequently grace the cave's entrance, dancing with the gentle breeze. Pairs of mountain birds chirp incessantly upon the boughs throughout the day. A few individuals await in the distance, among them the venerable figure of the burning lamp Taoist, the esteemed master of Lingjiu Mountain, followed closely by his former disciples, Jiuliu's son, the compassionate navigation true man, the universal virtue true man, and the heavenly sovereign of the profound and vast teachings, Manjushri. Upon seeing the foremost figure approach, a fleeting bitterness crossed the eyes of the burning lamp, only to be swiftly replaced by a smile. Taoist Xiandu, you are the sole disciple of the Supreme Master. Why must you wade into such murky waters? The leading figure, clad in the robes of Yin and Yang, embodied the profound essence of the celestial teachings with every gesture, manifesting the mysteries of creation inherent to the teachings of the Supreme. Before Xiandu could utter a word, the venerable South Pole Immortal bellowed with authority. You who have forsaken the teachings of the mystical gate shall inevitably face the collective wrath of the 3 teachings. Brother Xiandu comes on behalf of our esteemed master. You ought to surrender and accompany us to the Jade Void Palace to atone for your transgressions. Chapter 97. The 9 Seals of Primordial. Beginning upon hearing the words, Bai Li could not help but cast a glance at the Southern Polar Immortal. Truly, as a disciple of the Chan school, his adeptness at forcibly attributing grand principles to others is nothing short of masterful. Manjushri stepped forward and remarked, Brother, your statement is misguided. The teachings are manifold, yet the Tao remains true. Our actions are merely a path along the Tao. We previously immersed ourselves in the Chan school, and now we return to Buddhism. Akin to our past, this conflict ought never to have arisen. It is merely your Chan school's coercive entanglement, a mere interception between the 2 teachings. What then is this talk of compliance and seeking forgiveness at Yusu? Manjushri, who has devoted himself to the cultivation of the wisdom of the Tao, perceived the matter with utmost clarity. Now that it has escalated to such a point, it is prudent to lay bare the truth, thus clarifying our stance to the 2 sages of the West and perhaps garnering a modicum of favor. Beside the Southern Polar Immortal, Guang Qingzi scoffed. Those who betray their masters and ancestors, you who flit back and forth between the mystical gate and Buddhism, reveal your wavering resolve. What right have you to speak of the Tao? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth, stirring the winds and clouds. A seal manifested above, shaking the very heavens and earth, an imposing force descending upon the 5 figures of Randall. Startled, the others, including Tsihong, were taken aback, yet Randall calmly discerned the source. Guang Qingzi, you are indeed the true disciple of the Primordial Lord, bestowed with the supreme opportunity. Having advanced to the Great Luo, you have swiftly comprehended the Transcendent Seal among the 9 seals of primordial beginning. This Transcendent Seal is not merely a spiritual treasure in Guang Qingzi's possession. Rather, it is a divine power evolved from the Tao fruit of the primordial, comprising 9 seals, namely the Wuji Seal, Tao 1 Seal, Opening Heaven Seal, Transcendent Seal, for Symbols Seal, Yin Yang Seal, Void Seal, Wuji Seal, and Yuanxin Seal. The Transcendent Seal derives its might from the divine power of the Transcendence itself. Many disciples of the Chan school have cultivated these 9 seals, such as Qijingzi, who practices the Yin Yang Seal, yet most have only grasped its form. This is because these 9 seals elucidate the ultimate principles of the primordial, particularly the first 3 seals, Wuji, Tao 1, and Opening Heaven, with Wuji being the foremost among them. No disciple of the Chan school has succeeded in mastering it, not even scratching the surface. It is said that those who master the Wuji Seal can effortlessly evolve the remaining 8 seals, comprehending the profound mysteries of the heavens and attaining the 2nd generation of primordial. Randall, as a past Buddha, cannot usurp the position of the present Buddha. Thus, he seeks the ancient source, the mysteries of the heavens, and aspires for further enlightenment, which is why he has devoted himself to the Chan school. All for the sake of the Wuji Seal. Who would have thought that after countless Yuan meetings, he has yet to witness the true form of the Wuji Seal? Yet now, In this betrayal of the teachings, he sees the transcendent seal in Guang Qingzi, which is second only to the three seals. Bai Li, standing aside, was equally awestruck by the might of the transcendent seal. Regardless of the stances of the two teachings, this divine power indeed broadened his horizons. Simultaneously, Randall's earlier words confirmed his suspicions. The legendary Guang Qingzi, the master of the Yellow Emperor, is indeed a transformation of the Supreme One, much like Qijingzi. Having grasped the opportunity bestowed by the Supreme to attain the Great Luo. In the face of the impending transcendent seal, Randall sighed softly. In this world, the bitter sea serves as a vessel, and a single bright lamp dispels the fog. Upon hearing these words, the crowd shuddered, as if witnessing a magnificent light piercing through all darkness. Although the might of the transcendent seal was formidable, it was soon subdued by the boundless radiance. Observing the situation, the South Pole Immortal and the Red Essence Child swiftly took action, empowering the transcendent seal with the forces of fortune and longevity, as well as the powers of life and death, in an attempt to push back. However, they were still overpowered by the infinite light. Seeing that the disciples of the Chan sect were on the verge of faltering, the great master Xian Du spoke calmly. The great principles of yin and yang, the essence of Taiji and the two forms. A single point of chaos evolves into yin and yang, while a grand Taiji diagram rotates, consolidating the momentum of the Chan disciples, forcefully pushing back against the group led by the Lamp of Enlightenment. With a cold snort, the Lamp of Enlightenment manifested the ethereal images of the 24 heavens, while his companions, including the Compassionate Voyage, also released their own auras. Except for the Everlasting Sun, all had attained the Great Luo, and the Buddha's light from the heavenly silence gradually overpowered the Taiji diagram and the Transcendent Seal. At this moment, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, standing beside Bai Li, chuckled lightly. Now that you all have joined the fray, I shall also stretch my limbs. As her voice fell, starlight burst forth, and the might of the starry constellations collided with the Buddha's light and the Taiji diagram. The clash of various Taoist rhythms stirred an unbounded tempest, and upon exchanging glances, both sides immediately withdrew, their overwhelming auras dissipating in an instant. This clash of momentum, devoid of magical powers, was a contest of divine abilities and comprehension of the Tao. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother was the sole practitioner of the celestial art of shifting stars among the three teachings, excelling in such contests of momentum. Her involvement rendered further conflict unnecessary. The Lamp of Enlightenment turned to address them. The Interception sect is inherently pure, and there exists a profound enmity with the Chan sect. Why must you assist the Chan in suppressing our Buddhist teachings? Bai Li responded with a smile. Friend of the Lamp, it is not our desire to intervene. Rather, the Chan sect's offer was simply too enticing. The four swords of extermination are sacred relics of our Interception sect, incomparable to ordinary treasures. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the Lamp and others comprehended the underlying implications. It was likely that the Primordial One had anticipated this when setting the stage for the decisive battle. Despite being outmaneuvered by the Western Saints, his cunning should not be underestimated. In that case, I have nothing further to say. Let this first round be undertaken by me. The Lamp stated, pausing briefly before continuing to Xian Du. I presume you are my opponent today. From the earlier Taiji diagram, the Lamp realized that Xian Du had already attained the second level of the Great Luo, placing them on the same tier. It was feared that Xian Du might reach the third level in this epoch, traversing the past, present, and future, merging the fruits of the Taiji path with the profound principle of one being all and all being one, achieving the second generation of the Supreme One. To think that the Lamp, a primordial holy being with ties to both immortals and Buddhas, would ultimately be surpassed by a junior. Indeed, it was a poignant reminder of the competitive nature of existence. Xian Du nodded in acknowledgement of the Lamp's words, then waved his hand, unleashing the primordial yin and yang to open the chaotic primordial void, enveloping both of them within a small world. The Lamp of Enlightenment sat high in the heavens, manifesting boundless light around him, with lamps flickering in the void. Yin, yang, and the five elements all transformed into the source of light. Xian Du raised his hand, grasping a crimson flag, the southern flame flag from the primordial five directions flag, before swinging it to the left and right. In an instant, the balance of yin and yang was disrupted, and the five elements were inverted. The bright lamps fell, resembling the sound of shattered jade pearls. The flame lamp furrowed his brow and retrieved a lamp, the primordial treasure of the Lingzhou Palace. In that moment, the myriad lights in the void radiated the brilliance of extinction, embodying the cessation of all phenomena, the stillness of all paths, the ultimate tranquility of tranquility. Before yin and yang and the five elements could even touch, they dissipated like fleeting dreams or ephemeral bubbles, succumbing to oblivion. Within the void, the four great elements of earth, water, fire, and wind transformed into a colossal seal of extinction, descending upon the Xian Du the flame lamp. Having long been acquainted with the primordial Tao, though lacking the true essence of the limitless and the vision of the supreme seal, understood that Buddhism recognizes the four great elements as the foundation of existence, decay, and emptiness. Thus, he synthesized the four symbol seals from the primordial 9 seals with his own path of extinction to create this seal of annihilation. As the seal emerged, all things fell silent. Apart from the limitless and the other 3 seals, this divine power, emanating from his hand, rivaled the authenticity of other profound sealing arts. Chapter 98. Compassionate navigation on the tranquil visage of Xuandu, a flicker of emotion emerged. The profound essence of the illuminating flame, the remarkable ability of this divine art, was indeed extraordinary. Xuandu raised one hand towards the heavens and the other towards the earth, drawing circles with his hands while uttering an infinite array of Taoist sounds. The cosmic order was inverted, the dual forces of yin and yang. This divine technique was not merely a reversal of the yin and yang energies, but one of the supreme arts among the 36 celestial generals, capable of disrupting the natural order of the universe, causing the sun and moon to deviate from their paths. It represented the journey of all things in reverse, the turning of the cosmos, a feat accomplished solely by Xuandu among the 3 teachings. The name of a person and the shadow of a tree, this foremost disciple of the Supreme, now stood as the true paragon among the 3 teachings, eclipsing even the likes of Yunxiao, Jinling, and Duobao. As Xuandu unleashed this divine art, the dynamics of the scene quickly began to reverse. The elements of earth, water, fire, and wind dissipated. The yin and yang and the 5 elements ceased to exist, and the void returned to silence. Heaven and earth turned upside down. The sun and moon twisted. Even the lamp of Lingzhou Palace began to flicker erratically. Seeing this, Randalling's expression turned grave. A flash of radiance from his hand revealed 24 sea-stabilizing pearls, along with a treasured ruler, imbued with Taoist essence, embodying boundless cosmic principles, harmonizing with the 24 pearls. With a command, the cosmic ruler soared into the air, not toward Xuandu, but to merge with the 24 pearls above. This treasure, originally forged by the Taoist ancestor Hongjun of the Purple Cloud's Palace, had the power to reverse causality and create a primordial spiritual treasure, perfectly aligned with the great Tao. However, due to the collapse of Zhou Mountain, 12 were lost, relegating them to lesser paths. During the sealing of the gods, Zhao Gongming wielded this treasure, allowing him to outshine even Randalling. Now, in Randalling's hands, it harmonized with the essence of the lesser paths, expanding the cosmic ruler's might across the 24 heavens. The heavens lay in silence, all things rendered void. The 24 directional heavens evolved the Buddhist concept of existence, decay, and emptiness into 4 epochs, illuminating the chaos with the supreme magical might that could shatter Xuandu's inverted yin and yang, leaving Guangchengzi and others in a state of disarray. Should this strike land, it would be difficult for Xuandu to withstand. Yet, Xuandu remained unperturbed, producing a chaotic yin-yang treasure map and casting it into the air. A golden bridge descended, with 5-colored radiance illuminating the mountains and rivers, and 9-colored auspicious energy overwhelming the celestial realm. It bore the might to pacify the elements and transform the yin and yang, to unravel the mysteries of heavenly Tao, encompassing the powers of myriad phenomena. This was none other than the Taiji diagram, the ultimate treasure held by the Supreme. The reason why Qi Jingzi fell into misfortune during the sealing of the gods was twofold. Firstly, he encountered misfortune at that moment, and the Supreme sought to intervene. Secondly, Qi Jingzi lacked the cultivation to wield this treasure. Xuandu was not to be compared to Qi Jingzi. Through his mastery of the Taiji yin-yang path, he had grasped the true teachings of the Supreme. Thus, he frequently contemplated this treasure, having comprehended its spiritual essence through countless epochs. Standing upon the bridge, even amidst the void of myriad laws, the heavens rendered empty, it was nearly impossible for him to be harmed. Although Randalling had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand elicited a bitter smile. With the Taiji diagram in hand, Xuandu had secured an unassailable position. No matter the circumstances, victory was beyond Randalling's reach. Xuandu, my friend, as it stands, I cannot harm you, nor can you break through the 24 heavens. Shall we consider this a stalemate? Xuandu nodded in acknowledgement of Randalling's assessment, and the two subsequently withdrew from this small world. The fierce battle among several contenders had long captivated the attention of countless formidable beings from the primordial realm. The outcome, a draw between Xuandu and Randing, elicited widespread astonishment. Who was Randing, after all? He was a primordial sacred being who had attained the fruit of the Tao long ago, a power of quasi-teaching master caliber. To witness him reach a stalemate with Xuandu was indeed astonishing. The spectators had witnessed the preceding combat clearly. Randing's divine powers and techniques were certainly commensurate with his exalted status. The handling of the silent seal was particularly intricate. Although Xuandu ultimately relied on the might of the Taiji diagram, Randing had also employed the sea-stabilizing pearl and the Chinquan ruler, judged solely by their divine arts. Xuandu was by no means inferior to the ancient beings who had cultivated through countless tribulations in the primordial realm. In the eyes of the supreme beings, Xuandu's once radiant aura began to fade. This fellow Taoist stood on equal footing with them simply because he was Xuandu, a seeker of the Tao. The southern polar immortal, wielding the dragon-twining staff, approached Randing and the others, inquiring who would face him next. Having already fought once, Randing had completed his bout, while the remaining contenders, such as Zihong, were merely at the initial stages of the Great Luo attainment. In contrast, the southern polar immortal had already achieved the Taiji and Great Luo fruits. Albeit also in their initial stages, yet they surpassed Zihong and his peers, assuring his victory. Unexpectedly, a figure emerged from Randing's side, someone both surprising yet reasonable. Southern Polar Taoist, I shall be your opponent in this battle. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Southern Polar Immortal burst into hearty laughter, his eyes flashing with boundless killing intent. Zihong, I did not expect you to come here to meet your demise. You shall not leave this place today. The Southern Polar Immortal vividly recalled the day when the primordial beginning true Lord summoned his disciples in the Yushu Palace, his wrath echoing like thunder, his gaze so frigid that even he dared not meet it. Zihong smiled faintly, manifesting a visage of great compassion, a radiant light of benevolence emanating from behind his head. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They are as fleeting as dew or lightning. Thus, one should perceive them as such. The two entered that realm in succession. The Southern Polar Immortal, glancing at Zihong, snorted coldly. With a strike of his dragon-twining staff into the void, a true seed descended behind him, quickly taking root and sprouting into a towering longevity peach tree, adorned with golden light and verdant leaves. Its bountiful peaches destined to bestow longevity upon countless beings. Pointing his staff at Zihong, he summoned the prayers of all beings, converting blessings and calamities into an invisible blade that fell upon Zihong, aimed not at his body or soul, but at his very fate and fortune. Witnessing this, Zihong appeared to perceive the myriad suffering beings struggling with the trials of life and death, the blessings and calamities. And a tear unwittingly fell from his eye as he softly uttered, "O Bodhisattva, why have you fallen from your seat?" Alas, the sentient beings refused to turn back. As the void shimmered with scattered golden light, an ethereal and solemn sound resonated, the compassionate and sacred mantra echoing forth. A Daoic figure materialized behind Zihong, garbed in white, holding a pure vessel and a willow branch, his eyes filled with compassion as he gazed upon the blade of fate, as if peering into the sea of suffering. He retrieved the willow from the vessel, dripped a few droplets of nectar into the air, and astonishingly, the blade of fate dissolved beneath the cadence of compassion. Zihong, with a heart of compassion and nature of benevolence, concealed within the multitude of beings, transcended the realms of immortals and saints. Yet, he embraced compassion as his path. And on the day he fully realized his Tao, the heavens would welcome yet another master of great powers. How could this be possible? The Antarctic immortal was momentarily incredulous. Throughout his existence, he had consistently overshadowed the 12 golden immortals of the way of revelation. He believed himself on par with the disciples of that esteemed tradition. And even if one were to argue that the later generation surpassed him, it would undoubtedly be figures like Guang Qingzi or Qi Jingzi. How could a mere renegade like Zihong so effortlessly dismantle his divine powers? Observing his reaction, Zihong merely shook his head. Dear friend of the Antarctic, we both stand as initial witnesses to the great Tao. The only difference lies in our attainment of the Tai Tao fruit. The essence of Tai lies in embedding one's own great Tao into the vast river of the Tao, transcending even the cosmos, so as to reach the state where the Tao is eternal, and thus, I am eternal. Only through the continuous accumulation of authority and the ability to navigate against the currents can one truly walk the righteous path of Tai. Although you have bypassed this step, directly attaining Tai through the transformation of the primordial Lord, you have yet to comprehend the true essence of the authority held by the Antarctic Emperor of eternal life. Should the day come when you are ousted from your position as the Antarctic Emperor, I fear that your Tai Dao fruit may plummet into oblivion. Chapter 99. The defeat in Antarctica. The Antarctic Immortal, filled with both surprise and fury, suddenly heard the voice of Yuan Shi resounding in his ears. The human heart is indeed precarious, and the heart of the Tao is exceedingly subtle. Only through precision and unity can one firmly grasp the center. Observing the way of heaven and adhering to its course reveals the profound essence of my teachings. At that moment, the Antarctic Immortal's eyes cleared, and he recalled the recent events, looking towards Si Hang with a smile. Indeed, I did not rely on my own power to attain the second generation of Antarctica. Yet Tai Yi remains Tai Yi. One must first establish the fruit before determining the cause. The reason the heavenly blade of destiny was shattered lies in two aspects. First, this divine ability originates from all sentient beings, and is thus vulnerable to the power of compassion. Second, my esteemed friend, the methods of the Buddhist path are indeed profound, capable of drawing upon the powers of past, present, and future. Why must you confuse me with your words? Meanwhile, in the void above, Yuan Shi slowly opened his eyes. Zhuan-Ti, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself for a meeting? A ray of Buddhist light illuminated the void, from which emerged a figure, the revered Zhuan-Ti, one of the two holy beings of the West. Zhuan-Ti gazed at Yuan Shi and spoke with a smile. My esteemed friend, is it not excessive to forcefully engage in today's battle and further meddle in the disputes of the younger generation? Yuan Shi merely cast a faint glance at him. Is your statement a jest? Where does Si Hang's wisdom stem from? Who granted him the authority to return to the Buddhist realm? Must I enumerate these matters? What you have accomplished, why can I not do the same? Moreover, Yuan Shi paused, his voice growing increasingly authoritative, as if imbued with boundless celestial might. I am Yuan Shi. My heart aligns with the heavenly heart, my Tao with the heavenly Tao, all within a single thought. My actions are the will of heaven. Upon hearing this, Zhuan-Ti stiffened. The immortal Tao had thrived for so long, and the foundation of the three pure ones, along with Yuan Shi's capabilities, far surpassed his own. He immediately discerned the underlying truth. From the day the battle for the Broken Gates was determined, he foresaw the present situation. Thus, Si Hang's return to the Buddhist realm was indeed granted by his incarnation, Amitabha Buddha, who bestowed upon him this power. All laws are governed by self-power and external power. Those who dwell in self-power possess boundless strength within themselves, while those who rely on external power draw upon the strength of immortals and saints. Many spells and divine abilities within Buddhism are derived from the powers of various Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Such cultivation remains incomplete, akin to dreams and illusions, akin to the scattered paths of immortality, not entering the true current. This is one of the distinctions between the orthodox and heterodox paths of immortality. Si Hang, having received the empowerment from him, gained a fraction of the authority from the Prajna wisdom system established by the two holy beings of the West. Many immortals embody this Prajna wisdom system, and the breadth of the two saints' wisdom is vast. Hence, Si Hang could, in a short span, rival the Antarctic Immortal, who had attained the two great fruits. Although receiving his power after becoming a Golden Immortal was not outright transgressive, it ultimately lacked honor. All of this was executed with great secrecy, yet it was unexpectedly uncovered by Yuan Shi. At the moment of their confrontation, the battle below continued unabated. Empowered by Yuan Shi's guidance, the Antarctic Immortal transformed his previous despair. A grand manifestation of the Tao rose behind him, his brow radiating boundless celestial might, as he raised his hand to command the fortunes and misfortunes of all living beings. In an instant, the heavens roiled with thunderclouds, and streaks of azure light descended, transforming into the divine thunder of the 10 directions of pure clarity. In the celestial realm of the South Pole, the great emperor of eternal life, known as the Jade Purity True King, commands the thunder. The South Pole Immortal, inheriting the title of the Great Emperor, naturally possesses this profound essence. At this moment, he unleashes the boundless Jade Purity divine thunder, akin to divine retribution descending upon the world. The expression on Si Hang's face turns grave, for the South Pole Immortal is evidently exerting his power and influence, and before the overwhelming radiance of thunder, it feels as if the heavens themselves conspire against him. Om Mani Padme Hum. As this mantra resonates, the onlookers are momentarily taken aback. Si Hang's invocation of the 6-syllable Great Bright Mantra far surpasses the prowess exhibited by the Sun and Moon Bodhisattvas in their confrontations. The void reverberates with boundless Zen sounds, as an authentic and tangible figure materializes behind Si Hang. This is the ultimate wisdom, embodying the three bodies of the Tathagata, the 4 wisdoms, the 10 powers, the 4 fiercelessnesses, the 4 immeasurables, the 6 supernatural powers, the 18 unique dharmas, the 32 marks, and the 80 minor characteristics. It is indeed the golden body of the Tathagata of right dharma, cultivated through countless eons, and represents his grand cosmic seal. The great radiance of the Buddha illuminates the 3,000 worlds of Jambudvipa, touching innumerable beings. Practitioners of the lesser vehicle of Buddhism, moved by the compassion of the Tathagata, begin to chant the Buddha's name in reverence. A colossal swastika aligns with the seemingly punitive jade purity divine thunder, and in that instant, the entire world is engulfed by the intertwining of thunder and golden light, leading to a chaotic disturbance in the Dharma. After a violent upheaval, the 2 supernatural forces dissipate simultaneously. The South Pole Immortal cannot help but chuckle, remarking on the futility of the opposing techniques, and declares, "Now, observe my prowess." With that, he retrieves a chaotic-hued treasure box from his possession and casts it into the air, forming a mystical seal with his hands that resonates perfectly with the box. Sihong's pupils constrict. The treasure box is none other than the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the primordial box. The seal he conjures is the 4-symbol seal from the 9 seals of primordial origin, although it does not possess the essence of the heaven-overturning seal as wielded by Guangchengzi. Its application here produces a synergistic effect that is greater than the sum of its parts. The primordial box, crafted from the innate gourd gathered by the primordial lord atop Mount Zhou, becomes even more formidable with the South Pole Immortal's 4-symbol seal, akin to a tiger gaining wings. In an instant, the 4 innate elements transform into chaotic torrents, ruthlessly annihilating matter and surging towards Sihong with unparalleled force. Should this strike connect, Sihong is destined to perish. Witnessing the formidable approach of the primordial box, a glimmer of determination flashes in Sihong's eyes. He quietly closes his eyes, and a white lotus blooms beneath him. The radiance of the Buddha intertwines with the celestial light, emanating an inexplicable aura. The South Pole Immortal, upon seeing this, sneers. He is well aware of the formidable might of the primordial box, believing that even with countless abilities, Sihong cannot escape the fate of becoming a mere puddle of filth. Yet, in the next moment, both the South Pole Immortal and the onlookers, including Guangchengzi, Shijingzi, and Bai Li, widen their eyes in disbelief as sounds ripple across the primordial expanse. How is this possible? The chaotic torrents of the primordial box pass directly through Sihong's form, as if he were an empty void. In the following instant, an immense light radiates from Sihong, as past, present, and future converge into a singularity. The celestial and Buddha lights intertwine, manifesting boundless power that surges towards the South Pole Immortal. Caught off guard by the previous distraction, the South Pole Immortal has no time to defend himself and can only watch helplessly as this strike descends upon him. Above, the primordial supreme being sighed lightly, casting a gaze filled with complexity upon the compassionate voyager below, and then towards Zhuan Ti across the way. "My friends," he remarked, "this round, it seems, is yours." Zhuan Ti nodded in affirmation. Thus, the outcome of this contest was sealed. The celestial forces manifested, and the 2 individuals below experienced a profound resonance. In this fleeting moment, the elder of the Southern Pole seized an opportunity to regain his composure, utilizing the coiling dragon staff for defense, ultimately being expelled from this realm. Though he sustained injuries, his foundation remained unshaken. A bittersweet sensation enveloped the elder's heart. He had succumbed, defeated by the compassionate voyager. As all festivities ceased, the compassionate voyager bowed reverently towards the heights above, and then towards the west. The true law illuminated the Tathagata as he entered the Tao, transforming into the compassionate voyager. Now, having transcended the tribulations, he would return as the revered Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. I observe Avalokiteshvara, who embodies tranquility. I perceive all forms as devoid of self. How splendid! How splendid! Chapter 100. Confronting the fearful remnant. The fusion of the primordial treasure box with the power of the 4 symbols is not easily broken. The compassionate navigator, employing his profound spiritual attainments, evoked the essence of the void seal from the 9 seals of the primordial beginning, manifesting the wondrous principle of the non-phenomenal nature of all things. He skillfully evaded this blow, yet he now finds himself at the end of his strength. After uttering these words, the compassionate navigator's form began to dissipate, a true spirit soaring towards the western world of infinite sand. Fortunately, he had achieved the great Tao, and, unlike the holy mother of turtle spirit who met her demise at the hands of others, his cycle of calamity had passed. The teachings of Buddhism would flourish. and soon he would return in the form of Avalokiteshvara. This form has reached its end, his sacred path established. All that was to be done has been accomplished, free from future entanglements. Upon witnessing the compassionate navigator's transition, the primordial lord felt a fleeting sense of helplessness. Could his teachings truly be so ineffective? Observing the disciples of thee and comparing them to those of his own, he pondered why their choices diverged so greatly. The long-eared divine light immortal, willing to abandon the path for the sake of their shared doctrine, contrasted starkly with the compassionate navigator, who willingly severed his incarnation to escape the teachings. This feeling was but a momentary flicker, and the primordial lord swiftly regained his composure, with a heart as steadfast as his. Such momentary uncertainty was merely a trivial seasoning in the endless epics. Below, the onlookers felt a medley of emotions as they watched the compassionate navigator transition. Ultimately, it was Guang Qingzi who stepped forward first. With a score of 1 win and 1 loss, they desperately needed a victory to stabilize the situation. As the foremost disciple of the explanatory teachings, he bore the weight of this responsibility unwaveringly. Upon Guang Qingzi's emergence, Manjushri exchanged a knowing glance with the bodhisattva Samantabhadra at his side. "My dear friend Guang Qingzi, allow me to be your opponent in this bout," he declared. Having learned from the earlier lesson with the compassionate navigator, no one dared to underestimate Samantabhadra and the others. Faced with such divine capabilities, no one could assure their safe return. However, reality dealt Guang Qingzi a harsh blow. He emerged victorious with ease. Samantabhadra conceded the moment Guang Qingzi presented the turning heaven seal, retreating from that realm with the Tai Chi symbol seal. Although the Tai Chi symbol seal was confiscated by Guang Qingzi, no harm was done. Once out of that realm, he looked across to see Manjushri, the vast law heavenly sovereign, smiling warmly at him. He had been ensnared, ultimately falling victim to a cunning plot that had always harbored enmity towards the explanatory teachings. They could not be relied upon for assistance. Now, the only ally available to him was the Red Essence Child, and facing the vast law heavenly sovereign, he feared the odds were even more unfavorable. The earlier actions of the compassionate navigator had muddled their judgment. Otherwise, he would not have so easily fallen into this trap. As anticipated, the battle between the Red Essence Child and the vast law heavenly sovereign unfolded. Despite his utmost effort, he was ultimately vanquished by a golden lotus blossom wielded by Manjushri, which shattered the yin-yang mirror. In the end, he narrowly escaped, protected by the 8 trigrams purple robe. With a sigh, the Red Essence Child returned to his own ranks. Guang Qingzi patted his shoulder, then turned to the nearby Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Bai Li. With a score of 1 win, 1 loss, and 2 defeats in this pivotal battle, their chances of victory were dwindling. They could only hope that they, valuing their treasured artifacts, would manage to secure one last victory, preserving their final shred of dignity. At that moment, the fearful remnant son stepped forward to address Bai Li. "White Li, my esteemed fellow, I shall now face you in battle. The essence of Zhu Lusun is not inferior to that of Manjushri Tsihong and others. One might even assert that he surpasses them. The reason he has yet to attain the great Tao is due to the constraints imposed upon his realm. Should unexpected changes arise during the conflict, we might sequentially limit the emergence of the opposing Tao fruits of the Golden Immortals. If the Chan sect does not permit this, then the Buddhist faction would have just cause to dispatch figures such as Kong Xian to intervene. At this moment, everything unfolds according to the meticulous plan of the revered Zhu Ti, who naturally sought out a fellow Golden Immortal like White Li. White Li gazed at Zhu Lusun with a cold smile. How fortuitous. On the day of the 10 Absolute Formation, you leveraged the radiant lighting spirit treasure to capture my elder brother, Zhao Jiang, the formation master, and humiliated him beneath the Lu Peng. Today, I shall exact vengeance for that affront. Zhu Liusuan's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that White Li would still harbor resentment over this matter. My friend, you now wield the Qingping sword. If you rely on this treasure, I shall concede defeat. White Li narrowed his eyes and replied, "There is no need to provoke me. In avenging my brother, I shall not employ the Qingping sword. I merely hope you will not turn into a coward and flee when the time comes." Zhu Lusun, upon hearing this, was incensed, his face flushed with fury. Once a distinguished Golden Immortal of the Chan sect, he had recently been acknowledged by the revered Zhu Ti as one of the 7 Buddhas, a being of supreme enlightenment. When had he ever been likened to a cowardly turtle? My friend, you do not resemble a disciple of the Jia sect, merely indulging in verbal sparring. With that, he waved his hand, casting his whisk into the world beyond. White Li swiftly followed him in. As they settled into their positions, Zhu Lusun struck first, unleashing a golden light that surged from his sleeve, manifesting in various forms, large and small, long and short, curving and straight. swiftly approaching Bai Li. The binding immortal rope. A treasured artifact bestowed upon Zhu Lusun by the primordial heavenly sovereign, had been refined into multiple ropes through his understanding of its laws. This particular rope was innate, a product of imitation during the Fengshen era, previously pilfered by Tu Xing's son, resulting in significant losses for the Zhou camp. Once ensnared by this treasure, escape became nearly impossible. Bai Li raised an eyebrow as he beheld the oncoming binding immortal rope. How could this treasure harm me? Had it not been for your underhanded tactics, my disciple Hunyuan, with the heart-piercing lock bestowed by my master, could have apprehended you. During the Fengshen period, the Tantian Patriarch had granted Hunyuan the heart-piercing lock to capture Zhu Lusun, specifically instructing him not to take Zhu Lusun's life. However, before he could act, Zhu Lusun had ambushed him with the binding immortal rope, followed by Lu Ye's immortal slaying flying knife that decapitated him, igniting one of the fuses for the execution of the immortal slaying sword formation. Bai Li then produced the Bagua Cloud Light Scarf, casually tossing it to intercept the approaching binding immortal rope. The Bagua shape swiftly unraveled, transforming into 8 colossal pillars that firmly restrained the rope beneath. Zhu Lusun's face fell in shock. How has the Bagua Cloud Light Scarf of Shiji become so formidable? As he spoke, Bai Li produced the Qi Ming banner and gently waved it. The Qi Ming primordial flames surged, enveloping the area in a sea of fire. 9 towering fire columns ascended skyward, swiftly forming the Qi Ming purifying world great formation. Though this was not the 33 heavens, and Bai Li lacked the power of Tai Yi, the might of this formation far exceeded that of an ordinary golden immortal. Zhu Lusun immediately summoned the golden light of auspicious clouds, enveloping himself in a protective radiance. The blazing flames of chiming Yuanyan surged forth, igniting the clouds of Qingyun, causing golden lanterns to plummet. At that moment, the voice of Bai Li resonated. My friend, this grand formation has sealed away Tai. Now you too cannot escape the calamity of being consumed by the fierce flames. Lingjiu Mountain, with its picturesque scenery and abundant spiritual energy, is a rare paradise. Situated at the intersection of east and west, it aligns perfectly with your destiny. Zhu Lusun's gaze turned icy at these words. My dear friend, your assertion is somewhat premature. With that, he raised his palm to the heavens, an infinite surge of Wujiji energy transforming into a mystical seal suspended in the air. A radiant light of dark yellow descended as golden lotuses blossomed, with Zhu Lusun standing beneath it, his defense unparalleled. Chapter 101. The red lotus cleansing the world from the brilliance of light. A sea of lotuses emerged in the sky. The crimson flames of the primordial sun fell upon this lotus sea, yet astonishingly, they did not disrupt the formation. Instead, the golden lotuses shimmered brilliantly amidst the inferno. The Wuji seal, which excels in defense, is indeed underestimated. Its highest manifestation is the central Wuji yellow banner, standing impervious beneath, untouched by myriad laws. It is clear that Zhu Lusun has comprehended the true essence of the Wuji seal, a feat accomplished through his own cultivation. Unlike Guang Qingzi, who had the aid of the treasured Fanti Nyn bestowed by the primordial heavenly sovereign. Although Guang Qingzi has attained the status of the Great Luo, Zhu Lusun remains a golden immortal. The varying difficulties in cultivating the 9 seals of the Primordial One reveal the formidable talent and insight possessed by Zhu Lusun. His prominent ranking among the 12 disciples of the Chan teaching is certainly not without merit. Observing the killing intent in Bai Li's eyes, Zhu Lusun's gaze flickered with disdain. After years of arduous cultivation in the path of the earth element, how could he be compared to Bai Li, a mere golden immortal who rose through calamity? Once this tribulation passes, he would soar to great heights, envisioning a future of brilliance and smooth pathways. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhu Lusun's eyes as he extended a finger. A beam of golden light shot forth, scattering boundless mysteries into the air. In the next moment, a terrifying gravitational force descended, akin to a colossal mountain pressing down, causing Bai Li to stagger perilously close to plummeting from the sky. The surroundings began to shift, the entire space growing heavy and sluggish. A formidable divine power, nearly palpable, named turning the earth into steel, was on the verge of being unleashed. Some believe that this technique merely transformed a patch of land into steel, thus countering earth evasion and terrestrial movement, as depicted in the investiture of the gods. Such a notion, however, is profoundly misguided. Turning the earth into steel directly pertains to the profound path of earth, capable of altering all transformations of earth elements and deriving all characteristics of terrestrial matter, whether light or heavy, vast or minuscule, refined to great perfection. even transmuting common soil into the ethereal essence of the heavens. At this moment, Zhu Lushun employed the divine ability of turning the earth into steel to render the energy of Wuji immensely heavy, comparable to a primeval mountain, saturating the entire space. Imbued with the nature of mire, rendering Bai Li immobile. After accomplishing this, Zhu Lushun slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, stroked his small mustache, and waved his feather duster, as if victory were assured. Immeasurable longevity Buddha, fellow Taoist, heaven possesses a benevolent nature. I do not wish to take your life. Yield voluntarily. It appeared as though everything had reached a conclusion. Upon witnessing Zhu Lushun mastering the Wuji seal and ensnaring Bai Li with the divine power of turning the earth into steel, the onlookers from the Chan teaching turned pale, their faces ashen. In the decisive battle of 5 matches, they had only triumphed once, rendering their efforts a mere jest. Only the Golden Spirit Holy Mother remained composed. Her disciple possessed far greater abilities than this. Bai Li regarded Zhu Lushun with a chilling smile. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Zhu Liuxuan's expression hardened. Bai Li's words evoked memories of the 10 absolute formations master, Qin Wan, during the Tianju array. His fingers twitched involuntarily. These disciples of the Jie teaching were reckless and unpredictable. Who could guarantee their actions? Observing Zhu Liuxuan's reaction, Bai Li discerned his thoughts. Humph. How dare you presume to challenge me? I merely sought to probe your depths. While your innate essence, as sturdy as forged steel, is undoubtedly weighty, it pales in comparison to the pressures I have previously endured. Not to mention the formidable burden I bore while independently mending the grand formation amidst the chaos of the great battle of 10,000 immortals, nor the torment witnessed in the netherworld during my journey to the divine realm. Each of these trials far surpasses the pressure you currently wield. Just as Zhu Lushun believed Bai Li was merely boasting, the entire formation began to shift rapidly. A great sun rose within the array, illuminating the space as if the sun itself had descended. The temperature soared dramatically, transforming the surroundings into a sea of crimson. The red lotus of purification, the sovereign of the fire path, manifested once more, with blossoms of red lotus unfurling in the void. The ferocity of the fire path swept through the array, obliterating all laws and principles, including the innate earth path cultivated by Zhu Lushun. The red lotus purification array, a grand formation forged by Bai Li, harmonized with the authority of purity, was founded upon the red sun's essence. As the red lotuses bloomed, the pervasive innate essence of earth was swept away with ease. Bai Li brushed off the dust from his attire and smiled at Zhu Lushun, declaring, "It is now my turn." Instantly, Zhu Lushun was engulfed in terror, attempting to escape using the golden light of earth. Yet, with a mere gesture from Bai Li, the radiance of the sun immobilized Zhu Lushun, leaving him helpless as the fiery lotuses encased him. Boom! A pillar of fire surged skyward, incinerating Zhu Liuxuan's physical form and spirit, leaving only a fragment of true spirit to retreat into the netherworld. Above, the countenance of Zhuan Ti darkened. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had misjudged the situation. Zhu Liuxuan's innate talent and foundation surpassed that of Cihong and the others, and he had been temporarily restrained to the Golden Immortal realm for the sake of this decisive battle, only to lose his chance of return. Truly a grievous miscalculation. Now, with one of the 7 Buddhas lost, the fortunes of Buddhism suffered a setback, delaying its rise. First the sunlight and moonlight bodhisattvas, and now Zhu Lushun. Could it be that the rapid growth of Buddhist influence has led to signs of calamity? Contemplating this, Zhuan Ti glanced down at Bai Li. The power of this Bai Li should not be underestimated, especially with allies like Jin Ling and Yun Xiao. This remaining high-level combatants were indeed formidable. Careful planning would be essential. In contrast to Zhuan Ti, Yuan Shi's attention fixated upon the sun's radiance that had restrained Zhu Lushun. This innate spiritual treasure of solar authority, where had Bai Li acquired it? Closing his eyes, Yuan Shi sought to perceive the threads of time and causality, yet found nothing. He gazed towards the golden turtle island in the East Sea, pondering whether Tong Tian had intervened, and if Bai Li aimed to intertwine the fire path with the essence of the sun. As the tide of battle shifted dramatically and Zhu Lushun was consumed by flames, the expressions of Nanji Xianwen and the others grew complex. They could hardly believe that their dignity rested upon the preservation by a disciple of, nor could they fathom Bai Li's immense capability. Should he be allowed, Bai Li stepped forth from that realm, heralding the conclusive end of the decisive battle. Xian Du extended his hand, and the primordial energies of yin and yang began to swirl, causing the entire realm to contract into a luminous pearl that nestled in his grasp. With a decisive motion, he transformed the pearl into mere dust, erasing all traces of what had transpired. At that moment, Yuanshi and Zhuanti manifested their forms in the sky. Zhuanti cast a fleeting glance at Xiandu and the others, lingering for a few seconds on Bai Li before shifting his gaze to Yuanshi. Friend Yuanshi, he spoke, we previously agreed upon a contest to determine the victor, with 5 rounds and the first to win 3. As it stands, we find ourselves at an impasse with 2 wins and 2 losses for both sides. C.I. Hang has already transcended his tribulations and severed his past ties, and the fearsome Lu Sun has departed. Shall we conclude this matter here? Yuanshi regarded his 3 disciples below. Though the score was even, his disciples had suffered 1 victory and 2 defeats, coupled with C.I. Hang's decision. Thus, let this matter reach its resolution. Chapter 102. The response of as the words fell, when Shu and the others felt an overwhelming lightness enveloping them. They bowed thrice towards Yuanshi, while Randang performed a respectful gesture, thus preserving the last semblance of dignity. With a mere gesture from Kunti, golden lotuses blossomed beneath their feet. Your tribulations have reached fruition, and now, follow me to Shumi Mountain to seal your positions as Buddhas. The group nodded in agreement and transformed into radiant beams of Buddhist light, swiftly vanishing into the west. Bai Li observed through his Dharma eye, noting a significant elevation in the fortunes of Western Buddhism. Aside from the 2 saints of the West, the upper echelons of Buddhism had amassed formidable strength. In the future, when the various bodhisattvas and Buddhas of different doctrines assume their rightful places, it was likely that the disciples of the 3 teachings of the Xianmen would need to unite to contend against them. Having experienced the events at hand, Kunti had already taken notice of Bai Li's contemplations, realizing that he must prepare in advance. After careful deliberation, Bai Li concluded that the time when Shakyamuni would return to his position would present an opportune moment to act. Observing Bai Li's evident foresight, Yuanshi could not help but sigh. He then waved his sleeve, leading his disciples away, leaving only Xiandu and the others behind. Bai Li initially assumed that Xiandu would take his leave, considering that this individual, known for his reticence in the teachings of humanity, was not inclined to engage in matters unrelated to cultivation. However, contrary to his expectations, Xiandu approached them and spoke. Brother Bai Li, my master has entrusted me with a message for you. Red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves. The 3 teachings were originally one family. The choices made by C.I. Hang and others had led to a tangible shift in the actual strength of Buddhism. Bai Li could perceive it, and how could Taishang not? This was a call for them to set aside past grievances and unite to suppress Buddhism. Firstly, it could win over Duo Bao, beneficial for future plans. Secondly, it could consolidate the current influence of the. Such aspirations were indeed commendable, yet they were the consequences of their own actions. Why should they be compelled to abandon past animosities and make sacrifices? It remained uncertain whom Duo Bao would favor once he became the leader of Buddhism. Bai Li chuckled in response. Brother Xiandu, you jest. The notion that red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus leaves represents a united front of the 3 teachings has long ceased to hold validity since the Fengshen period. After the battle of the myriad immortals, my master once stated that although Buddhism and Taoism originated from the immortal path, they have developed into distinct paths of their own. It remains to be seen how the formidable Buddhism will influence the development of the immortal path and resist Buddhism. The bitter fruits have already been born, and it is time for the teachings of humanity to face the consequences of their actions. Ours is busy, and the heavenly court has its own myriad affairs. I hope you can understand. With that, Bai Li performed a hand gesture of respect towards Xiandu and, without looking back, ascended to the 33 heavens alongside the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Xiandu shook his head upon hearing this and stepped out, departing from the scene. In the 8 Scenery Palace, Taishang fell into silence after hearing Xiandu recount the matter of the broken door and Bai Li's response. Ultimately letting out a long sigh. I have come to understand all that has transpired here. Xiandu, my disciple, you may take your leave. Xiandu complied and withdrew, while Taishang directed his gaze towards the Eastern Sea. In the Bayou Palace of the Eastern Sea, the Tong Tian teacher slightly opened his eyes, sensing that gaze. However, in an instant, he closed his eyes once more, wandering through the heavens and diligently pursuing the ultimate path. After a prolonged gaze, the Supreme One finally averted his eyes. Tong Tian sensed this scrutiny but chose to remain indifferent as he still held a grudge against him. Reflecting on this, he descended from the cloud bed and stepped outside. Each step appeared deliberate, embodying the essence of Tai Chi, yet if Xuandu were present, he would discern the turmoil within his master's heart. At this moment, a certain side hall of the 8 Scenic Palace bore the insignia of the Primordial Unity Divine Talisman. Within the hall, a middle-aged Taoist was engrossed in studying a scripture, his demeanor exuding boundless authority. Suddenly, the Taoist's brow twitched, and he directed his gaze towards the entrance. Speaking slowly, "Since the Supreme Leader has arrived, why remain outside?" As his words fell, the hall doors creaked open, casting the Supreme One's shadow over the middle-aged Taoist. The latter raised his head to meet the Supreme Leader's gaze. "As a junior, my Buddhist teachings are yet to reach fruition. I presume your visit today concerns those treacherous disciples of the Chan teaching, correct? Have they truly severed all ties with it?" Though phrased as a question, the Taoist spoke with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, the Supreme One began to respond. "Duo Bao, when you wielded your sword against me, did you not foresee the future? Committing yourself to Buddhism for the path of Tao?" The middle-aged Taoist, known as Duo Bao, erupted into laughter, the sound resonating throughout the hall, as if mocking both himself and others. "And so what? I desire the path of Tao, and I desire my fellow disciples." The Supreme One regarded Duo Bao with an inscrutable expression. "Duo Bao, I wish to accept you as my true disciple and impart to you the supreme art of transforming the three pure ones. What say you?" Taken aback by this proposition, Duo Bao pondered. The art of transforming the three pure ones was a technique through which the Supreme One had manifested the three incarnations of Ta Qing, Yu Qing, and Shang Qing, catching the Tongtian leader off guard during the battle against the Immortals. The scene of that day replayed in Duo Bao's mind, and he ultimately shook his head with a smile. "As long as I am a disciple of the Jie sect, I shall remain so for eternity. My journey to Buddhism is for the Tao, to assist those fellow disciples forcibly converted into Buddhism. I will never be swayed by external influences. Your efforts are indeed in vain." With the doors closing behind him, the Supreme One departed, seemingly having come merely to exchange a few words with Duo Bao. Yet whether his true purpose was fulfilled, only he knew. Duo Bao watched the Supreme One's departing figure with a cold smile, then immersed himself once more in the contemplation of Buddhist teachings. Upon returning to the heavenly court, Bai Li promptly sought out the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, intending to propagate the faith of the heavenly court among mortals. The heavenly court, inheriting from the ancient divine court, nominally governs the primordial realm and wields authority. This was one of the reasons why Yuan Shi Tianzun established the four sovereigns, aiming to overshadow Hunyuan, suppress the burgeoning new divine path, and, from a moral standpoint, act on behalf of heaven to regulate the rise of Buddhism. In the mythological progression of Blue Star, Buddhism holds significant sway, though the Taoist sect occasionally retaliates. Its impact remains minimal. Only the influence of the heavenly court among mortals can stand against it. Consequently, eager to develop the power of the heavenly court, Hunyuan readily consented, even entrusting Bai Li with full responsibility for this endeavor. In the era of the deification, the awe of celestial beings profoundly resonated within the hearts of ordinary mortals. As Jiangxia ascended the altar to confer titles upon the gods, the heavenly deities became the rightful offerings to the cosmos, and humanity exhibited little resistance to this transformation, executing tasks with remarkable efficiency. In the bustling streets of the mortal realm, within a noble residence, a middle-aged man carefully supported a middle-aged woman. Her gentle demeanor and prominent belly indicated her delicate condition as she cautiously navigated the garden with his assistance. "Madam, please exercise utmost caution. This pregnancy is indeed a rare blessing." The woman smiled softly in response. "Indeed, it is truly thanks to the guidance of the celestial maiden that we are blessed in this way." High above, Bai Li observed this scene through the luminous mirror, a knowing smile gracing his lips, while Yun Shao beside him lauded, "Master, your talents are remarkable. With just a few tales and nursery rhymes, you have achieved such profound results in such a brief span." Chapter 103. Gongming comes to seek. Upon hearing these words, Bai Li could not help but smile slightly. The tale was fantastical and captivating, and the nursery rhymes were easily memorable, making them highly contagious. Furthermore, the disciples of the wood occasionally manifest their divine presence in dreams, especially the Sanshao, aligning perfectly with the most fundamental desires of the human race. From noble lords to common folk, the yearning for progeny was universal. Thus the efficacy was evident and swift. By virtue of this alone, the Sanxiao's influence among mortals surpassed even that of the 8 departments of deities. Beside them, Bai Shao, hearing Yun Shao praised Bai Li, feigned annoyance. "Sister, why must you extol him? We have been utterly exhausted lately." Yun Shao, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and playfully flicked Bai Zhao's brow. "Your current state is merely a consequence of your own mischief. I had previously warned you that without attaining the Tao of great unity, you cannot call upon the name and feel the response. Yet you disregarded my words, dragging Qiong Shao along to frolic in the lower realms with the primordial golden dipper and the golden serpent scissors. Now you dare to blame others?" With that, she pointed a finger, and golden light flickered around Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. The primordial golden dipper and the golden serpent scissors flew from the two of them into Yun Xiao's hand. As Yun Xiao closed her eyes, countless phantoms materialized, each one touching the primordial golden dipper and the golden serpent scissors, extracting a strand of spiritual light and generating numerous replicas of each. Subsequently, they all descended into the lower realms. Bai Li, observing this, could not help but commend, "Sister, your path towards the Tao of great unity grows ever more stable. It truly inspires envy in your junior." Seeing her elder sister assume all responsibilities, Bai Xiao was filled with immense joy. "I knew sister was the best." Yun Xiao looked helplessly at her youngest sister. "If only you applied yourself a little, you would not find yourself in such a predicament today. I allowed you to descend to help you comprehend authority and refine your. How has your cultivation progressed lately?" Bai Xiao cast a glance at Qiong Xiao, who promptly approached Yun Xiao and stood beside her, both observing Bai Xiao. Noticing the absence of support, Bai Xiao's demeanor wilted, resembling a frost-bitten eggplant. Yun Xiao could discern her lack of progress. Casting a glance at Bai Li, who evidently had made strides in his cultivation, she noted that though he was closer to the Tai Dao fruit, such advancement amidst the responsibilities of spreading faith was commendable. Meanwhile, her own sister's stagnation filled her with disappointment. Yun Xiao's expression grew increasingly serious, and just as she was about to admonish Bai Xiao, a rich and carefree male voice resonated from the horizon. "Sister Bai Xiao is innocent and carefree. Why should you, Sister Yun Xiao, be upset?" The voice drew nearer, and a golden light descended before them, revealing none other than Zhao Gongming, the deity of the wealth department. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming arrive, Bai Xiao was overjoyed, quickly retreating behind him. Witnessing Zhao Gongming protect Bai Xiao so ardently, Yun Xiao's frustration surged. "Brother, do protect them if you wish. But have you forgotten that your celestial forms are still confined by Bai Li on Sanxian Island? In this tense state of the primordial world, returning to the proper path should be our priority." Previously, as the multitude returned to Jinao Island, they distributed the divine essence collected by Bai Li, due to their positions. Those unable to depart conveyed their messages shrouded in the light of the Excalibur. Hence the influence of this dissemination in the mortal realm served two purposes: to hinder the encroachment of Buddhism and to familiarize themselves with authority, thereby refining their divine forms. Thus, the individuals involved primarily calculated only the superficial layer of their intentions, concealing their deeper objectives. Conversely, their methods of obstructing the invasion of Buddhism from the grassroots were not concealed, naturally leading to imitation by others, including those from the Chan sect, which caused them considerable hindrances in the worldly affairs. Fortunately, under Bai Li's leadership, they seized many advantageous opportunities, resulting in the favorable situation they now enjoyed. Recognizing the gravity of the matter, Zhao Gongming understood the importance of prioritizing appropriately and promptly brought Bai Xiao before him, stating with earnestness, "Your elder sister acts for your own good. Although Sister Qiong Xiao has achieved recognition in the corporeal realm, you have now truly ascended in the spiritual realm, receiving the title from the divine list and under the regulation of the divine whip. Henceforth, you must diligently cultivate your skills, understood?" Bai Xiao could only nod in reluctant agreement upon hearing his words. Bai Li then inquired of Zhao Gongming, "Brother Gongming, have you come seeking me?" Zhao Gongming, taken aback, scrutinized Bai Li from head to toe. "Ah, junior brother, your cultivation has indeed progressed significantly. During the time of the divine sealing, it was said you embodied the essence of the great Luo, albeit not yet having attained it. Now, having achieved the status of a golden immortal and occupying a position in Tai, I dare say the fruition of the great Luo is not far off." Bai Li smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "While my cultivation has advanced, it is premature to speak of the fruition of the great Luo. However, following the battle of the breaking door, having witnessed the power of the primordial 9 seals and the inversion of yin and yang, I have felt my own abilities lacking. Thus, I chose to study 2 forms of the celestial talisman. One of these is the reverse knowledge of the future, which senior sister Yun Xiao guided me in during her earlier teachings. This particular divine ability resonates deeply with me, and after many years, I have finally glimpsed its principles." Zhao Gongming instantly understood. The reverse knowledge of the future, one of the 36 celestial talismans, allows one to perceive future occurrences, adept at unraveling heavenly secrets and foreseeing events, thus discerning the fates of sentient beings. If mastered to its fullest, this ability could even orchestrate events across millennia, preemptively securing the future. Yet, it is indeed disheartening to see others surpassing one's own endeavors. Bai Li's diligence towards the GS sect has been evident to all. and to simultaneously refine his cultivation while mastering 2 forms of the celestial talisman, one of which he has perfected, showcases his extraordinary talent. How could this brilliance have gone unnoticed until now? Little did Zhao Gongming realize, Bai Li had ventured into other realms, gathering a substantial amount of fortune. A person endowed with such fortune is favored by heaven and earth, experiencing unimpeded success, and although he had relinquished 60% of it, the remainder was still remarkably considerable. Zhao Gongming's curiosity was piqued. Since you are aware that I have come seeking you, do you know the purpose of my visit? Bai Li, contemplating, perceived the flow of time and the changes of causality, and after a moment, replied, Brother, have you come regarding the dissemination of the financial teachings in the mortal realm? Upon hearing Bai Li's accurate words, Zhao Gongming immediately expressed his frustrations. Having an incomplete Great Luo fruition, his ascension to the divine ceiling was a predetermined affair. His cultivation of the wind and water paths was intertwined with wealth, originating from the calamity initiated by the falling treasure and gold. Thus he was conferred the title of the divine guardian of wealth, the golden dragon of good fortune, and the true lord of the Xian Tan of the dragon and tiger. In the celestial realm, Zhao Gongming has exerted considerable effort in disseminating faith among mortals. Aspiring to comprehend the principles of wealth and authority, attain the fruit of the Tai path, and complete the Great Luo path, ultimately seeking transcendence. However, the results have proven less than satisfactory. The root of this issue lies in the present human race's lack of a clear understanding and stable regulations regarding wealth. Under the influence of the teachings imparted to several generations of Zhou dynasty monarchs, all resources and treasures have been monopolized by the elite, rendering the status of merchants exceedingly low, not to mention the circulation of currency and goods, which did not improve until the gradual decline of the Zhou dynasty. It was only after Zhao Gongming had finished expressing his grievances that Bai Li, with a pointed remark, reassured him, Rest assured, my esteemed brother Gongming. My greatest concern lies not in the propagation of the principles of wealth among mortals, regardless of the timeline or realm. As long as there exists a deity governing all matters related to wealth, the transmission of the path remains uninterrupted, and the faithful will flourish. Even in worlds where celestial beings are not manifest. Chapter 104. Scheming among the 100 schools. Upon observing Bai Li's unwavering conviction, Zhao Gongming's face flushed with excitement. Had his junior brother truly uncovered a fortuitous opportunity for him? Bai Li extended a finger, and in the void, the territories of the human race materialized. Unlike the dynasties of Blue Star, this world leaned more towards a legacy of prosperity, with numerous accomplished immortals serving as officials and generals. The emperors adhered to the principles of humanity, fostering an environment in the capital that seemed to harmonize with the Tao, capable of suppressing various paths, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. A quintessential example was the multitude of disciples from the assisting the Shang dynasty, which did not astonish King Zhou. The hierarchical structure of the world was distinct, with time considerably elongated. Although the human forces predominantly assembled in the southeastern regions, the vastness of their territories under martial expansion was unimaginable. Yet, only a few had attained the status of Golden Immortals within the Fire Cloud Cave. Unfortunately, following the Zhou dynasty's Shang, the disciples of the ascended the Fengshen Bang. While the teachings of the, despite their lofty aspirations, were somewhat lacking in practical application, resulting in a contraction of human territories. This discontent led to the disciples in the heavenly court receiving their support when disseminating their faith, concurrently attracting some aspiring immortals to join their ranks, with one notable exception. Bai Li then pointed to a specific location within the human territories. Your opportunity, senior brother, lies here. Zhao Gongming scrutinized the area and could not help but smile wryly. How could this possibly be the fortuitous opportunity for him? Was his junior brother merely jesting at his expense? Yun Xiao and the others turned their gazes toward the indicated location, and upon discernment, their expressions grew peculiar, for Bai Li had pointed to the present-day state of Qi. Zhang Zia had no ties to the immortal path, nor was there a divine position for him on the Fengshen Bang. Consequently, after the establishment of the divine order, he lost the treasured items such as the god-slaying whip and the central Wuji yellow flag. Nonetheless, King Wu of Zhou, in gratitude for his virtues, allowed him to enjoy worldly riches. The state of Qi was indeed Zhang Zia's fief, where he became the ruler and lived comfortably in his later years. Regrettably, the principles of humanity did not bestow longevity, and he soon fell into the cycle of reincarnation. Fortunately, as a disciple of the, despite being abandoned after his ascension, the subtle influences he imparted had nonetheless solidified a robust foundation for the. When the dissemination of teachings in the human realm faced obstacles, Thee and the fire cloud cave exerted dual pressure, retreating to the state of Qi, which became an exceptional stronghold for the gods of the to propagate their faith. Presently, they regarded the land of Qi as invaluable, making it inconceivable for them to allow the to interfere. In response to the group's curiosity, Bai Li chuckled and shook his head. The two senior brothers and sisters were aware of only one aspect, but not the other. This steadfast defense of the state of Qi was far from merely this reason. At this juncture, Bai Li turned his gaze toward Yunxiao. Sister, your cultivation has now reached completion, allowing you entry into the Zixiao to deliberate matters. You may discern the fluctuations of Qi in the state of Qi and foresee the significant events about to unfold for humanity. Upon hearing this, Yunxiao immediately grasped Bai Li's implication and began to employ her profound powers to calculate the cause and effect of the future. Within moments, she raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that someone was attempting to obscure the heavenly secrets, likely a scheme of the. Yet, the more one sought to conceal, the more it suggested hidden motives. With Bai Li's reminder, Yunxiao redirected her efforts to predict the impending significant events for humanity, discerning the concealed truths that they sought to hide. In the tumultuous era of the Zhou dynasty, the essence of humanity seemed to scatter like leaves in the wind, reminiscent of the ancient times between the Earth Emperor and the Human Emperor. It heralded the emergence of countless heroes, each adhering to their own paths, as they arose in response to the call of destiny, embodying the spirit of 100 schools contending for supremacy. The teachings of the Chan sect, it seems, served to obscure these occurrences. Yet, it remains uncertain how many of these individuals emerged from tribulations and how many were nurtured by the principles of humanity. To the ordinary folk, the contention of 100 schools represents the diverse thinkers of various classes and sects, each striving to articulate their philosophies and interests, thereby providing interpretations of the world around them. They pen tomes, gather disciples, engage in debates, and propagate their ideologies, thus engendering a vibrant milieu of intellectual discourse. This, in turn, gives rise to myriad opportunities and influences, as powerful factions from the primordial wilderness seek to partake in the spoils. In the vast expanse of the primal world, concealing a matter is no simple task. Great powers can easily discern hidden truths through indirect means, and even without grasping the full details, they can formulate responses. It is likely that behind each of the 100 schools stands a formidable force from the primordial realm, awaiting to see whose teachings prevail. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow. What does my junior brother intend to do? Although he too desired to witness the failure of the Chan sect schemes, he understood that extracting benefits from the flames of conflict would not be so straightforward. This matter requires my descent to the mortal realm to achieve success. My esteemed seniors, you may remain at ease. When the time is right, I shall summon you. Perhaps I may even return with a little nephew in tow. Having conveyed his intentions, Bai Li tore through the fabric of space and swiftly arrived in the territory of Qi. Observing the familiar aura enveloping the skies of Qi, Bai Li could not help but reflect. Ah, Jiangxia, while you lived, you aided the Chan sect in accomplishing the divine mandate. In death, you are still being exploited. The Grand Duke stands here, unrestrained. I wonder what thoughts occupy your mind as you witness this scene. As he prepared to step into the land of Qi, he saw a force coalescing above him, manifesting as a divine apparition. Jiangxia sat majestically upon a creature of myth, wielding the god-slaying whip in one hand and the central yellow banner in the other. A barrier of celestial and divine power arose from the void, obstructing Bai Li's advance. Bai Li cast a dismissive glance at the spectacle. No matter how grand this manifestation may be, can it surpass the very essence of humanity itself? A spark of fire ignited in the void, enveloping Bai Li entirely. This flame represented the source of human civilization. Bai Li, possessing the ability to transmit fire, found the essence left behind by Jiangxia intertwined with the Chan sect's teachings, rendering the divine apparition, which even the gods would shy away from, powerless to hinder his progression. Within the capital of Qi, Guangchengzi of the Chan sect was engaged in a game of strategy with the true monarch of clear virtue. Our Xianmen is pure. My junior brother has indeed grasped some semblance of the true essence, greatly advancing in Taoist practice, Guangchengzi remarked. As Qingshu Taoist true monarch placed his piece, he turned to Guangchengzi with a smile. Isn't this largely thanks to the presence of my seniors? It allows me a measure of leisure. Just as Guangchengzi was about to respond, his brow furrowed in sudden concern, his hand pausing mid-air with the piece he held. Bai Li from the Jie sect has arrived, he exclaimed. Qingshu Taoist true monarch was taken aback, on the verge of speaking when he noticed Guangchengzi's frown deepen. With a forceful motion, The piece crafted from Kunlun's jade essence disintegrated into powder. Guangchengzi exhaled a deep breath. He has entered Qi. Qingshu Daoist, true monarch, declared in disbelief. He so easily breached the formation and the manifestation we forged from Zia's essence? Guangchengzi shook his head helplessly. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, who could surpass the teachings of in the realm of formations? Moreover, Bai Li was a paragon among the formation masters of capable of mending the myriad celestial formations single-handedly, let alone the ones we have laid out. During the time of the Fengshen, Bai Li declared himself a sage of the human race, revered for his contributions to the transmission of fire, earning the worship of humanity. My elder brother once inquired of our master, who spoke of Bai Li's extraordinary journey into the past, establishing a foundation for the great Luo and acquiring a strand of human Tao fire. In the realm of humanity, there is scarcely a place where he cannot tread. Chapter 105. A fruitless search. The esteemed true monarch of clear virtue expressed immediate concern, pondering their next course of action. What could be the intention of Bai Li's arrival? It was likely that the foremost among the disciples would soon emerge. Should he be discovered, he would undoubtedly obstruct their grand plans. Upon hearing this, Guangchengzi fell into deep contemplation for a moment before declaring resolutely, "We must search, deploy all available hands to find him. At any cost, we must ascertain his whereabouts. We cannot allow him to thwart our significant endeavors." With the command issued, the vast machinery of the nation began to mobilize. Bai Li observed the shifting fortunes above the state of Qi, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the celestial beings stationed within the realm of Qi were aware of his presence, yet locating him would prove to be no simple task. A radiant nine-colored light coalesced between his fingers, transforming into an exquisite lotus flower. In the realm of primordial chaos, the divine and the Tao are one. Waves of energy emanated from Bai Li, who soon returned to his usual state. This remarkable ability, known as unity of divine and Tao, was derived from his insights gained from the nine-colored lotus seat. Once invoked, it instilled in others an instinctive perception of his existence as seamlessly natural as mountains and rivers. The rising and setting of the sun and moon, coupled with the concealed nature of the Qingping sword. It was nearly impossible for even the most astute celestial beings to detect him unless they encountered him directly. Within the teachings of the human sect, there existed a similar ability named harmony of light and dust. This technique, which draws from the essence of being in harmony with light and blending with dust, encapsulates the profound truth of existence, allowing one to merge into the very fabric of the world. When perfected, it transcends the self, manifesting the idea that one is present everywhere. It is said that only Xuandu has mastered this technique, though not to its highest potential. In contrast, the void seal from the renowned primordial 9 seals is slightly inferior, with only the flying traces from the 36 heavenly talismans being comparable. Recently, it was unclear what malevolent deity had infiltrated the state of Qi, causing the celestial masters to be at a loss. One could only wonder how long this turmoil would last. Indeed, Bai Li mused, thankfully we have the blessings of the Grand Duke and the protection of the celestial masters. This malevolent deity cannot harm us. Listening to the chatter of 2 women at the city gate, Bai Li smiled faintly. A malevolent deity? To the Chan sect, was he not a true embodiment of evil? He could only hope that these righteous celestial masters would not be overwhelmed by this wicked entity. With a lightness in his step, Bai Li approached the city gates, where an inscription cast a glow that swept over him, ultimately fading into silence as if he were an ordinary passerby. 2 gate guards wielding a mystical mirror directed its light toward him. The mirror's radiance revealed his form, invoking the essence of humanity's fate. Despite the presence of his own likeness nearby, they seemed oblivious and allowed Bai Li to pass. Upon entering the city, Bai Li sensed an undercurrent of hostility. It was not that they were aware of his arrival. Rather, the Qi King, embodying the essence of humanity, was rejecting him. The citizens harbored a similar distaste, as did several familiar elders stationed in the rear. This collective aversion manifested as a heavenly decree resisting his approach. Ultimately, Bai Li's capabilities were limited, preventing him from achieving complete obscurity, and thus this malice was able to perceive him. However, should fate compel him to depart, why must he come here? The interplay of human intention and celestial will, the hearts of men and the hearts of heaven, is such that the figure atop Kunlun, standing at a vantage point of strength and height, can exert pressure upon the masses. Yet, you disciples of the teaching, emulating this, appear rather superficial. Bai Li raised his palm, and a flicker of flame ignited in his hand. With a gentle breath, the malice within the city dissipated like melting ice and snow. Now, he sought to find his own place within the city. The great change of the cosmos is 50, with heaven's change being 49. leaving a single thread for humanity to contend with. What is gained is fortune, what is lost is fate. Should he attain that singular thread, the endeavors he pursues will unfold with greater ease. If not, he will still strive to seize it, though it may bring him some troubles, merely some troubles, which he can manage. At this moment, the official positions across the nations adhered to the ancient Zhou dynasty's system, typically held by hereditary officials. These hereditary officials held ranks of duke, minister, and scholar, which were further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The significant positions in each state were predominantly occupied by the hereditary dukes. The first place Bai Li sought was the Grand Minister of Agriculture in Qi, a unique office responsible for overseeing all agricultural affairs within the state, currently held by a branch of the Jiang clan. The Jiang lineage traces back to the Flame Emperor Shenong, including figures such as Jiang Zia, making them descendants of this legendary figure. Coupled with Qi's favorable geography for farming, the position of Grand Minister of Agriculture was established, thus creating a connection between him and the current office holder. Bai Li stepped forward and declared, "I wish to see your master." The guards exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of wariness. "Who are you, and what business do you have with our master?" Bai Li replied, "Upon careful consideration, I am indeed a senior relative of your master. I have journeyed here, noting Qi's prosperity and dedication to agriculture, and I happen to possess expertise in this field, thus I have come to offer my assistance." The guards burst into laughter upon hearing this. "So, you are here to offer your service, yet you claim to be a senior relative of our master, who is of royal lineage. His true elders are all of the royal family, whom we have all encountered. What connection could you possibly have? Pray tell. Do you bear a letter of introduction or proof?" Bai Li shook his head. The elders he spoke of were indeed linked back to Shenong. How could he possibly possess a letter of introduction? The guards, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Begone! You dare to come here without any proof of introduction, thinking yourself grand? You must be a fraud." Bai Li turned away with a smile, pondering the unfortunate reality that the Grand Minister's fortunes had already begun to wane. It seemed the current master would not remain in power for long, thus missing this opportunity. Often, the shifts in fortune manifest through the lives of lesser individuals, easily overlooked due to their insignificance. However, small does not equate to non-existent. The willingness to offer opportunities is one matter, but the willingness to accept them is another, and the ability to sustain them is yet another. Just as Bai Li turned away, a shadow of decline swept over the Grand Minister's residence, sealing its fate with no chance of reversal. Bai Li strolled past various residences, first observing the aura of fortune, then the individuals within. In a mere moment, he had surveyed all the residences of the dukes, finding none with whom he shared a connection. Occasionally, practitioners of Qi would search the area, but they paid him no heed until he halted before a minister's abode. At that moment, the master of the house was just about to step outside, coincidentally encountering Bai Li. He scrutinized Bai Li from head to toe, and Bai Li was certain that this individual perceived him. Through the mystical connection of spirit and path, he glimpsed the essence of his being. The intricacies of fate are beyond description. Awakening the long-buried memories, the man tentatively inquired, "May I ask, esteemed immortal, are you a sage of the human race?" Bai Li smiled and nodded, for he had discovered a piece of himself within this city. The man was instantly elated, respectfully ushering Bai Li inside. As the door closed, the plaque at the entrance of the residence bore the engraved words Bao Mansion. Chapter 106. The apprenticeship of Uncle Ye. The moment Bai Li stepped through the grand entrance, his smile radiated with unparalleled brilliance. The identity he had adopted allowed him to fully immerse himself within the city, making it increasingly arduous for the sect to locate him. The wheels of fate had commenced their inexorable turn. Who could dare to assert that this singular entity could not contend with the 49? A man guided Bai Li to the main hall of the residence, where an imposing portrait adorned the wall, a likeness of the esteemed Taigong, strikingly reminiscent of the celestial visage he had witnessed upon his arrival in the land of Qi. To the left of the portrait were the words "Taigong is present," and to the right, "All is permissible." This elucidated the formidable aura of the celestial image above Qi, and the divine will manifest within the city. Jiang Zia, as the founding monarch, was naturally revered by the citizens of Qi, thereby consolidating their spirits and intertwining the remnants of Jiang Zia's legacy, transforming the ephemeral into the tangible, and truly embodying the essence of Taigong is present. All is permissible, while dismissing the influence of foreign deities. Through the sovereign of Qi, who represented the heavens of Qi, the state was forged into an impregnable fortress. The man ushered Bai Li to the esteemed seat and promptly performed a profound bow of respect. Following the lineage of Diyu, Bao Jingshu humbly approached the sage of humanity. Upon hearing this, Bai Li's interest was piqued, and a beam of celestial light elevated him. When I manifested my divinity in the realm of the Emperor of Earth, how could you, claiming descent from you, fail to recognize me? Bao Jingshu replied with utmost reverence. In ancient times, when Emperor Du triumphed over the floods, the Shun Emperor bestowed the surname Si upon him, and numerous branches of his kin were thus recognized as descendants of Du. As a descendant residing in Qi, I adopted the name of my city as my surname. In those days, the human realm was plagued by floods, and my ancestors assisted Emperor Du in his endeavors. The waters were frigid and treacherous, and my ancestors nearly perished, saved only by the ancestral wisdom of igniting fire with stone, which prevented them from freezing to death. This lesson remains etched in my memory. It was not until my ancestors had the fortune to witness the murals of our ancestral homeland alongside Emperor Du that the image of the ancestral method of igniting fire was imprinted in their hearts, allowing the tale to be passed down through generations, leading to this fortuitous recognition of you today. Bai Li pondered and calculated. Finding harmony with Bao Jingshu's account, perhaps every sip and morsel was predestined? Excellent, excellent. I perceive the fortunes of your household. Do you not have a son under your care? Bao Jingshu, discerning the underlying implication of Bai Li's words, was overwhelmed with joy and instructed his servant. Quickly summon the young master to come forth. Before long, a child, exquisitely sculpted and appearing to be around 5 or 6 years of age, entered the main hall. Father, who is this? The boy inquired. Bao Jingshu eagerly took the child by the hand and brought him to Bai Li. My son, this is the sage of humanity, our ancestral benefactor. You must pay your respects immediately. Upon hearing this, the boy knelt with a resounding thud, offering 3 deep bows to Bai Li. Uncle Ya has met the sage of humanity, and I beg for your forgiveness for my earlier neglect. Seeing the child's lively spirit and innate potential, Bai Li smiled at Bao Jingshu and remarked, I feel a profound connection with this child and wish to take him as my disciple. What are your thoughts on this? Although he had anticipated this moment, when Bai Li articulated his desire, Bao Jingshu could hardly contain his elation. Setting aside the sage's identity, he recognized that this revered figure, renowned in legends for wielding boundless divine flames to vanquish plagues, was an unparalleled mentor for his son. How could he possibly refuse? It is indeed a blessing for the esteemed ancestors to accept him as their disciple. How could we possibly refuse such an honor? Subsequently, he urged the side. Addressing Bao Shai, my son, do not delay in paying respects to your master. Bao Shai, comprehending the intent, respectfully called out, Master. Bai Li smiled and remarked, Today, receiving such an exceptional disciple, how could I not express my gratitude? With that, Bai Li raised his hand, and a flicker of dark light shimmered as a piece of ink-black tortoise shell materialized in his palm. This treasure, known as the Xian turtle shell, is crafted from rare materials and serves as a defensive talisman forged by me. I bestow it upon you as a token of our meeting. In the future, when you undertake significant endeavors, this treasure will serve as your safeguard. Upon finishing his words, he handed the Xian turtle shell to Bao Shai, who, upon contact, found it transforming into a longevity amulet that adorned his neck, automatically providing protection in times of peril. Having concluded this ritual, he naturally settled down at the Bao residence. As a dignitary of the state of Qi, Bao Jingshu was acutely aware that the celestial master behind the monarch was actively seeking Bai Li. However, Bai Li did not explicitly state this, and thus, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Until one day, when he observed Bai Li venturing out, the searching Qi practitioners overlooked him entirely, allowing him to finally relax. Outside, he acted as if this person did not exist, while at home, he treated Bai Li with utmost reverence. As time progressed, the disciples of the Chan sect grew increasingly anxious. What is happening? We have dispatched numerous individuals, and despite our formidable powers scouring the entirety of Qi, we have yet to detect Bai Li's presence. Could it be that he has vanished on his own accord? Observing the vexation of Qi Jingzi, the esteemed Qingshu Taoist pondered deeply and proposed. Is it possible that Bai Li has mastered the flying shadow technique from the 36 celestial powers? Qi Jingzi was momentarily taken aback, contemplating this possibility. The flying shadow technique is among the legendary 36 celestial powers, enabling one to conceal themselves within the fabric of the world, wandering the vast seas undetected, unobservable, and inscrutable, existing within the realm, yet unseen by it. Should Bai Li truly have cultivated this technique, their inability to locate him would be entirely justified. Impossible, Qi Jingzi declared. The mastery of the flying shadow technique is exceedingly arduous, and he has shown no indications of having practiced such abilities. Given the time since the sealing of the gods, even the likes of Duo Bao and others could not have developed this technique to the extent that we could not discern it. It must be some artifact combined with the Qingping sword that is yielding such effects. Before the others could further contemplate, Guang Qingzi interjected, dismissing this possibility and offering a conclusion that closely aligned with the truth. After much deliberation, the Qingshu Taoist remarked, if that is the case, my younger brother may possess a method to locate Bai Li. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in joy. Younger brother, what method do you have? Please share it with us. Brothers, you should know that I am proficient in the techniques of earthly fiends, particularly in the arts of Mengtu and Dengqiao. By employing these two methods, we can, at the cost of a certain amount of fate, forcibly perceive the actions of our target, enabling us to anticipate their movements and potentially discover Bai Li's whereabouts. However, time is of the essence. If we forcefully impose this causality, the fate consumed by you, my brothers, will multiply significantly. If I alone take on this task, I fear I may not be a match for Bai Li. Guang Qingzi and his companions were acutely aware of Bai Li's formidable prowess. They promptly lent him 3 treasured artifacts for the impending confrontation. The first was the Tian Fan Seal, which contained Guang Qingzi's formidable heavenly turned divine technique. The second was the Soul Vanishing Bell, and the third was the Taiji Talisman, reclaimed from Puxian. With these 3 spiritual treasures in his possession, even if the pure void virtuous true monarch were unable to vanquish Bai Li, he would still be able to retreat with ease. Free from any lingering concerns, the pure void virtuous true monarch departed from the palace, employing the 2 schools of earthly evil techniques to intuitively locate Bai Li's whereabouts. The others were not idle either, aware of Bai Li's ability to shield himself from perception. They each left the palace, dispersing in various directions to seek traces of Bai Li. Should any faction detect unusual activity, the others would swiftly assist using the golden light of earthly ascendancy. One day, unexpectedly, he suddenly raised his head and hastened towards a specific direction. Chapter 107. Forcing back Qingshu Master. Today you taught me that the human heart is mutable, yet this mutability is unchanging. The Tao heart is constant, eternal, and indelible. What does this mean? Bai Li inquired, glancing at his companion, Bao Shuya, who, despite their journey home, remained eager to pose questions. The human heart mirrors the myriad phenomena of the world. The heavens and the universe are in perpetual flux, yet this very change is the only constant. The Tao heart is what enables you to remain steadfast amidst this turbulence, to act with unwavering integrity. This is the essence of cultivation. Seeking immortality and divination pales in comparison to taking charge of one's own destiny. The celestial will is unattainable, and the human heart is inscrutable. Only the Tao heart remains unaltered. My teachings belong to the, and its disciples show reverence without fear. Do you understand? Bao Xia nodded, his comprehension still somewhat nebulous. Bai Li affectionately ruffled his hair. The reason I impart these lessons to you is to nurture within you a Tao heart. As you mature, these truths will gradually unfold before you. Thus, the master and disciple continued their dialogue as they approached the Bao residence. However, just before their arrival, Bai Li's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to address Bao Shuya. Shuya, you should return home first. I have some matters to attend to and will follow shortly. Sensing the gravity of the situation from Bai Li's demeanor, Bao Shuya obediently departed. Bai Li turned back, taking a few steps before selecting a vacant stone staircase to sit upon. The sky quickly darkened, leaving the street desolate, when a familiar figure materialized before him. Upon recognizing the visitor, Bai Li furrowed his brow slightly and rose to speak. Qingshu, I did not expect you to find me. Your sect has truly excelled in concealment. At that moment, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue, not merely from depleting his energy, but from the constant effort required to maintain 2 forms of the earthly fiend technique. Although a golden immortal possesses nearly limitless power, the toll on one's spirit was considerable. Qingshu raised his gaze to meet Bai Li's. Nonetheless, locating you is worthwhile. Bai Li, the state of Qi is the domain of my teachings. Your uninvited presence today will lead me to escort you out. Bai Li regarded him with disdain, calmly responding, your disciples possess exceptional talents and fortuitous opportunities. Yet they have faced far too few tribulations. Even in the matter of achieving divinity, your master arranges everything in advance for you, while the 8 Sceneries Palace provides protection during your quest for enlightenment. In my eyes, even the yellow dragon pales in comparison to you. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan snorted in response. You, my friend, have practiced for but a few years and faced how many trials? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Bai Li shook his head, saying, I am currently preoccupied and have no time to engage further with you. You may leave now and refrain from troubling me. As he spoke, an ancient azure sword materialized in Bai Li's hand, exuding an overwhelming presence despite remaining sheathed. Qingshu Daojinjuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "The Qingping sword." He had not anticipated that Bai Li would initiate with such a lethal move, and it was now too late for him to escape. Bai Li stepped forward, instantly conjuring the Hunyuan law, enveloping both of them in a newly opened space. Clang! As the azure blade was unsheathed, it lunged forth, its luminous edge slicing through the air towards Qingshu with a chilling ferocity that enveloped him entirely. This strike, though not grandiose or swift, lacked the essence of the Tao. Yet it sent alarm bells ringing in Qingshu's mind, raising the hairs on his body, rendering him immobile, filled with an inescapable dread. As if he could neither evade nor defend against the impending blow, destined to succumb to the earth. In the face of this overwhelming terror of life and death, Qingshu Daojinjuan hastily retrieved a treasured artifact, invoking its power before him. In an instant, the blade's radiant arc collided with a Tai Chi shield, forged from the ceaseless interplay of primordial yin and yang. The pure murderous intent enveloping the sword was significantly diminished by the shield. Yet the chaos of yin and yang erupted forth, and ultimately, the blade shattered through, striking Qingshu Daojinjuan with unrelenting force. A cry of anguish echoed as the azure light passed, the blade thirsting for the blood of the immortal. Yet it spared his life, prompting Qingshu to swiftly retreat with the spirit treasure he had summoned. Bai Li observed his retreating figure without pursuit. Sometimes, wounding a foe yields a more profound effect than slaying them, serving as a poignant reminder to the disciples of the Chan teaching, dissuading them from further trouble. The Tai Chi talisman truly was a remarkable treasure. However, if the intention was merely to recruit the foremost among the disciples, why would the Chan teaching orchestrate such elaborate preparations? This inheritor born of the Tao's essence should not bear such weight. Suppressing his doubts for the moment, Bai Li swiftly returned to the Bao residence. Upon his arrival, Bao Shuya bounced forward to greet him, brimming with youthful curiosity. "Master, where have you been?" he inquired eagerly. Beside them, Bao Jingshu regarded the scene with a hint of concern. Bai Li, noticing their expressions, smiled and waved his hand. "I merely dealt with a troublesome individual who has been sent on his way. We must not allow him to disturb our peace." Hearing this, Bao Jingshu exhaled in relief. Realizing that the trouble stemming from the Qi Kingdom's monarch had been resolved, his gaze towards Bai Li now tinged with newfound respect. Bai Li observed the shift in his demeanor but chose not to address it, instead smiling as he led Bao Shuya back to their courtyard. In the secluded realm established by the immortals of the Chan teaching within the Qi royal palace, a luminous jade light cascaded from the heavens, crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust, with droplets of crimson cascading down, reminiscent of blooming red plum blossoms. Moments later, several beams of celestial light returned from various corners of the Qi kingdom, and upon witnessing Qingshu Daojinjuan's dire condition, they were struck with horror, rushing to assist him, producing a gourd to dispense a healing elixir that stabilized his injuries. Qingshu coughed lightly, gradually opening his eyes, still trembling with terror as he lamented, "It was truly excruciating." Guang Chengzi hurriedly approached, questioning, "But how could you sustain such grievous wounds from merely encountering Bai Li?" Qingshu promptly recounted the events that had transpired, plunging the gathering into a profound silence. A single strike, it was merely a single strike. Though the Qingping sword possesses immeasurable power, this realm is not the 33 heavens, but rather the mortal world. Bai Li, no matter how formidable, is merely a golden immortal here. He cannot arrange formations that would attract the attention of the masses. Yet, with a single stroke, he has shattered the Taiji talisman, grievously injuring the true monarch of pure void and virtue. More critically, the whereabouts of Bai Li remain elusive to everyone. As the saying goes, it is not the thief one fears, but the one who harbors intentions. Imagine an adversary of such combat prowess lurking in the shadows, capable of striking with a single blow at any moment. How could that not instill fear? Moreover, their actions must not create too much disturbance. After a considerable pause, Guang Qingzi sighed. Bai Li's arrival is likely in pursuit of the foremost among the disciples. Yet it appears he has not discerned our schemes. As long as we find him first, there will be no issues. Shortly, I shall return to the Yushu Palace to summon Yu Rui, and at that time. Chapter 108. A stealthy transformation. The autumn rain has been incessantly falling for several months, and Bai Li has been in Qi for a considerable time as well. Following the recent events, Guang Qingzi and his associates have refrained from personally seeking him out. However, the chaos in Qi has intensified. The Chan sect has dispatched numerous individuals to covertly search for him, ostensibly in pursuit of the first among the scholars, Guanzhong, while in truth, their intentions are far more sinister. Their prolonged search has yielded no results, and they continue to impose their will upon the populace, inciting widespread speculation among the citizens. After all, this realm is governed by humanistic principles, distinct from the Kunlun Mountains of the Chan sect. Many ministers have dared to counsel the king directly, only to be met with swift and merciless suppression. De Situ Tian, who maintained close ties with several of these ministers, found himself embroiled in their downfall, yet managed to preserve his life due to his royal connections. In this atmosphere of trepidation, the court is rife with anxiety. Fortunately, Bao Jingshu has benefited from Bai Li's wise counsel, allowing him to navigate these turbulent times unscathed. It is evident to all that Qi is on the brink of a storm, and great upheavals may soon transpire. To avert unnecessary complications, Bai Li has refrained from venturing outside for nearly half a month. Bao Shuya placed a small stool beside Bai Li, gazing intently at the unrelenting rain. A deep furrow of concern etched upon his youthful brow. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Master, why does it seem that the heavens are perpetually shrouded in rain?" Bai Li lifted his gaze to the sky, noting the complex fluctuations of qi above qi, with some changes eluding his comprehension. He then smiled wryly. "It is not merely the heavens that weep. Rather, certain individuals are engaged in clandestine dealings, wishing to keep their actions hidden from others, especially from us." Upon hearing this, Bao Shuya frowned. "These people are truly despicable, rendering it impossible for us to go out and enjoy ourselves. They are nothing short of villains." Bai Li chuckled softly, playfully tapping the boy's head. "Indeed, they are a band of miscreants, but we must not allow their malice to dampen our spirits. How many days has it been since we last ventured outside, Shuya?" Counting on his fingers, Bao Shuya replied, "It has been 14 days, with today included. That makes 15. A smile crept onto Bai Li's lips. "In that case, let us take a stroll today. I am equally curious about their clandestine affairs." Instantly, Bao Shuya erupted with joy, his previous worries dissipating like mist. The fluctuations in the external world were of no concern to him. His master was his universe, even eclipsing his father's authority. As long as his master consented, it signified that they could embark on their adventure. Seeing his exuberance, Bai Li felt a sense of satisfaction. He then extended his hand, invoking his divine powers once more, this time directing them toward others. As a native of Qi and the son of a prominent official, Bao Shuya was inherently a part of Qi, making it exceedingly simple for the divine energies to shield him from the perception of others. The young boy, enchanted by the brilliant hues that enveloped him, soon found that the joy of being able to step out overshadowed any lingering curiosity. As if fate itself conspired to grant him this freedom, Bai Li raised his hand and produced the Bagua Yunguang Pa, sweeping it over the treasured item, which materialized into an umbrella inscribed with the Bagua patterns. With that, he led Bao Shuya out of the grand gates of the Bao residence. The streets were nearly deserted, with only a few gazes from above. Yet, as those gazes passed over Bai Li and his companion, they instinctively deemed their presence entirely reasonable. The profound abilities that even Guang Qingzi and others could not break through were far beyond the reach of these temporary arrivals, who had yet to enter the gates of the Chan teaching. After accumulating his innate energy for several days, Bao Shuya's vigor erupted at that moment. Before long, with Bai Li's permission, he bounded forward, leaping like a gust of wind or a shower of rain, shielded by a mystical tortoise shell, ensuring no raindrops fell upon him. Not far behind, Bai Li followed at a leisurely pace, yet no one could truly perceive him. Each step he took was deliberate and steady, treading upon the very ground Bao Shuya had just traversed. Each footfall a manifestation of the original heavenly intent, stripped of the influences of the Chan disciples. As he walked, he grasped the essence of what he needed to accomplish, each small step converging into a grand purpose, a purpose that could even surpass the vastness of the cosmos. Bai Li was aware of this, thus he walked with confidence, knowing that as long as he continued forward, he would eventually unveil the true intentions behind the elaborate schemes of the Chan disciples. Bao Shuya continued his journey, running with unbridled enthusiasm, swiftly passing by the residences of nobility and the courtyards of esteemed families. In this era, social strata were well defined, with each class occupying its own domain. The fall from grace could occur in the blink of an eye, yet ascension proved to be a formidable challenge. Soon, Bao Shuya halted outside a modest dwelling, which appeared rather dilapidated, indicating the owner's impoverished circumstances. From within, the anguished cries of a woman echoed, clearly heralding the impending birth, yet her calls grew increasingly feeble, suggesting a harrowing struggle. Without assistance, the outcome could very well be fatal for both mother and child. In this time, childbirth was a matter of life and death, which made the divine intercessions of the three Shaos and the celestial priestesses all the more significant and widely revered. Regrettably, the deities of the Jia sect were unable to enter the Qi state, leaving countless expectant mothers to endure such trials. Unable to suppress his concern, Bao Shuya turned to Bai Li and inquired, "Master, her cries sound so pitiful. Shall we not lend her our aid?" As he spoke, Bai Li approached and gently patted his small head. "It is commendable that you possess such a compassionate heart. I have indeed not misjudged you. Since we have arrived, and you have felt this surge of sympathy, it is fate at work. Her life is not meant to end here. Now, let us proceed to knock on the door." Upon receiving Bai Li's consent, Bao Shuya stepped forward and knocked, calling out, "Good sir, good sir." The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man. Though his attire was tattered, his eyes shone with integrity, albeit tinged with urgency. Noticing the ornate garments of the young Master Bao and the distinguished aura surrounding Bai Li, the man immediately recognized their noble origins and respectfully inquired, "What brings you here, young master?" Bao Shuyang respectfully performed a bow and promptly expressed his intentions. Upon hearing that Bao Shuyang possessed a means to assist his wife, the man was instantly filled with elation, bowing deeply to both individuals. "I am immensely grateful to the young master and this esteemed gentleman. Guanzhuang extends its heartfelt thanks." As his words echoed, clarity pierced through the chaos, illuminating the tangled threads of fate. The images of Taigong worshipped across the land shimmered with divine light, while the auspicious energy of Qi state surged towards this humble abode, manifesting the ethereal form of Taigong above, resembling an ancient leviathan drawing in water. A true spirit gradually coalesced, poised to descend into the belly of the woman within. The eyes of all celestial beings within the borders of Qi converged upon this spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Bai Li was instantly filled with wrath. He cast the umbrella, fashioned from the 8 trigrams cloud-light silk, into the sky, intercepting the true spirit. Subsequently, he ascended into the heavens, his resounding voice reverberating throughout the entirety of Qi state. "Guangqingzi, you and your sect possess audacity beyond measure, daring to engage in such deceptive machinations." Chapter 109. The transaction of the 3 sovereigns. How audacious they were. Bai Li never anticipated that the Chan sect would dare to overstep their bounds, directly targeting Guanzhong. The 100 schools of thought emerged as a manifestation of human destiny, with Guanzhong being the foremost among them, heralding the era of philosophical discourse. Although he did not formally establish any of the schools, nor could his principles rival those of Laozi or Confucius, as a pioneer, he facilitated the autonomous evolution of human thought. This matter, while not part of a grand design, would require an extraordinary being with supreme power to attain the Tao of the Great Unity, merging boundless destiny into humanity, akin to the ancient figures of Fuxi or Shenong, to truly embody Guanzhong. Otherwise, the first among the philosophers could not be transformed by celestial beings. The Chan sect's current ambition represents a self-appointed role in place of heaven, forcefully intruding into the realm of humanity, drawing upon the legacy and advantages left by Jiangxia, refining the false into the true, and crystallizing his true spirit to facilitate the reincarnation of Guanzhong as Jiangxia. It is no wonder they prepared so meticulously. Such actions equate to usurping the authority of humanity, and the Fire Cloud Cave would undoubtedly be displeased. Unfortunately, Bai Li discovered this scheme and intervened just in time to intercept the true spirit. Otherwise, the Chan sect would have succeeded. His words were intended not only to redirect the flow of human destiny within the state of Qi, but also to manifest the heavenly secrets. The 3 sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Cave must have sensed this. However, at their level, especially Fuxi, who has attained the Pangu, they are hardly inferior to the Hunyuan Tianzuan. With a mere thought, they could traverse to any corner of the heavens, and their current absence surely indicates some unforeseen circumstances. In the depths of the Fire Cloud Cave, as the heavenly secrets began to manifest, the 3 sovereigns immediately became aware. The Hunyuan sword in the hands of the Yellow Emperor was swiftly drawn, invoking boundless human destiny. The Yellow Emperor, as the unifier, emerged from the essence of human destiny, and his greatest achievement was the unification of various human tribes, hence his ultimate destructive power. The Hunyuan sword, a sacred weapon forged from the copper of Shouyang Mountain, was inscribed on one side with celestial bodies and on the other with the mountains and flora. The hilt bore inscriptions of agricultural and animal husbandry techniques on one side, and strategies for unifying the 4 seas on the other. With a single thrust of the sword, the forces of human retribution surged forth, manifesting an infinite sacred might across the past, present, and future, utterly erasing the traces of adversaries, truly the manifestation of heavenly wrath, the shifting of stars, the upheaval of the earth, and the turmoil of humanity. Following this, Shenong produced the divine farmer's cauldron, a treasure that became paramount in the realm of humanity after his enlightenment as the Earth Sovereign. Fushi's form ascended infinitely. He raised his hand to draw, breaking through the primordial chaos, aligning with the ultimate Tao, existing beyond coming and going, without beginning or end, manifesting the innate 8 trigrams, with the vast world contained within his grasp, overshadowing time and fate. Just as the supreme powers of the three were about to descend, a talisman descended from the void. Their movements halted instantly. They recognized this talisman as the primordial unity touching talisman, a primordial spiritual treasure held by the Taishang, the grand formation of the human sect. The 2 instruments and microdust great formation was established with this talisman, marking the intersection of the 2 instruments and the initial opening of chaos as microdust arose. The universe was inverted. The voice of the Taishang followed. 3 esteemed companions. Buddhism emanates from the heart, transmitting heart to heart. The calamities of humanity loom in the future. Yet only the profound path can serve as a barrier. I, as the master of humanity, Guang Qingzi, inheritor of the Taoist legacy from the venerable Laozi, possess the merit of an imperial teacher. Today, I sever the ties of mentorship between them and the 3 esteemed companions. How about we exchange Firecloud Cave for a mere spectator's role? As I spoke, the void unfolded the boundless timelines of Buddhism's flourishing future, revealing that humanity would face great disasters. Fushi gazed upon the Supreme One in the 8 scenery palace through the primordial symbols of the supreme purity, and softly uttered 2 words, "Not enough." The Supreme One remained silent for a long while, ultimately choosing to concede. Sighing, Laozi transformed the barbaric into the Buddha, leaving behind the true words of virtue, establishing Taoism. Yet a trace of the Supreme's destiny must be infused into humanity. A single trace may seem scarce, yet it is sufficiently significant. The Supreme One, revered in this world, is the source of the immortal path. Anything associated with the Supreme gains substantial weight. Fushi nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "Firecloud Cave shall refrain from intervening this time. However, since this battle severs our mentorship ties, Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi must refrain from wielding the power of the great Tao fruit in their confrontation with the disciples of the outcome shall rest solely upon our methods." The Supreme One acquiesced to Fushi's request, and the supreme purity symbol returned to the 8 scenery palace. The heavenly decree was set. Soon, a high-quality essence would merge into humanity along the future timeline. The most formidable beings within the primordial realm observed the changes in the state of Qi, closely monitoring the response of Firecloud Cave. Upon sensing the shift in future essences, they understood it was the Supreme One's intervention. Though their faces remained impassive, many secretly reveled in mirth. The primordial Supreme bowed respectfully to the Supreme One, stating, "This matter is my fault. I am grateful for your assistance, dear brother. I assure you, I shall repay this favor in the future." Following this incident, although the scheme was exposed, whether Guanzhong could indeed become the reincarnation of Jiangxia remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the causal connection of the teaching had already intertwined with humanity, and several from the 100 schools were now linked with the essence of the teaching. In the realm of humanity, within the borders of the state of Qi, Bai Li confronted Guang Qingzi and others. At the moment of perceiving the shift in essence and hearing Bai Li's voice, a realization struck Guang Qingzi and the others. They knew the plan had been unveiled. They instantly transformed into beams of celestial light, encircling Bai Li, the instigator of their troubles. Overestimating his great Tao fruit and bolstered by Guang Qingzi's prior strategic arrangements, Qi Jingzi threatened Bai Li fiercely, "You wicked being, dare you disrupt our grand endeavor?" Without hesitation, he directed a beam of yin-yang mirror light towards the past, aiming to strike down the umbrella formed from the 8 trigrams cloud light before Bai Li could block the true spirit, thus reversing the cause and effect. At that moment, the die would be cast, Jiangxia would reincarnate as Guanzhong, and the essence of humanity would be drawn into the teaching, presenting an opportunity to engage in the 100 schools' contention. Alas, his great Tao fruit had only recently been realized, and the timeline of the disciples of the major teachings was shrouded by the celestial masters, rendering any action impossible lest he be slain in the past. Bai Li scoffed, "You dare to engage in such deceitful schemes and presume yourselves grand? Now that I have exposed you, you shall face the backlash of humanity. Firecloud Cave shall seek justice. I see you as the true wicked ones." With a swift motion, he drew forth the Qingping sword, which belonged to the celestial realm, the true realm of Bai Yujing, known as the 3-edged treasure sword, Qingping. This sword transcends the constraints of time, capable of reaching far beyond to perceive the practitioner's understanding of the Qingping sword intent. With a single thrust, Bai Li sends forth the radiance of the Qingping sword, piercing through the barriers of time and space, suspended in the past, shattering the yin-yang mirror light projected by Qi Jingzi, thereby thwarting his calculations. Just as Guang Qingzi prepares to act, he suddenly becomes paralyzed, for as Bai Li had stated, he senses the repulsion of humanity, simultaneously feeling the waning connection with the yellow Emperor Hunyuan. A glance at Qi Jingzi's expression reveals a similar bitterness flickering in his heart. He had not anticipated the swift arrival of accountability from the three sovereigns. The voice of Yuan Shi resonates in his ears, and Guang Qingzi realizes that they are temporarily unable to wield the powers of Deluo. The gathered onlookers, their eyes ablaze with fury, fixate on a singular objective, to vanquish Bai Li. Chapter 110. One against many. Currently, there are four key figures leading the Chan teaching in the state of Qi: Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Qingshu Dao Tianzuan. The four encircled him, their intentions unmistakable. Just moments ago, the subtle shifts in expression of Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi were keenly observed by Bai Li, who, with a slight calculation in his mind, discerned the arrangement made by the three sovereigns. This place, after all, was not the 33 heavens. Although both were newly certified to the Great Luo, they still surpassed him in power. While he possessed numerous contingencies, the current constraints necessitated a more cautious approach. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, upon encountering an old adversary, felt an intense surge of animosity and immediately shouted, "Bai Li, with all four of us here, why do you not surrender obediently?" Bai Li surveyed the surroundings with a cold snort. In the past, during the Fengshen incident, my master faced the four great heavenly sovereigns alone. As the disciple follows the master, what fear should I have in battling the four disciples of your Chan teaching? With a decisive flourish, he drew the Qingping sword, unleashing a torrent of sword light aimed directly at the weakest among the four, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, who had previously suffered grievous wounds from the Qingping sword and was now inherently weakened. "Do not be so arrogant. I shall shatter your Qingping," Guang Qingzi retorted, brandishing a jade rui adorned with three treasures, perfectly embodying the trinity of heaven, earth, and humanity, radiating auspiciousness and divine might. It was indeed the treasured rui of the primordial heavenly sovereign, under which Bai Shao had met his demise. The heavens boast of three treasures: the sun, the moon, and the stars. In an instant, the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the day and revealing the stars, their combined radiance cascading forth to collide with Bai Li's sword light. Bai Li laughed heartily, not to mention that the true sun and moon have long since vanished into the mists of antiquity. As for the starlight, my sister, the golden spirit Holy Mother, is the second-generation Dumu and the leader of the stars. You do not cultivate these three paths. How could your trifling brilliance withstand the might of my sword light? As if to affirm Bai Li's words, the vast and grand three lights, after a brief stalemate with the torrent of sword light, were eventually suppressed. Guang Qingzi's countenance darkened. How could he, wielding a treasured artifact of the heavenly sovereign, be bested by Bai Li? Fortunately, in this moment of distraction, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan seized the opportunity to escape once more, employing the Taiji talisman. Observing this, Bai Li pivoted and launched another strike directly at Guang Qingzi. Enraged yet amused, Guang Qingzi thought, is he underestimating me? Once more, he activated the three treasures of the Jade Rui, but this time he refrained from attempting the three treasures of water, fire, and wind, cognizant that, as Bai Li had said, his cultivation in these paths was minimal. Moreover, Bai Li was already adept in the path of fire. He was not foolish. Three treasures of heaven, earth, and humanity. A colossal Rui manifestation erupted from the Jade Rui, enveloping the might of heaven and earth, overwhelming all beings, and shattered the oncoming torrent of sword light, subsequently descending upon Bai Li's celestial spirit. Bai Li pondered silently. Indeed, Guang Qingzi's cultivation surpassed his own by a margin. With a flicker of thought, the Bai Yao Palace lamp soared down from above, emanating various red lights that incinerated the diminished Rui manifestation. Just then, the water essence of this realm underwent a sudden transformation. Bai Li turned to see Qi Jingzi wielding a blue treasure banner, its aura swirling with primordial energies, interweaving the essence of yin and yang, reminiscent of the first great rain following the creation of the world, transforming into a deluge sweeping across the wilderness. This treasure is known as the Hongshu Taiching banner, birthed from the hands of the Supreme One, who transformed the Red Pine Child into the left sacred Rain Master. The Rain Master of the South, entrusted with this artifact, the Red Essence Child, having received the Supreme One's cultivation, has naturally inherited this treasure as the reincarnation of the past Red Pine Child. Once this banner unfurls, It manifests boundless, wondrous forms, a great fish of yin and yang adorned with the brilliance of the nine heavens, its spine resembling mountain ranges, stretching for thousands of miles, rising and falling in the vast ocean, swallowing the radiance of the sun and moon. The true essence of this waterway causes Bai Li's brow to furrow, only to relax moments later. Though the intention is close to the path, alas, humans cannot traverse it, ultimately, like the waters of a ditch. How can they compete with the brilliance of the great sun? A radiant mirror is cast into the air by Bai Li, gathering boundless divine fire, connecting with the hidden void, illuminating the true sun of the heavens, which is the red sun mirror in Bai Li's grasp. The light of the great sun shines down, reducing the form of the Kuan fish to nothingness. From whence did he acquire the treasure of the great sun? Exclamations arise from all corners of the primordial world. For apart from the ancient Sun Mother, Shehe's sun essence wheel, no other great sun treasures have appeared in the primordial realm. This mirror has never been seen before. Bai Li's fame has only recently risen since his ascension to godhood. How could he have obtained the treasure of the great sun? Could it be? Many powerful beings turn their gazes toward the Bio Palace. If anyone could assist Bai Li to such an extent, it would surely be the Tongtian. Is it possible that for this disciple, he has entered the great sun through fire, mastering the true sun and entering the boundless? Observing that Guang Chengzi and Red Essence Child cannot restrain him, the Daoxing Celestial Master immediately intervenes. A Vajra pestle of demon subjugation is hurled toward Bai Li, this treasure emphasizing great force and solemnity, capable of warding off earth, water, fire, and wind, containing the profound path of destruction. In hand, it feels as light as a feather, yet upon striking the enemy, it is as heavy as Mount Tai. Do not underestimate the Daoxing Celestial Master for his low profile. During the battle against the Immortals, the Primordial Supreme Master had appointed his 4 major disciples to seize the 4 swords of the Immortals amidst the chaos, with Guang Chengzi acquiring the sword of immortal slaying, Red Essence Child the sword of immortal execution, Yuding Jinren the sword of immortal trapping, and the remaining sword of immortal abandonment claimed by the Daoxing Celestial Master. If it is said that the treasure in Bai Li's hand is best suited to counter the Vajra pestle of demon subjugation, it would undoubtedly be the Bagua Cloud Light Scarf, which has garnered a measure of heavenly fortune in the divine realm. No matter how heavy this treasure may be, it cannot surpass the firmament. Unfortunately, the Bagua Cloud Light Scarf must now defend against the true spirit, preventing the disciples of the Chan school from finding a gap. Bai Li raises his hand, brandishing the pure dust bestowed upon him by the Southern Polar Immortal, 3,000 silver threads soaring into the air, transforming into a silvery river that tightly ensnares the Vajra pestle, employing softness to overcome hardness. Seizing this opportunity, the Qingshu Dao Virtue True Monarch swiftly wields the 5-fire 7-birds fan. This fan contains fire from the air, fire from stone, fire from wood, samadhi fire, and fire from the mortal realm, merging into this treasure. The fan boasts the wings of phoenixes, azure birds, great pengs, peacocks, white cranes, swans, and owls, with symbols and secrets inscribed on the 7-bird feathers. With a single sweep, it aims directly for the pure dust entangled with the Vajra pestle. Flames soaring to great heights, golden serpents showcasing their prowess, black smoke swirling around 3 feet of crimson, boiling the sea and churning waves within arm's reach. Witnessing this, Bai Li bursts into laughter, summoning the Qingping sword into the air to continue resisting Guang Chengzi's 3 treasures, surrounded by the protective lights of the Bio Palace. As the red bright banner manifests beside him, Qing Su, as a practitioner of the fire path, how could your 5 fires and 7 birds fan possibly achieve merit? The Qi Ming banner billows in the air, revealing a fiery pattern that devours flames, much like a Kuanping absorbing water, gathering all the manifestations of the 7 birds formed by the 5 fires. Qing Su, by virtue of this treasure, you have shattered the red water formation and slain my brother Wang Bian. It is only fitting that today marks your reckoning. A beam of golden light shot forth as Qing Su, the true monarch of moral virtue, summoned auspicious clouds and celestial radiance, skillfully blocking the sudden assault of the golden brick. Just as he thought he had evaded disaster, the Daoxing Celestial Venerable exclaimed in alarm, "Junior brother, beware of the binding immortal rope." Chapter 111. The Era of 4-9, Gratitude for the Gift from Peanut Braised Carp. Additional update. The Celestial Venerable of Clear Void and Virtue lowered his gaze and noticed a streak of golden light had stealthily approached his feet. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the binding immortal rope surged forward, ensnaring him with unyielding tightness. This artifact originally belonged to the formidable Zhu Lushan, and during the battle at the gate, Bai Li triumphed over him, thus acquiring this treasure, which now served to accomplish another feat. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. Today, I shall avenge another grievance. Bai Li grasped the air, and the binding immortal rope immediately extended a segment into his hand. With a forceful tug, he directed the celestial venerable of clear void and virtue towards him. Once it fell into his grasp, the golden immortal of the Chan sect would surely meet his end. Just as his prize was within reach, an alarm bell suddenly rang in Bai Li's heart, his hair standing on end, and the Qingping sword in his hand emitted a warning. He promptly abandoned the celestial venerable and the binding immortal rope, retracting all his spiritual treasures to retreat swiftly. Boom! A formidable blade of the open sky cleaved through the very spot he had just occupied, severing the extended segment of the binding immortal rope. Its momentum undiminished. It shattered the vast void of 10,000 miles. The overwhelming force swept through the interior of the binding immortal rope, ruthlessly erasing Bai Li's mark. With a mournful cry, the binding immortal rope withdrew from the celestial venerable of clear void and virtue, landing in his hand. Upon witnessing this, Bai Li felt a chill run down his spine. Had he remained in that position, he would have surely perished. Turning to gaze towards the source of the blade, he beheld Guang Qingzi wielding a grand banner of mixed primordial colors, the very Panga banner, a treasured artifact of the Primordial Venerable. The Primordial Venerable, having once inhabited Pangu, split the heavens and the earth. The Panga banner is indeed the manifestation of the light of the open sky axe, possessing the might to rend the primordial chaos, shatter the powers of time and space, and orchestrate the unfathomable path of creation, commanding the profound mysteries of myriad laws and the ability to sculpt the universe. This was the achievement of the primordial creation, the emergence of true majesty from chaos. With the opening of heaven and earth, the might of Pangu surged like a rainbow. Among the 9 seals of the primordial, many are treasures that follow the path, such as the heaven-turning seal and the 4-symbol seal. With the potency of the first 3 seals far exceeding that of the latter 6, the pinnacle of which is embodied in the Panga banner. It is said that in the hands of the primordial venerable, this banner contains the profound principles of destruction, establishment, prohibition, and annihilation, each with its own exquisite utility. Its holy might boundless. Even in Guang Qingzi's grasp, it could unleash power comparable to that of an initial realization of the great Tao. Bai Li's heart sank, and he spoke coldly. Friend Guang Qingzi, you are indeed favored by the primordial master, even managing to summon the Panga banner from Kunlun Mountain. However, I wonder how much of its great power you can wield. Unfazed, Guang Qingzi stepped forward and declared, even if I can only command 1/10 of its might, I shall not bring shame to my sect. Today, I will undoubtedly slay you. In an instant, murderous intent surged, and the air grew frigid. Observing from the 33 heavens, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's expression shifted upon seeing the Panga banner. She rose from the Dumu Palace, preparing to descend to the lower realms. When 2 familiar voices reached her ears. Where are you going, Dumu? Stay here and discuss the Tao with us. South Pole Xian Wang and North Pole Ziwei Emperor appeared in unison, blocking her path. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother huffed coldly. Do you think I fear you too? In the ethereal abode of the immortal lady, Zhao Gongming addressed Yun Xiao, stating, Our junior brother Bai Li is in dire straits. We must lend our assistance. Yun Xiao nodded in agreement, and as the two prepared to depart, 2 figures approached from the distance. Upon hearing that Yun Xiao possessed an extraordinary technique known as the 9 curves of the Yellow River, one of the newcomers expressed a desire for enlightenment. It was none other than the Emperor of the Western Extremes, the Great Chens, accompanied by the Celestial Master Tai, whose rapid ascendance to the status of a second-degree immortal, having inherited the legacies of a certain individual, struck Yun Xiao with a sense of unease. Tai turned to Zhao Gongming with a smile, remarking, Esteemed Taoist Gongming, during the time of the investiture of the gods, you prevailed over numerous disciples of the Chan school, using the sea-stabilizing pearl. Now that the pearl is lost, I wonder how much prowess you retain. At these words, Zhao Gongming felt his hair bristle, his face flushed, and he grasped his golden whip with resolve. Humph, my golden whip is no less formidable. Meanwhile, within the ethereal halls of the Bio Palace on Mount Jinao, the unrivaled Holy Mother observed the unfolding conflict in the state of Qi alongside the Celestial Master of the Way. Upon witnessing the Panga banner, her expression shifted to one of concern. Having endured the eradication of the Immortals and the cataclysm of 10,000 Celestials, she was acutely aware of the artifact's formidable powers. Even though it was currently under the control of Guang Qingzi and its capabilities severely restricted, could her junior brother truly contend with it? Yet, with the master present, she hesitated to intervene directly and inquired, "Master, can our junior brother manage against the Panga banner? May I offer my assistance?" The celestial master of the way chuckled and replied, "My dear disciple, I have underestimated Bai Li. It is important to remember that he once achieved great renown by using formations to vanquish Tai and repel adversaries. You often speak of his innate connection to the Tao of the great Luo. Having entered the state of Qi, he must have devised a comprehensive strategy, and the Panga banner may well be within his foresight. You have yet to grasp the essence of this struggle. When it comes to seizing the heavens and taking the path, perhaps none among you can rival his abilities. It is conceivable that the disciples of the Chan school may falter in their own skills this time." Despite his reassurances, the unrivaled Holy Mother remained visibly troubled. Noticing her lingering unease, the celestial master of the way sought to soothe her, saying, "Fear not, my Qingping sword remains in your junior brother's possession. Should he find himself unable to cope, I shall utilize the Qingping sword to bring him back. My true disciples are few. How could I neglect them?" Only then did the unrivaled Holy Mother feel a measure of tranquility. Meanwhile, Guang Chengzi, wielding the Panga banner, sneered, "Guang Chengzi, do you truly believe that possessing the Panga banner assures your victory? Today, I shall witness whether it can indeed rend the heavens and split the earth." With a grand gesture, he summoned 9 beams of light from the boundaries, enveloping the skies over Qi. The heavens were sealed, and the earth locked. Mortals could traverse. Yet immortals found escape impossible. Observing this, Guang Chengzi's expression sharpened as he tightened his grip on the Panga banner, sensing that Bai Li's intentions were far from simple. In the next moment, Bai Li's aura began to resonate with the entirety of Qi, and the celestial order around them began to subtly shift. Previously, the divine powers that aligned with the Tao left their mark throughout the state of Qi, particularly in the capital where the essence of fate converged. He relentlessly sought the path of escape, akin to weaving an extraordinary array to counter the teachings of the 4-9. He found it, he grasped it, leading him to discover the yet unborn Guanzhong. Now, he has unraveled the machinations of the teachings, and their followers are scorned by humanity. Their actions discordant with the original will of heaven. The celestial beings do not stand by their side, and the 4-9 of the teachings have vanished, allowing him to supplant them. He has crafted a national array, harmonizing with the way of the nation, substituting himself for heaven, and has become a minor embodiment of divine will in the state of Qi. Bai Li's form began to ascend, but upon reaching a certain height, it abruptly halted. Is this all that can be achieved? Ultimately, his cultivation is insufficient. However, it should suffice to contend with them. He gazed at the vigilant Guang Chengzi and the others across from him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gradually uttered a few words. Chaos. Primordial. Chapter 112. The great opening of the heavens in an instant. The space where the group resided underwent a dramatic transformation. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire became chaotic, and the dualities of yin and yang faded. The primordial chaos emanated from the void, stretching the space infinitely, yet seemingly capable of contracting without limit. A miniature chaotic primordial world enveloped Guang Chengzi and his companions entirely. Chaos represents the indistinct state of the universe before its formation, where essence, form, and substance exist in a seamless unity. Should one attain the fruit of the great Tao, particularly those who have achieved the second level and beyond, their imprint would illuminate the heavens, rendering past, present, and future as one. The primordial 5 elements would lie within their grasp, easily broken with a mere gesture. Although this formidable power had not yet attained the state of formlessness before the myriad worlds were created, and had not yet realized the true Tao or the essence of Pangu, they could still easily create worlds beyond the void. The chaos conjured by Bai Li, infused with the entirety of heavenly intent, did not reach the heights of the second level of the great Tao. Nevertheless, it was beyond the capabilities of Guang Chengzi and others, whose paths were sealed. Their only hope lay in the Pangu banner, a divine artifact of creation, which inherently restrains primordial chaos. The outcome depended solely on their abilities. This remarkable maneuver immediately stirred a clamor across the vast wilderness, causing an uproar among the many sacred sites. Within the Bayou Palace, the master of Tongtian burst into hearty laughter, applauding the spectacle. Ha! I had thought that Bai Li had merely outshone the disciples of the Chan teaching in terms of heavenly representation, particularly in the contest between Mai and the Chan teaching. I never anticipated such a turn of events. The evolution of primordial chaos, allowing the disciples of the Chan teaching to create the heavens and the earth, placed Yuanshi as the sovereign of creation and the cause of the heavens. If his disciples were to falter at this crucial juncture, it would be a monumental disgrace. Imagining the expression of Yuanshi Tianzuan, the master of Tongtian waved his sleeve, conjuring 2 cups of fine wine before beckoning the nearby Wudong Saintess. Come, my disciple, let us indulge in a hearty drink. In the Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun, Yuan Shi Tianzuan observed the scene unfolding before him. Although his expression remained inscrutable, his gaze was fixed on several disciples amidst the chaos. As Guang Chengzi and the others settled, Bai Li's voice resonated from the outer realm. Guang Chengzi, this is the primordial chaos I have manifested through heavenly intent. If you can create the heavens and the earth, you shall naturally emerge from this place. If not, I may spare you, but your master shall not be so lenient. The faces of the Chan disciples darkened as they inwardly cursed Bai Li's malicious intent. They exerted all their strength, attempting to break through the chaos, yet their efforts proved futile. At that moment, Guang Chengzi realized that the only means to break through chaos lay with the Panga banner, and he wielded it with fervor. The blade of creation stirred the chaotic energies, and where the blade passed, chaos shattered, evolving into the 4 elemental forms of water, fire, earth, and wind, thus separating yin from yang. However, before they could rejoice, the chaotic energies surged back, and primordial chaos re-emerged, swiftly obliterating the newly formed spaces. With several vigorous swings, the newly created area expanded significantly. Yet it was still rapidly consumed by chaos, threatening to revert to formlessness before long. The true monarch of clear and void, in a state of urgency, implored, Master Brother, what shall we do? As disciples of our esteemed master, if we were to fall at this pivotal juncture, then, such was the insidious nature of Bai Li's scheme. They now wield the primordial instruments of creation. For within their divine powers lies the first seal of the primordial 9 seals. In this chaotic realm, there exists no domain beyond their capability to cultivate, much like Bai Li's dominion of the 4 heavens. However, the journey toward this endeavor is fraught with insurmountable challenges. What is to be done? Should they falter in this undertaking, it would surely invite the mockery of their peers from the wilds. After much contemplation, Dao Xing Tianzun finally addressed Guang Chengzi, saying, Brother, the path of Pangu requires one to stand tall and transform into all things. As Guang Chengzi listened, his unease grew. Upon hearing the words transform into all things, he could not suppress a wry smile. Pangu embodies the Tao, the divine, and the esteemed position. Anyone can attain Panga's essence and stand tall, transforming into all things. Yet this merely occupies a segment of the timeline and does not imply a genuine transformation of the Tao to fulfill all sentient beings. Should he truly transform into all things, it would signify his irrevocable demise, a state from which he could never return. Do you wish for me to stand tall and then transform into all things, dear disciple? Dao Xing Tianzun replied with a rueful smile, shaking his head in denial. The disciple had no such intention. He merely speculated that the creation of the universe necessitated a support to uphold the heavens and suppress the forces therein. Perhaps after brother manages to carve out a space, I could employ the demon-subduing Vajra pestle to support the heavens, thereby increasing our chances of success. Upon hearing this, the other's eyes brightened, recognizing the merit and feasibility in Dao Xing Tianzun's proposal. Taking a deep breath, Guang Chengzi channeled boundless power into the Panga banner, including his insights into the turning seal. This strike bore a faint semblance of the essence of breakthrough, though subtle and indistinct. It surpassed previous attempts by far. With a single sweep of the banner, nearly half of the chaos was unveiled, as the 4 symbols surged and yin and yang intertwined. Immediately, Dao Xing Tianzun hurled the demon-subduing Vajra pestle to form a pillar to stabilize the convergence of heaven and earth, resisting the oppressive force of chaos. At the moment the pestle settled, Dao Xing Tianzun suddenly trembled, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The onlooking Qi Jingzi and others were alarmed and rushed to aid Dao Xing Tianzun, yet they quickly recognized the weight of heaven and earth. Dao Xing Tianzun bellowed, "This is dire, retreat quickly." As the group withdrew their efforts, the vastness of the newly created space increased the burden they bore. In the instant they ceased their actions, the demon-subduing Vajra pestle, which had anchored the realms, was flung away, only to be caught by Dao Xing Tianzun. The speed at which heaven and earth converged exceeded their expectations, leaving no time for a second strike with the Panga banner. Once again, the situation fell into a stalemate. After a prolonged silence, Guang Chengzi's powers fully restored, he slowly uttered 3 words, opening seal. The previous strike had profoundly resonated with him. The capacity to unveil such vast chaos stemmed from the turning seal, which is derived from the opening seal. Now, it seemed that only the opening seal could assist them in their endeavor to create the universe. Guang Chengzi promptly convened the others for discussion. Brothers, We have all contemplated the opening seal, yet we have merely scratched the surface. We must now rely on this seal. Though we each cultivate our own paths, we are united in our lineage from the primordial. Thus, we are interconnected. Shortly, we shall collectively channel the primordial golden seal, and each of you will enact your understanding of the opening seal, while I shall employ the turning seal to connect and infuse it into the Panga banner, which may lead us to success. As the crowd nodded in agreement, Guang Chengzi stood before them, clutching the Panga banner. Behind him, 3 individuals each unfolded their celestial seal techniques. Their energies intertwined, and Guang Chengzi unleashed the true essence of the turning heaven seal. The 3 practitioners, Qi Jingzi among them, immediately infused their opening heaven seals into the turning heaven seal, manifesting an ethereal vision of the primordial heavenly sovereign in the air. Seeing this, Guang Chengzi's heart soared with joy as he waved the Panga banner, causing the manifestation of the primordial heavenly sovereign to wield the Pangu axe, cleaving the heavens apart. The onlookers outside witnessed a flash of brilliance as several beams of celestial light burst forth from the chaos, revealing the figures of Guang Chengzi and his companions. Though they had incurred considerable loss, their spirits were invigorated, and they regarded Bai Li with expressions of triumph. "Bai Li, it appears you have lost this round," they declared. Bai Li merely smiled and shook his head. "You are gravely mistaken. This round, you have already lost. Just observe." With a pointed gesture, he directed their attention downward, where they beheld Guan Zhuang cradling a newly born infant, the very first of the disciples, Guan Zhong. The celestial decree descended, and the forceful manifestation of Jiang Ziya's true spirit in the heavens could no longer exert its influence. Chapter 113. The temporary retreat of the Chan sect from the outset. This contest was not merely a demonstration of whose supernatural powers prevailed. The condition for Guang Chengzi and his companions to claim victory hinged upon their ability to compel the forcibly condensed true spirit to descend into the woman's womb within a limited time frame, thereby ensuring Jiang Ziya's ascendance as the new Guanzhong. In contrast, Bai Li's objective was to thwart them, ensuring the original Guanzhong's emergence into the world. This was due to his Bagua Yun Guan Pa being intricately connected to the true spirit, rendering it nearly impervious to disruption, thus redirecting their focus toward Bai Li. In light of the woman's difficult labor, it was a strategic decision for the Chan sect to prioritize defeating Bai Li before attempting to seize the Bagua Yun Guan Pa. However, the misfortune lay in Guang Chengzi and his companions' inability to overcome him, as they found themselves ensnared by his primordial chaos. Even without direct confrontation, it was evident that he would emerge victorious, for he was not alone in this endeavor. Bao Xuan, linked in fate to Guanzhong, had enabled Bai Li to locate Guanzhong's abode ahead of time. In the original timeline, Guanzhong's success was inextricably tied to Bao Xuan. If Guanzhong represented the number 4, then Bao Xuan was akin to the number 1. Their union birthed the foremost sage among the myriad of thinkers. Just as Bai Li ensnared Guang Chengzi and his companions within the chaotic primordial realm, Guanzhong, guided by Bao Xuan's fate, smoothly descended into the world, culminating in the scene that now unfolded before them. Upon witnessing Guanzhong and Bao Xuan, Guang Chengzi and his companions immediately grasped the underlying truth. Their gazes shifting to the smiling Bai Li, a bitter resentment curling within their hearts. "Your calculations are indeed astute, my friend," Guang Chengzi remarked. "You have swiftly sought out those connected to Guanzhong's fate. Truly, you are worthy of the Lingbao's true legacy, surpassing all disciples of the Jie sect, destined to assume command over the Qingping." In response, Bai Li chuckled and shook his head. "Your words are profoundly misguided, my friend. My humble attainments are hardly a match for Jin Ling and the esteemed sisters of Wudong. It is merely that we of the Jie sect are united. The sisters have no desire to contend with me." Guang Chengzi let out a cold snort. "Bai Li, you may have triumphed this time, but the next encounter may yield a different outcome." With that, he and Qi Jingzi departed, taking Jiang Ziya's true spirit into their possession. As the situation finally stabilized, Bai Li exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Should any unforeseen complications arise, he would have been compelled to resort to the 9-colored lotus seat, a spiritual treasure of Tai Chi, integral to his future plans and best kept from the public eye. Collecting the Bagua Yun Guang Pa that still hovered in the air, Bai Li swiftly approached Bao Xuan. Upon seeing Bai Li, Guanzhong was instantly overcome with emotion, prostrating himself before the infant with profound gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal, for saving my son." He proceeded to bow 3 times, each bow resonating with heartfelt sincerity. With Bao Xuan's assistance, he had gleaned some understanding of the events that transpired. This child was destined to be born. a living being whose emergence could not be supplanted by another. After the three bows, Bai Li helped him to his feet and spoke, "Guanzhong, your son is destined to achieve great things. I wish to take him as my disciple. Would you be agreeable to this?" Upon hearing this, Guanzhong eagerly acquiesced, though a flicker of reluctance shone in his eyes as he gazed upon his child. If one were to trace the lineage of the steward, it would lead back to King Mu of Zhou, inheriting the surname Ji. This lineage could even be traced to the Yellow Emperor in ancient times. Regrettably, these descendants have proven themselves unworthy, resulting in a decline of the family's fortunes. However, his son is destined for greatness, and following the current immortal master will undoubtedly open boundless prospects for him. Bai Li keenly observed his reactions. Rest assured, should your cultivation reach a state devoid of emotion and awareness, it would not align with the true essence of my sect. Though I take you as my disciple, it does not necessitate your separation. Once he matures a bit, you may take him to the Bao residence to seek me. I shall impart to him whatever he requires. For now, we merely establish the bond of master and disciple. His path lies within the mortal realm, and how he chooses to proceed upon achieving success will be determined then. Thus, this matter was settled. After informing about the location of the stewardess estate, Bai Li escorted Bao Shuya back to the Bao residence. That night, within the space Bai Li had created, a dazzling spectrum of colors enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the perceptions of outsiders. Sitting atop a lotus seat radiating with 9 hues, he observed the chaotic energies unleashed during the day with a slight smile. The primordial essence is the source of all creation, formless and timeless. It is beyond sight and sound, encompassing both the vast and the minute, the profound and the mysterious. Heaven and earth emerge from the breath of the great Tao. All things are transformed from the essence of the supreme mystery. The path of creation established by the primordial heavenly venerable is indeed profound, and the heavenly seal possesses unfathomable power. Alas, one cannot directly attain divine abilities through it, lest one be immediately detected. However, it can assist in refining the chaos jade fire, and even allow for the comparison of methods involving spiritual treasures, thereby discovering the opportunity for the fusion of the crimson chaos purple fire and the chaos jade fire. The speed of the crimson primordial flame in consuming these two flames is ultimately too slow. Bai Li produced the crimson banner, unleashing boundless fire. Surrounding the core of the crimson primordial flame were several types of flames, with a strand of the chaos jade fire source, extracted from the lamp of the Jade Void Palace, gradually being devoured by the crimson primordial flame. After Guang Qingzi and the others departed, they returned to Kunlun, proceeding directly to the Jade Void. "Master, I have brought disgrace upon myself this time." Guang Qingzi and his companions knelt before their teacher, while the Southern Polar Immortal and the Grand One stood to either side. "Please, rise." The voice bore no trace of discontent, allowing Guang Qingzi and the others to finally relax. The primordial heavenly venerable gazed down at his disciples with a complex expression. The disciples of the Chan sect were already few, with the likes of Ran Deng moving to the west, and the Jade Cauldron and Spirit Treasure sustaining injuries during the battle of the myriad immortals. They were now recuperating in their own abodes. The path of the Yellow Dragon had been diminished, although through immense willpower he retraced his steps, transforming misfortune into fortune. The journey ahead was now fraught with challenges. Currently, only these disciples remained at his disposal. The primordial venerable sighed. "A temporary setback is of little consequence. You shall reclaim victory next time. Moreover, you successfully opened the heavens this time, so at least I have not lost face. Call forth all your fellow disciples. I shall demonstrate the method of opening the heavens shortly. How much you comprehend will depend on your own fortune." As time gradually passed, Bao Shuya and Guanzhong grew older. Bai Li, much like the celestial master instructing Shin Nong, first imparted teachings. Though he bestowed protective talismans upon them, he did not yet lead them onto the path of immortality. The two individuals undoubtedly became the closest of friends in the future, possessing similar talents and a fateful connection. Advancing rapidly in their studies, often able to draw parallels and solve numerous problems, thereby alleviating much of his burden. On this particular day, Guanzhong was earnestly seeking knowledge from Bai Li. Although he had learned from his father that his esteemed mentor was an extraordinary figure, he never inquired further, believing that when the time was right, his mentor would naturally impart wisdom to him. Just then, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, revealing the form of an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage. Upon seeing the visitor, Bai Li immediately smiled and said, "What brings you here, Tai Bai?" To which Tai Bai replied with a smile, "I cannot compare to the leisurely old monarch. It is merely that the queen of the Yao Pool will soon hold the grand peach banquet, and I have been sent here to deliver the invitation. Chapter 114. The Actions of Hunyuan, Gratitude for the Gift from Peanut Braised Carp. Additional update. It was unexpected that the Pantao Conference was about to commence. Bai Li's previous endeavor in the Divine Realm to establish the 9 Springs was largely due to the ancestral root peaches bestowed by the Queen Mother of the Yaoqi. However, aside from the great powers of Dao fruits, the remaining individuals were likely to partake only in the 3 types of differentiated Pantao. These 3 varieties totaled 3,600 trees. The first 1,200 trees bore fruit that was diminutive and ripened once every 3,000 years, granting immortality to those who consumed them. The second 1,200 trees bore sweet and fragrant fruit, ripening once every 6,000 years, enabling ascension to the celestial realm, while the final 1,200 trees bore purple-veined and fragrant kernels, ripening once every 9,000 years, bestowing longevity equivalent to that of heaven and earth upon those who partook. The longevity associated with the last type of Pantao was not merely comparable to the primordial world, but was rather aligned with the celestial cycle of the outer realm, specifically the rotation of 12,960 years. It is said that the cycles of heaven and earth span 12,960 years. Such peaches could indeed be deemed rare spiritual roots. Bai Li accepted the invitation card from the Tai Bai Jinxing with a smile and inquired, "Might I ask who has been invited to this Pantao conference?" Tai Bai Jinxing appeared to have anticipated Bai Li's question and promptly responded, "This grand assembly is the first of its kind after the gods have returned to their positions and the heavenly court has reached completion. It is thus exceptionally grand. Apart from the true elder, invitations have been extended to various esteemed locations including the Shouyang 8 Scenery Palace, Kunlun Yushu Palace, Jin Ao Bio Palace, Western Buddhism, the 4 Sovereigns, the 5 Elders' Abode, the Underworld, Western Kunlun, the Wuzhuang Temple, and others." Upon concluding the list of invitees, Tai Bai approached Bai Li and whispered, "The great heavenly sovereign intends to use this opportunity to gauge their strengths, so I kindly urge your majesty to make preparations in advance." Bai Li clasped his hands in gratitude and assured him that he would certainly attend the banquet. Seeing this, Tai Bai nodded and expressed that he still had several places to visit to distribute invitations before taking his leave. With that, Tai Bai Jinxing transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the distance. Observing Tai Bai's departing figure, Bai Li tightened his grip on the invitation card. The aura emanating from it was evidently approaching the level of the 3 certificates of Tai. Imbued with an indescribable essence reminiscent of the might he encountered on the day he beheld the primordial Qilin at Qilin Cliff. This great heavenly sovereign truly possesses remarkable concealment. To gauge the strengths of others, one must also wish to discern the depths of his own sect, I presume. Bai Li promptly summoned Bao Shukai and Guanzhong. "It has been over a decade since I took you under my wing, fulfilling my responsibilities as a teacher. Your growth has been commendable, reflecting well upon my guidance. However, the path ahead must ultimately be tread by yourselves, as I shall be departing for a while." The 2 were taken aback by his words. "Master, you are leaving." They exclaimed, Master, you are like a father to us." Ever since Bai Li took them in, it was likely that they had spent more time by his side than with their own parents, having regarded him as a second father. Bai Li raised his hand to interrupt their ensuing words and turned to address them. "Do you not recall that I once mentioned to you, dear disciples, that you are destined for great accomplishments in the future? Such achievements do not rest with me, but rather in the realm of mortals. Without engaging with humanity, how can one truly walk the path? It is vital to understand that knowledge gleaned solely from books is ultimately superficial. Profound understanding must be attained through personal experience." Upon witnessing his unwavering stance, the 2 individuals realized that their attempts to dissuade him were futile, and they could only stifle their tears as they inquired about Bai Li's return. Bai Li gently patted their heads and assured them, "When you have fulfilled your respective missions, I shall return. At that time, we shall see if you still wish to follow me on the path to immortality and join my teachings." He then meticulously instructed Bao Shuya, saying, "You come from a prosperous family. During the early trials of Guanzhong's life, should the need arise, you must lend him your support." Bao Shuya readily assented, unaware that this seemingly composed junior brother would encounter considerable misfortune in the future, to the extent that it would lead him to question Bai Li's words. "Well then, my business here is concluded, and I must take my leave." With that, he transformed into a beam of crimson light and ascended towards the 33 heavens. Bao Shuya and Guanzhong bowed thrice in reverence towards the direction Bai Li had departed, before each setting forth to seek their own paths. Upon reaching the 33rd heaven, Bai Li made his way directly to the palace of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. It appeared she had anticipated his arrival, as he was promptly welcomed into the palace by the long-awaiting Golden Spirit Holy Mother. "Did you come here regarding the peach banquet?" she inquired. Bai Li nodded in acknowledgement. As the faith of the celestial deities in the mortal realm gradually expanded, the overall vitality of the heavenly court increased as well. As the sovereign of the celestial realm, Hunyuan naturally reaped the benefits, though it remained uncertain from whence he derived such fortuitous opportunities. With various forms of assistance, his cultivation advanced significantly. It seemed he sought to leverage this occasion to showcase his prowess. Recognizing the truth in Bai Li's words, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother affirmed. Indeed, Hunyuan is poised to reach the threshold of the 3 certificates of Tai. He is on the verge of becoming one of the most formidable beings among the primordial celestial lords, and with such ambition, his thoughts have multiplied. Alas, he has miscalculated. Bai Li's curiosity was piqued. "What do you mean by that, sister?" The Golden Spirit Holy Mother chuckled softly. "You may not realize, but Hunyuan's path to enlightenment hinges on 2 avenues, the new deity path and the supreme path. Initially, he must consolidate all authority within the heavenly court. However, the 4 sovereigns and the 5 elders represent his greatest obstacles. During your recent battle in the state of Qi, when you elucidated the teachings of the Southern Pole, Tai and several members of the 4 sovereigns, including Zy and Goqing, intervened to obstruct me and Yunxiao. Subsequently, Yunxiao confided that Tai had unexpectedly attained the 2nd certificate of Tai, likely due to the intervention of that figure from Kunlun Mountain. As the authority becomes increasingly fragmented, Hunyuan's quest for enlightenment becomes exceedingly arduous. Should 2 of the remaining 5 elders gradually return to their positions, yet remain beyond Hunyuan's control, this path would be nearly irrevocably sealed. As for the remaining supreme path, that is even less likely. Why is it improbable? Because there exists someone contending with Hunyuan for the path. Not to mention other matters, there have been recent disturbances in the 8 Scenery Palace, with the supreme path's river trembling, clearly indicating that someone has attained the Tai fruit through the supreme path. The esteemed master of the Dubao had previously pursued the supreme Dao and had traversed the path towards the Dao fruit of the great Luo for many years. He awaited the day when Laozi would transform the Hu into the Buddha, with Dubao embodying the essence of Shakyamuni, the progenitor of Buddhism, presiding over the West, thereby advancing the supreme Dao further. Both paths, however, faced obstructions from those vying for dominion, and it was clear that Hunyuan's current intentions were misguided. Bai Li nodded in response. He had already made arrangements for the 2 lost positions among the 5 elders, which would most likely be reclaimed by alleviating any concerns. Nevertheless, it was prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. "Sister, how has the divine incarnations of our fellow brothers been refined?" "Thanks to the meticulous planning of our junior brother, most have been successfully solidified." Bai Li had a rough understanding of their progress. "The authority of the 8 departments of righteous deities must firmly reside within our own hands. They must not escape the confines of the investiture of the gods through Hunyuan's methods. Ideally, they should attain the fruit of the Tai Dao. So I request that you convey the gravity of this matter to them, sister." Jinling nodded in agreement. "This is indeed our rightful duty. Rest assured, junior brother." Chapter 115. The banquet approaches. As he spoke, Bai Li could not suppress his growing concern. It seemed that the current power of the Jie sect was somewhat lacking. On the other hand, the Chan sect boasted formidable figures such as Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi, both of whom had attained the great Luo Dao fruit. The presence of the Southern Pole Immortal and Tai was unquestionable, and although the Cloud Middle Child rarely ventured from the Jade Pillar Cave in the Zhongnan Mountains, he undeniably belonged to the Chan sect, being a manifestation of the primordial essence shared with Hunyuan Laozu alongside Yunxiao. Thus, it was difficult to underestimate his strength. Adding to this were the evident allies of the Chan sect, Zi Wei and Go Chun, bringing their number of Dao Fruit Immortals to 7. In contrast, the only prominent figures supporting the Jie sect were the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Oblivion, Yunxiao, and Zhao Gongming, who could be considered half a participant. Even if he were to count as one above the 33 heavens, they would still amount to merely 4.5. The current situation remained within a controllable range due to the high attainments of Jinling and Yunxiao, both of whom were adept in formations, thus maintaining a semblance of stability. However, should the balance tilt further in favor of the Chan sect, it would undoubtedly shatter. Bai Li surmised that the upcoming peach banquet would not unfold peacefully. The Chan sect might seize the opportunity to exert pressure. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, perceiving Bai Li's unease, offered him words of comfort. "Junior brother, there is no need for concern. Since you have taken charge of Qingping, you have performed remarkably well. Recently, our master decreed that I should inform you that soon, one of our fellow disciples will return with the Dao fruit." Upon hearing this, Bai Li's spirits lifted. Having another person to alleviate the pressure was indeed welcome. Several figures flashed through his mind, ultimately focusing on one individual. Are you referring to the long-eared junior brother? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit nodded in affirmation. Indeed, during the battle of the 10,000 Immortals formation, the long-eared junior brother forsook the path of the Buddha to wield the six-soul banner. Our master explicitly promised that the day he returns would mark the day he attains the great Luo Dao fruit. Now, with the cosmic cycle in motion, it is the perfect time for the various schools to emerge. Our master has stated that upon his descent, the Qing Ping sword shall guide him. You may go to welcome him. Finally, there was a piece of good news, and Bai Li's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. After bidding farewell to the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, he sought out the three Xiaos and Zhao Gongming to express his gratitude for their willingness to assist during the battle in Qi. Upon meeting Bai Li, both Yun Xiao and Zhao Gongming showered him with praises, particularly Zhao Gongming. Since Guanzhong's emergence, Zhao Gongming had realized that the opportunity Bai Li spoke of had stemmed from him, as he believed that a full granary cultivates propriety, and abundant resources foster a sense of honor and shame, thus revealing moral teachings grounded in material existence. In the unfolding timeline, this figure would be among the first to ardently develop commerce, fishing, salt production, and metallurgy, advocating for a prosperous nation and a strong military, thereby laying the initial framework for an economic system that would greatly benefit the path of wealth. Should the Chan sect succeed, and Guanzhong were to be a reincarnation of Jiangxia, how could the Chan sect members bear to witness the flourishing of wealth? While they might not completely abolish such achievements, they would surely impose restrictions. To speak grandly, this was a favor bestowed upon the path. After discussing certain matters with Yun Xiao and Zhao Gongming, Bai Li returned to the Red Emperor Palace. Prior to the commencement of the Peach Banquet, he remained in the 33 heavens, taking the opportunity to socialize with friends and relatives, reminiscing with the brothers of the Thunder Department, and engaging in philosophical discussions with the deities of the Fire Department. He wandered freely, moving east and west, enjoying a carefree existence. Concurrently, during his visits, Bai Li had also gleaned some intriguing news. Within the celestial realm, numerous arrangements orchestrated by Hunyuan have emerged, most notably the four great heavenly gates, which serve as the portals between the mortal world and the 33 heavens. These gates have existed since the era of the ancient divine court, though they were shattered during the cycles of celestial beings. Although Hunyuan had previously reforged them, the task remained incomplete until now, when the full ritual has been realized, harmonizing with the grand array of the four directions. Consequently, only those beneath the Golden Immortal rank may traverse to the 33 heavens through these gates. Above the southern heavenly gate, a precious mirror has been placed, said to be a replica of the Hunyuan mirror wielded by Hunyuan himself. Positioned at the pinnacle of the post-heaven, it is formidable enough to withstand attacks from external foes. In his pursuit to showcase his might, Hunyuan has indeed exerted considerable effort. On the day of the Pan Tao Grand Assembly, a myriad of celestial lights converged from various celestial abodes, filling the air with the distant sounds of howling apes and the calls of deer, as ethereal birds flitted among the clouds, and immortals soared upon the mist. The resonant roars of dragons and tigers echoed, while practitioners rode upon dragons and tigers alike. The eminent figures of the celestial realm, along with the esteemed Golden Immortals of the great sects, ascended directly into the 33 heavens, making their way to the Yaoqi. These individuals had already discerned Hunyuan's designs. Fearless of the celestial court or Hunyuan himself, they would not comply with his orchestrations. Those of lesser cultivation could only enter and exit through the four great heavenly gates, while those of slightly higher cultivation adhered to the proper protocols. Among them, the most numerous were those heading towards the southern heavenly gate. The grandeur of the scene was breathtaking. Golden rays intertwined with crimson hues, while auspicious vapors shimmered with violet mist. The southern heavenly gate, crafted from deep azure glass, sparkled with the luster of precious jade. On either side stood dozens of heavenly marshals, steadfast sentinels, wielding their banners with pride. Around them were numerous golden-armored deities, each brandishing spears, whips, and weapons of valor. These marshals and divine beings, gathered under Hunyuan's command, were predominantly earthly immortals, led by a celestial immortal. The assembly of deities could not help but marvel at the profound heritage of the celestial court. As the appointed time approached, Bai Li mounted his fire qilin and set forth towards the Yaoqi. Upon arriving at the Yaoqi, he was enveloped in fragrant mist and vibrant clouds. The Yao Terrace was adorned with colorful canopies, and the treasure pavilions exuded ethereal vapors. Arrayed were the 9 phoenixes casting crimson rays, and the 8 treasures shimmering with violet hues. Tables of multicolored gold were set with jade bowls filled with a myriad of delicacies, including dragoness liver, phoenix marrow, bear paws, and rare fruits. The exquisite banquet prepared by Hunyuan for this Pan Tao Grand Assembly could easily be deemed unparalleled in the primordial expanse. Surveying his surroundings, Bai Li noted that the representatives from the teachings of Chan, Buddhism, and other sects had yet to arrive. Amused, he considered that the order of seating often symbolized the strength and status of each faction. He suspected that if he refrained from taking his seat, the others would likewise delay their arrival. Fortunately, he had no desire to be the focal point, allowing the teachings of Chan and Buddhism to contend amongst themselves. Hadn't he, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and the representative from the Bio Palace already taken their seats? Upon Bai Li's arrival, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing hurried to greet him, guiding him to the designated position prepared for him. The fire Qilin transformed into a human form and was led to a side hall among other steeds and attendants. As one of the 5 elders, Bai Li held a revered status, especially now that he presided over the Qingping sword as the spokesperson for the Jie sect. Securing an eminent position at the gathering, he took his seat beside the representative from the Wudong, followed by Jin Ling, Yun Xiao, and a row of others. With the Wudong representative positioned before Jin Ling due to their affiliation with the Bio Palace, a detail that the Jie sect did not mind. Before him lay a few vacant seats, particularly those at the forefront, which were most conspicuous. These particular positions were aligned with the thrones of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, presumably reserved for those esteemed celestial beings. Although it was well understood that these exalted figures would not yield to their presence, Hunyuan still chose to leave the seats unoccupied. Moreover, several other seats remained, the occupants of which were uncertain. As soon as he settled into his seat, the voices of Wudong and Jin Ling reached his ears. "Junior brother, quickly take your seat and prepare to witness a splendid spectacle." Bai Li was momentarily taken aback. Before he could inquire further, he beheld the east ablaze with myriad rays of light and auspicious clouds gathering. The celestial beings of the Chan sect, led by Guang Qingzi, the southern pole immortal, and Tai Yi, were followed closely by Qi Jingzi and Yun Zhongzi. The Chan sect had arrived first. Chapter 116. Various parties arrive upon witnessing this spectacle. Hunyuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether such a grand display was intended to intimidate him. The teachings of Chan. Yaoqi, with her keen perception, subtly patted him to temper his rising ire. Just after the celestial beings of Chan manifested their resplendent radiance, a boundless light from the west transformed into clusters of golden lotuses, their grandeur eclipsing that of Chan, as if boldly proclaiming their superiority. This gathering of the Buddhist sect was led by the Lantern Buddha, representing the past Buddha, as the current Buddha had yet to assume his position. Thus, the past Buddha temporarily handled external affairs. Following him were the Medicine Buddha, Maitreya Buddha, and the Bodhisattva of great strength, all originally part of the Western Buddhist foundation and disciples of the 2 celestial deities, who had recently attained the Great Luo. Next came Manjushri and Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas, who, long ago, had diverged from the pursuit of the primordial path to enter Buddhism after their apotheosis, also having attained the Great Luo. Presently, 6 Golden Immortals of the Tao fruit had emerged from the Buddhist faction, a mere glimpse of their accumulated strength, with Zihong expected to return shortly, potentially achieving dual attainment of the Great Luo. During the apotheosis, the son of the Phoenix ancestor, Kong Xian, was subdued by the deity of the Western teachings, who had also achieved dual attainment of Tai Yi and the Great Luo, surpassing even Lantern Buddha, who had opened the 24 heavens. Now, with Yun Xiao having initially attained Tai Yi and the Great Luo, only through the 9-bend Yellow River formation could he contend with such power. Unbeknownst to many, the Buddhist sect had amassed such formidable strength. Had it not been for Bai Li's decisive victory over the formidable Sun Jian during the battle at the gate, today's gathering might have included one more Golden Immortal of the Tao fruit. The old man of the South Pole, upon seeing Lantern and his companions, snorted derisively. "With so many brought here by you, it seems you believe the Buddhist sect possesses nothing of worth, coveting the peaches of immortality from Lady Yaoqi." The West had always been barren. It was said that a great war had once shattered the entire Western land, delaying its development by an entire era compared to the East. This led the deity of the Western teachings to frequently visit the East for alms, wielding the power of cause and effect, bestowing fortune or misfortune at his whim. However, this practice drew criticism, with many mocking Buddhism as lacking substance. Yet he merely smiled in silence, remaining unfazed even when the heavenly treasure deity sought to obstruct him. Lantern, hearing this, chuckled. "Ba, my friend from the South Pole, you jest. Our Western realm, in gratitude for the benevolence of the lady, sent 6 individuals to this gathering as a sign of respect, one more than your faction, it seems. Furthermore, despite our barren land, we are willing to follow the footsteps of the 2 celestial deities in cultivating the Tao, unlike certain individuals who, despite residing in lands rich in resources, nearly faltered in their own areas of expertise. Bai Li, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter, realizing that Lantern had quite the knack for subtle jabs. The former statement suggested their greater reverence compared to Chan, while the latter was a veiled insult directed at Guang Chengzi and his associates. Guang Chengzi's expression darkened instantly, with Qi Jingzi beside him rebuking fiercely. You traitor of the teachings, how dare you utter such words? Lantern merely shook his head, regarding Qi Jingzi as one who was hopelessly lost. Ba, my fellow cultivator, you are mistaken. We are indeed individuals of the Buddhist faith. However, for the sake of the Tao, we have chosen to immerse ourselves in its teachings. Our hearts have always remained steadfast in Buddhism, and now we merely return to our original position. Furthermore, in the wake of the recent battle, all past grievances have dissipated. What do you mean by calling it a betrayal of faith? As the Primordial Supreme One once stated, even if figures like Sihong were to embrace Buddhism, the outcome would ultimately be a contest between the 2 teachings, determined by whose doctrine prevails. Conversely, was it not the same when Sihong and others transitioned from Buddhism to the teachings of the Tao long ago? In the end, it appears that the Primordial Supreme One has lost this round. Upon hearing this, the members of the Taoist teaching were immediately incensed. For did not the words of the lamp-bearing Taoist imply that his teachings were inferior to Buddhism? Just as tensions escalated and both sides were on the verge of conflict, a voice from the Yaoqi reverberated from above. Since both parties have arrived, please take your seats promptly. After all, this is Yaoqi, and the peach banquet is about to commence. Although the Yaoqi would have relished a confrontation between the 2 factions, the current peach banquet was meticulously arranged to showcase their own prowess, having required significant effort and resources. It could not be disrupted by an early clash between the 2 sides. The voice, as gentle as a spring breeze, caused both the Antarctic Immortal and the lamp-bearing Taoist to exchange solemn glances towards the Queen Mother of the Yaoqi above. With a disdainful snort, they proceeded to take their designated seats. Coincidentally, to prevent any conflict with the disciples of the Jie sect, the positions of the Buddhist and Taoist teachings were arranged adjacently, with Buddhism seated directly before Taoism. Upon this arrangement, both sides regarded each other with disdain. This grand spectacle delighted Bai Li and his companions. Just as both parties settled into their seats, the great master Xuandu arrived. Without the pomp of radiant clouds, he appeared as unassuming as a mortal. Yet none dared to underestimate him. He seemed to embody the Tao, rendering him inscrutable. Xuandu paid his respects to the Yaoqi and Haoyan before taking his place at the head of Bai Li's table. After a brief interval, a sea of 5-colored clouds unfurled, illuminated by the golden light of the Xianwang. A figure holding a whisk approached, accompanied by 2 young attendants. Upon recognizing the individual, everyone rose in greeting, including Xuandu. We have the honor of meeting the great immortal Hunyuan. The newcomer was indeed Xunyuanzi, the progenitor of the Earth Immortals and a master of the celestial path. In terms of seniority, he stood alongside the 3 pure ones, and it was customary for all practitioners to pay their respects. With a wave of his whisk, Xunyuanzi helped everyone rise, and then turned to Haoyan with a smile. Dear friend Haoyan, I hope I am not late. From my humble abode, I could only gather a few fruits, so I brought 2 to present at this peach banquet. As he spoke, the 2 attendants stepped forward, offering 2 ginseng fruits. Your words are too humble, great immortal. Your presence alone brings great honor to our heavenly court. Please, take your seat. As expected, the Yaoqi personally welcomed Xunyuanzi, accepting the ginseng fruits and guiding him to the position prepared for him, at the head of Xuandu's table. Ha ha ha, Xunyuanzi, you remain as gracious as ever. A voice resonated from the horizon, imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace, causing the listeners' hair to stand on end. Before their eyes, a crimson light surged, accompanied by the sound of tidal waves. A red lotus bloomed from the void, upon which sat a middle-aged Taoist clad in red robes. Old ancestor of the underworld river. Why has Haoyan invited him? The one who presides over the abyssal blood sea, who has forged the Azura clan and established the Azura sect, has carved out a vast domain amidst the boundless universe. He commands the 4 demon kings, and among the 4 demon generals, the 3 divine manifestations of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva govern the cycles of life and death in the world. In his grasp lies the primal treasures of slaughter, the Yuan Tu and the Abhij, said to render the blood sea everlasting and the nether river immortal. He stands as the preeminent figure in the realm of demonic paths, having attained the three certainties of the supreme ultimate, ranking alongside Hunyuan Wuji as one of the pinnacle powers beneath the boundless primordial chaos. The Nether River bowed slightly to Hunyuan. Dear Hunyuan, I possess no treasures akin to the ginseng fruit that could replenish the innate origin, but I do offer a single lotus seed as a token of celebration. Chapter 117, The Cloudy Path to Enlightenment. Thanks to the gift from Peanut's Braised Carp. Additional update. The Blood Sea, a realm reputed to be the confluence of countless divine bloods, serves as a gathering place for the malevolent energies of the primordial universe. In its vast expanse, the souls of innumerable beings linger, casting reflections upon the heavens, embodying one of the world's negative forces. The river of the underworld emerged from the Blood Sea, where numerous paths of enlightenment exist. Its legion of demon kings and generals are intertwined with Buddhism, the revered deities. Zhuan Ti and Jieyin once endeavored to guide them into the Buddhist fold, but ultimately met with failure. Although the river of the underworld sustained grave injuries, it surreptitiously appropriated a minuscule portion of causal authority from Zhuan Ti. As the master of blood and slaughter, the river embodies the essence of the Blood Sea, akin to the ancestral Qilin. As long as the bloodshed persists within the heavens, it shall not perish. Even if its past, present, and future are forcibly severed, it can resurrect from blood, which elucidates the perpetual existence of the Blood Sea and the river of the underworld. The portion of causal authority appropriated by the river has evolved into the path of karma, nurturing the innate spiritual treasure, the fiery red lotus, within the Blood Sea. Consequently, a profound enmity has been forged between the Blood Sea and Buddhism. When the sons of the Buddha ascend to the primordial realm, they are invariably tempted by the Blood Sea. Those who transcend are destined for the West, entering the Buddhist domain, while those who falter descend into the Blood Sea, becoming Asuras. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas frequently endeavor to guide the Asuras towards the West. What the assembly beheld was the seed of the fiery red lotus, which, while not capable of cultivating a lotus flower, possesses the power to eliminate the causal karma from those who consume it. It surpasses even the ginseng fruit in efficacy. However, presenting such a treasure in the presence of Buddhist practitioners carries a hint of mockery. Much like the earlier encounter with Hunyuan Wuji, Hunyuan approached the gathering, accepting the lotus seed and ushering the ancestor of the river of the underworld to a prominent seat among the Buddhist attendees. Hunyuan's skill in arranging seating is indeed remarkable. Bai Li observed the expressions of the attendees, such as Randang, turning ashen, as the tension among the river of the underworld, Buddhism, and the Chan school was palpable, as if a confrontation might erupt at any moment. As anticipated, the river of the underworld, upon taking its seat, immediately sought to provoke Randang and his companions. In my Blood Sea, life is barren, and thus I present this lotus seed. Now that Buddhism's morale is soaring, spreading its teachings throughout the heavens, I wonder what fine gifts you have brought to this gathering. Randang's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he managed to present the offering, a golden lotus seed of merit and a box of the sacred mud from the 8 treasures pool. The ancestor of the river of the underworld chuckled at this. You have ample offerings of the 8 treasures pool in the West. How is it that you present it as a gift? The golden lotus seed is commendable, but I am but one, thus a single seed is understandable. Yet you, with 6 representatives from Buddhism, only offer one. Do you not hold Hunyuan in esteem? The countenance of the Buddhist representatives shifted between hues of blue and white. Fortunately, Yao Qi intervened, taking possession of the Buddhist gift, allowing the matter to be momentarily set aside. With the initial provocations having been made, others in attendance also began to present their gifts. Xian presented a gourd of golden elixirs, the details of which remained uncertain, while the Chan school contributed 2 twin apricots of wind and thunder, a piece of Kunlun jade essence, and a pair of dual swords, representing exceptional postnatal spiritual treasures. In the realm of the esteemed Tongtian Jiao Master entrusted the esteemed Wudong Holy Mother with a primordial spiritual treasure, the 3 talismans of tranquility, which is divided into 3 parts, corresponding to heaven, earth, and humanity. While it possesses the ability to seize both people and objects, its primary function is to safeguard the mind and spirit, serving as an auxiliary treasure. Despite its modest rank, being of primordial origin, it prompted exclamations of astonishment regarding the Tongtian Jiao Master's immense wealth. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother presented a vessel filled with the celestial river as sediment, while Bai Li contributed 36 exquisite pears. Subsequently, emissaries from the Taizu Nuwa Palace arrived bearing creation crystals, and the underworld sent forth the soul-dispersing sand. The Queen Mother of the Yaoqi graciously reciprocated, instructing her guests to take the peaches of immortality back with them. Once the gift-giving concluded, the grand peach banquet commenced. A procession of fairies, celestial maidens, and ethereal beauties gracefully approached the assembly of immortals, presenting each guest with several peaches. On the tables before the foremost guests lay the ancestral peaches nurtured by the Yaoqi to prevent the loss of their Taoist essence. They were served on jade plates encased in a luminous glaze, sealed by the dual forces of yin and yang, easily opened with a gentle touch, rendering the other rare fruits and exquisite liquors on the table rather dim by comparison. Though the 6 attendants behind Bai Li and the others were merely golden immortals, they, too, presented the ancestral peaches, courtesy of the Tongtian Jiao Master's primordial treasure. Judging by their quantity, it seemed the Yaoqi was rapidly depleting its long-held reserves. Following this, the next tier of guests received the 9,000-year purple-striped peaches, and so the offerings continued down to the 3,000-year ripened peaches. Previously, in the Divine Path realm, Bai Li had established the 9 springs with these peaches, but had yet to savor their flavor himself, making this an opportune moment to indulge. Without hesitation, Bai Li released the yin-yang seal and grasped a peach, taking a hearty bite. Instantly, juices erupted, and an intense, sweet aroma wafted into the air. The tender, jade-like flesh transformed into a rich, sweet nectar that flooded his mouth, and upon swallowing, it felt as if aged wine had touched his throat, warming his entire being like a refreshing cup of cold water on a sweltering summer day. After finishing one, Bai Li exhaled a deep sigh, his mind echoing with the words delicious. He lamented the 3 peaches he had created for the 9 springs, realizing that, with his current cultivation, the divine principles and life force contained within the peaches offered minimal benefit to his practice, yet their flavor was undeniably exquisite. No wonder the Yaoqi had such confidence in hosting these golden immortals. Unbeknownst to others, Bai Li discreetly pocketed the peach pit from the delicious fruit, contemplating whether he could cultivate a 2nd generation of spiritual roots from it, not expecting any grand utility, just hoping it would be half as delightful. At that moment, a profound fluctuation of Taoist energy rippled behind Bai Li and Wudong. Turning to observe, they beheld a Taoist with a long beard and a dark complexion, clad in a robe of sable, surrounded by various extraordinary phenomena. An expansive waterway manifested, coalescing into an unfathomable abyss, through which a colossal, untamed beast traversed, only to be effortlessly hooked by a seemingly fragile bamboo pole, rising to the surface and transforming into a celestial island. As the scene zoomed in, the bamboo pole was held by a Taoist in azure robes, accompanied by another clad in coarse garments. Suddenly, the azure-robed Taoist turned, as if transcending time, to gaze upon the manifesting phenomena of the Taoist. Dark clouds, you have accompanied me on my spiritual journey for many years, and having shed your corporeal form to transform into the Golden Island, your cultivation is complete. It is high time you attain the great Tao. The entanglement that arose from our wager with Xuan Ti, where I sought to reel you in, has long been resolved. The era of divine sealing has passed, and you have liberated yourself from the chains of causality. Today, in this fleeting moment of clarity, the opportune time has arrived. The Golden Island stands as your testament. Why hesitate any longer? The immortal cloud is on the verge of enlightenment to the great Tao. Bai Li Jinling, and several others from the were instantly filled with joy. They promptly cast aside the uneaten peach of immortality, which, upon contacting the immortal cloud, transformed into celestial nectar that cascaded from above. The entire Golden Island began to emanate a mist of ethereal energy, synchronizing with the breaths of the immortal cloud. Boundless magical power traversed through time, imprinting itself upon the river of ages, its brilliance shimmering and illuminating other celestial realms, manifesting as ethereal seals. An unceasing flow of power began to nourish the immortal cloud of today. The immortal cloud gradually opened his eyes, and from the depths of his dark pupils erupted a radiant light. He had initially attained the great Tao. He succeeded. Chapter 118. A new storm arises. Congratulations to my dear friend, junior brother, senior brother, fellow Taoist, and esteemed elder for attaining the great Tao. With the emergence of an additional great Tao companion, even the likes of Zhen Yuanzi offered their heartfelt felicitations. Among the assembly, the disciples of the Jie sect were especially elated, with the Golden Spirit Holy Mother wearing an expression of pure delight. The cloudy immortal had accompanied the Tontian Patriarch for a considerable time, demonstrating exceptional talent and perseverance. However, due to an initial mental obstacle, enlightenment had long eluded him. Now, at last, he had persevered through the clouds to behold the moonlight. In contrast to the jubilance of the Jie sect, Guang Qingzi and his colleagues sighed inwardly. The primordial creation of the universe had yielded significant gains for all. and they had anticipated seizing this opportunity to suppress the Jie sect and restore the prestige of the Chan sect. To their astonishment, a new golden immortal of Dao fruit had unexpectedly emerged from the Jie sect. Nonetheless, they thought it was of little consequence. The way of the primordial one had never relied on mere numbers for victory. With this in mind, Guang Qingzi and the others sincerely congratulated the cloudy immortal. Once the cloudy immortal had fully absorbed his newfound insights, he cupped his hands in gratitude towards the assembly. "Thank you, fellow Taoists." He then turned his gaze upward towards Hunyuan, offering a respectful bow. "I express my deepest gratitude to the Jade Emperor and the Empress for the peaches of immortality, which inadvertently disrupted this grand gathering. I humbly ask for your understanding." The Empress smiled warmly. "Dear Taoist, your words are overly humble. The peaches of immortality are but a source of delight for us. Now that they have aided you in your enlightenment, they shall not gather dust. With your attainment, it is as if another has been added to our ranks. It is a pity, however, that such treasures are scarce, and we cannot present more at this time." With a graceful wave of her hand, she summoned the cloudy immortal to take a place beside Yin Shao, while celestial maidens went to the peach orchard to pluck 9 of the rare 9,000-year purple-striped peaches. As for the disruption of the peach banquet, neither Hunyuan nor the Empress would hold it against them. In fact, they welcomed such occurrences. The spectacle of a major golden immortal attaining the great Tao after consuming the heavenly peaches would serve as an excellent promotional allure. Once this news spread, how many wandering golden immortals might seek to join their ranks? In comparison, a mere handful of 9,000-year peaches paled in significance. The gathering continued with revelry, everyone enjoying the feast. Then, Ruan Deng addressed Hunyuan above. "Ba, I humbly request a favor from the great heavenly sovereign." Hunyuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering Ruan Deng's intentions. Did he have someone significant from the Buddhist realm by his side? "Please, do not hesitate to speak, dear Taoist Ruan Deng." Ruan Deng nodded and continued. "During the investiture of the gods, I received great assistance from Taoist Dui. I promised to guide him to the west, but alas, he perished in the wind-howling formation and was subsequently sealed as one of the 24 heavenly lords of the Thunder Department. I now wish to implore the great heavenly sovereign to fulfill my promise from that day." Hunyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Dear Taoist Ruan Deng, you jest. Those who have perished and been inscribed on the investiture of gods have their true spirits bound by its decree." Ruan Deng laughed heartily in response. "Fear not, for the West has its own means of addressing such matters. I wonder if the great heavenly sovereign would be willing to consider this." His words sent a stir throughout the hall, as the implication that the West possessed a method to free someone from the constraints of the investiture of gods sparked astonishment. Even in the eyes of Zhen Yuanzi and Ming He, during the last deliberation at the Zixiao Palace, they became acutely aware of the intrinsic nature of the divine list. Given their level of cultivation, extricating themselves from the control of this celestial artifact proved exceedingly challenging, if not impossible for them. Even the esteemed celestial treasure masters found it difficult. One need only observe how the disciples of the remained diligently laboring. Upon contemplating the obstacles within, all eyes turned toward the disciples of. Should Buddhism truly possess such capabilities? Then the stance of the expressions of Bai Li and others were marked by astonishment and inquiry, yet covertly, they cast a discreet glance at the celestial entity above. If the Buddhist practitioners employed a similar method, their arrangements might easily be detected by other formidable beings, particularly those from the, leading them to suspect a collaboration between the celestial and Buddhism to orchestrate this scheme. Since there exists a connection with Buddhism, how could the true essence possibly refuse to comply? Upon concluding his thoughts, the celestials summoned the venerable Du Yi to step forward. Once Du Yi had completed his salutations, the radiant lamp immediately proclaimed a Buddhist mantra and added, "All phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning. One should contemplate them thus." Dear friend, after many years of being ensnared by the divine list, it is now time for you to return to the path of righteousness. Having awaited this day for years, Du Yi nodded in affirmation and subsequently articulated, "When the false appears as the true may also be false. Where there is nothing, there is still something." A resonant chant echoed through the void as golden blossoms rained down, exuding an ethereal fragrance, untouched by worldly impurities, radiating boundless compassion, luminosity, and purity. Another celestial flower, flawless and golden like crystal, descended directly into Du Yi's brow, reminiscent of the Buddha seated upon a precious lotus, extending a hand to impart wisdom. With causality and destiny manifesting within Du Yi, the true spirit of Du Yi on the divine list began to transmute between reality and illusion, ultimately transforming into a seed of lotus, with all of Du Yi's cultivation flowing into the seed, creating a Dharma body identical to his own, leaving only a true spirit behind. A celestial sound resonated through the void. Well done, well done. I bestow upon you a lotus flower, welcoming you forth. A golden lotus descended beneath the true spirit, and waters from the 8 treasures pool emerged from the void, reshaping him into a luminous golden form. In an instant, Du Yi's visage transformed as he sat upon the golden lotus, a halo of Buddhist light radiating from behind his head, his countenance majestic. The radiant lamp smiled at Du Yi and proclaimed, Amitabha, Namo Du Yi Bodhisattva Mahasattva. The practitioners of Buddhism collectively chanted the name of Du Yi Bodhisattva. Du Yi recited a mantra, ascending upon the golden lotus to join the assembly of Buddhists, while his lotus seed Dharma body continued to fulfill his divine duties. Observing the different approach taken, Bai Li and the others finally felt reassured. With such significant manifestations from Buddhism, the assembly of immortals below began to murmur among themselves. Recognizing the burgeoning power of the West, aligning with Buddhism seemed an appealing prospect. Even amidst tribulations, one could return, and thus, a heart inclined towards refuge began to arise. I once pondered what formidable force could possibly shake the rules within the divine list. It appears that prior to his ascent on the divine list, you had already bestowed upon him a primordial lotus seed, which intertwined with his essence. Now, with the intervention of those two, employing the true and illusory methods of the West to obscure the perception of the divine list, they have transmuted his prior causal destiny onto the lotus seed Dharma body, allowing him to extricate himself. Regrettably, how few of these primordial lotus seeds can one possess? Such artifice is indeed a hallmark of your Buddhist tradition. The piercing voice from the underworld shattered the illusion, awakening the assembled immortals to the stark reality. How many could truly benefit from such treasures? The 2 revered deities of the West would certainly not intervene lightly. The nascent faith that had begun to blossom in their hearts swiftly diminished. The followers of Buddhism were engulfed in a wave of indignation. Underworld, you have overstepped your bounds. This place is not your sea of blood. In response, the underworld erupted into laughter, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, revealing his murderous intent. If you wish to engage, then let us do so without further ado. Do you truly believe that a mere handful of you could triumph over me? As he spoke, a crimson light ascended, transforming into a realm of blood, an overwhelming aura of slaughter engulfing the heavens. Asuras and Rakshasas descended, inciting a cataclysmic tide that surged forth towards the followers of Buddhism. Humph, do you think I am afraid of you? The Buddhist practitioners united in their efforts, the radiant light of the burning lamp Buddha, the luminous essence of the medicine master Buddha, the resplendent glow of Maitreya Buddha, the profound brilliance of Manjushri Buddha, the great actions of Samantabhadra Buddha, the overwhelming light of Vairocana Buddha, and the guiding light of the Deliverance Buddha. The manifested Buddhist light coalesced into a radiant expanse, where golden lotuses bloomed, each adorned with a Buddha, their chants resonating with the sacred sounds of Dharma. The myriad teachings of Buddhism converged into a colossal swastika, colliding with the sea of blood. In that instant, the crimson light clashed violently with the golden Buddhist radiance, cleaving the celestial domain, one side a tumultuous sea of blood, rife with carnage, beckoning the Buddhas to fall, the other a myriad of golden lotuses, embodying compassion and light, redeeming the bloodthirsty Asuras. As the conflict between the underworld and Buddhism reached a fervent pitch, Guangchengzi turned to Bai Li and declared, Bai Li, in our previous encounter in the state of Qi, you triumphed over us. Today, in this realm of 33 heavens, we are unrestricted. Let us see if you possess the same prowess as before. Chapter 119, The Arrival of Kaitian and Qingping. Bai Li cast a glance at Guangchengzi and the others, silently contemplating that they were surely anticipating this very moment. With a smile, he remarked, a defeated general dares to speak of valor? The disciples of the Chan sect, with the exception of Yan Changzi, were all proud individuals who could hardly endure such mockery. Shijingzi let out a cold snort, manifesting the essence of Hongshu Taiching, revealing the true meaning of the water path as he advanced toward Bai Li. Though they were preparing for a confrontation, the setting was the Yaoqi, where everyone maintained a degree of restraint. Just as the venerable Mingyi and the Buddhist disciples had merely engaged in a contest of doctrines, assessing whose philosophy was superior, the same held true amidst the conflict between the Chan and the cut-off sections. Bai Li's brows furrowed. Shijingzi's comprehension of Hongshu Taiching at this moment was significantly more profound than during their previous encounter outside the Chitty Palace. Beside him, Wangxian, originally a primordial beast known as the Golden Whiskered Aao, also practiced the water path. Although it was his first time witnessing Qijingzi's display of Hongshu Taiqing, he discerned its nuances at a glance. What is not one's own can never truly belong to one, no matter how deep the understanding, how much genuine essence can be grasped. The monstrous creature emerged once more, its eyes resembling the sun and the moon, its four limbs lightly treading upon the waters, parting the waves. With a thunderous roar, the flood surged backward, waves towering into the heavens, all the true meanings of the water path converging behind it, manifesting a bottomless void. The crowd gasped at the sight of this familiar manifestation. The sea eye, the Huiangxian before them had evidently grasped the essence of the sea eye. The sea eye is the source of the world's water paths, connecting the 3 rivers and 5 lakes, the 8 seas and 4 channels, encompassing all water systems between streams and pools. Even when the flood rages and the vast ocean surges within, it stirs not a single ripple. However, should the sea eye erupt, boundless waters would inundate, resulting in a cataclysm of the water path, leading to the downfall of many realms across the cosmos. As countless worlds succumb to the chaos unleashed by the sea eye, lacking a guardian to quell its fury. Yet, with the emergence of the sea eye, how could Qijingzi's Hongshu Taiqing achieve any merit? The essence of the sea eye was ultimately too radical and incompatible with the celestial order. Nanji Xianweng shook his head in lamentation, a wisp of fortune and calamity transformed into a peach tree, intertwining the destinies of myriad beings, manifesting as 3,000. And from 3,000 to infinity, perpetually thriving, steadily suppressing the resonance of the sea eye. To pit 2 against 1 is hardly honorable. Could it be that the celestial path of my friend from the South Pole resorts to such base tactics? The mother of no phase let out a cold snort, as boundless resonances of the path transformed into sharp sword energy, severing the yin and yang of heaven and earth, descending from above to repel the peach tree. At that moment, a sigh emerged from the Chan sect's side. Dear friend from the South Pole merely offers sage advice. Why must you respond with harsh words? As the words were spoken, a white cloud unfurled, radiating boundless light of fortune, appearing ethereal, yet firmly restraining the sword energy, preventing its descent. Yanzongzi, you were born of fortune, embodying tranquility and freedom. How did you come to face such tribulations here? Yunshao moved in response, the cloud and mist enveloping the sky, harmonizing with the path of the 3 talents, colliding with the auspicious white cloud of Yanzongzi. Both were manifestations of half of the essence of Hunyuan. Yet Yanzongzi inherited Hunyuan's fortune while Yunshao inherited his aptitude. Ultimately, in terms of Dao cultivation, Yunshao surpassed him. The clouds rolled, and soon the harmonious energies of the 3 talents enveloped the white cloud. At the time of the conferred gods, Zhao Gongming's ascension to the ranks was inevitable. Yunshao, in his tranquil and untroubled state, how could he rely on his Taoist mastery to set the 9 curves yellow river formation against us and create obstacles for our teachings, while also diminishing the 3 flowers atop the heads of my many senior brothers and the 5 qi within their chests? It is evident that such words are insincere. Upon the summit of Tai, the manifestation of the eastern extreme Qinghua Emperor appeared, interwoven with the essence of the 9 suns and the compassionate energy of salvation, subtly infused with traces of profound celestial authority, merging with the blessings and white clouds of Yunzhongzi, temporarily suppressing Yunshao. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother let out a cold snort. The great aspiration of Tai, responding to the cries of suffering, now conspires to oppress others, revealing a false compassion. Do you truly deserve to occupy the position of the eastern extreme Qinghua? As the Taoist rhythm of the Golden Spirit emerged, the heavenly stars aligned, compelling the 3 altars for symbols and the 28 constellations to join forces in pressing down on Tai. At present, only Bai Li and Guangchengzi had yet to engage in battle. Bai Li glanced around. Despite the unity of the Buddhist assembly, they were no match for the river of darkness. Now, encircled by the sea of blood, the Buddhist light could only remain confined to a small patch of ground. This is a contest of Tao, and Xinyuanzi cannot intervene. The majestic Haoyin and the Yaoqi also showed no intention of intervening. Turning his gaze, Bai Li smiled at Guangchengzi before speaking. My friend Guangchengzi, it seems that once again, your teaching is being suppressed by my. Guangchengzi chuckled and shook his head. Ah, my friend Bai Li, the outcome remains uncertain. As they spoke, the celestial seal of the sky surged upward, intertwining subtly with the myriad Tao teachings of the Chan sect, manifesting an immense and majestic silhouette in the void, emanating an aura of profound sanctity, as if it were the origin of the universe, the progenitor of the void, and the source of all phenomena. The principles of creation coalesced into a grand seal, resembling a banner, yet not a banner, akin to an axe, yet not an axe. This seal is known as the opening of heaven. Witnessing the resplendent appearance of the primordial heavenly king and the opening of heaven's seal, the disciples of the war's solemn expressions, and even the river of darkness and the Buddhist congregation temporarily halted their actions. Xunyuanzi, Hunyuan, and Yaoqi turned their attention as well. The first 3 seals of the primordial 9 seals had long been absent from the world, even during the last time Guangchengzi and others opened the heavens. They merely borrowed the surface of the opening of heaven seal from the Panga banner. This time, however, it is far more than superficial. The Chan sect disciples could not have gained such profound understanding of the opening of heaven seal in such a short span of time. Otherwise, they would have mastered this divine art over countless epochs. It seems that recently, Yuan Shi opened the heavens in the Chaos Sea to impart teachings to these disciples. Previously, Bai Li had seized the opportunity presented by Guangchengzi to comprehend fragments of the primordial Tao, refining the Chaos Jade Flame, and finally gained some insight. He then discreetly transmitted a message. Immediately, the Tao rhythms of the disciples underwent a transformation, unexpectedly harmonizing in unity, each transforming in the air into an ancient azure sword. Practicing the same sword technique, the 3-blade sword, known as Qingping, manifested as the embodiment of their Tao rhythms, executing sword moves that stirred the wind and the Qingping. Qingping symbolizes the essence of, as disciples, they shall never forget the teachings of, a force etched into their very bones and integrated into the Tao. This awareness, regardless of time and place, will never fade. In contrast to the profound and inscrutable mysteries of the primordial opening seal, which possesses boundless divine power once mastered. The Qingping sword technique is an introductory sword art passed down through the heavens, accessible to all for cultivation and practice. The first move of the sword technique is akin to the rising breeze over the green rushes. As the esteemed Daobao once proclaimed before slaying the celestial beings, the essence of this sword signifies that even one of humble beginnings can soar to great heights, surpassing the multitude. Under the guidance of Bai Li, the manifestation of the green rushes by Jin Ling and others coalesced into a singular form. The ancient blue sword transitioned from illusion to reality, and an indomitable will reverberated through all present, leaving them in awe. This strike bore no celestial manifestations nor the might of spiritual treasures. It was solely the green rushes, and only the green rushes. The green rushes sword epitomized the collective essence of the disciples of the, with every ounce of its power deriving from the disciples themselves. Rooted in their pursuit of the Tao, Guangqingzi and the others found themselves amused rather than alarmed. Such an adversary truly honors the primordial path. With a seal that opens the heavens, Bai Li and the others shared the same sentiment. This sword offered only advancement, with no retreat. The breeze rises over the green rushes. Chapter 120. The majesty of the Jade Emperor. The clash of 2 philosophical realms erupted in a magnificent display of boundless mysteries before the eyes of the gathered multitude. In an instant, profound truths of the cosmos manifested within the void, illuminating the space with myriad resplendent symbols of the Tao, while infinite purple mist cast its ethereal glow upon the chaotic expanse. The 5 Tai, the 5 virtues, the 5 fortunes, Yin and Yang, the 5 elements. Various grand principles swirled and transformed, resonating with the thunderous sounds of the heavenly Tao. A fleeting silhouette of a primordial treasure pearl vanished, revealing the primeval heavenly king, who, in a distant past, embodied a colossal figure, bare and wielding an axe to forge the heavens. One universe after another emerged under the imprint of creation, only to be reduced to ashes in the next moment by the radiant light of the Qingping sword, an endless cosmos, an infinite sword light. Indeed, it was the birth of 1 from 2, the emergence of 2 from 3, and the boundless proliferation from 3. The doctrines of the Chan and Jie schools inherently embody a cycle of mutual creation and destruction. After an end comes a new beginning, and after creation, an end follows. In this moment, the confrontation between the opened heavens and the Qingping was perfectly balanced, manifesting the profoundness of the Tao and the subtleties of the immortal path. A gentle sigh echoed from the sidelines. The origins of the 5 virtues and the yin-yang as the Tao were evident. The teachings of the Xian Du finally chose to intervene. The yin-yang Tao surged forth, materializing as a Taiji diagram that intruded upon both the imprint of creation and the Qingping sword, seeking to forcibly establish a balance between creation and cessation. Alas, how could it withstand the overwhelming force generated by the combined efforts of all the Golden Immortals from the Chan and Jie schools? Xian Du's brow furrowed, and a manifestation of the Supreme One appeared above him. The Supreme One embodies the Tao, traversing the past and revealing the future. In his hand, a phantom of a treasured fan emerged, adorned with the sun and moon, illustrating the exquisite transformation of yin and yang in the primordial state. The Supreme One spoke, his voice resonating with boundless Tao sounds. All things bear yin and embrace yang, harmonizing through the interplay of energies. With a single wave of the fan, the Taiji diagram, transformed from the yin-yang Tao, began to expand rapidly, encompassing both the imprint of creation and the Qingping sword. It delineated creation as yang and cessation as yin, evolving the myriad worlds from creation to existence, and from existence to the end, a perfect embodiment of the principles of the three pure ones, an infinite Tao. The disciples of the Chan and Jie schools observed, their expressions turning solemn. With Xian Du's current level of Tao cultivation, it was likely that he could indeed attain the status of the second-generation Supreme One, provided he orchestrated his plans wisely. Who could possibly thwart the singular true disciple of the Supreme One before them? In the presence of this spectacle, Hao Hian and Zheng Yuanzi also marveled at the depth of talent among the three teachings of the Xian men, each steeped in profound heritage. The old ancestor of the underworld river, however, expressed his disdain more directly, casting a scornful glance at the Buddhist assembly. While both Guanyin and Amitabha were esteemed figures returning to the boundless primordial state, he could not help but feel that their disciples paled in comparison to the practitioners of the Chan and Jie schools. The Buddhist leader, Lamp of Enlightenment, upon hearing this, joined forces with his fellow practitioners to resist the blood sea while casting a sharp glance at the underworld river. Underworld river, do you not fear your tongue in making such bold claims? The underworld river, taken aback, soon erupted into laughter. Reveal your profound truths. Let me witness your wisdom. The Buddhist practitioners exchanged glances, and soon the brilliance of the Buddha's light surged forth within the void. Lamp of Enlightenment manifested the 24 heavenly worlds, while the Medicine Buddha revealed the eastern pure land of lapis lazuli. The other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas constructed an infinite array of worlds using the Vajra mandala and the Womb realm mandala, creating a cosmic tapestry of boundless magnitude. In the vast realm of the world, a Bodhi tree rises majestically, stirring the karmic troubles of sentient beings while simultaneously manifesting boundless wisdom. Beneath this tree, a great Buddha slowly lifts his head, raising his hand forward to perform the Dharma seal, delicately holding a golden lotus. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back leads to salvation. From the depths of the crimson dust, the bloodshed transforms into a vast ocean of suffering, yet only the light of the Buddha shines forth, rescuing all beings. Among those lost in the sea of suffering, Asuras and Rakshasas alike become the children of the Buddha, Vajra, Arhat, and Bodhisattva, awaiting the guidance of this great Buddha of the river of death. Evidently, the river of death has encountered such tactics numerous times before and snorts coldly. You bald donkey, here you come again to deceive me. From the depths of the sea of blood, two treasured swords emerge, both innate instruments of slaughter, the twin swords of the primordial slayer. They are destined to kill the heavens, the earth, and all living beings within the vast cosmos. Nothing is exempt from destruction. The palpable aura of slaughter permeates the air, sending shivers down one's spine, as if the twin swords of the primordial slayer hung ominously overhead. As the calamity of slaughter unfolds, the vision turns blood red, the sea of suffering recedes, and the sea of blood rises once more. Another red lotus descends to the world, igniting the flames of karma, under which the law of cause and effect ceases to exist, and karmic forces are nullified, contesting the golden lotus. The river of death gazes towards the enlightened one and others, remarking, your Buddhism indeed adeptly employs these borrowed powers. The wisdom of prajna ultimately does not belong to you. The Buddhas of the three ages, through the means of prajna paramitha, attain anuttara samyak sambodhi. Buddhism constructs a system of prajna wisdom that opens the realm of the Golden Immortal, allowing a single thought of the Golden Immortal to share boundless wisdom, gradually accumulating insight that transforms into sudden enlightenment, the moment of the Buddha and the demon. As a pioneer, Buddhism naturally wields greater authority, and the wisdom of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas becomes the wisdom of the disciples of the Buddhist path. The immeasurable wisdom of the two saints of the West can also be considered the wisdom of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Unlike the heavenly seal of the teaching school and the Qingping sword of the interception school, both parties evolve their divine powers and principles through their own paths, with great strength returning to themselves. Upon the great Buddha, the river of death perceives no trace of the Taoist essence of the enlightened one and others, but rather serves as a medium connecting to the wisdom of the Bodhisattva, revealing the path of the Bodhisattva, hence the previous remarks. While such strategies may grant considerable advantage in combat, they also reveal the inherent flaws of the Buddhist path. If this continues, it will ultimately lead to becoming merely a part or an appendage of the borrowed object. Many who ascend in the Buddhist realm ultimately transform into celestial maidens, protective deities beside the Buddha, often for this very reason. Just as the various parties find themselves in a stalemate, a profound celestial majesty cascades from above. As if from the radiant heavens, supreme and exalted, the sounds of countless doctrines arise from the void. The master of the golden palace and the profound firmament, the revered Jade Emperor. Marvelous appearances crown the heavens. Benevolent light illuminates the three realms. The true, sacred, and wondrous masters, upon whom the celestial beings depend. The great vehicle imparts the teachings, guiding the lost with a single gesture. The merits are as vast as the void, and praises are infinite. He is the Lord of the firmament, the supreme among calamities. With wondrous perception and knowledge, unparalleled and incomparable, he is serene and tranquil, both lost and preserved. The highest saints and spirits, endowed with great supernatural powers, conceal the light, nurturing humanity and divinity, imparting boundless teachings. As the figure of the vast heavens begins to rise, countless golden forms manifest, revealing new divine paths and supreme avenues, exerting pressure upon all beings. Your paths, dear friends, are all imbued with supreme mystery. After such a fierce struggle, it is difficult to determine a victor. Perhaps it is best to withdraw. As the crowd witnessed the evolution of the primordial heavens, their expressions froze, and a shared realization emerged within their hearts. The primordial heavens had already attained the third proof of the Supreme One. When had this occurred? Which path had been taken? According to the calculations of the assembly, both paths should have encountered obstacles. Observing this, the crowd ceased their actions, and the only one capable of contending with the primordial heavens, the river of Hades, merely snorted in disdain and withdrew the extraordinary manifestation above him. The disciples of the teaching looked on with grave expressions, and Guangchengzi rose to bow respectfully to the primordial heavens. Great celestial venerable, now that the peach banquet has concluded, we have other pressing matters to attend to in Kunlun Mountain, and thus we must humbly take our leave. The primordial heavens had anticipated this response and was not particularly concerned, simply replying, if that is the case, you may depart first. I shall not see you off. Chapter 121. The Scheme of Suppression. Congratulations to Taoist Hunyuan on advancing in his cultivation, becoming one of our kind. However, the few unworthy disciples at my Wuzhuang Guan have left me concerned about the lingering issues in my own backyard. Now, it is time for me to take my leave. Xuanyuanzi once again clasped his hands towards Hunyuan in a gesture of congratulations. Hunyuan, in turn, displayed utmost respect and kindness towards Xuanyuanzi, this venerable elder who, as a master of the celestial path, has traversed a long way towards the boundless realm. It would be unwise to offend him at this juncture. Your Excellency is excessively courteous. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality today, Hunyuan replied. Xuanyuanzi, wishing to extend his farewells, was met with a wave of the hand, signaling his refusal. Both of you, dear friends, have pressing matters to attend to, so there is no need for a lengthy send-off. Should the opportunity arise in the future, you are most welcome to partake in the Queen's peaches of immortality. Nodding in agreement, Hunyuan and the others saw Xuanyuanzi depart from the Yaoqi and descend to the mortal realm. In stark contrast, the old ancestor of the underworld, Mingyi, departed without a word, vanishing in a flash of crimson light. Observing this, the denizens of Xuandu and the Buddhist sect hastily took their leave from Yaoqi as well. The Jia sect, still allied with Hunyuan, was led by Bai Li, who offered his congratulations before taking his leave. Once the members of the Jia sect had exited, Yaoqi engaged in mental communication with Hunyuan. Brother, now that you have showcased your prowess, it seems Bai Li and the others will refrain from using the god-restraining whip to liberate their sect from the god list. Is this a prudent course of action? Hunyuan chuckled in response. What can they do? I have already attained the third certification of Tai. If they dare to reopen the god list, I can seize the opportunity to consolidate power and pursue the Tao. Yuan Shi and the others will certainly avert such a scenario, which will indefinitely prolong the Jia sect's entanglement with the god list. Yaoqi understood, realizing that the means to unravel this predicament lay readily at hand, and it could be accomplished with ease. Would the Jia sect's disciples truly resign themselves to a lifetime shackled by the god list? Furthermore, Bai Li was already privy to their schemes. The initial alliance was crafted with Hunyuan providing advantages to the Jia sect in the heavenly court, while simultaneously offering methods to free themselves from the god list by lending the god-restraining whip. In return, The disciples of the Jie sect would assist Hunyuan in dealing with the 4 emissaries of the Chan sect, preventing them from once again dividing the powers. At this point, they had done all that they could. If the Jie sect chose not to extricate themselves from the god list, they could hardly blame anyone else. Not even the celestial master Tongtian. To break the deadlock, the only possibility would be a union of the Chan and Jie sects, or the elusive Eastern Qing Emperor or Northern Black Emperor returning to their rightful places during a tumultuous period of Dao fruit, neither of which was within his control. Yet, could such a scenario truly unfold? The upheaval of the new gods might easily allow the ancient gods to resurface. Compared to him, the latter would likely evoke greater concern among Yuan Shi and the others. Given that many ancient gods in the primordial realm eagerly awaited the resurgence of the grand tide of the celestial path from before ancient times. Tai, a name that once loomed like a colossal mountain over the heads of the celestial beings. In a state of urgency, the members of the Chan sect ascended to Kunlun's Jade Void Palace, informing the Honorable Yuan Shi about the events at the Peach Banquet. Yuan Shi sighed softly upon hearing their words, realizing that the ancient celestial path had ultimately left behind a legacy of calamity. Presently, the celestial path faced both internal strife and external threats, with the root of the turmoil traceable back to the matter of the god list. Following the sealing of the gods, it was the first time that Yuan Shi's gaze was directed towards Jinao Island. The presence of the cloud fairy at Golden Island signifies that the fortunes of the have begun to rise once more. One can deduce that the long-eared and luminous immortal, who departed during the calamity of the Fengshen era, will likely seize this opportunity presented by the myriad schools of thought to return and attain the great Tao, should they offer their assistance. Resisting Buddhism and suppressing Hunyuan would become significantly more manageable. Yet, silence prevails. Ultimately, it remains unspoken. The watchful gaze of the primordial lord has not elicited a response from the celestial master of heaven. Very well. You should convey to the constellation of Go Chun and Zi Wei that the moment for the descent of the sacred ancestor of Yuqing, Zi Yuan Jun, has arrived, urging them to prepare accordingly. During this period, while Hunyuan's Dao fruit remains unstable, they must exert their utmost efforts to assist Tai in seizing control of the eastern and northern powers. The assembly received the decree and subsequently withdrew. Wu Dang and the 6 accompanying immortals returned to Golden Island to report matters concerning Hunyuan, while Bai Li and others proceeded to the Red Emperor Palace to deliberate on how to address the situation with Hunyuan, only to encounter Jin Yuanzi and the old ancestor of the underworld river at the entrance. Why were these 2 formidable beings present here? Suppressing their curiosity, Bai Li and the others greeted the 2 great powers, mindful that this was not a suitable place for conversation, and thus led everyone into the Red Emperor Palace. Once seated, Bai Li directly inquired, "Have you come here to discuss matters concerning the great heavenly sovereign?" Jin Yuanzi nodded affirmatively, acknowledging Bai Li's conjecture. "Indeed. Although I usually refrain from meddling in trivial matters, this is of great significance to the immortal path. As a master of the immortal way, how could I remain aloof?" Bai Li smiled and remarked, "Does the great immortal imply that we should collaborate with the Chan school to collectively undermine Hunyuan and shake his Dao fruit?" Jin Yuanzi, upon hearing this, nodded and then shook his head. "Yes and no. We indeed hope for you to undermine Hunyuan, but it is not imperative for you to collaborate with the Chan school. Today, Hunyuan revealed his celestial might at the Yaoqi. We discerned that he must have received blessings from the ancient divine court. Among the 4 poles and the 5 directions, the 4 poles and the central position are already under surveillance, while the western realm rightfully belongs to the heavenly court, presumably granted to the White Emperor beside him. Only the eastern and southern positions remain unclaimed. Thus, he must have seized this opportunity to reclaim authority over them, leading to his recent successes. However, the authority he has attained in these 2 realms is ultimately not stable. By creating an opportunity of instability in his Dao fruit and restoring one of the 2 ranks, we can dismantle his power, employing the method of contention for the Dao to see him fall once more. The primordial brother has already begun to take action. How he utilizes this information requires your careful consideration, my young friend. Thus it is. No wonder both avenues are blocked, yet Hunyuan can still achieve the 3 certifications of Tai. The origin of his authority from the ancient divine court remains a mystery, whether it is concealed within the heavenly court or elsewhere for some reason. Bai Li felt a connection to Luya in this matter. Bai Li then expressed, "Thank you for your enlightening visit, great immortal." Turning to the old ancestor of the underworld river, he added, "I also extend my gratitude to you, ancestor, for your guidance. However, I have noted that you seldom venture out. What led you to accept Hunyuan's invitation to the Peach Banquet today, and why did you accompany great immortal Jin Yuanzi?" The old ancestor of the underworld river merely curled his lip in response. Had I not heard that practitioners of Buddhism would also be present, I would not have involved myself in your affairs. As for the foul-nosed one accompanying me to offer guidance. At this point, the ancestor of the underworld river turned to Bai Li and others, smiling broadly. My relationship with Brother Lingbao is quite amicable. Long ago, we even engaged in a sword contest together. However, my prolonged residence in the Blood Sea, battling incessantly against that group of bald ascetics, has kept me from making frequent appearances. It is only fitting that I now offer some insights to the disciples of Brother Lingbao. You have all cultivated the Qingping sword remarkably. Should the opportunity arise, do come to the Blood Sea for a trial of your swords, and I assure you, the ancestor shall not let you down. Bai Li was taken aback by the fact that his master had such a good reputation in the primordial realm. The others nodded in agreement, and, after some time, respectfully saw the two off. Chapter 122. Senior Brother, Fisherman's Luck, Gratitude for the Gift of Braised Carp. Additional update. The Eastern Sovereign, the Celestial Emperor, and the Northern Black Emperor, we do not harbor concerns regarding their esteemed positions. We are somewhat aware of the arrangements made by our junior brother. However, it is indeed a formidable challenge to unsettle Hunyuan, who firmly occupies the Heavenly Palace. Do you possess a strategy? After bidding farewell to the two, Jin Ling and Yun Xiao noted the gradual easing of Bai Li's furrowed brow, sparking their curiosity. The methods to suppress Hunyuan, the former is certainly unfeasible. Regardless of their agreement, the fellow disciples on the divine list would undoubtedly resist. If Bai Li has a plan, it must pertain to the latter. Bai Li immediately smiled and remarked, in both the ancient and modern paths of divine governance, authority is intrinsically linked to duty. The greater the authority, the greater the responsibility. Our sect's deities disseminate their renown among mortals, experiencing authority through the power of humanity, albeit it is through borrowed strength. They enjoy the fruits only after undertaking the labor. Hunyuan, however, is one who reaps without sowing. This time, the 3 certifications of Tai will likely leverage this circumstance. Why not venture a guess, my esteemed sisters? What events may unfold from such a karmic bond with humanity? The two promptly closed their eyes and conjured their thoughts, employing supreme divine powers to extrapolate the future. An infinite span of time flowed before their eyes, giving rise to countless potential timelines, each representing a distinct future. With Bai Li's intentional guidance, they swiftly identified the timeline they yearned to glimpse. It becomes clear now. Following the teachings of the myriad schools, the fate of humanity shall soon experience a renaissance, reminiscent of the era of the ancient human emperors. A monarch will emerge to consolidate all powers and achieve great unity. If orchestrated adeptly, humanity may rise against the heavens, and at that juncture, as the sovereign of the celestial realm, Hunyuan's authority will undoubtedly be shaken. Bai Li nodded with a smile. Indeed, when the remaining 2 among the 5 elders reclaim their positions, it will pave the way for monumental achievements. At this point, Bai Li's expression suddenly shifted, and he changed the subject. However, to avert unforeseen circumstances, the departure of our fellow disciples from the divine list must be postponed. This was a source of great vexation for Bai Li. The solution lay before him, and his comrades were prepared, yet delays persisted, leaving him with a sense of guilt. Jin Ling, perceiving Bai Li's apprehension, promptly reassured him. Junior brother, you worry excessively. How could our fellow disciples of the be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Moreover, when you first received the Qingping sword, I declared it a promise, a commitment to lead from adversity to prosperity, paving the way for our comrades. With the Qingping in hand, all disciples shall revere it. For the sake of that resplendent future, what is a brief wait? Upon hearing these words, Bai Li instinctively placed his hand over his heart, feeling the weight of the Qingping grow heavier. He respectfully bowed to Jin Ling and Yun Xiao. Junior brother must frequently venture to the mortal realm for arrangements. The remainder shall rest upon the shoulders of my 2 esteemed sisters. Jin Ling and Yun Xiao returned the bow, solemnly affirming, rest assured, junior brother, all shall be well. In the mortal realm, the kingdom of Qi, after Bai Li departed, the impoverished Guanzhong, in order to support his increasingly aged parents, ventured into the world of commerce with the backing of Bao Shuya. Initially, with the assistance of Bao Shuya and his own knowledge, he experienced some degree of success, traveling to various regions and gaining a wealth of social experience. Fate, however, had other plans, destined to be the greatest chancellor of all time. He found himself in an era where merchants were held in low esteem and faced constant oppression. In a significant business venture he partnered in with Bao Shuya, he suffered complete financial ruin. Subsequent trading endeavors brought him a string of misfortunes. As if a malevolent star were casting its shadow upon him, every purchase led to loss, more reliably than the seasons themselves. Ultimately, he turned to military service, only to be rumored to have fled the battlefield on several occasions. Bao Shiya, influenced by Bai Li's words, had supported Guanzhong multiple times during his business pursuits, never blaming him for the losses incurred. In a bid to rescue him, Bao Shiya voluntarily allied himself with the young Lord Xiao Bai, becoming a strategist. After several twists of fate, Guanzhong was ultimately welcomed into the service of Lord Jiao. The two, bonded by fate and having been trained under the same master, sensed impending turmoil in Qi after Duke Xiang of Qi killed Duke Huan of Lu. Together, they fled with their respective lords. When chaos erupted in Qi and the state was left without a ruler, they recognized the opportunity had come and returned with the young lords to Qi. Clearly, whichever lord returned first would ascend to the throne. In the end, it was Bao Shiya who outmaneuvered the others, as Lord Xiao Bai was the first to return and claim the title of Duke Huan of Qi. In the game of kings and bandits, Guanzhong should have faced execution. However, Bao Shiya, understanding that his own mission was complete, recommended Guanzhong to Duke Huan, thereby saving his life. One day, a young Taoist appeared before the gates of the Bao residence. Out of respect for those who practiced the Tao, the guards did not drive him away. The young Taoist smiled and inquired, "What brings me here?" He remarked, "The tides of time have changed, yet I see the Bao residence remains as it was." He then addressed the guards, "Please go and inform your master," asking if the Xiangui armor still remains. The guard, startled, hurried inside to relay the message. Soon after, a middle-aged man emerged, following the guard in haste. Upon seeing the young Taoist, tears streamed down his face as he knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Disciple Bao Shiya, pays respects to my master." His voice trembled, as if he wished to pour out decades of longing, grievances, and heartache in that one utterance. The guards were taken aback. How could their master, now in middle age, have such a youthful mentor? Was it possible that his master was a figure as divine as Jiang Ziya, the founder of the Qi state? Bai Li gently patted Bao Shiya's head and reassured him, "Foolish child, I had foretold that once you fulfilled your destined mission, we would meet again. Now, you stand second only to the king and Guanzhong in Qi. Do not behave like a child. Whatever matters you have, we shall discuss them within the residence." Bao Shiya, feeling a rare embarrassment, flushed and quickly ushered Bai Li into the house. The main hall remained unchanged, though the once youthful child had now grown a beard. "Indeed, you have matured and achieved success, embodying the essence of humanity. In the realm of Qi, you are akin to an ordinary celestial being. Tell me, now that you have experienced the authority of humanity, do you still steadfastly wish to pursue the path of cultivation alongside me?" Bao Shiya immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Master, how can you speak so? Once a disciple, always a disciple. For many years, I have longed to be by your side, learning the ways of cultivation." He proceeded to recount the experiences of recent years, particularly emphasizing his efforts in assisting Guanzhong. He had a plethora of grievances to express. Throughout this journey, he had nearly ascended to the throne himself. When Bai Li instructed them, he had promised mutual support, yet it seemed he was the one solely aiding Guanzhong. However, when he mentioned the rumor of Guanzhong being labeled a deserter, Bai Li's brow furrowed in sudden concern. It is always a disgrace to be branded a deserter, and given Guanzhong's great destiny and years of guidance, such a lapse should not have occurred. Bai Li's celestial thoughts stirred, and as he delved into the past, he discerned that a portion of Guanzhong's fate and martial fortune was flowing toward the same direction, Kunlun Yushu Palace. Chapter 123. The return of Guanzi. Not only was it the fate and martial fortune of Guanzhong that was at play, but also the intervention of the great emperor of the Grotto Heaven among the four sovereigns of heaven. Was the teaching of the way attempting to forge a path in the realm of military strategy, assisting the great emperor in consolidating power to influence the heavenly sovereign? To my astonishment, the actions transpired with such swiftness. Just as Bai Li was about to retract his gaze, the scene of Kunlun's Jade Void Palace suddenly morphed into the figure of a divine being, supremely exalted and sacred, none other than the primordial supreme being of the way of the unfathomable unity. The primordial supreme being cast a fleeting glance at him, and with that singular gaze, he was thrust back into the present world. Bai Li was drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily in a state of disarray. Bao Shizi had never witnessed his master in such a condition and immediately expressed his concern. "Master, what has transpired?" After a considerable moment, Bai Li regained his composure, waved his hand, and, still shaken, replied, "It is nothing, nothing at all." Once he had collected himself, Bai Li promptly realized that the vision was intentionally unveiled by the primordial supreme being, conveying that the actions of the way were in response to the heavenly sovereign. And that glance served as a warning against his unwarranted interference. Casting a glance at Kunlun Mountain, Bai Li mused that this matter would not simply fade away. There remained a common enemy, rendering it unwise to act. In due time, Guanzhong would be the one to exact vengeance, and those who had reaped the benefits would be compelled to relinquish them. At that moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice resonated nearby. Master, you truly show favoritism. After such a long absence, you first visit my elder brother upon returning to the state of Qi. Had it not been for the announcement that a divine figure had come to the Bao residence, compelling my elder brother to kneel, I would still be in the dark. The voice carried a hint of grievance. Following the sound, Bai Li beheld a young man who appeared to be of similar age to Bao Shuzi. He referred to Bai Li as master and called Bao Shuzi elder brother, leaving only Guanzhong, the prime minister of the state of Qi, who stood above all others. Guaner has arrived, but your accomplishments are not yet complete. Thus, it is not the opportune moment to seek you. You once traversed the world of commerce, and now you hold a position of great power. What have you garnered from your myriad experiences? Understanding that Bai Li was testing his understanding of the way, Guanzhong earnestly articulated his insights accumulated over the years, which were often reflected in his governance. When the granaries are full, one understands propriety. When food and clothing are sufficient, one recognizes honor and disgrace. Therefore, I emphasize the development of commerce and the salt and iron industries, advocating for a prosperous nation and a strong military. The salt and iron policies I established, along with the principles of weight and measure, have paved the way for financial prosperity. The list goes on. Bai Li listened with a smile and nodded in agreement, patiently awaiting Guanzhong to finish before responding. Indeed, indeed. By my calculations, you require but a few more years to achieve your full potential. Once your accomplishments are realized, you shall compile these insights into a tome, thus completing your journey. During this period, I shall reside at the Bao residence, and you are welcome to visit at any time. On the day of your success, you may then share your choice with me. Guanzhong, feeling a sense of urgency, was about to voice his thoughts when Bai Li interrupted him. There is no need for further discussion. You are unlike Shuzi. In due time, you will come to understand. Being the prime minister of a nation, it was not long before someone sought him out, prompting him to depart reluctantly. Subsequently, Bai Li settled into the Bao residence, where he initiated Bao Shuzi into the path of immortality with a cup of ancestral tea. Unlike Guanzhong, his mission concluded the moment he assisted Duke Huan of Qi in ascending to the throne and recommended Guanzhong as the prime minister. It is likely that he had already experienced a moment of awakening, making his choice between humanity and the celestial path. Subsequently, Guanzhong would visit the Bao residence every few days, observing Bao Shuya closely following Bai Li, engaging in discussions of philosophy and law, his form becoming increasingly ethereal, which led to a gradual decrease in his visits. Such peculiar behavior naturally drew the attention of Duke Huan, who, as the sovereign of Qi, possessed the power to suppress all celestial beings below the Golden Immortal rank within his domain. However, the strength of humanity does not prolong one's lifespan. Though he had made attempts to engage with the celestial path, all had ended in failure. Perhaps Guanzhong and Bao Shuya's master might possess a solution. One day, burdened with guilt, Guanzhong came to inquire, to which Bai Li lightly replied to Duke Huan with a single phrase: the Fire Cloud Cave still exists. As the ruler of a nation and a descendant of Jiangxia, Duke Huan was well aware of the significance of the Fire Cloud Cave, a sanctuary of humanity's ancestors, where the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with many sages, resided. It was said that King Wan of Zhou, Ji Chong, upon creating the posterior 8 trigrams, was summoned to the Fire Cloud Cave at the moment of his death. Upon hearing this, Duke Huan extinguished his ambitions. With the sacred site of humanity still intact, there was no need for him to seek distant avenues. Upon returning, he redoubled his efforts, aspiring to be guided to the Fire Cloud Cave like King Wan of Zhou. Fueled by this thought, all of Guanzhong's proposals were smoothly implemented in Qi with his assistance. In just a few years, due to Guanzhong's strategies for enriching the nation and strengthening its military, Qi's power surged, selecting the virtuous for positions of authority internally and promoting the respect of kings and the expulsion of foreign threats externally, ultimately uniting the vassals and restoring order to the realm. Qi officially emerged as the dominant power within the human territories. Subsequently, Guanzhong gradually retreated to the background, compiling his insights from years of experience into a tome, encompassing his governance philosophy, as well as knowledge of astronomy, history, geography, economics, and agriculture. On one particular day, Bai Li suddenly sensed a shift in the currents of humanity's fate within the Bao residence. He turned to a specific direction, prompting Bao Shuya, who was meditating nearby, to speculate and inquire. Master, is it about to happen? Bai Li smiled and nodded, indicating that the foremost philosopher, Guanzi, was about to return to his rightful place. The doors of the Guan residence, long sealed, suddenly swung open, and Guanzhong emerged barefoot from within. In his hands, he held a scroll inscribed with the characters Guanzi. A beam of white light shot towards the heavens, and the river of humanity's destiny flowed from the void, tracing back to the dawn of human existence, showcasing myriad wonders, the kindling of fire by Swerin, marking the beginning of civilization, the creation of clothing by the Zi clan for warmth, and the nesting of the Chao clan to avoid calamities. Scenes of the ancestral sages who contributed to humanity's development emerged along the river, and Bai Li even glimpsed his own image among them. A phantom gradually materialized upon the river, slowly taking the shape of Guanzhong. The void echoed with a thunderous sound, and the essence of humanity poured down, coalescing behind Guanzhong's head, manifesting the two characters of the humanity, Guanzi. In the realm of myriad philosophies, Guanzi stands as the foremost. Within the void, the wondrous spectacle of the fire cloud cave materializes, visible to all within the human domain. In an instant, a convergence of multicolored brilliance erupts, with myriad auspicious energies spiraling around the heavens. Celestial beings perform their dances, and phoenixes gather rare herbs. Their heights and distances transcend the celestial realms, untouched by karma. Free from the burdens of slaughter, a resplendent rainbow bridge emerges from the fire cloud cave, gracefully descending before Guanzhong. This is the choice bestowed by the fire cloud cave, to step forth and embrace a life of seclusion, enjoying endless leisure for eons, or to retreat, leaving a name within the fire cloud cave, relishing the esteemed position among humanity, yet forfeiting the chance to truly become a part of the fire cloud cave, facing arduous trials and an uncertain future. Bai Li gazes at Guanzhong in the sky and murmurs, to advance or to retreat, it now rests upon your decision. Chapter 124. The Supreme One approaches the mortal realm. All eyes were fixed upon this moment, as everyone awaited his decision. Guanzhong deeply bowed to the shadow of the fire cloud cave and then smiled, stating, "The fire cloud is not my desire. I am now bound to my master." All those in the know turned their gaze toward a figure before a modest residence within the borders of the Qi kingdom. The disciples of the Jiejiao were unwavering in their resolve, steadfast in their hearts regardless of the teachings imparted, just as they had been in the past, are now, and shall be in the future. As Guanzhong made his choice, the fire cloud cave did not press him further. The magnificent phenomena in the void dissipated, as if what had been witnessed was merely an illusion. Yet, the people of the human race understood that it was not an illusion. The sacred fire cloud cave remained, and the sages still existed. As long as they made significant contributions to the development of humanity, they would have the opportunity to enter the fire cloud cave, transcending the trials of time. In that instant, the essence of humanity trembled, heralding a belief and a hope that would ignite 100 schools of thought. Guanzhong entered the courtyard of the Bao residence, the place where he had once sought knowledge, and bowed 3 times toward Bai Li. On that day, his master had said to wait until he achieved success before making a choice. Now, with his heart set on the path, he asked, "Master, are you willing to truly accept me?" Bai Li smiled as he helped Guanzhong rise. "My dear disciple, you have not disappointed my expectations. Allow me to enlighten you. I am born of the Xinmen Jijiao, where signifies seizing a thread of opportunity. We teach all to cultivate based on their true intentions, respecting the worthy and not fearing the unworthy. With me, there are no barriers to progression. Our teachings embrace all without distinction, regardless of one's identity or background. Anyone with a sincere heart toward the path can enter Jiejiao to listen to the profound truths, rivaling even the fire cloud cave. Your future achievements will surely reflect the wisdom of your choice today." After finishing his words, Bai Li gestured, and a cup of clear tea appeared upon a stone table. "Here is a cup of clear tea to guide you onto the immortal path." Guanzhong solemnly accepted it and drank it in one gulp. The water from the primordial ancestral tea is no ordinary brew. It is said that Shinnong once drank it to dispel myriad toxins, and a single cup is sufficient to transform one's very essence. As Guanzhong could no longer absorb its effects, Bai Li sealed the remaining power to serve as a resource for Guanzhong's future attainment of the Earth Immortal rank. When Guanzhong opened his eyes, he felt the transformation within himself. Having gone through the choice of the fire cloud cave, his mindset had calmed considerably. Unlike the astonishment exhibited by Bao Shuya at that time, Bai Li nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. "Soon, Duke Huan of Qi will send someone to seek you. The matter he presents will benefit you. You need only agree." No sooner had he spoken than a servant arrived with news that the king's envoy sought an audience. Upon meeting Duke Huan, Guanzhong learned that it was he who authored the Guanzi, which had invoked the phenomena of the Fire Cloud Cave. Duke Huan wished to establish a learning academy in the capital of Qi, allowing Guanzhong to propagate teachings and thereby increase his chances of entering the Fire Cloud Cave. Recalling Bai Li's words, Guanzhong declared that the academy would welcome all, regardless of their origins, backgrounds, or nationalities, as long as they possessed a desire for knowledge. In the future, all scholars and literati, regardless of sect or ideology, would be free to express their views and engage in debates within the academy. Recognizing this opportunity to gather talent, Duke Huan readily consented and personally named it the Jixia Academy, thereafter bestowing great favor upon those who emerged from its halls. The establishment of the Jixia Academy marked the inception of a scholarly lineage across the world, a development that the three sovereigns of Hunyuan Cave naturally welcomed, even offering clandestine assistance. Over the course of several decades, the essence of humanity converged upon the Jixia Academy, transforming it into a sanctum of scholarship and a battleground for diverse schools of thought. In due course, as achievements unfolded, humanity would acquire yet another invaluable treasure. After instructing the initial cohorts of students, Guanzhong gradually receded into the background to accompany Bai Li in his cultivation. With the vitality of humanity surging, they began to consolidate its influence on Earth, while adherents of the persistently attempted to seize dominion over the eastern and northern realms of Hunyuan. Initially, following the dissemination of news regarding the last peach banquet, many wandering cultivators flocked to the now flourishing celestial court, but that momentum began to wane. Junior brother, it appears that has indeed stirred considerable trouble for Hunyuan. The great celestial sovereign has sent messengers on multiple occasions inquiring when he might borrow the god-slaying whip. Yet I have skillfully deflected his inquiries. It is said he has begun to set his sights on the various schools of thought. What course of action should we pursue next? In the courtyard of the Bao residence, Bai Li was sipping tea while listening to the news brought by a female immortal beside him. Then he sighed deeply. These ancients and their incessant machinations. The clash of 100 schools of thought is truly upon us, albeit among the myriad factions of the primordial chaos. As he spoke, Bai Li could not help but cast his gaze towards the state of Chu, which bordered Qi. The skies above Chu were shrouded in the aura of the ancient divine path. Remnants of the ancient divine energies intertwined during the time of the deification still lingering in the realm of humanity. The establishment of the Tai Chi faith in Chu was now irreversible. It was uncertain who had orchestrated this, as no one seemed to have noticed. Initially, Bai Li suspected that someone sought to resurrect Tai Chi, but upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. For Tai Chi to re-emerge, a flourishing divine era must be reinstated. A prospect that seemed improbable under the current circumstances. Senior sister, there is no need for concern. As Hunyuan and the vie for supremacy, we have the need only to observe the struggle from a distance and strike decisively at the opportune moment. As for Hunyuan's desire to intervene in the myriad schools of thought, regardless of whether the three sovereigns of Hunyuan Cave consent, even that figure from the 8 Scenery Palace would not acquiesce. Bai Li smiled, extending his hand to tease a small turtle that had appeared beside him with a leaf of ancestral tea. Wouldn't you agree, little turtle? The turtle, adorned with delicate blue speckles reminiscent of fine dust, leisurely nibbled on the ancestral tea leaf in Bai Li's hand, displaying an intriguing demeanor. Both Bao Shuyu and Guanzhong observed in astonishment, having noted the unexpected presence of a small turtle by their master's side, which seemed to possess remarkable sensitivity and was cherished by Bai Li, frequently nourished with ancestral tea leaves. Having accompanied Bai Li in his cultivation for some time, they recognized the value of such a treasure, which had previously facilitated their own transformations. Yet this diminutive turtle, consuming the same, exhibited no discernible reaction, which was indeed curious. Suddenly, both Jin Ling and Bai Li appeared to sense something, turning their gazes in unison towards a singular direction. Their glance pierced through the heavens, reaching up to the 33 skies, where an individual emerged from the 8 Scenery Palace in the Great Red Heaven. Shouyang Mountain resided in the lower realms, within the primordial main celestial realm, while the 8 Scenery Palace was situated above Shouyang Mountain, yet also within the Great Red Heaven. Ascending from Shouyang to the 8 Scenery Palace was no mere mountain climb. It entailed a direct traversal across the 33 heavens, entering the Great Red Heaven itself. Otherwise, from whence do the 9 extraordinary phenomena of the 8 Scenic Palace arise? That figure stands there, devoid of celestial purple aura or ethereal radiance, merely by standing. He embodies the Tao. The Supreme One, representing the Tao, is the venerable presence in the world, unshaken by material things. Step by step, the Supreme descends from the great crimson heaven, approaching the realm of humanity. The future is boundless and infinite, giving rise to countless timelines. Many formidable beings strategize to steer the primary timeline of the primordial era toward the paths they foresee. Yet, the grand momentum remains unchanged. The Supreme's descent into the mortal realm, transforming into Laozi, is one such manifestation of this momentum. At this moment, innumerable timelines converge, an occurrence both unfathomable and immeasurable, irrevocable and unalterable. The Supreme descends into the mortal realm, akin to the Tao gracing the earth. Chapter 125. Bets from all sides before the three purities. There was only Tai. In the ancient era of the divine way, Tai stood unparalleled. When did the immortal way rise? This must be traced back to the Taishang. In terms of primordial essence, the Yuan Shi is the cause of the heavens, existing prior to the Taiji, in the time when nothing existed, serving as the source of immortals and deities. The immortal way holds the utmost supremacy. Thus, Yuan Shi occupies the central position among the three purities. However, if we consider the lineage, Taishang is recognized as the original master of the immortal way. The immortal Taishang and the divine Tai are, therefore, the two ancestral figures of equal standing. Upon descending through the 33 heavens, Taishang vanished from the sight of the masses, becoming elusive and untraceable. Even the several celestial lords, who share the state of chaos and boundlessness, could not uncover his true essence, nor did anyone dare to seek him. The great Luo imprint traverses the past, present, and future, as Taishang undergoes 81 transformations to enter the mortal realm. No one knows which incarnation of Taishang is the original, or whether he emerged before the primordial void, born as Taishang in the nebulous times, or whether he is the innate divine being, the supreme pure virtuous celestial lord, who, by reflecting upon the past, achieved the status of Taishang. Alternatively, he could be the mortal Laozi from the era of human spring and autumn, who emulated heaven and earth, glimpsing the grand Tao and gradually reversing the evidence of the past to attain the status of Taishang. All of this is unfathomable and immeasurable. Unless Taishang willingly reveals himself, he remains unseen and unobserved, easily misinterpreted and misconstrued. When he next appears before the world, he will already embody Laozi. A Taishang who cannot be observed possesses the greatest deterrent power. Before his disappearance, Taishang cast his gaze in three directions. First, towards the heavenly palace, where the countenance of the vast heaven turned dark, ultimately abandoning the plan to manipulate the myriad schools. Next, he glanced towards the state of Chu, where the ancient divine aura surged and then immediately receded, deterred from acting rashly. Finally, he directed his gaze towards the state of Qi. Just moments ago, Taishang exchanged a glance with Bai Li, which was not a warning like the previous encounter with the Yuan Shi celestial lord, but rather conveyed 4 words: humanity's rebellion against heaven. These 4 words urged him towards the endeavor of humanity rebelling against the heavens. Did he know of Bai Li and his companions' original plans? It seems unlikely. Otherwise, why would he have revealed this? What follows the rebellion of humanity against heaven? Nothing. To suppress the vast heaven, someone must divide the authority of the east and south. If not aligned with Bai Li, then where else could it belong? Even if there might be compensation later, the equilibrium within Taishang's heart remains excessively tilted. Bai Li sighed, raising the Qingping sword into the air, a thought penetrating into the Bio Palace. Given the significance of Taishang, he dared not act impulsively. Yet he believed the answer provided by the celestial master would align with his hopes. After a prolonged moment, a familiar voice resonated from the Qingping sword: act with heart. The accomplished shall lead. These 2 phrases reassured Bai Li that he need not harbor reservations, regardless of Taishang's arrangements. He had the Jie Jiao and his master backing him. What was there to fear or worry about? Upon hearing this, Bai Li smiled lightly. His master remained unchanged, steadfast as ever. At this juncture, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother approached with inquiries. What has transpired? Has there been a change in our plans? Taishang's gaze lingered between existence and non-existence, visible only to the object of that gaze. Yet, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother was no fool. As soon as Taishang descended to the mortal realm and vanished, Bai Li summoned the Qingping sword, indicating that a significant event had indeed occurred. Bai Li simply replied, "There is no significant matter at hand. It is merely the arrival of the mortal incarnation from the 8 Sceneries Palace, and soon various factions will place their bets. The human realm is fraught with complexity, certainly not a place for prolonged sojourn." Guanzhong, being the foremost among the scholars, remains unperturbed, yet shy, with his limited cultivation. "Requires your guidance, senior sister, to escort him to the Red Emperor Palace, where my avatar, the Dan Ling, shall instruct him temporarily." Jin Ling, aware of the gravity of this situation, accompanied Bao Shai back to the Red Emperor Palace, while simultaneously observing Hunyuan's movements in the celestial realm. Not long after the Supreme One descended, a thread of destiny fell from the Jade Void Palace atop Kunlun Mountain into the mortal world. Upon witnessing this, Bai Li raised an eyebrow. The Supreme One is elusive and formless. At this juncture, it seems only the Chan sect dares to boldly place its stake in the mortal realm. However, unexpectedly, the Guochengzi of the lower realms did not bring with him the aura of warfare previously observed, leaving one to ponder which sect's destiny he embodies. Approximately 81 years later, the Supreme One finally reappeared in the mortal realm. It is said that in the region of Haizhou, there was a woman who bore a child for 81 years without any signs of birth, until one day, she dreamt of a divine presence entering her womb, awakening in astonishment to give birth to a son. This child, surnamed Li, is henceforth known as Li Er, born with innate wisdom, thus also referred to as Lao Dan. How fortuitous! During the time of the sealing of the deities, the tale of Nez's mother, Lady Yin, who bore for 3 years and 6 months without delivering, was well known among the prominent figures of the day, yet no one seemed aware of Laozi's mother who bore for 81 years without a single soul knowing. As Laozi manifested in the mortal realm, countless immortals and deities, bearing various destinies, immersed themselves among humanity. The aura of humanity surged dramatically, giving rise to great sages and saints, and the territories of humankind began to foresee a future of flourishing debates among 100 schools of thought. Among the myriad destinies that fell into the realm of humanity, the most conspicuous originated from the Chan sect on Gold Tortoise Island, specifically that of the Golden Cudgel Immortal. Sui. He was already renowned as the foremost craftsman under the Chan sect, adept at fusing divine powers with magical artifacts. During the myriad celestial formations, he had once utilized a single golden cudgel to cast down the Huanglong real person of the Chan sect, subsequently retreating to Gold Tortoise Island. What stands out is that he descended to the mortal realm only after the Supreme One manifested. The 3 teachings of the Xianmen saw the Chan sect place their stake in the human realm shortly after the Supreme One's descent, while the Chan sect did so only at this moment. The current relationship among the 3 teachings is now apparent. The Supreme One gazed at the thread of destiny descending from the East Sea and let out a sigh. He had been striving to maintain a balance between the Chan and the Jie sects, yet inexplicably, the Jie sect always appeared stronger. Now, with the resurgence of the Jie sect's aura, one cannot help but wonder if their teachings truly surpass those of the Chan sect. Master, where shall we go next? Laozi inquired, patting the horned azure ox beneath him. Let us visit the Zhou royal family, he replied. He too wished to observe the current state of the Zhou royal family, which inherited the teachings of the Chan sect. As the sun set, the horned azure ox let out a long, low bellow and began to tread towards the once mighty Zhou royal family, now gradually losing its grandeur. Upon entering the Zhou domain, Laozi paid his respects to the scholars, immersing himself in the great learning, astronomy, geography, and ethics, leaving no stone unturned. He studied the classics of poetry, history, divination, calendar, rites, and music, ultimately becoming an official in the archives. Bai Li, witnessing this scene within the Academy of Jixia, could not help but chuckle. For now that the Supreme One was present in the mortal realm, without any intent to conceal his identity, he was naturally recognized as the mortal Laozi. Guanzhong, bewildered, inquired, "What prompts your laughter, master?" To which Bai Li replied with mirth. Laozi's arrival in the Zhou dynasty represented a glimmer of hope for the royal family. However, this flicker of possibility ultimately proved futile. The celestial path is intricate, and the execution of heavenly will is a daunting endeavor, obscured by the vastness and remoteness of the heavens, rendering it nearly impossible for mortals to perceive. To substitute one's own heart for that of the heavens, and to replace personal intentions with divine will is an arduous undertaking. Under such educational principles, seeking this slender thread of hope is not entirely out of reach, yet it is exceedingly challenging, akin to a mere mortal attempting to ascend to the heavens. The Supreme One is certainly aware of this, but Bai Li yearns for him to listen. The moment Bai Li learned of Laozi's entrance into Zhou, he understood the intentions of this esteemed figure and is now proclaiming the answer that resides in the Supreme One's heart, awaiting the moment of its manifestation. Chapter 126. A disgrace to Guangxing in the storied library. The venerable Laozi, upon hearing the commotion, slightly lifted his head, yet continued to arrange the tomes before him, as if he had heard nothing at all. The royal family of Zhou was well aware of the learned Sir Boyang's presence, yet none dared to approach him. They remained ensconced in the glories of yesteryears, chastising the feudal lords for their rebellion, yet never taking action to rectify the situation. Everything seemed to affirm Bai Li's assertions. At the moment Bai Li uttered his last remark, an uproar arose from outside, causing Laozi to frown involuntarily. He quickly calculated the situation and, in an instant, discerned the truth. It was he, the one I had not sought, yet who now sought me. Guanzhong, standing nearby, could not help but inquire, "Master, who approaches?" Bai Li smiled at Guanzhong and replied, "Perfect timing. Come, let us identify the person. He is one of the culprits who nearly caused you to be usurped." Guanzhong was taken aback, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. During his studies at the Bao residence, he had heard Bao Shuya speak of certain celestial figures, akin to Bai Li, who had once sought to replace him at birth. Now, the one who had come was indeed one of those perpetrators, and he was determined to meet him. "Who are you?" exclaimed a cohort of scholars from Jixiao Academy, blocking the path of a middle-aged man. The man, adorned in opulent attire and exuding an air of arrogance, bore a countenance of authority. With a haughty tone, he proclaimed, "I am Gong Sun, of the Ji clan, named Xiao, styled Zikin. Is it not true that Jixiao Academy welcomes all, regardless of background, age, nationality, or school of thought? Why then do you obstruct my entry? If this is mere pretense, it would amount to a transgression against heaven." His words ignited a wave of astonishment within the academy. Following the recent celestial phenomenon at Hunyuan Cave, several eminent sages had emerged among humanity, emulating Guanzi, some disseminating philosophies, others governing regions. This Zikin had gained considerable renown, and even they had heard of him. He was the grandson of Duke Mu of Zheng, with lineage tracing back to the Yellow Emperor. During his governance in Zheng, he upheld the interests of the royal house, curbed noble privileges, instituted top-down reforms, and inscribed the newly codified laws of Zheng upon a great vessel, symbolizing royal authority, thus becoming the first to publicize law. At that moment, a voice interjected from the side. "Guangchengzi, your knack for casting aspersions remains as formidable as ever." The assembly turned to see Bai Li and Guanzhong, who were met with bows of respect. Zikin, or Guangchengzi as he was called, greeted Bai Li with a smile. Bai Li responded, "My friend, you jest. This is the mortal realm. There exists no Guangchengzi. Only Zheng was Zikin. Moreover, the law is explicit, held in reverence by the monarch. The monarch embodies heaven. To transgress the law would indeed be to defy the divine." Upon the utterance of the four characters by Li Daoyu, the expressions of those present in the academy varied distinctly. They were well aware of this Bai Li, a celestial figure and the master of Guanzi. The current reference to Zichan in such a manner stemmed from the previous battle in Qi, where the three sovereigns severed the connection between Guangchengzi and Qi Jingzi. From that moment onward, the collective perception of everyone had irrevocably shifted. Guangchengzi was no longer recognized as the master of the Yellow Emperor by the human race. The title of imperial teacher remained a relic of the past, existing only in the fragments of ancient texts that bear witness to history. Otherwise, upon hearing the name Guangchengzi spoken by Bai Li, the disciples would have undoubtedly reacted. "Enough, today we have guests. The lessons are dismissed for the day. You may all return." Bai Li observed the subtle changes in their countenances and promptly directed them to leave, thereby averting any unnecessary disturbances. The crowd, relieved as if granted a pardon, hastily withdrew. Bai Li turned to Guangchengzi and remarked, "I had wondered why you descended without the air of weaponry. It appears you sought to occupy the essence of the legalists instead, intending to establish a foundation for the legalist school through proper nomenclature. Given that the Jixiao Academy is a gathering place for the literary lineage of the world." Realizing his intentions had been perceived, Guangchengzi bore no resentment. "Indeed, since you comprehend my purpose, you must also recognize that you cannot impede my path." Bai Li raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether Guangchengzi mistakenly believed that this realm was beyond the reach of the 33 heavens and could not be restrained. "This is not yet the time for the legalists to emerge. Depart now, and refrain from further disturbances." As soon as the words left his lips, it was as though he bore the weight of divine retribution. The essence of the legalists that had coalesced around Guangchengzi began to recede gradually, akin to a dragon that had soared into the heavens being abruptly cast down. Guangchengzi was left utterly astonished. Observing his reaction, Bai Li chuckled. "This is the Jixiao Academy, the nexus of the world's literary currents. It can aid you, yet it is equally capable of diminishing you. Your legalist philosophy remains immature. While you may serve as a precursor, establishing the legalist doctrine is far beyond your current capabilities. In this regard, my disciple Guanzhong advocates for the unification and strict enforcement of laws. The law must align with the will of the people, integrating moral education, and considering the influence of material conditions on legal implementation. Surely, he possesses greater qualifications than you to establish the legalist school. If you were to achieve success, It would spell disaster rather than fortune. The force that diminishes you is the path of humanity, merely articulated through my voice. Moreover, Bai Li paused before continuing. Your connection with the human emperor has reached its terminus. This incarnation is devoid of your great Luo mark and should not descend through his bloodline. With this pronouncement, the life force of Zichan began to wane rapidly. Guang Chengzi, filled with dread, attempted to reclaim his Taoist essence but found himself suppressed by the forces of humanity, rendered immobile until his hair turned gray. Only then did he gradually come to a halt, trembling fingers pointing accusingly at Bai Li. You. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Bai Li sent him back to the state of Zheng, ensuring that the remaining lifespan of Zichan precisely aligned with that of the original being. He then raised his gaze to the heavens, a cold smile gracing his lips, as a beam of azure light surged upward, manifesting as the form of a blue plume. The doctrine of the imparts the true essence of the path. It resides in the heavens, on the earth, and within all sentient beings. Though the Supreme One has returned to the Zhou dynasty, I remain in the mortal realm. Guanzi, as the precursor to the myriad schools of thought, established the Jixia Academy. As the master of Guanzi, I shall oversee the teachings. I will not tolerate your insolence. The resonance of sound reverberates throughout the universe, and the essence of humanity manifests in response. The Tao appears both distinctly and vaguely, its visage reminiscent of Bai Li. Various factions have perceived this Tao manifestation. Witnessing the ethereal Qingping sword suspended in the air, he aspires to become the master of 100 schools. The crowd, whether filled with trepidation, disdain, or admiration, displayed a myriad of reactions, yet they all consciously suppressed any inappropriate thoughts, for the Supreme One has returned to Zhou, and Bai Li still wields the Qingping, upholding humanity and maintaining peace in the mortal realm. Within the fire cloud cave, one among us pondered aloud whether our assistance was excessive, questioning if the esteemed figure of the teaching would harbor dissatisfaction. The Emperor of Humanity, Hunyuan, could not help but inquire upon witnessing the scene, as their intentions were deliberate. The authority of humanity was essentially in a state of semi-openness for Bai Li, allowing him to reprimand Guang Chengzi just moments ago. However, Guang Chengzi remains a cherished disciple of the Primordial One, making such a dismissal somewhat disrespectful to that esteemed presence. Hearing this, the Earth Emperor, Shenong, shook his head. Has the royal brother forgotten the affairs of the preceding monarchs of the Zhou dynasty? He embraces all teachings without discrimination, allowing a sliver of opportunity to foster relative fairness, conducive to the flourishing discourse among the 100 schools. Otherwise, permitting them to rely solely on their Taoist prowess, while their thoughts remain unrefined. To establish dominance for their own lineage would surely undermine the vitality of our human ethos. Chapter 127. The birth of Confucius. Soon after, Fuxi began to speak slowly. Prior to this, Hunyuan had 3 proofs of Tai and established a karmic connection with humanity. It is destined that there will be a calamity where humanity will challenge the heavens. In the absence of a discussion in the Zixiao Hall, only the teachings of the carry such revolutionary intent. Thus, this matter cannot be taken lightly, especially since he has seized the opportunity of the era of the 100 schools, making it only right for him to affirm his position as a master among them. The legalists, with their strict laws and harsh penalties, serve as a powerful tool in the hands of monarchs, capable of restraining authority and embodying the heavenly mandate. If one wishes to promote humanity's challenge against the heavens, it can only be accomplished through the successors of the 100 schools, with monarchs sweeping through the 6 directions, consolidating all power through law, and achieving a transformation. Hence, the legalists must not only refrain from emerging prematurely, but should also delay their appearance, manifesting only when the monarch, who will sweep through the 6 directions, reaches maturity. The leaders of the 3 teachings within the Xianmen, along with the mighty beings of Tao, do not wish for Hunyuan to attain enlightenment. The 3 sovereigns of humanity also hope to prevent Hunyuan from achieving this. In the future, the Buddha of Buddhism will grasp the supreme path and contend with Hunyuan, thus also desiring to thwart his enlightenment. Many grand celestial intentions and minor celestial desires gradually converge into a true heavenly will, obstructing Hunyuan's path to enlightenment and subtly pushing the timeline towards the future where humanity confronts the heavens. Upon hearing Fuxi's words, Shenong and Hunyuan both expressed their agreement. Not long after astonishing all parties, a visitor arrived at the Jixia Academy. Although Bai Li was not well acquainted with her, she was certainly not a malevolent guest like Guang Chengzi. The Lingguang divine monarch had come with an unknown purpose. The visitor was a woman adorned with a feathered crown, her brows sharp as swords, slanting into her hair with an intangible sharpness. Her phoenix-like eyes seemed to harbor an endless flame, and she wore a red divine robe, embodying the figure of the vermilion bird as the 7 southern constellations soared. Below her, the summer scenery blazed with intense flames, representing the Lingguang divine monarch, one of the 4 divine spirits. In ancient times, when the Zhou Mountains collapsed, many great beings of the immortal path came to save the world and support the heavens. Enwa refined 5-colored stones to mend the sky and severed the feet of the giant tortoise to establish the 4 poles, thus descending for heavenly pillars. Evolving into the 4 symbols of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, becoming the gods of the 4 poles. As for whether she truly dedicated herself to the immortal path or was merely biding her time, waiting for an opportunity to restore balance, that remained uncertain. Among the gods of the 4 poles, the vermilion bird represented Lingguang, the black tortoise represented Jiming, the azure dragon represented Mengzhong, and the white tiger represented Jianbing. All were beings of considerable power, having once opened the vast universe amidst the chaos of the void, leading to legends of the 4 holy spirits creating the heavens and the earth. For instance, the essence of the vermilion bird ascends to the heavens, while its substance descends to the earth. Therefore, confronting this formidable being should only be considered if absolutely necessary. The Lingguang divine monarch clasped her hands towards Bai Li and said, "Bai Li, my friend, I have come here for the sake of my clan's prince, Kong Xian." Upon hearing this, Bai Li hurriedly inquired, "What has happened to my friend Kong Xian?" Kong Xian, the son of the Phoenix ancestor, was born from the resonance of the 5 elements and had once listened to teachings from afar on Golden Island in the Eastern Sea. He was also a disciple of the. During the time of the heavenly decree of the mysterious bird descended and gave birth to the Shang dynasty. The Phoenix clan was intertwined with the fate of the Shang, which led Kong Xian to descend and assist in guarding the 3 mountains pass. However, after obstructing Jiangxia, he was captured by the Western Zhuan Taoist through the 5-colored divine light and taken to the west, after which no news of him emerged. Due to Bai Li's prior journey into the past and subsequent seclusion to refine the Qi Ming banner, he missed this pivotal moment. He initially believed he would only learn of this individual upon the ascendance of Duo Bao to the Buddhist realm. However, it was unexpectedly revealed to him through the words of the Ling Guang Divine Lord, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. Seeing Bai Li's reaction, the Ling Guang Divine Lord expressed delight and spoke forth. Previously, the heavenly mandate of the mysterious bird descended, giving rise to the Shang dynasty, with the Phoenix clan channeling vast fortunes into the human realm. Although the Yin Shang was obliterated, these fortunes have circulated until now, evolving into a revered position through the human path, coincidentally manifesting at this moment. Our royal prince, Kong Xian, can indeed utilize this to attain the 3-fold path of enlightenment. Yet, this individual bears tremendous weight. The prince owes certain connections to the human realm. Hence, upon his descent, he wishes for you, my friend, to bestow upon him an appropriate name, which may later grant the Jie Jiao the subsequent revered position. Bai Li was momentarily taken aback. Kong Xian was indeed destined to descend. With his profound cultivation, he would undoubtedly emerge as a prominent figure in the future, his rank too significant. The Confucian teachings, Kong Xian seeks to embody Confucius. If he truly embodies Confucius, then after Kong Xian attains the great Luo, he shall be no less than Zhan Yuanzi and others, perhaps even surpassing them. Bai Li hesitated, for he had never encountered Kong Xian. And even within the Jie Jiao, few had interacted with him. Now that he had been accepted by Zhuan Ti into the West, his true allegiance remained uncertain. After all, in the original text of the Fengshen Bang, Kong Xian had assisted Zhuan Ti against the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu during the Battle of the 10,000 Immortals. Bai Li acquiesced to him. At that moment, the Qingping sword at Bai Li's chest suddenly resonated with the voice of the Tong Tian Jiao Zhu. After much deliberation, Bai Li resolved to heed Tong Tian's guidance and agreed to the request of the Ling Guang Divine Lord. By the 8 treasures pool of merit in the West, Kong Xian immediately felt a profound connection, kneeling towards the East Sea's Golden Turtle Island, where he earnestly bowed 3 times. The Taoist in the patched robe, witnessing this, let out a soft sigh. Indeed, Brother Tong Tian possesses noble intentions. He initially sought to take you as a disciple, but you graciously declined. Yet he allowed you to listen to his teachings from afar on Golden Turtle Island, and now offers you the opportunity for enlightenment. Such sincere treatment explains why Jie Jiao disciples willingly sacrificed their lives for the sect during the extermination of immortals, even as those who were guided embraced the Buddhist path, yet remained steadfast in heart with Jie Jiao. Upon reflection, it is truly remarkable how many gifted individuals are nurtured under Brother Tong Tian's tutelage. Kong Xian turned to gaze at the elderly man in patched robes, who perpetually wore a gentle smile. His heart swelled with mixed emotions. Ever since this person had guided him into the Buddhist realm, the Hunyuan Wuji had frequently kept him close, imparting the methods of the golden body and Western divine powers, even manifesting the Bodhi tree for his contemplation, treating him with utmost kindness. Kong Xian clasped his hands together, performing a Buddhist greeting, his heart a tumult of feelings that ultimately coalesced into a single phrase. Master Zhuan-Ti, I fear I have disappointed you. Zhuan-Ti gently stroked Kong Xian's head and replied with a faint smile, Foolish child, what is there to not comprehend? Simply follow your true heart. Kong Xian continued, Master, I wish to venture into the mortal realm. With a smile, Zhuan-Ti replied, Go. This is your opportunity for enlightenment. Can I possibly hinder you? Kong Xian bowed thrice to Zhuan-Ti before transforming into a radiant five-colored light, soaring into the human realm. In the richness of the five virtues, a magnificent river flows through the annals of time, connecting the celestial realms with the earthly plane. A sacred figure stands tall, radiating a spectrum of colors that gradually coalesces into a milky white character, subtly aligned with two other characters, though this particular one has yet to emerge into the world, rendering its form indistinct. Not long thereafter, a sage of unparalleled renown, whose wisdom could rival that of Laozi, emerged from the land of Lu. He was named Kong Qiu. Styled Zhong'an'ai. Orphaned at the tender age of 3, he faced the decline of his family's fortunes and held various official positions. Yet due to ideological differences with the rulers, he chose to wander the states with his disciples, imparting his teachings. His doctrine of inclusive education resonated deeply with the common people. It was not long before Confucius, accompanied by his esteemed disciples, arrived at the prestigious Jishao Academy in the state of Qi. Chapter 128. The Western Departure from Hanggu Pass. Gratitude to Peanuts Braised Carp. Additional update. Confucius approached the master of Guanzi to seek guidance. The grand gates of the Jishao Academy swung open with a resounding thud, and a voice emanated from within. Confucius has arrived. I am overwhelmed with joy. Please come in. Adjusting his attire, Confucius instructed his disciples to wait outside, and then stepped into the academy. Today marked the day of purification, and within the academy sat a young celestial figure at the head of the assembly, gazing at him with a gentle smile. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, Bai Li. Alongside Guanzhong, Confucius respectfully bowed to Bai Li. I, Kong Xian, have met my fellow practitioner. I am deeply grateful for your transformation into the madman of Chu, who awakened the true spirit within me. Bai Li sighed. Oh, Phoenix, how has your virtue diminished? The past cannot be admonished, yet the future can still be pursued. This saying is not only for you, Confucius, but also for my fellow practitioner. Come with me. With that, he led Kong Xian to a newly designated space within the academy, where an incense altar was set up, adorned with a portrait. The image depicted the Master of Heaven, standing like a solitary pine, a sharp sword captivating all. Upon seeing the Master's visage, Kong Xian was instantly stirred and bowed deeply. Disciple Kong Xian pays his respects to the Master. Bai Li, observing nearby, couldn't help but admire the Master's charisma. No matter where the disciples of the resided or the extent of their cultivation, they would never forget this revered figure. Suddenly, a soft sigh resonated from above, and ripples danced across the portrait as the essence of the Tao permeated the air. Descending gracefully was none other than the Master of Heaven, who should have remained in the ethereal realm of the Azure Palace. Foolish child, when I first saw your firm heart towards the Tao, I wished to take you as my disciple. Yet, your pride prevented you from acknowledging a teacher. We bear no formal relationship, so why call me master? Upon hearing this, tears shimmered in Kong Xian's eyes. Your kindness on that day allowed me to listen to your teachings on Jinao Island. I am forever grateful. Yet I lament my departure when I yearned for your wisdom. I regretted not being able to support thee alongside my fellow disciples during the time of 10,000 immortals. Now, you overlook past grievances to assist me in my path. I, Kong Xian, truly feel unworthy of your guidance. With that, he bowed deeply, his sincerity moving even Bai Li. The Master of Heaven gently patted his head, his form gradually beginning to fade. Silly child, Bai Li has already mentioned. The past cannot be admonished, yet the future can still be pursued. You are the son of the Phoenix ancestor, born with a free spirit. Why bind yourself with these constraints? Do you not know that where my heart finds peace is my homeland? Until the Master's figure vanished completely. These words echoed in Kong Xian's mind, lingering long after. Bai Li comforted him, placing a hand on Kong Xian's shoulder. My fellow practitioner, each path chosen is unique. You have more significant matters to attend to and cannot linger here. Kong Xian nodded in agreement, ready to depart, when suddenly a thought struck him. Do you know which ancient divine being from the Chu kingdom has returned? Bai Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you aware of who it is? Kong Xian nodded affirmatively. In the ancient epic of the divine path, the supreme deity Tai established the realm of 9 songs. Within this grand world, the god of fate and life, known as Desai Ming, oversees all beings under Tai's governance, discerning their virtues and vices, wielding authority over destiny and mortality. The Western heavenly guide, as the sovereign of fate, was the first to perceive this unfolding drama. Unbeknownst to him, he had fixated upon his companion. For neither the Grand Supreme nor I had yet returned to our rightful places, while his companion remained firmly ensconced within the Jixia Academy, thus delaying his emergence. Yet, I urged my friend to exercise caution. As Bai Li beheld the retreating figure of Kong Xian, he gazed towards the direction of the Chu kingdom, only to find the once stable atmosphere now veiled in an insatiable aura of menace. Desai Ming, what could possibly draw this grand deity's attention to one so seemingly ordinary? The Jixia Academy, a confluence of scholarly pursuits, had just witnessed Kong Xian's validation. Now, as he entered and exited, Kong Xian sought enlightenment from the Master Guanzi, solidifying his status. The momentum had shifted irreversibly. Bai Li could even perceive the vast reservoir of energy emanating from Kong Xian, enveloping the 72 sages behind him. These sages, along with the 3,000 disciples, represented the profound heritage returned to humanity, none of whom descended as divine beings. Upon departing the Jixia Academy, Kong Xian made his way towards the Zhou royal court, drawing the attention of all towards their impending meeting. Confucius, having entered Zhou to inquire of Laozi, contemplated the doctrines for 9 days, and upon his exit, repressed all his energies, appearing once again as an ordinary mortal, journeying back to the state of Lu. It was well understood that this tranquility was but the calm before the impending storm. Once Laozi returned to his rightful place and Confucius attained enlightenment, establishing a new school of thought that would amalgamate the fortunes of the Feng clan with humanity, merging the wisdom of the divine, the immortal, and the Buddhist paths, Kong Xian would undoubtedly soar to extraordinary heights, achieving the grandest of realizations. In the hidden chambers, Lao Dan observed the fluctuations in the fortunes of humanity, exhaling a sigh of resignation. From his arrival in Zhou to Confucius's inquiries, no one had seized upon this fleeting opportunity. Though anticipated, it still brought a tinge of disappointment. Now that the moment had arrived, it was time for him to depart. "Where is Su Jia?" Shortly thereafter, a young attendant approached respectfully, inquiring, "What are your commands?" "My lord, I wish to journey westward. Do you wish to accompany me? Upon reaching the land of rest, I shall compensate you handsomely with gold for your service." The lad readily agreed. Lao Dan penned a farewell letter, mounted the azure oxen led by Su Jia, and departed unsteadily, with the last glimmers of hope extinguished. The weakened celestial creature above the Zhou royal court lamented, signaling the impending demise of the dynasty. The two figures proceeded at a measured pace. After many days arriving at a formidable grand pass, inscribed with the monumental characters of the human race, Hangu Pass, nestled within a gorge, perilous as a box. It was aptly named Hangu. This pass extended east to Loi and west to Fenghao, serving as the throat of the world. Hence it was often referred to as the foremost pass in the realm. It is said that the pass's commander, In Shi, was a keen observer of celestial phenomena from a young age, fond of ancient texts. Though he bore the weight of human destiny as a mere guardian of the pass, he had already embarked on the path of cultivation, possessing some skills in divination. One day, while standing atop the observation tower gazing at the stars, he suddenly beheld a gathering of purple clouds in the eastern sky, stretching for 30,000 miles, resembling a soaring dragon, rolling towards the west. Filled with delight, In Shi exclaimed to himself, "The purple aura rises from the east for 30,000 miles. A sage journeys westward through this land. The azure bovine ambles gently, bearing the venerable elder, concealing its form and merging with the primal essence." Thus, preparations were made to cleanse the path for 40 miles, as incense was burned along the way to honor the sage. On this day, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, In Shi was about to descend the pass to inspect matters when he beheld an aged figure riding the azure bull, approaching from below the gate. The sight of the elder, astride the azure beast, seemed to dissolve into the surrounding nature, as if he were in perfect harmony with the Tao, blending seamlessly with the dust of the earth. The sparse crowd around him appeared oblivious to his presence, yet they naturally parted to make way. In Shi, filled with elation, hastened forward in a flurry, kneeling before the azure bull. To behold the sage today was akin to encountering the Tao itself. Indeed, it was a stroke of extraordinary fortune for In Shi in this lifetime. Beside him, Su Jia, who was leading the bull, stood in utter astonishment. The sage, his own master, how could he appear merely as an ordinary man? Observing this, Lao Dan merely shook his head and remarked, "I am but an unremarkable old man." The prefect bestows too much reverence. Chapter 129. The teachings of Yin Shi. Unlike on previous occasions, Lao Zi's countenance bore a hint of joy upon meeting Yin Shi. This was hardly surprising, for Yin Shi shared a profound bond with Lao Zi as his disciple and would later be revered as one of the founding figures of Taoism, honored as the true man of the primordial beginning. The Tao Te Ching came into existence through his fervent entreaties. Lao Zi's affection for him extended beyond this connection. Yin Shi was, in his own right, an exceptional talent. In my humble capacity, I have diligently studied the interconnected teachings of the mountains, the art of divination, and the knowledge of celestial phenomena since my youth. Recently, while observing the stars by night, I discerned an auspicious purple mist rising from the east like a surging sea, heralding the arrival of a sage, a manifestation of the great forces of creation. Thus, I sent someone to sweep the gates in welcome, beseeching the sage to illuminate the path of the Tao. This is the nature of fate. The Supreme One is willing to give, and Yin Shi sincerely seeks. Thus, their mutual willingness aligns with the principles of the Tao. Upon hearing this, Lao Zi chuckled, "Esteemed Lord Guan, you flatter me. However, if a sage is indeed arriving from the west, why must it necessarily be I? It could very well be another." He then turned his gaze to a nearby spot. "Bai Li, since you are here, why not reveal yourself?" A voice then resounded nearby, warm as the winter sun. Bai Li, a disciple of the, greeted the supreme Tao ancestor, arriving solely for the matter concerning his senior brother. Lao Zi, in silence, did not presume to take charge. The onlookers turned to see a red-robed Taoist who had mysteriously appeared, bearing an ancient azure sword upon his back, symbolizing the harmony of heaven and earth. He held a pure, cleansing whisk, sweeping away the injustices of both ancient and modern times, momentarily presiding over worldly affairs and overseeing the scholarly pursuits of the realm. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yin Shi immediately bowed. "May I inquire if you are the master of Guanzi, the sage of the human race?" "I apologize for my inadequate reception." He then welcomed both individuals into the gates. Lao Zi took a seat of honor, while Bai Li occupied a secondary position. Between them, Yin Shi offered incense in a gesture of discipleship, speaking earnestly. He implored Lao Zi not to claim wisdom solely for himself, but rather to consider the wisdom of all humanity as his own responsibility, leaving behind a written work to enlighten future generations. He pledged to disseminate this teaching to posterity. Lao Zi readily consented. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The Tao begets one. One begets two. Two begets three. And three begets all things. All things embrace the Yin while holding on to the Yang, harmonizing through the interplay of energies. Above the void, deep within the primordial chaos, the sound of the Tao resonated. In the beginning of time, when all was yet unformed, the nameless Tao gave rise to the primal chaos, which transformed into the duality of Yin and Yang. The union of Yin and Yang birthed heaven and earth, a revelation of the ultimate truth of existence. Amidst layers of auspicious signs, golden flowers blossomed and intertwined, each flower illuminating with lamps, and from those lamps sprung forth flowers, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the nine heavens. A rotating Taiji diagram, embodying the interplay of black and white, carried forth a grand wave of purple energy, divine and sacred. Such extraordinary phenomena and the resonant sounds of the Tao were but whispers to the uninitiated. Only those attuned might glean fragments of understanding. Even Bai Li, in close proximity, could perceive this. How could the true essence of the supreme Tao ever be encapsulated in mere 5,000 words? In the midst of the Tao, amidst the hazy and elusive realms, an elder was imparting teachings to an individual. Observing this extraordinary scene, Bai Li could not help but marvel. The Supreme One was evidently integrating Yin Shi into the grand scheme of the Tao, laying the foundation for his destined realization. Within the three clear Tao gates, the Eight Scenes lineage follows a high-end path for the human race, ensuring a solid foundation in the Tao, a veritable emblem of the celestial way. The Yushu Palace caters to the upper echelons, attracting only noble disciples with esteemed backgrounds. In contrast, the Bo Palace embraces all without discrimination, offering a glimmer of hope. Within the primordial realm, regardless of race, bloodline, or aptitude, any individual may join the ranks of the Jia sect. These three paths encompass all possibilities, inviting all those with a calling to the Tao from across the heavens. Ideally, this arrangement would flourish, but fears of the resurgence of divine paths, or perhaps the desire to infiltrate various factions for the so-called Grand Age of Celestial Tao, have led to an excessive suppression of the Jia sect, thus altering its former glory. This discourse spans 3 days and nights, yet the time experienced by the two individuals may well exceed 3 days, perhaps extending to 3 years, 300 years, or even 30,000 years. In the face of the eternal Tao, the passage of time loses its significance. With endless cycles of 3s and infinite loops of 6s, they align perfectly with the boundless nature of the Tao. Yin Shi, having both perceived and comprehended the Tao, ultimately took up Lao Zi's pen, crafting the illustrious Tao Te Ching. The opening of the first chapter declares, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Hence it is referred to as the Tao Jing, which expounds upon the fundamental essence of the universe, encapsulating the mechanisms of cosmic transformation and the profound intricacies of yin and yang. The concluding section begins with, the highest virtue is not virtuous, hence there is virtue. The lowest virtue does not lose virtue, hence there is no virtue. Thus it is called the Te Ching, which articulates the principles of navigating the world, encompassing the strategies of human affairs and the art of longevity. In the instant the Tao Te Ching was completed, boundless energies coalesced into a singular character, Tao, causing the river of humanity to tremble, its immense power piercing through illusions. In its pursuit of embodying the Supreme, it is lamentable that the Tao, being formless, cannot be inscribed, and what is perceived by the masses is merely their envisioned Supreme. The Supreme represents the Tao, while Laozi embodies humanity. Laozi is not the Supreme. As these words echoed, the river of humanity reluctantly conformed to the shape of Laozi, birthing a new manifestation alongside Yin Shi, indistinguishable in appearance, known as Guanyin Zi. The essence of humanity flowed forth. Laozi, or perhaps now more appropriately referred to as the Supreme, gently waved his sleeve, casting the essence of humanity onto Yin Shi. The portions that Yin Shi could not bear merged into the celestial Tao. With another gesture, a round golden elixir appeared in the Supreme's hand, releasing a captivating fragrance and a faint golden glow. The Supreme casually tossed the elixir, which transformed into fine dust that vanished into Yin Shi's abdomen. As the extraordinary phenomena subsided, Yin Shi had undergone a remarkable transformation, adorned with a purple lotus crown, clad in a flowing azure feathered skirt, sleeves tinged with green, draped in a rainbow-hued robe, with intricate patterns of yellow and deep hues, and bestowed with the jade tablet of celestial scriptures. Above him, a celestial realm unfolded into wondrous scenes, mysteriously connected to the source of the void and the chaotic sea, continuously replenishing vital energies back into the primordial realm, thus embarking on the path of immortality, ascending to the realm of heavenly immortals. Had it not been for the Golden Immortals' choice to transcend, one might fear that Yin Shi, receiving the Supreme's teachings, would have directly entered the realm of Golden Immortals. The disciple expresses profound gratitude to the master. The Supreme nodded in satisfaction. I have but one true disciple of the Xuandu. Henceforth, you shall be my outer disciple of the human teaching, bestowed with the title Wen Shi. You are now tasked with widely disseminating the teachings of the Tao Te Ching among humankind. When your achievements are complete, you may ascend directly into the great red heaven. Subsequently, the Supreme extended a finger, and a divine talisman materialized before Yin Shi. This treasure is known as the divine talisman of primordial unity and supreme clarity, and it is now bestowed upon you for your protection. It embodies the essence of the great Tao, the primordial unity, and the subtlety of the two principles. I hope you will contemplate its meaning and not squander the efforts of your master. The world speaks of the myriad spiritual treasures of the, and each disciple possesses exceptional artifacts. Yet, few realize that the treasures in the hands of the Supreme One are equally extraordinary. Have you not noticed his meditation cushion, the gourd for storing elixirs, and the pristine vessel for holding water? All are exceptional innate spiritual treasures. Now, this divine talisman of primordial unity and supreme clarity has been so readily granted. At this moment, a servant suddenly arrived with news. Despite his hesitation, Yin Shi ultimately permitted the visitor to enter. A guard presented a document, hesitating and casting glances at the Supreme One beside him, before finally speaking. I report to you, Lord Yin, that this document was delivered by the attendant Su Jia, who claims to be bringing forth a complaint against this sage, demanding payment for labor. Yin Shi was instantly taken aback. What did you say? Chapter 130. Duobao heads west with utmost sincerity. Duobao was accepted as a disciple by his master. However, even with such an honor, he must still disseminate teachings, for only upon achieving success can he expect to have celestial companions by his side. Yet, an ungrateful youth, who had spent years beside the sage without any thought of reciprocation, dared to accuse the sage, displaying a profound lack of awareness. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he heard the Supreme Elder let out a gentle sigh. Those of inferior temperament are ultimately fated to be estranged from the Tao. Summon him. I shall speak with him personally. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Bai Li felt that the Supreme Elder's words were directed at him, or perhaps intended for the Qingping sword. Before long, Su Jia stood before the assembly, and Yinshi inquired, Su Jia, elaborate on your accusation against Lao Dan regarding the wages owed to you. Discontent simmered in Yinshi's heart, and his tone inevitably bore a hint of anger. Su Jia, terrified, immediately knelt, trembling and unable to utter a word. Observing this, Bai Li furrowed his brow and kindly said, Speak freely, regardless of right or wrong. There must be a reason behind it. Gradually calming, Su Jia hesitated before recounting his tale. Lao Dan had employed him as a servant, promising 100 coins a day. To date, he had amassed 720,000 coins. However, upon Lao Dan's departure westward, he assured Su Jia that upon reaching the land of rest, he would pay him in gold for all his labor. Yet, upon arriving at Hangu Pass, Lao Dan lingered, evidently reluctant to proceed, fearing he would not receive his wages. Su Jia thus lodged his complaint. The Supreme Elder sighed once more and spoke, It is due to your connection with the Tao that I considered guiding you. Yet, as life is finite, I bestowed upon you the Tai Xian Qing Sheng Talisman, allowing you to live until now. The land of rest signifies a place for the body and mind to find solace. The gold shall be returned to you, for I wish to impart the essence of the golden elixir to you. It is not mere base metal. Once you pass this trial, the path to the golden elixir will be revealed. Alas, your greed for wealth and lust has severed your ties with the Tao. Look there. With a gesture, the Supreme Elder pointed, and an elderly man appeared before the assembly. Su Jia was instantly taken aback, for this old man was the very one who had helped him claim his wages and promised to marry his daughter to him. At that moment, Su Jia, lowering his head slightly, inadvertently released a talisman from his mouth, the Tai Xian Qing Sheng Talisman, a means to attain immortality. As this object departed from his body, Su Jia's flesh disintegrated, leaving behind only a pile of bones. The Supreme Elder turned to Bai Li and remarked, The teachings of the present a glimmer of hope. Yet, as with Su Jia, many who are fated to be estranged from the immortal path ultimately cannot achieve fruition. Is it not beneficial to allow these individuals to seek alternate paths during their tribulations? Indeed, his earlier intuition proved correct. This matter concerning Su Jia was directed at him. Bai Li chuckled and waved his wand lightly. The Tao ancestor upholds the principle of natural law. How can one invert cause and effect in this manner? Consider Su Jia, a mere mortal who knows not the true face of the Tao. Moreover, though Su Jia may have been granted longevity, did he not diligently serve Lao Dan during those extra 200 years? If immortality merely entails serving others as a slave or servant, is that a blessing or a curse? Furthermore, is it not excessively unjust to negate prior merits due to a single lapse in judgment? Even if my disciples of the struggle to reach fruition, the path they tread is their own, the scenery along the way is their reward. To act in accordance with one's heart means to bear the consequences oneself, not to have them dictated by others. Pausing momentarily, he gazed at the Supreme One and spoke with a smile. Tao Ancestor, this Su Jia has reached the end of his fate with the Supreme One. Yet he bears a considerable affinity with my Jiejiao. The Supreme One regarded Bai Li for a considerable time before slowly responding, Very well. If you are truly intent on taking action, this old Taoist shall not obstruct you. With the Supreme One's consent, Bai Li approached the heap of white bones and, with a pointed finger, summoned back Su Jia's lingering 3 souls and 7 spirits, awakening his true essence, yet he did not restore his corporeal form. Su Jia, it is because of your ignorance that you have brought upon yourself this calamity. I wish to ferry you across. Do you consent? Su Jia had no reason to refuse, proclaiming his sudden enlightenment and pleading with Bai Li for salvation. However, Bai Li understood that his remorse was but a fleeting glimmer, primarily driven by the realization that without aid, he would meet his demise. Bai Li produced a seed obtained from a celestial peach, igniting it with the red bright primordial flame. With a flick of his finger, he sent it into the pile of bones to serve as Su Jia's heart, enabling him to control this skeletal body. Now that you are but a being of bones, the sum of 720,000 coins holds little relevance. This seed is an immortal essence, and you now possess a mere thread of hope. Should you manage to make this seed sprout anew within 200 years, you shall be accepted into my Jiejiao. If not, after 200 years, your corporeal form will perish, yet you may still attain a modicum of fortune. reincarnating into a good family. During this time, you will exist solely in this skeletal form. Su Jia hastily inquired how he might cause the celestial peach seed to sprout. Bai Li waved his dust whisk, and Su Jia felt his form swiftly retreating, with Hangu Pass gradually fading from view, until he gently descended upon a desolate mountain. Bai Li's voice echoed in his ears, "That is for you to discover on your own. In times of confusion, perhaps it would benefit you to calm your mind, for the answer may lie within your heart." The following day, Inshi resigned from his position as the guardian of Hangu Pass and disseminated the Tao Te Ching among the world. Beside the Supreme One stood an individual entwined with the celestial vines, and upon seeing him, Bai Li immediately bowed in respect. Bai Li had encountered the esteemed Master Duo Bao. Having been brought to the Great Red Heaven by the Supreme One for many years, today he faced the current steward of Qingping, and Duo Bao, overwhelmed with emotion, seemed to glimpse his former self, repeatedly insisting on foregoing formalities. "Junior brother Bai Li, promise me that you will restore Jie Jiao to its former glory." "Rest assured, senior brother, as the current steward of Qingping, I shall bear its responsibilities." Duo Bao expressed his agreement, then turned toward the direction of Golden Ao Island, proclaiming loudly, "Master, I take my leave. I know not if I shall return, but fear not, for I shall forever remain a disciple of Jie Jiao." With that, Duo Bao performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows, executing a complete salute. He then retrieved a resplendent pearl from his robe, which shone as brilliantly as the sun and moon. The sun and moon pearl. Bai Li gazed in astonishment at the Master Duo Bao before him, for this treasure had been taken along with the Zhuxian array diagram by the Supreme One. Duo Bao presented the sun and moon pearl to Bai Li, stating, "Junior brother Bai Li, on that day, I was compelled to descend the mountain and set up this Zhuxian sword array, ultimately leading to the demise of Sister Guiling. The sun and moon pearl, along with the 4 swords of Zhuxian and the array diagram, have all been lost to the outside world. I am aware that not long ago you retrieved the 4 swords of Zhuxian. Alas, I lament not being able to accompany you back to Golden Ao Island. I beseech you, junior brother, to bring this pearl back, as it would assuage my guilt towards Sister Guiling. Should the opportunity arise in the future, you must certainly recover the Zhuxian formation diagram." Bai Li nodded in acknowledgement, but upon receiving the sun and moon pearl, he suddenly froze. He then returned the treasure to his elder brother, whose noble intentions were truly commendable. "This treasure rightfully belongs to him, and I trust that Sister Guiling would not hold it against him." Having said this, he pressed the sun and moon pearl into Duo Bao's hands. The moment the pearl was in his grasp, a flicker of something unusual crossed Duo Bao's eyes, yet he ultimately accepted it. After conveying everything, Duo Bao took hold of the azure ox, and, alongside Taishang, set forth towards the west. Just as the two departed, a streak of azure light flew from Bai Li, landing beside him. Bai Li sighed softly. "Master, if you wish to see me, why then do you remain hidden?" The figure beside him offered no reply, merely watching as Duo Bao's silhouette gradually receded until it vanished from sight. Chapter 131. The path to the western land. As the sun rises and sets, Duo Bao and Taishang have now arrived at the territory of Xinyohazhou. Gazing ahead, they are met with a vast expanse of desolation. The scorching sun casts a relentless heat upon the barren landscape. Despite the warm winds sweeping across the arid terrain, an overwhelming sense of desolation prevails, interrupted only by scattered patches of green that hint at the land's lingering vitality. Duo Bao, upon witnessing this sight, cannot help but feel a flicker of astonishment. Though he had long been aware of the West's barrenness, he did not anticipate such a stark reality. Suddenly, Taishang, seated atop the azure bowl, spoke up. "Duo Bao, are you aware of the reasons behind the West's desolation?" Duo Bao cast a glance at Taishang and ultimately chose to respond. "It is said that in the distant past, during the Divine Path era, 2 great battles ravaged the West, shattering its geological foundation. Coupled with the West's affinity for metal, the excessive bloodshed rendered it nearly impossible for flora and fauna to thrive, leading to its current desolation." Taishang nodded slightly. "Indeed, the East is the birthplace of the Divine Path era, where the powers of the gods and their teachings predominantly congregated. To minimize losses, both battles were fought in the West, causing the West to lag nearly an entire epoch behind the East. However, this has resulted in a karmic debt owed by the East to the West. Subsequently, when the Immortal Path assumed the mainstream position from the Divine Path, it too occupied the Eastern realm, naturally inheriting this karmic burden. Thus, with great compassion, the likes of Kunti and Jejin became the rulers of the West, and the consequences of this would inevitably fall upon them. The transmission of Buddhist teachings to the East was an unavoidable occurrence. Alongside Yuanshi and your master, I established the 3 teachings of the mysterious gate, monopolizing various aspects of education to minimize the influence of this Eastern transmission. Who could have foreseen that they would establish a shared network of wisdom and set a merit system with the 8 treasures merit pool, thus paving the way for the flourishing of Buddhism? The canonization of gods was originally intended to suppress the ancient divine path, while simultaneously muddling the new divine path and Buddhism, all the while cleaning out the poor-spirited disciples within the immortal path. Little did we anticipate such a predicament. Ultimately, the 3 purities of the mysterious gate represent the true source of the immortal path. The 2 saints of the West, lacking the profound heritage of Taishang and others, could only start from scratch. To disseminate their teachings widely, their aspirations must be grand. Yet now, they have unexpectedly developed Buddhism to such an extent, leaving Taishang and others taken aback, compelled to seek alternative means of suppression. Perhaps it is also due to the doctrinal similarities between Buddhism and the Zhejiao that the only casualties of the canonization must be the. In an instant, Duo Bao grasped the underlying intricacies, but merely replied with a hint of indifference. What of it? The disciples of the Chanjiao have long harbored dissatisfaction towards my. Thus the canonization seizes this opportunity to suppress us. The significance of those who perish within my teachings has grown increasingly paramount, and the toll of lives lost continues to rise, culminating in our present circumstances. Is it not true that Taishang seeks my transformation into a pawn for Buddhism? Taishang shot him a sidelong glance before revealing a startling piece of information. If we speak of sacrifice, are you not aware that before the timeline was altered countless times, it was the old Taoist who journeyed westward from Hanggu Pass, transforming into Shakyamuni? Duo Bao was immediately taken aback. For Taishang to utter such a statement, it must carry weight. It is indeed difficult to fathom what the situation was like before the timeline underwent innumerable changes, leading to such a scenario. Taishang no longer paid heed to Duo Bao beside him, and instead gazed out at the western landscape, speaking with a resonant voice. In this western realm, the mountains and rivers lie barren, vegetation fails to thrive, and desolation pervades the wilderness, marred by scars of suffering. The populace remains unenlightened and unacquainted with teachings, truly a realm of profound misery. Yet, at this moment, Laozi embarks on his journey westward, heralding the arrival of the Tao in these lands. In an instant, an ethereal purple aura rises majestically towards the west, visible not only to those who practice the Tao, but also to the naked eye of the ordinary. This purple mist embodies the essence of supreme virtue, the breath of creation, the spirit of nature, and, indeed, the Tao's vital energy. The enduring presence of this Tao energy aims to transmit the teachings to the West, a purpose intertwined with Laozi's westward passage through the pass of Hanggu. He intends to use this momentous sign to momentarily impede the advance of Buddhism eastward. As the purple aura manifests, the myriad Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the West instantly perceive it as a formidable threat. When the Supreme One descends to the mortal realm, transforming into Laozi as he exits the pass of Hanggu, the 2 eminent saints of the West cannot help but pay heed, especially given the implications concerning the current position of the Buddha. Since the moment the Supreme One stepped beyond the pass, the 2 saints have employed their formidable powers to observe every action of the Supreme, alongside others like the lamp-igniting Buddha. Their gaze remains steadfastly upon the Supreme, who, though aware of their scrutiny, conceals nothing save for his dialogue with the many treasures Buddha. When the Supreme remarks on the West's lack of enlightenment, the expressions of the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas darken, with the exception of the 2 saints. As the purple aura spreads across the sky and reaches the West, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas erupt in fury. The transmission of the Tao into the West, they ponder, could postpone the flourishing of Buddhist teachings for countless years, hindering their own prospects. Moreover, the West is a territory of Buddhism, and the Supreme's audacity to act unilaterally clearly indicates a disregard for Buddhism. This is a blatant affront. Indeed, as the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas voice their indignation, the celestial master of purity, seated above, merely smiles softly. What the Supreme has articulated holds truth. Why must they harbor such anger? With a gentle gesture, ripples arise in the pool of merit, causing the golden lotus to sway, manifesting boundless merits and the essence of the Tao. The West, though impoverished and its people intellectually restrained, despite our teachings, remain shackled by worldly attachments, making transcendence arduous. Thus, a system of wisdom and merit emerges, trading lifetimes of merit for a fleeting moment of enlightenment. Yet, this wisdom ultimately belongs to others. To claim a lack of enlightenment is not an exaggeration. While the transmission of the Tao to the West may delay the eastward spread of Buddhist teachings, it also bestows upon the beings of the West the potential for awakening and wisdom. Wisdom breeds troubles, and troubles give rise to enlightenment. What, then, is the harm in this? Upon concluding her remarks, the Bodhisattva of Purity's companion, the Bodhisattva of Guidance, slowly speaks. The eastward transmission of Buddhist teachings and the flourishing of Buddhism aim to better enlighten the beings of the West, liberating them from suffering. One must not lose sight of this purpose. Remember, all that is perceived is illusory. Only upon seeing the non-appearance of appearances can one witness the thus come one. As the two finish their discourse, the assembly envisions a future where the Tao enters the West, transforming boundless troubles into enlightenment. With a golden lotus descending to serve as a vessel across the ocean of suffering, guiding beings towards realization. Amipa. The assembly echoes the sacred name in unison, extolling the profound compassion of the two saints. The Bodhisattva of Purity turns to the Bodhisattva of Guidance and says, "Let us proceed, brother, to guide Shakyamuni to his rightful place." The Bodhisattva of Guidance nods in agreement. Indeed, it is as it should be. The two quietly vanish into the Western paradise. As Taishang and Duobao traversed the vast expanse of the Western lands, the ethereal purple aura that accompanied them breathed life into the desolate earth. Suddenly, they came to a halt at a certain spot. Duobao glanced forward, and before them appeared two figures at a short distance. One bore a gentle smile, evoking an inexplicable sense of intimacy, while the other wore a sorrowful expression, yet radiated boundless compassion. The two bowed respectfully towards Taishang. "We are deeply grateful to you, esteemed Taoist brother, for escorting the leader of our Buddhist sect to the West." Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Taishang acted swiftly, sweeping his expansive sleeves to obliterate Duobao's form, leaving only a fragment of true spirit to descend before the two saints of the West. Jane extended a finger, and a golden lotus blossomed from the void, enveloping the true spirit. Well done, the Shakyamuni will soon return." With a gentle wave of his hand, he sent it into the boundless world of the Buddhist realm. Chapter 132. The Teachings of Shakyamuni. Laozi disseminates his teachings to the West, bestowing boundless transformations and sending forth the precious Hu, a gesture that aids both the Western realms and the Buddhist path. Thus, the heavens and earth resonate, causing the essence of Buddhism to disperse significantly into the ether, nearly diminishing the growth accrued since the sealing of the gods by more than half. The infinite aura of the five virtues manifests as a myriad of mists, gently descending. Within the flowing river of time, the silhouette of an elder is cast, riding a green ox and approaching the Han Valley, initiating the teachings of the great vehicle, profoundly imprinted within the cosmos. In the vastness of the Tao, its resonance permeates the heavens. Between the realms of the Tao and Buddhism, such encounters abound, regardless of the might of the Buddhist sect. It ultimately falls short of the Tao in name. The Supreme One gazes upon the enveloping essence and the gentle aura of the five virtues, remarking, "How can the essence of the West and the merit of the five virtues contend against the boundlessness of the Tao?" With a mere gesture, a piece of primordial jade steel, seemingly emerging from nowhere, is enlightened by the Supreme One. This is due to the Tao's infinite nature, both beginningless and endless. Thus, this object embodies the principle of the ultimate, transforming into a perfect circle. Various phenomena in the sky hastily converge into this singular circle. There are no dazzling rays of light, no earth-shattering events. In the end, it is merely a chaotic hued circle, revealing no trace of its origin from the Supreme One's hand, embodying the essence of simplicity and a return to purity. This treasure, deeply rooted in the nature of the Tao, is impervious to water and fire, capable of encompassing all things, a true protective treasure, yet it is carelessly placed upon the nose of the green ox by the Supreme One. Upon completing this, the Supreme One turns to Zuni and Jin, addressing them, "Esteemed fellow Taoists, the Buddha arises from the demonic, and the distinction between Buddha and demon lies in a single thought. The flourishing of Buddhism also inadvertently empowers the demonic path." At this, Zunti and Jin, who had maintained their composure until now, suddenly stiffen at the implication. In their vision of the future, beneath the radiant light of the Western Bodhi Buddha, demonic flames arise. In the boundless sea of suffering, myriad demonic shadows manifest, seeking to drag the vessel of salvation into the depths, leading it to submerge once more. The power of the demonic path may not surpass theirs, but it draws strength from the hearts of the people. Existing as two sides of the same coin with the Buddha, impossible to eradicate entirely. As the Buddha's light shines, so too do the demonic flames burn fiercely. Beauty, when deemed beautiful, becomes the source of evil. Goodness, when regarded as good, becomes a form of unkindness. This is an inevitable truth. Yet it is also a trial imposed by the Supreme One upon the West. Even Zuni and Jane feel their expressions darken slightly. Brother Dao, your methods are indeed remarkable. With merely the act of departing from Han Valley, you suppress our Western domain from all angles. The Supreme One replies with calm detachment. If Buddhism is to flourish, it must naturally encounter some resistance. Should the Buddhist teachings falter merely due to this, it would only indicate that they are not suitable for the enlightenment of beings throughout the heavens. You, even Zunti, with her gentle disposition, cannot help but feel a surge of anger. Just as she is about to retort, Jane preemptively intervenes. The Supreme One pays them no heed. Extending a finger as a golden bridge ascends directly into the great red heaven, impervious to earth, water, fire, and wind. It withstands the trials of countless calamities, untouched by causality or fate. In the tumult of chaos, even the primordial chaos cannot stir it a whit. Mounting the green ox, he steps onto the golden bridge, journeying straight into the great red heaven. Upon witnessing this, both Zuni and Jane feel a bitter pang in their hearts. The Supreme One ultimately surpasses them by a considerable margin. The foundation of the three pure ones is indeed profound, so much so that even with all their efforts, they can only strive to keep pace. I am grateful to my elder brother for intervening just now. I have acted in a manner unbecoming. Jane waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such expressions of gratitude between us brothers. For many years, it has been thanks to you, my junior brother, that we have made strides in the West. My recent intervention was merely a reflection of the boundless nature of the Dharma. Why should we fear the demonic paths? Observe closely. Zhu Ti followed Jane's gesture and gazed into the distance. In the realm of Buddha, a bowl of water conceals 48,000 insects. There flows a long river in the west, traversing the past, present, and future. The waters and sands of this river represent myriad small worlds, either gathered from the chaotic sea or created by the great powers of Buddhism, serving as the foundation of the Buddhist teachings. Duo Bao immersed himself in the realm of countless sands, ready to manifest as Shakyamuni, destined to reveal his presence. However, alongside Shakyamuni's destined manifestation, there appeared another supreme, perfectly enlightened being. Upon closer inspection, this being radiated the brilliance of the sun and moon. Zhu Ti could not help but feel elated. The bodhisattva of sunlight and moonlight had fortuitously fallen, yet a suitable replacement had not been found. For any misalignment with the teachings would ultimately detract from the essence of Buddhism and hinder the path of the medicine master. Little did they expect that the advent of Shakyamuni would give rise to a Buddha of the luminous jewels of the sun and moon. A Bodhi tree soared towards the heavens, as if the void itself resonated with the echoes of cause and effect. This was indeed the primordial treasure, the sun and moon jewels, held by the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. Although the matter involved the two celestial deities, there was no trace of them upon the jewels. One could assert that the causality associated with this treasure was exceedingly clear, perfectly suited to the current state of the West. Zhu Ti turned to Jane. Brother. Jane nodded in affirmation. When the Supreme descends into calamity, as Buddha and demon arise, Shakyamuni's return will undoubtedly encounter myriad obstacles. Thus, the Buddha of the luminous jewels of the sun and moon should emerge to protect the Dharma of Shakyamuni, illuminating and dispelling the ignorance and confusion within all beings. Subduing the demonic paths. The sage's evolution of intention becomes celestial strategy, intertwining fate and causality, ultimately steering time towards the conclusion desired by both of us. They exchanged knowing smiles and spoke in unison. Thus, may all Buddhas of the myriad worlds, through this merit, adorn the pure lands of the Buddha. May we repay the fourfold kindness above and relieve the suffering of the three paths below. If there are those who hear and witness, may they all awaken the Bodhi mind. Together, may we be reborn in the land of ultimate bliss to repay this single lifetime. In an instant, the light of Buddha flourished, and all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas joined in chorus, filling the Western realm with harmonious sounds. Within the realm of countless sands, King Shuddhodana of Kapilavastu and Queen Maya, after many years of marriage without offspring, suddenly dreamt of a white elephant entering her womb. The next day, she discovered she was indeed with child. As Queen Maya prepared to give birth, she returned to her family home in Kalia, passing through the Lumbini garden. There, she beheld a tree of no sorrow, adorned with vibrant blossoms. As she reached out to pluck a flower, a child was miraculously born from her left side. The moment the child was born, the entire essence of the West stirred restlessly. The great powers of the primordial chaos sensed the birth of Shakyamuni, the reincarnation of Duo Bao, and turned their attention towards him. This former disciple of the walked immediately upon birth, pointing one finger to the heavens and the other to the earth, taking 7 steps in all directions, proclaiming, "In heaven and earth, I alone am supreme." Upon returning to the 8 treasures pool, a smile adorned Zhuan Ti's face, and even Jane's expression lightened considerably. The internal factions of Buddhism were intricate, and undoubtedly, the presence of such a Buddha was necessary to establish order. As Zundi raised his hand, a stream of water descended from the Bodhi tree, accompanied by the waters of the 8 treasures pool, perfectly embodying the paths of wisdom and virtue. This divine essence fell into the infinite worlds, purifying the future Shakyamuni. King Suddhodana, overjoyed at the birth of his son, conferred with the esteemed Brahmins to bestow upon him the name Siddhartha Gautama. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realms above, the sovereign of heaven wore a grim countenance. Just as the multitude of treasures uttered those words, the supreme path trembled, establishing an anchor point for him in a prominent position. This was due to his status as the progenitor of all Buddhas, a power radiating throughout the West, wielding authority even greater than his own, thus embroiling him in a conflict over the path. The support lent by Buddhism rendered him nearly invulnerable, effectively obstructing the path to the supreme way. Such audacity is truly intolerable. Chapter 133. The obstruction of Pasan Hunyuan turned his gaze, nearly gritting his teeth, towards 2 places, the 8 sceneries palace of the great red heaven and the western blissful world. The teachings of humanity and Buddhism. These 2, along with the already antagonistic Chan school, employed a myriad of methods to thwart his path to enlightenment. Humph. Do they believe that such tactics can suppress me? The sovereign is destined to overshadow the realms. As the ruler of the heavenly court, Hunyuan's every word and action resonated through the tumultuous clouds and thundering lightning of the lower realms, reflecting the wrath of this great celestial deity. A sentiment tempered only by the gentle reminder of the Yaoqi by his side. Has there been any news regarding the esteemed positions of the Tai Bai and the 5 elders of the East and North? Due to Tai Bai Jinxing's acquisition of the esteemed position of the Western Radiant Emperor, Hunyuan had dispatched him, along with a considerable number of personnel gathered during this period, to seek out the eastern and northern positions, aiming to nip potential dangers in the bud. Stepping forward, Tai Bai Jinxing replied, "I humbly report to your majesty, there is still no news regarding these 2 esteemed positions." Hunyuan furrowed his brow, yet there was no hint of blame in his demeanor. Tai Bai Jinxing was his most loyal aide, having provided invaluable support during the 3 proofs of Tai. If he could not place his trust in him, then he would be left with no one to rely upon. Moreover, as he currently governed the heavenly court, he was capable of thoroughly investigating the 3 realms, except in a few isolated areas. Entrusting this matter to Tai Bai was a hope that he might uncover some clues through the connections among the 5 elders. The authority acquired from the ancient divine court had not undergone significant changes, suggesting that the 2 esteemed positions had yet to emerge. Meanwhile, in the blood sea of the underworld, within the palace of the River of the Dead, the ancestor of the River of the Dead turned to Pasan, one of the 4 great demon kings, and said, "Pasan, your opportunity has arrived." Ancestor. Pashan's hesitation did not go unnoticed by the ancestor, who immediately smiled and continued. In ancient times, there were 5 tribulations. The opening emperor represents both the residents and the demonic tribulation. The opening emperor, originally one of the 5 sovereigns, later departed from the path of divinity to establish the demonic path, ultimately being pursued by the myriad deities of the wilderness. He eventually transformed into the river of the demonic path, hidden among the heavens, with his remaining followers either concealing themselves or venturing beyond the realms. You, having inherited a portion of the opening emperor's legacy and safeguarding the demonic path, have thus immersed yourself in the blood sea. Yet, I am ultimately not the opening emperor. Pasan, you were once a capable general under the opening emperor. Now, with the coexistence of Buddhism and demonic forces, it is indeed your time to emerge. Upon hearing this, Pasan, the great sovereign of freedom, ceased his hesitation, respectfully bowed to the ancestor, and vanished into the world of the blood sea. During the tribulation of the opening emperor, Pasan was favored by the demon sovereign, who imparted upon him boundless supernatural powers, rooted in the hearts and minds of sentient beings. He is a Mara, a demon king. As desire arises from the heart, and if the heart's cravings remain unquenched, then Pasan shall not be extinguished. From the emergence of the Buddha from the demonic realm, the beings of the West attained enlightenment, awakening the wisdom of the populace, and thus desire was born, allowing Pasan to appear at any moment. After the birth of Siddhartha Gautama, a recluse came to prophesy the prince's future, foretelling that if he remained in the household, he would become a holy king of cyclic existence. If he renounced the worldly life, he would undoubtedly become a great sage and enlightened being. Fearing that his son might pursue spiritual practice, King Suddhodana confined him within the city, surrounding him with all the finest things in the world, instructing him in the ways of governance and martial prowess. It was not until King Suddhodana grew old and frail that he arranged for the prince to marry Princess Yasodhara of Kalia, establishing a palace for the 4 seasons to indulge in leisure. As time passed, the king of clean rice finally put his mind at ease and consented to the prince's journey. On that day, the prince ventured forth through the 4 gates, east, west, south, and north, witnessing the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death, which stirred within him a profound sense of compassion and a yearning for transcendence. At that moment, a monk approached from the northern gate, the setting sun casting its rays upon him, illuminating his figure with an air of solemn grandeur. Better to return, better to return. The true essence of Duo-Bao awakened once more. Through the monk before him, he glimpsed a round pearl, prompting a knowing smile. Though he was unaware of the means by which Bai Li achieved this, he ultimately succeeded. Soon after, his son was born, ensuring the continuation of the dynasty, and he commenced his destined mission. After enduring years of rigorous cultivation, he arrived at Mount Gaia, where he beheld a Bodhi seed descending from the heavens, taking root and transforming into a Bodhi tree, from which the distant sounds of Zen echoed softly. The time for Shakyamuni's enlightenment had arrived. Under the Bodhi tree, Siddhartha Gautama sat in deep meditation, contemplating the supreme teachings of Buddhism, when a dark shadow gradually emerged. Maras, you have thwarted my path 80 times. The Buddha's teachings ultimately lead to truth, and this shall be your final trial. Duo-Bao, your master, the celestial teacher, shares a profound connection with my sea of blood lord. I should not obstruct you, yet the interplay of Buddha and demon, the celestial calamity, is also my opportunity, a chance for the demon path. The great way lies ahead, and I am compelled to intervene. A black lotus appeared beneath the seat of the Mara, its dark radiance opposing the Buddha's light. With a mighty gesture, countless demonic entities surged forth, an army of 8 billion, manifesting various afflictions and fears of life and death. They were the 4 great demons under the Mara: the celestial demon, the shadow demon, the death demon, and the affliction demon. The Mara was the progenitor of the celestial demon, its direct lineage, while the latter 3 demons were born from the teachings of the great emperor demon. Summoned forth by immense power, the 3 demon kings fell one after another, ultimately aligning themselves under the Mara's command. Additionally, 4 celestial demonesses performed a dance to disrupt the Buddha's mindfulness, enticing beings with the allure of form, sound, scent, taste, touch, and the 6 realms of existence, leading them into the depths of desire. Should anyone's heart waver even slightly, years of cultivation could be lost in an instant. The visions of the ceiling of the gods flashed before Duo-Bao's eyes. Duo-Bao, the ceiling of the gods was your heart's obstacle. Today, you are destined to falter. In Shakyamuni's eyes, endless nostalgia emerged, particularly upon witnessing the demise of the fire spirit and the turtle spirit, stirring a tremendous upheaval within his heart. The Mara, sensing this, rejoiced and seized the moment to suppress the Buddha's light. Yet, at that instant, a sigh escaped Shakyamuni's lips. Had the sealing of the gods just concluded, I might have been vulnerable to this scene, perhaps even before the pass of Hangu, but after that, I can no longer be deceived. The teaching has a disciple, Bai Li, who has gradually rectified past regrets. Our responsibilities differ. I shall follow my own path. You may depart now and refrain from further disturbances. With a swift gesture, he dispelled the celestial dance of the demons. Seeing this, the Mara's expression grew increasingly grave. The Buddha's radiance intensified. If the moment was not seized now, the demon path might remain in turmoil indefinitely. Duo-Bao, if that is the case, I must apologize. Countless demonic entities unleashed their powers, attacking Shakyamuni. As Shakyamuni had yet to reclaim his rightful place, his powers were no match for the Mara, and soon, the demonic forces closed in. At that moment, a figure emerged from the side, radiating boundless light. The Lord of the Mara, possessing an audacious demeanor, witnessed this individual extend a hand and point. From the fingertip, an infinite brilliance surged forth, akin to the resplendence of the sun and moon, dispelling all ignorance and obstacles. The multitude of demons, illuminated by this radiance, instantly transformed into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. The Mara contemplated further action, but beheld Shakyamuni, enveloped in a magnificent aura of Buddhist light, reclaiming the powers of his past existence. An infinite sound of Zen resonated throughout the world, as Shakyamuni's form gradually merged with that of a transcendent Buddha deep within the cosmic expanse. In this profound state, the Tao was revealed to the primordial source. All sentient beings beheld the Tathagata. The Tathagata is the Buddha, the sovereign of Buddhism. Whoever embodies this sovereign essence is indeed the Tathagata. In this moment, Shakyamuni had attained the realization of the Tathagata and received the acknowledgement from the previous Tathagata, the one of the past, thus becoming the present Buddha. He awaited the day when his merits would be perfected, ready to ascend Mount Sumeru, where he could leverage the boundless energies of Buddhism to attain the Great Luo and subsequently the Tai. Buddhism, spanning the three realms, had all its Buddhas returned to their rightful places, causing a surge in spiritual energy. Regrettably, a portion had previously been intercepted by the highest authority. Otherwise, the potency of Buddhism at this moment would undoubtedly be even greater. Shakyamuni gazed upon the Mara before him and smiled, declaring, "This humble monk seeks to propagate the great vehicle of Buddhism with the aim of liberating all sentient beings. Would you, my friend, be willing to embrace my teachings?" Upon hearing this, the Mara was momentarily taken aback, then pointed at Shakyamuni and erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. To liberate all beings, what a splendid notion. What a remarkable present Buddha. What a gem of a Taoist. Chapter 134. Conferring the Tao by Confucius. Shakyamuni disregarded the underlying intent of Pashan's words and continued to speak. If you are willing to enter my teachings, you may attain the position of Dharma Light Tathagata during the Pure Age. Pashan's eyes gleamed with darkness as he regarded Shakyamuni with a cold smile. Your fleeting victory today is not everlasting. What talk is there of entering your teachings? A sage harbors a heart of impermanence and embraces the hearts of all beings, while I, too, possess a heart of impermanence, attuned to the desires of the myriad deities and living beings. The heavens are vast, and the multitude of sentient beings is immense. As long as desires persist, Pashan shall not perish, and in this regard, you cannot surpass me. We have ample time ahead. As he spoke, Pashan's form began to dissipate gradually. He was not vanishing, but instead would utilize this fate to carve out a realm beyond, becoming the sovereign of transformation, employing the path of celestial demons to bring calamity upon the Buddha's disciples, with the intention of using Buddhism as a guise for the resurgence of demonic paths. Shakyamuni exhaled deeply and then turned to the person beside him with a smile. Thank you, fellow practitioner of the sun and moon, for safeguarding the Dharma. Now that the demonic tribulation has passed, it is time for you to return to your rightful place. As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant light illuminated the universe. Akin to the sun and moon hanging high, a golden lotus rose from beneath him, and a precious pearl manifested, bathing the world in sunlight and moonlight, forming a golden body of Buddha Dharma, embodying supreme enlightenment, having initially attained the Great Luo. Homage to the sun and moon light Tathagata. The void rippled, and the sound of sacred chants resounded, as if all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were gathered to offer their congratulations. Congratulations to the sun and moon light Tathagata for returning to his rightful place. The two attained the fruits of enlightenment and transcended from the world of countless sands, landing beside the 8 treasures merit pool. Zhuan-Ti nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent, Tathagata. I bestow upon you the method of cultivating the Zhuan-Ti golden body. Go to the Great Snow Mountain for quiet cultivation while awaiting the return of the Buddha Mother to establish the great vehicle Buddhism. As for the sun and moon, you shall temporarily remain by my side to practice the wondrous teachings of the West. The two nodded in agreement. In the Jisha Academy, Bai Li observed the sun and moon pearl light Buddha's initial attainment of the Great Luo, a faint smile gracing his lips. He subsequently erased the scene within the Qiyang mirror, for the sanctum of the two esteemed beings of the West could not be casually scrutinized. At that moment, a red light descended from the heavens, transforming into a woman adorned with a golden mist crown, clad in a fiery red robe, and tied with a water and fire ribbon, exuding an aura of vigor as she respectfully bowed beside Bai Li. Disciple Fire Spirit, greetings to you, Uncle Bai Li. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, originally the foremost disciple of the Jie sect's 3rd generation, was the sole disciple of the Taoist of many treasures. Her demise became the catalyst for the War of the Gods during the Fengshen era, and since then, she had rarely appeared in the Fire Department's celestial palace. Fire Spirit, given the complex situation in the mortal realm and your absence from the heavenly court, what brings you here? Fire Spirit, known for her straightforward nature in the Jie sect, spoke candidly. Uncle, I have come to inquire about one matter. Has my master betrayed the teachings? Bai Li was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. What if he has betrayed the teachings? What if he has not? The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit gazed at Bai Li, her eyes gleaming with intensity. If he has not betrayed the teachings, I beseech you, Uncle, to enlighten me as to why. Should he have betrayed them? He once personally instructed me when I entered the sect that regardless of where GS sect disciples find themselves, their hearts must remain aligned with the GS sect. Should there be a traitor, they must be killed. The murderous intent that erupted in her words caused even Bai Li to glance askance. It is indeed the case that she has always regarded her master with pride and as a paragon, eagerly anticipating the day she would inherit the mantle of propagating the teachings of the. However, the shocking revelation that her master had devoted himself to Buddhism, a faith at odds with, and even ascended to the position of its leader, understandably compelled her to rush here in haste. Bai Li sighed softly, and then spoke. The elder brother has not renounced his faith. He has been compelled to traverse a path that diverges, yet leads to a shared destination. This road, though seemingly resplendent, is fraught with greater hardships and demands one to bear humiliation and burdens. Only upon achieving success will you comprehend the depth of his struggles. Upon hearing this, the Holy Mother of Fire closed her eyes tightly, allowing the flames to dry the 2 streams of tears that had escaped. If her master could endure such burdens, while all the uncles and brothers were striving for the future of, how could she allow herself to weep over such trifles? She bowed once more to Bai Li. Thank you, uncle, for your enlightenment. Should he indeed forsake our teachings one day, I implore you not to hold back. I shall willingly serve as the vanguard, even if it means being shattered to pieces. I would rather have my spirit extinguished than allow the dignity of to be tarnished. With that, she took her leave, returning to the heavenly realm. The echoes of her words lingered in Bai Li's ears, was perceived as immaculate by every disciple, impervious to even the slightest blemish. Was this not one of the reasons he cherished? As he slowly exited the academy of Jixia, he gazed into the distant sky and murmured, soon, very soon. It is time for me to attain the Tao of great perfection, lest those few individuals become troublesome. In the territory of the Lu Kingdom, Kongxian, transformed into Kongqiu, since that Shakyamuni had indeed returned to his rightful place. He opened his tightly shut eyes, which swirled with countless principles, ultimately coalescing into a single grand character. The time has come. He then extended his hand, and a radiant, multicolored light transformed into a peacock, soaring westward. Before long, Kongqiu's son passed away, and many disciples met tragic ends. This series of blows prompted Kongqiu to compile all he had learned, perceived, and comprehended into a tome rivaling the Tao Te Ching, titled the Luanyu, Analects. Historically, the Luanyu was compiled by the disciples of Confucius and their successors. At the moment of its completion, all understood that the time had arrived. The gaze of the primordial world converged upon it. In their eyes, the Luanyu erupted with an aura of utmost righteousness and grandeur, manifesting as a milky river that surged skyward, resembling a scroll gradually unfurling, transcending past, present, and future. Countless figures emerged upon the flowing river: Kongqiu, Yanhui, Xingzi, along with living disciples and those who had passed on, all manifested within the text. Subsequently, innumerable silhouettes appeared, some old, some young, some male, some female, regardless of wealth or status, all sharing a common title, scholars. Each held a copy of the Luanyu. The master said, to learn and to practice it at the right time, is it not a joy? To have friends come from afar, is it not a delight? To remain unperturbed when others do not understand, is it not the mark of a gentleman? The milky essence upon the river intensified further. The master does not speak of strange forces or chaotic spirits. The heavenly realm's influence over the mortal realm diminished by yet another measure. As the contents of the Luanyu were gradually expounded, Kongqiu's form began to grow larger and more ethereal, for the Tao is vast and its reach far. A 5-colored peacock soared from the west, alighting behind Confucius, its fingertips gently raised. In the vast emptiness above, amidst the chaotic sea, at the origin of countless heavenly realms, a spectral figure, indistinguishable from Confucius himself, joined him in raising a hand, slowly inscribing the character for Confucianism. An infinite flow of vital energy converged, reshaping the of the deceased 72 sages and 3,000 disciples. All the disciples cried out in unison, "We beseech our master to attain enlightenment and usher in the path of Confucianism." At the same moment, a phoenix's cry resonated in the southern heavens, and the radiant light of the west flourished, as if everything conspired to urge him towards enlightenment. Yet, Kongxian remained silent, for he understood the essence of Confucianism well. Confucianism is a necessity for humanity, ultimately reliant on the human way. The mark had been established. He had already attained the third proof of the great Tao. Should he further utilize Confucianism to attain enlightenment, perhaps he could achieve the state of primordial unity. But the conveniences of the human way are not easily grasped. He was not the supreme one, should he proceed thus. He feared he would be bound by humanity in the future. He did not wish to betray his true heart. The words of the celestial master echoed suddenly in his ears. The past cannot be admonished, yet the future can still be pursued. You are the son of the Phoenix ancestor, inherently free. Why should you be shackled by such things? Do you not know that where my heart finds peace is my home? Chapter 135. The master of hundreds of schools in the eyes of Kong Xian, clarity blossomed, and his stature grew ever more upright, as if unburdened by an invisible weight. He then laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Where my heart finds peace, there lies my homeland." With a sweep of his grand sleeves, the currents of Confucianism and Taoism diverged into several streams. The largest portion surged back into the river of humanity. A lesser part cascaded into the southern Phoenix clan, and the final fragment settled upon the Golden Turtle Island in the Eastern Sea, merging with the teachings of the. What folly! Such wanton waste! Alas! The echoes of curses resonated across the vast wilderness, lamenting why they could not seize such an extraordinary opportunity. However, within the Bayou Palace, a different scene unfolded. The Lord of Heaven, witnessing this, erupted into a hearty laugh, his eyes brimming with approval. Excellent, excellent. We shall have a fellow Taoist in the days to come. The esteemed beings of the Hunyuan, such as those from the Eight Scenery Palace, Jade Void Palace, Nuwa Palace, the Western Pure Land, Wuzhuang Temple, Blood Sea, and Western Kunlun, while not as overtly expressive as the Lord of Heaven, were equally filled with commendation. Recognizing that the fortunes of Confucianism had been firmly established, Bai Li transformed into a streak of red light, soaring into the heavens, and then proclaimed in a resonant voice, "At this time of great prosperity in humanity, I, a humble Taoist, shall teach the young, establishing the Jixiao Academy for Enlightenment, opening the grand era of the 100 schools. Later, I shall discuss the Tao with Confucius, elucidating the principles of cause and effect before the arrival of the Tathagata, and will suppress the world at the moment the Supreme returns to Zhou, to become the master of the 100 schools, overseeing all matters of human education." Kong Xian, witnessing this, was filled with uncontainable joy. With a mere thought, the divine will within him descended upon Bai Li, manifesting extraordinary signs that validated the discourse with Confucius. In the great Thundersound Temple on the western Spirit Mountain, Shakyamuni was seated upon a golden lotus, expounding the Mahayana teachings to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. He began with the 3 marks of existence, progressing to the 4 noble truths, the Eightfold Path, the 12 links of dependent origination, and the 37 factors of enlightenment. The 3,000 disciples of the, who had been brought across during the time of the myriad immortals, listened with rapt attention. However, the hearts of Randang, Maitreya, and others grew increasingly complex upon hearing Shakyamuni's teachings. This was due to the striking similarity between the doctrines of Mahayana Buddhism and those of the. Yet they were also highly suited to the current development of Buddhism. The starting point of its teachings was exceedingly low, yet its aspirations soared high. All beings of the heavens could cultivate, and the heights one could achieve solely depended on personal practice or fortune, harmonizing perfectly with the systems of merit and wisdom. Yet, this raised a question. Should it be considered Buddhism or merely cloaked in the guise of Buddhism? Just as Kong Xian forsook the possibility of a blended Confucian-Taoist unity. Establishing Bai Li as the master of the 100 schools, the discourse abruptly ceased. Shakyamuni smiled knowingly, and with a thought, his divine will also descended upon Bai Li, manifesting extraordinary signs that validated the explication of cause and effect before the arrival of the Tathagata. Randang, Maitreya, and others, all of whom had attained enlightenment, understood the unfolding events and perceived why Shakyamuni had paused. The Bodhisattva of great strength immediately spoke up, "Buddha, you are now the master of the Buddhist gate." Shakyamuni cast him a glance and then raised his voice in a chant, which was echoed by the 3,000 disciples of the Amitabha. A colossal momentum surged forth, nearly causing the Bodhisattva of great strength to topple from his lotus seat, yet it swiftly receded after a mere brush. The Dharma is boundless, universally liberating all beings. This seat exists for the suffering of sentient beings, to impart the joy of transcending through the Dharma. Thus, I elucidate the profound teachings of the Mahayana. Bodhisattva of great strength, your heart has become unsettled. Avalokiteshvara, your heart is in turmoil. Faced with Shakyamuni and the myriad worldly beings, Avalokiteshvara's countenance turned ashen. Yet he chose to merely snort coldly, uttering not a word. The previous statements had come to pass, and now all eyes were fixed upon the great red heaven in the 33 heavens. How would the Supreme One decide? The relationship between the two teachings of interception and exposition, while not as irreconcilable as the feud between their forebears, was still tenuous at best. Historically, The Supreme One often tilted towards aiding the Exposition School while suppressing the Interception School to maintain balance between the two factions. Yet, with the likes of Kong Xian and the Tathgata still providing assistance, it would be unbecoming for the Supreme One to remain indifferent. Bai Li was also observing the 8 scenic palaces. As the foremost school of Taoism, its influence on the subsequent 100 schools has been profound. And should the Supreme One choose not to intervene, he could always seek the backing of the 3 sovereigns. He merely wished to witness how the Supreme One would decide. Despite the Supreme One and the Primordial Beginning's attempts to conceal their intentions, Bai Li sensed an anomaly. Since the plan was to incite others to challenge the heavens, it was natural that someone would inherit the esteemed positions of the East or North. However, these positions had already been claimed under the auspices of him and the Celestial Master of Tongtian, making it impossible for the Supreme One to seize them. Thus, the only recourse would be to establish new esteemed positions to occupy the East and North, thereby destabilizing the heavenly Tao. The 3 sovereigns had granted him substantial authority over the mortal realm, and with his cultivation of foresight, he was capable of discerning most changes within the human domain, except for one area in the Qin kingdom that remained obscured. The information regarding the Supreme One's descent and his mother was also beyond calculation, with not even a shadow discernible. Consequently, his suspicions had solidified into certainty. Bai Li made his way to the Hangu Pass, ostensibly to meet with the treasure-holding deity, but also to investigate that location. Though it was merely a cursory glance, he was convinced that a great god had descended there. Though it remained uncertain whether she was the ultimate inheritor of the esteemed position, it seemed likely, however, should the Supreme One choose not to intervene, it would not merely result in a lack of authority. He would not hesitate to take decisive action. Within the 8 scenic palaces, the Supreme One also watched Bai Li below. In a fleeting moment, visions of the Zhou royal family under the teachings of the Exposition School flashed before him, alongside memories of his debates with Bai Li over the canonization of Su Jia and the current leader of the Buddhist realm who, despite his position, remained devoted to the Interception School. With a final sigh, he internally acquiesced, ready to respond to the suppression of humanity at the moment of the Supreme One's return to the Zhou dynasty. Countless extraordinary phenomena erupted around Bai Li. A crimson light ascended to the heavens, transforming into an immense sea of fire, within which a large red banner waved. A figure from the past emerged, bearing the stone and golden fire sticks, igniting the mortal realm with boundless divine flames to purge the plague. This was the foundational essence of the great Luo he had once established. Now, as the teacher of the 100 schools, his fate had reached fruition. With the assistance of the true old master, his Taoist cultivation was sufficient, and the time was ripe for him to initially attain the great Luo. Much like the original cloudy immortal, his boundless magical power manifested as a mark transcending time, imprinted within the river of eternity. The candle dragon above the river even lent him a push, the brilliance of the imprint illuminating many other worlds. In the vast cosmos, at the dawn of humanity, a sage would invariably appear to transmit the fire to all corners. The virtual imprint generated from this process continuously returned to Bai Li, allowing him to deeply appreciate the distinct nature of the great Luo Dao fruit and comprehend why the immortal path could rise from the dominion of the divine through this very principle. He omitted the steps I reflected upon, or rather, as long as there are imprints, countless reflections of myself reside in other celestial realms. In myriad worlds, one sustains oneself. And although the powers of many worlds are almost imperceptible, none can rival the might of the primordial chaos. However, quantitative accumulation leads to qualitative transformation. Over time, the amassed power becomes unimaginable. It is no wonder that upon reaching the depths of the great Luo Dao fruit, one can reenact the innate 5 extremes, effortlessly creating and reshaping the universe in their palm. The principle that the strong remain strong is evident here. Temporarily withdrawing my thoughts, I could only hear countless voices of congratulations surrounding me, celebrating the achievement of my dear friend, fellow practitioner, or esteemed predecessor in initially attaining the great Luo Dao fruit. Chapter 136. The initial emergence of the divine mandate. Bai Li graciously extended his hands in salute towards the gathered individuals, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed friends. The Confucian and Taoist teachings have manifested within humanity, with the 72 sages and 3,000 disciples forming the foundation of our race. Shortly thereafter, a remarkable vision of the fire cloud cave materialized in the skies, whisking away a portion of the disciples. Those who chose not to return to the fire cloud cave either sought the path of immortality, retreating to secluded mountains and rivers for cultivation, or chose to blend into society, dedicating themselves to teaching and nurturing others. With this matter resolved, the assembly gradually dispersed. As Bai Li settled back into his seat at the Jixia Academy, he glanced towards a certain direction and smiled. Friend Kongxian, could it be that this place is now where your heart finds peace? In response, a ripple spread through the air, and soon, the very individual who had caused such a commotion earlier, Kongxian, emerged. Bai Li had presumed he had returned to the southern or western regions, yet here he was. Kongxian regarded Bai Li and replied, "Do not jest, my friend. Even if I wished to consider this my sanctuary, those esteemed individuals would not acquiesce." As he spoke, he casually pointed, conjuring a meditation cushion before settling onto it. "It is rumored that you, Bai Li, are adept at seizing opportunities. Having recently attained a glimpse of the Tao, I have come here, at the behest of my master, to remind you of several matters." Upon hearing this, Bai Li adopted a serious demeanor. "Please, share your insights. The Buddhist sect wields considerable influence. Although I have been led into Buddhism, the methods of those two celestial beings are indeed profound. Though I have not formally taken them as my masters, I have nonetheless become entangled in the karmic threads of their teachings, and my subsequent attainment of enlightenment has been significantly aided by the Mother Buddha. The celestial being who governs karma will not easily overlook this. For now, I cannot assist you directly. I must first sever a portion of my essence and enter the Buddhist realm. With the return of Shakyamuni and the luminous Buddha of the sun and moon, the doctrines are gradually being completed, likely giving rise to new Tao fruit Golden Immortals. I foresee the Buddhist sect making its move shortly, and I urge you to prepare accordingly." This particular point was one that Bai Li would have been acutely aware of, even without Kongxian's warning. While it is true that Shakyamuni leans toward he must not overstep, the visible elite strength of Buddhism remains unmatched, and one must devise a method to diminish their power, thereby alleviating some of the burden on Shakyamuni. "I understand," Bai Li acknowledged. Kongxian nodded in affirmation and continued. "The second matter is that following the integration of Confucianism and Taoism into humanity, a great conflict is emerging. Humanity, along with the two teachings, seeks to cultivate greater Tao fruit strength to contend with the Buddhist sect in the heavenly court. The divine way aims to seize this opportunity for a resurgence, attempting to recreate the ancient epoch, while many deities aspire to return from the past. Thus, we can expect unceasing strife in the mortal realm." In just a few statements, Kongxian vividly illustrated the potential trajectory of the future before Bai Li. As the heavens unleash their murderous intent, stars shift and dwellings change. As the earth awakens, dragons and snakes stir. When humanity rises in violence, the very fabric of heaven and earth becomes tumultuous. The struggle among the immortals and divine beings, alongside the contention for Tao fruit Golden Immortals, will likely mirror the chaotic resonance of the times of the investiture of the gods. Bai Li was taken aback. In such dire calamity, do the celestial beings and those from the fire cloud cave remain indifferent? Kongxian shook his head in response. Great struggles and calamities also present grand opportunities. Each faction, including the ancient deities wishing to return, immerses itself in the human realm, guided by fate. Should they achieve their aspirations, they will naturally transcend through the human path. If they falter in their endeavors, their destinies will simply merge into the human realm, a mere transaction. After all, the Fire Cloud Cave will remain uninvolved. As for the divine realm's desire to reopen the ancient epoch, it is perplexing why the esteemed celestial beings remain indifferent. Although Tai has immersed himself in the divine river, he possesses the ability to directly influence the present world, coupled with the preserved strength of the divine realm. None wish to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Bai Li mused internally, fearing that matters were far more intricate. His master, along with Yusu and the two from the 8 scenes, no longer shared a unified purpose, creating a peculiar balance against the two from the west. It is certain that there is a hidden hand of Luya behind the divine realm's ambition to revive the ancient era. Thank you for your reminder, dear friend. Without it, I would have indeed found myself in quite a predicament, Bai Li remarked, bowing to Kongxian. Kongxian waved his hand dismissively. This is of no consequence. I trust you are now well informed. It is time for me to depart. A 5-colored radiance transformed into a peacock, inheriting the position of the Buddha Mother Kongke Daming Wang as it journeyed westward, while Kongxian's true form returned to the southern heavens to contemplate the boundless Tao. Indeed, as Kongxian indicated, the departure of the Supreme One seemed to have torn away the last veil of modesty from the mortal realm. With no constraints of Tao or propriety, nations began to wage war recklessly, plunging the entire human domain into flames of conflict. Due to the turmoil, the Jixiao Academy temporarily closed. Bai Li spent his days in the small world he was cultivating, contemplating the Tao of great perfection. keenly observing the fluctuations of fate within the human realm. In his leisure, he would either play with a small turtle by his side or impart teachings to Guanzhong, finding the tranquility of his surroundings a stark contrast to the chaos outside. As Guanzhong listened intently, Bai Li suddenly paused and inquired, "Master, has something occurred?" The light in Bai Li's eyes flickered, weaving through the threads of time and causality, connecting past and future. Apart from a few isolated instances, he grasped the shifts in fate within the human domain. But this time, there was an unexpected presence: Jiangxia. Jiangxia had long since reincarnated, and he found himself reborn in the state of Qi. With Yuan Shi's intervention and the previous disturbances caused by Guangqingzi, Bai Li had not noticed his presence at all. Now, he appeared within the borders of Wu, and due to the ongoing strife, there was a burgeoning atmosphere of resolving conflicts through warfare. Bai Li turned to Guanzhong with a smile. "It is nothing significant. Merely an old friend with deep ties has resurfaced, and I ought to pay him a visit. It would be unwise to obstruct him. Surely, he deserves his reckoning." Guanzhong immediately inquired, "Is he a senior of the same sect? Perhaps an uncle or granduncle? Should I accompany you?" Upon hearing the term same sect, Bai Li scoffed lightly and waved his hand. "There is no need for you to accompany me. Remain steadfast at the Jishao Academy. As for other matters, let them be. You must take good care of my little turtle. Should any danger arise, she can still offer you protection." Originally, the primordial essence seized a portion of Guanzhong's fate and all of his martial fortune. As the ultimate beneficiary, Jiangxia should have taken Guanzhong to witness this. However, the manifestation of the heavenly secrets appeared rather enigmatic this time. Given the nature of the Xuanjiao, unless the strategies of the military factions had been firmly established, it would be improbable for him to discover the truth. Guanzhong, lacking sufficient cultivation, should refrain from wading into these murky waters. There will be a time in the future for him to exact his revenge. Bai Li tore through the fabric of space, fleeing towards the kingdom of Wu. Suddenly, not long after Bai Li departed from the state of Qi, the surrounding environment began to transform rapidly. Towering peaks pierced the heavens, majestic and awe-inspiring. Rivers surged forth, nurturing myriad beings. The wonders of creation unfolded, as countless divine lights ascended into the clouds, summoning winds and thunder from all directions, dividing yin and yang. It resembled an ancient scroll gradually unfurling, enveloping him within. From the air, the sounds of Tao resonated. "Open wide the heavenly gates. Let me ride upon the mysterious clouds. Let the swift winds be my guide, and the falling rain scatter the dust. My Lord soars high, transcending the earthly realm, traversing the empty mulberry trees. I follow the maidens. Amidst the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, what fate awaits me? High-flying and at ease, I ride upon the pure essence, mastering the duality of yin and yang." Chapter 137. Fate and life and death in an instant. The sky was ablaze with radiant light, and a portal opened amidst it, transforming the vast sea of clouds into a celestial staircase. Winds and rains swept away the dust of the path ahead. As a divine being emerged slowly from the portal, this deity stood atop the clouds of the 9th heaven, their white hair adorned by a mirror-like crown and 2 wooden hairpins, one withered and the other flourishing. Behind them, a golden wheel spun, manifesting the intricacies of fate. Clad in dark robes and draped in a crimson divine cloak, the deity held a jade tablet in their left hand, inscribed with the records of good and evil, while their right hand grasped a staff, the bronze bell atop it ringing without wind, each chime questioning the essence of life and death across all beings. Surrounded by a mist that flickered between existence and non-existence, the deity occasionally transformed into a celestial crane of longevity and at other times into a malevolent spirit. Upon seeing this figure, Bai Li coldly remarked, "Indeed, it is you, the god of 9 songs, the great arbiter of fate. I suspected that the one from Kunlun Mountain would not permit the secrets of Jiangxia to be revealed. It seems this is your doing." The great arbiter of fate spoke slowly, their voice ethereal and distant, akin to the faint echoes of heavenly teachings. "All beings possess a destiny. Within the obscured realms, there exists a predetermined order. I merely part the mist to unveil the concealed fates before you." At this, Bai Li could not help but scoff. In ancient times, when Tai created the world of 9 songs, you, my friend, oversaw the moral fabric of all beings, wielding the power of life and death, understanding the matters of fate with utmost fairness. How is it that you now conspire against me? Is this also a facet of fate? The great arbiter of fate replied, "My sovereign Tai is the source of all deities. When he once imparted teachings to us, the heavens and earth resonated, and from beneath his feet arose a lotus flower. born of Tai's creation and nourished by all gods. Ultimately, it transformed into a 9-colored lotus seat, a treasured artifact accompanying Tai. This treasure belongs to the divine realm and does not belong to you. Bai Li's heart sank. Indeed, he had come for the 9-colored lotus seat. However, he shifted his tone and continued, "Originally, I sought the 9-colored lotus seat, for your master does not scheme like those hypocrites regarding past events. If you merely hand over this treasure, I shall allow you to return. Yet, upon seeing you, I have changed my mind." Hearing this, Bai Li felt a sudden jolt in his heart, locking eyes with a pair of calm, deep-set eyes. "Your fate has undergone countless transformations long ago, deeply influenced by your master's teachings. You represent countless possibilities. If I could strip you of your fate and claim it for myself, we would have a great chance to resurrect the divine era." As the last words fell, a torrent of crimson flames surged forth, blazing fiercely and illuminating the skies. The earth and mountains transformed into flowing magma, golden flames erupting, consuming all in their path. Scorching winds and fiery waves set the vast sea of clouds into tumult, as divine flames surged towards the great arbiter of fate. In the face of such overwhelming fire, the great arbiter of fate smiled slightly. "No wonder you are a disciple of the celestial treasure sovereign. You lack the clumsiness of many celestial beings from that era." As they spoke, the golden wheel behind them gradually expanded, and Bai Li focused closely, realizing it was not merely a wheel but a series of golden rings nested to form a destiny plate, each layer inscribed with primordial runes. As the divine flames approached, a delicate hand gently rose, and with a subtle motion, swept away the vast expanse of divine fire in an instant. Bai Li was taken aback by this spectacle. The previously formidable Qi Ming Yuan Yin was not vanquished by any supreme power, but rather defined by the fate authority of the Grand Commander, leading its destiny to an abrupt conclusion. The application of authority by these ancient deities surpassed all imagination. Fortunately, from the signs of the recent engagement, it was apparent that the Grand Commander's cultivation had not yet reached the level of the 3 certifications of Tai. Otherwise, escape would have been his only recourse. As he pondered, Bai Li grasped the Qi Ming banner and vigorously shook it, causing 9 pillars of fire to soar into the heavens, connecting the realms of earth and sky. The Qi Ming Yuan Yen's pure world grand array was swiftly established, compensating for the disparity in cultivation between the two. In an instant, a sea of flames surged forth, with Qi Ming Yuan Yin as its foundation, accompanied by the fires of humanity, the true sun's fire, the crimson purple fire, and the chaotic jade fire descending in unison, manifesting the boundless path of fire. Additionally, a radiant mirror transformed into a great sun, casting down scorching rays that melted the sands and flooded the ground with golden liquid, enveloping all in the light of the great sun, incinerating all it touched. The Grand Commander remained undeterred, removing 2 hairpins from his head, one withered and one flourishing, and tossed them into the air, where they instantly transformed into 2 divine dragons, one black and one white. As they coiled and twisted, they deftly tore apart the innate divine fires. The formation was a manifestation of heaven and earth, embodying the Tao. Did he not realize that the primordial chaos held the Tao, where deities and the Tao were intertwined? How could one expect to triumph over me using mere formations? With this declaration, he brandished the staff of life and death, causing the bells upon it to resonate without wind. The foundation of the grand formation materialized before him, and with a forceful strike of the staff, the once unyielding array began to tremble. Bai Li, witnessing this, was immediately alarmed. If the strikes continued, the array would surely be dismantled. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the Grand Commander's second and third strikes followed in quick succession, causing the formation to sway precariously. Ultimately, the final blow descended, the force of life and death crashing down upon the array. Yet, the array remained intact. Unbeknownst to him, an ancient azure sword had appeared in Bai Li's hand, and the array that should have been shattered had not only withstood the assault, but seemed to have returned to its original state, exhibiting no signs of instability. The Grand Commander cast a fleeting glance at the subtle scratches on the staff of life and death, the fate resting solely in his eyes. His narrowed gaze turned toward Bai Li. "The Tao fruit of the great Luo was indeed the source of your celestial path that rivals my divine path. I did not anticipate that you, merely at the initial certification, could traverse the timeline and directly influence the fleeting past. That treasure in your grasp must be the Qing Ping sword carried by the celestial treasure master." Bai Li tightened his grip on the Qing Ping sword, unable to suppress his response. Indeed, the Grand Commander discerned the truth at a glance. It was he who wielded the Qing Ping sword to reach into the transient past, obstructing those strikes of the staff of life and death. Otherwise, should the formation have been breached, defeating him would have been an impossibility. Alas, his cultivation still fell short. Seemingly recalling ancient matters, a hint of a different expression finally graced the Grand Commander's otherwise indifferent countenance. Though the Tao fruit of the great Luo is commendable, it cannot prevail over me. Do you not realize that the celestial path of the great Luo and the divine path of Tai are intertwined? Tai signifies the Supreme One, the Tao that pervades all existence, capable of transcending past, present, and future. The life and death staff trembled violently in the void, transforming the boundless primordial aura of life and death into an endless shadow of the staff, descending upon Bai Li with ferocious intent. The fateful wheel pulsed with the currents of destiny, ensuring that this strike would undoubtedly hit its mark. Bai Li's expression turned grave as he unsheathed his sword. In a fleeting moment, at innumerable points across the past, present, and future, Bai Li simultaneously swung his sword. Each strike was a manifestation of his true self, each infused with his utmost strength. The radiant light of the Qingping sword clashed violently with the shadow of the life and death staff. The intense collision of these formidable forces shattered the void, causing chaos in the yin and yang, disrupting the four symbols. While thunder rumbled in the sky and winds howled with lightning speed, as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. For a long time, the brilliance of the Qingping sword and the shadow of the life and death staff remained locked in a fierce struggle, the space around them lamenting in agony. What appeared to be an evenly matched confrontation revealed Bai Li's growing mastery over this cross-temporal combat technique, yet beads of sweat the size of beans trickled down his forehead. He was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 138. The calamity diverted eastward. The spiritual treasures of this realm differ significantly from Bai Li's prior understanding. Many of them are derived from the Tao before being recognized as treasures. For instance, the 36 Dinghai pearls emerging from the Zixiao Palace, along with the 9-colored lotus seat currently in Bai Li's possession, are all artifacts birthed from the enlightenment of great beings who have inverted cause and effect, or have opened the path to transcendence. Treasures are merely extensions of the Tao. In these times, many practitioners of the celestial path have strayed onto misguided paths, believing that possessing a single powerful spiritual treasure would grant them unfettered dominance. They neglect to consider whether their own magical prowess is sufficient to unleash the true potential of these treasures. Without understanding the profound truths of the Tao, even the mightiest treasures can be easily subdued. The technique of summoning and bestowing treasures, which both Tai Junren and Bai Li have employed, stems from this very principle. The fate plate, the staff of life and death, and even the withering and flourishing hairpin wielded by the great master of fate are likely his own manifestations. Although Bai Li has attained the essence of Qingping, he still falls short compared to the celestial treasure sovereign. Had it not been for the Qingping sword surpassing the staff of life and death, and the great master of fate having just returned while the path of destiny was already claimed by the celestial being of guidance, he might have faced defeat long ago. As the shadow of the staff of life and death loomed over the light of the Qingping sword, Bai Li made a decisive move, forcefully dispelling a portion of the shadow to seize a moment of respite. The great master of fate gazed down upon Bai Li with an indifferent demeanor, as if merely stating a fact. It is futile. Fate has long been sealed. This strike cannot be evaded. You can only endure it. Bai Li regarded the impending staff of life and death with a cold smile. Not necessarily. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the profound essence of time erupted forth as he bellowed, "Return." The shadow of the staff of life and death abruptly froze in midair before swiftly retreating until it vanished, as though nothing had transpired. The great master of fate was momentarily taken aback. Causality? No, it is the divine power of time. It is the return of the wind and the fire. No wonder you mastered the temporal combat technique so swiftly. The 36 celestial generals' divine powers were established before the culmination of the divine path era, and the great master of fate recognized them well. Prior to Bai Li's descent into the mortal realm, Zhao Gongming had sought him out, and he had informed Zhao that he had studied 2 celestial powers, one of which was the already disclosed foresight of the future, while the other was the return of the wind and fire. The return of the wind and fire, as its name implies, allows the wind to roll back and the flames to diminish. While it may seem unremarkable, those unaware cannot fathom why it is classified among the celestial powers. In truth, this technique involves the mysteries of time reversal and the subtleties of material regression, transcending the constraints of fate, allowing the shadow of the great master of fate's staff to be turned back. The return of the wind and fire originates from my divine path, the Zhurong, divine sovereign. The blooming of flowers stems from the dawn of the 5 calamities, and my divine path's first generation of the Azure Emperor, the divine sovereign of the celestial tree. Among many others, numerous celestial powers find their roots in my divine path. Yet, you of the celestial realm dare to calculate against my divine path, appropriating the divine powers of my sovereigns as your own. Truly shameless. Bai Li shook his head and remarked, the Tao is singular, yet the laws are myriad. Gods and immortals ultimately converge on different paths. According to the Empress of the Earth, the teachings of the Supreme Clarity and the Great Void Scripture stem from the discussions between the founder and Tai, merging the strengths of both celestial and divine realms. Though imperfect, many disciples have attained cultivation. I, as a practitioner of the sect, strive to illuminate the path for all beings, treating every soul equally. Should the great deity wish to pursue the path of immortality, they may join my sect, and I shall, in my humble capacity, introduce them to the esteemed master. Bai Li spoke with earnestness, yet the grand deity perceived it as mockery, a flicker of irritation passing across their countenance. You insignificant child, how could I, as a true divine being, deign to embrace the path of immortality? I have no need to submit to your sect. Were it not for the decline of the divine order, would you dare to be so insolent before me? Divine light surged forth, and the wheel of fate began to expand, intertwining threads of destiny, ensnaring those caught within, much like a mosquito trapped in a spider's web, unable to escape death. The words of Bai Li seemed to strike a nerve within the grand deity, leading to increasingly ruthless actions. The staff of life and death appeared, its shadow signaling doom, while the bell of life and death swayed, shaking the very essence of the spirit, far more potent than the soul-reaping bell of Guangqingzi. In response, Bai Li swiftly produced the Baiyu Palace lamp, placing it above, while the nine-colored lotus seat supported him below, with two treasures guarding him. He simultaneously delved into the future, seeking the intricate web of fate that enveloped the void. The Qingping sword in his hand struck again and again, severing the threads of destiny while dispelling the impending shadow of the staff of life and death. In this fierce exchange, he resorted to returning the staff shadow with a counterattack whenever he found himself overwhelmed. Nonetheless, several shadows of the staff landed upon the Baiyu Palace lamp and the nine-colored lotus seat, igniting a tumultuous flame, causing the divine light to tremble. Evidently unable to withstand for long, the grand deity's icy voice echoed, Bai Li, if you were to devote yourself to the divine path and assist in the restoration of the ancient era, I might consider sparing you. Unmoved, Bai Li continued to maneuver within the confined space, releasing a beam of golden light. With a thunderous boom, the golden brick did not strike the grand deity, as it was intercepted by two hairpins transformed into divine dragons. The gaze of the grand deity grew increasingly frigid. Bai Li merely chuckled in response. Indeed, your divine powers are unparalleled, but I am no match for you. I shall take my leave. The full might of the Redming pure world formation erupted, with blossoms of red lotuses momentarily restraining the grand deity. Seizing the moment, Bai Li swiftly retracted the Redming banner and unleashed a fierce strike of Qingping sword light towards a distant point in the world. Simultaneously, a white light ascended from the Jixiao Academy, rich in the power of humanity, colliding violently with the grand deity's summoned Nine Songs world. Boom! The combined forces shattered the fabric of space, allowing Bai Li to escape the Nine Songs world. Aware of the potential for treachery, he had come prepared. Enraged, the grand deity followed suit, raining down celestial blades of fate, a technique once wielded by the southern polar immortal, now executed with even greater might. Bai Li turned, wielding the Qingping sword energy to obliterate the heavenly blades as he pressed forward. In the ensuing chase, just as the grand deity was about to close in, a subtle smile graced Bai Li's lips. Heavenly severance. This strike did not cleave the heavenly blades themselves, but instead targeted the fate entwined with them, particularly aimed at Bai Li's own destiny. Losing its target, the heavenly blade veered toward the kingdom of Wu, severing a significant portion of a certain individual's rising fortunes. The resounding laughter of Bai Li echoed forth. The divine revelation has guided me out, and now retribution is indeed due upon this individual. How marvelous! How marvelous! Meanwhile, his true self had long since utilized the authority of humanity to escape into the distance. Just as the grand deity of fate contemplated pursuing, his pupils suddenly constricted, rendering him motionless. The Taoist in green faced away from the figure before him. Were it not for the intent to provide his disciple with a practical exercise, how could he allow you to bully my disciples of the intercepting teaching? Today, for the sake of Tai, I shall not hinder your departure. However, should you harbor any unwarranted thoughts. The Taoist slowly turned his head, his profound gaze akin to an endless abyss, where all things meet their end. A lethal strike. Chapter 139. Confrontation of the divine. Upon hearing those words, the Grand Minister felt a chill run down his spine, internally cursing relentlessly. He had believed that, by concealing himself behind the ethereal chimes left by His Majesty Tai, he could obscure the perception of the celestial sovereign of spiritual treasures. He thought that if he could swiftly subdue that young man and refine the fate essence to present it to either the god of the candle dragon or the goddess of earth, or even cast it into the river of divine paths, he would achieve great success. At that point, even if he were to meet his demise, he would have no regrets. However, he never anticipated that this young man would prove so difficult to handle, that he could not capture him in such a short span of time. Even more unexpected was the fact that the celestial sovereign of spiritual treasures had already sensed his presence. Could it be that his cultivation had surpassed that of His Majesty Tai? Impossible, utterly impossible. As a servant of Tai, he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. The calculations of the celestial beings during the past on Zhou Mountain were not merely aimed at the divine path, but rather directed at Tai himself. No matter how powerful the celestial sovereign of spiritual treasures was, he could not transcend Tai. This cannot be. The grand endeavor of the divine path's restoration has yet to commence. He must not face another fruitless tribulation. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, the Grand Minister respectfully performed an ancient rite before the master of the celestial teachings. The Grand Minister understood. As he spoke, a wave of bitterness surged within him. If only the era of the divine path were still in existence. If only it were still here. The master of the celestial teachings merely glanced at him, fully aware of his thoughts, and felt an overwhelming disdain. What if the era of the divine path still existed? He was not like others, burdened with countless concerns. The name of Tongtian had been forged in ancient times, cutting through foes with a singular sword. Even if Tai were still present, he would dare to take action, let alone now that Tai was absent. What does it matter if one is dissatisfied? Hold it in if you must. After delivering a lesson to the Grand Minister, the master of the celestial teachings did not spare him another glance and returned to Golden Tortoise Island. Just as the Grand Minister was about to return to the state of Chu, he suddenly heard a thunderous shout from below. Who dares to disrupt the grand affairs of the Chan sect? A beam of golden light shot into the sky, curving and straightening as it pierced through space, swiftly arriving before the Grand Minister. Though this object was a congenital spiritual treasure, the method employed was evidently that of the celestial path. Feeling an anger simmering within him, the Grand Minister thought, though I dare not provoke the celestial sovereign of spiritual treasures, does that mean I must fear others? Humph. Such a confining treasure could not possibly fall into my hands. He then extended a finger, and the power of fate promptly suspended the binding immortal rope in midair. He intended to erase the mark within, for after all, it was a congenital spiritual treasure, and none could have too many. Impudent. An elder with a protruding forehead and white hair and beard ascended from below, wielding a coiling dragon staff. He was none other than the current second-generation leader of the Chan sect, the Southern Pole Celestial Elder. Upon his arrival, the Southern Pole Celestial Elder coldly questioned the Grand Minister, "Pray tell, what esteemed being are you? First, you diminished the fate gathered by my junior brother, disrupting our Chan sect's grand plans. Now, you seek to seize our treasure. Do you not fear the wrath of our sect master?" Seeing how effortlessly the Grand Minister had taken back the binding immortal rope he had released, the Southern Pole Celestial Elder realized that this person's cultivation surely surpassed his own. Immediately, he invoked the name of the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, hoping to use it as leverage to intimidate his opponent. Aside from the well-known factions, who would dare to disregard the face of the Chan sect? The eminent powers of these factions are all too familiar with the individual before them. To their surprise, the great deity of destiny showed no deference to the primordial supreme being. What a twisted portrayal of the Chan sect. Its disciples are all hypocritical knaves, akin to the primordial supreme being himself. Clearly, you first sought to ensnare me with the Lingbao, and now, having been subdued by me, I do not recognize you at all. How can you speak of diminishing your fate? Should you provoke me further, I shall gladly take my leave for the West. Let us see what you can do to me. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial supreme being slowly lowered his hand and directed his gaze towards the 8 treasures pool at the foot of Mount Shumi in the west, locking eyes with Xuan Ti, whose smile was utterly glaring. Upon hearing this, the elder of the southern pole was filled with rage. Yuval deity, do not attempt to feign innocence. He then gestured, summoning the image of Sun Wu, the reincarnation of Jiang Zia, into the air. Sun Wu appeared pallid and listless, his physical form unharmed, yet it was evident that his fate had been drastically diminished. The technique that reduced my junior brother's fate bears a striking resemblance to the binding spell you just employed with the celestial binding rope. I too sought to use that rope against you for this very reason. The evidence is irrefutable, yet you still dare to argue. Sensing the aura of his own destiny-severing blade, the great deity of destiny felt his momentum wane. He then recalled the insufferable young rascal who had played tricks on him, gritting his teeth to utter 2 words, Bai Li. Once he grasped the situation, he casually tossed the celestial binding rope back, where it was deftly caught by the elder of the southern pole. With a deep sigh, he struggled to maintain his composure, stating, "There are reasons behind these events. You may inquire with your master, and he will surely enlighten you." Having said this, he turned to leave. The elder of the southern pole, witnessing the blatant disregard for the Chan sect, seethed with indignation. To offend the Chan sect and then attempt to walk away? Such a thing could not be allowed. His serpentine staff soared into the air, transforming into a fearsome dragon, its eyes gleaming with menace. The dragon's claws reached into the void, manipulating life and death, its scales glimmering, reflecting fortune and misfortune. After enduring much, the great deity of destiny had grown impatient, and the pent-up grievances from the Tongtian sect master erupted forth. "Your celestial path is far too oppressive. I have tolerated you time and again. Yet you truly believe me to be made of clay." The wheel of destiny behind his head began to spin incessantly, and the staff of life and death soared upwards, striking down towards the dragon's head. The great deity of destiny, possessing a higher cultivation than the elder of the southern pole, and being adept in the dual paths of fate and mortality, firmly suppressed the elder's fortunes and misfortunes. With a single blow, he sent the elder's serpentine staff flying. Seeing this, the elder's brows furrowed, and a murderous glint ignited in his eyes. If his previous confrontation with the great deity of destiny had been for the greater plan of the Chan sect, now it was a matter of the Tao contest. This individual stood as an obstacle to his attainment of the infinite Tao. Acting decisively, the elder summoned forth the primordial treasure box, forming the 4-symbol seal in his hands and placing it atop the box. In an instant, the forces of earth, wind, water, and fire raged chaotically, the 4 symbols swirling together to annihilate all material beings. Even with protective divine abilities, should one be swept into the maelstrom of the 4 symbols, it would not take long before they were reduced to mere blood and pus. The Grand Commander Ling Ran stood undaunted, wielding the essence of the Tai Dao to its fullest potential. An endless torrent of primordial life and death energy stirred the cosmos, determining fate and dividing the chaotic flow of the 4 symbols. The invisible threads of destiny subtly entwined around the southern polar immortal, and with a single strike, he was sent reeling, blood spewing forth, while a significant portion of the leaves of the longevity peach was violently dislodged, though both wielding spiritual treasures. Your methods pale in comparison to Bai Li's. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a voice resonated from above. The sinister deity has mastered the audacity. I have arrived. A beam of sword light descended from below, transforming into a vast river that severed the hidden, intangible threads of fate scattered across the void. This strike did not resemble the destruction of a green reed. Rather, it bore the weight of a divine power far superior, subjugating his destiny. With a thunderous roar akin to that of a lion, the sound echoed through the 3 saints above and pierced the 9 springs below, illuminating the realm with myriad divine lights. The Eastern Emperor Qinghua, the Tai savior of suffering, approached astride a 9-headed lion. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Grand Commander was instantly taken aback. "Your Majesty Tai." "No, you are not His Majesty Tai." Chapter 140. The Great War approaches with a flick of his hand. The Taoist Master Tai wielded his whisk. "I am Tai, a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Chan sect." Upon hearing this, the Grand Commander of Fate couldn't contain his disdain. "You are born of the legacy of His Majesty Tai. You should naturally uphold his aspirations and restore the divine path. How could you? How could you immerse yourself in the immortal path and even fall under the teachings of the Chan sect?" In ancient times, the immortal path had plotted against the divine path regarding the Zhou mountain, with the primordial sovereign being one of the instigators. They harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards the Chan sect. To the Grand Commander of Fate, Tai's allegiance to the Chan sect was akin to betraying his own origins. Even joining them would be preferable by 100 or 1,000 times. Tai, however, dismissed these words with scorn. "Tai is but an ancient deity, and you are remnants of a bygone era. In this grand age of the immortal path, there is no vessel to carry you across. My master treats me with utmost respect, and I take pride in being a disciple of the Chan sect." The Grand Commander of Fate's face turned ashen with anger. All previous grievances paled in comparison to this moment. Were Tai's words true? Indeed, they were. The immortal path holds overwhelming power, with several Hunyuan Wuji sovereigns dominating the heavens. The prospect of the divine path's revival is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Yet, often, the truth cuts the deepest, especially when spoken from the lips of one who embodies the sacred legacy of Tai. Fixating intently on Tai, the Grand Commander declared, "Very well. As a deity of His Majesty Tai, I shall assist in reclaiming what belongs to him." With that, the fate disk behind him began to spin rapidly, faster and faster, revealing an intricate divine pattern that outlined an extraordinary bell. As the image of the bell manifested, both the Southern Pole Immortal and Tai stared in disbelief. The Eastern Emperor's bell, a resonant chime, echoed, though not loud. It captured the attention of every mighty being in the wilderness. Within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial sovereign slowly opened his eyes and subtly shook his head. This was neither the Eastern Emperor's bell nor the legacy bell sound left by Tai. The bell image was one of the Grand Commander's most formidable divine abilities. The deities of the Nine Songs, primarily the attendants of Tai, had often witnessed the might of the Eastern Emperor's bell, gaining insights far beyond the ordinary. Thus, they were among the few capable of continuously engaging with this universe-conquering treasure. Due to Tai's absence, the Grand Commander had refrained from employing this divine ability even against that boy, Bai Li. However, now that the truth was exposed and trouble had arisen with the Chan sect, he decided to utilize this ability to obscure the reality of possessing the legacy bell sound, hoping it would yield miraculous results at a critical moment. Names and shadows hold power. Although Tai and the Southern Pole Immortal had never seen the Eastern Emperor's bell, they had heard tales of Tai wielding it to suppress the heavens, rendering countless divine beings unable to raise their heads. They immediately steeled themselves for what was to come. Another resonant chime rang out, shaking the universe and stabilizing the cosmos. In an instant, a myriad of azure light manifested behind the great immortal Tai, from which emerged a celestial sword known as the Tai Qinghua sword. This weapon, embodying the grand aspirations of the great immortal Tai, was personally refined by the primordial heavenly sovereign, making it a treasure of innate spiritual essence. With a single stroke, it cleaved through demons and rendered judgment, delivering salvation to sentient beings while evoking the primordial azure energy and transforming it into the supreme essence of the Nine Suns. The clash of sword light and the resonant chime of the Eastern Emperor's bell unleashed a tremendous force, reverberating through the heavens and stirring a tempest of yin and yang. Manifesting thunderous roars, the Eastern Emperor's bell possessed the power to suppress the primordial chaos, rendering all laws ineffective beneath its chime. The great immortal Tai, having attained a high level of divine cultivation, was able to sever the fate net woven by the great deity of destiny in the void. Yet, within the realm of divinity, what force could possibly surpass that of Tai? Soon, the sound of the Eastern Emperor's bell began to overpower the sword's radiance. At this moment, the South Polar Immortal joined the fray. Previously, the great deity of destiny had held an advantage due to his superior cultivation and shared mastery over fate, establishing a complete restraint over the South Polar Immortal. However, with the tides now turned and the great deity of destiny momentarily restrained by the great immortal Tai, the South Polar Immortal seized the opportunity to influence his authority, becoming the final straw that might break the camel's back. The primordial treasure box was summoned once more, and as the chaotic currents of the four symbols surged, the South Polar Immortal collaborated with the South Polar Emperor of Eternal Life and the innate peach tree of longevity to effect the great deity of destiny's manipulation of fate and the powers of life and death. The combined might of the great immortal Tai and the South Polar Immortal led to a prolonged stalemate. As the bell tolled rhythmically, it mirrored the anxious turmoil within the great deity of destiny. The formidable beings of the primordial world observed the unfolding battle with keen interest. In ancient times, the primordial heavenly sovereign had never truly engaged the Eastern Emperor Tai in combat. Now, with Tai confronting the great deity of destiny and the formidable shadow of the Eastern Emperor's bell, the outcome was uncertain. At last, a cry of pain echoed through the air. In a bid to safeguard his authority, the great deity of destiny revealed a fleeting gap in his defenses. The great immortal Tai, seizing this rare opportunity, thrust forth his sword. A stream of sword intent pierced through layers of obstruction, striking the great deity of destiny. The spectators from the primordial realm sighed in lament. Ultimately, it was the faction of the Chan school that emerged victorious. Nevertheless, none doubted the might of the Eastern Emperor's bell, particularly those who had witnessed Tai's divine power. Moreover, given the circumstances of 1 against 2, the defeat of the great deity of destiny was not unjust. Just as the great immortal Tai and the South Polar Immortal prepared to deliver a fatal blow. A laughter echoed from beyond the heavens. To triumph against two is hardly a noble victory. A radiant beam of golden light descended, revealing a divine bird that consumed gold and exhaled jade, swiftly rescuing the injured great deity of destiny and vanishing into the kingdom of Chu. Only a playful, cunning voice lingered in the air. I am Jinyu, the messenger of the original Western White Emperor. If you can tolerate the prince of the Phoenix clan, originally of the divine realm, to immerse himself in the mortal world for the chance to attain enlightenment, how can you deny us the opportunity to restore our legacy? In this era of great contention, as humanity flourishes, let us contend and see which side prevails. The Antarctic Immortal and Tai Junren immediately turned pale, simultaneously letting out a cold snort as they returned to the Wu Kingdom to assist Jiangxia in consolidating the destiny of Sun Wu, while also plotting an expedition against the Chu Kingdom. Bai Li sat firmly within the Jixiao Academy, observing everything with keen insight. Master, that ancient deity's audacious actions. Could it be that the divine beings who have cultivated their path disregard moral rectitude? It is likely that the Chan teaching will soon seek to confront them. Seeing this, Bai Li chuckled softly. Disciple, your perceptiveness reveals your considerable progress. It seems the Wu Kingdom, representing the Chan teaching, and the Chu Kingdom, represented by the Grand Commander, are on the verge of a great conflict. However, the god's attitude towards the Chan teaching is not surprising. Guanzhong, perplexed, inquired, why is that? Bai Li slightly narrowed his eyes, gazing towards Kunlun Mountain. This matter pertains to ancient secrets. Even I, as your master, learned of it only through the guidance of a supreme being. The retreat of the divine path has been significantly influenced by that figure from Kunlun. It is indeed fortunate that these ancient deities have not rushed to engage in a life-and-death struggle upon encountering humanity. Chapter 141. The Strategies of Warfare in a Different Realm. The matters concerning the deification are no less complex. If the disciples of the were to suffer heavy casualties, the Lord of Tontian would, in his pursuit to preserve the entirety of, plunge into the river of the great Tao, making it exceedingly difficult to return to the mortal realm. Thus, would cease to exist, and the remaining disciples would likely fight with all their might, ensuring that the two would pay a steep price, disregarding any notions of morality. Guanzhong, recognizing the extensive implications of this matter, refrained from delving deeper and instead, with a puzzled expression, inquired, if that is the case, then the actions of the great deity towards them might be somewhat justifiable. However, is it not also true that his slaying of the master inflicted harm upon the innocent? And what of the latter part regarding the divine Phoenix clan spoken of by the Golden Jade deity? Although he left his sentence unfinished, the intent was unmistakable. Being of the human race, Guanzhong prioritized the interests of humanity above all else. Bai Li, regarding him with a smile, replied, let us set aside the matter of your assassination for now, and instead discuss your subsequent query. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans once held dominion in ancient times. But following a great calamity, they could not restore their former glory. The Dragon clan retreated to the four seas, the Phoenix clan to the southern skies, while the Qilin transformed into auspicious signs and concealed themselves within the world. Although the divine path has receded and the celestial path has flourished, the three clans have each positioned themselves to assist humanity. However, the Phoenix clan is distinctly different from the other two. Guanzhong immediately pressed for clarification. In what way are they different? The Phoenix clan has been willing to invest significant resources. Over the years, their fortunes have been almost intertwined with those of humanity, leading the three sovereigns of humanity and the celestial deities to generally regard the Phoenix clan as harboring no ulterior motives. The Dragon clan initially laid its groundwork among humans, but only intervened during the great battle between the Yellow Emperor and Shi Yu, sending me as a general to assist. The Phoenix clan, though arriving later, displayed remarkable generosity. During the era of the Five Emperors, specifically under Xiaohao, the Phoenix clan seized an opportunity to collaborate with the three sovereigns, contributing substantial fortunes to promote the development of humanity. They dispatched the swallow, the oriole, the parakeet, and the golden pheasant, four types of divine birds, to aid humanity in establishing the four seasons. Furthermore, they sent 5 varieties of phoenix birds to assist humanity in managing daily affairs and fostering agricultural development. One could almost say they were willing to part with their resources. In gratitude for the contributions made by the Phoenix clan, the three sovereigns of humanity designated the Phoenix as one of humanity's totems. Among the three progenitors of humanity, the one known as the Nest Builder emerged from the Fire Cloud Cave to vindicate the Phoenix clan, bestowing upon Xiaohao an honorary title of the Phoenix Bird clan. Fortunately, The Phoenix clan's investments proved fruitful, allowing humanity's fortunes to reciprocate, preventing any losses and even yielding slight benefits. Among the divine birds serving humanity, several directly entered the Fire Cloud Cave, becoming part of humanity's foundation. Subsequently, when the celestial destiny of the mysterious bird descended and gave rise to the Shang dynasty, the Phoenix clan also lent their considerable support in the change of dynasties. With the arrival of Kong Xian, they contributed even more to the cause, thus conferring upon the Phoenix clan a deserved esteemed status. As for who receives it, is that any of your concern? Furthermore, the Confucian way, as established by Kong Xian, is not as paramount as one might assume. This esteemed status is likewise not as significant. Rites and teachings have existed since time immemorial. The founder of the Zhou writes, "The Duke of Zhou currently resides within the Fire Cloud Cave. Regarding education, the perspective of humanity is still represented by the Jixia Academy, while the philosophy of all things and spirits is maintained by the." Just as Kong Xian articulated, Confucianism is indeed a necessity for humanity. The divine envoy of gold and jade, in essence, embodies the notion of sour grapes, claiming the unattainable is undesirable, thus distorting the truth. In Bai Li's eyes, he pales in comparison to the Grand Commander. As for the Grand Commander's ruthless pursuit of my master, Bai Li turned his gaze towards the direction of Jineo Island. To some, certain beliefs hold greater importance than anything else, even one's own reputation and life. However, should the opportunity arise, I would not hesitate to strike. These are two disparate matters. Moreover, the affair concerning Jiangxia is extraordinary. The primordial Lord of Heaven places immense significance upon it, without his tacit approval. The Grand Commander could never have gleaned the secrets of heaven, and it is Liu Ye, lurking in the shadows, who truly warrants Bai Li's attention. Before long, the retribution of the Chan sect indeed arrived. The winds howled, carrying with them the metallic scent of rust intermingled with the stench of blood. The setting sun cast its slanted rays upon a disciplined battalion, clad in armor and brimming with an overwhelming aura of menace. The soldiers brandished their spears, their shouts rendered indistinguishable amidst the tumult of wind and the neighing of horses. Whether they cried Wu or military was lost in the chaos. Perhaps this is destiny. The military prowess of Sun Wu is destined to flourish within the state of Wu. Wu is military, and military is Wu. Bai Li gazed from afar at the Jixia Academy, witnessing an endless expanse of crimson light and ominous energy coalescing into a tangible form, embodying the essence of warfare. The strength of the martial arts school was laid bare in that moment. The formation of the battlefield, intertwined with the essence of humanity, combined the might of countless warriors, invoking a force of slaughter that rivaled that of celestial beings. If the Taoists impart the profound truths to humanity, and the Confucians lay the foundational teachings for the human race, then the martial arts school belongs to the art of warfare among mortals. The battle formations and martial strategies were immediately discernible to Bai Li. The former was the forte of the Jie sect, while Bai Li himself was renowned as a master of formations in the primordial world. As for the latter, among the 36 celestial powers lies a method known as transforming beings into soldiers, which epitomizes the pinnacle of martial strategies. However, the transformation of beings into soldiers encompasses myriad principles of creation, and few have truly mastered it. Most only grasp the superficial aspects, leading to the derivation of martial strategies. The 3,000 fire dragon soldiers that emerged during the Fengshen era served as an example of such martial strategy. And it was through this that the Holy Mother of Fire caused the Zhou army to flee in disarray. Once the formation was established, the martial energy surged. And now the state of Wu wielded the power of humanity to assault the state of Chu, making victory an inevitability. In this battle, the Wu army flourished, penetrating deeply into the capital of Chu, Ying. The Chan sect was well prepared this time, with several celestial beings alongside the Grand Commander and the ancient gods of gold and jade engaged in a fierce battle above Chu. Ultimately, the Grand Commander fled in defeat, while gold and jade met their demise. The might of the martial arts school and the capabilities of the Chan sect were fully revealed at this juncture. The power of warfare surged, benefiting Go Chun and continuously undermining the authority of the heavenly sovereign. The members of the Chan sect rejoiced, eager to expand their victories further, hoping to attain a fortune and opportunity comparable to that of the Confucians when establishing their martial arts. Thus, they set their sights on their formidable foe, Bai Li. Observing the advancing tide of martial energy towards the borders of Qi, Bai Li nearly succumbed to laughter. In the realm of formations and the martial arts of the Tao, which aspect does the lack proficiency in? One might ponder from whence their confidence stems. Although they have recently triumphed over the state of Chu, Their momentum surges and the tactical essence of warfare gradually converges to bolster their strength. Do they truly believe this guarantees their invincibility in battle? At that moment, Guanzhong entered the chamber. Master, the Duke of Qi has sent envoys on multiple occasions, imploring you to take action. Bai Li nodded, preparing to rise, when his gaze suddenly drifted towards the outside, a smile gracing his lips. Disciple, go forth to welcome your uncle Master Ma Sui. Upon hearing this, Guanzhong exited the academy and was met by a gaunt figure clad in black garments, accompanied by a robust man with a square face trailing half a step behind. The man in black, upon spotting Guanzhong, immediately smiled and remarked, "You must be Guanzhong, the second disciple of my senior brother. Indeed, the foremost among the scholars. Let us hasten inside so as not to keep your master waiting." Chapter 142. The capabilities of the Mo family. Master Ma Su, please take a seat, Bai Li gestured, and a dark yellow meditation cushion materialized beside him. After Ma Su settled down, he introduced to Guanzhong, "Disciple, this is your master Uncle Ma Su. You should pay your respects quickly. Just recently, you have attained the status of an Earth Immortal, and he is exceptionally skilled in the art of crafting artifacts. A single treasure bestowed upon you would suffice for your protection in the days to come." Guanzhong stepped forward respectfully and replied. Disciple Guanzhong pays respects to Master Uncle Ma Su. Upon hearing this, Ma Su couldn't help but smile. When it comes to artifact crafting, he possessed unwavering confidence. However, with a junior present, he refrained from showing off too much and replied, "Master brother, you jest. Others may be unaware, but I know well that your proficiency in crafting is far from lacking. Only you refrain from showcasing it before others." With that, he waved his hand, and a dazzling light manifested in his palm, revealing a pair of black and white jade rings. This treasure is called the Yin-Yang rings, renowned for their ability to capture both people and objects. They are embedded with a technique of energy restraint. Once thrown, they can ensnare an opponent. With your current cultivation, even a typical celestial immortal could be trapped. Crafted from the primordial Yin-Yang spiritual jade and infused with traces of human will, they are perfectly suited for you. Guanzhong respectfully accepted the Yin-Yang rings. Observing this, Bai Li immediately smiled and said, "Seeing the Yin-Yang rings, I presume your journey, Master Brother, is about to yield great success. Congratulations are in order." Ma Su humbly replied, "I am unworthy of such praise. It is thanks to Master Brother's presence in the mortal realm that my affairs have proceeded so smoothly, and I have also acquired a promising disciple. Disciple, you should not delay in greeting your master Uncle Bai Li." The man beside him respectfully bowed to Bai Li. Disciple Lu Ban pays respects to Master Uncle Bai Li. Bai Li was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, it is you. Excellent, excellent. Since you are the favored disciple of my junior, how could I not show my appreciation?" He then pointed his finger, and a beam of red light shot forth, transforming into a pure yang treasure furnace, shaped in the form of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, containing a wisp of true solar fire, an invaluable tool for crafting spiritual treasures. Upon seeing this, Lu Ban's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who among the artifact practitioners would not desire a capable treasure furnace? After obtaining permission from his own master, he swiftly accepted the pure yang treasure furnace, expressing his gratitude with a bow. Bai Li nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Ma Su, inquiring, "Is your visit intended to assist me in resolving the matters concerning the military and the Chan school?" This issue was significant and pertained to one's own path. Ma Su straightened his demeanor and replied earnestly, "Indeed, the world flourishes through mutual love, while discord leads to chaos. Mutual love necessitates non-aggression. The strong should not bully the weak. The many should not plunder the few. Deception should not exploit the foolish. The noble should not scorn the humble. The wealthy should not disdain the poor, nor should the young usurp the old. Therefore, in the myriad nations of the world, no one should harm one another with fire, poison, or weapons. Non-aggression does not equate to non-war. It opposes aggressive wars while emphasizing defensive ones." After the Wu army invaded the capital of Chu and to prevent the return of the spirit of the 9 songs, they burned the ancestral temple of the Chu state. Now, as unjust forces arise once more, it is indeed time for the Mo family to take action. Upon hearing this, Bai Li praised him, "Excellent. I shall trouble you then, Master Brother. As long as you do not mind my taking the liberty, I would request your assistance in the formation aspect, for it is ultimately your expertise," Ma Su replied. Soon, Wu Jun's formidable army had encircled the area, its scale and ferocity surpassing that of the formation established during the campaign against Chu. Bolstered by the support of the people from the Chu state, the atmosphere was charged with a martial spirit that soared to the heavens, a crimson glow reminiscent of blood. Any ordinary Golden Immortal who beheld it would feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, drenched in a cold sweat. Bai Li sat calmly atop a cloud, the grandeur of the battle formation before him appearing inconsequential. He merely regarded the assembled members of the Chan teaching on the opposite cloud and spoke. Esteemed friends, you must understand that the myriad schools of thought have yet to align, and humanity is not yet unified. Such actions risk inciting the wrath of many. At this, Guang Qingzi on the opposite cloud chuckled. We are indeed aware of this, my friend. However, in these times of relentless turmoil within the human realm, the martial families must take action. We are harnessing the prevailing forces to wage war across the lands, disseminating the methods of battle formations, which is in accordance with the celestial order. Once the martial families establish their dominance, we shall withdraw. Beside him, Qi Jingzi concurred. What the elder brother says is quite true. Bai Li, do you believe we are unaware of your role in the past events when the Grand Commander severed the fate of the military? The wheel of karma turns, and it is only fitting that you encounter this tribulation. Bai Li merely replied with a calm demeanor. If you are so determined, then it shall depend on your abilities. Below, Sun Wu received the signal from Guang Qingzi and the others to commence the assault. With a flourish of his command flag, the soldiers of the formation advanced, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. As they marched, clouds of dust were stirred, and the malevolent aura above transformed into a blood-red spear that shot forth with great force. A resounding crash echoed as the turbulent winds caused both armies to stagger back, yet the spear failed to breach the ranks of the Qi army. Guang Qingzi and the others were taken aback, and upon closer inspection, they noticed an impenetrable barrier had formed above the Qi forces, where shields appeared to withstand the spear's assault. Each soldier below wielded a shield, infused with the power of humanity, clearly not mere objects. What is this? Seeing the uncertainty on Guang Qingzi's face, Bai Li smiled knowingly. This is the unique forging technique created by Ma Sui, a cornerstone of the Mahist school. It is centered on defense, utilizing the power of humanity to manifest individual will into reality, thus imbuing weapons with effects akin to spiritual treasures. However, the essence of this method lies in the Mahist philosophy of universal love and non-aggression, making it suitable solely for protection, not for initiating harm. It is precisely fitting for the current situation. Guang Qingzi furrowed his brow, then calculated with his fingers, calling out loudly. It must be the Taoist Ma Sui of the Jia teaching. Since you are here, please reveal yourself. Layers of space rippled open, and a dark figure materialized beside Bai Li, bowing respectfully towards Guang Qingzi and the others. I am Mozi from the Mahist school, honored to meet my fellow Taoists of the Chan teaching. Upon hearing this, the celestial mechanisms of the Mahist school manifested, and Guang Qingzi and the others nearly ground their teeth in frustration. Non-aggression. Observing the army's advance thwarted, Sun Wu repeatedly waved his command flag to initiate a change in formation. However, from the very outset, this battle was fundamentally restrained by Ma Sui's doctrine of non-aggression. Confronting Ma Sui directly, how could he possibly achieve glory? 9 successive formations were attempted, and each ended in failure. As the two armies clashed, their vigor surged initially, only to wane subsequently and ultimately diminish. Amidst this turmoil, the manifestations above the battlefield began to dissipate. At that moment, the Qi army gradually parted, revealing 2 colossal crossbows. Release. With a single command, the crossbows unleashed bolts that soared like rainbows piercing the sun, not harming any soldiers, but specifically targeting the formations of the enemy. 2 bolts struck directly into the ranks of the Wu army, instantly shattering their formation. The force of the projectiles narrowly brushed past Sun Wu, violently tearing the command flag from his grasp and driving it firmly into the ground at a distance. The Wu army, upon witnessing this, was instantly paralyzed with terror, their hearts quaking in fear, as they were mercilessly routed by the advancing Qi forces. In their frantic flight, countless lives were lost underfoot, surpassing even the casualties inflicted by the Qi army. With Sun Wu's defeat, the fortunes of the military art began to plummet immediately. Observers from the School of Strategy, witnessing this turn of events, were left pale with anger. Well, truly, your methods are indeed remarkable, and we are ashamed in comparison. Let us depart. Chapter 143. The Battle of Wuji and the strife between the military and Mahist schools. The details of the fierce contention between the military and Mahist schools swiftly disseminated throughout the realms of humanity. A fervent discourse erupted among the populace, as the Mahists seized the opportunity to amass a significant following, while the fortunes of the military school began to dwindle rapidly. Soon thereafter, a radiant column of light ascended beyond the outskirts of the Wu Kingdom's capital, taking the form of weaponry. A voice resonated across the 3 realms and 10 directions, proclaiming, I, Sun Wu, uphold the grand momentum of humanity, imparting the art of warfare to the mortal realm and bequeathing military strategy to posterity. Today, I establish the military school, venerating the esteemed Jiangxia as its progenitor. I am Suanzi, the sage of the military, and through the art of war in Jiang's 6 secret teachings, I aim to illuminate the path of military doctrine. I beseech the approval of the way of humanity. The river of humanity trembled, arousing the attention of the 3 sovereigns of the human race residing within the fire cloud cave. As the current arbiters of humanity, their request for approval was akin to seeking their own consent. After much deliberation, the 3 ultimately chose to acquiesce. After all, the principles of warfare ultimately benefit humanity, and both the 6 secret teachings and art of war have undeniably influenced countless timelines, aiding Guochuan in his struggle against Hunyuan, and at the very least, honoring the face of the primordial beginning. Yet, defeat is still defeat, and the dwindling fortunes cannot be dismissed. The perspective of Hunyuan was immediately met with unanimous agreement among the 3. Ultimately, despite the establishment of the military school, its current standing was far inferior to that of the Confucian, Taoist, and even Suanzi's previously unestablished authority, Guanzhong. It truly was a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. The commotion surrounding the establishment of the military school drew the attention of powerful beings, who could not help but chuckle at the situation. Had the Tranquility School ceased its ambitions after the conquest of Chu, the fortunes accumulated from establishing the military school would have far surpassed what they would achieve in the coming days. Instead, they have brought this calamity upon themselves. Ma Sui observed this scene and remarked with a smile, "The Tranquility School has stirred up such a ruckus, perhaps they seek to surpass their elder brother, the master of the 100 schools." Bai Li merely replied, "They fear my disapproval. Currently, the fortunes of the military school are still insufficient to sway the heavenly court, and Jiangxia will undoubtedly descend once more. At that time, it will be my disciples' turn to seek vengeance." As he spoke, Bai Li could not help but furrow his brow. "What concerns me now is that the Tranquility School may struggle to fulfill their ambitions in the realm of warfare, which would compel them to redirect their focus. Hunyuan's 3 proofs of Tai seize dominion over the east and north to influence him. The Tranquility School will likely target the true man of Tai. And as for the true man of Tai, it remains uncertain what methods the Primordial Supreme has employed. The true man of Tai has vowed to alleviate the suffering of sentient beings. Should they sincerely turn to Tai in a fleeting moment, envision the sacred form, and extol his name, he would manifest an incarnation to rescue them. Yet, he hardly appears devoted to the path of alleviating suffering. If he merely leverages the esteemed position of the Eastern Emperor Qinghua to propagate the path of salvation, even wielding the Tai Qinghua sword to directly sever sins and calamities, it is perplexing that he would attain the second proof of Tai so swiftly. Now, to expand the authority of the true man of Tai, one avenue remains: the Netherworld. In his previous incarnation, the true man of Tai served as the Lord of the Netherworld, rescuing tormented souls for rebirth. However, under the control of the Lady of the Earth, Tai has yet to encroach upon the authority of the Netherworld. Although he has prepared for this eventuality, it is uncertain how the primordial beginning will act. In addition to Buddhism, which seeks tranquility in the afterlife, it is imperative to seize the authority over the nether realms for its flourishing. Guanyin is poised to assume her rightful place, and it seems that Xidagarba will soon manifest in the mortal realm, which indeed poses quite a dilemma. Bai Li turned to his companion, Ma Sui, and stated, "Disciple, it appears that the establishment of the Mahis school must be expedited. Shortly, I shall need to depart for a time, and I require you to temporarily oversee the mortal realm to avert any unforeseen incidents." Before long, Ma Sui composed the treatise titled Mozi, thereby establishing the Mahis doctrine. Coupled with the resurgence of the teachings of he achieved an initial realization of the Tao fruit of the Great Luo. However, the extensive scope and broad-mindedness of Mahist philosophy, combined with Ma Sui's premature departure, rendered the successors unable to fully inherit his profound insights. Consequently, each disciple could only focus on a fragment of his teachings, leading to the division of the Mahis school into 3 branches: the Xiangli school, the Xiangfu school, and the Dengling school, while the remaining philosophies dissipated into the mortal realm, aligning harmoniously with the principles of the. Within the Jixiao Academy, Bai Li and Ma Sui were engaged in profound discussions when an unexpected tremor resonated within their hearts, prompting them to gaze toward the west. There, a magnificent explosion of golden light unfolded, revealing a Buddha transcending the confines of time, manifesting as a resplendent sun illuminating all. The celestial realms resonated with the sounds of Zen, and numerous temples witnessed the emergence of the master of esoteric Buddhism. The myriad Buddhas and Bodhisattvas extolled in unison, Namo Great Sun Tathagata. Observing the golden crow within the radiant sun, Bai Li sighed inwardly, acknowledging Lu Yu's remarkable audacity. Shortly thereafter, another beam of compassionate light manifested in the west. Though less solemn than the great sun Tathagata, it radiated immense compassion and profound wisdom. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, while practicing deep prajnaparamita, perceives the emptiness of the five aggregates, liberating all from suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness, and emptiness is precisely form. In a brief span, two more Tao fruit Golden Immortals emerged within the Buddhist realm. Now, both the leaders of esoteric and exoteric Buddhism had manifested, with 3 of the 4 great Bodhisattvas having returned. Buddhism was poised to delve into the nether realms. In the Western Pure Land, Zhuanti and Jane exchanged knowing smiles upon witnessing the flourishing of Buddhism. Indeed, brother, with 3 of our 4 great Bodhisattvas returned. Ksitigarbha must soon make his appearance, Jane remarked with a nod. Precisely. The arrival of the great sun Tathagata within our Buddhist fold will aid us in unlocking the portals to the nether realms. The Mother of Earth will remain uninvolved. However, the ancestor of the Blood Sea and the Lord of Transformation, Paksin, will undoubtedly come to obstruct our path. Therefore, we must dispatch additional personnel. Zhuanti replied with a smile. Naturally, let us send the 3 times Buddha along with the medicine Buddha, the sun and moon, the great strength Bodhisattva, Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra to accompany Ksitigarbha. This shall also serve as a means of training, he continued. With 9 Tao fruit Golden Immortals, alongside 3 additional Golden Immortals, the assembly was indeed formidable. The contingent arrived at the Nether Realm, near Een Mountain, where they encountered a red-robed Taoist who had been awaiting their arrival for some time. Upon seeing the gathered assembly, the Buddhist contingent displayed a myriad of expressions, yet the predominant sentiment was one of restrained hostility. The robed figure surveyed the crowd before him, inwardly lamenting the undeniable might of Buddhism, a truth that was far from mere exaggeration. His gaze ultimately settled upon one individual, whom he scrutinized from head to toe. Surely, this must be the future Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The monk was exceedingly curious. As a member of the Asura clan, the transition to the Buddhist fold was a matter for another time. However, how could one now dare to usurp their own fortune? Within the cycle of reincarnation, the Asura realm still existed, and Ksitigarbha, originally hailing from the Asura lineage, now seemed to be wielding a dagger against his own kin. Upon hearing these words, Ksitigarbha's face turned ashen. The likes of Manjushri and others were poised to act, but were halted by Maitreya Buddha. Their adversaries on this journey were the river of the underworld and Pas-hun. It was unwise to provoke the faction further. Amitba, he remarked, my friend Bai Li. Others covet the authority over the cycle of the underworld as well. Compared to us, you ought to be more vigilant of them. Chapter 144. The Rise of the Netherworld War. Thanks to the gift from Peanut Braised Carp, an additional update. Upon hearing this, Bai Li scoffed dismissively. I have my own strategies to counter those from the Chan sect. My esteemed friends, it would be prudent to concern yourselves more with your own fates. The Buddhist sect's ambition to seize dominion over the netherworld would not go unchallenged by the Chan and Confucian sects, who would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to thwart their endeavors. The human sect, having but a single sprout, would naturally send Xiandu forth. Yuan Shi would also not overlook the opportunity for Tai Yi to claim authority over the netherworld, but after the previous military affairs, Hao Tian would certainly not remain passive. The last instance of Wu state attacking Qi, with neither Tai Yi nor Ninji present, serves as irrefutable evidence. Should Tai Yi seek to exploit this gap, he might only be able to summon one among Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, or Yun Zhongzi, perhaps accompanied by Qing Su Dao de Jinjun or Dao Xing Jinjun. While these figures may not pose significant challenges to the Buddhist sect, the necessity to confront the likes of the old ancestor of the river of the underworld and Bo Sun would indeed place them in a precarious position. As both are not mere golden immortals of ordinary caliber, and the demon kings and generals serving under the old ancestor, such as the Fan Tian, Shirba, and Pai Shi Nu, possess formidable capabilities. Once Bai Li articulated these thoughts, the Buddhist congregation naturally grasped the gravity of the situation. Shakyamuni, eager for time to stretch further, refrained from elaborating, as his mission was solely to confront the old ancestor of the river of the underworld. The medicine Buddha, slightly anxious, addressed Dizong, urging, hurry. Dizong, delay may bring unforeseen changes. In response, Dizong resolutely nodded, then seated himself in meditation, reciting sacred texts. A handful of golden fine sand arrived from the west, swirling around him, manifesting countless visions, a testament to his countless lifetimes of cultivation in the world of countless sands. In a distant past, before the great calamity, he was the son of a noble elder. Witnessing the lion's rapidity and the auspicious and majestic presence of the Tathagata, he vowed to liberate sentient beings from the 6 realms of suffering throughout immeasurable eons. In another unfathomable aeon, he was a Brahmin woman. Desiring to rescue her mother from malevolent realms, she dedicated offerings and cultivated merit, vowing to universally save all suffering beings in future eons. In his final incarnation as a luminous-eyed maiden, he pledged to rescue his tormented mother from hell, vowing to save all suffering beings. Countless original vows transformed into a golden lotus blooming beneath Dizang's feet, radiating boundless compassion and the light of the Buddha's great aspirations. He then proclaimed in a resonant voice, "May I, throughout future eons, provide all suffering beings with various means to attain liberation. Once all karmic retributions are fulfilled, I shall then realize enlightenment." His transcendent voice resonated through the depths of the universe, amidst the great path and above the myriad heavens. As the boundless aspirations of sentient beings began to converge, in an instant, countless beings in the Western world of sands responded, exclaiming in unison, "Namo Di Zong Bodhisattva." Although currently in opposition to the Buddhist sect, Bai Li held a deep admiration for Dizang, as he was inherently of the Azura lineage. Dizang's grand aspiration, unlike that of Tai Zhanran, was both his Tao fruit and his path. "Until hell is empty, I vow not to attain Buddhahood. Only when all sentient beings are liberated shall I attain Bodhi." These succinct 16 characters encapsulate the essence of his profound vow. In response to the celestial realms, after the cycle of reincarnation unfolds, there invariably emerges a solitary monk from the Buddhist order, imbued with boundless compassion, who ventures into the depths of hell. He endures the torments experienced by the wronged souls and the punishments inflicted upon the wicked spirits, all in an effort to enlighten the obstinate and rescue them from the ocean of suffering. In an instant, the Earth Store Bodhisattva has attained the fruit of the great Tao. Upon witnessing this, Bai Li could not help but exclaim, "Steadfast and immovable as the earth, profound and contemplative as a hidden treasure, what a magnificent embodiment of the Earth Store Bodhisattva." Endless merits and the auspicious energies of the Buddhist realm flow into the Earth Store, rendering him entirely pure and resplendent, his body aglow, with a luminous halo radiating from the crown of his head, further accentuating the solemn grandeur of his appearance. Slowly, the Earth Store opened his eyes and extended a finger, directing a beam of Buddhist light that fell upon the Een Mountain, causing the Adumbra flowers to bloom and bestowing blessings upon sentient beings. The Bodhi tree flourished, manifesting the wisdom of Prajna. Everything appeared to proceed in an orderly manner, yet the practitioners of the Buddhist order remained taut with tension. A sudden sigh pierced through the atmosphere, severing the tightly wound tension among the followers of Buddhism. "Alas, you have ultimately arrived at this juncture." Upon hearing these words, an immediate sense of foreboding enveloped the gathered assembly, including the most accomplished figures present, Shakyamuni and the Lamp of Wisdom, who braced themselves for battle. From the void emerged a sanguine light. An endless sea of blood surged forth, with waves crashing higher and higher, casting an ominous shadow over the entire Een Mountain. The Earth Store, upon witnessing this, was taken aback, abandoning the prospect of establishing a pure land within Een Mountain, and could only withdraw. The carnage, bloodshed, and karmic retribution surged forth with the waters of the Blood Sea, rendering the once fertile Een Mountain barren, now inhabited solely by the countless vengeful spirits and malevolent demons. Under the illumination of the Earth Store's Buddhist light, they transformed into disciples and warriors of the Buddha. Yet how could they withstand the onslaught of the Blood Sea? Without uttering a sound, they were swept away by the towering waves. As the blood waves crashed down, the newly bloomed Adumbra flowers and Bodhi trees withered instantaneously. An Een Mountain metamorphosed into a mountain of blood. All present, including Bai Li, witnessed for the first time the terror of the ancestor of the river of the underworld amidst the sea of blood. Remarkably, this occurred without the use of the formidable 12-grade karmic fire red lotus or the Yuan Tu Abhijna, 2 lethal instruments of destruction. Fortunately, after engulfing the Een Mountain, the Blood Sea did not pursue further. From the void emerged a cohort of figures. At the forefront stood the ancestor of the river of the underworld, followed by the 3 great demon kings, Mahabrahma, Kamadeva, and Shiva, alongside the 4 great demon generals, Indra, Vishnu, Ratoro, and the demon mother. The Azura race was birthed by the ancestor of the river of the underworld, founded upon the Blood Sea, emulating the creation of humanity by the goddess Nuwa. Unlike Nuwa, however, the ancestor held a deep affection for the Azura, with the first generation of Azuras calling him father. The demon kings and generals, including Mahabrahma, Shiva, and Vishnu, are the first generation of Azuras, while Kamadeva and the ancestor of desire were demon kings under the great ancestor of demons, all having attained the status of Golden Immortals. Though Indra, Ratoro, and the demon mother also belong to the first generation of Azuras, their cultivation and fortunes are somewhat inferior, and they remain Golden Immortals to this day. The ancestor of the river of the underworld gazed at the earth store across from him with a sense of regret. My Azura tribe was founded upon slaughter, and all within it revere violence and conflict. Yet, you are different. From your inception, you have shunned the path of destruction, aligning instead with the principles of the Buddhist order. I initially presumed you were a descendant of the Buddhist realm and sought the insights of Brother Lingbao to discern the karmic ties. But the outcome was not as I had anticipated. Ultimately, as a member of the Azura clan, your essence remains distinct. I, your elder, sincerely hope for your gradual assimilation with your kin, for I dread the prospect of you ultimately traversing the path I most wish to avert. Once Feng finished speaking, the regret in his eyes dissipated, leaving only a chilling intent to kill. That moment effectively severed your ties with the Azura clan. From this point onward, I shall not hold back. The ancestor of the Nether River then shifted his gaze toward the current leader of the Buddhist sect. Shakyamuni, you were originally the foremost disciple of Brother Lingbao, and now you have devoted yourself to Buddhism, assuming the role of its leader. Allow me to witness the extent of your inheritance from these esteemed brothers. In response, Shakyamuni, along with Maitreya and the Medicine Buddha, stepped forward. The foremost among them, Shakyamuni, addressed the ancestor of the Nether River, stating, as a senior, it would be remiss of me to face you alone, as it would imply a lack of regard for your esteemed status. However, when it comes to skill, Shakyamuni paused, then articulated with conviction. Even if I possess but a fraction of that skill, I would never dare to bring shame upon my sect. Chapter 145. The terrifying power of the River of Death. Upon hearing this, both Maitreya and the Medicine Buddha exchanged a discreet glance at Shakyamuni. As the ancestor of the River of Death had stated, Shakyamuni was originally the most esteemed disciple of the Supreme Treasure Celestial, and now having devoted himself to Buddhism, he naturally had two allegiances. Only he knew to which one he truly belonged. The ancestor of the River of Death clearly discerned the ambiguity in Shakyamuni's words and let out a hearty laugh. Come, let us battle. Two streaks of crimson light transformed into the dual swords of the Primordial Slayer. As one sword was unleashed, a vast ocean of blood surged forth, shaking the earth as if a mountain torrent had erupted. The sword's radiance shattered the void, extinguishing all vitality, long before it reached its target. It already reflected the visage of the enemy's demise. Witnessing this, the Medicine Buddha took the initiative, unleashing boundless lapis lazuli Buddha light, illuminating innumerable worlds, and manifesting the lapis lazuli pure land of the East. 12 celestial generals, each leading 7,000 medicinal beings, resonated with the sound of sacred hymns in the void. A golden figure of the Medicine Buddha, radiant with lapis lazuli light, ascended from the ground. In his left hand, he held a medicinal jar, while his right hand formed the gesture of fearlessness. His form was like lapis lazuli, clear and flawless, both inside and out. The light was vast, and a beam of infinite radiance resonated with a grand golden Buddha in the far west, augmenting the sanctity of the pure land. As one sword fell, the once unshakable confidence the Medicine Buddha had in his lapis lazuli pure land shattered instantaneously, with only half of it barely shielded by the lapis lazuli golden form. The 12 celestial generals and the medicinal beings beneath him were instantly tainted crimson, falling into malevolent realms. The Medicine Buddha, sensing the impending disaster, thought to himself, only to hear the ancestor of the River of Death sneering from across the way. The lapis lazuli pure land, overshadowing the 3 ages of Buddhas? Humph, a mere spectacle. With another swing of the sword, Maitreya immediately positioned himself before the Medicine Buddha. Countless phantoms along the timeline converged with Maitreya, and his aura surged dramatically. A dragonflower tree erupted from the ground, beneath which Maitreya's golden form rose, embodying the teachings of the future celestial tribulations for all beings. The sword appeared to be influenced by some force, landing squarely upon the abdomen of Maitreya's golden form. What one might expect to be a piercing strike did not occur. Instead, it seemed as though it had sunk in. Maitreya felt a flicker of joy, only to witness the sword light of Abhijna suddenly explode, shattering the golden form. A spray of Buddha's blood blossomed in the void, reminiscent of blooming peonies. The Buddhas of the three ages, the scriptures of future celestial tribulations, contain some merit, yet regrettably, the cultivation is lacking. In just 2 strikes, one shattered the eastern lapis lazuli pure land, while the other rent the future golden form of Maitreya, reducing the 2 esteemed Buddhist saints to a state of utter disarray. Now, it was a contest of fate, a struggle between Buddhism and the ocean of blood. The river of death would not cease its assault. The Primordial Slayer and Abhijna each unleashed a formidable sword light, entwined with the path of slaughter, traversing the timelines of past, present, and future, robbing all living beings of their vitality and dragging them into the depths of the blood sea. The medicine Buddha and Maitreya exchanged a glance, both recognizing the intentions reflected in each other's eyes. In an instant, the sword light descended upon them, unleashing boundless power. Stirring waves upon the blood sea, the ancestor of the river of death narrowed his eyes, for just moments ago, he had glimpsed a glimmer of golden light. A chilling wind swept through, and indeed, the medicine Buddha and Maitreya remained unscathed, gazing at the fluttering banner above their heads. The ancestor of the river of death mused to himself, so it is, as he slowly revealed the origin of this treasure, the Eastern Green Lotus Treasure Banner. The Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Banner, one of the primordial 5 directions banners, serves as a spiritual treasure held by the guiding hand. Once this banner is raised, a myriad of white vapors fills the air, radiating the luminous light of sacred relics, bestowing tranquility of mind and the power to resist all malevolent forces, rendering one impervious to all laws. Witnessing the Blue Lotus Treasure Banner deflect the sword light of the river of darkness, both the medicine master and Maitreya breathed a sigh of relief. Ancestor, this treasure is the possession of our Buddha's guiding deity. You cannot harm us, they declared. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the river of darkness erupted into a maniacal laughter, his grin stretching nearly to his ears. Even if this treasure is formidable, it is not yours, nor does it belong to your path. How dare you boast here? Blood-red fury quickly filled the ancestor's eyes, and the primordial bloodthirst seeped from the corners of his mouth. Kill, 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 kill. With the twin swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, he unleashed a torrent of sword light. The ancestor of the river of darkness was the master of slaughter, and the twin swords were instruments of annihilation, combined. Their power transcended the mere sum of their parts, especially in this realm of the underworld, so close to the sea of blood. The layers of sword light intensified, each strike more potent than the last, and with time, every blow from the ancestor felt like a cataclysmic wave of slaughter crashing down. The Blue Lotus Treasure Banner began to tremble perilously. At last, the two could no longer restrain themselves and shouted towards Shakyamuni, Tathagata, will you not take action? Shakyamuni, Medicine Master, and Maitreya faced the ancestor of the river of darkness, while the remaining members of the Buddhist order sought their respective opponents. The Namo Sun and Moon Radiance Buddha stepped forward and addressed the multitude, esteemed friends, who among you wishes to engage in a spar? No sooner had he spoken than a familiar laughter echoed from the heavens. Sun and Moon Radiance Buddha, last time you disrupted my plans. I wonder if you still possess such prowess. As the demonic sounds surged, darkness engulfed the heavens, as black as ink. This place, the realm of the underworld, was inherently dark, and now the hearts of the celestial beings were shrouded in shadow, besieged by demonic thoughts like a tide of ants seeking to drag souls into despair. A black lotus blossomed in the void, upon which sat the transcendent bodhisattva, Pasan, the formidable adversary of Buddhism. A heavy silence descended upon the crowd. Pasan, the demon lord, was indeed formidable. The Sun and Moon Radiance Buddha raised a hand. An immeasurable light, akin to the sun and moon, illuminated the darkness in the hearts of all beings. Demon Lord Pasan, you jest. That day was merely a matter of fate. How could a humble monk stand as your opponent? However, should you wish for a spar, I am willing to oblige. As he spoke, a string of prayer beads appeared in his hand, the very sacred Bodhi beads held by the Avalokiteshvara. Pasan recognized the treasure immediately and snorted coldly, engaging the Sun and Moon Radiance Buddha in a battle that created a realm of their own. The great strength Bodhisattva stepped forth, addressing the Desire and Color Celestial. Friend of the Desire and Color Celestial. It is said that both you and Pasan served under the ancient demon sovereign. Yet, Pasan surpasses you in both status and mastery. Might I have the honor of learning from you? The Desire and Color Celestial smiled, a smile that sent shivers down the spine, like a feather brushing against the heart. Gracefully, she moved, and the boundless blood gathered beneath her feet, transforming into a crimson tongue of blood, as if a ravenous beast sought to taste the heavens. The two soon clashed in battle. We, the three brothers, have always united against our foes. Which of you from Buddhism dares to face us? In the blood-soaked battlefield, the three Tao fruit Golden Immortals, Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu, stepped forward in unison. Despite the gravity of the situation, it was agreed that the three of us would engage in battle against our esteemed adversaries. Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra emerged, perfectly matched against the trio of Brahma. Meanwhile, Vajrasattva, Akashagarbha, and the one who dispels ignorance faced off against the remaining three Golden Immortals of the demonic generals. Only the past Buddha, the light offering, the newly enlightened Itagarbha, and the ever-watchful Bai Li remained in the arena. Each of them appeared composed, not idly waiting, but rather anticipating their opponents. Since our esteemed friends have graced us with their presence, why should there be any pretense? Gradually, three figures emerged from the void, led by the great master of the human teaching, Xuandu. Accompanying him were the Taoist True One of the teaching of revelation and the celestial child of the clouds. Chapter 146. The divine powers of Tathgata Randeng and Xuandu are long-standing rivals, having clashed once before in the battle for the gate, resulting in a stalemate. Among the three who have come, only Xuandu is capable of confronting this former Buddha, and he naturally takes the initiative. Stepping forward, Xuandu invokes the interplay of yin and yang, tracing back to chaos, and manifests the innate essence of the five primordials. The pure energy ascends while the turbid energy descends, and in the blink of an eye, a realm is established. Randeng merely raised his eyelids, glancing toward that newly formed world, before exclaiming a Buddhist chant. Amitba, through myriad tribulations of existence, the long day shines with but a single lamp. With that, he radiated immeasurable light and stepped into the realm. With only four remaining in the arena, Yunzhongzi turned to Bai Li, a smile gracing his lips. My dear fellow, it is Tai and Dizong who are the true protagonists of the underworld contest. Allow me to be your opponent. Bai Li chuckled inwardly, realizing that Tai Jinren had already attained the second level of Tai Dao fruit, while Dizong had merely achieved the initial stage of the Great Luo. The establishment of a dojo on Yin Mountain was yet to be realized, and the fate of the underworld had not been determined. Indeed, the calculations of the Chan sect were ringing with clarity. Yun Zhongzi, friend, you are a deity of fortune and virtue, known for your tranquility. How have you now resorted to such scheming? Yun Zhongzi inherited the benevolence and certain virtues of the venerable Hunyuan, possessing a kind heart. At the onset of the Fengshen calamity, he even sought to eliminate the nine-tailed fox to curb the development of the Fengshen. Yet, he ultimately remained a disciple of the Chan sect. During the Fengshen tribulation, he had once used the pillar of heavenly fire to incinerate Wenzhong, severing the last breath of the Shang dynasty. His disciple, Lei Zhenzi, became a formidable ally during the Fengshen period. Unperturbed by the words, Yun Zhongzi waved his dust whisk with a smile. You, my friend, are now a master among the myriad schools, overseeing the teachings of various philosophies. Your virtue is profound, and you too have come here. Moreover, aiding fellow disciples is an inherent duty. You should understand this, so why speak of scheming? Upon hearing this, Bai Li burst into hearty laughter. Very well, let me see just how you measure up against my sister, the Cloudy Sky Master of the Jie sect. His intention was not to neglect Tai Jinren, but rather to consider that the two supreme beings, Puti and Jiejin, wielding the powers of causality and destiny, could not possibly overlook the current situation. Dizong surely had further plans. He merely needed to seize the opportunity at the pivotal moment of their conflict. He then retrieved a long and used pure dust whisk and gently waved it, engaging in battle with Yun Zhongzi. Now, only Tai Jinren and Dizong remained, the ultimate beneficiaries of the underworld's authority. Tai Jinren spoke first. Dizong, my esteemed friend, I hold immense admiration for your great aspirations. However, concerning the path of Tao and the grand undertaking of immortality, I must intervene. I have already attained the second level of Tai, while you have merely reached the initial stage of the Great Luo. If you are willing to withdraw and refrain from claiming the authority of the underworld, you may cultivate a pure land on Yin Mountain, liberating lost souls and malevolent spirits, thus safeguarding your Tao fruit from falling. Dizong replied, your kind intentions, my friend, must surely come with other conditions. Tai Jinren did not hesitate to reveal his intentions. Indeed, you possess great compassion. I implore you to focus on liberating souls on Yin Mountain, fulfilling your vow, and refrain from emerging. Such ruthlessness. This was a desire to confine him eternally within the realm of the underworld. Tai's approach was exceedingly domineering. Even a figure of clay harbors a semblance of fire, let alone a golden immortal who stands above countless sentient beings and the myriad worlds, having attained the Tao fruit. The countenance of Dizong slightly darkened as he stepped forward, resolutely gazing at Tai Jinren. As you rightly pointed out, this matter pertains to the Tao, and the affairs of the underworld are equally significant to our great cause. I cannot simply retreat. As he spoke, a precious orb appeared in his left hand, known as the Dizong Binyuan treasure pearl, capable of manifesting desires and transforming the unreal into reality, akin to the Tai Qinghua sword held by Tai Jinren, a primordial treasure bestowed by the supreme being of chaos. In his right hand, a staff materialized, adorned with 9 rings that responded to the mind's intent, shattering demons and removing obstacles, exuding an air of protective majesty. Beneath his feet bloomed a blue lotus, with 1,000 petals, nurtured from the golden lotus seeds of the 8 treasures pool, representing a second-generation lotus. The matters concerning Dizong were of great importance. How could the duo of Zhuanti not be thoroughly prepared? With these 3 entities, alongside several other hidden cards, they could sufficiently bridge the gap in Taoist cultivation between Dizong and Tai. Very well, it seems I am not taking undue advantage of you. Tai beckoned with his hand, and the Tai Qinghua sword instantly fell into his grasp, charging toward Dizong. Meanwhile, witnessing that Yaoshi and Mithriya were on the verge of collapse, Shakyamuni could no longer remain idle. After all, he was the current leader of the Buddhist sect, and this endeavor was nominally under his command. The 2 celestial beings were undoubtedly keeping a close watch on this situation. Should anything go awry with Yaoshi and Mithriya, he would have much to explain. Amitabha, Shakyamuni proclaimed, thrusting forth a palm, the swastika seal of Buddhism overshadowing the heavens, manifesting a vast world within his palm. Countless beings within this realm devoutly worshipped the Dharma, bodhisattvas, arhats, and monks stood in a forest of forms, each possessing the countenance of Buddhahood, yet Shakyamuni remained the greatest and the sole Buddha of this world. The sword light clashed against the palm seal, sending forth immeasurable celestial sounds throughout the realm, the 2 forces locked in fierce contention. Upon witnessing Shakyamuni single-handedly blocking the sword light, both Yaoshi and Mithriya were astonished. It was no wonder he had been chosen by several celestial beings as the leader of Buddhism. Despite his brief acquaintance with the Buddhist teachings, he had swiftly attained profound understanding. The palm seal was evidently a fusion of the Buddha's golden body technique along with 2 mandalas from the Vajra world and the womb world, wielding powers far surpassing those derived from their own master's assistance in establishing the Pure Land. Suddenly, Shakyamuni bellowed, "In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme." At that moment, the golden light of his palm surged, unleashing unimaginable power, causing the ancestor of the river of the underworld to stagger back a step, while Shakyamuni himself was pushed back 1.5 steps. Yaoshi and Mithriya rejoiced, yet they failed to notice the faint trace of blood on Shakyamuni's palm from which he had withdrawn. Both understood the outcome of this display of divine power, which was enough to earn the ancestor of the river of the underworld's respect for Shakyamuni. The ancestor held dual swords, their tips pointing downward, the vivid crimson hue seeming poised to drip blood at any moment. "This technique is impressive. What is its name?" Shakyamuni inquired as he stepped forward. "The Tathagata's divine palm. The Buddha's realm within my palm. I alone am supreme." The ancestor's eyes gleamed with excitement. Good, good, good. It has been a long time since I have encountered an opponent worthy of my attention. Unleash your techniques, and let me see the extent of your abilities." Shakyamuni joined his hands in reverence, and 5 radiant beams of Buddha light surged toward the heavens, manifesting the 5 revered kings of wisdom. These 5 kings, also known as the 5 furious ones, include the immutable king of wisdom at the center, who subdues all demons. The king of wisdom who subdues the 3 times to the east, who conquers the great freedom heaven. The king of wisdom who subdues the army of Mara to the south, who overcomes the 5 aggregates of delusion. The king of wisdom of great power to the west, who vanquishes the demons among men. And the king of wisdom of the diamond night to the north, who subdues the earthbound demons. The 5 kings of wisdom encircled the ancestor of the underworld river, subtly forming a formidable formation. Upon observing this, the ancestor of the underworld river could not help but clasp his hands and laugh heartily. These 5 kings of wisdom were originally manifestations of the Tathagata teachings, crafted by the 2 bodhisattvas, Avalokiteshvara and Amitabha, during a past eon. Except for the immutable king of wisdom, who corresponds to the sun Buddha returning to the present realm. The rest are mere illusions. How remarkable it is that you have anchored yourself to this point, achieving the manifestations of the 5 kings of wisdom, and even integrating aspects of the extermination of immortals' sword arrays, profound meanings. Truly marvelous, truly marvelous. Chapter 147. The master of piracy, the five kings of the directions, simultaneously formed their seals, manifesting great wrath. Behind them rose five revered forms of Tathagata, to the east, the Akala Tathagata, to the south, the Ratnasambhava Tathagata, to the west, the Amateus Tathagata, to the north, the Amagasitiyi Tathagata, and at the center, the Mavarakana Tathagata. This Mavarakana Tathagata was not the present-day Luya, but rather an embodiment of wisdom that had emerged long ago from the two celestial beings of the West, the master of the esoteric teachings. Buddha's light radiated universally, and golden lotuses bloomed upon the sea of blood. The five forms of Tathagata sealed the heavens and locked the earth, continuously supplying power to Shakyamuni, who then called out to the heavens, Amitba. A golden body of Tathagata ascended through the heavens and reached the earth, adorned with 24 heads and 18 arms, each arm holding a treasure from the west. Embodying infinite light and countless teachings, representing the infinite golden body that Shakyamuni had perfected on the great snow mountain. Upon witnessing this, the ancestor of the river of the underworld instantly discerned the source. The golden body of the Avalokiteshvara is indeed as generous as ever. Should he not reveal some divine powers, he may be underestimated. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sea of blood surged violently, and the ravaged golden lotuses were swiftly eroded and withered. Countless pillars of blood shot into the sky, converging to manifest the four-headed, eight-armed form of the ancestor of the river of the underworld, towering over the infinite golden body, with the sun, moon, and stars, and the myriad worlds merely at its fingertips. The sealing power of the five kings trembled, and Shakyamuni's brow furrowed deeply. The river of the underworld was indeed formidable. A single display of divine power was already so overwhelming, though both had attained the same level of enlightenment. It seemed the river of the underworld had traversed far along the path of the Great One, far surpassing Shakyamuni's journey on the path of the Tao. The ancestor of the river of the underworld struck down fiercely, but the infinite golden body raised a hand to block it. A splash of crimson surged upward, igniting bloodlight and karmic flames, as fiery lotuses accompanied the blood-red blaze, cracking the golden body with their heat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shakyamuni pointed upward, causing a golden lotus to descend from the heavens. With the powers of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and the strength of countless Buddhist disciples instantly augmenting the seal. The 9-grade merit golden lotus, a treasure of the Buddhist faith, was bestowed upon Shakyamuni, the new leader of Buddhism, by Avalokiteshvara, as it symbolized the authority of the Buddhist teachings. This treasure, infused with the collective power of Buddhism, could naturally subdue the river of the underworld. This was also why Avalokiteshvara had assigned only 3 to confront the ancestor of the river of the underworld. However, such suppression was merely temporary. Shakyamuni was, after all, not Avalokiteshvara or Kasyapa, and could not unleash the lotus's full potential. Moreover, the ancestor of the river of the underworld still had the 12-grade karmic fire-red lotus at his disposal. In but a short while, the golden lotus began to tremble. Seeing that the medicine master and Maitreya were still on the sidelines, Shakyamuni's frustration boiled over. What are you two waiting for? Come forth and cast your spells to suppress him. Only then did the medicine master and Maitreya return to their senses. The duel had been so extraordinary, particularly the myriad divine powers displayed by Shakyamuni, that it had greatly broadened their horizons and enriched their own abilities, causing their delayed response. They immediately soared forward, manifesting their respective paths and pure land golden bodies. The 3 of them formed a subtle connection, establishing a triadic formation, augmenting the merit of the golden lotus to subdue the river of the underworld. Upon witnessing the situation, the river of Hades realized that escape was not feasible in the short term. The crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded as he sat solemnly atop the blazing red lotus, beginning to intertwine the powers of the blood sea from the heavens, attempting to unravel the restraints of the golden lotus. He gazed upward at Shakyamuni and proclaimed, "Your Buddhist golden lotus cannot confine me for long, 9 days at most, and I shall be free." His tone was resolute, as though he were merely stating an undeniable fact, and none present doubted the veracity of his words. Shakyamuni paid him no mind. Their objective was to ensnare the ancient ancestor of the river of Hades. After all, even the esteemed deities of Zhuanti and Jian had failed to eradicate him entirely, losing a fragment of causal authority to him in the process. How could they possibly compete? Ultimately, the outcome of this battle rested upon the shoulders of K. Itagarba himself. If only they were still in the teachings of the interception, setting aside other matters. Had such a situation occurred in that time, a mere glance would suffice for Jinling and others to come forth in assistance. When would they return to the teachings of the interception? One could only wonder if their junior brother Bai Li had prepared adequately for this occasion. Along with the Sun and Moon Pearl of Light Buddha, the struggle between the River of Hades and the three Buddhas had reached a temporary stalemate. The battle elsewhere was equally intense. Under the River of Hades, the current incarnation of Bo Sun was less formidable than him. Relying solely on the Bodhi prayer beads to maintain a semblance of clarity, yet he managed to temporarily hold Bo Sun at bay. The heavenly god of desire inherited the ancient demonic arts alongside the River of Hades, while the Great Supreme was deeply versed in the true teachings of Jain. Together with Avalokiteshvara, they served as the twin attendants to Amit Bha Buddha, collectively known as the Three Holy Ones of the West, engaging in a perfectly matched duel. Brahma wielded the Vedas, Vishnu held the divine wheel of marvelous insight, and Shiva brandished a trident, presiding over the cosmic realm birthed from the chaotic sea, governing the powers of creation, preservation, and destruction, collectively known as the Three Aspects, each possessing their own spiritual treasures. Although the presence of the Three Pure Ones rendered their attainment of the ultimate unity nearly impossible, they should not be underestimated. Coincidentally, Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra were the three greatest bodhisattvas of Buddhism, their prowess closely rivaling that of Brahma and his companions, resulting in the most vibrant clash at that moment. The remaining battlefields at the Golden Immortal level mirrored this intensity. Xiandu and Randang both recognized that they could not best each other, resulting in a nearly motionless exchange akin to philosophical discourse. As for Bai Li, he encountered certain impediments. The Grand Supreme focused on alchemy, the primordial beginning on crafting artifacts, and the spiritual treasures on array formations. Although the disciples of the teachings of the interception possessed numerous spiritual treasures, it was the primordial beginning who excelled in the art of artifact crafting among the Three Pure Ones. Known as artifact crafting, it was essentially the technique of carrying the Tao within objects, with many spiritual treasures of the Chan teachings originating from this practice. The 9 seals of the primordial beginning were products of this process. While the second-generation disciples of the Chan teachings each cultivated the path of the primordial beginning, selecting a few of the seals to study, their artifact crafting abilities were commendable. Yet, the true inheritor of the primordial artifact path was Yun Zhongzi. Renowned as a master of artifact crafting, he was indeed a formidable figure, rivaled only by the famed Ma Sui of the teachings of the interception, with only Duo Bao being comparable. However, even the most esteemed artisans are not without flaws. This illustrious master of artifact crafting possessed a penchant for imitation, particularly of various innate spiritual treasures. For this reason, he was colloquially dubbed the master of imitation among the denizens of the wilderness. For while the treasures he replicated could not fully match the original's prowess, they were nonetheless astonishing in their own right. Today, upon encountering Yun Zhongzi, Bai Li truly witnessed the essence of a master of imitation. After several attempts at probing, he observed 2 banners fluttering above Yun Zhongzi's head, one golden and the other red. As they waved, flames danced from the ground, and golden lotuses encircled him. Evidently, the central Wuji apricot yellow banner and the southern Li Di flame light banner, both forged from the imitated primordial 5 directions flags. A treasure map hung behind him, imbued with the power of the cosmos. Could it be the revered Qian Kuan II of the human teaching? At his waist, he bore a small seal and a bell, strikingly reminiscent of Guang Chengzi's Fan Tian seal and the Luohan bell. In his hand, he held a treasure box, almost identical to the Hunyuan treasure box wielded by the elder of the southern pole. The spiritual treasure in his other hand was familiar to Bai Li, yet it left him silently astonished. Can the Panga banner, a spiritual treasure of such significance, also be a counterfeit? Chapter 148. Mutual probing friend Yun Zhongzi. The method of refining tools within the Chan sect is to carry the Tao through artifacts, such as the Panga banner and a host of other spiritual treasures, all originating from the same source. Are you not afraid that imitating the spiritual treasures of other sects may hinder your own path? Upon hearing this, Yun Zhongzi chuckled. The boundless is devoid of form. My revered master is the foremost cause of all heavens. The primordial beginning encompasses all. These spiritual treasures embody my Tao and are, indeed, all-encompassing. As you are not a disciple of the Chan sect, you cannot grasp the deeper meaning behind this. Within the Chan sect, anyone has the potential to attain the second generation of the primordial beginning, including those like Huang Long, who have recently experienced a fall from grace in their cultivation. As he stated, the boundless signifies nothingness. What is nothingness if not the absence of all? It is rumored in the primordial world that achieving the primordial 9 seals culminates in the attainment of the boundless seal, and yet, no one has ever witnessed the boundless seal or mastered it, which only solidifies this possibility further. Bai Li pondered, wondering whose true intentions could ever be fathomed. Currently, there is much emphasis on Tai Yi, and the prior admiration for Guang Chengzi raises questions. Could it not be a guise for someone else? Observing Bai Li's contemplative expression, Yun Zhongzi continued, the authority of the netherworld ultimately lies in a contention between our Chan sect and Buddhism. Should you choose to remain an observer, I would be delighted to discuss the Tao and share teachings with you. It would indeed be a delightful occasion. Once Bai Li regained his composure, he spoke with veiled implications. The Buddhist claim to the netherworld's authority stems from the great son Tathagata, who has gained favor with the Earth Mother. Now, the Chan sect seeks to intervene. Are you not concerned about retribution from the Earth Mother? Buddhism may be one thing, but the two venerable ones of the West have not directly involved themselves in the machinations of the Zhou Mountain. However, the Supreme and the Primordial are among the masterminds behind the cycles of gods and immortals, and they have relentlessly suppressed the divine path and encroached upon its authority. How could the Earth Mother allow them to succeed so easily? Yun Zhongzi merely smiled in response. There is no need for your concern. Simply inform me of your final choice. Bai Li's expression darkened, realizing that the Primordial likely intended to assert divine will after Tai Yizhenren's victory. I am indeed curious to witness the power of the spiritual treasures you forge, and how closely they resemble their originals. The choice is unmistakable. With a sigh, Yun Zhongzi took the initiative, causing a small diagram of the cosmos to emerge from behind him, merging with the world around them, shadowless and formless. Named the diagram of heaven and earth, it is hidden within the cosmos, omnipresent, and any misstep could lead one to be absorbed into it. Bai Li surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a nod of approval. The small diagram of the cosmos indeed captured some essence of the original. Without an early disruption, it would ultimately be restrictive. Just as he was about to take action, the resonant chimes of a bell echoed through the air, capable of shaking true spirits, subtle minds, and inscrutable desires, enveloping the soul in a mysterious allure. The bell at Yun Zhongzi's waist had vanished, transforming into a large bell that hovered around him, shaking incessantly. In a fleeting moment, the power of the cosmos approached him. Observing this, Bai Li let out a cold snort. The soul-binding bell is truly a disturbance to tranquility. With the pure dust whisk in hand, he waved it casually, unleashing layers of pure Tao rhythm that severed the sound of the soul-binding bell from the atmosphere. 3,000 silver threads scattered like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, striking towards a certain location beside him. The anticipated turbulence did not manifest, causing Bai Li to furrow his brow. With a flick of his hand, he shook the pure dust, retracting the silver threads. A glance revealed that the dense primordial chi of the universe was encroaching upon the ethereal essence of the dust. The spiritual treasures refined by Yun Zhongzi had ascended in Bai Li's eyes to a higher echelon. With a sweep of his hand, the crimson light in his palm clashed with the chi of the universe, producing curling wisps of azure smoke until the residual chi from the small universe map was entirely dispelled. Observing this, Yun Zhongzi did not hesitate to offer lavish praise, exclaiming, "My friend, your skills are remarkable. You have indeed advanced the fire path to such an extent. This small universe map was crafted through my understanding of the cosmic map held by my esteemed master. I expended considerable effort to integrate it into a reflection of a realm within the chaotic sea. Yet I did not anticipate that you would so effortlessly erase the powers derived from this treasure. Were it not for the presence of figures like Feng Zhu among the living, it is conceivable that you could attain the ultimate truth within this epoch." This was also one of the reasons why Bai Li's repeated disruptions of the teachings had not drawn direct ire from them. Feng Zhu had achieved enlightenment in the highest realms of Tai Yi long ago, and had even touched the pinnacle of the supreme Tai Yi state. While the Phoenix path is not purely a fire path, the Phoenix's rebirth through flames grants Feng Zhu dominion over fire, especially with the presence of the divine Lord Zhuke Lingguang under his command. To navigate the fire path to its completion seemed nearly impossible. Bai Li, however, regarded this with disdain. The interception of a slender thread of opportunity is the hallmark of the interception teachings, even if there are others on the path ahead. Who has to say I cannot contend for the Tao and emerge victorious? If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. Their path is not necessarily superior to mine. The lantern festival at Bo Palace illuminated the sky, with crimson and purple flames cascading downwards, effectively obstructing any potential ambush from the small universe map. A spark ignited the fire, and flames surged skyward, transforming the surroundings into an inferno. A molten world where the blazing sun melted gold and incinerated all. Yun Zhongzi's two small five directions flags unfurled in a flurry. Among them, the small southern flame flag rolled upwards, and the primordial fire was captured before it could approach. Additionally, the small central Wuji yellow flag blossomed with golden lotus in the flames, exuding a mysterious yellow light that subtly intertwined with the earth's power. Together, the two flags demonstrated defensive capabilities that were scarcely inferior to the original central Wuji yellow flag. With a casual toss, Bai Li sent forth the turning heaven seal, which instantly morphed into a mountain. Although it lacked the grandeur of the Zhou mountain or Kunlun's might, its weight was not to be underestimated. Bai Li pointed upward, and the Bagua cloud light silk transformed into 8 pillars that supported the sky, lifting the turning heaven seal. Just as he managed to counter the turning heaven seal, the small opening heaven blade arrived, resonating faintly with the Tao rhythm of the turning heaven seal. Though it could not compare to the true opening heaven blade, its might far surpassed that of ordinary spiritual treasures, even exceeding that of the small universe map that had melded a realm. More importantly, the opening heaven blade countered the 8 pillars supporting the sky. Yun Zhongzi's voice resonated in Bai Li's ear. This Bagua cloud light silk was originally a spiritual treasure of your esteemed friend Shiji. It somehow ended up in your hands, and I cannot fathom how you have manifested 8 celestial pillars from the Bagua. When Guanzhong was born, I gazed longingly from atop Kunlun and, unable to contain my curiosity, inquired with the sect master. Surprisingly, even the sect master could not discern this. How peculiar indeed. A tempest brewed within Bai Li's heart. It appeared that the disciples of the Chan sect had long been aware of the situation, yet were preoccupied with matters concerning Hunyuan, leaving him uncertain whether to express gratitude towards this great celestial lord. Despite maintaining a serene facade, he skillfully wielded the Qi Ming banner to manipulate numerous innate divine flames, forging a river of fire to incinerate the heavenly blade. He remarked with a smile, "Who among us is devoid of secrets? Did not the esteemed Tai Jinren attain the Tai Dao fruit unnoticed by others? Judging by his exercise of authority, one would expect his cultivation to progress at a more measured pace. Let me conjecture, the path of Tai indeed unfolds in 2 manners. 1. Through the execution of divine duties, deepening the authority of the great Tao. The other, akin to Hunyuan, consolidating concepts of power from alternative sources. I surmise that your esteemed sect's leader employs the latter approach." Chapter 149. The cause of 2 certificates. As Bai Li uttered these words, he fixed his gaze intently upon Yun Zhongzi's eyes, only to find no discernible change. Was his conjecture incorrect? Indeed, but perhaps not entirely so. Yun Zhongzi smiled and replied, "What you say is not amiss, yet who among us is without secrets? Our probing is merely a fruitless exercise in rhetoric." At that moment, the treasure box in his hand opened with a resonant sound, revealing the 4 primordial elements: Li Huo of the heavens, Kankai of the waters, Kunthi of the earth, and Xuanfeng of the winds, which then transmuted into a symbol of the great Tao, pressing down towards Bai Li. The interplay of the 2 instruments and the 4 elements represented the evolution from nothingness to existence, perfectly aligned with the primordial great Tao. Bai Li squinted slightly. He recognized that every spirit treasure crafted by Yun Zhongzi was utilized to its fullest potential. Just as he had previously surmised, treasures are an extension of the Tao, and it seemed that Yun Zhongzi had indeed traversed a significant distance along the all-encompassing path. This divine being, born from half of the essence of the red cloud ancestor, was truly not to be underestimated. Wielding the red luminous banner, Bai Li felt the intense transformation of the blazing crimson chaotic purple fire and the chaotic jade fire in the void, merging into 2 opposing yet mutually nurturing poles, which then fused into the red luminous primordial flame. After attaining the fruit of the great Luo Tao, Bai Li, having spent considerable time reflecting on countless insights, successfully integrated the crimson chaotic purple fire and the chaotic jade fire into the red luminous primordial flame, paving the way toward a definitive conclusion, from which new beginnings would emerge. New red luminous primordial flames would arise in the vast primordial world. How is this possible? Yun Zhongzi exclaimed in astonishment. Naturally, he had seen the innate spirit treasures of the Bio Palace and the Yushu Palace, and was aware that the crimson chaotic purple fire and the chaotic jade fire were derived from the teachings of the primordial heavenly sovereign and the spirit treasure sovereign. To witness this individual successfully merging these 2 types of Tao fire so harmoniously was beyond his expectations. Without further hesitation, he summoned the Panga banner of the Chan sect, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, and the primordial treasure box in succession. He also wielded the Taiji diagram, the 7-star sword, the purple gold red gourd, the wind fire mat, and even the Qingping sword from the Jie sect among a host of replica spirit treasures. Although they did not closely resemble the treasures of the Chan sect, their might was nonetheless considerable. Yet, one replica treasure he dared not employ was the Xiabeijing palace lamp. Bai Li relied solely on the Bo Palace lamp and the Bagua cloud-like cloth to shield himself as he continuously wielded the red luminous banner, countering all incoming spirit treasures with the new red luminous primordial flame, exuding an aura capable of shattering myriad laws. The heavens reverberated with a cacophony of light, captivating even the attention of Xian Du and Ran Deng, who stood nearby. Within the palace of the underworld reincarnation, the primordial heavenly sovereign and the empress of the earth sat opposite each other, inferring from the fruit to the cause. He naturally understood that Bai Li's insights into the primordial Tao stemmed from the time of Qi, when Guang Qingzi opened the heavens and the earth. Yet witnessing Bai Li's integration of the chaotic jade fire and the crimson chaotic purple fire left him somewhat entranced. Brother Primordial and Brother Spirit Treasure have counterproved the chaotic jade fire of the primordial void and the crimson chaotic purple fire of the supreme void. This is the essence of beginnings. Now, seeing a disciple of the GS sect merge the chaotic jade fire and the crimson chaotic purple fire so seamlessly, I wonder what thoughts you might have on this. The primordial heavenly sovereign, suddenly roused from his reverie, turned to face the empress of the earth, who appeared to be anticipating a spectacle, and spoke with a hint of detachment. Yuan Shi, the primordial ancestor, embodies the essence of the cosmos. From this essence arises the great Tao, wherein myriad laws converge into a singularity, manifesting the true nature of the primordial Tao. Although Bai Li Tong'er exhibits a unique ingenuity, even the likes of Yin Zhongzi may not surpass him. Conversely, that 8 trigrams cloud-light scarf, so fervently fixated upon the matters of the celestial pillar, must surely be a manifestation of your divine artistry. Upon hearing this, Ho Tu inwardly cursed, recognizing that Yuan Shi was feigning ignorance of his veiled insinuations, all the while redirecting the discourse towards the subject of utmost concern for the divine path. Indeed, the perpetrator seldom reflects upon their misdeeds, while the victim remains haunted by an inescapable shadow. Is not the affair of Tai Yi Zhenren also a product of your machinations? Might you not fear the return of His Majesty Tai Yi, given your obstructions? Yuan Shi merely chuckled in response. The myriad causes and effects had long been established in the past. To speak of fear or lack thereof is inconsequential. Although Tai Yi's divine might overshadows the heavens and traverses the ancient 5 great tribulations, he ultimately merged into the river of the divine path. The deities of the bygone era should remain in the past. Now, only my disciple, Tai Yi Zhenren, remains. I am aware that your capabilities extend far beyond mere appearances, perhaps even surpassing Feng Zhu and the ancestral Qilin, who have attained the true fruit of the primordial Tao. However, should Tai Yi achieve victory, even you will find it impossible to turn the tide. At this juncture, Ho Tu smiled subtly, yet the outcome remains uncertain. Yuan Shi Tianzun interpreted this as mere reluctance on Ho Tu's part. As the current situation was abundantly clear, it was merely a matter of determining who would prevail, Tai Yi Zhenren or Di Zong. He held firm confidence in his disciples and arrangements. Both Tai Yi Zhenren and Di Zong were acutely aware that the outcome rested solely upon their own efforts, and thus exerted their utmost strength. Di Zong, cognizant of his inferiority to Tai Yi Zhenren, understood the principle that prolonged defense would lead to loss. He raised his 9-looped golden staff, unleashing the resplendent light of the great vow, which repelled the incoming Tai Yi Qinghua sword. Subsequently, he seated himself upon the 1,000-leaf green lotus, with the Di Zong original vow pearl suspended above him, reciting the sutra of the original vow of Di Zong. Those who accompanied him, including Shakyamuni, immediately grasped the intent and began to chant the sutra in unison. The light of the 6 paths soared into the heavens. As the 6 forms of Di Zong recited the sacred text together, the wondrous Di Zong Bodhisattva manifests in countless forms in the realms of the 3 paths. The 6 ways, spreading the sublime teachings. All beings of the 4 births and 10 categories receive his compassionate grace. The luminous pearl illuminates the path to heaven. The golden staff swings open the gates of hell. Generational ties are welcomed and guided. At the 9 Lotus Terrace, we pay homage to the Compassionate One. The sunlight Di Zong holds the precious pearl, dispelling the 5 declines of heaven and man, guiding the myriad beings of the heavenly way. Removing the veils, Di Zong seals the fearlessness, eradicating the 8 sufferings of ignorance, guiding the beings of the human path. Holding the earth, Di Zong seals the earthly realm, eliminating anger and suffering, guiding the beings of the Azura path. With the Tanda, Di Zong holds the human head banner, eradicating the direst darkness, guiding the beings of the hellish path. The precious pearl Di Zong seals the alleviation of suffering, eradicating hunger and thirst, guiding the beings of the hungry ghost path. The precious seal Dizong holds the wish-fulfilling gem, eradicating ignorance and pain, guiding the beings of the animal path. In that moment, the light of the Buddha surged magnificently. Blessed by the six forms, Dizong pointed towards the Dizong original vow pearl, channeling his will into the light, striking the oncoming Tai I Qinghua sword and sending it flying. Observing this, Tai I Zhenren scoffed. Your Buddhist sect is indeed well prepared for the dominion of the netherworld, having cultivated these 6 golden bodies well in advance. Alas, I too have made my preparations. With a swift motion of the Tai I Qinghua sword, the 9-spirit primordial sage appeared from the void, with the Tai true man astride it, as if a primordial doctrine were being imparted in the depths of the cosmos. Exuding an air of sanctity and solemnity, the celestial master proclaimed, "This holy being is referred to in the heavens as the Tai fortune deity, on earth as the sun's radiant sovereign, and in the waters as the abyssal sovereign." 3 grand ethereal figures emerged behind Tai. One was supremely holy and immense, bestowing blessings upon the heavens, while the other 2, though lesser in stature, nonetheless purged impurities, cleansed malevolence, and delivered beings from calamity. The 3 figures united in a thunderous exclamation, their resolve boundless, embodying great compassion and benevolence, their vows expansive. Throughout the 10 directions, they transformed and called upon the salvation of all beings, rescuing countless souls across eons. As their voices echoed through the realms, boundless compassion cascaded across the heavens, manifesting innumerable incarnations to alleviate suffering. In the reincarnation palace, Hutu observed this scene, particularly the supreme and vast figure behind Tai, who suddenly stood, gazing at the primordial celestial master, and exclaimed with ire, "How dare you ally with that traitor, the East King, to usurp authority under the guise of Tai's name?" Chapter 150. The 9 Lotus Breakthrough. She remarked that although the true one of Tai was born from the legacy of the Supreme One, he was ultimately not the Supreme One, and his virtues were vastly inferior. How could he, with his moral standing, swiftly attain the second proof of the Tao fruit of Tai? It became apparent that he was merely usurping the name of Tai, misleading others with the guise of the Supreme One's benevolence, encroaching upon the compassion that Tai bestows upon the heavens. Moreover, the names of the Emperor of Radiance and the Emperor of Abyssal Depths evidently originated from the Eastern Prince. During the epic of ancient divine pathways, the Eastern Prince emerged alongside the long-lost primordial Fusang, a being of great significance to Tai, who took him into the divine court and mentored him, hoping he would one day assume the vacant position of the Azure Emperor. Thus, the Eastern Prince was honored with the titles of Qingtong Jun and Fusang Emperor. Little did anyone expect that after achieving enlightenment, the Eastern Prince would resolutely detach himself from the divine path and join the newly established celestial realm, leading to the incident of the Sun Mother Shiha seizing the authority of the sun. The Eastern Prince was immediately branded a traitor by the pantheon of gods, and the Western Queen, his spouse, was incensed and severed their ties. In the subsequent celestial epic, to complete the concept of yin and yang, the Supreme One personally extended an invitation, which was also a gesture of respect towards the Western Queen Mother. For the sake of her female disciples, she acquiesced. Yet the ancient rites of the Western Kunlun were still observed, though they both traversed the celestial path. The Eastern Prince paid homage to the Wood Sovereign before approaching the Golden Mother, while the Western Queen Mother remained solitary in the Western Kunlun, leading to their infrequent encounters. The Eastern Prince cultivated alongside Tai, thus acquiring certain similarities in authority, enabling him to assist the true one of Tai in establishing the name of the Supreme One's benevolent deity with the support of Yuan Shi. He was also the Emperor of the Great Microcosm, the Eastern Dusk, the Lord of the Fusang Alchemical Grove, the Eastern Emperor, the Father of Yuan Yang, and the Sovereign of the 3 Grades and 5 Qi. Naturally, the Emperor of Radiance and the Emperor of Abyssal Depths behind Tai were also orchestrated by him. How could he dare? How could he possibly? And then there was Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan Shi Tianzun, observing the enraged Hutu, spoke calmly. The Eastern Prince is indeed one of the originators of my celestial path. Although his pure yang true immortal does not reside within the orthodox celestial realm, there are myriad lineages among the heavens, and he is one of the ancestors of the celestial path. What harm is there in seeking his assistance for a junior? Hutu, suddenly filled with rage, laughed scornfully. Well then, be cautious, my friend. Your actions may lead to your own detriment. The 3 titles of the true one of Tai correspond precisely to heaven, earth, and water. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. All things bear yin while embracing yang, harmonizing through the interplay of these forces. The products born from the mutual influence of yin and yang are collectively known as the three talents, which can signify heaven, earth, and humanity, or heaven, earth, and water, varying according to the perceptions of different worlds and beings. The convergence of the three elements, heaven, earth, and water, integrates all into the cyclical essence of water, embodying the profound truths of salvation and purification. The so-called heavenly officials bestow blessings, the earthly officials grant pardons, and the water officials alleviate calamities. It is feared that at the moment of the second proof of the Tao fruit of Tai, the true one of Tai, or perhaps Yuan Shi Tianzun, had already calculated today, setting his sights upon the dominion of the underworld. The nine-spirit primordial sage unleashed a thunderous lion's roar, resonating through the heavens and piercing the depths of the nine springs. The underworld trembled, and the ethereal essence of Tai's verdant aura transformed into blooming azure lotuses, showering countless sweet dew. The light of the great vow Buddha was dissipated into the void beneath the ethereal aura of Tai. The earth store, firmly suppressed by the true one of Tai, sighed deeply. Ba, this time the fellow Taoist has triumphed. Tai Jinren nodded, choosing not to pursue further action. The great vow of K. Itagarba, the celestial being's dedication, cannot be easily stirred. Moreover, the likes of Zhuanti and Jane would never allow such disciples to perish. He gazed upward as the gathering of the ethereal shadow energy manifested the embodiment of the 10-direction savior, and spoke with a resonant voice. Beyond this realm, in the Eastern Extreme Palace, there is the savior of suffering. Furthermore, within the three cavern scriptures, the alleviation of suffering and rescue from demise is paramount. The lamp shines the brightest amidst the 5 directions and 8 extremes, in the hellish confines, the land of shadows, in the realm of perpetual night, where souls are imprisoned. Bai Li, sensing the opportune moment, smiled and declared, "Fellow Taoist, fortune has arrived, yet I cannot linger with you." As soon as the words left his lips, the radiance of the sun enveloped the heavens, momentarily restraining Yun Zhongzi with the might of the crimson primordial flame. He swiftly withdrew to the vicinity of Tai Jinren, unleashing a burst of 9-colored brilliance that took the form of a lotus in the air, blooming in layers, its radiance dazzling. The treasure of Tai, the 9-colored lotus seat. The battle in the underworld entailed the 3 teachings of the mystical gate and the Buddhist sect, alongside the ancient Shinto deity, the present visage of the Earth Mother. Unlike the concealed world of the great deity of life's 9 songs, it had already attracted countless gazes. Previously, Bai Li's fusion of the crimson chaotic purple fire and the chaotic jade fire had astonished many. If he were to acquire the lamp of the 8 sceneries palace, it would surely confirm his complete realization of the Tai Tao fruit. Yet, there was something even more astonishing. Whether it was the earlier divine powers of the great deity of life or the true sound of the lost era bell, neither was the genuine Eastern sovereign bell. However, what Bai Li presented now was indeed the authentic treasure of Tai. Although it was merely a companion treasure, it far surpassed the Eastern sovereign bell. The mere association with the name Tai was enough to instill fear. In the 8 sceneries palace, the Supreme One gazed upon the heavenly teacher before him and sighed. "Do you truly have such little faith in me, dear brother?" The heavenly teacher did not respond, instead sitting cross-legged, holding the Qingping sword, which he had temporarily retrieved from Bai Li. This sword was manageable and provided a steady approach to the Supreme One. In the Palace of Reincarnation, Yuan Shi Tianzun could no longer remain still. Although he had previously been unaware of the secret that shrouded Bai Li, he could surmise it was related to the divine path. Now, upon seeing the appearance of Tai, he was taken aback. Tai, even submerged in the river of divine paths, still sought to disrupt his plans, just as he contemplated destroying the 9-colored lotus seat. The voice of the Earth Mother echoed in his ears. "Brother Taoist, I previously warned you that such cautious actions might backfire. The words still linger. Should you wish to depart from this palace of reincarnation, it may not be so simple." The path of reincarnation manifested in the void, evolving the chaos of the heavens in creation and destruction, both beginnings and endings residing within the cycle of reincarnation. Yuan Shi Tianzun's gaze darkened. The world knew that the Earth Mother possessed powers rivaling the primordial chaos in the realm of the underworld. Even if his suspicions were unfounded, the Earth Mother had yet to attain Tai, making her a formidable opponent here. Tai Jinren looked upon the 9-colored lotus seat in the sky, his heart filled with dread. He sensed that this treasure resonated with his own path, embodying the essence of Tai. Had it been at any other time, this spiritual treasure would undoubtedly signify his opportunity for enlightenment. However, now, as Bai Li cast it forth during the establishment of authority in the underworld, It had become a colossal obstruction in his path. The voice of Bai Li resonated, yet in Tai Yi's ears, it was akin to a spectral echo. A reprimand from the Tao. The virtue of Tai Yi is supreme, profound, and far-reaching. Although the true man of Tai Yi possesses the legacy of Tai Yi, he has seldom wielded divine authority, misleading through false pretenses. His virtue does not align with his station, rendering him unworthy of the blessings bestowed by Tai Yi, and usurping the dominion of the underworld. I, the humble Bai Li, now embrace the compassionate nature of Tai Yi, wielding the 9-colored lotus flower. Vowing to alleviate suffering and atone for sins, thus taking hold of the power of the underworld. The divine radiance of the 9 colors illuminates the heavens, capable of shattering illusions, tracing back to the origins, and dismantling the name of the Tai Yi blessing deity. As the name of the Tai Yi blessing deity is dismantled, immediate repercussions ensue. Tai Yi feels a piercing anguish, and his fortunes begin to plummet rapidly. Chapter 151. The Twilight of the Netherworld. The Great Path cannot be deceived. Tai Yi wields the authority of salvation, and if he could transmute the false into the true, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to reverse cause and effect. However, now that Bai Li has exposed his scheme, he must inevitably pay the price. Not only has his second attainment descended into oblivion, but even his first attainment begins to waver. In the depths of the Reincarnation Palace, the Primordial Supreme did not truly engage with the Earth Mother. Your methods are indeed remarkable, thwarting my plans, even to the extent of offering Tai Yi's 9-colored lotus seat to another. The tone of the voice was neither sorrowful nor joyful. Yet the Earth Mother understood the immense power concealed beneath it. However, she was not one to cower. The 9-colored lotus seat chooses its master. Having plotted against His Majesty Tai Yi, how could you foresee that this treasure, entrusted to Bai Li, might not be a recompense bestowed upon you by Tai Yi himself? The Primordial Supreme snorted coldly, and with a thought, the voice of Tai Yi Jinren resonated once more. You are my essence, and I am your root. What you know? I know. This is the essence of the 9 suns, indeed the avatar of the Primordial. The 9 paths of Azure Sun assisted Tai Yi Jinren in stabilizing his path fruit, anchoring the ebbing fate. As the path fruit was struck down, the flow of fate diminished significantly, and a hint of pallor appeared on Tai Yi Jinren's face. Reluctantly, he gazed at Bai Li, who ascended the 9-colored lotus seat, and spoke. Bai Li, how does it matter if you wield the 9-colored lotus seat to cast me down? The authority of the netherworld is not easily amassed. Without the connection of fate, even your great vows are of no avail. From the depths of the cycle of reincarnation emerged a gentle, compassionate voice. In ancient times, the Holy One chiming opened the 9 springs to rescue the netherworld, igniting the divine flame to eradicate sins and achieve the work of salvation. Today, manifesting great compassion, the cycle of reincarnation within the netherworld responds. Thus, I shall become the chiming, the heavenly sovereign of deliverance from suffering and sin. Instantly, an extraordinary phenomenon enveloped Bai Li. As the immense energy drawn from the divine realm manifested scenes of liberating the suffering sea and igniting flames to purge sins, showcasing his merits. Yet, a force interfered, obscuring the clarity of the vision. Flecks of crimson light transformed into a divine robe draped over Bai Li, revealing the visage of chiming behind him. The gathering energies of the netherworld upon Een Mountain responded, for the cycle of reincarnation remained under the control of the Earth Mother, allowing them to glimpse the events occurring as Bai Li embodied chiming. With the authority of the netherworld established, the divine robe was cloaked in deep black, the crimson morphing into flames that depicted the purging of sins. The 9-colored radiance illuminated the scene, transmuting karmic burdens into lotus pools, compassionately delivering lost souls and hungry ghosts into peace as they bathed in the light, their hearts becoming clear, their spirits tranquil, as they immersed themselves in the lotus pools. All seemed to affirm the truth of the Earth Mother's words. In the divine realm, it appeared that he had ventured into the chaotic seas of the divine world. Surely, it was the work of the divine. Though the exact events remained shrouded in mystery, many powerful beings within the primordial realm deduced the situation through the outcomes, piecing together the narrative with relative clarity. Witnessing the authority of the netherworld firmly established, the stilled river of the underworld erupted in hearty laughter. The long-accumulated power of the blood sea surged forth, accompanied by a flash of sword light. One strike shattered the seal, while another was directed towards the 3 Buddhas of Shakyamuni, ultimately thwarted by the 9-petal golden lotus, leaving them with only minor injuries. The river of the underworld snorted coldly, choosing not to strike again. The engaged combatants also ceased their conflicts. In the realm of Buddhism, the K Itagarbha has conceded to the Supreme One, Tai. As long as those who govern the realm of the underworld are not disciples of the Chan sect, acceptance is granted. The Blood Sea faction is even more accommodating, expressing joy at the ascendancy of Bai Li. With their ancestral chief maintaining a cordial rapport with the heavenly sovereign of Lingbao, Bai Li is akin to a half-blood relative. Why should they delineate boundaries so sharply when the meat simmers in the same pot? Two figures silently materialize before the assembly. Upon their arrival, the crowd immediately bows in respect, particularly Yun Zhongzi and Tai Jinren. We pay our respects to our master and the primordial teacher, and to the Lady of the Earth, they declare. Yun Zhongzi and Tai Jinren step forward, reiterating, disciple has failed in his duties, may master impose a suitable punishment. The primordial lord speaks with a calm demeanor. This matter was unforeseen even by me. It is not your fault. Step aside. His gaze then fixates on the architect of the Chan sect's failure. A flicker of coldness crossing his eyes, reminiscent of a dark undercurrent in boundless chaos. After a prolonged silence, he finally articulates, you have performed admirably. Bai Li bows respectfully, leaving no room for reproach. Your praise is unwarranted, master. The revival of the remains incomplete. I dare not exhibit any negligence. Sakyamuni, upon hearing this, finds himself in agreement. Yet to others, particularly to the Lady of the Earth and the River of Hades, who are well aware of the dynamics in the primordial world and maintain a cordial relationship with it is almost laughable. The revival of? What more revival do they seek? At the time of the Fengshen, boasted merely 4 true disciples and Yun Xiao, along with Zhao Gongming and a mere 6 individuals. Although Zhao Gongming's attainment of the great Luo Dao fruit was still lacking, the current situation is markedly different. Aside from the fallen mother turtle spirit, now counts Jin Ling, Wu Dang, Yun Xiao, Zhao Gongming, Bai Li, Wei Xian, and Ma Sui among its ranks of Dao fruit Golden Immortals. Moreover, Zhao Gongming has rectified his great Luo Dao fruit through the financial doctrines perfected by Guanzhong. Although the Taoist master Duobao has transformed into Sakyamuni, discerning eyes recognize that his heart remains with thee. In contrast to the burgeoning Buddhism, possesses the most advanced combat prowess among the major sects, and its fortunes appear to be on the rise. Meanwhile, the Chan sect, despite enlisting the emperors of Ziwei and Goqing, has suffered a complete betrayal from the 4, Ran Deng and Ci Hang. The paths of Huang Long and his companions have been diminished, and amongst the Chan sect disciples, only Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, and Tai Jinren have newly attained the Dao fruit. The first 2 were aided by the Taishang, while the latter is on the brink of losing his Dao fruit. Clearly, it is the Chan sect that requires revival, and the road ahead is fraught with challenges. The primordial lord gazes deeply at him, then waves his sleeve, departing the underworld with Yun Zhongzi and Tai Jinren. Observing the primordial lord's departure, the Lady of the Earth turns to Bai Li with a smile. Young friend, as you now wield a portion of the underworld's authority, do not forget the cautionary tale of Tai Jinren. It is essential to establish an avatar to govern the underworld, to save souls and absolve sins. Bai Li smiles and bows in acknowledgement. Your words are indeed wise, and I shall heed them. He then raises a hand, manifesting a strand of chiming primordial flame, embodying the chiming essence, and sits upon a 9-colored lotus, establishing a pure land in the depths of the underworld to rescue wandering souls and eradicate their sins. After completing this task, Bai Li turns to Kate Itagarba with a smile. The great aspirations of the Bodhisattva inspire profound admiration within me. I am willing to grant you the opportunity to establish a pure land of splendid lotus upon the Yin Mountain, thereby rescuing the souls languishing in the 18 levels of hell. However, one must not harbor ulterior motives or employ coercive methods in the process of salvation. The light of the Buddha and the transcendent sounds of the Dharma cannot be perceived beyond the confines of the Yin Mountain. Is it within the Bodhisattva's capacity to fulfill this task? The demands of Bai Li are essentially akin to those articulated by Tai Jinren previously. Yet, now that authority has been firmly established, should he refuse, the grand aspiration shall remain unfulfilled, and his path shall be irrevocably severed. As for the initial requests, they align with the inherent duty of saving sentient beings. Bai Li has, in essence, offered him a glimmer of hope, leaving no room for refusal. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your compassion. Upon the Yin Mountain, Bodhi trees rise majestically from the earth, and the Adumbra flowers bloom resplendently. Stupas stand tall, marking the emergence of the pure land of splendid lotus. Amidst the primordial chaos, a spiritual beast, sensing the call, voluntarily approaches. It embodies the forms of myriad creatures and consolidates the essence of diverse beings, known as Di Ting, adept at hearing the whispers of the 9 hells and 10 realms, and perceiving the laws governing the 3 worlds and 6 paths. The earth-store bodhisattva finds solace in the presence of this spiritual beast, as it offers a semblance of comfort in what is otherwise a challenging existence on the Een Mountain. Chapter 152. The emergence of the five calamities. The matters concerning Itagarbha were managed with great care, and Shakyamuni led the Buddhist congregation forward to express their gratitude. Esteemed friends, your noble virtues are acknowledged. We, the followers of Buddhism, extend our heartfelt thanks. Though numerous teachings emerged from the Western Dharma, the number of enlightened beings remained scarce. The great vows and boundless compassion of Itagarbha left others in awe. After being vanquished by Tai, the outcome was indeed the best possible. Even the likes of the medicine master were generous in their expressions of thanks. Bai Li regarded Shakyamuni with a smile and remarked, "You flatter me, esteemed friend. It is only fitting to honor the presence of such a venerable Buddha." Their eyes met in mutual understanding, a silent exchange of camaraderie. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shakyamuni could not restrain his inquiry. "How fares your esteemed leader?" Upon hearing this, the gaze of the medicine master and others converged upon Shakyamuni. Bai Li felt warmth in his heart. His senior brothers still cared for their master, a sentiment that had remained unchanged. "Thanks to the concern of the Buddhist leader, my master is in good spirits. However, he spends his days longing for us, his ungrateful disciples, and has been quite troubled by my antics at the 8 Scenery Palace for today's events. I feel quite ashamed." The Tongtian master, who had already returned to the Bayou Palace, could not help but chuckle. Those two troublesome youngsters, though it seemed like a reprimand. A smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth, betraying his amusement. Upon hearing Bai Li's words, Shakyamuni felt a weight lift from his heart, and then recited a Buddhist chant. "Amitba, with this matter concluded, we must return to the West. Should you find leisure in the future, do visit the Western Lingshan to discuss the Dharma." After Bai Li acknowledged his words, Shakyamuni departed with the Buddhist congregation back to the West. In the Western Paradise, beside the 8 Treasures Pool, the bodhisattvas Zhuanti and Jibian observed all that transpired in the realm of the underworld, including the recent conversation between Shakyamuni and Bai Li. Zhuanti sighed softly, gesturing towards the 8 Treasures Pool. The water rippled in layers, revealing profound mysteries that intertwined with the void, connecting the chaos of the heavens. Specks of Buddha light transformed into golden lotuses, the pool overflowing with these sacred blooms, symbolizing the manifestation of Buddhist fortunes and teachings. Among them, 12 golden lotuses stood out, corresponding to Shakyamuni and the 12 Golden Immortals of Tao fruit. 2 particular lotuses, representative of the Buddha mother and the realm of the underworld, shimmered as if on the verge of vanishing, embodying the bodhisattvas Mahapradesara and Itagarbha. The former, due to Kong Xian's transcendence beyond control, had only one manifestation within the Buddhist realm, leaving questions about its direction. The latter had yet to solidify its power, rendering its teachings ultimately insubstantial. Alas, though I harbored no great hope, it is indeed regrettable. If Itagarbha were to succeed, the propagation of the Dharma to the east would be far more effortless. Fortunately, the Primordial one also did not achieve success. Otherwise, we would surely face greater impediments. Jibian, with an eye on the endless flow of fate, spoke up. "Dear brother, while immenso, though we have not secured the authority over the underworld, we have seized the opportunity to intervene in the matters of various schools. One must understand that gain often comes at a cost. Bai Li's actions today have undoubtedly provoked a response from the Chan sect in the future." He then lightly dipped his finger into the 8 Treasures Pool, flicking a drop of water into the air. Threads of merit coalesced into a tapestry depicting the entire realm of humanity, with an essence subtly forming into a blooming lotus. Upon witnessing this, Zhuanti nodded in agreement. "What you say is indeed profound. However, Bai Li is truly a remarkable talent. He had already begun to shine during the time of the Fengshen, and it is likely that he harbored ambitions even when the Tai attained the 4th Yu. Moreover, he formed an alliance with Hutu early on, securing the 9-colored lotus seat, only to reveal it now, causing a significant loss for the Yuanshi. He must have long received assistance from Hunyuan, having arranged for the disciples of the Jie sect to approach the Fengshen List, and he was likely well prepared, merely awaiting an opportune moment. Such a figure could easily take on the mantle of the leader of our Buddhist teachings. The talents of the Jie sect are indeed plentiful. Their gazes instinctively fell upon the largest lotus in the pool of merits and the 3,000 golden lotuses unwaveringly guarding it. Although these golden lotuses were suffused with the brilliance of Buddhist light, shining resplendently, the core of the lotus remained unchanged in its verdant hue. Not a single one among the 3,000 worldly guests had altered their intentions. It seems advisable to give him a gentle nudge. It would not be ideal for our Buddhism to transform into a different version of the Jia sect. A decree of law swiftly descended to the mortal realm. After the retreat of the three teachings, Human, Expound, and Buddha, Bai Li was invited by the ancestor of the river of Hades to visit the Blood Sea. Once seated, several exceptionally beautiful Rakshasa maidens entered to present exquisite delicacies and beverages. The ancestor of the river of Hades raised his cup, looking at Bai Li with a smile. Few venture into my Blood Sea. I have few friends in the primordial chaos and seldom entertain guests. This immortal nectar finally retains some flavor. I am grateful for your assistance, dear friend. If those two teachings were to successfully establish themselves in the netherworld, who knows what chaos would ensue? I ask that you drink this cup to the fullest. With that, he drank the immortal nectar in one gulp. Bai Li gazed into his cup, inwardly sighing. So this is the immortal nectar. It is said to be the essence of the Blood Sea after impurities have been filtered out, containing the mysteries of life and death transformation. Once consumed, it grants immortality and rejuvenates one's original essence. Revered as a sacred object in the vast world created by the river of Hades, Bai Li also drank slowly, contemplating the rhythm of life and death within. And after a while, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. You are too kind, ancestor. As for the matter of the earth store, I hope for your understanding. Bai Li remarked. The ancestor of the river of Hades waved his hand dismissively. The earth store originates from my Azura clan. What has come to pass is merely a reflection of one's deeds. You need not concern yourself, but do exercise caution upon your return. There is no need to elaborate on the expound teaching. As for Buddhism, due to the matter of Shakyamuni, they may also target you. Moreover, noticing the ancestor hesitating, Bai Li promptly urged, Please, ancestor, speak freely. If I can be of any assistance, I would be immensely grateful. The ancestor did not mince words and continued. In ancient times, there were 5 calamities known as Long Han, Yankan, Chiming, Kai Huang, and Shang Huang, representing the 5 great calamities of the Divine Path epic. The figure from Kunlun, who defied the past, established the era names based on these 5 calamities, forming a crucial link in the causes of the heavenly realms. Kai Huang represents the calamity of demons. The demonic path began to unfold. And I was born at the end of the Kai Huang era. Shang Huang symbolizes Tai, marking the beginning of the celestial path and culminating in the divine river, representing the final calamity of the divine path, as well as Tai's calamity. The first 3 calamities, however, are not well understood. I have merely heard that during the Chiming calamity, a deity established the Chiming celestial court in an attempt to rival Tai, ultimately failing. Crimson signifies red, brilliance denotes light, embodying both the glow of fire and the hue of blood, while my esteemed companion's spiritual treasures and divine flames pertain to the essence of crimson radiance. The current bearing of the name Crimson Radiance raises questions as to whether it was an intentional choice or an inadvertent emergence. To inherit such a name and its accompanying fate is both a fortuitous opportunity and a potential calamity. Indeed, it is far wiser to proceed with caution and methodical steps. A tempest of emotions surged within Bai Li as he realized that a mere journey to the Divine Path realm, which birthed the true name of the Divine Path, could unleash such monumental troubles. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he pressed for answers. Is it truly the case that even the illustrious Tao of Tai, traversing the annals of time, and the great Luo, capable of reversing the flow of time and evading certain karmic repercussions, cannot unveil the intricacies of the Crimson Calamity? Even with our esteemed ancestors' profound cultivation? The ancestor of the underworld river responded with a hint of resignation. Even the eternally liberated Primordial Wuji cannot act entirely at will. How much less can I? The temporal alterations involved in the 3 calamities preceding the reign of the emperor are far too convoluted. Any misstep could lead to unforeseen calamities. And with the watchful eyes of those 2 from Buddhism upon us, we have refrained from delving deeper. Chapter 153. Renowned figures in Buddhism. As Bai Li observed the furrowed brow of the old ancestor of the underworld river, the latter suddenly shifted his tone. However, you need not be overly concerned. All your actions have surely been noted by Brother Lingbao. Since he has not intervened, it seems you need not fear complete ruin. Moreover, your master has countered the trials of the 3 great calamities. Should the need arise, he will surely protect you. At that moment, Bai Li felt a shudder run through him as he heard the voice of the celestial teacher. Disciple, do not forget the teachings of my sect. Follow your heart. If my heart is illuminated, what more need be said? Instantly, Bai Li's heart was at ease, and he bowed respectfully in the direction of the Golden Turtle Island in the Eastern Sea. Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment. Turning to the old ancestor of the underworld river, he offered a respectful salute. I am grateful for your reminder, old ancestor. I thank you sincerely. Observing Bai Li's gesture, the old ancestor recognized that it was indeed the celestial master who had guided this young disciple, and his regard for Bai Li elevated accordingly. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was but a minor effort. Even without my words, Brother Lingbao would have informed you. It is of no consequence. The Pure Land created by the incarnation of the sin-purging celestial is situated within the netherworld, adjacent to the Sea of Blood. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." With a flicker of thought, Bai Li felt a surge of fortune. "Indeed, I have a matter to request of the old ancestor." Concerning affairs in the heavens as they spoke, the Palace of Blood Sea began to shimmer into an ethereal form, with Tao patterns faintly visible and blood light gleaming, perfectly embodying the principle of Yin, giving rise to Yang and vice versa, existing between life and death, cloaking the perception of others. Once the two had settled their discussion, the old ancestor of the underworld river burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent. I happen to possess a spiritual treasure that may assist you in this matter." With that, he extended his hand, and a red lotus blossomed in the void, blooming with 12 petals. Indeed, it was the 12-petal fiery red lotus, the old ancestor's cherished protective treasure. A ray of blood light escaped from the fiery red lotus, transforming into a seed before Bai Li. The karmic forces arising from violence and slaughter give birth to this seed, which is the second-generation seed of the fiery red lotus. If nurtured with care, it can evolve into a new fiery lotus platform. However, how many petals it ultimately blooms will depend on your own fortune. Bai Li treasured the seed, recognizing its future significance. As the atmosphere filled with joy, Bai Li suddenly sensed a shift in the fate of humankind. His gaze turned towards the mortal realm, where time flowed like a river, and a celestial lotus appeared before him. A slight smile curled at the corners of Bai Li's lips. Truly, such is the nature of causality and the master of fate. It is no wonder that one could carve a path from beneath the 3 celestial lords of the Xianmen. And though matters of the netherworld remain unresolved, it has already set the stage for myriad schools of thought. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the underworld river. "I must return to the mortal realm to oversee affairs there. I cannot linger. Once matters are settled, I shall certainly share a joyous drink with you, old ancestor." The old ancestor, possessing far greater Taoist mastery than Bai Li, but lacking insight into mortal affairs, recognized Bai Li's unusual expression and, understanding the implications, did not attempt to detain him. Departing from the Palace of Blood Sea, Bai Li set his course directly towards the Jixia Academy. At this moment within the esteemed Jixia Academy, Ma Sui wore a visage of deep concern. His elder brother had entrusted him with matters of the mortal realm before departing, yet misfortune had still befallen them. Although their adversaries' skills were inferior to his own, they had come well prepared, with peculiar thoughts, and, more critically, an alliance with the forces of Chan teaching, rendering the situation exceedingly troublesome. Just as he grappled with his worries, a crimson light appeared above the main seat of the Jixia Academy. Upon recognizing the visitor, Ma Sui immediately understood that Bai Li was already aware of the happenings in the mortal world and stepped forward to express his apologies. "Brother." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Li raised his hand to interrupt him. "There is no need for you to reproach yourself, junior brother. The methods of Buddhism were unforeseen by me as well. If those two wished to conceal their actions, how could we have detected them? Moreover, their collusion with Chan teaching indeed complicates matters. The School of Names, a uniquely profound branch among the myriad philosophies, utilizes dialectics to expound upon the concepts of names and reality. Deng Shizi, Buddhism's strategic pawn, had immersed himself in the state of Zheng. Ostensibly, he crafted the bamboo punishment to embody Buddhism's essence of universal salvation while opposing the legalist principles previously posited by Guangqingzi. In truth, however, he was advancing the development of legalism, thus gaining tacit approval from Chan teaching. Subsequently, he proposed dialectical reasoning, even asserting contradictions, blurring the lines of truth and falsehood. Ultimately, chaos erupted in Zheng, with the populace in uproar, inciting the wrath of King Zheng to the point of seeking Deng's life. He feigned death to escape, propagating his unique philosophy along the way, which garnered him widespread acclaim due to its distinctiveness. He did not hesitate to criticize the doctrines of Confucianism and Moism, while the scholars of Confucianism were unable to counter his arguments. Although the Mahists gathered numerous warriors to obstruct him, they too were defeated one by one, with some even defecting to his side. In truth, they found themselves unable to engage him in debate or combat. Judging by his trajectory, it appeared he was heading toward the state of Qi. Bai Li sighed inwardly, recognizing the undeniable influence of Buddhist tactics. Contemplating this, his thoughts wandered beyond the confines of reality, and he was curious to discern which figure from the west had descended to the mortal realm. Amidst a small nation situated between the states of Zheng and Qi, a figure clad in azure sat upon a high platform, articulating his theories of names and reality. Names are merely external manifestations, subject to change based on people, objects, and various categories. He gestured toward a nearby white dog and continued, just like this white dog. Let us assume it represents its essence. If I were to name it Black Horse, does that make the white dog a black horse? Upon hearing this, the audience below fell into contemplation, some struck by sudden clarity, while others wrestled with confusion. Deng Shizi paid no mind to the crowd's reactions and continued his discourse. The concepts of right and wrong are similarly defined, varying according to differing perspectives. When the Wei River experienced a great flood, a wealthy individual from Zheng drowned. Upon recovery of the body, the family sought to redeem it, but the price demanded was exorbitant, leading them to consult with me. I advised the family of the deceased, rest assured, the individual can only sell the body to you. No one else will purchase it. Consequently, the family ceased their attempts to negotiate with the body collector. A few days later, the collector, anxious for resolution, came to consult me as well. I reassured him, do not worry. The family of the deceased has no alternative means to reclaim the body except through you. Human beings are often ensnared by their thoughts, actions, and perceptions, hindered by their senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness, preventing them from perceiving the true essence beyond mere names. Each of you possesses innate wisdom. It is merely the clinging to delusions that obscures your vision. While he spoke, Deng Shizi suddenly paused. To the onlookers, he appeared to continue his discourse, yet in reality, he directed his gaze towards the heavens and uttered, since you have arrived, Bai Li, why not reveal yourself for a meeting? Gradually, a figure emerged from the void. Manifesting as Bai Li, a mere thought materialized. So, Buddhism has indeed descended to this realm, Deng Shizi, or rather the Bodhisattva Dui, remarked with a smile. My teachings advocate the salvation of all sentient beings, and now I seek to sow the seeds of transcendent contemplation among humanity. Qi Kingdom is but my final destination. It would not be amiss to engage in philosophical discourse with you. Chapter 154. The debate at Jixiao. Upon hearing this, Bai Li let out a cold snort. The seeds of philosophical discourse, I perceive, are merely the seeds of your flourishing Buddhism. The thoughts of the 100 schools serve as teachings for governance, contributing positively to humanity. Even though the two esteemed figures from the West have endeavored to establish your school, it ultimately fails to secure a prominent position among the major doctrines. As he spoke, the river of humanity began to react. The previously established schools started to evolve their paths. Taoism's principle of non-action, Confucianism's benevolence and righteousness, the militaristic strategies of the school of war, and the universal love of the Mahist school, all aimed at governance and benefiting the people, seamlessly integrating into the river of humanity. In contrast, the school of names philosophical inquiries merely skimmed the surface. After Bai Li's remarks, his status began to gradually decline. Seeing this, Du Yi hastily interjected. Philosophical inquiry cultivates wisdom. Though its achievements may not be evident in the present, it enlightens future generations. As his words fell, a radiant light of wisdom erupted within the philosophical discourse of the school of names, illuminating future generations and securing their standing, preventing them from sinking to the lowest ranks of the 100 schools. Du Yi finally exhaled in relief, yet gazed at Bai Li with a sense of trepidation. He had not anticipated that this master of the 100 schools could so easily uncover the vulnerabilities of the school of names. Nor could he have foreseen the profound control he exerted over the realm of humanity. With a single word, Bai Li could potentially render all of Du Yi's recent efforts futile. Surely, the three sovereigns placed too much trust in him. Ba, your methods are indeed remarkable, my friend. With just a word, you nearly toppled the school of names. Bai Li paid no mind to Du Yi, instead addressing the audience below with a single utterance. Cut! An immense sound of Tao transformed into a sword, severing the deeply hidden seeds of faith within the hearts of the audience. They felt an inexplicable lightness, as if they had lost something, yet simultaneously gained something profound. Bai Li turned to Du Yi, stating, philosophical inquiry is a means to rectify the hearts of men. Your school of names dualistic arguments contribute to the thoughts of the 100 schools. Otherwise, the three sovereigns would not have sanctioned its establishment. However, the teachings of the schools must rely on genuine thought. Should such tactics arise again on the road to Qi, the moment I uncover them will be your day of reckoning. Even the two esteemed figures from the West cannot save you. Mark my words. After all, the three sovereigns still presided over humanity, and although Du Yi dared not act overtly, being a Western bodhisattva at the Golden Immortal level, His every word and action resonated with divine sound and fragrant sandalwood, albeit not entirely concealed. The audience, having followed him for a long time, had unwittingly developed seeds of faith influenced by his subtle inclinations. Yet, like his philosophy, this matter remained in a state of duality, now that Bai Li had exposed it. It could no longer be employed. Otherwise, the nature of the situation would change, and the three sovereigns would not stand idly by. Thus, he boldly proclaimed that even the two esteemed figures from the West could not protect him. Du Yi's countenance darkened, but Bai Li seemed unperturbed by his presence, returning to his original form. At that moment, the discourse of the School of Names concluded, and Du Yi, suppressing his inner fury, turned to announce, "I shall proceed to the Jixiao Academy in the state of Qi. Those uninterested may disperse." Within the Jixiao Academy, Bai Li regained his composure, and Ma Sui hurriedly approached him, asking, "Senior brother, what transpired?" Bai Li sighed deeply. Thus, Deng Shizi descended to the mortal realm under the auspices of the Bodhisattva of deliverance in Buddhism, and the establishment of the School of Names has become an undeniable reality. Addressing this matter should not pose a significant challenge. Indeed, severing the ties between the School of Names and Buddhism could be accomplished with relative ease. This presents an opportune moment to initiate the debates at Jixia, inviting scholars from various schools to participate. My current concern, however, lies with the teachings of the Xuanjiao. The affairs of the underworld will undoubtedly not conclude hastily, and the current leniency towards Buddhism seems far from coincidental. There may be unforeseen developments ahead. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall block them. When water arrives, we shall conceal it with earth. The most pressing matter at hand is to adeptly manage the situation concerning the School of Names. Bai Li raised a hand, and a crimson light traversed the vast expanse towards Golden Turtle Island. Ma Sui, witnessing this, inquired, "Master, are you summoning Sister Wudong?" Bai Li chuckled in response. "Not at all. This message is intended to summon Brother Dong Quan." Dong Quan, the master of the Wind Howl formation among the 10 absolute arrays, shares a brotherly bond with Bai Li. However, after the investiture of the gods, he and Yao Bin declined Bai Li's invitation, choosing instead to remain in Yu Heaven for secluded cultivation. Bai Li's fervent persuasion proved fruitless, leading him to relent. Dong Quan was the one who had elevated the Bodhisattva of deliverance to the investiture of the gods, making him the most fitting candidate to address this matter. Before long, Deng Shizi arrived in the state of Qi. Gazing upon the Jixiao Academy, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After a tumultuous journey, he had finally arrived. The newly gathered disciples and followers behind him were witnessing the renowned place of enlightenment within the human realm for the first time. They looked around, their hearts fluttering as if caressed by a gentle feather, overwhelmed with joy. Deng Shizi, the Jixiao Academy has extended invitations to numerous eminent scholars from the Confucian, Imo, Tao, and military schools for this debate. Do you feel confident? Deng Shizi smiled gently. Dialectics is the hallmark of my School of Names. I have never feared others. As the group entered the Jixiao Academy, they found many individuals already present, with numerous scholars engaging in spirited debates. Within the academy, one could freely invoke the power of humanity to manifest the methodologies of various schools. Confucian righteousness invoking the heavenly mandate, Mo's non-aggression and weapon-forging techniques, and the military school strategies of warfare. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. However, this power of humanity was ultimately borrowed. It would eventually return to the realm of humanity. Only the ultimate victor could carry away a fraction of the fortune. The true advantage of this debate lay in the reputation and influence it would generate for the participating schools. Upon their entry, Deng Shizi and his companions beheld Bai Li seated at the head, flanked by Ma Sui and another familiar figure. Deng Shizi's pupils dilated in shock and disbelief. Dong Quan, how could he be here? Bai Li glanced at Guanzhong, who immediately understood and struck the nearby bell with a hammer. The resounding sound echoed throughout the Jixiao Academy, compelling everyone to fall into a reverent silence, aware that the moment had arrived. They took their seats, including Deng Shizi, who did not deviate from this custom. Bai Li surveyed the assembly of seated scholars. The Confucians and Moists were easily identifiable, while the Taoists maintained a transcendent demeanor, seemingly attending for mere amusement. The School of Names was seated alongside the military scholars, indicating a genuine consensus had been reached between the Xuanjiao and Buddhism. Once all were seated, Guanzhong rang the bell once more, symbolizing the official commencement of the Jixiao debate. First and foremost, it is the Confucians who have boldly initiated the debate, owing to the esteemed reputation of Confucius's 72 sages and 3,000 disciples. Consequently, the influence of Confucianism within the realm of humanity is unparalleled. Deng Shizi, fully aware that this intellectual contest was tailored for him, showed no signs of trepidation before the battle. This debate endured for 3 days and 3 nights, and true to his Western origins, Deng Shizi, with his philosophical prowess intertwined with Buddhist thought, adeptly blurred the lines between right and wrong, leaving his opponents defenseless. Now, having achieved 9 victories in 9 encounters, he had amassed a dense yet enigmatic aura of destiny. The crowd below was abuzz with discussion. What the so-called philosophers presented was not genuine discourse. Rather, it was mere sophistry. How could we possibly contend with him? It seems likely that the philosophers will emerge victorious this time. And if more of them come here in the future, we may not need to return. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Deng Shizi could not help but allow a slight smile to grace his lips, and he then turned his gaze upward, addressing the assembly. Dear Bai Li, it appears that I have triumphed this time. Will you personally take the stage? Chapter 155. The bloodshed of Dewey. Before Bai Li could utter a word, Dong Quan stepped forward and declared with a fierce tone, there is no need for him to speak. Dewey, you lost to me last time, and it shall be no different this time. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Who is this person, and why does he refer to Deng Shizi as Dewey? It seems this matter is beyond our intervention. Although they could not recognize Dong Quan and Dewey, it was evident that anyone present here was astute. Dewey narrowed his eyes. Dong Quan harbored a grudge against him, and this was an opportune moment to vent some of his pent-up ire. Very well, since my esteemed friend is so inclined, I shall gladly oblige. After Dewey acquiesced, Bai Li timely interjected, the philosophies of the 100 schools ultimately serve the purpose of enlightenment. As those who have attained the path, you must not confine yourselves to mere mundane debates and challenges. With a gesture, he unveiled 2 miniature worlds before Dong Quan and Dewey. These realms were constructed from the power of humanity, allowing both to freely express their thoughts within the confines of the Jixia Academy. They could infuse their ideologies into each other's worlds, establish their own paths, and subsequently seal away their divine abilities for 9 reincarnations. At the end of the cycle, the one who had been more profoundly influenced by the other would emerge victorious. What do you think? Dewey regarded Bai Li with skepticism. It was not that this method was unfavorable to him, but rather that it was exceedingly advantageous. The West was already adept at the art of enlightenment. Seeking the fruits of the next life, this approach seemed tailor-made for him. Surely, when circumstances deviate from the norm, something amiss must be afoot. He cast a sidelong glance at Dong Quan, who appeared calm. Yet the flicker of surprise in his eyes betrayed him. He did not seem to have anticipated this turn of events. Undeniably, Dewey felt tempted. What could be more gratifying for a practitioner of Buddhism than to directly undermine the resolve of an adversary? The opportunity lay before him, and he could hardly resist its allure. Just as he hesitated, Bai Li's voice reached his ears. If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. Your reputation is but an illusion, extending to the emptiness of your Buddhist doctrines. I possess means to counter it. Though his tone was unassuming, it sounded to Dewey like an urgent nudge to seize the opportunity. Dewey abruptly lifted his gaze, a glimmer of resolve igniting in his eyes. Very well, let this determine our fates, but you must not resort to underhanded tactics against me. Bai Li replied earnestly, this is the Jixia Academy, a place of diverse thought. Under the watchful gaze of humanity, underhanded schemes cannot prevail here. Moreover, if I wished to eliminate you, I could have done so directly. Why prolong this matter? Were it not for the constraints placed by the scholars and the protection afforded to Dewey by 2 guardians from the West, Bai Li would have long since dispatched him. With a confirmed response, Dewey raised his hand and summoned a golden lotus, sending it into the world Dong Quan was about to enter. In an instant, a radiant golden light emanated, imbued with the essence of sacred sounds, sandalwood fragrance, and the pervasive image of the lotus, unmistakably echoing the tenets of Buddhism. Dong Quan appeared to be oblivious to the exquisite spectacle before him. With a flick of his wrist, a cerulean gem materialized in his palm and seamlessly fell into the world that Dewey was about to enter, without the slightest hint of disturbance. As if nothing had transpired. Witnessing this, a sense of unease began to stir within Dewey. However, retreating now would be tantamount to failure. An outcome even worse than the disgrace of defeat itself. Moreover, this was not an era of divine intervention as in times past. Dong Quan was merely a celestial being, and he had yet to establish any formations. Should outsiders learn that a bodhisattva of Buddhism retreated without a fight against a celestial being from the wild attempting to ferry souls, it would surely render him unable to hold his head high among both kin and strangers, leaving him hopeless in this age of great Tao. Dong Quan took the initiative to seal his magical prowess and entered the realm, and Dewey resolutely followed suit into his own world. The onlookers fixated their gaze on the 2 realms, eagerly awaiting the outcome of this intellectual contest. The flow of time within the small world diverged from that of the outside, and in no time at all, the two had experienced 9 cycles of reincarnation. Suddenly, Du Yi emerged from his world, seemingly fleeing, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, which burst forth in the air like blossoms of plum. At that moment, a disciple of a renowned school remarked, "Do you smell that? How fragrant!" Bai Li and his companion Ma Sui nearly burst into laughter. Ultimately, Du Yi was a golden immortal of the Tao, a bodhisattva of Buddhism, and at this level, his essence was anything but mundane. In the journey to the west, the white dragon once claimed, "If I were to relieve myself in water, the fish would feast and transform into dragons. If I were to do so on a mountain, the grass would absorb the essence and become spiritual mushrooms, harvested by celestial attendants for longevity. How could I so carelessly discard it in this worldly place? If dragon's urine held such power, how much more so would the blood of a golden, immortal bodhisattva?" The reason Du Yi expelled this blood was due to the entanglement of and the turmoil within his Buddhist heart, compelling him to expel the Tao's resonance through his blood. The disciple's words were akin to rubbing salt into his wounds. The Jixiao Academy, a gathering place for human vitality and a battleground for 100 schools of thought, should ideally be free of bloodshed. Bai Li waved his sleeve, incinerating the blood with a flicker of crimson light. However, as he had stated, the Jixiao Academy was not a suitable place for bloodshed. As the instigator, Du Yi found himself entwined with a wisp of ominous red light, clearly suggesting a hidden calamity. The earlier disciple's remarks and Bai Li's presence did not sway Du Yi. Ever since he emerged, he had been intently observing the world Dong Quan had entered. After a while, Dong Quan exited that realm, his aura unstable, yet he did not appear as disheveled as Du Yi, nor did he bleed on the spot. The distinction was clear. He approached Du Yi and declared, "Fellow cultivator, I have triumphed once more." As the words left his lips, the energies coalescing around Du Yi shattered, cascading back into the realm of humanity, with only a fraction settling upon Dong Quan. Bai Li was about to speak when he suddenly furrowed his brow, observing his countenance. The leaders of the military faction beamed with delight, and even Du Yi's lips curled slightly upward. Bai Li comprehended the transformation of the collective human energy in an instant. Jiang Zia had descended for a second time, reassembling the military's vitality. Now, his efforts had borne fruit. What a formidable strategy indeed. Allowing Du Yi to draw fire while redirecting attention. During the battles of the underworld, it was a challenge to deter Buddhism, but now, it seemed they were cornered and sought to directly ally with Buddhism. Upon observing the expression of Bai Li, Du Yi instantly comprehended that he was aware of the circumstances. He chuckled, remarking that victory and defeat are merely human constructs, and the notion of emptiness aligns perfectly with profound truth. Bai Li responded with a cold smirk, subsequently delivering a seemingly ordinary palm strike that rendered Du Yi feeling utterly unable to evade or escape. In an instant, he was sent hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground. Although this strike did not inflict physical harm, it severely tarnished his dignity. "You," Bai Li scoffed, "isn't it said that all is empty? Why, then, do you exhibit such a temper?" Du Yi froze in place, unable to utter a single word, and with a disdainful snort, he departed alongside his companions. Their retreat marked by a palpable sense of defeat that elicited uproarious laughter from the onlookers. "Ha ha ha, is this the disparity between the reputation and reality of the esteemed clan?" Chapter 156. The inevitability of retribution. The philosophers of the School of Names were left shaken by a single strike from their master, leaving them unlikely to rise again in the future. The words of Guanzhong soon proved prophetic. After the events at the Jixiao Academy were disseminated by those with ill intent, the reputation of the School of Names plummeted, and its disciples scattered, never to regain their former glory. The contest between Dong Quan and Du Yi undoubtedly elevated the Jixiao debate to its zenith. Shortly after the two determined a victor. The audience, having gained much from the proceedings, was in high spirits. Guanzhong, at the opportune moment, rang the bell, signifying the official conclusion of the debate, and the various schools began to depart one after another. The academy, once bustling with activity, suddenly fell silent, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Bai Li turned to Dong Quan and remarked, "You have truly labored well, dear brother. I can only imagine that Du Yi's methods were not easily countered." After a prolonged silence, Dong Quan exhaled a heavy sigh, from which glimmered traces of Buddhist light. Indeed, as a great bodhisattva who had transitioned from the celestial path to Buddhism, he was not easily subdued. Nevertheless, in the art of averting calamities and overcoming tribulations, my sect excels, and this encounter would certainly challenge Du Yi. Du Yi was relentless, through 9 cycles of reincarnation. The first 3 lives witnessed the destruction of the celestial path, where he colluded with malevolent forces to slaughter his kin, thereby shattering Dong Quan's resolve. The subsequent 3 lives were devoted to the establishment of Buddhist salvation, enlightening him toward the cultivation of a Bodhi heart. In the final 3 lives, he embraced Buddhism, becoming a beacon of salvation for all sentient beings. Each phase intricately interconnected. What made it particularly formidable was that these events were genuine occurrences from beyond the realms, and Dong Quan effectively traversed the true timeline of a certain Pratyabuddhata, rendering him defenseless against such machinations. Yet, he ultimately miscalculated. The teachings of the emphasized seizing the thread of opportunity, thereby fortifying one's resolve. His determination was as steadfast as iron, especially given the existence of the Lingbao Wuliang Duren Miaojing, a scripture that directly addresses the origins of calamities. Among the myriad supreme methods for overcoming tribulations in the primordial chaos, the most renowned is undoubtedly the Yuhuang Jing of Haoyan. Although the relationship between and Haoyan is currently delicate, Bai Li held great admiration for this divine figure, for he was sufficiently ruthless. Haoyan did not ascend to the position of the new sovereign of the heavenly court by mere chance. He seized it through sheer determination. Utilizing the teachings of the Yuhuang Jing, he manifested boundless reflections of self and other, enduring a staggering 10,300 tribulations. Each tribulation required a span of 129,600 years before he could transform the title of Heavenly Emperor into an indelible mark, firmly establishing himself as the Supreme Jade Emperor, the great heavenly sovereign of the Xuanxiao. His divine name echoed throughout the heavens. At times he was referred to as the Jade Emperor, at other times as the Jade Sovereign, Haoyan, or Tai Wei. Regardless of the title, they all referred to him. Thus, while the Buddhist methods of overcoming tribulations are formidable, they still fall short in the eyes of the Lingbao disciples. Naturally, Dong Quan would not hold back. The two were true rivals, sharing a profound understanding. In the first 3 lives, the collapse of Buddhist teachings led those of the demonic path to don robes, wielding the treasures of monks, with Buddhas and Bodhisattvas becoming harbingers of disaster. In the middle 3 lives, a supreme Taoist sovereign emerged to offer salvation, providing all beings with a glimmer of hope and enlightening Du's inherent resolve. Ultimately, in the final 3 lives, he was accepted as a disciple by this Taoist sovereign, and his fellow disciples stood as brothers, bravely facing the impending calamity to carve out a path of survival for him. At long last, in this final incarnation, he breached the fortress of his heart, planting within it a seed of the teachings of the. This seed sprang from the noble pursuit of offering all beings a glimmer of hope, perfectly aligning with the aspiration to liberate sentient beings. Though it may be temporarily removed, it shall easily germinate anew in due time. It will be a formidable challenge for him to diligently cultivate within the simplicity of the Buddha's teachings. Fear not, dear brother, this time, I shall ensure that our efforts are not in vain. Since we have intertwined our fates with the esteemed scholars, let us boldly seize them for ourselves. I have a plan in place, so you may await the outcome with patience. The trust the others place in Bai Li is absolute. Indeed, it is 100-fold, perhaps even 200. What he promises, he will undoubtedly fulfill. However, Ma Sui stood nearby, furrowing his brow. Upon noticing, Bai Li immediately inquired, "Is it concerning Jiang Zia's second descent into tribulation?" Ma Sui, caught off guard, nodded gravely. "Indeed, brother. It is evident that the teachings of thee and Buddhism are conspiring together, likely due to the matters of the underworld or perhaps the attitude of our elder brother, which has caused Buddhism to target us. We must be vigilant." Dong Quan chimed in agreement. "Indeed, Buddhism is a force introduced by the. Perhaps it would be wiser for our younger brother to let go, allowing the practitioners of Buddhism to suppress both the, and we shall simply observe from the sidelines." Bai Li, taken aback, burst into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that such an earnest elder brother could be driven to concoct such a scheme? Excellent, excellent. He laughed heartily for quite some time, only ceasing when Dong Quan's ears flushed red, feigning a strike to put an end to the merriment. The matters concerning the myriad schools of thought are intricately tied to the plans of our. I must ensure they remain within my grasp for peace of mind. Setting aside other considerations, my junior brother Chang'er is soon to return with insights from the myriad schools. How could we entrust this to others? Moreover, being in a position of responsibility, the events of Tai loom ahead. The masters of the myriad schools are not to be taken lightly. Dong Quan nodded in understanding. Yet at that moment, Bai Li shifted his tone. However, it is only just to seek justice for our disciples. The primordial supreme being appropriated all of Guanzhong's martial fortunes and a portion of his destiny to facilitate the rise of the military philosophers. This matter, concerning the conflict between the celestial path and the new divine path, renders it inappropriate for me to intervene directly. Thus, I shall rely on the great commander to impart lessons to them. If the does not seek to conquer Qi, I shall not trouble them either. Now that Jiang Zia descends once more, he should not blame me for settling accounts. Jiang Zia descends with the bloodline of Sun Wu, taking on the name Sun Bin, and naturally masters the essence of military strategy with ease. Upon maturing, he studies military tactics with Pang Wan, consistently outshining him. Later, when Pang Wan assumes command in Wei, he deceitfully lures Sun Bin to Wei and subjects him to the cruel punishment of mutilation, severing his legs. Bai Li and Guanzhong observe coldly from above as Sun Bin cries out in anguish. Have you softened your heart? Guanzhong shook his head. In the past, our martial fortunes were seized, and I was branded a coward. A moment of carelessness could have led to my demise. What is occurring now is merely the retrieval of a fraction of our martial fortunes, a deserved retribution. My master once stated, in our Xianmin, we speak of bearing burdens. In the West, they speak of cause and effect. Today's retribution was determined yesterday. I shall not pity him for his suffering, nor shall I take pleasure in it. Henceforth, I shall have no further dealings with him. Bai Li nodded in satisfaction. Very well, very well. Now that all matters have been concluded, the path ahead shall be one of unimpeded progress. You may return to the Jixia Academy. I still have a few affairs to attend to. Guanzhong was momentarily taken aback, but after casting a glance at Bai Li, who wore his usual smile, he ultimately chose to trust his master and made his way back to the Jixia Academy. In the empty air, only Bai Li remained. It was autumn, and the chilly western wind added a touch of melancholy. He adjusted his robe and surveyed his surroundings, then called out with a hearty laugh. My esteemed friends, I trust you have been waiting here for some time. Why do you not reveal yourselves? Do you require me to invite you forth? Chapter 157. The shadow of Zhou Mountain laughter echoed through the air, and suddenly, a bell tolled from the east, heralding the arrival of a Taoist. Adorned with the jade-clear auspicious cap and clad in the robe of sweeping clouds, he held the turning heaven seal in his palm and wore the disheartened bell at his waist. Those who are destined find enlightenment in the true essence. Having encountered a sage in Zhongnan, he pointed out the eternal beauty of longevity and the jade buds that bloom anew for millennia. Yet, his body is a vessel difficult to navigate the Tao, as the earth's flying dust conceals a different spring. I have comprehended the Tao as a singularity, yet the most arduous task lies in grasping a single word. Then, from the south, the sound of a jade chime resonated, announcing another Taoist. Garbed in an 8 trigrams robe of purple ribbons, holding the yin-yang mirror, he attained the profound mysteries beyond the celestial beings, effortlessly transcending the nets of worldly attachments. One should know that the path to immortality beyond material existence is inherently carefree and ageless. The amalgamation of lead and mercury births the primordial essence, reversing the sun and moon in harmony with the earth and sky. Clearly, he elucidates the wondrous truth of non-being, yet alas, the mundane heart remains unyielding. Once more, a bell tolled from the west, revealing a Taoist who was none other than Bai Li's adversary, Yin Zhongzi, from the realm of the underworld. No need for riding steeds or sailing boats. He roams freely across the 5 lakes and 4 seas. In an instant, he traverses the vast world. Stones crumble and pines wither in the autumn's embrace. Bai Li waited in silence for a while, then chuckled. Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Yin Zhongzi, why are there only 3 of you? Should there not be 4? Is the 4th one Tai Yi, or perhaps Nanji, or even Go Chun or Ziwei? Come forth and let me behold your presence. At that moment, a dragon's roar emanated from the north, and a figure appeared before the assembly, a Taoist cloaked in a dark yellow robe, with an imposing presence that resembled the grandeur of mountains. 2 ancient dragon horns adorned his head, reflecting not a lack of Taoist prowess, but rather the manifestation of profound attainment, exuding an earth-like weightiness. Behind his head, a luminous gem wheel revealed a realm of dark yellow, concealing a Taoist seal that expounded the principles of earth. Bai Li squinted his eyes, for he did not expect the arrival of Huang Long, the true man of the yellow dragon. Observing his Taoist cultivation, it was evident that he had attained the status of Tai Yi, even more profound than the Taoist resonance of Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi at the onset of their great attainment, suggesting he had not relied on the assistance of Yuan Shi or Tai Shang. The seal within the gem wheel behind his head was unmistakably the Wuji seal among the 9 seals of Yuan Shi, having grasped its true meaning, surpassing the profundity of what Zhu Lu Sun comprehended in his time. Huang Long, though not prominent among the disciples of the teaching, had been inferior to figures like Yu Ding and Ling Bao during the Fengshen era. Having experienced a fall from grace, he now rose anew. surpassing Yu Ding and others. Huang Long clasped his hands towards Bai Li, speaking earnestly, "Dao friend Bai Li, I hold immense admiration for your remarkable prowess during the battle of the 10,000 immortals, which turned the tide. Today, I come on the orders of my master. If you could agree not to interfere with our plans in the mortal realm, you may depart immediately." Upon hearing this, Guang Qingzi furrowed his brow but refrained from further comment, while Qi Jingzi's expression darkened, wishing to speak but was silenced by a glance from Yun Zhongzi. Bai Li observed the subtle shifts in their expressions and then remarked with a smile, "I did not expect you to be one of the few sincere individuals within the teaching, which distinguishes you from your companions. However, I cannot concede on this matter. The schemes of the teaching impede my path, and moreover, the contention among the 100 schools is a battle of fate, where each should rely on their own merits. To retreat now would hinder my Dao heart." At that moment, Qi Jingzi stepped forward and sternly admonished, "Bai Li, cease your arrogance. Previously, you seized the opportunity of Tai, causing its Dao fruit to fall and hindering our resistance against the Buddhist sect. Now, you have further deprived Xia of his martial fortune, leading to the severing of his feet. Today, the 4 of us have come here, and we shall not allow you to leave unscathed." Bai Li, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. Tai's attempt to confuse the genuine with the false is inherently unworthy. I, as a humble practitioner stationed in the netherworld, have also been thwarting the Buddhist sect. As for depriving Jiang Xia of his martial fortune, that is even more laughable. This martial fortune rightfully belongs to my disciple, and today merely concludes the cycle of cause and effect. Whether it is introducing Buddhism or expanding the heavenly court, it is you who has facilitated the teachings. Qi Jingzi, your pretense of carrying out heavenly justice is truly amusing. Upon witnessing this, Qi Jingzi's 3 corpses stirred violently. Bai Li had repeatedly defeated them, disrupting their schemes, and it had almost formed an obsession. Should he fail to conquer Bai Li once more, it would indeed be, as Bai Li had said, a hindrance to his Dao heart. Bai Li, today you shall face the full moon's incomplete face. In an instant, a Dao manifestation appeared behind Qi Jingzi, reminiscent of the ancient figure of Qi Songzi, and it appeared even more vivid than before, akin to an ancient water deity. His Dao and fortune were no longer merely those of the highest one, but of Qi Jingzi himself. Holding the rain flag of Hongsu, he unfurled it, and with a resounding boom, the primordial water transformed into an endless ocean, waves surging yet remarkably pure, cascading from the heavens to become the source of all waters. Rushing towards Bai Li, ultimately, Qi Jingzi, being a direct disciple of primordial beginning, had emerged from the insights of the water path of the highest one to carve his own path. Although Bai Li was astonished, he was not afraid. He merely pointed a finger, and the red bright primordial flame surged forth. Water and fire clashed, and while in the 5 elements, water typically overcomes fire, the current situation was entirely contrary. The red bright primordial flame steadily consumed the river of water, extinguishing even the energy that erupted from their collision. As the flames gradually pressed down upon Qi Jingzi, just as the red bright primordial flame was about to reach him, a figure clad in mysterious yellow appeared before Qi Jingzi, wielding the Wuji seal to firmly hold back the divine fire, preventing it from advancing even an inch. Humph! A cold snort reverberated through the void, and an ancient, towering mountain rose majestically, exuding an aura of wildness, as if it had endured countless epochs. A great seal hung within, pressing down upon all. Zhou Mountain, the turning heaven seal. To his surprise, Guang Qingzi had actually comprehended the essence of Zhou Mountain. It was said that the turning heaven seal was formed from a massive fragment after Zhou Mountain's collapse, and now it seemed that this claim held truth. Alas, Guang Qingzi, you ultimately have not returned to the era of the ancient divine Dao, nor have you seen the true Zhou Mountain. You merely grasped the essence of its collapse through the turning heaven seal. I, too, possess an understanding of Zhou Mountain's essence. Let me show you. With a tremor of the red bright primordial flame, he temporarily relinquished the yellow dragon, then cast forth the Bagua cloud light, manifesting the form of 8 celestial pillars. With a mere thought, the scenes of Zhou Mountain from the endless battlefield within the divine Dao world converged. Now, the 8 celestial pillars radiated brilliance, merging into one. Although it appeared as but a shadow, it prevented Guang Qingzi's turning heaven seal from descending even a fraction, evoking the name of the celestial pillars from the depths of the heart, even for those who had never witnessed them. Unyielding, Zhou Mountain, though the status of the not complete mountain in the hearts of many formidable beings is both similar and distinct, their collective will remain united. Even now, the remnants of not complete mountain evoke a sense of trepidation, as few dare to cast a glance upon it, fearing the resurgence of bygone memories. Within the Palace of Reincarnation, the Lady of Earth gazes upon a shadow, her eyes shimmering with reflections, as if she were reminiscing about a time long past, so distant. It has gradually faded from the collective memory. The candle dragon, drifting along the river of time, stirs with recollections, manipulating the flow of moments, yearning to behold that figure once more. In the majestic halls of the supreme true palace on the western Kunlun, a goddess clad in regal attire gazes at the shadow, momentarily entranced, as if transported back to the divine era of Tai's reign. Even the primordial supreme being, seated upon the cloud bed in the Jade Void Palace, finds himself stirred by countless memories upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 158. The Resonance of Spiritual Treasures in the Lingxiao Palace. Hao Yin beheld the unfolding scene with tumultuous emotions swirling in his eyes. The manifestation of such a vivid shadow of the Zhou Mountain signified that Bai Li had not only ventured into the divine realm, but had also traversed the higher echelons of that world, undoubtedly gathering a significant amount of divine essence, perhaps even sufficient to liberate the 8 great deities from the constraints of the canon of the gods. This revelation rendered Bai Li's prior facilitation of the mortal descent to fulfill their duties comprehensible. He had consolidated authority and shaped the divine corporeal form. If the divine essence was lacking, it would be one thing for the disciples of the to collectively seek freedom from the canon of the gods. However, if they had already formed their divine corporeal bodies yet chose to endure the fetters of the canon due to Bai Li's intricate schemes, it would be utterly incredulous. The disciples of the trapped by the canon were not merely 1 or 2. The 365 true gods of the Zhoutian were predominantly disciples of the. To suppress their yearning for freedom based on a single utterance and wager their paths was no trivial matter. Should his conjecture hold true, how could the not thrive and rejuvenate? He cast a glance at the Yaoqi beside him. Sister, it seems that to unravel the schemes of Kunlun and Shouyang, we must compel that to swiftly wield the divine beating whip and break free from the canon's shackles. After a prolonged moment, the gaze of the primordial celestial venerable returned to its indifference, lofty and distant. The descent of Jade Capital and the manifestation of Kunlun meant that the Zhou Mountain would no longer emerge. A gentle breeze swept through various dimensions, dispersing the grand, towering mountain shadows that were gradually converging upon a future timeline, as if nothing had transpired. A gust of wind swept through the battleground of the 5 combatants, and a new object appeared in Guangchengzi's hand. Bai Li observed the spiritual treasure in Guangchengzi's grasp and mused that the would undoubtedly be well prepared to seize the hard-won opportunity. Guangchengzi, you have indeed brought the Panga banner. With a swift slice of the heavenly blade, Guangchengzi shattered the shadow of Zhou Mountain and then reached out to retrieve the turning heaven seal. Bai Li, your prowess is exceptional. If we did not possess complete assurance, we would not have ventured here. As long as you seclude yourself within the Jixiao Academy until the emergence of the unified ruler of humanity, we will allow you to depart. Bai Li raised his hand, and the Qingping sword fell into his grasp. With a smile directed at Guangchengzi, he remarked, with the Qingping in hand, the outcome remains uncertain. In that moment, the atmosphere became intensely charged, with the energies of various paths permeating the void, organically giving rise to a realm of their own. The true battle was only just beginning. During the last encounter in the state of Qi, Bai Li had merely wielded a half-formed Tai Dao fruit, while Guangchengzi and Shijingzi were confined by the 3 sovereign sealing of the De Luo Dao fruit. He had relied on the will of heaven to confront 4 opponents, ultimately achieving victory with the birth of Guanzhong. Now, having attained the status of a complete Tai and De Luo, and having made significant strides on the Tai path thanks to the rescue of the heavenly venerable from the abyss of suffering, Guangchengzi and his companions found themselves unrestrained. Once again facing 4 adversaries, the advantage lay with him. Yunzongzi and Guangchengzi moved simultaneously, the soul-settling bell and the minor soul-settling bell resonating in unison. As a path seal flickered into view. Alas, it is the primordial heart seal. The Taoist, whose cultivation was not particularly profound, found himself unable to retract his consciousness in time, and was thus shaken by the Yuanxin seal, which unsettled his divine essence and the great Tao. These individuals were either reclusive cultivators hidden within the primordial wilderness or ascendants from other great worlds, seeking to comprehend the Tao through observation of the battle. Alas, their endeavor turned out to be a fruitless venture. Even Bai Li was taken aback by the elusive Tao imprint. Realizing that the soul-locking bell was indeed forged from the Yuanxin seal, evidence that Guangchengzi's favoritism was not mere rumor. Among the 9 seals of Yuanshi, the first of the 3 beneath the Tianfan seal and the final Yuanxin seal had both been bestowed upon Guangchengzi, creating a perfect circle, an emblem of the limitless. Did the Primordial Celestial still favor Guangchengzi in his quest to become the second generation of Yuanshi? How could the Yuanxin seal possibly compare to the resonance of the Lingbao Dao sound? With a gesture, Bai Li summoned forth a radiant illumination from the Bio Palace. Waves of Dao rhythm reverberated, and a spectral figure materialized above the palace lamp. Merely standing there, he embodied the Dao. As the Dao sound gently unfolded, time seemed to rewind to the very inception of this treasure. An ordinary stone lamp stood beside a Daoist in azure robes, enduring countless epochs, absorbing the Dao sounds. And imbued with the essence of the primordial chaos, it ultimately transformed into a congenital spiritual treasure, wielding the crimson chaos purple fire. Yet, no matter how it evolved, it remained, in the eyes of the azure-robed Daoist, merely a lamp intended for illumination. In that moment, the Bio Palace lamp finally manifested its true potency. Its light was boundless, its Dao sound infinite, spreading across the heavens, allowing those destined to hear it to awaken their own spiritual treasure lineage. Yet here, amidst the primordial wilderness, every disciple of the GS sect recognized that familiar voice. How could they forget? How could they possibly forget the countless years on Golden Tortoise Island and that azure-robed figure? In the 8th Scenery Palace, the Supreme One observed this spectacle and listened to the sound, slowly uttering, Tongtian has indeed found the true heir. In the Yushu Palace, the Primordial Celestial could not help but glance towards Golden Tortoise Island, murmuring, you have taken on a commendable disciple. The two saints of the West also paused their teachings, closing their eyes to listen intently to the Lingbao Dao sound, or perhaps more aptly, to Bai Li's Lingbao Dao sound. Within Golden Tortoise Island, the Tongtian sect leader suppressed his ready-to-strike Rui, having also heard the two resonances emanating from the 8th Scenery Palace and the Yushu Palace. Every disciple whose heart leaned towards the GS sect was a worthy disciple, each one my successor. As the Lingbao Dao sound resonated, how could the soul-locking bell, which elucidated the power of the Yuanxin seal, achieve any merit? The four from the Chan sect should have pursued at that moment. Yet the allure of the Lingbao Dao sound was too compelling, rendering them incapable of taking action, unsure of how to proceed. Alas, allow me to intervene. Ultimately, it was Yun Zizi who chose to break the deadlock, producing an ancient azure sword, an imitation of the Qingping sword, with a single strike. Although it could not dismantle the appearance of the Lingbao, it could sever the Dao sound. The Bio Palace lamp was ultimately wielded by Bai Li, while Yun Zizi was also a Dao fruit Golden Immortal of the great Luo and Tai. Witnessing Yun Zizi's intervention to disrupt the Lingbao Dao sound, a cold snort escaped his lips as murderous intent flared in his eyes. Who are you to wield the Qingping? With a thrust of the Qingping sword, he twisted time and space, and the sword light descended from everywhere. The Qingping represented intent, embodying the pinnacle of swordsmanship. How could it ever pale in comparison to the chaotic sword aura? In an instant, Yun Zhongzi felt a chill course down his spine, as alarm bells rang loudly within his heart. This sword strike was exceptionally potent. Were it not for the fact that the timelines of the disciples of the Grand Sect were shrouded under the aegis of their venerable master, it could very well have severed him in the past, obliterated him in the present, and curtailed his future. To withstand such an attack would surely result in injury. Do not be audacious. A blade of heavenly clarity shattered all constraints, tearing through the fabric of time and space, cleaving the azure light of the Qingping sword across numerous timelines. Another blade of heavenly clarity, infused with the annihilating force of the cosmos, surged forth towards Bai Li. When it comes to the ultimate principles of the end, how could you possibly contend with the teachings of my sect? Another strike was unleashed, as the azure light of the Qingping sword deftly neutralized the destructive energies of the universe. The sound of crashing waves returned to his ears, and in this moment of distraction, Qi Jingzi seized the opportunity to strike once more. Begone! Bai Li roared, pivoting to unleash another sword strike. The luminous blade cleaving through the essence of the waterway, aimed directly at Qi Jingzi, the leader of the Six Yangs. The brilliance of the sword light was overwhelming. Qi Jingzi was enveloped in an expanse of azure sword light, as if heralding his impending doom.